Just as I crossed into the world of Sansi, I activated the check-in system. Right off the bat, I checked in on Lee Siyu and obtained the Shadow Core and the Horse Talisman capable of healing all things. Then, on the Evil Emperor, I checked in and acquired the Pangu Zombie bloodline, gaining physical abilities and supernatural powers far beyond those of ordinary humans. Faced with the impending plans of the Wang family, I declared, "What, 9 gates or 10 gates? Watch me take down the Wang family one by one." At that moment, Lee Siyu had just been startled by a surge of black water, disrupting Manager Yang's class. Seeing his father actually arrive, he made a quick decision and fled the school immediately. Though Lee Siyu escaped the school, he would never escape the desert named Wuxie for the rest of his life. But I didn't care about that. All I knew was that I couldn't miss the upcoming events. I had to check in. There would definitely be great rewards. I glanced at the dark corner from earlier and, sure enough, several Shadow Corps members were already tailing Lee Siyu. Quietly, I slipped out of the classroom and whispered in a hallway corner. Instantly, a dozen shadows surged from my own, bowing respectfully before leading me to Lee Siyu. Upon hearing my command, the Shadow Corps swiftly supported me, enveloping my entire body in dark magical energy. Then, we merged into the shadows and vanished without a trace. Before long, the concealed Shadow Corps emerged with me from the shadow of a car. We were on a dim, secluded street, with the future 7th Masterly just ahead. Seeing my arrival, the 3 Shadow Corps members immediately approached, bowing their heads in respect. "You've done well," I praised them before ordering, "Continue following Lee Siyu." The 3 trusted Shadow Corps members clasped their hands respectfully and merged into Lee Siyu's shadow, keeping an ultra-close watch on him. Unaware, Lee Siyu remained smug about his escape from school. Watching all this unfold, I eagerly anticipated the events to come. As I expected, Lee Siyu was attacked by Huang Yan. At first, Lee Siyu mistakenly thought it was a robbery and hurriedly pulled out the few dozen yuan he had left. But clearly, Huang Yan wasn't after money, he wanted the box. "Where's my box?" Huang Yan threw the money aside, grabbed Lee Siyu by the throat, and incoherently demanded the box. Overwhelmed by fear, Lee Siyu began to worry he might be strangled to death. In this terror, his eyes suddenly turned pitch black, and immense strength surged through his body. With a furious shout, he managed to push away the mentally unstable Huang Yan. Huang Yan snapped back to reality, while Lee Siyu looked at his own hands in disbelief, unable to comprehend how he possessed such immense strength. Before Lee Siyu could figure it out, Huang Yan knocked him unconscious with a brick and carved the 7-fingered map onto his back. Watching from the shadows, I couldn't help but click my tongue. This guy was truly ruthless. In the end, Huang Yan even took his own life right beside Lee Siyu, leaving me no choice but to give him a thumbs up. Truly worthy of being Wuxie's right-hand man. Absolutely incredible. Alright, it's time. I stepped out of the dark corner and approached the 2 on the ground, staring at the deceased Huang Yan and the unconscious Lee Siyu. I hesitated for a moment before taking out the horse talisman in an attempt to revive Huang Yan. However, the talisman proved powerless. "Seems this is your fate. Rest in peace," I murmured as I put the talisman away. Detected signable character Huang Yan. Detected signable special location, the spot carved on Lee Siyu's back. Sign in? Signed in. Congratulations on signing in at a special location. Randomly obtained the optimized 5th generation white-eyed zombie bloodline from the My Date with a Vampire universe of the Myriad Realms. This enhanced version fears neither sunlight nor ordinary holy artifacts like crosses. It possesses formidable strength, can consume normal human food, but drinking blood is required to enhance and stabilize power, though there's no blood addiction. I stared in astonishment at the item obtained from the sign-in, unexpectedly unique. It was actually the Pangu zombie bloodline from My Date with a Vampire. Was I supposed to become a zombie now? But this bloodline had been specially enhanced, allowing me to eat normal food. The zombie's immortality and powers of flight and earthwalking had once made me envious. So what if I had to drink blood? Even as a 5th generation white-eyed zombie, the system-enhanced version was undeniably formidable. Just then, the system delivered another sign-in reward. Congratulations on signing in with the plot character Huang Yan, receiving a targeted reward of 100 packs of blood bags rich in vitality and spirit. The system even thoughtfully prepared them for me. Ha, you're really considerate, system bro. I couldn't help but laugh, then decided to fully embrace it. Everything else is illusory, only power reigns supreme. I spread my arms, and in an instant, my sunny, handsome appearance transformed. My pupils turned eerily pale. Sharp vampire fangs emerged, and low growls escaped my lips. My entire being became uncannily enchanting, my skin paler, my features even more striking, my height effortlessly reaching 185 centimeters, exuding an aura of dark charisma. I had become a 5th generation white-eyed Pangu zombie. As the 2, Lee Siyu and the others, were discovered, an ambulance arrived. Huang Yan was dragged away, while Lee Siyu was rushed to the hospital. Next came the dazzling entrance of the beautiful Dr. Lian Wan. The next day, the fan-favorite Evil Emperor would also appear. and perhaps I could check in for something good again. At the moment, inside the shadow space, after downing over a dozen blood bags, I asked the system, what exactly was that black thing that escaped from the box and entered Lee Siyu's body? The system replied, a special extraterrestrial life form, a low-level symbiotic species called Shinran. Holy crap, an alien. Si Tang, I exclaimed in shock within the shadow space. Isn't this the Tomb Raider world? How could there be aliens? The system responded, everything is part of Man-Ika's plan. I was speechless. Seriously, system, what kind of answer is that? If there are aliens, when will Si Tang show up? Whatever, I'll deal with it when she appears. When she does, I'm definitely going to, ha ha ha. Immediately, I teleported via the shadow space to a deserted suburban area at night and began testing my powers frantically. The wind howled as I sprinted at nearly supersonic speed, creating sonic booms. With a single punch, I snapped trees as thick as bowls in half, and a light leap sent me dozens of meters into the air far from my limit. I felt like a mini superhero. A zombie's body should be indestructible, so I willed my fingers into claws and slashed my own arm. The moment pain registered, the wound healed instantly. Unfortunately, no matter what I tried, I couldn't fly, perhaps because I'd just become a zombie, and the ability hadn't awakened yet. Take it slow, no rush, I chuckled, stretching lazily. Dawn broke, I'd unknowingly spent the whole night playing around. No more fun, time to get back to business. Lee Siyu should have been lying in the hospital all night, with 3 shadow figures constantly monitoring him. I could reach him through the shadow space. The first meeting between Lee Siyu and the evil emperor is about to begin. This is a special plot. Missing the check-in would be a waste of good opportunities, not to mention my greedy ambition. I wonder if the evil emperor will side with me. A wicked smile crosses my face, my pupils turning pale white and my fangs protruding. At this moment, the system issued a check-in mission, subdue the 10 major families, including the 9 gates and the Wang family, and become the ruler of the 10 gates. Each family subdued grants a check-in reward, with the ultimate prize awaiting final conquest. Seeing the prompt, my heart stirred. Subduing these 10 families would be no easy feat. The grudges between the Wang family and the 9 gates alone were headache-inducing, let alone unifying all 10. Stroking my chin, I muttered to myself, but since I've crossed into this world, I might as well do something big, otherwise it'd be a wasted trip. Fine, I'll be the future leader of the 10 gates. Ambition burned within me. To achieve this goal, I might resort to any means necessary. After all, one should never underestimate the greed of a person awakened by ambition. Meanwhile, in an apartment, Liang Wan grumbled under her breath. Just finished opening it up, and now you want me to stitch it back? Li Siyu, on the other hand, stared suspiciously at Wu Xie, wondering if this man had some vendetta against him. The evil emperor shot a cold glance at Liang Wan, making her shrink back like a quail. So this special medicine into him, he said, handing her a bottle labeled as such, though in reality, it was just for show. Liang Wan reluctantly took it and prepared to restitch Li Siyu's wound, sighing inwardly at his misfortune and feeling like she'd been dragged into it as well. As Liang Wan approached, Li Siyu felt nothing but despair, knowing he was powerless to resist, surrounded by the evil emperor and his men with no chance of escape. However, just as Liang Wan was about to act, an unbelievable scene unfolded. Li Siyu's shadow came alive, splitting into 4, including the original, while 3 dark figures materialized from the shadows. These were the shadow corps I had assigned to watch over Li Siyu. Liang Wan recoiled in terror. What are these things? She stared in disbelief at the 3 shadow soldiers, while even the evil emperor's eyes flickered with shock. Wang Meng exclaimed, "Boss, are they human or ghosts?" The evil emperor glanced at Li Siyu, confirming the shadows weren't his doing. Could it be the Wang family? But he knew the Wangs couldn't possess something so eerie. As everyone stood stunned, more shadow corps emerged, their numbers growing until nearly 15 figures loomed in the darkness. Finally, 2 shadows flanked a young man even more handsome than the moment itself. Liang Wan and the others were utterly dumbfounded. The moment he saw Ji Cho, the evil emperor's gaze flickered. He'd long ago scrutinized the information on everyone around Pear Cluster, which, of course, includes one of Pear Cluster's soon-to-be graduated college classmates together, Ji Cho. But, prior to that, obviously, he looked up the information that was there. Ji Cho is an ordinary imaginary 20-year-old orphan. He relies on caring people in the community as well as his own hard work and occasional odd jobs to be able to afford to go to college. Such an ordinary college student. At this moment, but, the evil emperor, inside a very short period of time, had been brainstorming inside his brain long ago. The information that he had once read about Ji Cho constantly reappeared in the evil emperor's mind and memory at this moment. Until the evil emperor saw such a piece of information that he had skimmed over before. Quarterly fall. about 5 or 6 years old, was found on top of Mount Tai, without a large group of people around, suspected of being abandoned. This piece of information was the only thing the evil emperor had found at this moment. Ji chose information amongst the unusual points. Other than that, the evil emperor couldn't find any more rather unusual information about Ji Chio before this for the time being. And the most unusual, implausible, and outrageous piece of information is this. At this moment, Ji Chio, followed by more than a dozen black monsters, out of thin air, do not know what means, came to this house. It's almost like walking through walls. Or was the other side already in this house? It's just that they never realized it just now? It's not right either. The 3 monsters, equally black and with red glowing eyes, that appeared from the shadow of the pear cluster could not be explained. Hi, smiley face. At this time, after seeing Ji Chio arrive at the house where the evil emperor and the others were, with the help of the Black Shadow Core's spatial movement, at this moment, in the midst of the 17 Black Shadow Core, Ji Chio was waving and greeting the evil emperor and the others with a smile on his face. In response, Liang Bend, who had already been stunned by the appearance of the Black Shadow Core, when she saw Ji Chio waving at the crowd on her side with a smiling face, Liang Bang couldn't help but be even more confused for a moment. Indeed, the originally handsome Ji Chio, after turning into a 5th-generation white-eyes pango zombie, the whole person's features become more three-dimensional and refined, especially the skin. The white is somewhat comparable to a ghastly corpse-like color. The whole person's temperament was also inexplicably evil, but it was evil in a handsome way. For a moment, Liang Bend, who had the attribute of a nymphomaniac, couldn't help but look stunned for a moment. Gotta say, what a hoot! Ji Chio, after waving his hand to the evil emperor and the others, said again with such a smile, then, stepping out of the way, step out of the somewhat shadowy corner. You're Ji Chio? Just then, Pear Cluster's classmates also finally recognized Ji Chio, their college classmate. It's just that there's obviously been a change in Ji Chio, especially in his height, which is particularly noticeable. Pear Cluster wasn't sure for a moment. Moreover, how could his college classmates appear here with a dozen strange black shadows? To this, don't doubt it, it's me, Pear Cluster. Ji Chio, looking at Pear Cluster, who was a bit unsure, directly recognized his identity. At those words, Pear Cluster, whose back was still bleeding, looked shocked. Why? What's going on here? What are those dark shadow people around you? Why are you with these strange things? Pear Cluster, surprised, kept asking. The evil emperor on the side, who had been staring at Ji Chio with curiosity and exploration in his vigilant gaze, and Ji Chio didn't care about the reaction of the crowd at the scene. Instead, it was Liang Bend who looked at himself with a flamboyant face, causing Ji Chio to chuckle in his heart. Then, Pear Cluster, for the sake of being in the same class, let me help you out for once, Ji Chio said, glancing at the Black Shadow Core beside him. 2 of the Black Shadow Core were immediately clear. Shoo-hoo! The 2 Black Shadow Core, with Ji Chio in tow, once again made a rapid spatial movement. In an instant, directly from the front across a distance of more than 10 meters, protected by 2 Black Shadow Core levitated out of thin air from within the shadow of the Pear Cluster. Ah, are you guys human or ghosts? Pear Cluster, frightened, couldn't help but exclaim loudly. On the side, the evil emperor, Liang Bend, Wang Meng, and the others were also stunned. I can't believe it's coming back. What the hell kind of power is that? How out of thin air it came from inside someone else's shadow? Special powers? In response, Ji Chio didn't say anything, but suddenly pulled out a small, 4-square stone from his pants pocket. Indeed, the horse charm, one of the 12 charms that have the power to heal and reject external forces. Next, looking at the bloody patch on Pear Cluster's back, it's ugly. Saying that, holding the horse charm, he shined it at Pear Cluster's back. Clang! Under the astonished gazes of everyone on the sidelines, the horse talisman magically blossomed with white light. 20 regiments of black shadows, defending him around Ji Chio. The evil emperor worried about Pear Cluster, but could not stop. One can only hope that this mysterious guy, Ji Chio, doesn't have bad intentions towards Pear Cluster. Actually, how could Ji Chio harm the Pear Cluster? After all, it's a long-lasting super tool man who can sign up for rewards. And very quickly, the light converges. The evil emperor and the other people at the scene saw an unbelievable scene. Pear Clusters, backs, and 7-finger charts scarred right up. This, how is it possible? Liang Bend, who was a doctor, at this moment, had an unbelievable face. Chapter 7 Sacred Beetle Inchi Devouring Ability. Only to see, at this moment, looking at the originally bloody piece of 7-finger diagram wound on Pear Cluster's back, scarring up in an instant. Everyone in the middle of the room couldn't help but have a stunned, incredulous expression on their faces. Even the evil emperor had a look of astonishment on his face at this time. His scars, how is it possible? Liang Bend, who was a doctor, was dumbfounded at the moment. I'll go. the wound that he had just opened on Pear Cluster's back. These seconds of scarification? And what just unfolded was, light, do you this fairy magic? Shocked, Liang Bang, still with an unbelievable expression, foolishly looked towards Jiqiu, who was holding the horse charm in his hand, and as the evil emperor reacted, his eyes were already gleaming as he stared at Jiqiu, as well as the small, four-square stone block in Jiqiu's hand. With just this one moment of effort, the evil emperor could be sure. Jiqiu, a 20-year-old college student, is not simple. The small stone in his hand, horse charm, was even more uncomplicated. If I'm not mistaken, the evil emperor felt that the small stone piece that had a rune similar to the horse among the 12 zodiac signs was probably possessing the magical ability of healing, although it's a bit unbelievable. However, at this moment, the evil emperor had to come to such a conclusion, though the conclusion is preposterous. But the 20 black-robed men, Black Shadow Corps, on the side were staring at each and every one of them at this moment with their eyes glowing scarlet. That ability of theirs to travel through shadow space at will just now isn't ridiculous? Again, it was a sight to behold in disbelief, unless one sees the truth completely. Otherwise, the evil emperor would have to admit it at this moment. Pear Cluster's college friend, Jiqiu, possesses the magical superpower, Little Stone, and is accompanied by a group of black-shadowed bodyguards who also possess special powers. Wang Meng, this unreliable guy. How did he find the information in the first place? Or is this Jiqiu too good at hiding herself? At this time and place, what is his purpose in taking the initiative to expose all this? Evil Emperor. On the surface, the wind is calm, but there is a brainstorm going on. Congratulations, Pear Cluster, on your back. Looking at the wounds on Pear Cluster's back that had all scarred, Jiqiu faintly smiled past them. At the same time, put away the horse charm back into the middle of his pants pocket. If it wasn't for the consideration that Pear Cluster's 7-finger chart might be useful, Jiqiu could have used the power of the horse rune charm to completely heal his back without even a scar. You, who the hell are you? Pear Cluster, touching his back that no longer hurt, he looked at Jiqiu beside him with a look of astonishment. Pear Cluster was feeling. The Jiqiu in front of her was simply not the ordinary college friend she used to know. Jiqiu went from the way he came out, to now healing his back for seasonal autumn. He displayed things, abilities, that seemed to Pear Cluster. None of them are for normal people. Strange, it's too strange. Who is this Jiqiu, anyway? Pear Cluster, by this time, had completely dared not to be Jiqiu as his college classmate anymore. It's too thriller. Why? Ha! In response, Jiqiu but laughed. Is this how you talk to the person who just helped you heal your back? At those words, Pear Cluster was still looking at Jiqiu beside her. No talking. Fine. I'm not looking for your thanks or anything anyway. Looking at the stunned Pear Cluster, Jiqiu also expressed her understanding of him. For the children of Pear Cluster, everything they have experienced in the past 2 days has been diabolical, and Jiqiu would be willing to help him with his injuries, except for the fact that Pear Cluster was his longtime toolman for Jiqiu. Maybe the other little reason is sympathy and pity. When I watched the original show in my previous life, Jiqiu then felt that Pear Cluster, the unlucky one, was really unlucky. They say Pear Cluster C4 blows itself up. Who knows what he was feeling at the time? All of them are forcing me, right? How about forcing me to die? They say he's the pearly 7 in the back. Who knows how many times an otherwise ordinary college student has gone through inhuman torture? Originally, he was just an ordinary college student, but because of the ability to read pheromones, he had to enter the game. All of this was Pear Cluster's bad luck. It could also be said to be his life. Sure, Jiqiu, at this moment, help Pear Cluster. In addition to the sympathetic mentality, it may not be without the intention of collecting people. The task of signing up to become the leader of the 9 gates as well as the last 10 families. In this way, Jiqiu can't afford to be short of little brothers and henchmen around him. Li Tu, later to be known as the ruthless Li Qi. Jiqiu still wanted him to be one of the people standing behind him in the future. Even the evil emperor of this world, Xia Yuchen, 100 Years Mountain, the Black Blind Man, and a host of other talents, Jiqiu had all the heart to take in. However, to get them to bow down obediently, Jiqiu knew it must not be easy. Detecting the object of long-term signing, innocent. Detecting the subject who can sign in for a long period of time, Liang Bend. Detecting signalable objects, Wang Meng. Kanko, a special place to sign in has been detected, the place where innocent, Pear Cluster, and Liang Bend met for the first time. Did you sign in? Only to see that, while Jiqiu was thinking of his ambitions in his mind, the signing system suddenly popped up with a prompt, and a side-by-side text interface that only Jiqiu could see appeared in the void. Sign in, Jiqiu. The heart secretly laughed through the heart at the same time also heart secretly said, then, Congratulations, signing in from the plot characters Wang Meng and Cannonball. Targeted rewards, blood packs full of essence, 500 packs x2. Congratulations, signing in from the plot character Liang Ben for targeted rewards, Black Shadow Core Ninja Core, 100. Congratulations, signing in from the plot character Innocent, and randomly obtaining an ability from the Mummy Among the Worlds, Bloodthirsty Sacred Beetle, summoning ability. Note, transform zombie power into dark magic energy to summon the Bloodthirsty Holy Beetle. The summoned Holy Beetle will follow the host's orders. Congratulations, signing in from a plot location, and randomly obtaining a special ability from one of the upper worlds, the ability to absorb feminine chi. Note, during the process of absorbing the blood of a woman with special chi in her zombie form, indirectly devours the other's luck. Quarterback. Look away. The first two. Nothing special. 1,000 packs of blood packs and 100 more Black Shadow Core. Not bad, but the evil emperor later on. And the reward for signing up above this plot location. It just makes Jichu a bit of an eye-opener. Bloodthirsty Sacred Beetle? Jicho couldn't help but have a scene in his head, a movie where a large swarm of black beetles, taking a person for a few short seconds, eaten into a skeleton. Bloodthirsty Sacred Beetle. Terrible. In the end, it just made Jichu feel even more special. In Chakra Devouring Ability? Chapter 8 Black Shadow Core, surrounding the evil emperor's crowd. In Chi Devouring Ability. Devouring their chi while sucking blood in zombie form? Interesting. Thinking. In the midst of a group of Black Shadow Corpsmen surrounding and protecting him, Jicho glanced at Liang bending on the side. Jichu, it's what I understand it to mean, isn't it? Liang Bend, who was originally surprised by the Black Shadow Core, then sucked in by Jicho's evil facial features, and then just now was incredulous by the horse Talisman. At this moment, but then he saw Jicho looking straight at himself. At that moment, while Liang Bang's thoughts were confused, he couldn't help but feel his heart beating a little faster. Hey, is Jichu? Right at this moment, the evil emperor somewhat spoiled the atmosphere by asking Jicho. Seeing that Jicho had no intention of harming Pear Cluster, the evil emperor was secretly a bit thankful in his heart. Otherwise, did the evil emperor know if the people beside him, Wang Mang and Cannonball, would be able to fight against the 20 bizarre Black Shadow people beside Jicho? Not to mention, it was the Black Shadows, Black Shadow Core, who won in terms of numbers. Good thing, Jicho, from the beginning to now, looked as if a friend, not a foe. Therefore, the evil emperor didn't want to cause any conflict with Jicho, who was now looking incredibly weird and mysterious. For a while, thought, to get a little info first. In response, Jicho, in fact, knew what the evil emperor was basically thinking at the moment. At the same time, innocent, I know your plan, Jichu, don't want to talk so much nonsense. Direct Showdown. And hearing the word, program, the evil emperor, at once, was slightly shaken in his heart. However, very quickly, the evil emperor's mind recovered and even laughed lightly. What plan? I can't understand what you're saying. The evil emperor shook his head, smile and said. In his heart, it was a wave that had already appeared violently. Mentally, the evaluation of Jicho, take it to the next level. Hearing Innocent's denial, Jicho also guffawed and passed on. Then, the reason why you chose not to break the current 9 sect is because the 9 sect doesn't have a truly capable person to completely oversee the current 9 great families. But what if such a person exists? You can do it without being so desperate. Even, in my opinion, that 10th family, it may not be impossible to subdue it. Just see, Jicho, with big words so eloquent. However, it caused the evil emperor who heard the words to be shocked again and again in his heart. Jicho actually knew about his unbreakable plan. Even a college student orphan who had previously acted ordinary actually knew about the 9 great families. And even, the 10th family, he said it all. Boss, he actually knows. Wang Meng. At this time, all looked at Jicho's outburst of surprise with a surprised face. At the scene, the only 2 people who couldn't understand what Jicho and the evil emperor duo were talking about were Liang Bend and Pear Cluster. Subsequently, what the hell are you? Really just a college student? I want to know what you're up to. The evil emperor, with his eyes gazing tightly at Jicho, who was protected in the middle by a group of Black Shadow Core in front of him, said in a somewhat questioning manner. In response, Jicho wasn't going to hide his ambitions either. I'll help you change the current 9 gates. You, from now on, do things for me. Especially, help me become the president of the 9 Gates Association, or even, the co-patriarch of the 10 great families. Seasonal Autumn, speaking in such a way that he was not surprised, said something like this. The evil emperor, Wang Meng, Cannonball, and the rest of the crowd who had heard the words, each and every one of them looked at Jicho with an expression of astonishment. Holy, college students these days, how do you go against the grain? How dare you want to become the head of the 9 families? Even, the 10 families? He He's crazy. Where do you get off? On the side, although Pear Cluster and Liang Ben didn't know what the 9 great families and the 10th family were, but, listening to what Ji Chio meant, it seemed like he was preparing to take an innocent and the others as henchmen. Even, it seems like it's going to be the head of one of the 10 clans. This fall. Who the hell is that? I can't believe he has such ambitions. He's not just an ordinary college boy. Thinking about it, Pear Cluster and Liang Ben, the two of them looked at the 20 Black Shadow Core around them in unison. No, Pear Cluster, not only has this Ji Chio guy become uncharacteristically handsome now, even his background has become too weird. He's definitely not an ordinary college student like me. Liang Ben, this little pretty boy called Ji Chio, although he seems to be talking some kind of big nonsense, but it feels as if he does have abilities again. Moreover, the looks are really handsome. On the other side, the evil emperor, reacting from his amazement, thought about it, but was ready to keep playing dumb. I still don't know what you're talking about. In contrast, I'm more interested in these black friends around you, the Black Shadow Core, and that little rock you took out just now, the horse rune. How much? For sale? The evil emperor, pointing to the 20 Black Shadow Core that were protecting Ji Chio, said to Ji Chio in this way, somewhat pretending to be stupid. The appearance of Ji Chio, an unplanned and bizarre presence. The evil emperor was also a little unsure of what judgment to make at this moment. Even this bizarre young man, Ji Chio, was a foe or a friend. The evil emperor couldn't even be sure at this moment. Just know this, Ji Chio, a college student who looked at the age of 19 or 20, possessed heavenly ambitions, and for that, innocent. Sometimes playing dumb is the smart decision, but sometimes it doesn't look smart, especially at this moment. Ji Chio. His face changed. Perhaps the moment Ji Chio revealed his ambition, he would no longer be the same Ji Chio who had once been willing to be ordinary. It's still the same thing, greed. It will get you anywhere. On the side, Ri Tu, Wang Meng, and Cannonball felt the change in Ji Chio's body. The air was cold all of a sudden. It's not an illusion. It's a real temperature getting colder. Indeed, it was the cohesion of zombie power in Ji Chio's body that formed more or less a slight influence on the air. Liang Ben, he seems to be unhappy, but more handsome. At this time, the evil emperor couldn't help but feel a trace of uneasiness in his heart. Sure enough, see you next. Shoo 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 shoo. Again, dozens of Black Shadow Core continued to emerge from amongst Ji Chio's shadows like ink, non-stop. Then one by one, they coalesced and took shape. End up STH. Together with the 20 Black Shadow Core at the beginning, there were nearly 50 Black Shadow Core. It almost filled the entire room, and they were all of them wielding shuriken, bittersweet, and all sorts of concealed weapons. Such a group surrounded the evil emperor. Wang Meng, Cannonball and the rest of the crowd in the center. Even Pear Cluster and Liang Ben were shivering in the midst of dozens of Black Shadow Core. Chapter 9 Dragon Rune Spell Peacock Plume Sword of God. Pear Cluster, Liang Ben, two innocent people, at this time surrounded by dozens of Black Shadow Core. Shivering, looking at the dozens of Black Shadow Core's pairs of bizarre pupils that emitted scarlet gazes was truly oppressive. Old boss, what now? Wang Meng, Cannonball, and the others, one by one, were also confused at this moment as they looked towards the evil emperor who was also in the middle of the encirclement. Pear Cluster, I'm so unlucky. I haven't even gotten out of the tiger's den yet, I'm in the wolf's den again. And the evil emperor was all shocked in his heart at the moment, looking at the dozens of Black Shadow Core that surrounded his party inside and out in 3 circles. The evil emperor couldn't help but laugh bitterly in his heart. What's the deal with this Ji Chio guy? These dark, eerie Black Shadow people were clearly not human. Where in the world did Ji Chio, a college student, find this? Especially since all of these Black Shadow people were actually so obedient to this Ji Chio fellow's commands and orders. Die, or submit. At this time, looking at the evil emperor and the others who were surrounded by nearly 50 Black Shadow Core inside and out in the middle, Ji Chio so indifferently spoke out. Once a person's ambition and greed awakens, it will be unstoppable. He will do whatever it takes to achieve whatever goal he wants. At this very moment, maybe Ji Chio also wanted to see how far he could go for his own ambitions. Ji Chio also wished in his heart, innocent could submit, even if it's just lip service for now. If one is unwilling to submit even for a moment verbally, Ji Chio really doesn't know if he's going to make things worse. At this moment, only under the heavy encirclement of the Black Shadow Core, the evil emperor laughed sardonically. You're a college student. I didn't realize that not only are you hiding so deeply, but you actually even have ambitions that are as big as I, innocent, have ever seen. Looking at Ji Chio, the evil emperor so shook his head and laughed lightly. And finally, okay, and what shall we call you from now on? It's not going to make us call the master, is it? Evil emperor, nodded the so half-jokingly rhetorical question. Credit STH. Ji Chio couldn't help but smile with satisfaction as well. Actually, Jiqiu was also not willing to kill the evil emperor, not to mention the evil emperor's personal charisma. The fact that he, like Pear Cluster, could get Jiqiu to do a long-term signing on made it so that Jiqiu wouldn't just take things as they came. At this moment, the evil emperor nodded his head. Here in Jiqiu, of course it's the best outcome. Call me boss. Jiqiu, with a light smile on his face, said to the evil emperor who was willing to submit. In response, the evil emperor nodded. Okay, boss. Saying that, he glanced at Wang Meng, Cannonball and the others beside him. What are you waiting for? Call someone. Oh, one by one, Wang Meng, Cannonball, and the rest of the party woke up as if in a dream. One by one, they looked at the evil emperor, and then at the scarlet gazes of the dozens of black shadow core in all directions. Eventually, boss, times N. One by one, they bowed their heads to Jiqiu. Well good, Jiqiu, once again, nodded in satisfaction. What about you guys? Suddenly, Jiqiu also looked at the last pair Cluster and Liang Bend. No, what's it to us? We have to call you boss and listen to you too? Pair Cluster, surprised. Pair Cluster's classmates didn't think that Jiqiu actually even looked at herself. On the side, Liang Bang was also a bit surprised and unanticipated as she looked at the handsome to evil Jiqiu. Boss. Then, that is, he saw Liang Bend inexplicably blushing and whispering. Upon hearing that, Pair Cluster student immediately looked at Liang Bend beside her with a "you're not right" expression in shock. Indeed, I did not expect Liang Bend would shout so crisply. And why do you feel like you're calling me husband instead of boss when you're all shy and ready to let go? What the hell? Still, in the next second, he saw several black shadow core around him, suddenly approaching Pair Cluster even closer. At once, boss, boss, boss. Pair Cluster's classmates, immediately turning back, shouted furiously at Jiqiu for the boss. Pair Cluster students, those who know what they're doing are the ones who know what they're doing. Aha! This time, Jiqiu was completely satisfied. Bad luck. I'm really unlucky. Pair Cluster's classmates were on the verge of tears. Seeing this, Wang Meng, Cannonball, Liang Bend and the others couldn't help but smile when they saw this. The evil emperor, however, smiled on the surface while his eyes were always observing Jiqiu's every move. As Jiqiu expected, of course, the evil emperor could not really obey Jiqiu from the bottom of his heart just like that. However, just as the evil emperor and Pair Cluster bowed their heads to Jiqiu, congratulations, initially subdued the original drama protagonist's innocence in Pair Cluster, and randomly obtained a spiritual weapon from the world of Peacock Plume among the worlds of the heavens. Excalibur X5, targeted acquisition from the world of Uncle Dragon's adventures, one of the 12 zodiacal charms, the Dragon Charm. Oh, Jiqiu, seeing the system prompts in the void that only he could see, couldn't help but feel happy. I didn't realize there were surprises. The Dragon Charm, needless to say, blazing blasting power. Even if Jiqiu had become a Pango zombie and possessed great power, when he saw this thing, he still couldn't help but like it. Also, Excalibur, if I remember correctly, it was a special, spiritually intelligent spirit sword used by a character named Ma Feng in a TV series. It still seems to fly, doesn't it? Speaking of which, Jiqiu hadn't awakened the zombie ability of flight yet either for the time being, and the most special ability of Excalibur would be the creation of powerful witch zoners. However, the appearance of the sorcerer's dignity, in addition to the divine sword, also required the sacrificial rituals of the Rain Clan elders in the original drama. It's not like you can just casually create a sorcerer's dignity by relying on the divine sword alone. Well, it's good stuff too. At the very least, it was certainly much more powerful than the black gold ancient blade. Boss, look at these fellows. Is it time to pull out? At this moment, noticing that Jiqiu seemed to have wandered off a bit, the evil emperor couldn't help but speak out to remind him. Indeed, it was too crowded inside the entire room, surrounded by dozens of black shadow core. Ha, that's right too. Jiqiu, too, reacted. Then, a faint wave of the hand. Shoo 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 shoo. About 30 regiments of black shadows returned inside Jiqiu's shadow. Looking at the scene, the evil emperor, Pair Cluster, Liang Bend, Wang Meng and the others one by one, their hearts once again marveled at its incredible. However, after collecting 30 of them, the black shadow core on the scene was left with 20. In response, Jiqiu's mind moved and once again gently waved his hand. Swish 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 swish, immediately separating 10 black shadow core. Their figures quickly swept behind the evil emperor. Since you are willing to call me boss, then, these 10 black shadow core will be under your command in the future. They can also protect you at all times. Jiqiu, with a smiling face, said to the evil emperor. Ha! The evil emperor, with a bitter smile, said, Boss, is this protection, or surveillance? While spitting, the evil emperor glanced back at the entire 10 black shadow core behind him. That pair of scarlet gazes couldn't help but ooze a little in the bottom of one's heart. Fortunately, he is not afraid of the fact that he has seen a lot of evil. Open coffins and lifting up corpses are commonplace. Chapter 10, Pair Cluster also wants the Black Shadow Core? Ha, don't think too much. Of course it's to protect, as well as assist you in that plan. Ji Cho, in the face of the evil emperor's trolling, was a little fox looking mellow, smiling, looking at the evil emperor, Wang Mang, Cannonball, as well as Pair Cluster and the others. One by one, they could not help but roll their eyes. It's weird to believe you. Rather, it's the beam that bends. Looking at the handsome face of the smiling Ji Cho, had long ago forgotten everything in general, looked at him in fascination. But, suddenly, however, he saw Ji Cho look at the evil emperor and then said, "Innocent, my goal is to become the head of the 10th family. So you can strike that 10th family, but don't kill them all. Leave me some." Seasonal autumn, talking about the Wangs, of course, the woofers are included among the system's check-in tasks. Not as a last resort, Ji Cho didn't want to lose any chance to sign in and get rewards. The Woof family, in particular, whose importance in the original play is very obvious, of taking in the suit, signing in, there are bound to be major gains. So, it was only at this moment that Ji Cho reminded the evil emperor, lest the other party, with the assistance of the Black Shadow Core, really wiped out the entire Wang family. Don't underestimate the Black Shadow Core's ability to assist as well as assassinate. Other than that, the Black Shadow Core's ability to blend into shadow space. There was no one in the world they couldn't assassinate if they wanted to, and the success rate is extremely high. After all, do you guard against your own shadow? Or, can you defend yourself against your own shadow at all times? Actually, the Black Shadow Core is terrifyingly capable of. Ji Cho wondered why the Black Shadow Core's abilities were not fully utilized in the original anime. Shouldn't they be on the side of being the villain in most cases? And hearing Ji Cho's command-like reminder, "Okay, you're my boss now. I'll do as you say." The evil emperor, too, nodded with a smile. As for what the evil emperor thought in his heart, no one knew. Aha! But no matter what, Ji Cho was still satisfied with the evil emperor's attitude. As for whether or not the other party would disobey Ji Cho's orders later, when Ji Cho arranged for the evil emperor to drive the 10 Black Shadow Core, just for the evil emperor to use, starting today, the evil emperor's every move would also be unable to escape Ji Cho's ears. Like the Pair Cluster students before this, being watched by the Black Shadow Core at all times. As long as the evil emperor doesn't do anything harmful to Ji Cho, the 10 Black Shadow Core will act at the arrangement and orders of the evil emperor. But vice versa. Black Shadow Core, I'm sorry, Ji Cho is our true master. Hey, Ji Cho, you've given him so many dark shadow people, can you give me a few then? But then, Pair Cluster's classmates, who were on the sidelines, suddenly spoke out. Indeed, after reacting from the original fear and feeling of strangeness, our college student classmate, Pair Cluster, suddenly felt, these Black Shadow people seem to be very obedient, and one so disciplined and still tall. It would be nice to give him 17 or 18 of those too. How cool it has to be. Why should we be afraid of Zheng Yi then? Oh, Ji Cho, sniffing, glanced at Pair Clusters and smiled. Pair Cluster, you want the Black Shadow Core? Hey, didn't I call you boss too? And I was even in the same class with you in college. Speaking of which, we're closer than them. Ji Cho, don't you think so? Only to see that, in order to have a couple of Black Shadow Core to pull their weight and protect themselves, Pair Clusters started pulling strings with Ji Cho. Well, it kind of makes sense. Ji Cho, pretending to be contemplative, stroked his chin, in his heart, but he was a bit amused by Pair Cluster's hopeful face. On the side, the evil emperor also shook his head helplessly. I thought to myself, this stupid kid, think with these weird Black Shadow people awesome, but do not know that this is people used to spy on you. The evil emperor, in the end, skimmed his head, stating that he had no eyes to see, and the seasonal fall, thinking that there was nothing for Pair Cluster to monitor now. What's more, in the future, the Black Shadow Core beside the evil emperor could also indirectly observe Pair Cluster's every move. So, the Black Shadow Core, let's dispense with it. However, Pair Cluster, allows him to sign over a bit of good stuff and continue to get signing rewards from it in the long run later on as well. Well, it's possible to give something that allows it to defend itself. After all, the unlucky Pair Cluster is never short of dangerous people and things around him. Forget the Black Shadow Core. Here's something else for you. Seasonal fall. After the decision, suddenly, a ripple rose from the shadow at its feet. Looking at the scene, the evil emperor, Pair Cluster, Liang Bend, Wang Meng, and the others couldn't help but give sideways glances for a while. There really is weirdness everywhere on Jichu. Who the hell is he? Or, isn't it human? End up STH. However, he saw a black long sword with a scabbard that fell into Jicho's hands. Immediately thereafter, Jicho threw it at the cluster of pears in front of him. Pair Cluster. His hands subconsciously caught the thrown black long sword in both hands. This, Pair Clusters, a bit of a disappointment, wanted to refuse, but was afraid of offending Jicho. After all, people have thrown it at him. From now on, do what he tells you. At that moment, Jicho, looking at the sword in Pear Cluster's hand, spoke out. Ha, Pear Cluster, with a face of uncertainty, looked at Ji Cho. At whose behest? Are you talking to me? Pear Cluster, flabbergasted, asked Jichu. To this, innocent, remember what I said and you can continue with your plans. In a few days, I can still go to the desert to look for you. Ji Cho, on the other hand, glanced at the evil emperor. Then, as for you, just come with me. Ji Cho, looking towards Liang Beng who hadn't said anything. Ha, me? Liang Beng, a little incredulously, pointed at himself. You mean me? Well, follow me. Ji Cho, after saying these words, directly opened the door of the rooms and walked out. Period. Shoo 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 shoo. Aside from the 10, Black Shadow Corps, behind the evil emperor, all the others merged into Ji Cho's shadow and left together. Oh, Liang bent, still looking a bit unresponsive. Still, he lifted his feet and followed, although Ji Cho had acted extremely weird and unpredictable from start to finish. But Liang Beng always felt such a handsome little brother. Definitely not a bad guy. During watching Ji Cho and Liang Beng leave one after another, the evil emperor didn't make a sound, and even more so, he didn't dare to open his mouth to stop or anything. Evil emperor, just kidding. Ji Cho, this kid is too weird to be human. Leave early you, petty. At this time, but saw, on the side, Pear Cluster threw down the black longsword in his hand that Ji Cho had just given him, and then skimmed his lips. It's true that what Pear Cluster wants is the Black Shadow Corps. Instead, Ji Cho only gave him a long sword. Although it was also quite cool, Pear Cluster felt that it was nothing compared to the 10 Black Shadow Corps following behind the evil emperor. Chapter 11, fainted Liang Beng. Seeing Ji Cho leave, Wang Meng, Cannonball, and the others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Nima, this Ji Cho guy is really too mysterious and weird. The feeling of oppression is really inexplicably strong. Period. Ha, on the side, seeing the way Pear Cluster threw down his longsword, the evil emperor, however, could not help but be amused. Don't underestimate this sword, I feel. There's nothing simple about what he gave. Evil emperor, it feels like just now, Ji Cho's words before she left. From now on, you do what he tells you. The words, it seemed, were not addressed to Pear Cluster, because it sounds like something is wrong somewhere. But, at that time, Ji Cho again did look at Pear Cluster and saying, you want it? Why don't we swap? I'll trade this sword for those black shadow people behind you. Well, Pear Cluster, however, re-picked up the black longsword that was sheathed on the couch and handed it to the evil emperor. Seeing this, the evil emperor smiled faintly as he passed by, also preparing to receive the long sword to see what was so special about it. After all, it was like he himself said at this point, what could be ordinary goods sent out by someone as creepy as Ji Cho? There must be something unusual about this longsword. Estimatedly, it was a divine weapon that was worth no less than the black gold ancient blade. It's just that this little brat, Pear Cluster, doesn't know what he's talking about. Okay, I'll take a look for you. Saying that, the evil emperor then reached out to take the long sword in Pear Cluster's hand. However, just then, an incredible scene happened. Swish, clang dash, in Pear Cluster's hand, only a scabbard remained. That long sword, it actually unsheathed itself all of a sudden. In an instant, it was even more of a sharp blade straight to the throat of the evil emperor who came forward. In an instant, there was a clang sound of the sword. Wah! At the scene, Pear Cluster, Wang Meng, Cannonball, and the others were shocked out loud one by one. Li Tu was even so frightened that he dropped the scabbard in his hand and stepped back in shock. And the evil emperor, the throat was only half an inch short of the tip of the sharp blade that would have pierced his throat. The long sword, at this moment, even flew in midair by itself, with the end of the sword pointing straight at his throat. In the nick of time, the evil emperor's entire body came to a violent halt, not daring to take even half a step forward. Boss. On the side, Wang Meng, Kansei, and the rest of the crowd reacted with urgency. Ward sent. What the hell is going on with today? How come it's some demonic thing? A sword that actually came to life on its own? Stay back, all of you. At the critical moment, the evil emperor hurriedly spoke out, stopping Wang Meng and Kanko, who were trying to come forward. The evil emperor, himself, had a pair of eyes gazing intently at the long sword with a black hilt hovering in front of him, pointing straight at his throat. I was not wrong. That kid, Ji Cho, really didn't give anything simple. The evil emperor, at this moment, in his heart, was inexplicably nervous and in awe. Unbelievable. Boss, it's that time of the day and you still care about that. On the side, Wang Meng and Cannonball and the others were convinced. In response, the evil emperor was unperturbed and looked towards the panicked Pear Cluster. Pear Cluster, the sword is now at your command, and you may return it to its scabbard. Just now, when Ji Cho left, the words he said were addressed to it. The evil emperor figured it out. But, Pear Cluster, still with a look of disbelief, looked at the longsword that was flying in midair and pointing at the evil emperor's throat. Pear Cluster-san's worldview had completely collapsed. The sword comes to life? Pear Cluster. In the end, it was the evil emperor who gently drank again, causing Pear Cluster to come back to his senses. Then, Pear Cluster took a deep breath. With that, picking up the scabbard on the floor, again, a little less confidently, he called out to the longsword in midair, "Come back, you come back." In response, the longsword with a black hilt slowly floated upwards, coming before the evil emperor's eyes. Parallel, he locked eyes with the evil emperor. A few moments later, swish, clank, it snapped back and instantly flew back and sheathed itself automatically. The somewhat large force of inertia almost caused Pear Cluster to fail to grip the scabbard. What kind of sword is this? Pear Cluster, with an unbelievable gaze, looked at the longsword that had become peaceful and quiet in his hand. Phew! On the other side, the evil emperor couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, seeing that the evil emperor was fine. Wang Mang, Cannonball, and the others were also relieved. Then, on the other hand, he saw the evil emperor look at Pear Cluster, who was holding a sheathed longsword, and replied, "This should be a legendary, living spirit sword. I also don't know how Ji Chio got this legendary thing. It was even given to you. I'm also impressed." The evil emperor, he really had to be unconvinced about Ji Chio as well. "Originally, I thought that this longsword might be the same weapon as the ancient black and gold sword. Now, black gold ancient blade, no, 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 no." And what Jishio gave was actually what he had just earned by signing in amongst this room. From another martial arts fantasy world, Excalibur, because a total of 5 handles were obtained by signing in. Jichio was also generous, directly giving Pear Cluster a handle, so that it possessed 1 more point of self-protection ability. Jichio, after all, Pear Cluster students are one of the super tool people we can sign in for a long time. That is, the fish in the fish pond can be protected properly. Spirit sword? I'm going, really? At that moment, upon hearing the evil emperor's words, Pear Cluster, with a face of surprise, looked at the longsword in his hand. In an instant, the dislike from earlier had completely disappeared. "Ha, how about it? Still trading? Why don't I take 2 black shadow men and trade you for this sword?" The evil emperor, looking at Pear Cluster, who had a happy face at this time, smiled and joked. No, 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 no change. This sword, it's quite good." Pear Cluster directly covered the longsword in his hand into his arms, as if the person who just disliked the longsword and said that Jichio was stingy was not him. Pear Cluster, "Humph." The evil emperor shook his head and lost his smile. At the same time, the evil emperor glanced at the 10 Black Shadow Corps behind him. Nima, Jichio had just said that they stayed behind to protect him innocent, but as a result, just now, he was almost killed by the divine sword. This one of them actually did not move, to the ing blind as regardless. This nigga said he was here to protect him? Who the hell believes it? The other side, Jichio, who was being infinitely spat upon by the evil emperor's mind. At this very moment, it's taking the elevator and going down the stairs. During that time, Liang Bend, too, followed him. Where are you going to go when you ask me to follow you? In the elevator between the two, Liang Bend, a little nervous, glanced at Jichio, who was beside him with very white skin and wickedly handsome features. In response, Jichu, turning her head to look at her. Then, suddenly, he asked a question that made Liang Bend almost have a small brain atrophy. "May I suck your blood?" "Ha?" Liang bent, his eyes dumbfounded. What did he say? Blood? Sure it's not something else? No, what the hell is blood-sucking? You think you're a vampire? Like this. Next, roar. With a low roar, Jichio revealed 2 sharp teeth and a pair of white pupils. Seeing this, Liang Bend first jerked his pupils. Immediately after, naughty. Finally, both eyes rolled back. Fainting. Chapter 12, Shinshon, Wang Xiaoyuan. In the elevator, looking at Liang Bend, who was stunned by her own, Jichio couldn't help but guffaw, but because of the 2 zombie teeth protruding from his mouth, how did this smile look so bizarre and eerie? At the same time, feeling something, Jichio, who was in the elevator, glanced at the direction of the building above the elevator at this time. It was indeed the same direction that the evil emperor, Pear Cluster and the others were in just now, because it's a heart-to-heart with Excalibur. So, when the divine sword in Pear Cluster's hand upstairs moved differently, Jichio sensed some of it in the elevator. Unable to help himself, he once again passed with a light smile on his face. following which, looking toward Liang Bend, who had fainted, yet also at that moment, ding, the elevator is on the first floor. In response, moments before the elevator doors were about to open, Shu Hu, when Ji Chio's mind moved, a black shadow core immediately emerged from his shadow and quickly pulled the fainted Liang Bend into the shadow space. And then almost the next instant, the elevator doors opened. Outside stood a man, a woman and a young child, holding hands with what must have been a family of 3. Ji Chio's zombie teeth, too, were withdrawn at some point. Meanwhile, with a faint glance at the family of 3 outside, Ji Chio then went straight out of the elevator and left. Wow, I can't believe how good looking he is. The mother of the family of 3, in the back, seemed to be unable to stop herself from admiring Ji Chio's handsome face. What's there to look at? Probably plastic surgery. How can a normal person look that good? The father among the 3 members of the family was a bit sour. However, he was really right. Ji Chio just wasn't normal. For her part, Ji Chio was no longer concerned. It's just a pity that I want to suck blood bean bending, to see if I can devour that so-called In Chi luck or something. Disturbed. Then wait a little longer. Anyway, she's inside the shadow space of the black shadow core. She can't run away. Take it any time. Ji Chio, after stepping out of the elevator, was also very quick to feel that it didn't matter. It didn't matter. But having just stepped out of the building, Ji Chio, who had already turned into a 5th-generation white-eyes Discordian zombie, with his powerful perception, immediately sensed it. To the left of that, parked across the street in the direction of several minivans, there was the gaze of an unknown person that suddenly fastened on him. Ji Chio. Who is it? Ji Chio secretly couldn't help but speculate in his mind. However, in order not to frighten the snakes, Ji Chio tried not to look at the place where the gaze came from. With a natural look, he walked inside a small alleyway next to him. In response, on the opposite corner of the street, a woman and 3 men are catatonic at this very moment. 4 people, as if they were watching the building where Innocent was. Among them, the female. If Pear Cluster had seen it, he would have recognized, and shouted a word. Joan Shen. That's right, the person who was monitoring the evil emperor's building at this moment was none other than Pear Cluster's hairdresser, Shen Qiong, or Wang Xiaoyuan. Why is he here? Shen Qiong, just now, did see Ji Chio come out of the building where the evil emperor was. At this point, it's not a little puzzling. What's wrong? That little white boy, is he one of Innocence? Beside him, a man from the same family. At this time, after seeing Shen Xiong's abnormality, he couldn't help but ask out loud. Upon hearing this, Shen Xiong then shook her head before saying, I can't be sure, but there is information about this person and the classmates around Pear Cluster that I found earlier. His name is Ji Chio, but there seems to be something different about him. Shen Xiong was also a bit strange. Although the previous Ji Chio was also a little handsome, he wasn't as handsome as he was now. And the change in height is most noticeable. Before it was estimated to be 5'7", but now this Ji Chio, looking at it, was at least 5'8". The change is very noticeable. You mean, this is someone else's disguise? The other 2 males, at this point, also spoke up, and that's when it happened. Say what? I'm as good as fake. Okay. A voice suddenly appeared at first glance behind the 4. Startled, the 4 men immediately turned around and turned back. Then, Ji Chio, Shen Xiong, saw that the one who suddenly appeared behind his 4 was actually Ji Chio, who had just left. Like this, just now, Ji Chio was only pretending to walk into the alley across the street, as if he had left. In fact, as soon as he entered the Hudong, Ji Chio randomly found an unoccupied corner and summoned the Black Shadow Core, directly entering the shadow space, even quickly through the mobile nature of shadow space. God, unknowingly, he came behind Shen Xiong's 4 people. Plot characters detected that can sign in for a long period of time. Shen Xiong, Wang Xiaoyuan, do you sign in immediately? Only the check-in system, too, came out bubbling at the right time. Sign in. Ji Chio immediately replied in his mind. Congratulations, signing in from the plot character Shen Xiong, targeted to obtain Black Shadow Core X100. It's the Black Shadow Core again. Now, excluding the 10 that were arranged to go out to the evil emperor, Ji Chio's Black Shadow Core numbered a full 210. It's really quite a lot. However, the utility of Black Shadow Core is very good. A little more would be good. What are you doing here? At this time, Shen Xiong, looking at Ji Chio in front of him, asked out loud. The 3 men beside her, on the other hand, were already looking fierce. There's no need to nag this little white boy so much, just take it down. This kid must be related to Innocent. Together, a quick capture, lest we attract attention. Saying that, the 3 males, then, planned to quickly grab Ji Chio together. In response, Shen Xiong hesitated for a moment but did not stop. However, The next moment, Shinxiang saw a scene that he would never forget in this life. Swish and shove. The shadows of those three fellow family members suddenly and incredibly came to life, and then in an instant pulled them inside the shadows at the same time. In this way, the three of them seemed to be swallowed up by the darkness in an instant and disappeared into thin air. This scene, so shocked that even Shinxiang, who had lived for half a century, could not help but cover her mouth and back away in surprise. Clang! At the time of her panic, a divine sword that had already been sheathed incredibly flew in the air, with the end of the sword pointing straight at Shinxiang's throat. This scene was practically identical to what the evil emperor had just encountered upstairs. This, Shinxiang, shocked, with an expression of disbelief, he looked at the long sword flying in midair and pointing at his throat. Instantly, while Shinxiang was shocked and afraid, she also did not dare to move for the time being, because it feels like if you do anything rash, this incredible longsword that could fly in the middle of the air might just give her a straight shot. You, who the hell are you? Being pointed at by the divine sword, Shinxiang stood and dared not move. A pair of beautiful eyes, on the other hand, looked at Ji Cho, who was so handsome that he could be called evil, in front of them in astonishment. Everything that had just happened was too unbelievable and bizarre, and Shinxiang's heart and the thoughts in her head were extremely confused at this moment. Ha ha! At this time, Ji Cho, with a light smile on his face, looked at the little beauty who didn't dare to move. Chapter 13, Send to the Desert. You, what do you want? Looking at Ji Cho, who was looking at himself with an evil smile despite being very handsome, Shinxiang was extremely uneasy in her heart. If it weren't for a long sword that could fly up and down a person's throat on its own, Shinxiang directly turned his head and fled without hesitation. Only, the divine sword, indeed, was pointing directly at her white and delicate throat at close range. But whenever she made a move, no one could guarantee what would happen to Excalibur. Therefore, even if his heart was very uneasy, Shinxiang did not dare to make any movements, not to mention any escape, moving a finger. Shinxiang had to think about it at the moment, and hearing Shinxiang's question, "Who am I?" You should know, right? After all, you've been spying on Pear Cluster for so long, would you not have checked the information profiles of the college friends around him? Ji Cho, on the other hand, wrapped his hands around his body and faintly returned. At the same time, then again, I actually know you. It's just, I don't know if I should call you Shinxiang or Wang Xiaoyuan, only to see a pair of sword eyebrows and starry eyes gazing at Shinxiang in front of him. Ji Cho, cold out. Upon hearing this, even though it was expected, Shinxiang couldn't help but feel surprised to see that Ji Cho actually did know his true identity. You, how do you know so much? Did Innocent tell you that? Ji Cho, however, shook his head. Nothing more was answered positively. At that moment, it seemed as if someone was passing by and their footsteps were getting closer and closer. Next, don't move, Ji Cho, glancing at Shinxiang, warned. Then, under Shinxiang's gaze that was still a bit puzzled the last second, suddenly, she then realized, her own shadow actually came to life as well as humanoid ink, wrapping her up a little bit faster. Shoo-hoo! Soon, just like the three men just now, Shinxiang was also pulled into the shadow space. Only Ji Cho was left alone at the scene. Then, after waiting for a few passers-by to walk by, Ji Cho also moved his mind, allowing the black shadow core to pull him into the shadow space as well. With that, in the midst of the shadows, it began to move quickly, and among the shadow spaces, the three newest men who came in just now, and Shinxiang, who came in after them. At this moment, they were all surrounded by more than 200 Black Shadow Core Ninja Core in the shadow space. It was then that the four realized what the thing that had just emerged from their shadows was. Looks like it's these creepy, red-eyed, black-clad people. What the hell is all this? And this place is dark. And what is it? Until the four saw Ji Cho enter this dark space as well. Swish! As soon as Ji Cho arrived, more than 200 Black Shadow Core immediately bowed and saluted him in unison. After that, Shinxiang and the three male Wang family members, the four of them together saw another even more unbelievable scene. They began a constant and rapid travel through the streets and houses in the middle of this dark space, until, that is, the view of the outside world comes to the middle of a small rented house. Shoo-hoo-hoo! The four of them, together with Ji Cho, came out from inside the shadow space. Here, a rental house that came with the identity that the system arranged for Ji Cho. For a few days after crossing over, Ji Cho had been living inside this tiny rental house. Just didn't realize. Gee whiz, I didn't think I'd have 4 guests at once today in my usually cold and quiet little rental house. Ji Cho, smiling, looked at the 4, and following along with them, not only the 4 of them, Ji Cho and Shinxiang, but also the 8 Black Shadow Core. At this moment, there were 2 Black Shadow Core each, controlling Shinxiang's 4 people. What the hell do you want? Among the 4 people who were under the deadly control of the Black Shadow Core, there was a man who couldn't help but look up at Ji-cho at first. During this time, Shin-seong and the other two also looked at the overly handsome-looking Ji-cho in front of them. To this, other than her, you three, you don't seem to have much use for me. Ji-cho, however, stroked his chin in a considering manner. At this moment, Ji-cho gave others the feeling that it was useless to kill. You, what do you want? At that moment, even the Wang family couldn't help but be a little nervous at this point. After all, they are human beings, which are really not afraid of death at all. As the saying goes, better dead than alive. In response, show me submission and do as I command from now on. Willingly, Ji-cho fatally glanced at Shin-seong as well as the three men, especially the three men. Shin-seong, useful, got to keep control around, but they, if not willing to kneel, then, sure enough, during this time, Shin-seong's eyes flickered, not knowing what to think, but the other three males had a dead pig in a poke look. Not a word. Seeing this, Ji-cho also lost interest, sent together to the desert, to live or die, depending on their own lives, only to see that Ji-cho, with a bit of disgust on his face, waved his hand at the black shadow core. At once, shoo, the three males, through and through, were redrawn into shadow space by the 6 black shadow core together. Then, it really started traveling in the direction of some desert, fast. During that time, they didn't even have a chance to react or speak. Seeing this scene, Shin-seong, who was the only one left on the side, couldn't help but be shocked and afraid in his heart. It was so weird and unbelievable. This fall, who the hell is that? Why did he have these dark shadow people who were considered demons and monsters at his side and in his service? Before that, within the information she had found out, she hadn't said that Ji-cho was so horribly weird. What about you? Going to the desert too? Or would you rather go to the deep Arctic, the deep South Pole? How about Volcano Center? What do you think? Only to see that Ji-cho crouched down and looked at Shin-seong, who was controlled by the 2 black shadow core, with a smiling face, and to look at his incredibly handsome face, and then to hear him say those words. Shin-seong truly felt, this should be the legendary Devil's Smile? I don't even want to go. Shin-seong, voice slightly trembling out. Although as a member of the Wang family, Shin-seong possessed some stances and skills. However, having their hands twisted and so controlled by 2 regiments of dark shadows, Shin-seong seemed like a little lamb without any fighting ability, waiting to be slaughtered. Then from now on, follow me around and don't go anywhere without my order, okay? Ji-cho, still with that smiling face, said to the frightened and fearful Shin-seong. Credit Shin-seong, with a pair of large eyes, couldn't help but glance at the handsome and evil Ji-cho in front of her. After about 5 or 6 seconds of silence, she nodded anyway, and just for a moment she nodded her head. Shoo, the 2 black shadow core that had originally controlled her instantly transformed into 2 lumps of ink and merged into Shin-seong's shadow. Chapter 14 Shin. It's watching the original control of their black shadow cores turned into ink, and finally even magically into their own shadow, disappeared. Seeing this scene, Shin-seong was astonished. It's too late to even breathe a sigh of relief that you're free. She then began to be a little afraid and fearful of her own shadow now, for witnessing something strange and eerie go into one's shadow. Don't be afraid. Since you're willing to follow me, then of course I'll have the black shadow core and the others protect you. Looking at Shin-seong, who was in a state of shock, Ji-cho calmly spoke out to comfort him. But, in the next second, Ji-cho, again, suddenly turned his words around. If you betray me later, when you let your guard down, such as when you sleep, cut off your head. See what I mean? Seasonal fall. As if a big, bad wolf took the word threat and carved it right into the face like almost. How could Shin-seong still not understand what he meant? Ming, understand. Shin-seong, who was a bit desperate, could only nod his head and reply. Seeing this, Ji-cho also squarely nodded in satisfaction. That said, didn't I just look a bit like a villain? Ji-cho thought in his mind. This was immediately followed by a shake of the head. Impossible. I'm so handsome and amiable looking now. How can I look like a villain? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Back to you. Ji-cho suddenly looked at Shin-seong, who was beside him with a pretty figure, beautiful face, and fair skin. Again, Ji-cho was thinking, just now, he originally wanted to suck Liang Ben's blood to test the so-called Yin-chi devouring ability. Too bad it was disturbed in the elevator. Now, seems like Shin-seong and Liang Bang are about the same. Same as an important female character in the original show. One of a kind would allow Seasonal Autumn to do a long-term check-in. Sucking the blood of Shin-seong, who was beside him at this time, should also be able to test the so-called chi devouring ability. Aha! Thinking, the next moment, looking towards Shin-seong. In response, Shin-seong, who was originally a bit afraid of Ji-cho, noticed that his gaze suddenly seemed to be. She couldn't help but take 2 steps back in the tiny rental. Seeing this, Ji-cho couldn't help but laugh. What are you afraid of? It's not like I'm preparing to eat you. Then why are you suddenly looking at me? Shin-seong, timidly asked. In the future, call me boss. Ji-cho first corrected Shinshong's name, then added, nothing, just want to ask you to do me a favor for the boss. What favor? Shinshong couldn't help but be a little curious. Anyway, Ji-cho didn't mean to kill her, but then the one who refused to let her go also placed 2 creepy black shadow people inside her shadow to keep an eye on her at all times. Shinshong, too, couldn't help but give up, struggling a bit. Do what you like, but maybe it's not completely out of the question to break the mold. If, in a flash, she could kill Ji-cho, will there just be a chance to escape? Shinshong thought, once something happens to Ji-cho, all the black shadow people must all check Ji-cho's situation first, right? That way, wouldn't she have a chance to escape? With that in mind, Shinshong asked while already looking for the best time to strike. In response, Ji-cho was unaware of her thoughts. Ji-cho, thinking, just now Liang Bang was scared by his appearance of revealing zombie teeth, and even directly fainted. Ji-cho thought, should we try to be more subtle this time, so as not to scare people to death? Though Shinshong in the original series didn't seem to be much of a coward. Well, let's just say we're going to suck her blood and see how she reacts. Well, that's it. Thinking about it, Ji-cho took 2 steps forward defenselessly. I just uttered a word. However, he saw Shinshong in front of him, suddenly pulling out a sharp dagger from behind him. Then without hesitation, he stabbed at Ji-cho's throat. But, moment of truth, a dozen pairs of black hands blocked Shinshong's, grabbed her small hand that stabbed out the dagger. Indeed, the black shadow core that lurked in her shadow, and also, the black shadow core in Ji-cho's own shadow came out a dozen or so in an instant to protect their master. At that moment, a dozen or 2 dozen black shadow core surrounded Shinshong at this moment. In response, Shinshong himself was dumbfounded. These dark shadow people, how come the movements of the protector can be so fast? Done. Shinshong, scared, glanced at Ji-cho. Sure enough, only to see that, at this moment, there was no longer a single smile on Ji-cho's face, a face of indifference, dangling, the dagger, falling to the ground. Shinshong really wanted to say, I just had cerebral palsy, do you believe it or not? But it's the words that come out of your mouth and you realize that you really have nothing to say. No way to weasel out of it. You what? Finally, after 10 seconds or so, Ji-cho revealed a cold smile, completely different from the previous smirk. This one didn't carry any hint of emotion. Damn, I actually just went and considered how you feel. Ji-cho, in his heart, cursed his own shabi just now. Then, roar, with a low, beast-like roar. The Ji-cho directly transformed into a zombie state with white pupils and 2 sharp teeth in his mouth. Seeing this scene, Shinshong had been stunned in place, and at this moment, it was as if Ji-cho had gone mad and went up, peeling back Shinshong's fair-skinned neck. The bite straight down. In chi luck plus 10. In chi luck plus 10. In chi luck plus 10. Ji-cho, swallowing greedily, until Shinshong seemed to have lost a lot of blood, and her struggles became very small. It was only then that Ji-cho Fong released her. Then, he saw that the other party had already become white in color, and his legs and feet had become weak and collapsed. A look that I can't help but see. Alas, so much for Shinshong. If Su-wan and Li Tu see this, how heartbroken will they be? Shinshong, at this moment with a pale face, aching legs and feet, and loss of blood, was still looking at Ji-cho in front of her with a very fearful look. I have to say, I do feel sorry for you. While Shinshong was looking at Ji-cho's changes at this time, his heart was already terrified. Ji-cho actually, a blood-sucking dumpling? No, not like the ordinary tamales once known. He is. Shinshong, covering her bleeding neck, looked at Ji-cho, who was in a state of zombie in front of her, with a look of supplication and a bit of pity. But, the current Ji-cho, however, no longer felt compassion for her. Directly forward, one hand choked her neck throat, lifted the pale Shinshong from the ground. Please don't kill me. Shinshong, in the palm of the powerful Ji-cho was strangled throat, want to struggle, but the hands and feet are weak. There is not much strength, can only pray. Ji-cho. Chapter 15, Luck Upgrade? After that, it's been since a little after 12 o'clock noon, until after 5 p.m. Ji-cho has been playing music and it's very loud. Someone downstairs couldn't stand the music in Ji-cho's room being too loud and came up to angrily knock on the door of Ji-cho's rented room. In response, in the sofa leisurely listening to music, Ji-cho, direct mind, immediately 7 or 8 black shadow core went out to terrorize, knocking on the door of the downstairs residence to go. The people downstairs were stunned when they saw that the door was opened by a group of red-eyed, black-clad men. Then, a couple hours, no one else came to interrupt. Ji-cho continued to relax on the couch with his eyes closed and listening to music, until a few hours have passed. Ji-cho turned off the music, then saw that Shinshong was already asleep on the bed. Yawning, Ji-cho leaned against the bed, kind of sleepy too. During, Shen Xiong glanced at Ji Chio beside him. Deep down this guy is a demon. How else could you take the form of a dumpling and be surrounded by such bizarre to the point of being unbelievable things as your own moving and flying sword in the Black Shadow Core? And, most outrageous of all, every time she couldn't sleep and was too sleepy to keep her eyes open in the midst of the musical torture she'd just been through, he would pull out a small, angular stone with a horse pattern engraved on the front. That small stone actually also possessed an ability that shocked Shen Xiong. It could actually restore the state on her. Just, every time she got too loud and sleepy from the music. He then pulled out small stones and healed her, and then proceeded to make her listen to music with him and torture her that way, as if it were an interrogation technique. Then when she was so sleepy again in the middle of loud music that her head sagged and she was so sleepy that she couldn't keep her eyes open, he brought out that magical, incredible little stone to heal her again. That's it. Shen Xiong experienced hurt and healing, heaven and hell, and I can't believe he made her listen to loud music with him for hours. I can't believe I'm torturing her with music. It's like torturing a prisoner. Devil. Slightly opening a pair of eyes that were so sleepy that they turned into panda eyes, Shen Xiong fiercely glared at Ji Chio at this moment. In response, Ji Chio glanced at her faintly. Didn't care about her verbal bravado. Back to the point. Suddenly it's a real desire to take a drag. Although the identity of this life is not learned, but Ji Chio would have in his previous life. Go, get a packet of phlegm. Ji Chio actually let this time Shen Xiong to buy cigarettes. What did you say? Shen Xiong looked at him with a "are you still human" expression. I can't believe he'd let himself, who was so sleepy he couldn't keep his eyes open at this hour, go buy him a gulp? This demon. In response, Ji Chu, don't want a bull asterisk. Giving you two choices. 1. Get me the cigarettes. 2. And then I'll let you keep going to the music. Credit STH. Shen Xiong immediately turned away from him at the edge of the bed with a scared look on her face. But in the end, too, with a pearly face, he had to compromise. Devil, shameless, bastard. Shen Xiong, while carefully getting off the couch, kept cursing Ji Chio. Ji Chio, looking at Shen Xiong who was already preparing to go out, smiled with satisfaction. You little pussy, let's see if you dare to stab me with a dagger in the future. Make you listen to very loud music that will keep you from sleeping for hours. Let's see who suffers in the end. Anyway, he's a zombie, not sleepy at all. Subsequently, looking at Shen Xiong sleepy and confused, really ready to go out to buy things, Seasonal Autumn, in due course, added, I'll only give you 10 minutes. 10 minutes without getting your stuff back. Just let you roll with the music again. Having heard what was said, Shen Xiong almost fell down in the doorway. Asshole. Demons. Shen Xiong actually possessed a long life physique and had lived for almost 100 years. He didn't expect to be bullied so much today by Ji Chio, a 20-year-old college student. Hateful. 8 minutes later, Shen Xiong still came back within time. It gave Ji Chio a comfortable draw. Ji Chio glanced at it, a sign he hadn't seen before, probably only in this world. It's quite a good smoke. And after Shen Xiong returned, immediately, he went to the restroom to take a shower. It was very uncomfortable on her body. If it wasn't for Ji Chio letting the shopping be done, she would have wanted to wash it just now. And if she could, Shen Xiong actually wanted to go back to her house to wash it. But she also knew there was no way this demon, Ji Chio, was going to let her go. The Black Shadow Core, moreover, could capture her back anytime, anywhere, outside the bathroom. After a few puffs, Ji Chu got out of bed as well. Then, with a glance at the little bedstead, which had grown old with age, Ji Chio ordered the Black Shadow Core to take it and throw it away again. After all, it's long since gotten too old. Don't. By the way, system, when I suck some blood from Shen Xiong's neck during the daytime, I have devoured some of her chi, right? Secretly communicating with the ubiquitous sign-in system in his mind, Ji Chio wanted to know what the so-called yin chi devouring ability was. What was the purpose of the so-called chi that had been devoured? To this, current value of yin chi luck possessed, 140. Check-in system. Hints. Indeed there is. Ji Chio, a joy, then couldn't help but voice the question. What's the point of this thing? And the answer from the check-in system is 4 simple words. Anything goes. Ooh. Ji Chio couldn't help but be a little surprised. Nothing? Is it really that good? Then, suddenly thinking of something, Ji Chio immediately asked again. Then can this chi upgrade me from a 5th generation zombie to a 4th generation? It is possible, but it requires 10,000 in chi values, and the host's current chi values are insufficient. It's actually really possible. Ji Chio, once again, couldn't help but feel surprised, but a value of 10,000 is a bit much. Shen Xiong, it was just about to be sucked to death by me. It only provided 100 or so in chi, and in the short term, I don't think I'll be able to get me to suck it again. 10,000 in chi luck. It doesn't seem like a goal that can be reached in a short period of time. Forget it, take your time. Anyway, there's just hope for an upgrade. Ji Chu, on the tiny couch, thought so. Click. Right at this moment, the Black Shadow Core had just returned at this moment after going to throw the furniture. At the same time, Shinxiong had also just finished showering and putting on her clothes, then opened the bathroom door from the bathroom with wet hair. There's food. Shinxiong, a little embarrassed, looked at Jichio's sly question. No, let's go out to eat. It's just as well. I'm going out to do some more errands. Jichio, letting the Black Shadow Core return to his shadow, while casually returning. Good. Shinxiong, with her gaze, glanced with great complexity at Jichio, whose face was infinitely handsome in front of her. Shinxiong himself was helpless regarding his current situation. You can't run and you basically can't run. In the face of Jichio, this guy can be called a demon like means. How can she run? Indeed, he could only really follow him first, and the rest, for the time being, let's take one step at a time. When she thought of the musical torture he had just done, Shinxiong really wanted to stab him to death, but she also knew she couldn't do it. At this moment, Shinxiong was still a bit panda-eyed and sleepy to the point of confusion as well. After that, about 20 minutes passed. A cab pulled up in front of a restaurant. Two people came down from the car, and it was none other than Jichio and Shinxiong, and the restaurant that appeared in front of the duo was called the Star and Moon Hotel. Chapter 16 in Nanfeng 100-Year-Old Mountain. In the middle of the Star and Moon Hotel, Jichio, Shinxiong, the duo had arrived and sat down inside the restaurant. Then, however, he saw Shinxiong looking a bit rattled. Do we have to come here to eat? Only to see that Shinxiong, whose face was still a bit pale and appeared as if she was a poor woman, glanced at Jichio beside her at this time and murmured in a quiet voice. In response, Jichio, who was flipping through the menu, sniffed and couldn't help but glance at this Wang family's little beauty beside him. It was also knowing why she was so rushed and unnatural. After all, the Star and Moon Hotel and the Nine Gates were very close now, especially with Centennial Hill. Even, Centurion has simply been staying temporarily at the Star and Moon Hotel, and the Wang family, which she, Shinxiong, was a member of, could be almost a dead ringer for the 9 great families. Come here. Shinxiong couldn't help but be a little bit rushed since. What? Afraid the people here are going to arrest you for being a wannabe little beauty? Jichio, all of a sudden, actually held the next Shinxiong to his lap to sit. What are you doing? Shinxiong, startled. At the same time, when she heard Jichio's words, she immediately scanned around worriedly. Shinxiong knew that there were a lot of listening slaves inside the Star and Moon Hotel. This Jichio, why does he talk so much? In response, Jichio was acting as if nothing had happened, but continued to look at the menu while doing so. Shinxiong saw that the surrounding listening slaves dressed as waitresses of the Star and Moon Hotel didn't seem to be any different. I had just put my heart down when I felt a large hand rampaging on my thigh. Jichio, Shinxiong, a pair of slender hands pressed down on Jichio's large, mischievous hand. This hotel is really blacker than a certain pickpocket. Jichio, too, did not fool around too much. After all, outside, after spitting out the price of Star Moon Restaurant's food in such a way, Fade wrapped his arm around Shinxiong's waist. No more groping. However, it still did not let Shinxiong go down, continued to hold her sitting on his lap. A gazpacho was almost $1,000 dry. That's awesome. Jichio, seemingly spitting out menus. In fact, the 5th generation Pango zombie, as super perception, has been paying attention to every move of the people around him. Very quickly, in the middle of the large lobby, while some of the scattered diners were having their meals and watching the opera on the stage, a pretty woman who seemed to be the foreman of a group of waiters left the scene. Indeed, they headed to the back of the hotel's house. It's as if he's gone to meet the owner of the restaurant. Oh, the fish is hooked. Jichio suddenly smiled. Jichio's voice this time was so small that even Shinxiong, who was on his lap and in his arms, kind of didn't hear him clearly. What? Shinxiong couldn't help but voice out a question. It felt like Jichio came here like he really had something to do. Nothing. I said that this restaurant is decorated and adorned quite well. The furniture are all top-grade mahogany. It's just that the average person probably can't afford to eat. Remember to be ready to bolt. We'll run after we finish eating later. Seasonal Autumn began to beat a sloppy-like grin. However, he really had almost no money on him at this moment. That said, the check-in system gives a lot of really nice check-in rewards. It's just that there's never a monetary sign-up bonus. Let Jichio, who was in orphan status in this world, couldn't get $3,000 out of his whole body. Have to say it's a bit of a bummer. But Jichu believed, in a moment, he would have money himself. Shinxiong, on the other hand, couldn't help but give him a blank look when she heard his nonsense-like words. Don't believe half of what this guy says, thinking, if he's really ready to eat a king's dinner in a while, the big deal is that he'll pay for it himself. As a person who had lived for more than half a century, Shin Xiong still had a little family background. Not long after STH, ordered a number of ridiculously expensive dishes and instructed the restaurant waiter to go down and prepare them. Ji Chou, who was then also holding Shin Xiong in his arms, leisurely watched the wonderful opera performed in front of the lobby. On the stage, it's just a shame that he can't read it, and although the opera is wonderful and good, Jichu doesn't know how to appreciate it. Instead, embracing a beautiful woman in his arms made Jicho a bit apoplectic, while just being inside the rental house was enough to satisfy. Can you let me sit back in my seat? Shen Xiong, on the other hand, couldn't help her pretty face from flushing a light layer of redness as her voice suddenly softly said. In response, Jicho command did not hear the same. Continued a hands around Shin Xiong's slender waist, smelling the girl's body light fragrance, especially since Shin Xiong had still just gotten out of the shower. Over the course of, some of the listening slaves next to the other guests around them were also frequently sidelong glancing at the table where the duo of Ji Chio and Shin Xiong were. It could be said, the duo of Ji Chio and Shin Xiong, who had just arrived, had already been secretly watched over by the entire Star Moon Hotel, from the moment the word Wang family came out of Ji Chio's mouth. What the hell do you want at the Star and Moon? At this time, when the dishes had not yet come up, Shin Xiong still could not help but ask Ji Chio. To this, nothing really, trying to get some money to spend. So, came to find the owner of the Star and Moon Hotel to put something out for auction. Ji Chio said faintly. At the same time, suddenly, he actually loosened Shin Xiong's waist, feeling that the pair of large hands on her waist was not tightly wrapped around her. Shin Xiong also hurriedly left Ji Chio's lap, back to his seat, even sit as far away from Ji Chio as possible, fearing that he would be embraced by the cheeky Ji Chio again in one fell swoop. Auction, what do you want to sell? After returning to his seat, Shen Xiong, again, could not help but ask with curiosity. How could Shen Xiong now no longer think of Ji Chio as an ordinary 20-year-old adult college student? Impossible. So, what would be the value of the existence of what he came up with? Subconsciously, Shin Xiong even remembered the Black Shadow Core, Excalibur, Shadow Space, Ji Chio's zombie form. As for what such a Ji Chio wanted to sell, Shin Xiong was really curious the more she thought about it. And just then, that's something we'd like to know. Only to see, Ji Chio has not yet replied to Shin Xiong at the moment. Suddenly rang a crisp female voice. Unable to help it, Ji Chio and Shin Xiong were both attracted to look towards where the sound came from. Then, he saw a pure, charming, and tall top-class imperial lady slowly walking towards the side of Ji Chio and Shin Xiong. During that time, this top imperial lady was accompanied by a tall man. Finally, the slowly walking duo was followed by a number of henchmen. The pretty listening slave foreman who had gone to ventilate just now was also among them. To this, in Nanfeng and Centennial Mountain. Finally we meet, and the pretty maitre d' who just went to informing Nanfeng and Baisuishan. I think it's sound, right? Ji Chio, displaying a hint of a smile, secretly said in his heart. Chapter 17, No More Pretending. Showdown. At this moment, the hospital where Pair Cluster had stayed before, Liang bent and ghostly awakened, only to find themselves in a hospital room. How did I end up at? Beam bent, touched his forehead, a little dazed. But, suddenly, everything that had happened during the day today hit the mind. At once, it made her sit up in shock from the top of the bed in her hospital room. What happened today? Did I dream it, or is it all true? Liang bent, a little skeptical of what he had experienced today. Pair Cluster before, innocent behind. Well, they're kind of normal, if that's what they're doing. Last seen in seasonal autumn. However, it was a complete reversal of the worldview that Liang Bang had built up over the past 20 years. Indeed, the worldview was shattered. Zombies, vampires, there are zombies. Liang Bend, recalling the final elevator, the scene of the extremely handsome Jichio showing his zombie teeth, suddenly trembled, and Liang Bend, who had originally been put into the shadow space by Jichio. Why are you in a hospital room at this very moment? In fact, it was when Jichio had just come out of Innocent in their building during the daytime, and at the same time realized that Shin Xiong's people were spying on Innocent's building. When Jichio entered inside the side alley at that time, it wasn't just to avoid the crowd and summon the Black Shadow Core for shadow movement. In fact, at that time in the Hadong, Jichio had already released the unconscious Liang Bend from inside the shadow space, and then casually put it on the side of the road. Thought she should wake up in a little while on her own. However, as an object that can be signed on for a long time, and perhaps even devour the Yin Qi, there's no way Jichio will let Liang Bang off the hook. So, in order to make it easier to find her in the future, and to avoid any bad people with bad intentions approaching while she was unconscious, Jichio was on his way out at the time. 3 black shadow core were placed inside Liang Ben's shadow. In other words, at this very moment, there had been 3 black shadow cores lurking inside Liang Ben's shadow. Only, she doesn't know it herself. The other side, Star and Moon Hotel. A couple of expensive small plates of food just came up. Ji Chio and Shin Xiong. The two of them then first heard a nice clear female voice. With that, he saw Yin Nanfeng, the current owner of Star Moon Restaurant, as well as the current president of the Nine Gates Association Centennial Hill. At the same time, its duo walked slowly while being followed by several stick boys who were not holding sticks for the time being, and the sight of Yin Nanfeng and Centurion Mountain. Detecting the long-term signalable objects, Zhang Rizan and Yin Nanfeng. Detected signalable object, sound of the voice. Plot location detected for check-in, Star and Moon Hotel. Are they all signed in? Just see, the check-in system, that's when it bubbled up. Obviously when you just came in the Star and Moon Hotel, you should have been prompted to sign in. Is this to wait for one to sign in together? Well, that's okay, and that, in fact, that was the purpose of Ji Chio deliberately saying Shin Xiong is a member of the Wang family just now. Attracted over to Centennial Hill. Then, sign in. I just didn't expect that the owner of the Star Moon restaurant in Nanfeng also came along. Originally, Ji Chio's plan was to use the Wang family's information to draw out the 100 Years Mountain. Then, with a treasure that was valuable enough to lure out Yin Nanfeng again. All signed in. Unexpectedly, all of a sudden, Yin Nanfeng, the owner of the Star and Moon restaurant, as well as Centurion Mountain, all came. Ji Chio, let's do it. The master saved the matter. Young man, would it be convenient for us to sit together? Yin Nanfeng, Bai Yushan, and Shang Shou had arrived at Ji Chio and Shin Xiong's top-quality mahogany dining table under the watchful eyes of some of the restaurant's diners. Then, it was up to the big man, Centurion, to be the first to speak out and communicate with Ji Chio. To this, if this meal is on you, Ji Chio, obviously, is a greedy and unwilling master. It is actually asking Centennial Hill to pay for him. Ha! 100 Years Mountain, sniffing, couldn't help but laugh as well. It felt like this young man, Ji Chio, was a bit interesting, although I still don't know the background of Ji Chio and why he said the word Wang family. But with this one-sentence exchange, not only did 100 Years Mountain not hate Ji Chio, but instead, he was somewhat inexplicably appreciative. Boss Ian, this meal for them is on me. In the next moment, he saw 100 Years Mountain turn back, glancing at Yin Nanfeng beside him. Even Yin Nanfeng was unconsciously lost in thought for a moment when he saw Ji Chio's handsome beauty. Hearing 100 Years Mountain's words, he conveniently reacted, then lightly nodded his white head. At the same time, he couldn't help but be surprised in his heart. He didn't think that someone could match the handsomeness of that little brother. However, she, Yin Nanfeng, was not a shallow woman, and quickly recovered her equanimity. Thanks. Seeing that 100 Years Mountain had waived the bill for him, Ji Chio also smiled with satisfaction before signaling. Several, please sit down. Thanks. Centurion Hill, too, was polite to a fault. Then, Bastard Mountain sat in the seat next to Ji Chio, and Yin Nanfeng sat in the seat next to Shin Xiong. Sonic Slow and a group of stick boys who were not holding sticks for the time being were standing behind Yin Nanfeng. See this scene. Who's that guy? I don't know. To actually have Yin Nanfeng, the owner of Star Moon Hotel, and the manager come out to entertain? Those two young people, a man and a woman, that's too much pie. The Star and Moon restaurant doesn't have a lot of people coming in for dinner in general because of the price, but it's still there. At this moment, watching Yin Nanfeng and Bai Suishan appear and go to sit down at Ji Chio's table, at once, many of the diners on the scene who had come to eat couldn't help but mutter. Even some people who don't know the rules took out their cell phones and tried to take pictures. But, I'm sorry, but the Star and Moon Hotel doesn't allow casual photography. There were waiters dressed as listening slaves who reached right out and blocked all the guests who wanted to take pictures. The guests could only smile and nod their heads. They wouldn't dare to have any opinions, because this is the Star and Moon Hotel, not some other random place. Offend the Star and Moon Hotel. How to be unlucky in the future do not know. At this moment, after seeing Bai Suishan and Yin Nanfeng sit down, the two of them, Ji Chio saw Shin Xiong by her side. She obviously became a few points more nervous. In response, Ji Chio smiled faintly. Silly girl, you're his man now. With him around, a Star and Moon Hotel plus Centennial Hill can't touch you. You guys, it's coming faster than thought. Suddenly, without waiting for 100 Years Mountain and Yin Nanfeng to speak, Ji Chio came so suddenly. When the two of them, Bastard Mountain and Yin Nanfeng, heard this, they couldn't help but slightly transform their faces, especially the 100 Years Mountain, which instantly stared at the duo of Ji Chio and Shin Xiong. Shin Xiong. Because of her nervousness, a slender jade hand couldn't help but grab the large hand of Ji Chio beside her. Indeed, I was looking for a hint of security. At the same time, she should be regretting following Ji Chio to the Star Moon Hotel, right? Just now thought that people did not hear the word Wang family. Shin Xiong now realize, one underestimates the listening slaves at the Star and Moon Hotel. Chapter 18, Ambition-Crazed Jiqiu. Are you under some misapprehension about my abilities? Shen Xiong, do you think anyone can hurt you when I'm around? Or do you think you, not one of mine? Suddenly, while the expressions of Bai Suishan and Yin Nanfeng were changing, Jiqiu at this moment but suddenly picked up Shen Xiong's white jaw with one hand and then asked her so. Shen Xiong froze and looked at Jiqiu at this time. Looking at his handsome face, Shen Xiong hadn't expected that he would actually be like this all of a sudden, so she couldn't help but be a little confused in her head. But reacting, Shen Xiong then slapped away Jiqiu's hand that was picking up her chin. Ha! Jiqiu gently laughed. Then, Lieutenant Zhang, as well as the owner of this restaurant, Yin Nanfeng and MS. Yin, let's be direct. What I said just now that slipped out of my mouth was actually a deliberate attempt to lure you all over. Besides, I would like to say, the silly girl beside me is named Shen Xiong, also known as Wang Xiaoyuan. Well, it's true that she used to be a member of the Wang family, but now, she's mine, without my permission. No one can touch her. Jiqiu, with an arm around Shen Xiong's small waistline. So suddenly Showdown said, letting the 100 Years Mountain, Yin Nanfeng and the others who had heard the words, each one of them couldn't help but freeze for a moment. You, Shen Xiong, however, looked at Jiqiu, who was tightly wrapped around her waist with a protective look, with a complicated gaze. To think that magical little stone with the horse print that was constantly used inside the rental house just now, the man who healed her and tortured her at the same time, that ultimate experience of heaven and hell being on top of each other. Shen Xiong, at this moment think about it all sweaty. The man he was then, and the man who protects her now. Are they really the same person? Shen Xiong, looking dully at the handsome face of Jiqiu, who was hugging himself at the moment, can't help but get lost in thought. Voice, slowly, go and tell the customers around you that you are sorry and not doing business today. And, all guests today, all free. Yin Nanfeng, at this time, directly glanced at the sound behind him and so commanded. Obviously, what was to be said next was not appropriate for those guests to hear. In this regard, Centurion Mountain was also very much in favor of Yin Nanfeng's decision. Very quickly, see the sound of the past, drive away all the guests. In response, those guests didn't dare to complain. It just feels like a bit of a shame. It was because all of them sensed that the conversation between Jiqiu and 100 Years Mountain was not simple. It was just that the Star and Moon Hotel wanted them to leave, and they didn't dare to stop them at all. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to handle it if the stick boys on the sidelines took out their sticks. After this, are you a Wang family member too? 100 Years Old Mountain. The face no longer have a trace of a smile, a serious expression. Looking at the quarter of the autumn cannot help but ask. At those words, she saw Shen Xiong looking a little hopefully at Jiqiu, who was still holding her tiny waist, and couldn't help but think, will he be a member of her own family? In fact, but where Shen Xiong still had a little bit of sense at this time, she would have thought, if Jiqiu was a family member, wouldn't he have sent those 3 male Wang family members before him to the desert? Or, is she already making excuses and justifications for him, thinking that it was actually Jiqiu who spared them and didn't really send them out into the desert to fend for themselves at all? It has to be said that if a woman really thinks that way, that is literally fallen and hopeless. In response, Jiqiu wrapped his arms around Shen Xiong by his side, but did not notice the other party's hopeful gaze. Jiqiu, too, looked at the 100 Years Mountain, then shook his head. I'm not, at least not now. Upon hearing this, 100 Years Mountain instantly grasped the point within Jiqiu's words. Not now? What do you mean? In response, Jiqiu couldn't help but smile, knowing that if he said it, he was afraid that it would be taken as a joke. However, Jiqiu still spoke out directly as he had told the evil emperor before. Because, I'm targeting the 9 gates plus the 10th family. The Wang family. I'm not family now, but soon I will be. And it's not just the Wang family. Rather, it's the families of all 10 families, including the 9 sect. Only, Jiqiu said, slightly opening his hands. The overall state, slightly demented and crazy. In response Shen Xiong, who knew what Jiqiu was capable of and what was following him around. Shocked at the moment, he looked at his side. It was at this moment that she realized, he was so arrogant and cocky in his goals and ambitions. It is even crazy. Shen Xiong knew, it was very likely that Jiqiu was, indeed, not joking. Rather, the ambition is just that big. In response, 100 Years of Age Mountain and Yin Nanfeng and the two of them could not help but look at Jiqiu, who was looking unrealistic to the point of making people a little crazy, with a surprised face at this time. So it's a little crazy person who doesn't know what's going on. Suddenly, reacting from his surprise, Yin Nanfeng, at first, couldn't help but let out a snort. Obviously, she thought that Jiqiu, who had said those words, was simply crazy. The 100 Years Mountain, on the other hand, had a gaze filled with probing and scrutiny, staring closely at Ji Chou. Originally, the main purpose of Centurion Mountain's visit was Shin Xiong, who might be a member of the Wang family. But now, it was even more impossible for 100 Years Mountain to ignore Ji Chou, a young man who looked handsome to the point of excess, and to Yin Nanfeng's snort from lack of understanding. Ji Chou also didn't care at all because it was normal. The people of this world, other than the evil emperor who knew how weird Ji Chou was, Pair Cluster, and Shin Xiong who was by Ji Chou's side at this time, whoever else came over, neither would believe even a word of Ji Chou. Both would think he was talking nonsense and blowing smoke. To this, I totally understand if you guys don't believe what I'm saying right now, but still, please believe me, because you will soon see the day when everything I just said turns into reality. Ji Chou, looking straight at Yin Nanfeng, so out loud, and, having finished, without waiting for Yin Nanfeng to answer, Ji Chou looked at Centennial Mountain again. Innocent's plan, I know, but I told him he didn't have to go too far, especially if it's not broken or something. It's not needed, because, very soon, I will start with Qi, Li, Hua, Chen of the Nine Sect, and so on, one by one, to take care of each and every one of her current family members. And finally, then you Star and Moon Hotel, and you Zhang Rishang, just see, seasonal autumn, saying things that were more scary than not. Centennial Hill is in okay shape. Yin Nanfeng, however, had already had a frosty face. I've lived for more than 20 years, and today is the first time I've heard someone dared to get in my face and say they wanted my Star and Moon Hotel. There is always a first time for everything. Ji Chou, full of concern, reached out to raise the chopsticks. Food tasting said, well, it tastes good, but I feel it's still too expensive and dark. Ji Chou, chewing a piece of fried meat slowly in his mouth, then commented so. On the side, Shin Xiong is about to cry. Damn, this time you still have the mood to eat vegetables? It's almost a Hongmen banquet over here. And Yin Nanfeng simply stopped holding back the next second. Chapter 19, Black Shadow Core. He is in? Stick boy. In the end, Ji Chou's arrogance made Yin Nanfeng completely unable to hold back. A raspy gulp. Immediately, boss, times N. Upstairs and downstairs, a bunch of stick figures popped up, very quickly. Then one by one, armed with sticks, came to the table in front of the table to surround Ji Chou and Shin Xiong. Seeing this scene, 100 Years Mountain opened his mouth slightly, and finally chose not to speak first. Anyway, take down Ji Chou, a handsome kid who looks a little crazy, and Shin Xiong or Wang Xiaoyuan. Taking down the duo is pretty good no matter what. Woofers, anyone in the Nine Gates should not be spared when they see it. The same goes for Centennial Hill. Even Centurion suspects, it is very likely that Ji Chou is also a Wang family member. It's just that at this moment Ji Chou won't admit it. But Centennial Hill has its own doubts. That is, why did Ji Chou throw himself into the net? Well, anyway, let's arrest them first. For the rest, there's plenty of opportunity for cross-examination when you're caught. Take that. At this time, Yin Nanfeng, a pair of foxy eyes, ended up coldly glancing at Ji Chou and directly ordered. Next, a group of stickmen came forward, ready to control Ji Chou. Boo! At the critical moment, but seeing that there was no need for Ji Chou to open his mouth, Shen Xiong then took matters into his own hands and kicked a stick boy who was about to grab Ji Chou's shoulder out. At the same time, in one swift motion, he twisted the arm of another stick boy and pinned him to the ground. It happened all of a sudden. It was barely 3 or 4 seconds of work. For a moment, the multiple stick figures around the room couldn't help but be subdued. Not bad for a member of the Wang family. A little girl with a soft and pretty appearance has such a body. It seems there's no need to ask more questions. You are the Wang family. Centennial Hill. Looking at the agile Shin Xiong, Wang Xiaoyuan marvels in admiration and becomes more certain of the other's identity. Yin Nanfeng, looking unhappy, and at the moment, Ji Chou also took an unexpected look at Shin Xiong who had struck out. Thinking about how she seemed to be acting in a protective manner just now, Ji Chou couldn't help but think in his heart, this chick, it's not Stockholm, is it? But so soon? Ji Chou, where are your Black Shadow people? Quickly make them come out and help us escape. At this time, Shen Xiong, however, didn't even think about that much, controlling a stick boy to deter the other stick boys at the same time. Shen Xiong, out loud, said to Ji Chou. She knew how weird and powerful the Black Shadow people, Black Shadow Core, were. So thinking, once the Dark Shadow Core come out, even if they utilize that incredible evil magic of going into the shadows, both she and he will be able to escape without any problems, right? To this, run? What do you take me for? The Star and Moon Hotel? Yin Nanfeng, with a condescending sneer, then gently waved his hand once again. More stick boys rushed out from inside the back of the mansion. Then there were about 30 to 40 stickmen, surrounding the two of them, Ji Chou and Shin Xiong. At this moment, all of a sudden, the atmosphere was completely frozen in general. Nanfeng also smiled faintly in a self-satisfied manner, conscious that it would be difficult for Ji Qiu and Shen Xiong to escape with their wings. Shen Xiong, too, was feeling bad with a slight frown on her willow brows. And until this moment, Nanfeng, are you thinking that the 200 and 400 million incident will happen again? Ji Qiu finally spoke out again. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, he caused the 100 Years Mountain to stifle a laugh. That's the pot calling the kettle black. Doesn't this poke Nanfeng's displeasure? As expected, Nanfeng's expression felt a bit annoyed all of a sudden. Take him down at once. Nanfeng, holding back the huffing in his heart, spoke out. Yes, the crowd of stick boys, no longer hesitating, rushed up together. Shocked, Shen Xiong couldn't help but let go of the stickman he had initially controlled, and couldn't help but take 2 sharp steps back, but just for the time being. Boom 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 boom. The stick boys who rushed to the front, in the blink of an eye, all flew out backwards in succession. Indeed, Ji Qiu suddenly struck out, with incredible speed. One person, one kick, through and through. The kicks flew back. Just kidding. When 5 generations of white-eyed panga zombie, is eating a dry rice? Just now, if Shen Xiong hadn't been nosy, that stick boy who tried to grab his shoulder, the arm was broken a long time ago. When has he, Ji Qiu, been a good match? How can? Looking at the 7 or 8 stick figures that flew backward, Nanfeng was all of a sudden in the wind. 100 Years Old Mountain, also in a flash. His gaze changed, and he even got up violently from his chair at once. Just now, when Shen Xiong had struck out, 100 Years Mountain hadn't even been this nervous. Indeed, the speed of Ji Qiu's kick just now, Centennial Hill can only see a little bit of the track. And, all at once, he kicked off 7 or 8 stick boys back. Obviously, Ji Qiu had far surpassed ordinary people in both strength and speed. Even, the 100 Years Mountain felt, the battle power of the Ji Qiu in front of him might not be inferior to his own. Unbelievable. The young man in front of him looked young and actually possessed such force. And what Centennial Hill doesn't know is this. Just now these hits. Seasonal Fall has let go of the sea. Otherwise, if Ji Qiu's kick force was slightly heavier, it would be simple to directly kick these stick boys to death. You know, Ji Qiu is now an optimized version of a 5th-generation panga zombie. And even after collecting his strength and letting go of the sea, Ji Qiu's instantaneous kick still sent 7 or 8 stickmen flying backwards after. On the ground, 2 agonized to get up, and the seasonal fall. He put his arm around Shen Xiong, who was also looking surprised, and then looked at Nanfeng in front of him. Nanfeng, I'll give you 2 choices. 1, give me 10 million RMB as compensation, and I'll let this matter go for now. In this way, I'll follow the original plan. After taking care of the 10 great families, I'll finally come back to collect your Star Moon Hotel. On the contrary, I can, right now, make your Star and Moon Hotel change ownership. Do you believe it or not? Ji Qiu, a big hand around Shen Xiong, the tip of the nose sniffing the light fragrance coming from Shen Xiong near the side of the body, and then so evil smile said. To this, rampant, Nanfeng couldn't help but shout angrily, simply deceptive. Saying that, Nanfeng looked at the 100 Years Mountain beside him. Old thing, you've been freeloading at my Star Moon Hotel for so long, and now at a time like this, you're just going to watch, aren't you? And seeing this scene, Ji Qiu then knew Nanfeng's choice. It seems that you very foolishly chose the second option. That's good. Black Shadow Core. Where? Ji Qiu, out of nowhere, suddenly bellowed, having heard what was said. Shen Xiong, when first subconsciously showed a relieved and at the same time inexplicably a bit expectant expression. Sure enough, the next second, that is, shoo 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 shoo, a massive something as black and bizarre as ink began to continuously emerge from the dark corners of the entire Star and Moon Hotel. Finally, one by one, they converged into a single dark shadowed figure. The number is even a staggering 200, but luckily the Star and Moon Hotel is big enough to stand up to a few hundred more. But, at this moment, Nanfeng, 100 Years of Age Mountain, and the others, had in turn been surrounded by more than 200 Black Shadow Core. These are, Nanfeng, with an unbelievable expression, looked at these Black Shadow Core that appeared out of thin air from the shadows of the gloomy corners. 100 Years Old Mountain, living for 100 years. At this time, he also couldn't help but show a stunned look in his eyes. Chapter 20 Taking Control, Star and Moon Hotel. At this moment, the entire Star and Moon Hotel was almost full of Black Shadow Core figures, the regiment of over 200 black shadows, dressed in black with scarlet pupils, surrounding Nanfeng, 100 Years of Age Mountain, and the rest of the crowd from the Star Moon Hotel at this time. In an instant, the situation changed dramatically. Just now, the ones who surrounded the others were her people from the Star and Moon Hotel. Who would have thought? So quickly, the offense and defense changed shape. Looking at all those creepy black shadow people, Star and Moon Hotel stick boy, listening to the slaves, one by one cannot help but all face a look of uncertainty. Mainly the way the Black Shadow Core appeared just now was too unbelievable and bizarre. It seemed as if demons and ghosts were actually emerging from inside the shadows of the corners. Are you a ghost or a human being? Old thing. These, just what kind of demons and devils are they? Yin Nanfeng, at this moment, was also a bit flustered looking at the 100 Years Mountain beside him. However, he saw that the 100 Years Mountain at this time was also in a state of shock and disbelief. At once, Yin Nanfeng knew, even Zhang Risheng, who had lived for 100 years, didn't know what these weird black shadow people were. It was also true that it was as Yin Nanfeng thought. Before this, it was of course impossible for 100 Years Mountain to know about the existence of the Black Shadow Cores. Never even heard of it. Ah! Suddenly, Yin Nanfeng exclaimed, when Centurion Mountain, Listening Slave, Stick Boy, and the other people from Star and Moon Hotel looked at them. They actually saw that there were two black shadow people who didn't know when. Has control of Yin Nanfeng. The bitterless that resembled a short sword was held above Yin Nanfeng's slender, delicate neck by the two black shadow core. Seeing this scene, 100 Years Mountain couldn't help but cry out in his heart. Not good. And Yin Nanfeng, who was controlled and startled by the two black shadow core that appeared out of nowhere, reacted. Old thing, watch out for these monsters that I don't know if they're human or ghosts. They can come out of the shadows. Yun Nam Feng, reminding Centennial Hill. It was true that she had just been controlled by the two black shadow core that had strangely emerged from her own shadow. This incredible to the point of being bizarre ability. Yin Nanfeng was also overwhelmed with disbelief as well as filled with a feeling of horror at this moment. Think about it. These dark shadow people, if you're asleep when taking the short sword, bittersweet, they are holding at the moment. Give your throat a hard time. Thinking, Yin Nanfeng felt a deep pang of horror and fear in his heart. A pair of fox-like eyes that were naturally filled with a fawning intent also couldn't help but glance at Jiqiu in shock. Unexpectedly, she had just been looked down upon by a boy who was just a little bit more handsome. To actually have such a fearsome group of dark shadows in his service. That one family member named Shinxion just called him Jiqiu, right? Season fall. Yin Nanfeng, at this moment when he was being held by two black shadow core with a bitmap on his white neck, his eyes looked deeply at Jiqiu in front of him. It was as if he wanted to memorize him fiercely. This was a huge mistake and lesson learned. Yin Nanfeng will definitely remember today. Clang clang clang. Suddenly, while Yin Nanfeng was trying to remember Jiqiu, for air-breaking sounds suddenly rose. Then the crowd looked. Imo, the four black-hilted, divine swords, surrounded the 100 Years Mountain in unison at this moment. They were each airborne in mid-air, automatically flying in the air, in an all-encompassing posture of front and back, left and right, encircling the 100 Years Mountain at this moment. Indeed, Jiqiu had released the divine sword as well, and as soon as it was released it was directly all four Excalibur swords coming out in unison. At the same time, it was also because just now, it seemed like 100 Years Mountain was ready to make a move and go up to rescue Yin Nanfeng. Jiqiu, with a thought, the four Excalibur swords came out in unison. All of a sudden, they were allowed to surround the 100-year-old mountain that wanted to strike in a up and down, left and right formation, in a 360-degree all-around way. In a flash, between the shock and dismay as well as the incredulity, 100 Years Mountain for a moment, he did not dare to act rashly. No kidding, when Excalibur was in the peacock plume world, even martial arts masters who possessed internal martial arts were able to manage a single sword kill, not to mention Zhang Risheng, who possessed some basic punching and kicking skills in the district. Furthermore, there is not one Excalibur here, but four. No exaggeration. Centennial Mountain at this moment as long as really dare to act rashly. Within seconds, the four divine swords would show him why the flowers were so red. What's that again? Looking at the four divine swords that had come alive with long swords that could not only move on their own, but could even fly in mid-air. Yin Nanfeng was once again shocked. On the scene, a group of Star and Moon Hotel's listening slaves and stickmen, including Sounding Slow, were all confused at this time. 100 Years Mountain also looked at the four divine swords surrounding him with a skeptical expression. He wondered if what he was seeing at this very moment was a hallucination. Centurion Mountain thought, did he, unintentionally, fall under an illusion? It's so unreal, but so real. It really does feel real as if you are caught between reality and fantasy. Let the moment of the 100-year-old mountain for a moment, but also really a little dare not act rashly obediently stood in place. But it has to be said, closely watched by the four Excalibur swords, looking at the blades of the four divine swords that flickered with cold light, 100 Years Mountain couldn't help but feel full of deadly threats. And after that, the entire Star and Moon Hotel. Basically, You can say that it has fallen under the control of Ji Chio. After all, the bossy Nanfeng was all controlled in Ji Chio's hands at this moment. The 100 Years Mountain is also at this time completely afraid to act rashly. Those listening slaves, stick boys and whatnot were even being watched by more than 200 Black Shadow Corps. But if any of the ungrateful ones tried to make a move, the Black Shadow Corps could instantly do it before they made a stupid mistake. Restrain them through the weird and inexplicable ability to go into their shadows and come out again instantly. In this way, isn't the entire Star and Moon Hotel still under control? At this time, Shen Qiong, who had originally been relieved to see the surging appearance of the Black Shadow Corps and their rapid control of the entire scene. Seeing the scene of the 4 divine swords coming out in unison, all of a sudden, she couldn't help but look at the handsome Ji Chio beside her in surprise as well. That kind of sword, you actually have 4 handles. Before, when they first met, Shin Xiong had also had a divine sword held against his throat. Shin Xiong at the time was equally shocked and incredulous, and at this time the same as the 100-year-old mountain, completely dare not act rashly. At that time, just a divine sword had already made Shin Xiong she didn't dare to move. At this point in time, Ji Chio actually released 4 of them. This kind of weird and unpredictable, sentient divine sword, he actually had 4 of them? To this, actually, there were originally 5, and 1 was given to Pair Cluster by me. Ji Chio meaningfully glanced at Shin Xiong, who appeared to be looking at him in surprise at this moment, and upon hearing Pair Cluster's name, Shin Xiong's face changed slightly, but then quickly returned to normal. Seeing this, Ji Chio smiled, then moved closer to her white ears, sniffing the faint fragrance of her body. Remember, you're mine now. Chapter 21, Becoming the Big Boss Behind the Star and Moon Hotel. To hear the words spoken in one's ear at this very moment, feeling the faint heat of the clearly palpable, Shin Xiong cannot help but think back to just that rental house, bed that dozens of times. At that moment, Shin Xiong couldn't help the heat on her face and the weakness in her body. Brain, where are the pair clusters? The next moment, Shin Xiong couldn't help but blush and turn away, not wanting to let Ji Chio see her embarrassment at this moment. But, you haven't answered my words. Ji Chio, a bit cold and just overbearing, grabbed one of Shin Xiong's delicate hands and coldly spoke out. No. Shin Xiong, with a complicated heart, glanced at the domineering Ji Chio. In the end, he just nodded meekly. Seeing this, only then did Ji Chio reach out and touch Shin Xiong's small head with satisfaction. It made the latter's heart angry and ashamed. At the same time, there was an inexplicable and special stirring in the heart, and the seasonal fall. After gently touching Shin Xiong's little head, the next second, a pair of ink-colored deep pupils gazed towards Yin Nanfeng, Bai Yushan, Sound and many other people from the Star Moon Hotel, especially Yun Nam Feng. Originally, the Star Moon Hotel wasn't considered to be within the 9 sects, or even the 10 great families, and I didn't intend to get my hands on you so quickly. But since you, Yin Nanfeng, want this for yourself, then, at this moment, I give you 2 choices, dead, and submission. Just see, as he had done to the evil emperor before, Ji Chio gave the same 2 choices of death and bow down and submit. After saying that, Ji Chio, re-sitting down the mahogany seat. In this way, faintly and coldly, he looked at Yin Nanfeng, 100 Years Mountain, Sound, and all the others. In response, hearing the words of Ji Chio, Sonic Slow and the other group of Star Moon Hotel's henchmen all looked at Yin Nanfeng in unison. After all, Yin Nanfeng was her boss, the 100 Years Mountain, still surrounded by 4 divine swords. At this moment, hearing the 2 choices that Ji Chio had given them, 100 Years Mountain also looked at the young and handsome Ji Chio at this moment with a complex expression. You, Yin Nanfeng, unwilling and furious, with a pair of big, foxy beautiful eyes, glared at Ji Chio, who had just flirted with Shin Xiong. At this moment, in the entire room, only Ji Chio was able to sit down. Everyone else, including Shin Xiong, who was the closest to Ji Chio, could only stand. Shin Xiong, on the other hand, was also a bit awestruck as she looked at Ji Chio at this moment. Didn't realize his ambition was actually really to conquer the 9 gates as well as the Star Moon Hotel. Even the woofers. Did he, Ji Chio, really want to unify the 10 great families, including the Wang family? Can you really do it? Thinking, Shin Xiong looked at the more than 200 weird and very dark shadow core in all directions, as well as those 4 magical and unpredictable divine swords. Finally, there was Ji Chio, his own incredible zombie body. Maybe he can actually do it? Joan Shin, looking at Ji Chio, in his heart, there was actually some inexplicable anticipation, looking forward to the day when he really united the 9 gates and 10 families. What a wonderful sight it will be on the day when the 9 gates, the 10 families, become one clan. Shin Xiong, really kind of want to see that day. With that in mind, Shin Xiong suddenly thought, Ji Chio, in fact, is not that annoying. Seeing Yin Nanfeng's gaze that couldn't wait to bite him to death, Ji Chio, with a cold expression. In the next moment, Jichio really intended to wave his hand and let the Black Shadow Corps give you confinement. It is a pity to kill it. After all, it's also one that you can sign up for in the long run. Even the system prompted to sign in just now, and Jichio hadn't even had time to do so yet. In addition, In Nanfeng, the chi on his body would certainly not be lower than Xinxiong. It's also a great tool that can be used to absorb Yin chakra by sucking blood and absorbing Yin chakra. It is indeed a pity to kill it. Let's lock it up. Let's put the girl in a dark room. Just for a moment, Jichio suddenly realized that shadow space that the Black Shadow Corps used to move around was simply the best place in the world to lock people up. Once inside, there was no way to be on the way out without the Dark Shadow Corps taking her out. Hey, just ask you if you're scared. And just then, wait, Jichio was just about to open his mouth when 100 Years Mountain interrupted his movements with a voice. What happens if we choose to submit? At this time, the 100 Years Mountain looked at Jichio, wondering how Jichio would treat the Star Moon Hotel if he chose to submit, especially In Nanfeng, the boss. How will the seasonal fall be organized? And the original listening slaves and stick boys in the Star and Moon Hotel, will Jichio replace them all? All of this, Centennial Hill wants to know. As for what would happen to Centennial Hill itself, he was somewhat indifferent. Big deal, go after Buddha. And for that, provided that you show your submission and make it clear that my orders will be honored in the future. It's business as usual at the Star and Moon. It's just that, from now on, the real owner of the Star and Moon Hotel is me. Anyway, if you guys don't agree, after I kill you, I have a way to make the Star Moon Hotel fall under my control. Seasonal fall. Very confident. Anyway, with the Black Shadow Corps around, he could control and threaten anyone. It doesn't matter which or what person is in charge of the Star and Moon Hotel. As long as you listen to his Jichio's orders, it's all fine. In Nanfeng, do as you're told. The ostensible owner of the Star and Moon Hotel can remain her, as long as she calls him Jichio as her boss after people. Just do it. What about the original owner? In Nanfeng? Centurion Mountain. Not knowing what Jichio was thinking, so once again a question. In person, she can still be the apparent owner of the Star and Moon Hotel. But, in person, I want her to call me as her boss. Jichio, with a light smile, said what was in her heart. The crowd also heard what Jichio meant. It means one more big boss behind the scenes. Jichio was clearly not willing to mind things either. As long as the crowd chose the second option, Jichio basically doesn't give everyone a hard time, including In Nanfeng. However, in the future, Jichio's words, Star and Moon Hotel could not be ignored. Even in the future, the money earned by the Star and Moon restaurant, if Jichio wants to use it, In Nanfeng will probably have to give it. At least at this point, it's clear there's no better option. Is it hard to really choose to die? There is no fear of being left without wood. The big deal was to find a way to rebel against this brat Jichio in the future. The crowd thought, you can say yes first. Boss In, what do you think? At this time, Bai Sushan also glanced at In Nanfeng, who was on the side. The gaze was also assigned to her. Keep your head down for now. These black shadow people around Jichio, Excalibur, too weird. If they fought hard, all the people in the Star and Moon Hotel would definitely not be able to get away with it. Not to mention the fact that you, In Nanfeng, are at this very moment being held at the neck by two black shadows with short swords. What else can be done? Humph. With that, only In Nanfeng was seen still glaring fiercely at Jichio afterward. I choose the second one. Submission. Seeing this, Jichio also nodded his head with satisfaction and smiled. This would be best, and save Jichio from having the Black Shadow Corps lock her up in a small dark room again. Chapter 22 Zombie State Reappearance. Originally, Jichio didn't want to lay hands on the Star and Moon Hotel that early on. Jichio's original intention is the first from the weaker of the 9 doors of Qi, Li 2 families to start, especially now with the Qi family. Back then, Qi Tizui, Qi Baji, he is also a talented person, with a handful of strange arithmetic skills, and he also runs a door drop with a good reputation. It's a shame, the current Qi clan, the head of the family, a female head of the family named Qi Bank Mei. It should be the weakest of the 9 sect's current family members. In the original drama, he has been hanging out with the current Li family members. Speaking of the Li family, again, you can't help but sigh. Originally, Jichio was indeed prepared to first Qi and then Li, and then step-by-step aggressive, until the entire 9 gates were all under his Jichio's control. Star and Moon Hotel, though Jichu has ideas, too, but after all, among the signing tasks of the signing system, the 9 sect and the Wang family, they were the main ones. So, originally, Jichio was saving the Star and Moon Hotel for later. When he came over tonight, he originally just wanted to lure 100 Years Mountain out and sign a reward on him. In the meantime, see if you can come up with something and get some money to spend. I didn't expect to meet In Nanfeng, the cold beauty and owner of the Star Moon Hotel, directly. Even less expected that things would come to this. In this way, Jichio could only change his plans a little. It's really not even possible to charge you for the Star and Moon Hotel. Then bring it to you. Since we all agree on the second option, let's call for the boss. At this time, on top of the mahogany seat, Ji Chio once again displayed that smiling expression, said to 100 Years Mountain, Yin Nanfeng, sound and slow and others in front of him. You, Yin Nanfeng, indignantly looked at Ji Chio. Of course, since we agreed to bend over backwards, it's only right that we call out to the boss. On the side, 100 Years Mountain instead spoke out faintly with a smile on his face. At the same time, his gaze once again glanced at Yin Nanfeng beside him. Yin Nanfeng also knew what Zhang Rishang meant. It's still the same old saying, stay green, don't be afraid of no firewood. Boss. Seeing Yin Nanfeng collect his emotions, he saw the first of the 100 Years of Age Mountain bowing slightly and to the point of salute to the Ji Chio in front of him. Aha! Ji Chio nodded with a light smile. Then, looking to the crowd of gorgeous listening slaves, tall stick boys, and Yun Nam Feng. In response, the listening slaves and stick boys, on the other hand, all looked at Yin Nanfeng. At once, it was also a way to let Yin Nanfeng know the lives of so many people depended on whether he was willing to bow down or not. Eventually, old boss Yin Nanfeng, almost gritting his teeth, bowed his head to Ji Chio in front of him, and seeing Yin Nanfeng bow his head, boss times N. All the listening slaves and stick boys in the entire Star and Moon Hotel only then followed along and bowed to Ji Chio. Well, very good. Ji Chio, thoroughly satisfied. Over the course of Shen Qiong, beside Ji Chio had looked dumbfounded, Zhang Ilshan, and Yun Namfeng from Star and Moon Hotel. Just like that, he was taken in by Ji Chio? Even coming from the Wang family, Shen Qiong knew that this was an extremely difficult and almost impossible thing to do. At least it's something that's extremely difficult for even the Wang family to do. Even if the mouth is convinced, this is already something that makes Shen Qiong feel very shocked. Perhaps, it might be possible that Ji Chio could really unify the 10 great families in the future. Thinking about it, Shen Qiong glanced at the more than 200 Black Shadow Corps with scarlet pupils at the scene. Just rely on these incredible Black Shadow people called the Black Shadow Corps. It should work. Shen Qiong, looking at the handsome side face of Ji Chio beside her, inexplicably felt more and more anticipation in her heart. And at this point in time, Ji Chio, after seeing that 100 Years Mountain, Yin Nanfeng, Sound and the rest of the crowd had already verbally submitted. He sat down at the table, and the next moment there was a flick of one hand and a flick of his mind. Shoo 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 shoo. Among the many Black Shadow Corps, 5 of them transformed into ink-like foreign substances and merged inside Yin Nanfeng's shadow. There are 5 more, blending into the shadow of Centennial Hill. Finally, there are 3 more, into the Sound and shadow. It's, what did you do? Yin Nanfeng and Sound slowly. All looked at Ji Chio with a look of astonishment and uncertainty on their faces. Yin Nanfeng even directly questioned so. All around, the other people in the Star and Moon Hotel couldn't help but subconsciously take a step back out of fear instinct. The Black Shadow Corps is really as bizarre and unpredictable as demons and ghosts. It makes you look at it with real fear. It's actually possible to actually get inside someone's shadow. During that time, Centurion Mountain, though, also looked a little surprised, but soon recovered. Then eyed bitterly. He knew this was Ji Chio's means of controlling them all, and it's obvious. This tactic is almost unbreakable. After all, how else can you make all the shadows on you disappear? Even if the shadows are gone from your feet, what about the shadows in the clothes you're wearing? Even, something very horrible and terrible occurred to Centurion. Is it possible that these ghost-like Black Shadow people called the Black Shadow Corps could emerge from among the darkness inside the human body? An image, the palm of a Black Shadow Corps, reaching out from among a man's throat. Then, the next second, the whole man, exploded, because a Black Shadow Corps came directly out of the middle of a man's entrails. Out of the middle of a man's entrails. Think of this image. Centurion Mountain couldn't help but feel a kind of palpitation, a thrill. If that could really be the case, these dark shadows called the Dark Shadow Corps would be terrifying. Having chosen to submit, you will always be loyal to me. Otherwise, if one day you dare to betray me, I will definitely make sure that you guys don't even know how you died. Ji Chio, with a cold face, stared at Yin Nanfeng, Sound and everyone in the Star and Moon Hotel at the scene. In response, all, looking in all directions at the still nearly 200 regiments of Black Shadows, all of them could not help but lower their heads, not daring to speak. Even the indignant Yin Nanfeng, who was looking at his shadow at this moment. There was also a look of despair. Even Yin Nanfeng's eyes were actually showing a hint of tears at this moment. Indeed, in more than 20 years, she, Yin Nanfeng, had never felt as humiliated as she did today. Her Star and Moon Hotel has been taken away from her, even her own life, and is in someone else's hands at all times. It was as if a goddess who was originally high and mighty had lost all her aura in an instant. Most importantly, the most important thing Yin Nanfeng felt she had lost was her pride. her pride, at this moment, is being trampled underfoot by an unknown brat? Ji Chuo. In response, she dared not speak out in anger at the moment. Roar. Suddenly, while Yin Nanfeng was feeling humiliated and indignant in her heart, she actually abruptly heard a beast-like animal roar in the middle of this her Star Moon Hotel. When she looked up, Yin Nanfeng, directly dumbfounded. Chapter 23 Bloodsucking Yin Nanfeng. Roar. Originally, Yin Nanfeng, who was feeling humiliated and indignant, slightly lowered her head, but because she heard a roar like that of a wild animal, she could not help but raise her head, and just the moment Yin Nanfeng had just raised his head, she saw underneath a pair of ghastly white pupils, a bloody mouth with sharp fangs. It came straight at her. It's the seasonal fall. No, wait, it's a zombie, it's a dumpling. Even more wrong, this guy, how he is suddenly turned into dumplings? In an instant, too many wild thoughts flashed through Yin Nanfeng's mind. Time, however, did not give her enough opportunity to escape, until, in the next second, it was seen that with Yin Nanfeng's cry of pain, the zombie state of Ji Chuo, a bloody mouth protruding with sharp zombie teeth, had already bitten Yin Nanfeng's white neck. At the same time, gulp, gulp, Ji Chuo, throat, was swallowing. In Chi Luck plus 20, in Chi Luck plus 20, in Chi Luck plus 20, Ji Chuo, indeed, was devouring other people's chi again. It's just that the object has to be a woman, and a woman with special Yin Chi Luck to do so. Besides, Yin Nanfeng, the level of chi on her is obviously one level higher than the one on Shin Xiong. Shin Xiong could previously only provide the Yin Chi of Ji Chuo, 10, with each bite, providing. Yin Nanfeng, on the other hand, is at 20 amount at a time. The difference is clear at a glance. Nanfeng, at this time, the 100-year-old mountain, reacted, also a little anxious in disbelief. The next moment it was even trying to go up and stop Ji Chuo from continuing his violence. But, clang clang clang, the four divine swords directly blocked 100 Years Mountain's path. At the same time, shoo 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 shoo, 4 or 5 regiments of black shadows emerged from within the shadows of the 100-year-old mountain in a bizarre flash. Centurion Mountain reaches out with an athletic hand, kicked off too. However, the 4 divine swords suddenly flew over and stabbed 100 Years Mountain straight in the face. Zhang Ilshan rushes to avoid. He dodged 2 of them, but was still cut through the shoulders by the other 2 divine swords. At the same time, the remaining 3 black shadow corps were also in the middle of 100 Years Mountain's concern. 2, controlling the arms of Centurion, pinning him to the ground. The last one, directly a short sword like bitterness, went straight to the throat of 100 Years Mountain. The gaze of the Black Shadow Corps was scarlet like blood, filled with killing intent at the moment. It was as if he was telling Centurion Mountain, do anything rash again and kill you. Although, these behaviors at this moment, are the Black Shadow Regiment's self-initiative? Ji Chuo did not order, but, this is the automatic patronizing behavior of the Black Shadow Corps. And, the Black Shadow Corps was not going to let anyone disturb anything that Ji Chuo wanted to do. Neither can you, Zhang Rishang. Just stay put. In response, 100 Years Mountain, who was steadily pressed down on his arms by the 2 Black Shadow Corps, let out a helpless sigh. Then, struggling to lift his head and look around. But see, the scene, every listening slave, stick boy. At this moment all by more than 200 Black Shadow Corps are controlled by the simply cannot go up to rescuing Nanfeng. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Centurion Mountain, unable to hold back his anger. In his heart, he felt sorry for Master Buddha as well as Yin Xingyu. He himself couldn't even guard the descendants of the 2 of them. Momentarily, Lieutenant Zhang at the moment actually had the intention to die to thank for his sins. Of course, it still depends on whether Yin Nanfeng has really been. Also, this Ji Chuo, what kind of demon or devil is he? Surprisingly, a zombie, dumpling, period. Looking at Ji Chuo who was hugging Yin Nanfeng, biting her delicate neck, and then swallowing continuously. Shin Xiong couldn't help but feel his heart palpitating as he took a few steps back. During the day, she was like that by him, and, still, after all that, it got her that way. It wasn't even like that once, it was like that again and again. The divine object that was carved with the horse tattoo was used on her by him to keep healing and then keep galloping. Hateful asshole. Shen Xiong, in a small voice, couldn't help but secretly curse Ji Chuo. And for that, don't worry, she's not dead, just sucking a little of her blood. Don't make a fuss. Over there, Ji Chuo had already let go of Yin Nanfeng while so out. Should be talking to Lieutenant Zhang Centurion, and Yin Nanfeng has lost a lot of blood. Fainted. In this way, the next moment, the zombie state of Ji Chuo, the corners of his mouth stained with blood, embracing the pale Yin Nanfeng. So much for turning to the crowd behind him. The scene. It made everyone at the scene look at it with their hearts shaken. The pair of zombie fangs were too conspicuous, especially against the blood at the corners of his mouth. Also, that pair of zombie pupils become gray, almost with the white of the eyes of a color look oozing to the extreme. It's gut-wrenching to look at. It's actually really zombie. He really isn't human. An hour. After that, still in the middle of the Star and Moon Hotel, Ji-cho, at the original table, had almost finished the table of expensive meals. I have to say, optimized discordant zombies are good, even if they are not yet red-eyed zombies. Only 5 generations of white-eyed zombies in the district. You can eat normal people's food. Otherwise, what a shame it would be to lose the right to enjoy good food. Around Ji-chu, Adjutant Zhang, at this moment, was accompanying him, and then there was Shin Xiong, who was originally hungry in the belly because she had expended too much energy in the rental house. It's just that girls have smaller meals, so after eating for a bit, Shin Xiong put down her chopsticks and sat down next to Ji-cho to watch him eat. Wait for him, Yin Nanfeng, sure it's okay? At this time, the Centurion Mountain Deputy Officer Zhang still could not help but raise his voice again to ask a question. And Ji-cho had eaten almost as much. What's a big man like you doing being a? I've said it several times, it's just sucking some of her blood. Even though she fainted in the end, it's just a momentary loss of blood. Get some blood replenishing stuff for her for a few days, and she'll be alive and kicking in no time. Only to see. Ji-cho glanced a bit impatiently at Lieutenant Zhang, so said, indeed. While he was eating, Lieutenant Zhang asked a few times after he came here. That's good. Lieutenant Zhang nodded faintly. Seeing this scene, Ji-cho couldn't help but have a face of disapproval. Hey, Centennial Mountain, you old dang, tell me, is it that you like someone else, Yin Nanfeng? Hearing the words Centennial Mountain, Lieutenant Zhang really couldn't help but smile. At the same time, it was also unexpected that Ji-cho, someone who was previously like an ultimate villain. Oh no, Zombie is right. I can't believe my personality is so gossipy and jumpy. It's just because she's considered a descendant of the Buddha's wife, so I'm just taking care of her on behalf of those who have already passed away, and helping out a little bit. Lieutenant Zhang, with a light smile on his face, said, no lying at all. After looking at him for a while, Ji-cho bristled. It's no fun, not hearing the gossip she wanted to hear. Ji-cho felt a bit bored. I do think that you and Nanfeng are quite suitable. Of course, if you're not a zombie. Just then, Lieutenant Zhang, instead, boldly poked fun at Ji-cho. Chapter 24 Immortal Being 9 Eyes Heavenly Jewel Fire Element 100 Years Mountain. You've got some fat guts at this time of the year. Hearing Lieutenant Zhang's sudden and bold flirtation, Ji-cho glanced at him. My words are out of order. Lieutenant Zhang immediately spoke out with a slightly bowed head. In fact, as a centenarian who had lived for more than a century, he had long ago basically read Ji-cho's character traits. In a short time of understanding, Lieutenant Zhang already knows that Ji-cho is actually cold on the outside and hot on the inside, and it wasn't exactly a small amount. Otherwise, Lieutenant Zhang wouldn't have dared to talk to Ji-cho like this. And, by the way, boss, this is a super black card common to banks all over the world, with top privileges, no password, and no limit. Since you're the real big boss of the Star and Moon Hotel now, I think this is a card that you should have. Only to see, Adjutant Zhang, in due course, handed out a black and gold bank card with both hands. It made even Shin Xiong, who was on the side, look slightly sideways. Ji-cho was also brightened up, because Plague's check-in system never rewards money. The result is that Ji-cho is now actually a poor man. You probably can't get $2,000 on you. At this time, this so-called super black gold card with no password, no limit, and common to banks all over the world. Deputy Zhang, it really did make even Ji-cho's heart burst with joy. It's true, it's hard to beat a penny. But, you old den, waiting for me here. Ji-cho, with a raised eyebrow, looked at Lieutenant Zhang anew. Now he was too embarrassed to have a seizure. On the side, Shin Xiong couldn't help but smile slightly at the corners of her mouth. Please take it, Adjutant Zhang. On the other hand, continued to hand over the black gold card without any panic. Cough cough. Ji-cho, at this time, coughed dryly, and then, received the black gold card. Next time it won't happen. You old den. In response, Lieutenant Zhang nodded in agreement. Shen Xiong, however, covered her mouth and snickered. It felt like discovering another side of the hateful Ji-cho's personality outside of his domineering ways. What are you laughing at? Suddenly, Ji-cho looked at Shin Xiong. Immediately, Shen Xiong, like a professional actor, collected all her smiles in an instant. What are you laughing at? I'm not laughing. I'll clean you up when I get back. Ji-cho sneered. Hoof. Shen Xiong glanced at Adjutant Zhang on the opposite side of the room, then glared at Ji-cho with a playful red face, mentally cursing him for being a rogue, saying such things in front of other people, and Ji-cho smiled smugly as he passed by. Then, turning his head to look again at Lieutenant Zhang on the other side. Tonight, what was wanted, what was done, and even what wasn't meant to be done so soon, was done. It's been a wonderfully rich night to say the least, so it's time to go. The purpose of the day, basically, has been achieved. Even, beyond what Ji Chio had originally expected. After all, it wasn't originally expected to take down the Star and Moon Hotel outright. Anyway, that's enough to do for tonight. Ji Chio wants to rest. However, with this atmospheric black and gold card in hand, Ji Chio had to go out and spend a wave of money in a while. At least, got to get a new outfit. And, cell phone, time for a new one. The original identity came with a cell phone that didn't even cost $1,000. Now there is money and you must go out and be capricious. In addition, remembering the previous rental house, Ji Chio felt that it was time to solve the problem of the house where he lived. Hey, by the way, is this Star and Moon Hotel livable? Suddenly, Ji Chio's eyes lit up and he looked at Lieutenant Zhang beside him. Having heard what was said, Centurion Mountain Deputy Zhang couldn't help but show a bitter smile on his face. With a bit of a cry on his face, Centurion Mountain finally just nodded his head. I thought to myself, here comes a real dirtbag who wants everything. In response, Shen Qiong, who was on the other side beside Ji Chio, couldn't help but cover her mouth and snicker again. She actually couldn't help but sympathize a bit with Star Moon Hotel and Nanfeng. Meet the feckless Ji Chio bastard. Also bad luck for the Star and Moon Hotel. Hey, then, the environment and conditions of the place I lived in before were too poor. Tomorrow, I'll move inside the Star and Moon Hotel. Ji Chio, also regardless of the helplessness on Lieutenant Zhang's face and Shin Qiong's snickering, was talking to himself. Good. Lieutenant Zhang, of course, could only keep nodding his head. I'll have someone arrange it. What else can we do? Although this guy, Ji Chio, is thick-skinned and feckless, but people's business is really not a joke. Not to mention the Black Shadow Core, Excalibur. Lieutenant Zhang didn't even know what kind of abilities Ji Chio's own zombie body possessed. From previous performances, strength, speed, completely beyond normal, which is still its basic capacity. Lieutenant Zhang felt, a special dumpling like Ji Chio must possess some special zombie powers, such a seasonal fall, such a king of the earth, since the Star and Moon Hotel is in the middle of it. Alas, consider yourself unlucky. What else could it be? While ready to go out and spend money and be spontaneous. But Ji Chio wasn't in a hurry either, and instead sipped tea with Lieutenant Zhang for a while longer. Although, Ji Chio he doesn't know how to taste tea, but although he was drinking tea, Ji Chio was actually receiving the rewards that he had just signed up for. Congrats! Signing in from plot characters Zhang Rishang, Yin Nanfeng, and Shang Sheng. Randomized rewards from the world of Dragon Ball among the worlds of the heavens. Fairy Beans X30. Targeted reward, Blood Pack full of Essence X1000. Targeted reward, Black Shadow Core X100. Congratulations! Signing in from the plot location Star and Moon Hotel and randomly obtaining an item from the world of Resident Evil among the worlds of the heavens, the T-Virus. Congratulations to Zhang Ailshan, Yun Nam Feng, and Shang Shengsho of the original drama characters. Targeted gain, Blood Pack full of Essence X1000. Targeted gain, Black Shadow Core X200. Randomly obtain a spiritual object from the world of Sito among the worlds of the heavens and the earth, 9-eyed Heavenly Pearl ×1. Congratulations to the host for stimulating the zombie bloodline by feeding on blood, awakening the zombie's supernatural power, the power of the fire element. Currently, the value of negative chi has reached 360. Ooh, I didn't click on it to check just now for a while, and this is full of a whole bunch of them. During that time, other things like negative chakra and whatnot are not mentioned first. That is, what are you doing giving people the T-Virus from the world of Resident Evil? Ji Chio, what? Do you want me to create a Resident Evil-style otherworldly apocalypse with my own hands? Outrageous. But, what made Ji Chio a bit surprised was, he had just awakened the Fire Elemental zombie ability after sucking in Nanfeng's blood? Fire Elemental. That sounds good. Make sure to feel out the zombie power in you sometime and develop it. Also, Black Shadow Core, another 300 amount, straight to 500 total. I think it's also awesome. Ji Chio felt that he would inevitably have to pull together a real army of Black Shadows in the future. In time, here in the whole world, just ask, who else? And as for the other two more specific rewards, Fairy Beans, 9-eyed Z Beads, well, Cactus Beans, that's pretty good. But now that Ji Chio was in the body of a Pango zombie, his recovery ability was undead and indestructible. Unless they encountered a stronger holy artifact, normal mages couldn't help Ji Chio. So, Senzu Beans, Chicken Ribs end up STH. It's a 9-eyed Z from the world of Saito. In the original series, they had the ability to cause rapid mutation and strengthen the Kantaris, didn't they? Even Xiao-Shan relied on its energy and possessed the ability to not grow old, living as long and as young as Lieutenant Zhang Centurion. Well, it's a good one to explore and see. Chapter 25, A Woman Accidentally Encountered. After that, coming out of the Star and Moon Hotel, Ji Chio went straight to the city's busy avenues and commercial neighborhoods. Then, buy all the clothes you want, the newest cell phone, everything, period. Shen Qiong, too, had been following Ji Chio up and down, coming and going. After all, she was forcibly enlisted as a henchman by Ji Chio's domineering ways. Lover boy. He has also been following Ji Chio's buying up and down, even to the point of giving him advice and whatnot when Ji Chio buys clothes. And Ji Chio also look like clothes and so on, no matter what the price. Direct package. Anyway, Centurion gave the black gold card with no pin and no limit. Feel free to brush. Jichu didn't just buy it for herself either. When you come across a women's clothing store, or one of those designer bag stores that girls love, Jichio is also the one who will incidentally pull Shincheon. Go in and buy her a lot of clothes and bags. It's still the same thing, no pin on the card, no limit, spend whatever you want. It's not like the Star and Moon can't afford to reimburse you, is it? Fail. There's still poor Key, isn't there? Looking at the handsome boy in front of her who had been stuffing her arms with designer bags and beautiful clothes that suited her, Shincheon, for a moment could not help but be a little lost in thought. A cold heart formed by surviving in a family like the Wang family, which basically has no emotions, inexplicably can't help but feel a tinge of warmth at this moment. Jichu, I've had enough. You bought too much, and these clothes and bags are expensive. Shincheon, looking at Jichio, who had stuffed another black dress with pleated skirt, she couldn't help but refuse. It doesn't cost anything. What do you care if it's expensive or not? Jichio, rightfully so, but said so. Credit STH. Shincheon couldn't even refute it. It doesn't cost anything? That's a really bold thing to say, but it's not your own money on the black and gold card, is it? Shincheon. The heart once again cannot help but sympathize with the Star Moon Hotel. Amortized Jichio, this bastard. Really is the Star Moon Hotel's bad luck. The other side, at the Star and Moon Hotel, at this moment, Yin Nanfeng had already woken up quietly. Then, Yin Nanfeng asked listening nun to call Lieutenant Zhang. I heard that you took it upon yourself. You agreed to let that little scoundrel live in my Star and Moon Hotel? Yin Nanfeng, disgruntled, looked at the arriving 100 Years Mountain, or else, 100 Years Mountain. On the other hand, asked Yin Nanfeng rhetorically, do you think there are any other options at the Star and Moon tonight? Jade, do you think that with the Star Moon Hotel's underpinnings, it can fight off those bizarre black shadow core under Jichio's hand, as well as those 4 divine swords? We don't even know how much power he possesses in Jichio himself. In this situation, do you think the Star and Moon Hotel has any hope of winning? So much for that. Lieutenant Zhan looked at Yin Nanfeng, who was leaning on the sofa in front of him, and kept asking rhetorically. Yin Nanfeng, speechless. Season autumn. It is indeed spooky to the point of being a bit hairy and evil. Thinking of the scene where his pupils were white and his mouth was fanged as he bit down on his neck and then sucked blood, Yin Nanfeng then couldn't help but feel fearful. And 100 Years Mountain also noticed that Yin Nanfeng's face was still a bit weak. So he said, you need to rest now that you've lost a lot of blood. I'll go out first. With that, Centurion Mountain wanted to leave. Wait, Yin Nanfeng, however, called out to him. However, before she could speak, Lieutenant Zhang knew what she wanted to say. So, Nanfeng, it's better not to think too much for now. There are several dark shadow core incredibly lurking in all of our shadows. In the event that we make any bad moves, or even thoughts, Jichu, he'll know all about it. Get some rest. Also, Nanfeng, if you don't want to suffer more, try to be more polite when you see Jichio in the future. Centennial Hill. So lastly reminded Yin Nanfeng. The next second, turn away, and hearing the words of Lieutenant Zhang, Yin Nanfeng immediately glanced at the shadows at his feet. Shoo 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 shoo. 4 or 5 pairs of scarlet glowing, eerie eyes floated vaguely amongst her own shadow at her feet. Yin Nanfeng, for a moment, couldn't help but take several steps back with a cry of shock. Like this, a shadow is a shadow is a shadow is a shadow. The black shadow core, impossible to get rid of. Sounds slow. Heard Yin Nanfeng's voice and ran over. Also saw what was going on in Yin Nanfeng's shadow. Then, with a helpless sigh, she, the next moment, looking to his shadow. Yet, there were also scarlet pupils floating vaguely amongst their own shadows in it. Damnable Jichio. At that moment, only Yin Nanfeng was seen whacking his shadow with a pillow on the bed. It's like looking a little mentally ill. However, the black shadow core was hidden in her shadow and was not affected at all. Back to Jichio and Shincheon's side. Jichio at this moment has been directly wearing just bought a more than 100,000 price of the type of head. The old set of clothes from before, just threw them away. Then, after buying some nice, pretty clothes as well as bags for Shincheon at this time as well, Jichio also let Shincheon continue to wear that nice black pleated dress, the strapless kind. I have to say, Shincheon originally looks pure and beautiful. Wearing this set of black strapless pleated dress, the overall really temperament is also good looking. The feeling of $1,000. Jichio felt that the one she was wearing at this time should be the best looking one inside the pile of clothes. So don't even let her keep the one she took off on. Jichio, at this time, pulled Shin Xiong's delicate hand, getting ready to go check out with the counter lady at the brand store. On that counter, there was already a pile of many bags containing the clothes and bags that Ji Chio had just picked out and given to Shin Xiong. Looking at the many bags that almost filled the counter, Shin Xiong was helpless and amused, with a somewhat inexplicable feeling in her heart. Instead, Ji Chio was already pulling out his black and gold card out of habit, prepare to check out and then have someone from their brand store arrange and deliver it to the Star and Moon Hotel. Anyway, before that, all the things that Ji Chio had bought were sent to the Star and Moon Hotel. After all, Ji Chio was about to stay at the Star Moon Hotel next. Adjutant Zhang had already said that he would have someone arrange a room. So much so, of course, that things were sent to the Star and Moon Hotel. And at this moment the Star and Moon Hotel, Centennial Hill, notified by Stick Boy, said there was something from Ji Chio that was sent to the Star and Moon Hotel. Then, Centennial Hill walked out to see a pile full of clothes, shoes and stuff. Ha! Adjutant Zhang could not help but shake his head and lose his laughter. Thanks, check out. At this time, Ji Chio, taking Shin Xiong's small hand, walked to the counter, ready to settle the bill. However, as he pulled out the black and gold card, Zhang Nissan's black and gold card? A surprised and unexpected female voice suddenly sounded from the side, and hearing the other side's words mentioning Centennial Hill, Ji Chio and Shin Xiong, both of them could not help but turn their heads for a moment, looking to the side of the body, the direction from which the voice came. However, he saw that in the direction of the doorway, a mature and cold figure walked from the doorway towards the duo of Ji Chio and Shin Xiong at this moment. Chapter 26, Check-in Patchouli has snow. And this mature and cold figure was seen by Ji Chio the second she saw it. Detected signalable plot character, Patchouli Yusetsu. Do you sign in immediately? Indeed, the check-in system has moved. Patchouli Yuki? Ji Chio, with a heartbeat, looking again at the cold, mature woman who had come up to him. Sure enough, it's the same Patchouli Yuki that I saw in the middle of the original show. It's a somewhat villain-like presence in the original show that, in the original drama, because of his greed for Gutangjing's treasure, he has been constantly entangled in difficulties with 100 Years Mountain, Patchouli Xiao, the evil emperor, and Pear Cluster. As a member of the Nine Sects, it wasn't quite right to say she was a villain, but saying that she wasn't, she was doing the same thing as the villain by constantly going against a bunch of protagonists. There is also the original drama in the same as the family of the Nine Doors of the Chi Bank Mei. Lee to make a fuss about the two Chi and Lee family members of the family. I feel like if Chi Tai Zue and Half Cutley in the original drama knew what their descendants look like now, probably couldn't wait to crawl out of the ground and strangle these. And while Ji Chio couldn't help rambling in his mind, that Patchouli Yoshue, with several female henchmen in tow, had already walked over to the side of the duo of Ji Chio and Shin Xiong. In response, Shin Xiong looked at Patchouli Yoshue and the group of men behind him with a slight degree of caution. After all, Shin Xiong, who is a member of the Wang family, wouldn't not recognize the current Patchouli family member, Patcho Yoshue, though it seems like Patchouli is the original and true Patchouli family member in charge. But once the old Mrs. Patchouli died, this Patchouli Yoshue still came on strong in the family, and the power is also steadily suppressing the current Chi Li and many other families among the Nine Gates. The old Blackback Six, in particular, is already in name only. At this point, this handsome little man, you're quite a looker, Patchouli Yoshue, approached over. His eyes shifted from the black and gold card in Ji Chio's hand to Ji Chio's face before he realized Ji Chio's features were three-dimensional and delicate, and his skin was too fair to resemble a man. At the same time, because now Ji Chio all just bought a small white leisure suit of Fanjasi, as the saying goes, people rely on clothes, horses rely on saddles. At this moment, Ji Chio was not only looking handsome, but his clothes set him off as if he were a nobleman who was out and about. There was also Shin Xiong beside him as well, a black strapless dress with pleated skirt whose fabric seemed to be of good quality, and a pair of long white jade-like legs stepping on a pair of black thigh-high boots that had also just been bought. By the looks of it, Shin Xiong was also a standard $1,000 noble lady from a certain family. Mainly, it is still that the two of them, Ji Chio and Shin Xiong, are good enough in terms of temperament and appearance in their own right. So much so, that Patchouli Yoshue at the moment couldn't help but voice out her admiration as she watched. However, Patchouli Yoshue of small degree chose to ignore Shin Xiong and instead only marveled at Ji Chio's handsome beauty. Thanks, Ji Chio, on the other hand, said with a faint smile. Then, go ahead and check out. Continuing with the checkout session that was interrupted earlier. During that time, the counter lady saw Patchouli Yoshue come in with a group of female henchmen, and in her heart, she couldn't help but look on with curiosity and a bit of inexplicable nervousness. Hearing Ji Chio's words, Fong reacted. Then, when she received the black gold card, the counter lady couldn't help but take another curious look at that particular black gold card, wondering which bank card this kind of card comes from and how come I haven't seen it before. And in the back, the lady at the counter just inserted the swipe, before waiting to take it to Jichio to enter the password. It directly prompted a successful payment. You don't have a password on this card. Ha! The counter lady unexpectedly glanced at the handsome Jichio. At the same time, enviously, he looked at the playful Shin Xiong again. I'm so happy to have such a rich and generous boyfriend who buys me so many clothes and designer bags. Look at the amount of the checkout. Over $1.5 million. Alas, when the counter lady handed back the black gold card to Jichio, she sighed in her heart, such a good boyfriend. I'm afraid I don't have this life. During this time, Shen Xiong, on the other hand, noticed the envious gaze of the counter lady. Then, she subconsciously glanced at the handsome Jichio beside her. It felt like I could see him more and more. Obviously, when he was in that rental house just now, he was so mean to her. And now, however, it had to be said, Shin Xiong, in her heart, hated Jichio less and less. Even when looking at others envy themselves, Shin Xiong felt that she inexplicably had a trace of joy and happiness in her heart. What was going on? Checkout complete. After instructing the people in their brand store again to arrange for all the things they bought to be delivered to the Star and Moon Hotel, Jichio then pulled the beautiful Shin Xiong by his side, skipping over Patchouli Yushue and the others who had been quietly watching. Prepare to leave. Period. When passing by Patchouli Yushu, Jichio meaningfully and faintly smiled past, signed to Patchouli for snow. Jichio, a silent sentence in his mind. Congratulations, signed in from the plot character Patchouli Snow. Targeted reward, a chance to resurrect someone else, low level. Note, can resurrect characters with low chi, and can help any person with low chi to restore all their physical bodies or even create new ones while resurrecting them. Yo, this is interesting. Jichio glanced at the sign-in reward prompt in the void that only he could see. I didn't realize you could sign up for this kind of reward. Except, it's still chicken. Resurrecting someone else, in and of itself, was of little use to Jichio himself. Moreover, it can only resurrect people with lower chi. That is to say, like the Shin Xiong beside Jichio at this moment, if he accidentally dies, this chance to resurrect someone else is unable to resurrect Shin Xiong. After all, the chi on Shin Xiong wasn't small, and all of them could make Jichio a long-term signatory. It's probably just a little bit less than the original drama protagonist's chi-like pair cluster, Evil Emperor and the rest of them. Well, let's leave the rewards for now. Use it if it works in the future, and never extract it if it doesn't. After that, Jichio pulled Shin Xiong's slender little hand, and the two of them walked out of the brand store. But, gentlemen, could you wait? Behind them, Patchouli Yushue, as well as a group of female henchmen, followed, and, although Patchouli is an inquiring statement, however, her group of female henchmen directly came up and surrounded the duo of Jichio and Shin Xiong, and Patchouli didn't stop them. Little handsome, can you tell my sister? What kind of person gave you this bank card? Also, did you just ask the people at the store to take the purchases to a place called the Star and Moon Hotel? Patchouli Yushue, once again, came up and looked at the handsome Jichio and asked so. Apparently, Patchouli had just seen and heard some information inside the store. Thinks Jichio has some connection to the Star and Moon Hotel and Lieutenant Zhang. But how come I've never seen Jichio around the Star and Moon Hotel or Centennial Hill before? Even Shin Xiong by Jichio's side, Patchouli Yushue said that she was seeing him for the first time tonight. Therefore, Patchouli is a bit uncertain and has this question. And then there's this, the black and gold card on Jichio. Io Yusetsu really can't help but eyeball it a bit. Chapter 27. Sooner or later, I'll let you feel the horse charm. Looking at the group of Patchouli Yuki's female henchmen that surrounded him, Shen Xiong, however, was not worried or nervous at all. Even though she, Shen Xiong, was from the Wang family, it was impossible for her to fight off these nearly 10 women on her own. But, glancing at Jichio, who was pulling her wrist at her side, Shin Xiong, it's not with him. In just one day, Shin Xiong's mindset kept changing because of Jichio's power and dominance. Until now, after the incident at the Star and Moon Hotel just a short time ago, with Jichu around, Shin Xiong then inexplicably felt a sense of security in her heart. It was as if with him around, even if the entire 9 sects came, there was nothing to be afraid of. Don't make me hit a woman. Ignoring Patchouli Yushue's question behind him, Jichio, with a pair of deep black pupils, stared coldly at the group of Patchouli women surrounding him in front of him. If it weren't for the street, all the people in the neighborhood, and even the surrounding surveillance, Jichio directly called out the Black Shadow Corps and made them kneel down. Next moment, Patchouli has Snow right. Look, it's not your turn yet. Take it easy. Soon, I'll let you feel the charm of the horse charm. 2. Jichio, between words to the end, handsome face, smile evil, so turned back, looked at Patchouli have Snow. What was said, however, made Patchouli frown. Indeed, it was a bit hard to understand. Still, one could hear Jichio's madness and his undisguised contempt for Patchouli Yoshue. You're one of Zhang Rishang's people. Io Yoshue, at this time, also spoke out coldly. Ha, Jichio, finally sneered. Indeed, they have been too lazy to pay attention to each other. Boo! In the next second, he saw Jichio turn back, and directly kicked a Patchouli woman who was blocking the way in front of him. It immediately made it fly out 3 or 4 meters backwards, and then this ground with a face of pain covering his stomach. Can't even stand up. Generally, Jichio doesn't hit women, but, if they're being, Jichio didn't mind helping them to stop the itch. A Patchouli woman then put on a finger tiger, then threw a punch at Jichio and hit him hard. In response, Jichio moved very swiftly to grab the other party's arm at once, then gently twisted and broke it. LOL ka dash. Ah, the woman, straight up, had a badly broken arm. It was also so painful that it kept backing up. Then, they saw that those women couldn't help but look at Jichio in shock for a moment while they began to slowly back away without being able to help themselves. Indeed, none of them had thought such a handsome top fresh meat actually possessed such a ruthless heart. Moreover, Jichio's strength was, quite obviously, unusually large. Easily kicked a man off and easily twisted his arm. Shocked, the crowd of Patchouli women subconsciously stepped back and away from Jichio for a bit. Behind, Patchouli Yoshue was also looking at Jichio's handsome back in surprise at this time. I didn't realize that he was so good, and Jichio wanted to say, if it weren't for the fact that it's not a good time to let the Black Shadow Corps out, you little pussies wouldn't even need me to do it myself. Next moment, Jichio re-pulled the wrist of Shincheon, who was on the side, and walked forward again. Seeing this, Patchouli Snow's female henchmen wanted to re-stop them, but, one by one, they all looked a bit scared again. Look at the one on the ground, still covering his stomach and in pain, unable to speak. There was another one, covering his arm, in the process of forcing himself not to scream, avoiding drawing too many stares from the surrounding streets. This little bit of fighting prowess that Jichio has displayed, it had already made them women scornful in their hearts. Let him go. Just then, Patchouli Yuki behind him ordered. The ladies, at once, secretly sighed with relief in their hearts. Good boy, Patchouli Yusetsu, will remember today's account. Go, Io Yoshue. After taking a deep look at Jichio and memorizing his handsome features, take the men straight away. During that time, the 2 female ones who were almost wasted by Jichio were helped along by the other Patchouli women. On the street, Jichio was not good at summoning the Black Shadow Corps with impunity, but Patchouli is equally reluctant to make too much of a scene. Moreover, Patchouli Yoshue could also see it. Jichio's body was not as thin and weak as it looked. These 7 or 8 men can't take him. Therefore, Patchouli Yoshue also wisely chose to eat this loss for the time being. Report back at a later date. See this. Ha, Jichio, with a meaningful sneer, and the Patchouli Yusetsu girls over there, who had already drifted away. Patchouli Yuki, in particular, who was striding across the room, did not notice that among the shadows at her feet, a pair of scarlet, eerie pupils loomed in her shadow. Wait, in a few days, I'll let you feel the magic of the horse charm. Jichio, after a final evil smile, completely withdrew his gaze. Then, seasonal autumn, however, found out. At this time, Shincheon slightly lowered her white head. He looked as if he was thinking about something, and even looked as if he was suddenly a bit distracted and not as pleasant as he had been a moment ago. Shincheon, what's wrong? Jichio, with a puzzled glance at Shincheon, couldn't help but casually ask. Remember those women from the Patchouli family just now? They didn't have a chance to hurt Shincheon either, right? So there shouldn't be any injuries or anything. And when Shincheon heard Jichio's words, it was as if she had woken up from a dream before reacting. But instead, she looked at Jichio's question. What's wrong? Seeing this, Jichio's mind became more and more a bit uncertain, saying, I was going to ask what's wrong with you this is. Why do you suddenly look distracted? Having heard what was said, Shincheon looked a bit unnatural, but shook her head. I'm fine. Saying that, he glanced at the direction where Patchouli Yoshue had left. They're gone, let's go too. Then, that is, he saw Shincheon take the first step and walk forward. In response, Jichio looked at the direction where Patchouli Yoshue had left, and then at Shincheon. Women, all inexplicable. Back, although Jichio continued to take the black and gold card of random spending and spend as much as she wanted, eating, buying and whatnot. However, Jichio could clearly feel it. This niece, Shincheon, didn't have the same feeling she had at the beginning when she came out of the Star and Moon Hotel. Before that, the occasional smile could be seen on her face with the corners of her mouth turned up. Now no matter where she goes, what she eats, or what she buys, she looks a bit disinterested and distracted. It's always as if there's something hidden inside. In response, Jichio asked a few times, but she wouldn't say anything either. In the end, he was too lazy to care about her. But, ultimately, it's less fun. And what should be bought? Jichio felt that she had already bought enough. almost done. Let's go back to the Star and Moon Hotel. Casually ate some late-night snacks. Ji Chou, looking at the sight of Shin Xiong, said. In response, Shin Xiong thought hesitantly, then, wouldn't I have to stay in the Star and Moon Hotel? It's not like I can run away with your black shadow core in my shadow anyway. Only to see. Shin Xiong, with her head slightly lowered, suddenly said this. At those words, Ji Chou also suddenly and instantly understood what her absent-mindedness just now was due to. Chapter 28 Stockholm Syndrome. Shin Xiong, you weren't just distracted in thinking about that, were you? Feeling uncomfortable staying at the Star and Moon because you were a Wang family member before? Or are you worried that the people inside the restaurant will bully you later? Don't worry, you're my person now. In this world, no one can bully you except me. Seasonal fall. At this point, thought he had understood the reason why Shin Xiong had been distracted just now. Even more so, at this moment it is so confident and even egotistically eloquent. And looking at Ji Chou, who was saying no one but me can bully you. Looking at the gentle Ji Chou, who was so domineering. Good oil. Shin Xiong suddenly seemed to have looked away from certain things, recovered a relaxed and happy mood, and even a light smile also boldly flirted with Ji Chou. Okay, Ji Chou, at once, pretended to be a little upset. Little ninny, now you dare to talk to me like that? Come back to your room at the Star and Moon Hotel in a few minutes and see how I'll clean up after you for daring to be so bold. Ji Chou reached out and picked up Shin Xiong's fair jaw, teasing with such an evil smile. You, Shin Xiong, all of a sudden cannot help but think of the daytime time in the rental house then. Hooligans. Finally, turning away, Shin Xiong spat in a small voice. Ha ha. Ji Chou, on the other hand, laughed it off. Then, okay, anyway, don't think so much. Stay with me in the Star and Moon Hotel. No one can bully you with me around. Ji Chou directly went forward and pulled up Shin Xiong's slender little hand, and then it took off in stride. And Shin Xiong, who had recovered her mood, was pulled along by him like this without refusal or struggle. Looking at his tall back in front of her, Shin Xiong couldn't help but sigh at the wonder of everything she had experienced over the day and night today. This abomination seems to be a philanderer. Just now, actually talking about letting Patchouli Yuki feel the horse charm blah 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 blah. That horse charm must mean the little stone with the horse print, right? Isn't that the one from when he was in the rental house? When he was on her, Shin Xiong, the one. I can't believe they're talking about making Patchouli Yuki too. Abominable. Asshole. Just now, Shin Xiong actually didn't secretly scold Ji Chou in her heart. Soon, as a taxi pulled up in front of the Star and Moon, the duo of Ji Chou and Shin Xiong, who had already become dressed in expensive clothes, stepped down from the taxi. It's still inconvenient to take a taxi. It seems that we should buy a car too. There's just something wrong with the license. Still, Centennial Mountain should be able to help. Ha! Looking at Shin Xiong, who was scanning the code to pay, Ji Chou said from the side. In response, Shin Xiong, who paid for the car, came over and heard his words. You're really thinking out of the box. Say, do you have any plans next? Shin Xiong, with a bit of a flirtatious glance at Ji Chou. Then, inquisitively, he questioned Ji Chou again. What plan? Ji Chou, being suddenly asked, recoiled in a bit of confusion. Didn't you say you were going to take on the 9 sects in the Wang family, to unify them? Shin Xiong, lowering his voice, said to Ji Chou. Oh, you mean this, seasonal autumn, squared off, but, no plans needed. My black shadow core can strongly conquer them all. In a few days, or directly tomorrow. One by one, go up and find their head of the family. I don't believe it, they won't be afraid to die. Seasonal fall. What was said had a hint of coldness in its gaze. One will be a great success. Those who want to achieve great things do not take the small things into account. And then there's this, righteousness is not in the palm of your hand, and mercy is not in the palm of your hand. Having decided to go down this bully, Ji Chou was then mentally prepared to become an overlord whose hands were stained with the blood of others. Seeing this scene, at this moment, Shin Xiong also squarely saw a man's determination on how to realize his own ambitions, but for a moment he couldn't help but look slightly lost in thought. Until, boss, back, the voice of Centurion Mountain suddenly rang out from. It was indeed Lieutenant Zhang who came out of the Star and Moon Hotel to greet Ji Chou. Obviously, the gatekeeper stick boy at the Star and Moon Hotel saw Ji Chou and Shin Xiong return, and then went to inform Lieutenant Zhang. At those words, Ji Chou also couldn't help but turn around to look at the walking 100 Years Mountain. There was also Shin Xiong, who had just lost her concentration, who also woke up in a flash. Then she couldn't help but have a slight blush on her pretty face. Boss, I've already had someone put together the best 2 rooms in the Star and Moon Hotel, so you can move in at any time. Lieutenant Zhang came in front of Ji Chou, then said respectfully with a slight attachment. At those words, Ji Chou also couldn't help but have a small smile on his face. Lieutenant Zhang, well done. At this time, Ji Chou didn't continue to flirt with Lieutenant Zhang as Centennial Mountain. But really, 1 room is enough. Suddenly, he only saw Jiqiu put his arm around the beautiful Xinxiong, who was wearing a dress with a pleated skirt by his side, and said so to the 100 Years Mountain. Ha! 100 Years Mountain couldn't help but face off with a smile. Bah! Xinxiong, this was a blush on her face even redder, and even couldn't help but slap away Jiqiu's mischievous hand, and let out a pout. Scoundrel! Ha ha! Seasonal autumn, pleased as punch. After that, led by Lieutenant Zhang, Jiqiu arrived at his room at the Star and Moon Hotel. Aha! It's really good. The overall cloth of the room is basically the same as the style of the hotel lobby outside, antique. The room, all kinds of furniture, basically anything that can be made of wood, just all top quality mahogany. There were 2 main seat mahogany chairs, both red and black. Jiqiu wandered around the room again and had to say it was really big enough too. The den and even the gym are available. The restrooms all have 3. Just a simple look. Jiqiu feel this room, estimated no less than 500 square feet. It's still inside the Star and Moon Hotel. How big does the Star and Moon Hotel have to be? Well, it's worthy of the heritage of a great family that has been passed down for over 100 years. Well, the room I'm very pleased with. Lieutenant Zhang, you did a great job. Jiqiu fell on that red to black mahogany chair, then so satisfied smile. At the moment, in the room, besides Jiqiu himself, Centurion and Xinxiong, too, even the sound of voices, came over unexpectedly. It should be Yin Nanfeng who asked it to come over to hear something. Not important, as long as you're satisfied. In response to Jiqiu's verbal praise, Lieutenant Zhang nodded his head lightly. At the same time, and a lot of the things you bought, I'll arrange for them to be delivered later. Adjutant Zhang added. After all, Jiqiu had just gone out and bought a bunch of clothes, shoes, and women's bags, cosmetics, and whatnot. Lieutenant Zhang had it temporarily placed in the warehouse of the Star and Moon Hotel. Aha! Jiqiu, once again, nodded faintly. Then, Lieutenant Jiqiu suddenly called out. At the scene, the 3 people, Lieutenant Zhang, Xinxiong, and Sonic, looked at him in unison, and then, instead, he saw Jiqiu clench his fist and reach out, while signaling for Lieutenant Zhang to come over and catch the inside of his fist. Lieutenant Zhang's heart fluttered. In the end, he slowly stepped forward, slightly attached, and held out his hands, ready to receive the unknown object in Jiqiu's fist. Chapter 29, Rewarding out the Immortal Beans. Back, just see. Seasonal autumn, slowly unclenched her fists. Tick-tock. 5 little green beans. It fell into Deputy Zhang's hands. Is this Centennial Hill? A bit of a puzzle. What was the point of having myself come over to pick up a few green beans? Aside, Xinxiong and Sonic Slow, the 2 women also looked at the 5 green beans between the hands of 100 Years Mountain in an uncertain manner. In the end, they all looked at Jiqiu's eyes were all inquisitive. In response, ha! Jiqiu gently laughed it off. Then, in due course, explained, these 5 green beans may be unimpressive in their appearance, but don't underestimate them. Their name is Senzu, and they have the incredible ability to heal, as well as restore a living being's strength in many other states, especially its healing effect. No matter what lifeform or how much it has been injured, as long as there's still a breath left, then all it takes is 1 immortal bean to eat, and you'll be healed in an instant. So much for that. Jiqiu finished his slow explanation. Credit STH. What? Lieutenant Zhang and Sonic Slow, the 2 of them were the first to be startled. Sheng Shangshou was even unable to hold back his exclamation of surprise. Even Xinxiong, who had already seen the many kinds of wonders in Jiqiu's body, was surprised at this moment as she looked at the 5 green immortal beans that were in the hands of Lieutenant Zhang. On the spot, all 3 were stunned. According to what Seasonal Autumn said, then these 5 little green beans fairy beans are simply 5 more chances to save your life at critical moments. Just, regardless of how badly injured one was, as long as one still had a breath, then one only needed to eat an immortal bean, and one would be instantly healed. This is too much, isn't it? With this tiny little bean? Unbelievable. Boss, these beans. Lieutenant Zhang, however, was willing to believe what Jiqiu said, because Seasonal Autumn is mysterious enough. From the beginning, until now, there has been more than one mysterious and unbelievable thing that has happened to Jiqiu. The Black Shadow Core, the transformation of zombies, the 5 divine swords. All of these, science has no explanation. In that case, fairy beans, why would that be impossible? Therefore, Lieutenant Zhang wanted to know even more at this moment. Jiqiu took these 5 immortal beans and put them into his Zhang Rishang's hands. Is it meant for him? I'm satisfied with what you've done, so reward you for that. Sure enough, Jiqiu faintly spoke thus. Indeed, the immortal beans are really for Jichio, chicken ribs-like existence. His Discordian zombie body was only a 5th-generation white-eyed zombie though, but still has a super powerful self-healing ability, which can be called immortal. And zombies are still basically ageless. Given time, none of the Zhang family could live longer than the current Jichio. So, what's the point of having Jichio? Might as well reward the men who do a good job. Besides, Jichio had given out 5, and there were still 25 immortal beans left. Zhang Rishang, thank you boss. Lieutenant Zhang, with a heartfelt smile, arched his hand to Jichio in front of him. If the effects of fairy beans are true, then this immortal bean. Of course, Lieutenant Zhang wanted it very much. After all, it's 5 life-saving opportunities, and not only can you save yourself, but you can give and save others. Again, to say if the effect is true, just take one back and test it out. There's 5 of them anyway. Aha! Seeing Adjutant Zhang become more respectful, Jichio's heart became more and more satisfied. Afterwards, he glanced at Sound and Sound beside Shinxiong. Oh yeah, and you, Jichio, suddenly looked toward Sound Slow, making the latter's heart uncontrollably a bit tense. Jichio's sudden and inexplicable words were even more of a shock to Sonic's heart. However, the actions of Jichio in the back caused a burst of surprise for Sound Slow. Just see, a small, identical green bean was gently tossed to the Sound by Jichu. Sounding slow, he immediately stepped forward to catch the flying pea. Holding it in my hand, sure enough, it's the same as the one in Lieutenant Zhang's hand. Immortal beans, take it to that stupid woman in Nanfom. I don't think she's been sucked to death by my bloodsucking, right? Seeing that Sonic slowly caught the immortal beans, Jichio, in due course, half-joked. To this, thanks, Boss G. A yellow and white Chonsam of the Sound and Slow, this time hands on the belly, etiquette thoughtful bow to the Jichio thank. I, too, thank the boss for Nanfong. Again, Lieutenant Zhang, also smiling, once again arched his hand in thanks to Jichio. Instead, it made Jichio suddenly a little embarrassed. After all, the reason for giving the sounding fairy beans was that she was expected to take them to Yin Nanfong, who had lost a lot of blood. And the reason why Yin Nanfong lost a lot of blood, who did it? Needless to say? So, this giving someone a stick, then a candy, and then they end up with a thank you look on their face, actually gave Jichio whole instead a little embarrassed. Ha ha ha. Alright, go get it for her. Tell that stupid woman to eat without fear, because I don't need to poison it if I want to kill her. Jichio then waved his hand faintly, signaling that Sonic could go. At the same time, Jichio's words were also speaking to Lieutenant Zhang. To kill you, you need to be poisoned by delivering fairy beans? Or chronic poisons to control you? Come on, those 2 main features. The Dark Shadow Core is all-inclusive. Okay, credit STH. Lieutenant Zhang, Sound and Sound, both of them are clear in their minds. Indeed, is it not easy for Jichio to kill someone? The Black Shadow Core now has several others that have been lurking in her shadow. It can kill you anytime, anywhere, so it needs to be poisoned or something? Well, there's no need for any tests. This immortal bean, it should be error-free. Lieutenant Zhang directly stated that there was no need to go for the immortal bean effect test, lest it go to waste. Yes, Boss G. The voice was slow and also lightly nodded her white head, then slowly retreated. During that time, Sound Slow also didn't dare to have any opinion at all about Jichio frequently calling Yin Nanfong a stupid woman. Before walking, Sounding Slow, thinking, it is only you, this master, who dares to talk about their eldest miss Yin Nanfong like this. Lieutenant Zhang didn't even dare to talk about Yin Nanfong like this. Voice hesitates. Should she truthfully tell Jichio what she called her so-called stupid woman in a moment? Ugh, it's so hard. Late at night, nearly 12 o'clock, Lieutenant Zhang, after staying for a short while, also happily left with 5 immortal beans, leaving only Shinxiong in the room besides Jichio. I'm going to my room too. Shinxiong, ready to leave as well. After all, Lieutenant Zhang had also arranged a room for Shinxiong, which was hardly much worse than this one for Jichio. But, seeing that she wanted to run, Jichio moved swiftly and came up at once to embrace this warm and soft jade into his arms. Want to go? Late. What are you now that you don't know yourself? Trying to run anywhere? Jichio pressed against Shinxiong's white ear, sniffed the light fragrance of her body, and spoke so in her ear. And feeling the burst of tingling sensation coming from her ears, Shinxiong couldn't help but feel a bit of body weakness and her face turning red and hot. You let go of me. Chapter 30 Yin Nanfo meets Fairy Beans. At this moment, in the same Star and Moon Hotel, among Yin Nanfeng's rooms, how dare he call me a stupid woman? Yin Nanfeng, a bit annoyed, sounded out. Boss, what I heard, that's it, Sonic replied in a low voice. Indeed, the sound is just back from Jichu's, reporting to Yin Nanfeng at this moment. Damned bastard, I'm not going to let it go just like that. In the future, watch how I deal with you. I just don't believe it. There's no one in this world who can deal with him. Yin Nanfeng, who had been so pouting with indignation, on the side, sounding is a timely reminder. Then boss, this immortal being, you, Sonic was slow, holding up the little green fairy bean he had gotten from Jichu in his hand. How amazingly effective the beans were, and of course sounding slowly had told Yin Nanfeng all about it. Although, there was currently no 100% guarantee that this immortal bean was really as magical and incredible as what Jichu had told him. But, since it was a strange object taken out by someone as mysterious and bizarre as Jichu, it's, surely, something extraordinary. I just wonder if the effects are really that powerful? To this, seeing the little green beans, Yin Nanfeng instantly thought once again of the Jichu's words that sound slowly had relayed just now. Tell that stupid woman I don't need to poison her if I want to kill her. Thinking about it, Yin Nanfeng couldn't help but blush again. In his heart, he couldn't wait to bite that little bastard Jichu to death. But, bring it to me. Hesitating for a few seconds, Yin Nanfeng still didn't want to let go of such a strange thing as immortal beans, whether or not it's really as strong an effect as Jichu says it is. But anyone with the slightest ability to quickly heal the injured, then this immortal bean is an absolute rare and precious treasure. Just, after letting Sonic out, Yin Nanfeng, looking at the tiny beans that had reached his hand, but hesitated. Should I eat it? Thinking, suddenly the words that Jichu had asked the voice to convey rang out again. Humph, who's afraid of who? Just eat. Just like what Jichu said, the black shadow core had been lurking among her shadows. You need to poison her to kill her? Furthermore, the existence of the Black Shadow Core had completely controlled her, Yin Nanfeng, as well as the entire Star Moon Hotel, and no more chronic poisons or anything to control her. So, in reason, Yin Nanfeng knew there was no need for Jichu to harm her with this bean. So, just eat. Gulp. Yun Nam Feng, don't dare to chew or anything. It was actually directly like swallowing a pill. Swallowing an entire immortal bean in one go. Nearly choked during. Luckily, he took a little bit of water in time before swallowing the fairy beans completely. Cough cough cough. Almost choking, Yin Nanfeng, who had already lost a lot of blood and was weak, almost fainted. Cough. At this moment, there was also a non-stop unpleasant coughing. What fairy beans are? There is no use at all. But also said what eat it immediately. Yin Nanfeng was having a hard time not being able to stop complaining because she was choking a little bit. But the words weren't finished. Yin Nanfeng felt a warm current welling up in his stomach, and it instantly traveled up and down his body. Almost the next instant, Yin Nanfeng could clearly feel his mind clearing. The original feeling of weakness, powerlessness, and discomfort on the body instantly subsided through and through. It was as if the whole person had been given a new lease of life all of a sudden. This is me. Yin Nanfeng, a bit incredulous, looked at his body, feeling the last burst of change in his body. At the end of the day, on the other hand, he saw Yin Nanfeng on the soft bed and couch. His face had completely lost the pallor of his earlier face. The whole person, it was obvious to look at, had become rosy and healthy. Back, Yin Nanfeng even got out of bed and walked around, realizing that he had indeed returned to full normalcy. Standing up, there was no longer any of the dizziness that he had just experienced due to the loss of blood. I actually did get all better at once? This immortal being is actually really so. Nanfeng Yin. His face was full of incredulity after the surprise. In his heart, he couldn't help but feel more and more surprised and unable to hold back his curiosity about this handsome little man. Jichu. He really didn't have a single thing on him that was plain, bringing out and presenting. It seems to be either bizarre or transcendent. What the hell is he from? Zombies and dumplings like him? Are there others? Yin Nanfeng, who couldn't help but be murmuring. At the same time, can't help but think of him calling himself a stupid woman. Humph. At this point, Yin Nanfeng's words about Jichu, at this time in the middle of his room, on the soft bed, together with Shin Xiong, they were chatting and talking. Back, look at Shin Xiong feeling sleepy and tired. Jichu was actually planning to heal Shin Xiong again from among the shadow space, taking out the horse talisman intention. You're going to torture me like that again? Shin Xiong, however, grabbed his hands. Stop the lethargy he wants. Let's talk some more. It's still early. The horse charm can help you refresh your mind. Jichu laughed evilly. I'm sleepy. Shin Xiong, rolling her eyes, couldn't help but spit. Jichu, on the other hand, still took out the horse charm. Heal. Time. Excess. I don't know how long after that. Jichu helped Shin Xiong, who already didn't want to talk with him and had fallen asleep, to cover the quilt. Then, Jichu herself walked out of the bedroom, came to the outside room living room, but you can't really be dim. The zombie supernatural ability Fire Elemental that was just awakened today, as well as the Nine Eyes Heavenly Jewel or whatever. I'll have to look into it while there's still a little time before dawn. Seasonal Autumn, talking to herself, come sit down on the couch in the living room. Then, swish, extracting the Nine Eyes Heavenly Bead, that had just been rewarded by signing in from amongst the sign-in system, the nine-eyed heavenly pearl from the world of Saito. That being said, this Tomb Raider world I'm currently in, since the Karate Clan exists, it's likely that it's the same world that's also fused with Saito, and at that time, when I watched the drama, this Nine Eyes Heavenly Pearl came from a mysterious origin, as if it possessed a special energy. It could make the G-race quickly alienate into adults, and even, Sushan in the original drama lived for more than 100 years without aging because of it. Ji-Cho, looking at the strange stone in his hand, which was not striped or round in shape, muttered again under his breath, "What am I going to do with this thing, though, or is it of any use to me?" Ji-Cho, indeed, did not know how the Nine-Eyed Z should be best used. It wasn't even clear if the stuff was beneficial to him. A Discordian zombie. What if this is not only unhelpful, but harmful to him? Use the zombie power in your body. Stimulate it and see? Seasonal autumn, thinking about it. Finally, still boldly, the purple and black zombie power in his body surged out. Then go stimulate the Nine-Eyed Z in your hand. Sure enough, the Nine-Eyed Z reacted. It blossomed with sky blue celestial pearl energy. But it was rejecting Ji-Cho's zombie power. Sure enough, not only is it not beneficial to me, it's harmful. Seasonal Autumn sighed with a bit of disappointment. The energy of this Nine-Eyed Z, with his zombie power, it really did repel each other. Chapter 31 The Karmic Clan Red Umbrella. Still thinking about seeing if you can help my zombie bloodline evolve or something. Now that's good. You don't hurt me. Thank God. Ji-Cho, half-jokingly, shook his head and lost his smile. Originally, it is true that there is a little bit of hope, thinking that the energy of the Nine Eyes Heavenly Pearl can make his zombie bloodline evolve, even if a little bit. Who would have thought? Nine-Eyed Z beads that repel zombie bloodlines. Just, in the next second, Ji-Cho's mind moved. At once, a black shadow core immediately emerged from within his shadow. Take this thing and throw it into shadow space. It's useless. Ji-Cho directly threw the Nine Eyes Heavenly Jewel in his hand to the black shadow core that sprang out half of his body. In response, the black shadow core caught the Nine-Eyed Heavenly Pearl and then respectfully bowed deeply to Ji-Cho after. Go back into hiding in shadow space. Now, the number of the black shadow core seems to have reached a somewhat huge number of 500. And according to the bizarre nature of the black shadow core, with a number of 500, even when facing 1,000 armies, they could definitely easily decimate those so-called 1,000 armies of others. Even modern armies, facing more than 500 black shadow core, one would definitely have to suffer a great loss as well, for no other reason than the black shadow core's ability to lurk in the shadows. It's simply too buggy. At this point, in the middle of a hotel not far from the Star and Moon Hotel, how can this be? Is this really the aura of the Heavenly Jewel? A female voice, whose tone was permeated with surprise, resounded in one of the hotel rooms. Then a silhouette walked to the window and looked into the distance, in the direction of a certain aura she sensed. That's right, this is the aura of the Nine-Eyed Heavenly Jewel. The tone of his voice became immensely surprised, and she was looking away from the direction where the Star and Moon Hotel was located. Swish-hoo! In the next instant, suddenly, she saw that she had actually steeply and incredibly transformed into a demonic red aura. Then, it penetrated the security window of the hotel window and flew in the direction of the Star and Moon Hotel at great speed. Very quickly, the red aura landed on top of the roof of a building less than 300 meters away from the Star and Moon Hotel. Then, reify the tall, shapely figure. Strange, how come the aura of the Heavenly Pearl has disappeared without a trace again? She, again, turned her tone into one of disbelief and doubt. Star and Moon Hotel? She, with a pair of eyes, could see the sign above the entrance of the Star and Moon Hotel from a long distance away. Then, Nine-Eyed Z, Red Umbrella, must have it. I must get the perfect evolution this time, and then, become a woman in the true sense of the word. Chibi Umbrella. At this time the tone of his voice turned back into one full of expectation, even extreme longing. On the other side, at this time, in the living room of the room, Ji-Cho was unable to use the Nine Eyes Heavenly Jewel because he couldn't, so after throwing it into shadow space, then, try the newly awakened zombie ability, Element of Fire. Ji-Cho faintly smiled past, no longer dwelling on the Nine-Eyed Z, but ready to experience a new zombie ability. In the next second, with the lifting and transportation of zombie power, then transformed into blazing power. Ho ho ho! In the next instant, only under Ji-Cho's deliberate control, the power of fire was transported to his right hand, and all of a sudden, he actually saw Ji-Cho's entire right hand become full of flames constantly burning and emerging. The whole thing becomes Fire Hand. Furthermore, as the zombie power of Seasonal Autumn increases and collects smaller, the flames, too, are shrinking and enlarging, even as long as Ji Chio was willing, his entire body could be transformed into all flames, turn into a fireman. However, worried about accidentally starting a fire or something, Ji Chio controlled the power of fire and only burned and surged in his hands. However, Ji Chio was under control. The flames appeared on the right side for a while, and then surged out on the left hand. Complete spontaneity and control. And, this flame, the temperature is not low. I'm afraid. Although he couldn't feel how hot the fire in his hand was, he looked around and saw that the air around him was burning and distorting a bit. Ji Chio knew this zombie fire ability of his own must be extremely high temperature, and that's not the limit. Ji Chio felt that as long as he increased the output of his zombie power, the size and temperature of the flames are bound to keep rising rapidly and continuously. Well, that's not bad. Seasonal Autumn guffawed and smiled through, and just then, Ji Chio heard, behind them, a surprised amazed, backward sound suddenly rang out. Ji Chio, who had just turned the flame to his left hand, subconsciously turned back when he heard the voice. In the next second, he saw Shin Xiong, who had originally fallen asleep in the bedroom, was now at the bedroom door, and, with a pair of hands covering his small mouth and an expression of astonishment, he looked at Ji Chio at this moment. Indeed, Ji Chio, who was experimenting with the power of the fire element, the superpower of burning flames on that hand, startled Shin Xiong, who had come out. Why are you awake? Did I disturb you? Looking at Shin Xiong, who was so surprised that she covered her mouth at the bedroom doorway, Ji Chio asked with a smile. To this, you, Shin Xiong, with one hand continuing to cover her small mouth, and the other, at this moment, still amazed, pointed towards Ji Chio's incredible, flame-burning left hand. Seeing this scene, instead of putting away the flames, the blackened Ji Chio, swish who dash, the other hand flared up. It turned directly into a warm, searing flame burning in both hands at the same time. At that moment, the shock caused Shin Xiong's pupils to shrink directly, and even his feet couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Ha ha! Seeing that Shin Xiong was indeed frightened, the belly-aching Ji Chio laughed with satisfaction, and at this moment, Shin Xiong couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Ji Chio's belly-aching as well as her ridicule of herself. Her heart was now filled with shock and incredulity. In response, Ji Chio quickly collected all the scorching flames. Don't be afraid, it's just one of my zombie powers. Ji Chio, after ventriloquizing for a bit, then spoke out to comfort Shin Xiong at this time. However, seeing that Ji Chio could control the flames freely, and that his hands were obviously full of fire just now, he actually had no problem at all with his hands now. It is true, Seasonal Autumn indirectly also gains fire immunity. You, Shin Xiong, still a bit unable to react, until she took a deep breath. Then, what happened to you? Surely nothing is normal. Shin Xiong said this about Ji Chio. Ha ha ha. Ji Chio sniffed and couldn't help but be happy then. Well, that comment is spot on. With that, he reached out to Shin Xiong, signaling her to come over. Seeing this, Shin Xiong, who had just been startled, helplessly blanked Ji Chio. With that, still barefoot and small, white, she walked toward him, until he took hold of Ji Chio's outstretched right hand. Ji Chio directly pulled Shin Xiong into his arms in the next second. Meanwhile, fingers gently nudged the other's small, white, agaric nose. Chapter 32 Departure, Desert, Finding the Evil Emperor. Next day, the Star and Moon Hotel. Among others, Seasonal Autumn, waking up from a soft bed, he barely slept for less than half an hour. Ming Ming was in the back last night and started tangling with Shin Xiong again, 2 times in succession, adding up to almost dozens more. And unlike Shin Xiong, who had been relying on the help of the horse charm, Seasonal Autumn has always been capable of doing this on her own. But, there's no way around it. Zombie bodies are just so awesome. 12 times during the day and 12 times at night, one after the other. It was alive and well at the end as usual. It only even took less than half an hour of sleep for Ji Chio to regain his energy once again. Awakening. At this point, when Ji Chio opened her eyes, the sky was still all a bit gray. Beside him, Shin Xiong was all still asleep. After all, the equivalent of the two had just stopped for half an hour. Ji Chio then woke up. Shin Xiong's body can't take it, even with the help of the horse charm. It is said that there is no such thing as a plowed field, but only a tired cow. In the case of Ji Chio and Shin Xiong, it has to be said the other way around. Gulp, gulp. Just after waking up, Ji Chio immediately extracted 12 packets of blood packets that contained essence, and began to mouth raw fangs after biting through the blood packets and drinking furiously. In the end, 400 cubic centimeters blood packets with a large amount of blood were swallowed whole by Ji Chio. It seems that the energy of the zombie body is wildly superior to that of the blood, which obviously came out in force. Drinking furiously from 12 or so blood packs, he rubbed his stomach. which was already filled with a sense of fullness. Burp. Jichio burped contentedly. Ordinary people are bound to find blood hard to drink, but it's not the same for Jichio, who has been turned into a zombie. As the blood entered his mouth, Jichio found it incomparably delicious. The whole body is filled with relief, and after being so full, Jichio glanced at Shincheong, who was still in a deep sleep, and it didn't bother her. By himself, he went inside the restroom to wash up. Another thing that has to be said here again, the horse charm removes external forces and restores things to their original state. So, after last night, Jichio took out the horse rune spell again and came to purify the bed and quilt, which were already full of filth. It's actually really possible. The original filthy beds, quilts, all at once were purified. Otherwise, how could Shincheong sleep comfortably on it? Otherwise, it must be sticky and uncomfortable, right? Otherwise, it must have smelled, right? Ahem. Wash up, taking special care to wash the blood that was left in the corners of your mouth when you drank it earlier, lest you scare passers-by when you go out. Subsequently, Seasonal Autumn re-entered the bedroom with gentle steps, looking at Shincheong, who was still asleep. Shoo 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 shoo. Jichio suddenly summoned 10 Black Shadow Core. The 10 Black Shadow Core, as soon as they came out, immediately respectfully and together knelt down on one knee at Jichio. I may be gone for a while or a day or two. You 10, stay with her and do as she says. Jichio, so looking at the 10 Black Shadow Core around him, commanded them in a low voice. At those words, the 10 Black Shadow Core immediately nodded their heads in respectful unison. Seeing this, Jichio was also satisfied in his heart. It occurred to him that the evil emperor, Pear Cluster, and the others should have already met up with Boss Ma as well as Sunan and the other joints in the original drama. It could have been marching ever deeper into the desert by now. In response, how could Jichu miss it? Let's not talk about the fun of being involved in the plot. That is, Sunan, Boss Ma. In the original show, all those people in the desert at that time could basically sign on more or less, right? Can you miss it? And seasonal fall has to be quick. Otherwise, wouldn't it be impossible to sign in when those tool people die in the desert and their bodies can't be found? So, while brushing her teeth in the restroom just now, Jichio thought about going over to the desert and seeing the evil emperor again. As for how to get there, that goes without saying. On the evil emperor's side, there were also the 10 Black Shadow Corps that Jichio had arranged for the evil emperor to command and spy on the evil emperor, utilizing the Black Shadow Corps' ability to sense each other, and then through the shadow space's super mobility, Jichio could easily go to the evil emperor's side. Just, once Jichio left, Shincheong in the words of the Star and Moon Hotel, he actually could not help but have a variety of uneasiness. Leave 10 Black Shadow Corps for her. 1. Protect Shincheong. Secondly, it counts as surveillance. Even though everything happened with Shincheong, Jichio still wouldn't just trust her so quickly. Major, still don't want Shincheong to have the chance to contact the Wang family. If the Wang family knew about Jichio's existence too soon, Jichio is afraid that when he wants to go after them, he won't be able to find a single member of the Wang family, and that would be a waste of time. Jichu then saw letter paper and a pen on the counter of the room. Then he brought it to write a few words and left it for Shincheong to read after she woke up. That's it. After doing so, Jichio turned around and walked out of the bedroom, even all the way out of the entire room and into the hallway of the Star and Moon Hotel outside. However, Jichio closed the door and didn't take more than a few steps and pass a corner. Seasonal Autumn saw someone who was somewhat familiar among the original show. However, he saw a tall and thin man with a lollipop in his mouth standing in front of Jichio. My name is Loyet. Jichio thought of who the other party was at the same time. The other party, Luo, but also reported his own name. You're waiting for me? Jichio, with his hands wrapped around him with interest, looked at Luo yet in front of him. To this, Boss Ian told me, there's a man who came to the hotel and wants everyone in the hotel to listen to him. I'm from the hotel too. Low but, somewhat to himself. So, Seasonal Autumn smiled faintly. Other than Boss Yoon, I only listen to those who are better than me. Luo, however, replied. At those words, Jichio also understood. Also recalled from the original series, the episode where Momoyama defeats Rosher and then takes Rosher under his wing. Remember that in the original show, Law was a man who played with a fishhook like no other. Self-warfare, relative to ordinary people, still very impressive. In the original drama, there was a time when a single person used a fishhook and fishing line to easily tie up 7 or 8 female fighters from the Patchouli family. But, that's just the equivalent of an ordinary person. Luo, however, couldn't even beat 100 Years Mountain, let alone him, Jichio, a 5th-generation white-eyed pancake zombie. So, after listening to Luo but, Jichio, fingers to the Luo but hooked in front of him, signaling him to let his horse go. Instead, Law's eyes glazed over, and he indeed took out the same set of fish hooks and lines from the original play. Jichio couldn't help but smile. Swish-oo, the next second, but see with a cracking sound, Luo but the fish hook as if a sharp blade to Jichio flying hook and come. But, in the eyes of the very people of Jichio, it was turtle speed. Suddenly, as the fishhook flew in front of Jichio and was about to hook his clothes, Jichio blinked with one hand and steadily grasped Luo Yet's hook. Moreover, Jichio's strength was such that Luo but couldn't yank back his own hook that was tied with a fishing line. Like this, the next moment was even more incredible. Hissing, in the fall of the season, the hand that grasped the hook, bizarrely and unbelievably, spontaneously combusted. Searing flames burned from above Jichio's hand, and in an instant, the powerful temperature melted that fish hook and a section of fishing line directly. The scene, looking at Ro but with a look of amazement. Chapter 33 Luo but bows down desert in to see the evil emperor again. Looking at the hook and line that was melted by the spontaneous combustion of Jichio's right hand, Luo but, for a moment, could not help the pupil earthquake. For a moment, the entire person couldn't help but be lost in thought due to the shock of Jichio's unusual ability. It was also Ro but this lapse of concentration. Swish clank, Jichio, already relying on the zombies, super speed, transformed into a residual shadow in the blink of an eye. Snap, gently tapped Luo Yet's shoulder. However, he saw that Jichio actually didn't know when. The person had already come from in front of Luo Zhua to behind Luo Zhua. This tap on the other party's shoulder instantly caused Luo but reflexively turned around and backed up sharply immediately. Then, again, he looked with an incredulous face at Jichio, who had gone from being in front of him and now appeared behind him. Luo, however, looked at the current Jichio in shock. How did you do that? Luo, however, looked at Jichio and couldn't help but ask in shock. In response, Jichio was not answering or asking questions. Do we need to fight more? Credit STH. Ro, however, froze. Then, with a small sigh, he shook his head. At the same time, boss, Luo, however, slightly attached his head and bowed and saluted to Jichio at this moment. Aha! Jichio nodded. At the same time, looking towards Luo but, Jichio spoke out. You're good. After a while, I might let you follow me out on some errands. It will have to be some time, though. I have some other business right now that requires a trip to the desert. Do you need me to join you? Luo Yet, who heard Jichio's words, immediately picked up, and a real person, having just expressed his submission, Luo Yet was willing to work for Jichio. Seeing this, Jichio also smiled in satisfaction. However, Jichio still shook his head. For the time being, it's just to scout the desert first. It doesn't require too many people to follow. Saying that, the next second, suddenly, I saw it. Shoo shoo shoo. Jichio, with a thought, 3 black shadow core, immediately and swiftly emerged from the shadows underneath Jichio's feet. This bizarre scene. Once again, he looked at Luo but his pupils shrank violently. It seemed that Nanfeng hadn't told Luo Yet too much about Jichio. Also, after all, it's the kind of thing that you have to see with your own eyes to believe. If someone else went to talk to Ratchet, I'm afraid Ratchet would just think the other person was crazy, because it was so unbelievable and bizarre. To this, their name is the Black Shadow Corps, and they have the ability to go into other people's shadows and hide. After I leave, these 3 Black Shadow Corps will go inside your shadow. Once the Star and Moon Hotel, or you have something you need to inform me of, you can shadow yourself and call out to them then, and then they will lead you to me, or they can pass it on. Jichio, faintly out of breath, explained, and, having said that, with a faint wave of his hand, at once, amidst Rosher's still shocked gaze, the 3 Black Shadow Corps dived into Rosher's shadow through and through. Luo, however, took several heavy breaths because of his startled and uncertain heart before forcing himself to calm down. Finally realized why Bossin Nanfeng said that a creepy kid had become the boss of all of them after he came back from a bit of a mission outside in the middle of the night. Weird. It is indeed spooky. With such astonishing thoughts in his mind, Ro, however, took one more look at his restored shadow. Then, I see. Bowing again to Jichu, he said. Luo, however, became more and more respectful of Jichio's gesture. Aha. Jichio, satisfied, also nodded slowly once again. At the same time, alright, originally, I wanted to go find Lieutenant Zhang and give an explanation, but since I saw you here, then, you'll convey it for me. Just tell them I'm going out for a bit, a couple days at the most, and I'll be back. Jichu, to Lo but commanded. Yes, boss. Luo, however, nodded heavily in response. In this way, Jichio then smiled faintly afterward. Swish and shove. It was taken into shadow space by several more regiments of black shadows that emerged from the shadows. Then, it began to rapidly blend into the shadows, constantly shifting away at breakneck speeds, leaving Luo but alone. He looked at his shadow in the same place in a mood that was still a bit unable to calm down. During, Luo, however, could really vaguely see 3 pairs of bizarre pupils glowing with scarlet from his own shadow. Indeed, 3 black shadow core lurked inside the shadows of his Luo Che. Luo, however, did not react as strongly as Yin Nanfeng her last night, and after gathering her mind for a moment, Luo, however, began to walk forward as well, ready to go inform President Zhang about what Ji Qiu had just asked him to convey. The other side, in the middle of a small hotel in a rustic house on the edge of the desert. I haven't seen the evil emperor, Pai Tu and Wang Meng for a day. The 3 students, at this very moment, are in the middle of this small earth room hotel, waking up. At present, the sky is also just being lightened. It shouldn't be more than 6:30. Come on kid, wake up. Pear Cluster's little friend was still in bed, and the evil emperor came over and slapped Pear Cluster directly on the head. What's the matter? It's not even dawn, and you're here to disturb people's dreams. Pear Cluster, a little reluctantly, got up from the quilt. A sleepy look. It's already dawn outside. Quickly get up and wash up, or don't wash up and just set off. The evil emperor said, I really want Spirit Sword to kill you with a single sword. Pear Cluster, blaring fiercely at the evil emperor, couldn't help but say. At the same time, picking up the Excalibur that had been placed by his pillow, he cradled it into his arms. It was like holding a little daughter-in-law. It was indeed the divine sword from the Peacock Plume world that Ji Qiu had given to Pear Cluster. Pear Cluster, for this long sword that possessed life, moved on its own, and even flew, which could be called a spirit sword. Indeed, it has become likable. Cuddled in bed last night. You can only think about it. Unless there's a real order from Ji Qiu, Excalibur is only responsible for protecting you and won't kill at will. The evil emperor, guffawing from the sidelines. Indeed, Excalibur is only responsible for protecting Pear Cluster's life. The rest of the time, Excalibur basically stayed in the middle of the scabbard. Even, the evil emperor forcibly brought Pai Tu to the desert, and Pai Tu pleaded with Excalibur to step in. It's all high and dry and motionless. Otherwise, would he, Pear Cluster, be willing to follow him to a dangerous and uncomfortable place like the desert? But as much as Excalibur was so, Pear Cluster, yet he couldn't help but love it, because know the critical moment then, Excalibur will certainly come out to save him. Pear Cluster. Thinking so, Pear Cluster was feeling secure when he slept, with Excalibur at his side. Beautiful. And just then, brat, where did you get that? What's it doing here? Outside the hotel, there was a loud, argumentative noise. It seemed to be the voice of Su Nan's #1 henchman, Old Mac. What's going on out there? Pear Cluster, getting out of bed, couldn't help but ask suspiciously at this point. The evil emperor also glanced in the direction outside. Next, boss, Ji Qiu, he's here. Wang Meng ran in from outside, then pointed outside the hotel intermittently said, Chapter 34, Plump and Mature, Sunong. Ji Qiu? Mo, are you sure? Hearing what Wang Meng said, Pear Cluster couldn't help but ask out loud with a bit of surprise, because in this next desert to be visited, if there's one person who knows, that would really be the best. And, because the divine swords were all given to and protected by Ji Qiu, so, Pear Cluster had actually taken a great liking to Ji Qiu. Thus, hearing that Ji Qiu had arrived, Pear Cluster was the first to show a look of excitement. In response, the evil emperor, too, wore a meaningful faint smile. The evil emperor had already guessed by now, the quarrel outside should be because of Ji Qiu. The people are right outside. They just had a little trouble with Su Nan's men. Old my, Wang Meng, pointing outside the room, said, Ha! The evil emperor couldn't help but laugh at his words. Then, Old Mac might be out of luck. What's the matter with Ji Qiu? Need more explanation? Old Mac dares to mess with that devil out there? What a way to live, right? Credit STH. Pear Cluster also couldn't help but smile a little gloat-like. He also had no love for Old Mac and Su Nan, who looked like outlaws. In particular, Sunan, though she is mature, beautiful, flirtatious, voluptuous, with a seductive brow and 4 pounds of breasts, but Pear Cluster just didn't have a good feeling about her, because yesterday, when they first met, she had used a small knife and terrorized him with Pear Clusters. When the knife flew over and stabbed into the wooden box beside him, it gave Pearly Cluster a terrible shock. After all, the current Pear Cluster was not yet the future one, the 7th Master Lie. It's still easy to get spooked. Also for this reason, Pear Cluster had no good feelings in his heart towards Su Nan, Old Mac, and all those others. That Old Mac is mean and always talking out of turn. It made Pear Cluster's heart hate it. If Old Mac suffered, Pear Cluster will be very happy. Thinking, Pear Cluster couldn't even wait to go wash up and ran straight out of the room. Then the downstairs one ran out toward the outside of the hotel. This kid, the evil emperor, laughed, then looked at Wang Meng by his side. Let's go out and greet Big Boss Ji Qiu as well. At this moment, outside an Earth House hotel on the desert border, the person who appeared was indeed Ji Qiu, because the evil emperor has the black shadow core on him. So, through the direct sensing of the Black Shadow Core and the Shadow Space Movement ability. 10 minutes ago, seasonal fall is here, just before he could see the evil Emperor, Pear Cluster, and Wang Mang. Instead, he was pestered by Su Nan's henchman, Old Mac, cause Old Mac woke up early in the morning and came outside, saw a man whom he had not seen before this, namely, Ji-Chu, lounging in a chair outside the inn. Suspicious in his mind, Old Mac couldn't help but step forward and try to interrogate Ji-Chu about his origins. After all, it's not like Old Mac is comfortable with someone popping up all of a sudden, because the only people who checked into the inn last night were their group of brothers, and Boss Ma, as well as the evil Emperor and Pear Cluster. Other than that, it was just the shopkeeper and the two store boys. Ji-Chu, where did that come from? Because of his sensitive identity as a murderer, and the fact that he is in the middle of a mission, the very thing that made Old Mac alert must have wanted to figure out what was going on with Ji-Chu. Like this, a question. Ji-Chu ignored him. Second question. Ji-Chu still ignored him. Query STH. Ji-Chu fatally gave his Old Mac a middle finger. Chow Nima's Old Mac, all of a sudden, was furious. He even tried to pull out the knife behind him. Old Mac. Just then, a female voice faintly sounded. It gave Old Mac a lurch in his movements. What's going on? What's all the noise early in the morning? Indeed, Su Nan, who was wearing a red jacket, a black trouser underneath, and leather boots underneath. The whole person walked out slowly from the middle of the hotel in a valiant manner. Period. Ji-Chu, hearing the voice, couldn't help but glance at the other party. Su Nan, on the other hand, was also looking curiously, inquisitively, at the back of Ji-Chu, who was sitting in the chair in front of Old Mai, so much so that the moment of turning back, the two men's eyes collided. Then, Su Nan's heart couldn't help but exclaim in admiration at first. What a handsome boy. Ji-Chu, also through the extraordinary eyesight of a zombie, saw Su Nan at the entrance of the hotel, much more gorgeous than she seemed to be in the TV series, and that red leather jacket and valiant look is a real plus. End up STH. Ji-Chu and Su Nan, both of them couldn't help but show a hint of appreciation in their eyes at the same time as they looked at each other. Sister Nan, this kid came out of nowhere and is very suspicious. Suddenly, as the two looked at each other, Old Mac's voice sounded somewhat out of place. It was also because of Old Mac's voice that brought Su Nan back to her senses. Finally, Su Nan, after taking another look at Ji-Chu's handsome face, turned his head to Old Mai and said, "There shouldn't be anything suspicious about this handsome little man sitting here properly. Old Mac, get ready to go. Don't make any trouble." At those words, Old Mac sighed. Yes, Sister Nan, Su Nan is a lot more than just good-looking. Her skill, ability, and ruthless heart of a murderer like Old Mac can't help but be afraid of Su Nan. In this way, Su Nan then looked at the handsome five-featured Ji-Chu anew. "Excuse me, handsome boy, I hope you won't mind if my brother here was rude just now. I think it was unintentional." Su Nan, with a delicate and seductive smile on her face, said so to Ji-Chu on the seat. "It's okay, I can forgive him once." Ji-Chu, looking indifferent, shrugged back. Credit STH. Old Mac glared hard at Ji-Chu all at once. "Nima, it's clear that you just gave me a middle finger in provocation. Now, how dare you say you forgive me? Lao Mai, if not Su Nan at this time in, really want to give a knife to pretend this little white boy like Ji-Chu cut." Ha! At that moment, but Su Nan gently laughed. Then, a handsome little man with a sense of humor. "I wonder if I could tell my sister Mai your name? Also, it seemed like there was hardly anyone around when we checked into the hotel last night and came here. Where did you come from, brother? Just see." Su Nan, with a mature and flirtatious smile on her face. In fact, it was the fact that they were also starting to inquire and ask about where Ji-Chu came from. But unlike Old Mac's way, the smiling and laughing way of questioning by Su Nan was still more acceptable. But, willing to answer, depends on the mood of the seasonal fall. Ji-Chu. Suddenly, but seeing inside the hotel, Pear Cluster ran out at this time. "Ji-Chu, it's really you." Running out and seeing Ji-Chu, Pear Cluster looked happy. It was rather like meeting someone from another country. It's also kind of like hometown meets hometown. Anyway, seeing fellow classmate Ji-Chu, Pear Cluster was now happier than seeing the evil emperor. So, all of a sudden, he ran to Ji-Chu's side with a smile on his face. Seeing this scene, Su Nan and Old Mac on the side were slightly stunned. They actually know each other? Seasonal Autumn? Chapter 35 Advanced Golem Ball. Seasonal Autumn? Su Nan, from Pear Cluster, learned the name of Ji-Chu, and on the sidelines, Old Mai was still a little surprised that Pear Cluster knew Ji-Chu. Next moment, however, he saw Evil Emperor and Wang Mang, and the two of them also went out of the inn. Then, boss, ×2, the Evil Emperor and Wang Mang, after the two of them came to Ji-Chu's side, they shouted at him in unison. Credit STH. Sunan and Old Mac were even more surprised at once as they looked at Evil Emperor and Wang Mang. They actually calling Ji Chio, an overly handsome young guy, as the boss? Sunan was also looking at the Evil Emperor and Ji Chio at this moment in his heart with astonishment. You should know that Sunan and Shinxiong are the same, they can both be from the Wang family. Moreover, Sunan's position and status in the Wang family was above Shinxiong, although Shinxiong has a special physique. But it's Sunan who's really even better. And through the Wang family's intelligence information, Sunan had always known a lot about the Evil Emperor. But Sunan had never heard of it. The Evil Emperor has any bosses? Innocent has a Washanju. Hasn't it always been someone else's boss? Why are you calling a young man your boss now? Jichio? This handsome little freshman who came out of nowhere. Sunan realized she had barely a reflection of him. It was as if Jichio was simply a complete outsider. Out of nowhere. Why on earth would Innocent call him his bosses? And, looking at Jichio at this moment, after the Evil Emperor and Wang Mang shouted in a respectful manner, Jichio actually continued to sit on the chair while nodding leisurely. Indeed, he answered the Evil Emperor duo's call. In other words, it wasn't some kind of mistake. It's true. I didn't expect you to come so quickly. At this time, the Evil Emperor, with a smile on his face, looked at Jichio, who was sitting in front of him leaning against the table and chairs outside the inn. Yesterday, before Jichio left, he did say that he might come to him after a few days. It was just that the Evil Emperor didn't expect Jichio to show up early the next morning. It's that ability to go into the shadows and move around incredibly well that the Dark Shadow Corps, have, right? That's why it came so quickly, so suddenly. The Evil Emperor so expected. And at this moment, when he heard the Evil Emperor's words, Jichio also smiled and then returned. Because, it feels like the desert is fun. Having heard what was said, at that moment, Pear Cluster, who was on the sidelines, couldn't help but say happily, Jichio, are you going to join us on the road next? That's great. Seeing how happy Pear Cluster was to see him made Jiyu nod her head as she couldn't help but show a smile once again. The next people, events, and things. It's the sign-off that Jichu wanted. Of course he's coming along. Saying that, seems like I've already missed the signing of Sunan, Boss Ma, Evil Emperor, and Pear Cluster for their first meeting. After all, yesterday, the Evil Emperor and Boss Ma had already met and even traveled around this desert. Next, check in again in the middle of the dungeon, and Gutangjing afterward. But, detecting a long-term signalable object, Sunan. Detecting the signalable objects, Old Mac, Boss Ma, Lulu, Ye Lords, etc. Will you sign in now? Missed a check-in at an important plot location. Still, the characters check in, and Jichu catches up. It's just that on the site, only Sunan is allowed to sign in for the long haul. The others, Old Mac and others, were disposable. You can't sign in again after you've signed in. And Boss Ma and Lulu and Lord Yi and the like from the original show hadn't come out from inside the hotel at this point. But the check-in system detected them anyway. Master Guan, you know each other? And, boss, at this time, while Jichio was focusing on the sign-in situation, Sunan, on the other hand, glanced at the Evil Emperor with a meaningful smile. To this, of course, this handsome little man who looks better than a woman is the boss of the three of us. Our operation this time was only started after our boss, Jichio, approved it as well. Yesterday, it was just the boss who told the three of us to come over first. The Evil Emperor faintly replied, "Is that so?" Sunan, with a skeptical gaze, but still wearing a charming yet dangerous smile. What bad luck. Old Mac, however, cursed in an unpleasant manner, then turned and went into the hotel. In response, Jichio coldly glanced at the other party's back as they entered the hotel. Then, all signed in. Jichio, in his mind, secretly communicated with the sign-in system. Congrats! Signing off from plot characters Sunan, Lao Mai, Boss Ma, Lulu, and Night Lord. Randomness reward from the game World Kingdom of Falling Krypton's Wonders, Premium Golem Balls 5. Targeted reward, 100 Black Shadow Core X2. Targeted reward, Blood Packs full of Essence, 100 Packs X5. Targeted reward, Fairy Beans, 10x2. Check-in system. Check-in rewards are available immediately. Period. The rewarded Black Shadow Core, Blood Packs, and Immortal Beans and whatnot. Jichio didn't really care about them anymore. It's just that the number of Black Shadow Core is now just around 700. However, the so-called Advanced Golem Ball among the rewards at this time. But it was a novelty for Jichio. Rewards for everything in the game? This thing, isn't it for catching pets in the game? Is it possible to use, in the real world, to catch animals as pets? Credit STH. Jichio's gaze was a bit evil as he secretly glanced at the mature, plump, cold, beautiful and valiant Sunan beside him. He thought to himself, this golem ball, can it catch people? Supposedly the game our humanoid pets are running rampant. So, it's okay, right? Hey, ha ha, ho ho ho. Many characters on the scene, signing in to finish. It's just a shame that the evil emperor, Pear Cluster and the rest of them can sign on for a long time, though, but the 7-day time limit has not yet expired. Even the earliest Pear Clusters are still 2 or 3 days away from continuing to sign in. Also, Ji Chio glanced at Old Mai, who had already re-emerged out of the hotel with Boss Ma, Lulu, and Lord Yi in the original drama. There's no hurry. I'll send you to hell when we go deeper into the desert. Ji Chio coldly looked at Old Mai, then he quickly withdrew his gaze. However, the evil emperor beside Ji Chio saw Ji Chio's gloomy just now glance. The mind can't help but feel a moment of silence for Old Mac. Who do you think you're offending? Preferring to mess with Ji Chio, a devil who was very obviously vindictive. The evil emperor knew Su Nan's henchman Lao Mai definitely didn't have a few days left to live. Looks like you're holding a grudge, little handsome? The crowd got on the car one after another, ready to go. Su Nan, however, suddenly walked over to Ji Chio again and inexplicably said so to him. Indeed, the cold gaze of Ji Chio just now was not only noticed by the evil emperor, but also seen by Su Nan. To this, don't worry, he must have continued to live for at least 2 or 3 more days. Ji Chio, with a smile on his face, mouthed such words. Ha! At those words, Su Nan couldn't help but laugh. Don't underestimate my people. Obviously, Su Nan didn't think that Ji Chio, a man who looked just excessively handsome, had the ability to kill Old Mac. However, did Su Nan ever think, looking at the so sunny and handsome Ji Chio, since he was so vindictive in his heart, sister, you can't underestimate me too much. Ji Chio, still smiling like that, said to the plump Su Nan. At those words, Su Nan looked at Ji Chio, and then at the evil emperor beside Ji Chio. Well, I'll see what happens, sister. After saying that, Su Nan pulled her red leather jacket, then turned around and got into the car. Big Boss Ji, let's get in the car and set off as well. The evil emperor, somewhat amused, looked at Ji Chio in front of him. Ji Chio's arrival had already been explained to Boss Ma by the evil emperor just now, though, it doesn't seem necessary, and Boss Ma didn't care much about how many people were in the team, so he had a couldn't-care-less attitude towards Ji Chio's arrival. Good. Hearing the evil emperor's words, Ji Chio duly withdrew his gaze on Su Nan. Back, the caravan, which had been joined by one more Ji Chio, began to travel deeper into the desert. Chapter 36 Excalibur, Jealous Pear Cluster. On the desert's journey path, a whole caravan, at this very moment, is constantly traveling deeper and deeper into the desert on the sandy road. Period. Indeed, a convoy to Gutangjing ostensibly initiated by Boss Ma. Actually, it was simply the evil emperor who was secretly pushing everything. In response, Ji Chio was not caring that much. At the moment, Ji Chio was in a car with the evil emperor, Pear Cluster, Wang Mang and a few of them. Period. Pear Cluster also asked Ji Chio, suddenly also came over to the desert. Is it with Yang Precision asked for leave? To this, no. Leaning against the car seat, Ji Chio faintly smiled back. Then you are not afraid to go back after Yang Precision he, Pear Cluster, want to say that after going back, the homeroom teacher will look for trouble. But, suddenly, he thought of Ji Chio's ability and character. Well, you sure don't care about that stuff, Pear Cluster, sort of asking himself a question. Ha ha. At those words, Ji Chio couldn't help but laugh. Then he tapped Pear Cluster, who was also in the back seat, on the shoulder and said, not bad, you know me so well now? You're not a woman. I don't want to know you that well. Pear Cluster bristled. The evil emperor and Wang Mang in the front couldn't help but smile at their words. Then, boss, that said, you came to the desert for a purpose, didn't you? Above the passenger seat, the evil emperor smiled, then looked through the rearview mirror, at Ji Chio behind him. In response, Ji Chio stroked his nose meaningfully and said, would you believe me if I said I was just here to play? Don't believe a word of it. Pear Cluster immediately spoke up. I don't believe it either. Wang Mang chimed in at the right time. The evil emperor with a smile on his face still looked at Ji Chio behind him through the rearview mirror and did not rush to speak. Don't think about it, you go on with your plan. Just pretend I don't exist. Ji Chio still hadn't explained his intentions, because bosses don't need to explain too much to their subordinates. And, did they believe Ji Chio when she said she came to the desert to get someone to sign in? Or can they understand? Might as well be ambiguous and prevaricate. Okay. Seeing that he couldn't probe anything useful, the evil emperor, in the end, only nodded and said, you are our boss now. You have the final say. Seeing this, Ji Chio smiled lightly. Subsequently, well, an Excalibur for you. Do you like it? Ji Chio, glancing at the long, striped cluster of pears wrapped in cloth on their backs, couldn't help but ask. That wrapped in cloth is indeed Excalibur. Through his mind connection with the divine sword, Ji Chio could feel it. At this moment, Pear Cluster's appearance with the divine sword behind his back was really a bit of that flavor of the little brother in the novel. However, with this temperament and strength, Pear Cluster was still too far away. and Pear Cluster immediately spread a smile when she heard Jichio's voice. Love it, of course I like it. I almost forgot to ask you if you didn't tell me. Jichio, Wuxi said that this is the legendary spirit sword. Is that true? And this sword, how did you get it in the first place? Only to see. Pear Cluster, at this moment, removed the Excalibur, opened the wrapped cloth, and then said to Jichio, and the moment the cloth was opened, Miso Shu, Excalibur was immediately sheathed. Indeed, it appeared to be joyfully hovering around Jichio continuously. If it wasn't for the lack of space in the car, it was estimated that Excalibur would want to fly around Jichio a few times. It is indeed to see again the real master, Jichio. Excalibur, who has a spirit, is happy. Ha ha. Jichio also laughed softly through it and reached out to touch the hilt and body of Excalibur. And being gently caressed by Jichio, the divine sword was even happier as it emitted a low sword sound of clang clang clang. Aside, Pear Cluster, however, suddenly could not help but begin to have some sour feelings in his heart. Looking at how excited Excalibur was as soon as he saw Jichio, Pear Cluster really couldn't help but have a face of food and envy, because Excalibur and his Pear Cluster around basically are high cold beauty, like a kind of peace and quiet to stay inside the scabbard, which was as giddy as this moment when he saw Jichio. Its name is Excalibur, and it is a sword with a spirit, or a life. Well, it's okay for you to call yourselves spirit swords. Jichio, after gently caressing the Excalibur a few times, held the hilt and handed it back to Li Tu. Divine sword? Pear Cluster immediately stepped forward to receive the long sword. Then he smiled again and said, "Good name, Excalibur indeed." Saying that, very fondly, he also stroked Excalibur's blade. Excalibur, on the contrary, didn't resist anything because of Jichio's command, but it didn't have the happy low sword roar that it had when it was stroked by Jichio. Take Excalibur well with you. If there is any danger, it will come out of its sheath to save you. Jichio reminded. To this, don't worry. This kid, he now sleeps with this sword in his arms, the same as holding his wife. The evil emperor in front of him suddenly spoke out in a flirtatious-like manner. At those words, Jichio and Wang Meng couldn't help but laugh. Pear Cluster, however, was holding Excalibur with both hands and actually retorted, "Ha, wives aren't even better than this divine sword." With that said, Pear Cluster carefully rewrapped the Excalibur in cloth. This was because the desert was more sandy and Pear Cluster didn't want the scabbard to get into the sand. At the same time, there were other people in the caravan, after all, and the evil emperor also suggested that Pear Cluster hug the cloth. Otherwise, carrying a long sword on his back was still too noticeable. Innocent, what about the 10 black shadow soldiers I gave you? Is it good? Jichio, at this time, took another look at the evil emperor on top of the passenger seat in front of him. To this, I don't want to expose the 10 black shadow men called the Black Shadow Corps unless it's a critical moment. The evil emperor, looking back at Jichio's, returned. In other words, the Black Shadow Corps had been lurking inside the evil emperor's shadow. The evil emperor, who had never summoned them out of the way to do something. After all, Jichio had said that he had told those 10 Black Shadow Corps ninja soldiers to do the evil emperor's bidding. Therefore, if the evil emperor wanted to, he could completely arrange for the Black Shadow Corps to do the job. However, it seemed like the evil emperor didn't want to expose the existence of the Black Shadow Corps, using them as undercards? Ha! Whatever. Jichio smiled faintly, but my advice is to use them casually. Hiding them can be a way to show the enemy that they're weak. But I might summon them out recklessly next, and by then, there won't be much point in you hiding it after someone with a heart sees it. Jichio was now acting in an increasingly reckless style. He wouldn't be as deeply hidden as the evil emperor. The rest of the way, he's gonna call out the Black Shadow Corps any day now. He might even directly summon the Black Shadow soldiers of the Black Shadow Corps out in front of the others in the caravan. Ha! Good. The evil emperor helplessly smiled. Such STH. The caravan, marching on in the middle of the sandy road. Period. Old Ma, why is there suddenly another boy out in the fleet? In the middle of Boss Ma's car, Kai was driving, while in the middle of the back seat, Lulu glanced behind her at the evil emperor's car that was carrying Jichio and theirs, and couldn't help but ask Boss Ma by her side. None of this matters, I only care about what I want. Boss Ma didn't care how many people were in the caravan. But, what? Seeing someone else's handsome white boy springing for it or something? Boss Ma, his eyes suddenly looked at Lulu beside him like he was scrutinizing. Ouch, what are you doing, old horse? Lulu suddenly whined. Chapter 37, Sunan has a crush on Jichio? The camera crew joins the convoy. On the other side, also in one of the cars in the convoy traveling in the middle of the sandy road, that little white boy is so damn arrogant. Sis, if you hadn't stopped me, I would have really wanted to stab him, only to see that the back seat of the car, old my, glanced behind the evil emperor's car, as if he saw the handsome more than a woman. Ji Chuo, old Mac, indeed, is still very much offended. The idea was to find another opportunity and clean up Ji Chuo on the next journey, and don't even know it. Seasonal Autumn, who had the same idea as him. Even Ji Chuo had already sent word to Sunan. His old Mai could live for 3 days at most. To this, old Mai, try not to mess with that Ji Chuo. Suddenly, in the front of the car, on the passenger seat, Sunan, glancing behind her, reminded of the old Wheats so abruptly. No, sis, why? Old Mac, all at once, had a look of incomprehension, even a little upset. Feeling like your Nan has a crush on that little white boy? But, that's something old Mac didn't dare to say casually. After all, Sunan's tactics were sometimes more ruthless than his old Mai. Old Mac was afraid of Sunan in his heart, but in his heart of hearts, old Mac was very unimpressed. He thought, Sunan just has her eye on that little white boy named Ji Chuo, so, not sparing him to clean up that little white boy chant? And Sunan was unaware of what was going on in old Mac's mind at this moment. Sunan, with a thoughtful look on his face, then, I always feel, that one called Ji Chuo isn't simple. It's my intuition. I've always trusted my own instincts. So, old Mac, listen to me. Next, stay away from that Ji Chuo. Sunan, after actually thinking about it, said so. At this point, Sister Nan, what's so special about that Ji Chuo? I feel like he's just a white boy. The Pill King, who was driving the car, couldn't help but glance at Sunan on top of the passenger seat after hearing Sunan's words. Sunan, shaking her head, said, it's just my gut feeling, but to be particular, haven't you guys ever wondered how the Ji Chuo appeared outside the hotel overnight? I just checked before I left, in the vicinity of the hotel, and there were no other vehicles at all. That means the other party didn't drive here. So, how did he appear at this desert border overnight, and even pinpoint and find the people he knew? Sekigane, the evil emperor, and Pear Cluster? Have you thought about this? Only suddenly, Sunan asked the Pill King and Old Mac several people rhetorically. Old Mac actually had a Yi Lord in his side, and at this moment, when he heard what Sunan said, a few people also thought at once that something was wrong. Yeah, the one called Ji Chuo doesn't even have a car. How did you get here? And how do you find someone accurately overnight? In the desert, the signal is basically all gone. The usual means of communication are largely obsolete. Anyway, just try not to mess with the one called Ji Chuo. Sunan, speaking again, at the same time, glancing behind him at Old Mac, especially Old Mai. That Ji Chuo seems to be a vindictive person as well. Just now he's already sent word that he won't let you live past 3 days. Watch out for the other side. Sunan, she still cares a lot about these ministries. In the original drama, now this driving medicine king because in the middle of the underground palace did not come out. Sunan resolutely brought people down to save it. Even if you know that the inside of the underground palace is full of dangers. The evil emperor in the original drama also saw this in Sunan and thought she was different from the other crazy Wangs. That's why the evil emperor started to turn Sunan a little bit later on. Even, in the end, the evil emperor actually succeeded. However, the evil emperor in the original show also paid a big price. The price of faking his death once and almost dying for real. Successfully and completely turned Sunan. In conclusion, Sunan had a high regard for these subordinates who had followed him in life and death. At the moment, because she felt that Ji Chuo was not simple, Sunan hoped that Lamai would pay careful attention to Ji Chuo. What? However, Old Mac who heard the words was all of a sudden in a state of irritation. The little white boy still stepped on the horse and tried to get the old man killed? I'll get him first. Sister Nan, stay out of this. Look at my old Mai. I won't let him live past 3 days either. Only, Old Mac said so angrily. Brother Mai, we support you. On the side, Lord Yi supported. Yeah, I'm with Mac too, and I see that white-looking white boy in my heart. The Pill King, likewise, spoke out in agreement. Seeing this scene, Sunan, who was on the side, shook her head and stopped talking. One could only pay more attention to himself next. After that, the convoy continued for a long distance. It's almost tapering off into the desert. Cell phone signals are largely and completely impossible to see a bit at this point. And suddenly, Sister Nan, there seems to be a group in front of us too. The Medicine King, who was driving the car, slowly lowered the car's speed, but there was a big car parked there on top of the sandy road in front of him. It seems to be stuck in the sand. Sunan took a look at the situation in front of him, and then guessed the other side's approximate situation at once. Then, because the sandy road was blocked for the most part, the Pill King, who was driving at the front of the convoy, couldn't help but slow down and stop in front of that car. Behind them, the cars of Boss Ma, the evil emperor, and the others couldn't help but slowly stop. What's the stop? Arrived? Being in a more rearward position, Pear Cluster didn't notice what was going on in front of him. It seems like there's a car blocking the road in front of us. Wang Mang, stopping the car, made a timely sound. The evil emperor, on the other hand, directly opened the car door, walked toward the front, checking out the situation. Pear Cluster and Wang Mang, the two of them also couldn't help but be curious as they got out of the car and followed the evil emperor. In response, inside the car, in the end, only Ji Cho, who had just been closing her eyes in a false sleep, was left. I think it's the group of camera crews from director Wang's group that was going to shoot a documentary in the desert in the middle of the original show. Ji Cho, vaguely, still remembers some of the more dramatic people and things from the original show. After all, the camera crew in the middle of the original show still had a lot to do in the early going. Well, go out and look around too. And then director Wang, Sister Egg, and others from the camera crew should be able to sign in once, right? But it's not a major character, so you shouldn't be able to sign up for anything good. Seasonal Autumn, muttering to herself. Subsequently, also the ones that did get off also ended up walking towards the front, and Jichu came over to me. Thank you so much indeed. Only to see that the Wang director from the original drama was constantly thanking the evil emperor and Old Mac and the others. Meanwhile, the evil emperor, Old Mac and the others had already talked to each other about something. This is also really the group of camera crew from director Wang in the original drama. Afterwards, the evil emperor trio came before Ji Cho. They came to the desert to shoot a documentary. Only the car got stuck in the sand by accident. After the convoy helped them pull the car out, they offered to come with us and possibly follow us to Gutangjing. Boss Ma and Su Nan both agreed, only to see, coming in front of Ji Cho, the evil emperor was the first to speak out and explain for Ji Cho. The situation is, basically, the same as it was in the original show. Aha! Ji Cho, sniffing, then nodded lightly. I am indifferent. Chapter 38 Incarnation outside the body. Ji Cho surrounded by groups of women. Wow. Egg sister. Attachment beauty. Look, so handsome. Suddenly, the fruit among the few women in the camera crew seemed to see Ji Cho. At that moment, he couldn't help but excitedly pull Egg sister and Attachment beauty by his side, signaling them to look in the direction of Ji Cho. In response, the other two women followed Fruity's gaze. Indeed, he also saw Ji Cho not far away. At once, the two women couldn't help but be awestruck by the light in their eyes and hearts. Indeed, the originally sunny and handsome Ji Cho, after turning into a zombie, the whole person drew up to a height of nearly 1 meter 8.5. The skin is too white to be a man. The features, moreover, were so exquisite that they revealed a hint of evil. So handsome like a male chimera, even at a distance. It still made the three women, at once, look a little lost in thought. Period. In fact, it wasn't just Fruity and the three of them who were looking at Ji Cho. The truth was, as soon as Ji Cho arrived, both men and women at the scene couldn't help but take one more look in Ji Cho's direction. This includes Su Nan, and a girl named 11 under Su Nan's command. Indeed, they were all attracted to Ji Cho. Lulu, have you seen enough? Are you ready to go over and get acquainted? Suddenly, Boss Ma coldly glanced at his side. That is looked at Ji Cho to see lost in thought Lulu. At those words, Lulu Fong woke up with a start. Then seeing Boss Ma's cold face, he couldn't help but shrink his neck with some embarrassment and guilt. Still really attracting butterflies. Su Nan, glancing at 11 beside her who was already also lost in thought from watching Ji Cho, couldn't help but laugh lightly. At those words, 11 also responded just now, and then couldn't help but blush a little on his face. It's just a little white boy. What's there to see? On the side, Old Mac, however, said in a cold voice with feigned disdain, and, saying that I won't live past 3 days? Let's see who won't survive 3 days. Old Mai stared sinisterly at Ji Cho, who was not far away. In response, as a fifth-generation white-eyed Discordian zombie, Ji Cho certainly felt Old Mac's stupidly sinister gaze. It was just that Ji Cho wasn't even going to care about the resentful gaze of a person who was about to die. It's still the same thing, Old Mac. 3 days at the most. Even if Ji Cho is happy, wait a while and send him straight to hell. For someone like Old Mac, Ji Cho wouldn't have the slightest mental burden to kill him. And also at that moment, detected signalable objects, Director Wang, Master Sang, Egg Sister, etc. Do you sign in immediately? Check-in system appears at the right time, prompting a check-in. Sign in. Ji Cho, in his heart, directly and secretly picked up the words. After helping and accommodating the camera crew, the convoy decided it would be a good idea to take a break at this point. So, Ji Cho, who was also a bit tired of staying inside the car, leaned on the side of a dead tree next to the sandy road at this time. Congrats! Signing off from a host of plot characters, including the plot characters King Guide and Fruit. Targeted reward, Blood Pack full of Essence, 100 packs x3. Targeted reward, Black Shadow Core Ninja Soldier 10 times 3. Targeted reward, awakening zombie ability, out-of-body incarnation. The blood packs that Ji-Chio had now were probably enough to eat for a year. The Black Shadow Core, all troop volume, nearly 800. After distributing dozens of them, Ji-Chio himself had 700 on him. At this moment, for the blood packs and Black Shadow Core, which were already almost comparable to every sign-in, Ji-Chio could no longer be surprised. However, at this moment's sign-in reward, the last reward, or let Ji-Chio leaning against the withered tree, as if in the false sleep of Ji-Chio, the heart has a little fluctuation. Zombie powers out of body? What about a check-in system that also rewards zombie powers? As expected, although blood packs were the most everyday rewards, the system was all-encompassing. Any reward is possible. Immediately thereafter, Ji-Chio, of course, accepted the zombie alien sign-in bonus straight away. All of a sudden, there was a lot more memory information in his mind all of a sudden. At the same time, the zombie bloodline in his body changed slightly. Indeed, he had directly awakened the zombie supernatural ability of out-of-body transformation. At the same time, the information received by Ji-Chio was labeled with the basic information of the out-of-body incarnation. Incarnation, a physical alter ego coalesced from a large amount of zombie power. The alter ego will have basically the same intelligence and thoughts as the main body, and will follow the body's commands and orders. Everything that the bilocation experienced, when reunited with the main body is one. The main body would get all the memories of the bilocation. At the same time, the main body could also feel everything that the bilocation had seen and heard at any time. There is no distance limitation between the bilocation and the main body, but the bilocation's zombie power will fade away when it runs out. It is necessary to replenish the zombie power of the bilocation in time. In this way, Ji-Chio basically figured out the so-called out-of-body incarnation. It's not hard to unleash this kind of diversion, and that's good utility. 2. Everything that the bilocation felt, when it returned to the main body, Ji-Chio's main body would personally experience and know everything. In this way, Ji-Chio could have the bilocation do something on his behalf. For example, at this moment when Ji-Chio was in the desert, what was happening at the Star Moon Hotel was something that Ji-Chio was largely unaware of, unless the Black Shadow Core over there comes and reports back. If, at this time, there was such a doppelganger left in the desert. In this way, if Ji-Chio left and came back to the desert, the people in the caravan would probably not know that Ji-Chio had left. Ditto for the Star and Moon Hotel side. Moreover, with the help of the doppelganger, wouldn't the Subduing the 9 Gates sign-on mission be completed a bit faster? Well, it does make a good zombie alien. Hi there. Suddenly, while Ji-Chio was thinking about things, a figure appeared in front of him, but it's the fruit of the camera crew. Ji-Chio, being interrupted, could not help but open his eyes and see the fruit that came before him. During this time, Ji-Chio was sitting and leaning against the dead tree behind him. With that, then he saw this fruit slowly squat down to look at the handsome-faced Ji-Chio in front of him. Hello, may I add your micro, please? In front of the uncharacteristically handsome Ji-Chio, even the bold character of Goizi couldn't help but be a little nervous and blush at this moment. And not far away, Egg Sister and Attachment Beauty were even more afraid to come and ask for contact information as boldly as Fruit. Fruity was actually very nervous, but meeting a man as handsome as a nobleman like this, Coco felt that she would regret it if she missed it. Can we at least try to get contact info and add a micro? Because of Ji-Chio's figure, they wouldn't even think about it. Ji-Chio was still just a school student. In response, Ji-Chio opened his eyes and saw a female squatting in front of himself holding a cell phone. He also froze in disbelief. Then reacting, he said with a light smile with the corners of his mouth slightly upturned. Yes, said Ji-Chio, not slow to take out the phone. The last point to open the micro of the two-dimensional code, to the fruit to scan the code. Because of these people on the camera crew, it made it a nice bonus for seasonal autumn to sign up. So, Ji-Chio is in a good mood. Add a contact information and so on. Of course, no problem. Thanks, looks like you're not only good looking, but you're also so nice. Fruit, all at once, was a happy face, even, because Ji-Chio was willing to give a micro. He thought he was nice, and some ordinary guys take the initiative to go to girls for micro. I guess they are not necessarily willing to give it. It's not like the fruit to look like they're thankful because they got a micro from Ji-Chio. It's still a world of faces, isn't it? Looking at the faint smile on Ji-Chio's handsome face, Fruit's heart poofed. At this point, hi, can we add your micro too? Seeing that the fruit was successful, over there, Egg Sister, Attachment Beauty and the girls also immediately couldn't help but trot over. Old my. Looking on with a sour face, what's the point of being smug? A little white boy. Sunan, on the other hand, was looking at Ji-cho, who was sweeping the code for people to add micro, and then, there was a slight hint of a mature and delicate smile on her face. Chapter 39, Black Shadow Nanny Corps. Shin-cheong enjoys the queen's treatment. This way, the evil emperor, Pear Cluster, and Wang Meng were also looking at Ji-cho, who was being surrounded by a few females. During that time, Pear Cluster couldn't help but skim out. Was that necessary? On the side, the evil emperor could not help but laugh at his words. What? Envious of our boss G? CH. I don't care. Pear Cluster bristled. The tone, however, was sour. Ha! The evil emperor and Wang Meng couldn't help but grin. Little brat, the evil emperor slapped Pear Cluster's bangs. In response, Pear Cluster blankly glanced at the evil emperor. Then, I'm a brat, then isn't Ji-cho a brat too? Pear Cluster straightened his bangs, then retorted. Ha, calling you stupid, you really aren't smart. Do you really think that Ji-cho is the same as you? The evil emperor, glancing at Ji-cho, who was still surrounded by fruit, Egg's sister and the others, talking and laughing so meaningfully to Pear Cluster. What do you mean by that? Pear Cluster, listening with a bit of uncertainty, looked at the evil emperor. Boss, are you saying? Wang Meng, who was usually not too smart, seemed to think of something at this moment. The evil emperor, still wearing a mysterious smile. Hey, no, you guys are playing dumb? In the end, what do you mean? Pear Cluster, a bit anxious, the evil emperor's half-said, half-unsaid hiding manner made Pear Cluster's heart feel like a cat scratch. Like the once evil emperor, Pear Cluster is very much possessed of the curious attribute. When it comes to something, you always like to break the ice. In response, the evil emperor didn't make things any harder for Pear Cluster. Ji-cho, I'm afraid the real age is much more than you think. Only, the evil emperor still didn't say it explicitly. Or rather, the evil emperor was only guessing and unable to be definitive. At those words, Pear Cluster was yet more confused. Seeing this scene, the evil emperor smiled helplessly, and then, leaned a little closer to Pear Cluster's ear. Do you believe there are some in this world that can live forever and live for over 100 years without getting old? At once, after hearing that, Pear Cluster, with an unbelievable expression, looked at the evil emperor in front of him. Kid, this world, it's more colorful than you can imagine. In the future, you'll understand. The evil emperor finally patted Pear Cluster on the shoulder. Then, go back inside the car and rest. The convoy will have to continue on in a little while. Only, after Wang Meng saw the evil emperor's movements, it actually came over and learned to pat Pear Cluster on the shoulder as well, before walking away. Pear Cluster. After that, almost afternoon, the caravan in the middle of the desert continued to travel deeper into the desert. During this time, the crowd was also closing in on the danger a little bit. Mayura, who had been invited to the desert to find High Z by the evil emperor with a few bottles of old soju, was also beginning to play a role. With his experience, he helped the team to keep moving in the direction of the sea in the middle of the desert, going by the original show. In the car, Ji-cho knew that he would next arrive at the underground palace of the Fake Gutangjing. Finally, you can get to Gutangjing, which actually has white sand, and both of these places are important locations in the early part of the plot. Definitely got a sign-up bonus, especially the real Gutangjing. There are bound to be weighty sign-up bonuses, Ji-cho stated. I look forward to it. And this time, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. Shin-cheong in the Star and Moon Hotel, in the bedroom of Ji-cho's room. Fong woke up in a ghostly state. Although, horse charm could heal the status on her every time. However, the mental internalization, horse charms pretty much don't care. After all, the true power of the horse charm is this: the removal of all external influences. Mental or physical internal conflict situations can't be helped by horse charms. Like Shin-cheong, who spent almost an entire night with Ji-cho in an internal mental battle. She'd have to sleep herself to make up for it. The same goes for physical hunger and other internal wear and tear. Otherwise, if internal human consumption similar to the division of human cells and such can be cured by a horse charm as well, those who hold a horse charm are directly immortal, sleepy, hungry and tired. So what's the need for a dog charm? Sleeping until high noon. Shin-cheong comfortably stretched out a little under the covers. Then, sitting up slowly on the bed, the brocade blanket fell from his body, a jade color unfolding. Shin-cheong, however, was in no hurry to get dressed. Where's Ji-cho? Shin-cheong, glancing at the empty bedside beside him. The thought crossed my mind. Afterwards, get out of bed, pick up the dress on the floor and put it on. Immediately afterward, he tried to get out of the bedroom, subconsciously going to find Ji-cho, but soon enough, a piece of paper was spotted laying on a nearby cabinet. There seems to be some writing on it. Quarterback stayed? Shin-cheong, in his heart. Also at this time, shoo 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 shoo, 10 black shadow core ninja soldiers emerged from amongst the shadows of bed cabinets and the like. Shin-cheong, coldly, was still frightened by them, but after all, they had all seen it more than once or twice before, and quickly reacted and relaxed. subsequently, but saw one of the Black Shadow Corps took the cabinet, the paper left behind by Ji Chio. At the same time came to Shin Xiong in front of the bending down and respectfully handed it to her. Shin Xiong did not hesitate and took the paper in the hands of the Black Shadow Corps and read it. The above was of course left by Ji Chio. Shin Xiong, I'm going out. It may take me a day or two to get back, or it may not take that long, depending on the situation. You stay at the Star and Moon until I get back. Don't go anywhere. I've left 10 ninja soldiers from the Black Shadow Corps with you, and they'll be at your beck and call during this time. If there's anything, you can also look for help from Zhang Rishang or Yin Nanfeng and the others. If there's really something urgent, you can also have the Black Shadow Corps come to me through shadow space. Anyway, be a good boy and wait for me back at the Star and Moon. Ji Chio, after reading the letter, Shen Xiong, a little curious, looked at the 10 Black Shadow Corps in front of him and asked, where did he go? Ji Chu, having heard what was said, the 10 Black Shadow Corps, however, all shook their heads in unison. You guys don't know either, Shen Xiong muttered. Then, looking around the empty huge bedroom, Shen Xiong, who possessed a special physique and could basically be said to have lived alone for most of a century in the Wang family, at this moment is actually inexplicably feel a sense of loneliness. In my heart, I can't help but have a feeling of longing sprouting. But very quickly, Shin Xiong still shook his head, not wanting to think that much and no longer paying attention to these Black Shadow Corps. Straight out of the bedroom and to the bathroom to wash up, after brushing your teeth, washing your face, or even just taking a shower, out of the bathroom and into the hall outside. Then, Shin Xiong was shocked, but see, 10 Black Shadow Corps, who had gotten plates of meals and fruits from who knows where, or even, a bottle of wine, and a highball glass. The cuisine, moreover, is both Chinese and Western. At the moment, this was set on top of a long dining table on one side of the living room. The 10 Black Shadow Corps stood neatly as if they were specifically greeting Shin Xiong. You guys, Shen Xiong. The entire person was confused, a bit of a reaction. However, a group of Black Shadow Corps directly came forward to bring Shin Xiong up and sit in front of the dining table. Then, one pours the wine, one holds the glass, one holds the food, and one holds the paper napkin ready to wipe Shin Xiong's mouth at any time. The most outrageous thing was that there were two behind Shin Xiong, pinching her shoulders and pounding her back. You guys, Shen Xiong, at this moment is really flattered. Is this princess treatment? No, queen treatment. After a moment of embarrassment, Shin Xiong began to enjoy the peace of mind. This is good beef, the meat is really tender, and the red wine is great too. But where did you guys get all this stuff? Was it bought? Black Shadow Corps, Chapter 40, Earth Palace, Fake Gutangjing. And while Shin Xiong was enjoying the services of a group of Black Shadow nannies in Ji Chio's room at the Star and Moon Hotel, Ji Chio himself, at this very moment, was in the middle of the hot desert, horse said to pull, in the middle of this desert caravan, constantly guiding the crowd, looking for the direction of the sea. Then, the evil emperor, Boss Ma, Su Nan, Director Wang, and the rest of the crowd, all kept traveling in their respective drives. Fate STH, the caravan had gone utterly and completely into the mysterious depths of the desert. Pair Cluster were so bored that they fell asleep in the car. As the evil emperor said, the little Pair Cluster child, indeed, sleeps clutching the cloth-wrapped Excalibur, with the two of them in the back seat of the car. Ji Chio, after glancing at Pai Chio, who had fallen asleep while holding Excalibur, Ji Chio could not help but face a smile. At the same time, Ji Chu, again, turned meaningfully and glanced out of the car, in the direction behind him, as if, what's noteworthy about the same behind you, boss? What's wrong? What's wrong? While Wang Mang was driving, the evil emperor noticed Ji Chio's movements. Credit STH. Wang Mang, who was driving the car, also could not help but subconsciously glance at the rearview mirror, looking at Ji Chio in the middle of the rearview mirror, as if looking at the direction of the back of the car. My hearing, unlike that of mortals, I just want to ask, innocent, you still keep a hand of dark cards, black blind man? Ji Chio, talking to himself so eyeing behind him such outbursts. He had long ago noticed movement all along the way, behind him. I just didn't pay much attention to it at first and thought it was an illusion, but after a long time and more time, Ji Chio knew that the movement his ears heard behind him was not an illusion. Someone is secretly following the convoy all the way in the back. Who is it? Ji Chio also gradually guessed. Who else could it be but the dark glasses with the magnetic voice from the original drama? And you know Master Black? Wang Mang, when first surprised, looked at Ji Chio in the rearview mirror. The evil emperor, too, is feeling more and more that Ji Chio might really be an old monster who has lived for an unknown number of years. Introduce and get to know each other sometime. Innocent, Ji Chio, turning back, looked at the evil emperor in front of him. Upon hearing this, the evil emperor smiled faintly. I say, Big Boss G, You wouldn't want to summon another blind man into your staff, would you? The evil emperor heard Ji Chou's words, thinking of the previous scene of being surrounded by dozens of black shadow regiments, forcing them to bow down and submit. The evil emperor expressed serious doubts about Ji Chou's purposefulness for this. Of course, after all, talent. You are all talented. I love them all so much. Seasonal Autumn acknowledged it greatly, and in a Mr. Fan gesture, he started mouthing the words of talent. It made the evil emperor unable to resist shaking his head and smiling bitterly after hearing this. Alright, I can introduce you, but it's up to you, Big Boss G, whether or not you can handle that blind man. I can't help. The evil emperor, in the end, had no choice but to nod his head. Good, Ji Chou, with a satisfied smile. In front of the car seat, the evil emperor sighed in his mind. Secretly, Blindy, you can't blame me. I'm also constrained and have no choice, and only sell you. The caravan, in the middle of the desert, kept continuing to travel deeper into the sand, until, in front of a deserted sea of sand with no visible animals, the crowd among the caravan gradually saw that front, appearing. It's the ancient city. In front of the caravan, a monument did appear. Ancient city, to this, Gutangjing. That must be the Gutangjing I'm looking for. Boss Ma, after seeing that piece of the ancient city from a distance inside the car, looked very excited. Come on, accelerate. Be right there. Boss Ma began to urge the butler KK, who was driving the car. Okay, boss. Kai sniffed and immediately increased the throttle. The vehicle immediately charged ahead in the middle of the convoy. See this scene. That old man in front of you is in a hurry to get to the grave. Ha, old Mac, after seeing Boss Ma's car in front of him sharply in the back, couldn't help but spit. Let's follow suit as well. Don't let anything happen to our employer, or else the big guys will be unpaid volunteers for this trip. Su Nan, the same one in the car, vocalized. But in fact, Su Nan being a member of the Wang family, the purpose of this, mainly the evil emperor, money or no money, Su Nan on the contrary did not care too much. After all, in the original show, The Gold in the Sea, when the people were having a field day, Su Nan, at that time, watched but showed no interest in the gold in the sea. And getting Su Nan's reminder, Old Mac and the others were also afraid that Boss Ma, the rich man, wouldn't really die in an accident in a while. Therefore, the Pill King, who was driving the car, immediately increased his firepower as well and quickly followed him. During that time, it was inevitable that the vehicle would wobble as it traveled through the sand, especially after the boost came up. The team's third in line, it's Director Wang, Sister Egg, and a bunch of other camera crews. At this moment, when they saw the monuments appearing in front of them, all the people from the group of camera crews who had their hearts set on making a good documentary also immediately told the people driving the car to speed up. Follow it up, boss. At this time, in the last car, Wang Meng glanced at the evil emperor on top of the passenger seat beside him. The evil emperor, on the other hand, looked knowingly at Ji Chou behind him. What are you looking at? Follow up with speed. Ji Chou said with a faint smile. Follow. In this way, the evil emperor nodded to Wang Meng, who was driving. Next moment, Wang Meng drove the car and immediately accelerated and rushed up as well. Woohoo! Suddenly, Pear Cluster let out a cry of pain. Indeed, the acceleration and bumps of the vehicle gave Pear Cluster students a direct bump off the top of the car seat. What the hell? Pear Cluster, touching his aching back, said with a bitter look on his face. Put, ×3, Ji Chou, Evil Emperor, and Wang Meng, all three of them couldn't help but laugh. Pear Cluster, I'm so unlucky. After that, as in the original play, come into the middle of the ancient city, found the camera mound. Finding a pile of cameras, the somewhat technical Wang Meng began to try to raise the pictures taken in them from among the broken bunch. The people in the caravan, too, began to set up their tents around the old city. After all, the sky was beginning to close in on dusk and the sunset was turning red. We'll definitely be staying the night in this desert. Ancient city, in response, watching so many people snapping away at the monuments, Ji Chou also felt quite interesting. Couldn't help but get out of the car as well and wander around the old city. It was a long time before he returned to Wang Meng and Pear Cluster and sat down next to the tent they had already set up. The evil emperor, on the other hand, had already begun to research over there if this ancient city was the Gutangjing he was going to. Well, Grandmaster Guan, did you find anything? Boss Ma can't wait. Suddenly, Su Nan came forward. Between Su Nan's walks, the two constantly swaying masses made Ji Chou, who was on the side, couldn't help but look twice more. It's being studied. Can't see anything for now. The evil emperor faintly returned a sentence to the walking Su Nan. Then please hurry up. Boss Ma doesn't have much patience. Su Nan smiled delicately. At the same time, and you, handsome brother Ji Chou, Sister, I'm so good looking? Have you looked at sister? Enough? Su Nan, with a flirtatious gaze, looked at Ji Chio next to her again. It was indeed Ji Chio's gaze that came all the way over and kept looking at her two huge breasts that Su Nan had noticed long ago. To this, it's nice to look at. I just can't see it all. It would be nice if I could see it all. Ji Chio, not red in the face, not false in the heart, so smiling hands around, said, ha. Su Nan seemed to be exasperated and laughed. Good boy. Sister, I'll find a chance to clean you up later. With a final cold glance at Ji Chio, Su Nan turned to leave. In response, Ji Chio gently laughed it off without a care in the world. But, as soon as I turn around, the evil emperor, Pear Cluster, and Wang Meng, all three of them were looking straight at Ji Chio at this moment. Chapter 41, Surprise, White Bone Pit. What are you looking at me for? Ji Chio was looked at directly by the eyes of three big men and laughed helplessly. I didn't expect Ji Chio, you're actually this kind of person. Pear Cluster, with an exaggerated expression, looked at Ji Chio at this moment. Big Boss Ji, beauty is a mistake. The evil emperor, too, couldn't help but flirt. Finally, Wang Meng, I feel that Su Nan is not a good woman. In response, listening to what the three men said, once again, Ji Yu shook her head and lost her smile. Then, first, he pointed to the Pear Cluster. I don't even know what kind of person I am myself. Do you know? Then, pointing to the evil emperor, he said again, it is the mediocre who blame a woman for the destruction of the country and the overthrow of the mountains. Your boss, me, is not that kind of guy. Finally, Ji Chio, looking towards Wang Meng, just wanted to continue talking in a serious manner, but suddenly it became all playful. Bad women are fun to conquer, isn't it? So, just before the front said a meal of serious words, Ji Chio, at this moment wiped but came to such an immodest sentence, letting the evil emperor, Pear Cluster, and Wang Meng, who were caught up in contemplation by what he said earlier. Immediately, three pairs of white eyes were revealed in unison. Ji Chu, Ji Chu. Just then, a clear voice came. The four looked away. It was found to be the female member of the photography team, Fruit. It was the same girl who had been bold and the first to ask Ji Chio for a microv at the beginning of the front. The looks are actually pretty good, although not as good as Su Nan's kind of valiant temperament as well as her mature and charming looks, but it's also quite a bit prettier. What brings you here? Ji Chio, seeing the other side, couldn't help but ask, aren't you guys on the camera crew, working feverishly to photograph and study the ancient city? And for that, I'm not needed for the time being. Fruity, as soon as she saw Ji Chio's handsome face, she couldn't help but blush. Immediately, Ji Chu, do you drink water? Suddenly, that is, the Fruit was seen pulling out a bottle of drink from behind her. Looks like orange juice. Oh, okay, thanks. Ji Chio, at first, froze slightly. Then on the other hand, he didn't refuse to give a light smile and took the orange juice from Fruity's hand after thanking him. Well, after drinking mineral water all day, some orange juice does feel refreshing at once. Thank you, Fruit. Ji Chio, after taking a sip of orange juice from the beverage bottle, couldn't help but feel slightly emotional, because all that was prepared in the evil emperor's car was dry food and mineral water. So if you were thirsty, you could only drink mineral water. When you drink too much, it really feels light in your mouth. So, this bottle of orange juice from Fruity, Ji Chio still liked it. No need to thank you, it's good that you like it. Fruit, with a happy face, looked at Ji Chio, the originally reddened little face. Then after hearing Ji Chio's thanks, her face directly slightly burned. Seeing this scene, the heart of the youthful Pear Cluster on the side was inevitably a bit tasty, and at the same time, looking at Fruity's flamboyant appearance, Pear Cluster also couldn't help but turn around and secretly spit out in a low voice, female lickspittle, because Pear Cluster had tried to lower his voice as much as possible. Even the evil emperor and Wang Meng on the side didn't hear it, not to mention Fruiter. However, Ji Chio could hear it, but secretly laughed it off. Pear Cluster, would you like some orange juice? In the next second, Ji Chio looked to the side of Pear Cluster and asked a slightly shrimp-pig-hearted remark. In this way, the gazes of the few people on the scene also couldn't help but all focus on the Pear Cluster children all at once. Ahem, Pear Cluster gave a somewhat rushed dry cough. Then, I don't like orange juice, I just like mineral water. After saying that, Pear Cluster picked up a bottle of mineral water next to him, opened the lid, and then a gulp, fierce irrigation. So, seasonal autumn, retrieving the drink that was handed out. In his heart, he was smiling with belly-filling satisfaction. Pear Cluster, it looks like you're drinking my bottle. Suddenly, after the evil emperor also belly laughed, he came out of nowhere. Put, Pear Cluster, all of a sudden, sprayed Wang Meng next to him. Wang Meng, ha ha, the evil emperor, however, suddenly laughed. I'm teasing you, really believe it? Innocent, you, Pear Cluster, annoyed. Next, Pear Cluster even wanted to throw the mineral water in his hand, which only had a small half bottle left, at the evil emperor. But, suddenly, Over there, among the people who had been studying and photographing the ancient city, it seemed like it was Egg's sister and Attachment Beauty and the girls, who suddenly let out a shocked scream as if they were frightened. "What's wrong with them?" "Over here," Coco murmured uncertainly. "Something should have happened." "Ji-cho, let's go over and take a look." The evil emperor resumed his serious expression. "Aha!" Ji-cho nodded. In this way, the two men took the first steps. Fruit saw it, then quickly followed Ji-cho. "Boss, wait for me." Wang Meng, after wiping a handful of mineral water sprayed on his face, also chased after the evil emperor and Ji-cho duo. In place, only Pear Cluster was left alone, in the process of slowly putting down the mineral water bottle that he was just about to throw out. Finally, and curiously, he followed, and by the time Ji-cho, the evil emperor, Pear Cluster, Fruit, and Wang Meng arrived at the place, the five of them, it was found that the camera crew, and a crowd of people, including Su Nan's henchmen, Lao Mai, were gathered around a corner, looking at something. Egg's sister, attached to the beauty of their two women, at this time, but very afraid of the two women hugging together. In response, the evil emperor was the first to step forward and peel back the crowd. And then, a crater was seen to have appeared at the corner of this wall of the ancient city. It was a dozen corpses, and it's the kind of white bone with slightly bloody flesh. Looked a bit fresh on the bones of the corpse. It was as if something had eaten the body of someone who had just recently died to the point where only a little bit of flesh and blood was left on top of the bones kind of carcass. The air was even filled with a strong, pungent odor of blood, vomit. One of the people on the camera crew, a man named Vegetable Head, couldn't help but run straight to the side and throw up at this point. At almost the same moment, the Fruit behind him, who had also come up from Ji-cho's side, saw this scene in the pit. At that moment, there was also a shriek of surprise. Then all of a sudden, he jumped into Ji-cho's arms. Ji-cho, Fruity's movements are risque. It's very abrupt. The crowd on the sidelines, however, thought it was a reasonable time to do so. Ji-cho, too, gently patted the Fruit on the shoulder in the same comforting manner. Ji-cho couldn't help but frown even as he looked at the pile of a dozen or so bones in the pit with only a little bit of flesh and blood clinging to them. The smell in the air, more than anything, it made Ji-cho feel a pang of discomfort. "Fruit, you and Egg's sister and Attachment Beauty and the girls leave here first." Ji-cho, patting the Fruit on the shoulder, said so. Then, letting go of the Fruit, he took 2 steps forward, coming to the evil emperor's side. "Well, can you see what's going on?" Ji-cho, looking at the terrible tragedy in the pit, asked the evil emperor. Behind her, the Fruit is also really scared to listen to the words of Ji-cho. Pulling aside the Egg sister and attached to the beauty of the girls began to move away from this horrible corner of the ancient city. "Grandmaster Guan, these people should be the original owners of those cameras we found, right?" Su Nan, who also came to the evil emperor's side at this time, glanced at Ji-cho before asking the evil emperor. "To these people, it's obviously been eaten like that by something." The evil emperor, speaking out of turn, aside, the camera crew's director Wang, Master Sang, and Vegetable Head, one by one, after hearing the words, all through the face of shock and uncertainty, being eaten into this. Chapter 42, first time showing zombie pooples. Old Ma, this place is too scary. Let's go, okay? Lulu, hiding behind Boss Ma, was so scared that she kept pulling Boss Ma's hand. "Shut up, Boss Ma," pushing away the woman beside him. Then, in a loud voice, he said, "No one is allowed to leave without finding what I want." Saying that, looking toward Su Nan, he directly ordered, "Su Nan, whatever killed these bones, bury them." In response, Su Nan, who was wearing a red jacket, took one more look at the pit after the pit of white bones. "It's good to be buried, too, in the ground." Su Nan, meaningfully, said so. "Wait, I want to see if there are any bite marks from something or other on these bones." Suddenly, the evil emperor beside Ji-cho spoke out, and, after saying that, he saw the evil emperor directly leap down into the white bone pit. "Whoa, no, are you crazy?" Pear Cluster watched the evil emperor's move with wide eyes, almost shouted the word innocent again. At this moment, Pear Cluster, looking at the bones in the pit, smelling the strong smell of blood in the air, he was about to throw up too. The camera crew, one after another, have all run away. "It's just too much to bear. I can't bear it anymore. I'm leaving." Pear Cluster, an originally ordinary college student, quickly also said that he couldn't bear this kind of torture. Also ran away. Sister Nan, what in the world gives these things to eat like this? On the side, the old Mai, at this time looked to the side of Su Nan's, cannot help but curiously asked. As a murderer, old Mac couldn't help but feel a pang of discomfort as he watched the scene in the pit. It's still unclear. Nan, looking at the evil emperor in the pit who was already checking out the bones, frowned slightly. The smell in the air was actually something that Nan was holding back. But, glancing around, however, he saw that Ji-cho, who was more handsome than a girl, surprisingly looked as if he didn't have much discomfort on his face. AI, little handsome Ji-cho. For these, you don't have any uncomfortable feelings? Nan curiously asked Ji-cho, who was not far away. Old Mai, on the other hand, glared viciously at Ji-cho. In response, Ji-cho ignored the gaze of Old Mac, the man who would die. Then, looking to the mature and delicate Nan, I can do it without breathing, so it's actually okay. Ji-cho, smiling, replied to Nan. After saying that, Ji-cho looked back at the evil emperor in the pit. In his heart, he also couldn't help but admire the evil emperor at this time. Still don't need to breathe. Then you're pretty good at holding it in. On the side, Old Mac heard Ji-cho's words, but at this time, he couldn't help but look disdainful and provocative. Old Mac, forget what I told you? Nan glanced at Old Mac beside him. Yes, Sister Nan. Old Mac, for the time being, chose to shut up. However, it still looked at Ji-cho, who was not far away, with a gloomy gaze. Nan, however, was thinking, could it be that this guy Ji-cho is really very good at holding his breath? Like this, as a fifth-generation White Eyes Discordian zombie, Ji-cho would have actually been able to really not need to breathe, just still have the ability to breathe and smell is all. Not long after the evil emperor climbed out from inside the pit as Wang Mang stepped forward to help. Well, Master Guan, see anything? The evil emperor had just climbed up, so Nan immediately went up and asked. In response, Ji-cho, too, looked curiously at the evil emperor. Ji-cho was not afraid of any beast or anything, even if he was facing a pack of lions or tigers. It didn't matter to Ji-cho. At the moment, Ji-cho was just curious as to what killed, and even ate, these people to the point where they were almost nothing but white bones. But, I originally thought a pack of wolves did it, but there's hardly a single bite mark on these bones. If wolves did this, there must be more or less bite marks from their canine teeth left on these bones. But, the dozen or so bones down there, on top, don't have any bite marks at all. And yet, their flesh and blood is so obviously not in bare. So, I can't tell what did it. I can only guess that the size of the other party should not be big, only to see that the evil emperor looked at Ji-cho and Nan, and then said so. Snort! Suddenly, Old Mac on the side laughed. Funny, aren't you? And not too big. Not too big to eat so many people and eat them so clean? Old Mac, launching a sneer at the evil emperor. That's it. On the side, ye lords concurred. To this, I said the other side was small, but I didn't say there were few of them. The evil emperor glanced at Old Mac and the others, then meaningfully said so. What do you mean? Old Mac, once again, looked at the evil emperor. The evil emperor, however, faintly laughed it off, no longer paying attention to the other party. Looking around, I couldn't see Boss Ma. The evil emperor then looked at Nan and said, tell Boss Ma that this place is not safe. We either need to get out of here quickly, or we need to find the entrance to Gutangjing. At this moment, the evil emperor was not sure if this place was Gutangjing. The matter of the entrance is still up to you. Grand Master Guan. Nan, with a meaningful smile, looked at the evil emperor in front of him. Spin. Brother Ji-cho, are you afraid? If you're scared, you can leave. Nan, flirting with Ji-cho, like this. At those words, Ji-cho but revealed a cold smile. Then, believe it? The one you should really be afraid of here is me. Ji-cho, with a smiling look, put his hands in his pockets and said back to Nan who was teasing him in front of him. Credit Nan, who had originally relied on her intuition and felt that Ji-cho was not simple, instantly lost her smile. A pair of beautiful eyes gazed deeply at Ji-cho in front of him. It was as if he wished to see through Ji-cho's entire being. And for the words of seasonal autumn, at this moment here, other than Pear Cluster, who had already run away, there was probably only the evil emperor and Wang Mang identifying with it. Or rather, to know what kind of energy Ji-cho has as a person. If Ji-cho wants to kill someone, the evil emperor and Wang Mang believed Ji-cho would be more terrifying than any kind of beast. Thinking about the black shadow core lurking in your shadow, and the Excalibur on Per Cluster's back, but it's all from Ji-cho, especially the black shadow core. The evil emperor, right now, couldn't even be sure just how many more of those black shadow core that were so bizarre that they could be called demons and devils did Ji-cho have. If there really were hundreds, if not thousands, of those black shadow soldiers called the black shadow core, the evil emperor thought, such a Ji-cho is actually absolutely terrifying. It was also the reason why the evil emperor had to call Ji-cho his boss. But, you stepping horse a little white boy, you pretend to inherit? There are always ignorant and fearless people, such as Old Mac at this moment. Credit Before, I said you'd live up to 3 days. Now, I'll change that. You will not survive the night. I said, Jesus came and couldn't save you. Seasonal fall. The eyes were cold and almost emotionless. So looking at old Mac, this cold outburst. You, old Mac, trying to have a seizure. But Quartermaster, again, adds, and, I, for one, will let you die a very miserable death. Oh, said Ji Chio, glancing at the dozen or so bones inside the white bone pit that had yet to be buried. Let you die like them. What do you think? Said Ji Chio, becoming all smiles again. Looks, sunny, handsome and harmless. But, in the next second, the signature, tragic white pupils, of the 5th generation of Discordian zombies suddenly unfolded. For a moment, it seemed as if there was almost only the whites of the eyes left in Ji Chio's eyes, as ghastly white as the absence of pupils. In an instant, a thrill, inexplicably, hit the crowd straight in the heart. Old Mac, Yi Lord, Pill King, Wang Mang, and the others were so shocked that they couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Evil Emperor, Su Nan. It was also looking at the pupil changes inside Ji Chio's eyes in front of him in disbelief. Chapter 43 Red Umbrella Shincheong. Night. In the midst of the ancient city and beyond the tents, the people of the caravan were, at the moment, eating their dinner around and roasting jerky. The entrance to the underground palace. The evil emperor has a clue. Should be able to enter the underground palace tomorrow. But tonight, everyone will have to stay in tents. At this point, old Mac, while chewing on the dried meat in his hand, his eyes couldn't help but look at Ji Chio, who was not far away across the street with the evil emperor and pear cluster. Brain, Ji Chio's eerie way of making her pupils turn ghastly white. And what Ji Chio said, the moment kept coming back and forth in old Mac's mind. The jerky in his hand became tasteless. On the side, Yi Lords, Pill King, and the others looked on and understood old Mac's state. That season of fall, it really isn't some uncomplicated little white boy. Before dark, his pupils, which had turned a ghastly white, really seemed like evil spirits, scary and spooky. Old Mac, at this time, Su Nan, sighed, then looked at old Mai, who was in a trance at the side. At the sound of the voice, old Mac seemed to wake up as if from a dream. What's wrong, sis? All right? Su Nan patted old Mac's shoulder. Harm, old Mac responded. Then, but all of a sudden, she pretended to be fearless. Sister Nan, you don't really think I'm afraid of that kid, do you? Su Nan, on the other hand, looked at Ji Chio, who was also gnawing on roasted dried meat not far away. Old Mai, don't be by yourself tonight. Try to join your brothers, even if you and P, pull a few of Yi Lords and the others with you. Understand? Su Nan, not reassured, said to old Mac, Sister Nan, you're making a fuss too. Old Mac, still pretending to be indifferent. I asked, understand? Su Nan asked directly with a serious face. Understood, sis. Old Mac finally nodded. Sister Nan, why do we have to be so angry with that kid? Why don't I just go over there and kill him when no one's looking? Among Su Nan's group of men, one of them suddenly spoke out indignantly at this time. In response, Su Nan, once again, looked back in the direction of Ji Chio. However, she saw that Ji Chio, at this moment, was also looking at her, and gave her a still sunny and handsome, harmless grinning expression. Although that smile matched Ji Chio's handsome beauty and looked sunny and warm. However, from it, Su Nan felt something as cold as an ice cellar. Finally, how do you know, if he's just waiting for us to make a move? Su Nan, so meaningly, said, having heard what was said. Old Mac, Lord Yi, and the others were shocked through and through. Sister Nan, what do you mean by that? Someone couldn't help but ask. Su Nan took a gentle bite of the roasted jerky. A hunch I have, if we strike at him directly, in the end, it will be us who die. The other side, in the middle of a bustling city. At this moment, a pretty silhouette was loitering on a lively commercial street at night. Indeed, Shincheong. At the moment she was wearing the frilly dress that was among the pile of clothes and bags that she had bought from Ji Chio when she went out shopping with him last night. A pair of long white legs, on the other hand, stepped on a pair of thigh-high boots and took slow steps, bored walking through the streets where people come and go. It was different from the vague smile that he had subconsciously displayed last night when he was with Ji Chio. At this moment Shincheong appeared absent-minded. Eyes looked at the commercial street, those stores brightly lit, but none of the stores can let at this time Shincheong interested in going in to see. Along the way, there were a lot of handsome boys, attracted by Shincheong's beauty, came up to talk to Shincheong, wanting to add Shincheong's micro-V. However, in the end, all they got was a faint head-shaking rejection from Shincheong without a word. That's it. Shincheong, do not know why, the heart felt unprecedented boredom, boring, so, step by step and the people on the streets slowly walking, until, here's last night's, a brand name store that caught Shinshon's eye. Indeed, last night, the brand name store where Ji Chio ended up buying Shinshon a lot of designer clothes and bags. It is the brand store where Ji Chio violently beat up the women of the Patchouli family before leaving, and also had a little conflict with the Patchouli Yushue girls. At this moment, Shinshon was standing on the street where last night, Ji Chio and Patchouli Yoshue girls had a conflict. The next moment, as if ghostly, Shinshon walked into the brand store in front of him. Also at this time, another figure came to where Shinshon had just stood, eyes looking at Shinshon, who had already walked into the store. Nine-eyed Z, red umbrella, must have it. This time, I must become a complete and true woman. It was actually Red Umbrella, who was secretly following Shinshon, and the reason why Red Umbrella is following Shinshon. On the other hand, it was because Shinshon had some of the aura of the nine-eyed heavenly pearl that she wanted. As for why Shinshon had the aura of the nine-eyed heavenly jewel on him, just that would have to be asked of Jichu to go. And at the moment, store, welcome, guest, this must be your second visit. The previously familiar counter lady saw Shinshon, who came in at this time, then also recognized Shinshon at once. After all, Shinshon's face was still very recognizable. Plus, having just met last night, the counter lady hadn't forgotten that quickly. What's more, Ji Chio's generosity towards his girlfriend last night had impressed the counter lady, even though she's a brand name store. But there aren't too many people who are willing to come in and spend over $1.5 million. Moreover, it was still a young, handsome male like Ji Chio, and the counter lady said that was even rarer. Out of this, she was indirectly impressed with Shinshon as well, and seeing that the counter lady recognized herself, a faint smile finally appeared on Shinshon's pretty face. However, the next sentence of the counter lady broke all the smiles on Shinshon's face in another instant. Your boyfriend didn't come with you this time? It was really a case of which pot is not boiling, which pot is being mentioned. And these words instantly caused the little bit of good-looking smile that Shinshon had just displayed to freeze and fade away in an instant. And the counter lady was also quick to realize that she had said something that the other party was not happy about, and immediately also rushed to find a way to remedy the situation. Little sister, when you come out to play, it's still most important to have fun. Don't think so much. Xiao Yu, come over here and entertain this beautiful guest. The lady at the counter called out to the inside of the store. Okay, Sister Chin. Very quickly, they saw a relatively young looking Shinshon, the same age of the female shopper. From the inside trotted, guest, what would you like to buy? Clothes, bags, shoes, cosmetics? We have it all here. Only to see that the female shopper called Xiao Yu, enthusiastically pulling Shinshon's delicate little hand, began to bring it inside the store. I'll just look around. Shinshon doesn't even know why he came in here, so how does he know what he wants to buy? Shinshon is just, the heart felt inexplicably lonely, for the first time in almost a full century of her life, feeling all alone. Welcome, hello customer, what can I get you? At the entrance of the store, another silhouette, at this time, also entered the store. Indeed, bare umbrellas. Chapter 44, The Terror of the Bloodthirsty Saint Beetle. Desert. In the middle of the city of monuments, among the tents, season autumn, alone, in his tent, the figures are in a trance amidst the light of a small, dimly lit table lamp. The evil emperor, Pear Cluster, Wang Meng, and Ma Yila and the few of them were practically crammed together in one big tent. Season autumn. Boss, have a tent all to yourself. The moment, under the tiny lights, I said I wouldn't let you live through the night, and you must die in the night. Seasonal fall. Between mutterings to himself, a hand, slowly raised. Then, suddenly, see, loudspeaker, Ji Chio, the bloody flesh on his arm, constantly bulged with a bloody bag. Thrilling and horrible, and even weirder and scarier. Rustling, those blood packets, actually moved continuously among the flesh and blood of Ji Chio's arm. It was as if there was something alive inside, underneath Ji Chio's skin, amongst his flesh and blood, crawling. Ji Chio, at this moment, a whole right arm above, full of blood bags, constantly rolling around. The image is frightening in the extreme. I guess people with bad hearts, if they see this scene, straight up you can all pass out from fear. But what happened in the next moment was even more terrifying to the extreme. On his arms, the bloody bags kept breaking open one by one. Rustling dash. Immediately afterward, countless black-brown reptiles kept crawling out from among the blood packets broken open in Ji Chio's arm. Crawl all over the entirety of the seasonal fall. It's full of bugs, each one about the size of the fingernail of a human thumb. At this moment, they were black and crawling all over Ji Chio's entire body. They do. From the world of the mummy, the bloodthirsty sacred beetle. Previously, seasonal autumn, the special summoning skill that she got in the reward for signing in. At this moment, every single bloodthirsty holy beetle was an evil insect that Ji Chio had used his own zombie power, transformed it into dark sorcery energy, and then summoned. seasonal fall, can be with them moment by moment, heart to heart. Go on, don't let him live through the night. But I also said, let him die a horrible death. So remember, make his death a painful one. Yo, seasonal fall. There was that smiling, harmless look again. But the words he spoke to the sacred beetles crawling all over his body were as if they were the whispers of demons. To this, rustling, hundreds and hundreds of saint beetles, in unison, let out a low chirp and responded to Jiqiu. Indeed, it is an expression of obeying orders. Well, all good, go on, rustling. The next second, that is to say, the countless holy beetles, all of them a brain on the body of Jiqiu, climbed down to the ground. Finally, their sharp limbs and teeth were seen, easily broke through the sand and drilled into the sand sea one by one. As for Jiqiu, the wound on his hand had healed at an incredible speed. Or that little table lamp. Jiqiu, with a sunny and handsome warm smile on his face. The desert at night, the bright moon shines high. Even without a flashlight, you can see clearly in the middle of the desert with the help of the very bright moonlight. Also at this time, a tent among Old Mac, Ye Lord, North Star and the others were also crammed into a tent to rest. Period. Old Mac, in the middle of his mind, constantly recalled the evening of the seasonal autumn, that suddenly turned into a tragic white evil ghost-like pupils, and Jiqiu's words that he would let him die a horrible death. Old Mac, the more I think about it, the more I can't sleep. Moreover, the more he didn't want to think about it, the more in his mind, Jiqiu's evil ghost-like miserable white and eerie pupils deliberately and frequently surfaced in Old Mac's head. It messed up Old Mac's ability to sleep for a long time. Fuck. Finally, Old Mac cursed in annoyance. With that, the intention was to go outside the tent. Mac, where are you going? On the side, Ye Lords, woken up by Old Mac, could not help but look at Old Mac, who was preparing to go out of the tent. What do you care? Can't sleep? Go out and let the water out. Old Mai returned without a good mood. Mai, I'll go with you. Sister Nan said that it's best for you not to go alone. Ye Lord, too, intended to get up. You lie down. Old Mac, however, pointed a finger at the other man and drank. Asterisk 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 asterisk, there's no need for that. Do you really think I'm afraid of that little white boy and intimidated? Isn't it just that your eyes changed color a little? If there's something wrong with your eyes, you should get it cured. I'm going to take a piss. Go back to sleep and don't follow me. Old Mac, cursing, went out. But at this time, although the heart is a little bottomless, still concerned about their own face, what Old Mac doesn't know is this. Jiqiu really wanted him dead. Jiqiu has made a move. Never mind, it's just going out for a pee. It should be fine. On the side, Bachin was also woken up, then advised Ye Lords, but Nan said that we should follow even if Mac goes to the bathroom. Ye Lords, still a little relieved. Ugh, I'd better listen to Nan and follow out to see. In the end, Lord Yi still chose to follow him out. Come on, then I'm not going to sleep either. Together, the end of the day, it was two people following out together. Come outside the tent. Where did Mac go to pee? The two, again, were having a bit of trouble finding exactly where Old Mac had gone up. After all, in the middle of the desert, you can go in all directions. Until, suddenly, from behind a distant sand dune in the direction of the left side of the group of tents, an agonized cry rang out. No good. Something can't really be wrong with Mac, can it? Ye Lords, when the first one was in a state of shock. Subsequently, it was too late for the duo to inform Su Nan that the immediately rushed in the direction of the sound. During the agonizing yells of what was obviously Old Mac's voice kept coming from behind that dune, and when the two of them, Ye Lords and Bachin, ran through the dunes, they saw, not far away, Old Mac was on the ground in the middle of a sandy area, constantly jumping up and down screaming in pain. Moreover, Old Mac was screaming in agony and scratching his body with both hands. Mac, what's wrong with you? The Ye Lords duo, shocked, looked at Old Mai who seemed to be possessed by a ghost. Kill me now. Old Mac couldn't care less about anyone at the moment and kept screaming, crawling and rolling and clawing at himself in pain. It made the Ye Lords duo look shocked. Mac, how do you? The two, after reacting, were about to step forward, but the scene that happened next completely startled the two in horror. Rustling, Old Mac, in his body, broke open numerous bloody holes. Then, in the midst of the blood frenzy, countless black worms drilled out of Old Mac's body, countless bugs, hundreds of them. The scene, indeed, it was so shocked and terrified that both Ye Lords and Bachin instinctively reacted by continuously retreating back and forth. The two men were terrified. Where would they dare to take even one step forward? And the countless worms that had burrowed out of Old Mac's body had rustled all the way under the sand and disappeared. There, Old Mac had stopped screaming in pain, yet the entire person was already lying there in a bloody mess, not moving a muscle. My, Mac, Ye Lord and Bacon, the two of them, at this moment, had expressions of shock, amazement, horror, and even disbelief on their faces. Look at that bloody mess. Chapter 45, Shincheong of Empty Joy, branded store, inside, at this moment. But see, a strapless dress, a pair of long white legs under a pair of high boots. Such Shincheong. Youthful and beautiful, temperament is also a rich girl rich in a hint of nobility. Just, at this moment, the beautiful and colorful Shincheong is in the middle of the brand store, looking at a wide range of good-looking clothes and bags, but it was a constant lack of interest. He was even wandering around the store in a somewhat absent-minded manner, walking around gently and slowly, eyes, as if they were memorializing something, period. Originally, the female shopper called Xiaoyu had been seeing that Shincheong didn't have the heart to buy anything at all after. It also left Shincheong's side. Shincheong also didn't really want anyone to follow her. No one knows. At this moment, Shincheong's eyes couldn't help but float back to last night, the sight of Jiqiu dragging her around and constantly buying her clothes and bags inside this store. Joan Shin, standing at the moment in front of a rack with many brands of shoes, looking at the shoe rack in front of me. Shincheong, however, couldn't help but be searching for himself. Obviously he's been bullying himself. Why do you even think about that hateful guy like that? Can't even help but miss it. What's wrong with me? Shincheong. The slender hand that probed out at this time gently stroked on a pair of good-looking shoes. Under his breath were words of his own agony. And just then, please, help me wrap up this nice pair of shoes, and then, give them to this beautiful girl in front of me. Suddenly, a voice sounded behind Shincheong, and, seems kind of like a familiar voice, when she turned back and looked behind her. You, why are you here? Shincheong, one of her own small hands pulling her other hand. At this time, such a bit of inexplicable blush looking at the person who appeared in front of her. What? I'm not allowed to be here? The man asked rhetorically. I thought you said, you're going out to do something? Did you already finish your errands? Shincheong was actually looking at the person who appeared in front of her with a gaze of hidden delight and delight among her eyes. So playfully, even, Shincheong called out that person's name. Jiqiu, are you here for me too? The man, smiling with a slight hint of mischief. At that moment, it made Shincheong's small face redden in a flash of love. Guest, the shoes are wrapped for you. At this time, the shopper called Xiaoyu had already wrapped the pair of high heels that Shincheong had just seen, and then voiced out from the side. In response, the man simply took out a bank card. Give the shoes to this beautiful lady. Looking at the scene in front of him, Shincheong, moreover, had been unable to resist the corners of his mouth gradually rising. With a smile on her brow, she looked at the handsome boy in front of her. Such a Shincheong, which still had the sullenness as well as absent-mindedness from earlier. Indeed, it has become full of joy. Behind STH, when the checkout is complete, the counter lady, the one called Sister Chin, took the initiative. Guest, these shoes, or are they still delivered by us to the Star and Moon Hotel for you? Aha! Trouble you guys. Shincheong smilingly nodded her head. At the same time, the gaze could never help but look at the people around him. The scene, but it was a bit of a surprise to see Sister Chin and Xiaoyu on the side. So, the two of them know each other? Well, beautiful girl, let's go, shall we? That person, with a light smile that reached out to Shincheong. Like this, it was the moment. Shincheong, his heart was stunned. The smile on his face, without realizing it, had lightened by 1 point. But, good. Shincheong still reached out and took his hand. Into the hand, no longer familiar with the thick and powerful, but actually smooth and delicate palm. At once, Shincheong, in his heart, was completely lost. It really wasn't him. The desert at night is bright and visible under the moonlight, and as a result, everyone, after getting out of the tent, every single person saw that horrible scene. Old Mac, it had long since been a bloody mess, lying on the far side of the dunes. Hair, what happened? He's dead? The camera crew, Director Wang, said with a shocked face. Just now, Old Mac's agonizing screams woke up everyone who came out at this moment. Then almost every one of them saw the dismal dead splendor of yonder. Old Mac, boss, you say he is in the end? Wang Meng, looking to the evil emperor at his side, wanted to ask. But, Shu, the evil emperor, gave Wang Meng a don't speak look. And that's when Su Nan, on the other hand, had a somewhat disbelieving look on her face. What's going on? What's going on here? Didn't I tell you two to follow Old Mac? Su Nan angrily looked at the Yi Lords and Bacon duo beside him. We, the two, for a moment, did not know how to explain. I'm sorry, Nan, go talk to Old Mac's corpse. Su Nan took one last look at the Yi Lords duo. Immediately after, turn around. It was headed straight in the direction of Jiqiu's tent. Su Nan has found out. Almost every one of them had come out of their tents because of Old Mac's agonizing yells earlier. Only, seasonal autumn, out of sight. thinking back to what Jicho had said earlier. He wouldn't let old Mac live through this night. In this way, Sunan would not still be able to think that it was Jicho who used some bizarre means and killed old Mai. In response, this is for Sunan, who has always cared for her men. She was furious at the moment. So, straight away, he headed towards the tent where Jicho was. To this, hey, you guys, look, that's Sunan. It seems like she went in the direction of Jicho's tent. On the side, Pear Cluster had just looked at the bloody mess of that old wheat in the distance with furrowed brows in shock. Then, seeing the direction in which Sunan left, Pear Cluster instantly said to the two evil emperor and Wang Meng beside him, "Don't worry, that guy, Jicho, is not someone she can embarrass alone." The evil emperor, on the other hand, smiled faintly in a meaningful manner and added, perhaps, even if all of us here were to add up right now, we probably wouldn't be a match for Jicho. Soon, Sunan then came outside of Jicho's tent, rushed right in, and after barging right inside Jicho's tent, Sunan saw it at once. Gollum, Jicho, grasping a packet of about 400 cubic centimeters of blood with both hands, was biting through the packet and then gulp, furiously drinking the blood from the packet. The scene, it made Sunan, who was originally furious, couldn't help but be stunned and frozen with both eyes after seeing it. Roar. In the innermost part of the tent, Jicho put down the blood bag in his hand and looked at Sunan, who came in. In a flash, the mouth protruded with fangs and a low, beast-like roar escaped from his mouth. The scene thoroughly stunned Sunan. On the other side, after the evil emperor, Pear Cluster, Yi Lord, Boss Ma, and the rest of the crowd saw Sunan angrily walking this way, he or she couldn't help but follow suit. With that, he also saw the scene of Sunan breaking into Jicho's tent. But, boo-hoo, almost the next second, everyone saw Sunan, all of a sudden, violently flew backwards from inside the tent. Finally, she collapsed heavily 5 meters away from the tent. The one who covered his stomach for a moment actually looked pained and had difficulty standing up. Chapter 46 Red Umbrella captures Shinxiong. The Black Shadow soldiers are baffled. On the other side, that Jicho, after bringing Shinxiong out of the brand store, he intentionally or unintentionally brought Shinxiong towards the alleyway where there was no one. And Shinxiong, even after seeing through, but also deliberately follow him, until after they were deeper into the alleyway and there was nothing around. Why? To lie to me by pretending to be Jicho? Shinxiong, finally, couldn't help but speak out. In a cold tone to those around him, he asked, the man, visibly flabbergasted. To this, seasonal autumn, he's a very ed-up guy. When he wants to do something, he never asks me if it's okay or if it's possible. Like just now in the store. If it was really that hateful guy Jicho, he would have just pulled me away. Instead of doing what you just did, asking me if I'm okay. So, this is your first break. And then, when I took your hand with the last glimmer of hope, and finally realized that your hand was smooth and delicate and soft and nothing like a man should be, I'll be completely understood. Just see, at this moment, Shinxiong, like a famous detective, counting the Jicho of the cracks in front of him. See this. Oh, so it is. The person in front of her finally unfolded her true womanly voice, very crisp and pleasant. At the same time, its true appearance, also slowly displayed in front of Shinxiong. It was a woman dressed in Hmong-style clothing. The appearance was barely weaker than Shinxiong's, and she was also naturally beautiful. Just, the other party's gaze was too evil and cold. Unlike Shinxiong, who had a slight hint of gentleness amidst his firmness, the eyes kinda looked like Jichu's. Feeling like she was imagining things again, Shinxiong hurriedly shook her head. The woman in front of me actually possessed this bizarre ability. It can change from one to the other. Is it an illusion? Shinxiong, with a wary gaze, gazed at the bizarre woman in front of her whose appearance was not inferior to her own. Then, who are you? And why did you pretend to be Jichu to get to me? Shinxiong, wary of her question. To this, cut the crap. Since you've seen through it, then, hand over the 9 Eyes Heavenly Jewel. In that case, it's not impossible for me, Red Parasol, to keep you alive. On the other hand, it turned out to be the Red Parasol that had been pining for the 9 Eyes Heavenly Jewel, mutated by a fungus plant. The Karate Clan. No wonder it has the ability to mesmerize others. Red Umbrella? 9-Eyed Z? I don't understand what you mean. What 9-Eyed Z? Shinxiong, having heard the name of the Red Umbrella, had no idea what the 9 Eyes Heavenly Jewel was. Lies. Red Parasol. But all of a sudden, the beauty of the face was born, and immediately afterward, he drank to the playful Shinxiong. You have a very clear aura of the 9-Eyed Heavenly Jewel on you, and you're actually saying you don't know. Humans, you're so full of tricks and truths. You're full of nonsense. Red Umbrella, glaring very unpleasantly at Shinxiong in front of him. Humph. Shinxiong, also very upset, said directly in the next second. When I say I don't know, believe it or not. If you want to fight, I'm not afraid of you. Saying that, Shinxiong, glancing at the shadows at his feet. Among them, there were 10 Black Shadow Corps ninja soldiers that Ji Chio had left for her. Credit STH. Ji Chio's figure, again unconsciously, surfaced in Shin Xiong's heart. Shoo 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 shoo. 10 Black Shadow Corps ninja soldiers quickly also emerged from Shin Xiong's shadow in due time. The people all protected Shin Xiong behind them. But, swish dash, bear umbrella, not panicking at all. A red light was released. Next moment, crop, countless red mycelium shot out like spider silk, binding the 10 Black Shadow Corps in an instant. And under the intense red light, the Black Shadow Corps could not help but lose their vision for a moment. Wait for them to regain their vision. Snap click. With force, all at once, he shook off the bundle of red mycelium, only to find Shen Xiong, who was originally shielded by them. It's gone. The 10 Black Shadow Corps began to look around for Shin Xiong's figure like headless flies. Finally, within a few miles of, they couldn't find any trace of Shin Xiong. Then, the 10 Black Shadow Corps returned to that alleyway to search it once more in detail. Still, nothing, actually. But where they were not all in a hurry to come out to protect Shin Xiong just now. Having left a companion lurking in Shin Xiong's shadow, they could then directly re-enter Shin Xiong's shadow again through the movement of shadow space and easily through mutual sensing. In this way, there is no need to look everywhere like a headless fly. Just because 10 Black Shadow Corps ninja soldiers, just now, all came out from Shin Xiong's shadow, it's true that none of them stayed. At this very moment, they're grasping at straws. The end of the end. Still can't find Shin Xiong. 10 Black Shadow Corps ninja soldiers were gathered in the middle of the alleyway at this moment. And then, you look at me, I look at you. It can be face to face, one by one, as if asking each other, what now? What to tell the Lord Silver next? So much so that, one by one, again, you look at me and I look at you. Thong shook his head. And who is going to speak to the Lord Silver about this? The mind communicated, and in the next moment, it was seen that the 10 ninja soldiers of the Black Shadow Corps started. You point to him, he points to me, and I point to your situation. End up STH. One of them slammed the head of the companion beside him who was pointing at each other, and then communicated mentally, saying, together. At this moment, desert. Rushing in were Boss Ma, Pear Cluster, Director Wang, Egg Sister, Attachment Beauty, Fruit, Ye Lords, North Star, Vegetable Head, and many, many more. At this point in time, all of them had surprised, puzzled expressions as they looked at the man who had just clearly and aggressively barged into Ji Chio's tent, and then for some reason, Sunan who violently flew out backwards, only to see at this moment Sunan, a face of pain covering the stomach, eyebrows locked, forehead pain cold sweater slightly out of the already very obvious cannot stand up, Sister Nan, Ye Lord, Beichen, Pill King and a host of Sunan's men. After they reacted, they wanted to come over and help Sunan up, but, right here and now, shoo 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 shoo, 10 of them, like ink, kept emerging from among the shadows of the ground under the moonlight. Then, in front of them, it coalesced into a single human form. It is indeed, the Black Shadow Corps ninja soldiers, Black Shadow soldiers, only to see now suddenly come out of them, one by one. Holding a short sword like bitterness, the fury of the fierce blocked the Leaf Lord, the Northfall and many other Sunan's henchmen. And ye lords they looked at so bizarre from the Black Shadow among the Black Shadow Corps ninja soldiers. One by one has been surprised and uncertain for a moment was indeed subdued. And the appearance of the Black Shadow Corps, it made everyone over there, including Boss Ma, Lulu, Director Wang, Sister Egg, Fruit, and so on, surprised as well. Looking at the scarlet pupils of the black-shadowed soldier, it was really like seeing an evil spirit. Only the evil emperor, Pear Cluster, and Wang Meng had already seen the Black Shadow Corps, and even the evil emperor himself had 10 Black Shadow soldiers lurking in his shadow, so they were much more calm. It just didn't occur to me either. Ji Chio, actually directly so Showdown. Also at this time, Gollum, over there, in the tent, Ji Chio, at this moment, was grabbing several packs of blood packs and drinking furiously. So much for, slowly, stepping out from among the tents. Chapter 47, Shin Xiong arrested, the first time Ji Chio got angry. Gollum, Ji Chio, at this moment, came out from among the tents, and so gulped down the bright red blood inside the blood bag. During, Boss Ma, the evil emperor, Pear Cluster, Lord Yi, Director Wang, Fruit, Egg Sister, Attachment of Beauty, and all the others on the side of the room, all vaguely visible. Jichio drank what seemed like bright red blood, and, among Jichio's upper row of teeth at this moment, there were actually two sharp fangs that protruded out. That look is just like the legendary zombie or vampire. He's on the scene. Every single person at this moment was shocked as they looked at Jichio at this moment. Jichio, how did he become? Looking at the zombie-like and constantly swallowing blood Jichio, the fruit among the camera crew, a face of disbelief. Period. The evil emperor, Pear Cluster, and Wang Meng all looked at Jichio at this time in disbelief. The evil emperor couldn't even believe it, that Jichio was actually dumplings? What the hell is going on here? At this point, Boss Ma hadn't figured out what was happening. To this, cough, ahem, you're not human, not human. Over there, Sunan, who had flown out of the tent upside down and was now on the ground, looked at the zombie state of Jichio in front of him with a pained face covering his stomach. Just now, she was indeed kicked out of the tent by him. Remember just now Sunan, as soon as she broke into Jichio's tent, he was seen inside the tent, under the lamplight, clutching a blood packet in both hands and drinking furiously. Those ghastly white zombie pupils, the blood-stained mouth, the sharp protruding zombie fangs that Sunan couldn't help but be confused for a moment just now, and just for a moment she froze. Jichio was lightning fast with an inhuman speed, come to her, and with no time for Sunan to react, he kicked her in the stomach. So much for giving ya a kick out. At this very moment, looking at the bizarre Jichio who was completely zombified, even Sunan was filled with uncertainty in her heart at this time. What kind of demon is he? Really? At that moment, Jichio stopped drinking blood from the blood bag. Then, amidst the gazes of everyone at the stun scene, you guys, why did you run out without permission? Zombie state Jichio, self-consciously, actually looked faintly at the 10 Black Shadow Corps ninja soldiers that had just emerged to stop Yi Lords and the others. In response, Yi Lord, Pill King, and North Star were also surprised at these ghost-like Black Shadow Corps ninja soldiers with blood-red glowing eyes, and they didn't know what they were. At this moment, hearing Jichio's words, the crowd squared off to make sure. These evil ghost-like Black Shadow people with glowing red eyes were actually Jichio's. Wait, you guys, I don't think it's the ones in my shadow. Suddenly, looking at the 10 Black Shadow Corps ninja soldiers, Jichio could see something else. To this, swish, the 10 Black Shadow Corps ninja soldiers, all of a sudden, knelt down in the direction of Jichio in unison. A look of guilt. Such a scene, it made Boss Ma, Director Wang, and even Sunan and Lord Yi, who were unable to comprehend what was happening in front of them, one by one, even more astonished. What the hell is going on? Speak. Jichio looked faintly at the 10 Black Shadow Corps kneeling before him. Then, the 10 Black Shadow Corps ninja soldiers looked at each other, and finally one of them acted as a representative. Get up. He came in front of Jichio, then bent his head, and then transmitted some words through his mind connection in transmission with Jichio. Very quickly, Xinxiang was taken? You guys lost the man, didn't you? Jichio. His face changed as he coldly looked at the black-shadowed soldier who bent his head in front of him as the representative who came over to deliver the message. Immediately, the dark-shadowed soldier once again rejoined his knees heavily. But, boo-hoo, Jichu, still in a moment of emotion and another kick out, the black-shadowed soldier was sent flying out 7 or 8 meters away and fell heavily on top of the sand. At the same time, moments after falling to the ground, that black-shadowed soldier also immediately climbed back up and continued to kneel and kowtow to Jichio. The power of Jichio's kick also stunned the crowd. To this, a woman you can't even protect, and even, in the end, not even being able to find her, alive or dead. It is, isn't it? What do I need you for? Jichio. At this moment, after indeed receiving the report from the Dark Shadow soldiers, the heart was now very indignant. 10 ninja soldiers from the Black Shadow Corps couldn't protect a single woman. In the end, they couldn't even find where Xinxiang had been taken. With such a situation, Jichio couldn't help but feel disappointed and indignant. To this, the 10 Black Shadow soldiers who knelt down began to kowtow to Jichio continuously, flush one after the other. Looking aside, the evil emperor, Sunan, Lord Yi, Boss Ma, Lulu, Director Wang, Master Sang, Egg Sister, Fruit, and all the other people one by one. And Fruit, Egg Sister, and Attachment Beauty were also looking at Jichio in surprise at this moment. Unexpectedly, Jichio, who had always appeared gentle, sunny, and handsome before, would be so angry at these bizarre black shadow people at this time. And, with those ghastly white zombie pupils, zombie fangs, surprisingly, it wasn't intimidating at all, but instead, the handsome, evil look added a cold dominance like that of a monarch, though they didn't know what had happened to make a scene so incomprehensible to them appear before their eyes. However, the zombie Jichio at this moment was indeed incomparably attractive to them. Innocent, at this moment, Jichio suddenly let out a light cry. Upon hearing that, among the crowd, the evil emperor, who was considered by Boss Ma and the others to be the one called Guanzhen, timely, he walked over to Jiqiu. Boss, addressing with his mouth, the evil emperor's gaze towards Jiqiu, who was in a zombie state at this moment, but it was still slightly curious in its amazement. The evil emperor, more and more, couldn't help but be curious. What exactly was Jiqiu's origin, or what is he? Really, not a person, but a dumpling? In response, Jiqiu didn't bother to care what the evil emperor was thinking at this time and pointed at the 10 black shadow soldiers. These 10 losers, they're for you too. And then, you go on about your business. I, for one, have to leave for a while to retrieve a woman. So much for the overbearing announcement and finish. Jiqiu put away his zombie state, and his pupils turned back to normal brown, and his zombie fangs retracted quickly. Immediately following, Jiqiu then turned around with the intention of doing something. But, wait, suddenly, to the side, Pear Cluster's classmates voiced out and called out to Jiqiu. At those words, Jiqiu then lightly glanced at Pear Cluster, who had suddenly spoken out. Then, you were just talking about Xinxiong, right? Why do you know about Xinxiong? And, I think what you just said was that she was taken? Jiqiu, what exactly happened? What happened to Xinxiong? Only to see that Pear Cluster, at this moment, was very worried about the woman that Jiqiu had just spoken of. At this time, Pear Cluster couldn't care less about that weird zombie look of Jiqiu just now, and why Jiqiu had just sucked blood. Pear Cluster now in his mind are Xinxiong 2 words, as well as the emergence of that a beautiful silhouette. Chapter 48 Pango Zombie and the G-Clan. In response, Jiqiu, who had already changed from a zombie state back to a normal person, at this moment, glancing back at Pear Cluster who was asking Xinxiong, Pear Cluster, listen, I know that both you and Suwan are interested in Xinxiong, but remember, Xinxiong, she's my woman now, so you'd better get a female like for a change. That's it. In this way, after saying that, Jiqiu took one last look at Sunan, who had just been kicked off by himself and was now covering his stomach and unable to get up on the ground. Jiqiu did not say anything more. Swish and shove. In the next second, several Black Shadow Corps ninja soldiers emerged from the shadows of Jiqiu in the midst of all the attention. Immediately after bringing Jiqiu into the shadow space went in the midst of all the attention, bizarrely sinking into the shadow, until it disappears. It's this. On the scene, the crowd, one by one, was stunned. Among them, including Sunan, who was also covering her stomach and in pain and discomfort. She was shocked as she looked at the place where Jiqiu, who had disappeared strangely in the end, had disappeared. Everyone, a look of disbelief, while the Pear Cluster at this moment, but the sentence of Jiqiu just now kept echoing in his mind. She's my woman now, my woman, my Pear Cluster, for a moment, froze in place. Xinxiong, how did you get to know him? How did you become Jiqiu his? Pear Cluster, a little reluctant to believe it. The evil emperor, gently patted the shoulders of this time's Pear Cluster. Don't doubt every word Jiqiu says. More definitely don't offend an existence like Jiqiu because of a woman. Otherwise, you'll definitely regret it. The evil emperor, in due course, spoke out to remind Pear Cluster. Then, walking up to the 10 Black Shadow Corps ninja soldiers that had been abandoned as if by Jiqiu, it's quite nice to have 10 more incredible, 10 more people like you to call upon. The evil emperor, on the surface, displayed a smile. The heart is helpless. Jiqiu is too domineering and acts too recklessly. The evil emperor's original plan was now basically disrupted from its very beginning by a Jiqiu. The evil emperor really didn't know what was going to happen next, what his plans would become because of a Jiqiu. There's no way to fight it. Mainly, just a Black Shadow Corps that lurked in his shadow. The evil emperor stated, this stuff, no solution. After all, hiding in your shadow at all times. What can you do? The Dark Shadow Soldier watched every moment of what he did. There is no way you can break the game. So, the evil emperor could only pray the changes brought about by Jiqiu had better be all benign. At this time, Boss Ma, Sunan, Lord Yi, Bei Lu, Director Wang, Sister Egg, Fruit, Attachment of Beauty, Ma Yila, and all the others, still looking at the place where Jiqiu had just been, which had already disappeared. The crowd was unable to return to their senses for a long time. Just now, too weird. It was incredible. Season Autumn. Is this man human or not? Just now, he was sucking blood and the ones in his mouth were sharp zombie teeth. My god. The other side, Shu Hu. In the middle of an alleyway, a burst of black shadows suddenly and magically emerged from among the shadows. Finally, surrounded by several dark-shadowed soldiers, Ji Chio, the handsome figure, appeared in this one alleyway, and this alleyway is exactly where not long ago, where Shinxiong disappeared. At the moment, it's late at night. In the alleyway, under the pale moonlight, it was vaguely visible that there were no longer any people passing by before or after. Black Shadow soldiers could connect mentally with each other, and the same was true for Ji Chio and all Black Shadow soldiers. Just now, among the information that the Black Shadow warrior had transmitted to Ji Chio, it certainly contained the location where Shinxiong had disappeared. So, Ji Chio, at this time, came here, and, as soon as they arrived, several of the dark-shadowed soldiers began to look around a bit, very quickly, back to Ji Chio, but Tom shook his head. Indeed, they all said that they had not found any trace of Shinxiong. Seeing this, Ji Chio sighed. Then, sniff, sniff, seasonal autumn, using an ability he didn't really want to use, the zombie's sense of smell. Seriously, he really didn't want to use this ability if it wasn't for the Black Shadow soldiers not giving a damn, because it seems like puppies. But, luckily, the smell of Shinxiong, in the air, hasn't blown away yet. Follow the smell and you should be able to find someone. Ji Chio quickly smelled the fresh fragrance of Shinxiong's body that remained in the air. Then, that direction, 3 kilometers ahead, Ji Chio directly pointed a direction to a few dark shadow soldiers. It was indeed what he smelled. A direction that smelled like Shinxiong. The flavor is high up in the air, and the person who captured Shinxiong most likely has a special ability like flight. The other side, not ordinary humans. Ji Chio, the mouth also came out with such a conclusion. Period. Shu Hu. A few dark shadow soldiers also moved quickly, directly pulling Ji Chio back into the shadow space. Then, he quickly moved in the middle of the shadow space in the direction that Ji Chio had pointed to. The speed is incredibly fast to only a few seconds. Shu Hu. They then led Ji Chio around an unoccupied corner 3 kilometers away and emerged again in the shadows. Then, sniff, sniff, seasonal autumn, sniffing the air again, searching for the familiar Shinxiong's scent. In this direction, another 1,500 meters or so, quarterback, pointing in another direction. Shu Hu. At that moment, the black-shadowed soldier continued to take Ji Chio through the shadow space, end up STH, a few trips through shadow space, seasonal autumn, eyeing a hotel. Even through his super-sensitive sense of smell, Ji Chio pinpointed exactly which room it was. With that, one last pass through shadow space, sneaked into that hotel room, and once inside, Ji Chio then saw a thin red energy barrier. Guess there's soundproofing. Out of. Ji Chio has seen it. In the room and among the red barrier, a woman dressed in red was coiling a ghastly red mycelium around Shinxiong's hand. Shinxiong was in pain. However, outside of the barrier, Ji Chio actually couldn't hear the voices of the two women. That woman in red, as if she was pressing Shinxiong. Shinxiong was already sweating profusely from the torture. Instead, the Black Shadow Core's movement was surprisingly unable to penetrate the red energy barrier. To this, Ji Chio directly came out from inside the shadow space. At the same time, the zombie power on his hand began to attach, and then directly smashed his fist heavily on the red energy barrier, making the barrier immediately like glass, shattering in layers. The red parasol, who was originally stabbing Shinxiong's skin with mycelium and continuously torturing and forcing Shinxiong to ask questions, was startled by what suddenly happened behind him, and could not help but turn back to look behind him. But, boo-hoo, Ji Chio, the zombie speed is extremely fast, and another fierce kick, giving the other party a heavy kick against the wall. Chapter 49, Ji Chio vs. Red Umbrella. Ji Chio, after sending Chiba crashing hard into the wall with a kick of Shinxiong, who was on the side, was not bound by the mycelium, and the whole person was suddenly weak and about to fall down. Just, the corner of Shinxiong's mouth, however, revealed a bright smile, because she saw the person she wanted to see most at this moment. Ji Chio, on the other hand, moved in an instant and came to the side of Shinxiong, who was about to fall in the blink of an eye, hugged her. At the same time, clang, under a burst of light shining, the injuries on Shinxiong's body began to heal at an incredible speed. In particular, her slender arms that had just been pierced into the skin by the mycelium and were as if they were full of sores after the torture were also restored unharmed. Indeed, the horse talisman spell had already been held in the palm of Ji Chio's hand and was healing Shinxiong's injuries. Very quickly, Shinxiong was seen completely recovering well. No more physical injuries. Well, does it still hurt? Ji Chio, looking at Shinxiong who was in his arms at this moment, asked out loud, looking at the sweaty Shinxiong. This kind of wretched and miserable look that I can see, even if it's Ji Chio who has always appeared to be very cold and unfeeling. At this moment, all of them couldn't help but show a soft color in their eyes. In response, Shinxiong did not speak, but leaned on his shoulder. Furthermore, lightly biting Jicho on the shoulder, as if blaming him for not showing up sooner, or blame him for leaving in the morning and being in the body of a zombie. With this gentle bite from Shinshong, Jicho felt almost no pain. Just, "You, what gives you the nerve to touch my people?" Jicho suddenly looked at the red-clothed red umbrella in the corner. In an instant, the touch of gentleness on his face that he had given to Shinshong disappeared into thin air the moment he looked at the red-clothed red umbrella. What came across was very clear killing intent, and at this moment, the red umbrella had risen from the ground and she just managed to see Jicho's oozing gaze, and for a moment, even she inexplicably felt an incredible threat. "You can actually break the barrier I set up. It's obvious that you're not an ordinary person." Looking at Jicho, who was holding Shinshong in front of him with an icy gaze, the red-clothed red umbrella quickly recovered his mind. At the same time, "Wait, this is the aura of the nine-eyed heavenly jewel." The red-clothed red parasol snapped to attention and looked straight at the handsome five-featured Jicho in front of him. "It turns out that the person who truly owns the nine-eyed heavenly pearl is you." The red-clothed red parasol, at this moment, seemed to have figured out why she had just tortured Shinshong so much, but the latter still kept saying that she didn't know. At first, she thought that Shinshong also coveted the power of the heavenly jewel and was unwilling to hand it over. Now it seemed, the real owner of the Nine Eyes heavenly pearl was not the weak Shinshong at all, but rather, this man who looked handsome and unmatched, with an icy face, was the right one. "Great, hand over the Nine Eyes heavenly jewel and I can bypass what you just did to me. Otherwise, both of you, I won't let go." Red Umbrella, at this time, became surprised and said to Jicho. At the same time, countless red mycelium was released all over his body, surrounding the entire room. Indeed, he was still thinking of preventing Jicho and Shinshong from escaping. At the moment, she would never have guessed that it would be herself who should run away later. The red parasol, who had been preoccupied with the nine-eyed heavenly jewel, was unable to realize at this point his own disaster was coming. To this, after coming in this world, the person who dares to threaten me, just you, Jicho, still holding Shinshong's in his arms, so coldly smiled at the woman in red in front of him. Subsequently, you go into the shadow space of the black shadow core first. Jicho, looking back at the beautiful person in his arms, and, having said that, he didn't even wait for Shinshong to respond to anything. Directly a black shadow soldier emerged from amongst the shadows underneath Jicho's feet, then pulled Shinshong in his arms into the shadow space with one hand. "Jicho, be careful." Shinshong, before being completely pulled into the shadows by the dark shadow soldiers, only had time to say one word to Jicho. Almost as soon as the words fell, Shinshong's entire body completely disappeared into the dark shadows. "You have those creepy black shadow people too?" At that moment, Red Umbrella glanced at Jicho with a slight bit of surprise. Just now, the movements of the black shadow soldiers were too fast for Red Parasol to stop them. But react, crop call. The countless red mycelium then surrounded the handsome Jicho in the very center in unison. But, clang boom, a blazing wave of fluctuations erupted from Jicho's body. It shook away all the mycelium in an instant. Red Umbrella couldn't help but be shaken back several steps for a moment, almost leaning against the wall. By the time she had calmed down and looked at Jicho again, immediately shocked to see Jicho, hands burning with a blazing fire. It was indeed Jicho who had cast the zombie ability Fire Elemental. In response, fire. Red Parasol instinctively felt fear in his heart. Indeed, because fire is one of the natural elements that almost all plants fear. Along with thunder from heaven, heavy water, and insect infestation are some of the greatest fears of plants. Also for this reason, when he saw fire, Chibi Umbrella instinctively felt a hint of fear. At the same time, Chibi Umbrella was a million times more astonished. This handsome man in front of him actually possessed the ability to drive flames. Moreover, his hands were filled with blazing fire, and he was actually not doing anything at all. Is this a complete acceptance of fire, one of the natural elements? Simply unbelievable. And at the moment, Jicho, you want to die how? Hands burning with a blazing fire, Jicho, at this moment, so faintly looked at the woman in red in front of him and asked. Upon hearing this, Red Umbrella was also furious in his heart. Even if you can drive fire, so what? I, Red Umbrella, am not a weak, generalized Jiaxing clan. Saying that, Red Umbrella's purple light flashing in a pair of large eyes. Indeed, he was unleashing some sort of psychedelic ability to try to confuse Jicho. But, roar, a beast roared, startling Chibi Umbrella and breaking the illusion all at once. Then, looking at Jicho, whose pupils had turned ghastly white and whose mouth protruded fangs. You, what the hell are you? Red Umbrella incredulously looked at Jicho at this time. He, indeed, had already even displayed his zombie state. Roar. Jicho had stopped speaking and directly rushed towards the red-clothed Red Umbrella in front of him with extreme speed. A right hand, a fist of fire, slammed into her. the red umbrella is not immortal, and can actually see Jichio in the midst of the zombie's speed. And, swish whoo, countless strands of fungus coalesced into a huge strand of fungus rope, and then viciously flung it at Jichio. Chibi Umbrella wouldn't want to use the fungus rope to bind Jichio, who had fire. She wasn't that stupid to throw herself into the net. She was just trying to gather the power of all the mycelium to unleash a pumping attack and repel Jichio. At the same time, Chibiusa started trying to run. Yes, the red umbrella, who just now had his heart set on the nine-eyed pearl, trying to slip up at this point. None other, just because Jichio is so weird and unpredictable. First the fire, then the zombie state, and even that creepy black shadow person lurking in his shadow. Chibi Umbrella, not wanting to continue to tangle with such demonic and devilish like Jichio any longer. Compared to normal people, Chibi Umbrella, was a demon, but compared to Jichio, Red Umbrella felt that she was the average normal person. Chibi is afraid he's in the gutter. Chapter 50 Ing 13 Dead Fatty. Ta-dash. The red-clothed Red Umbrella condensed all of its mycelial strength in a one-shot pumping attack, only to see it tightly grasped by one of Jichio's hands. At the same time, swish whoo, blazing flames passed from Jichio's entire hand to the top of the red fungus rope that she had pumped over. Instantly, the hot flames immediately ignite the fungus rope. Chibiusa immediately felt the pain. At the same time, she was on the spot. Shack, straight away, starting in the center and breaking off the strand of mycelium that had caught fire. Chibiusa let out a pain sound. After all, such an act was equivalent to cutting off one's own arm, and although it prevented the flames from spreading over itself, it also made the red parasol suffer all at once. His own power, too, had more or less declined a little. Jichio, his hands burning with a blazing fire, looked at the woman in red at this moment with a cold smile, and the gaze of the red-robed red parasol looking at Jichio in front of him went from wary and scornful. Now it becomes trembling fear. The main thing is still the flames, which are too strongly restrained against plants. She knew that if the fight continued, she would be the one to suffer in the end. So, Red Umbrella, at this moment, was already starting to constantly look for opportunities to try to escape, and that's when it happened. Detecting the object that can be signed for a long period of time, Chiba, will you sign in now? Suddenly, signing into the system, the alert screen popped up. Jichio, subconsciously, could not help but glance at the 2 lines of text messages that only he himself could see, emerging from the void at this time. Good chance. At once, the red parasol's heart was overjoyed. The next second is directly a rapid transformation, from the human form into a ball of red mango. Finally, it pierced through the window of the hotel room and flew out into the sky. Seeing this scene, Jichio, his face unflustered, it's pointless to be negative, fatally displaying a cold smile. Jichio then moved his mind and directly communicated with the Black Shadow Soldier. Soon, 2 dark soldiers were seen emerging from the shadows. Follow her, don't lose them, Jichio, in a slightly sickly tone, said to the 2 black-shadowed soldiers that appeared. Immediately afterward, he saw the 2 black shadow soldiers nodding in unison before putting their hands on Jichio's shoulders and pulling him into the shadow space. In this way, inside the shadows, Jichio saw numerous black shadow soldiers. At the same time, the outside scene began to change and move rapidly. During this time, Jichio saw Shun Xiong, who had just been pulled into the shadow space by the black shadow soldiers he had also made come. Only she had passed out on the sidelines, and it should be because the torture at the red parasol just now had exhausted her mind, right? After all, although the horse Talisman could heal the physical wounds from external influences, the depletion above the spirit, Shun Xiong still needed to recover by himself through rest. Ditto, the average person with a horse charm needs to sleep. Otherwise, one gets sleepy. Bare umbrellas, flying in the sky for 10 minutes. Finally, the party was a bit out of breath and landed in the middle of an alleyway that seemed very dim in the middle of the night. Only to see that the red parasol, who had reappeared in human form and was dressed in red, had a lot of fine sweat on his forehead and was breathing heavily. Indeed, she was slightly injured, and after flying for another 10 minutes or so, she didn't have much power left in her body. To this, is that all? How far did I think you could run? Not far away. In a dimly lit corner, Jichio, with an evil smile, slowly walked. Seeing this scene, Red Umbrella was instantly astonished. How did you end up here? Roar. Jichio, however, stopped saying anything and directly transformed into a zombie state again, emitting a low beastly roar from his mouth. Boom hoo. The flame, too, was once again blazing above Jichio's hands. Moreover, Jichio blasted the blazing flames, as if it were a fire dragon through the air towards the red-clothed Red Umbrella. The speed is even faster. Red Umbrella couldn't dodge even if he wanted to, so he could only utilize the small amount of Carrie's spiritual energy in his body and turn it into a red energy barrier. Such a dang boom temporarily blocked the fierce incandescent fiery onslaught. Oh, I wonder, how long can you hold out? Looking at this red-clothed woman who was obviously struggling with her physical strength, Ji Cho smiled and coldly smiled. Then, swish who dash, increasing the output and transformation of the zombie power. All of a sudden, it made the flames impact even more violently. Even the fiery red flames, gradually, already had a tendency to change from red fire to blue flame. Indeed, the flame temperature was rising. Chibiusa, with a hard look on his face, because the heat of the flames penetrated through the energy barrier and baked the entire Akatsuki's face red. In particular, the pair of delicate hands supporting the barrier had gradually been scalded by the conducted temperature. The hands became crimson. Please, let go. Can you let me go? Red Umbrella, in pain and suffering, could not help but be afraid, and actually opened his mouth to beg for mercy. At those words, Jichio was the one who did not say a word and continued to output zombie power to boost the impact of the fire elemental. In this way, the energy barrier of the Red Umbrella was getting thinner and thinner, and was about to be broken through. Soldier, fighter, man, hurry hurry hurry, Ed. Just then, suddenly 3 rebukes rang out. Immediately after, Clang Hu, a huge golden-colored Taiji 8 trigrams formation blasted towards Jichio, who was about to break through the red umbrella barrier at that moment. It made Jichio look uncertain. At the same time, he was also forced to withdraw the blazing fire and unleash the zombie's speed supernatural ability, quickly dodging away from the huge golden 8 trigrams array. Luckily, that Bagua formation has no tracking ability. But, which one of you bastards came to ruin my day? At this moment, Chibi Umbrella, on the other hand, heaved a sigh of relief, and Jichio opened a pair of zombies' miserable white pupils and glanced at the direction where the Bagua formation had just hit. Instead, he saw a tall, thin man, mortared under an obscure light not far away. During this time, the zombie's eyesight allowed Jichio to see the other's face from more than 10 meters away. Then, Jichio, a pair of short eyebrows slightly wrinkled, feeling, this I do not know when to come over the mail, look a little familiar. 13, you, why are you running so fast all of a sudden? Exhausted. At that moment, another fat man came running around a corner. Then, one skinny, one fat, the two stood together in an inexplicably comical way. Detecting objects that can be signed in for a long period of time, Ing 13 and Chibi, detected signable object, Fatty sure. Will you sign in now? Oh, so that's the movie. Seeing the prompt from the sign-in system, Jichio, at once, understood. It's just also a little bit helpless and funny, this nifty appearance of unexpected characters, is getting more and more the dogs are out. Sign in, Jichio, in his heart, silently said. Then, check-in rewards arrive instantly. Taking a look at the sign-in rewards, Jichio showed a hint of interest on his face. That reward, interesting. I didn't expect to meet a cultivator here. Just, are you sure you want to meddle? Jichio. At this moment, a pair of zombie miserable white pupils fatally looked at Ing 13 and the dead fat man over there. Akaji seems to be trying to run again. To this, snap, Jichio gently snapped his fingers. Swish 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 swish. Several dozens of black shadow soldiers immediately emerged one by one from the surrounding shadows. So much for encircling the entire scene. Chapter 51, dozens not enough? Then hundreds of them. This. Looking at the dozens of demonic ghost-like, black shadow soldiers that kept emerging from the shadowy corners, Fatty sure was the first to be confused. Ing 13, at this moment, was also surprised to look at the surrounding, constantly and slowly surrounded by a group of dozens of black shadow soldiers. The red parasol, who originally wanted to escape, saw the black shadow people that surrounded them at that moment. What the hell do you want? Do you really want to fight to the death? Red Umbrella, annoyed and full of scorn, looked toward Jichio in front of him. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact that the current one didn't have enough power in her body to fly anymore, she directly transformed into a red aura once again and then flew away. Not going to babble here at all. Chibi Umbrella is indeed a bit cornered at the moment. To this, Jade, Humph, just you? Joke, handsome to the point of being evil. Jichio opened a pair of zombie white pupils, revealing a cold smile with fangs attached to it at the moment. Lonely and evil. You, Red Umbrella, for a moment, was a bit dumbfounded. Jichio was indeed too much better than her. She was no match for him at all. Unable to help it, Red Parasol regretted in his heart. If he had known this, he should not have coveted the nine-eyed heavenly jewel in the first place for the sake of his own obsession. But, she's just trying to become a complete woman. Am I really wrong? Red Umbrella, between regrets, couldn't help but mutter to himself, looking at the bizarre black-shadowed soldiers that surrounded himself, who had very little power left in his body at the moment. Akatsuki felt that he might really be in the gutter today. Seeing that she was unable to escape, Jichio then turned around. A pair of miserable white zombie pupils looked at Ing 13. What about you? Go, or do you really want to fight me? Hands wrapped around his body, Ji Chou coldly looked at the young 13 and Fatty Sure duo. Words, young 13, I've never met a good thing with you. It's my bad luck. Looking at Ji Chou's zombie fangs and zombie pupils, Dead Fatty immediately couldn't help but point at Ing 13 beside him with a bitter face. Ahem. At this moment, Ing 13, looking at the dozens of black shadow soldiers around him, was also a bit weak. Man, this has nothing to do with me, haha. I'll just go first, haha. Fatso, seeing that the situation is not right, he's ready to bolt. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have even run over after Ing 13 just now. Fatty, what are you afraid of? Aren't there still me here? These black shadow people must all be illusions. Don't be afraid. Ing 13, on the other hand, pulled back Fatty Sure, who was ready to bolt, and then glanced at those black shadow soldiers around him with feigned disdain. And, beauty over there, you don't have to be afraid either. I'm a mage. I'm here today. This demon that looks like a woman definitely can't hurt you. Don't worry, only to see. Ing 13, still speaking to the red-clothed red parasol in front of him. After all, with fangs in his mouth and pale pupils, Ji Chou was not human at first glance. Instead, Akatsuki is a man who looks completely normal in appearance, while still being very pretty. In this situation, as a mage who had practiced Taoism and made it his mission to subdue demons and eliminate devils, Ing 13 naturally wanted to help Red Umbrella. Seeing this scene, thinking of the Taiji 8 trigrams formation that Ing 13 had just struck out, Red Parasol felt that there might actually be hope. Mage, help me. This man is a monster. In the next moment, he saw Red Parasol trotting and coming over to Ing Xii's side. Please don't worry, girl, with these blindfolds of his, this venerable master is fearless. Ing 13, at this time, directly took out a peachwood sword behind him, and then said with a superior attitude, that's great, now it's all up to you. Mage, Chibiusa, smiled at Ing 13. At once, Ing 13 couldn't help but feel a little fluttering in his heart all of a sudden. All of them disregarded the dozens of black shadow soldiers that surrounded them, as if it was really all an illusion. Hi there, my name is Fatty Sure. What's yours? Ho ho. Suddenly, Fatty Sure, who had just wanted to slip away, saw the beautiful woman at that moment and was instantly energized. A smile swept across his face, looking at such a trio in front of him. The crowd of dark shadow soldiers couldn't help but look at their master. Season fall, and at the moment, he was exasperated and laughing at these three people. It felt like the last bit of my patience was gone. Take them. Sighing, Ji Chou gently waved his hand. At that moment, dozens of black shadow soldiers seemed like robots that had gotten orders. A headlong rush in unison toward the three people in the center. Ing 13, Red Umbrella, and Fatty Sure. Ing 13, you damn quick. Fatty Sure, in a hurry. Mage, Red Parasol, on the other hand, had a pitiful look on his face as he played pity on Ing 13. To this, don't worry, I'm here, watch me. Pro, Soldier, Fighter, 1, hurry. Ed, Ing 13, holding a peachwood sword, invoked some of the mana within himself. In an instant, that huge golden Taiji 8 trigrams formation that had just struck Ji Chou appeared once again, and with Ing Xii's last shout and a wave of the peachwood sword in his hand, the Taiji 8 trigrams directly shook away all the black shadow soldiers that rushed over. The powerful Dao power directly caused a group of black shadow soldiers to fly backward. There were even a dozen or so that were directly shaken apart and became black energy back into the shadows. Black shadow soldiers don't die, and after being dispersed, they can slowly regroup in the shadows. It just takes some time. 13, Cowboy. Seeing the crowd of black shadow soldiers being shaken back one after another, Fatty Sure cheered out in joy. On the side, Red Parasol was also slightly relieved. However, Ing 13 was a little surprised, because, just now, he thought that the dozens of black shadow soldiers were all just illusions. I didn't realize that it was actually basically physical. What kind of demons are these? Ing 13 was a bit shocked in his heart, but, fortunately, none of them can beat the Maoshan Taoist techniques passed down by his grandfather. At this moment, the remaining energy of the Taiji Bagua formation turned into a formation, protecting the three of them in it. The black shadow soldiers were unable to pass through the shadows and go in amongst the Taiji formation to take them down. In response, those remaining 20 or so black shadow soldiers, after getting up from the ground, wanted to continue going up and forcefully attacking. But, suddenly, halfway through their run, they stopped moving. Hey, 13, why aren't they moving? Fatty Sure, looking at the 20 or so black-shadowed people who suddenly stood still, couldn't help but ask, should be giving up. Ing 13, still looking like a tall man, said with his arms folded, Red Umbrella, but the heart is a little bad feeling, glanced not far from the direction of the season of autumn. Fatty Sure, harm, I thought it was scary just now. So this is it? Ing 13, weren't you so scared just now that you wanted to leave? It's okay now, you go. At those words, Fatty sure glanced at the tall, delicate-looking Chikara. And instantly, 13, you've got it wrong. I was just humoring you in a small way. How could I not believe you? Ho ho ho. Fatty sure sheeply smiled at Ing 13. It earned a scornful look from Ing 13. Seeing this, Fatty sure turned to prepare to humiliate the deflated Jichio. Just these 10 or 20 black shadow people. What is there to be afraid of? Ah, if you have the ability, you pour again. Like this. Fatty sure hadn't finished speaking. Snap. Jichu snapped his fingers again. Swish 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 swish. Directly, hundreds of black shadow soldiers, from the shadowy corners, kept emerging like ink, and quickly coalesced into a human form. Subsequently, what did you just say? Chapter 52, Palm Thunder vs Taiji 8 Trigrams. Only to see that Fatty sure hadn't finished his dejected words. In the dead of night, the entire dimly lit alleyway was filled with black-clothed, red-eyed, dark shadow soldiers, at this very moment. Full of hundreds of them, it almost blocked the tiny alleyway that was not wide enough to begin with. Period. The black shadow soldiers took one step forward and continuously surrounded the three people in the center. Ing 13, Red Umbrella, and Fatty sure. It was as if a dark cloud covered the room. It seemed as if there was really a layer of black clouds condensed by the aura that was constantly enveloping. As the saying goes, Black Doyle, the scene. Aha. 10, 13, now. What now? Fatty sure silently turned back and looked at Ing 13. In response, Ing 13 had a shocked, incredulous face at this point. Meanwhile, Fatty sure's voice was heard back. You're asking me now? Ing 13 felt like he was going to be killed by this Fatty sure. Why are you so dejected when there is nothing wrong? During this time, beside the two men, the red-clothed Red Parasol, at this time, was also looking at the hundreds of black shadow soldiers that almost filled this small alleyway with an unbelievable expression. She couldn't believe it. How could Jichio have summoned so many of these creepy black-clad people? How is that possible? This time, it's really over. Red Umbrella, looking at so many black-robed men approaching step by step, was a bit desperate. Aside, you do it again. Just that gossip just now. Do it again with a slam dunk. Fatty sure also began to be afraid of pulling Ing 13 arms so sharply. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Ing 13 slapped Fatty sure's head and then scolded. With the mana in my body, I can now only send out the kind of Taiji 8 trigrams formation that I did just now at most 2 more times. Only a dozen of them were knocked out at one time. And now that there are so many of them, hundreds of them, you're asking me to fight a gross fight? At this moment, several hundred black-shadowed soldiers had already approached and then started punching and kicking at the Taiji Bagua formation that was like a protective barrier. If it wasn't for this formation blocking the black shadow soldiers' shadow movement, the black shadow soldiers could have directly entered the shadow and caught Ing 13 off guard. This was also the reason why Jichio had not grasped the lead at first just now. Sort of a lesson. Next time this happens, it's better to start by having the dark shadow soldier go directly into your opponent's shadow, and then, screw you or not, right now, the black-shadowed soldier could only try to break the protection of the Taiji 8 trigrams formation first before he could do so. Ing 13, at this moment, was holding a peachwood sword and trying to maintain the formation. However, hundreds of black shadow soldiers, surrounded by a group, kept punching and kicking. The formation was already thinning to the naked eye. The eye is about to break apart completely. Urgent. Ed. Ing 13, in time, made another seal in the middle of the 8 trigrams formation to cast a Taoist spell. Crackle. And this time the formation actually comes with the attribute of the Thunder Road. Around the 8 trigrams array, many tiny thunder, in the instant of the outbreak dispersed more than 30 black shadow soldiers. Let the 30 or so dark shadow soldiers be dispersed into dark shadow energy, blending into the shadows. Although the black shadow soldier wouldn't really die, it would take some time to recover, and there was no way to reappear right away. Although 30 only, not a big impact on the battlefield. The entire alleyway in the middle of the black shadow soldiers as usual is a pile of several hundred full. But now this new Taiji Bagua formation's perimeter comes with the Thunder Law. As soon as the black shadow soldiers dared to come any closer, the thin thunderbolt would disperse any black shadow soldiers that came near before they could strike the formation. Let it also turn into black shadow energies following along back into the shadows. Ing 13, bullseye. I knew buddy you could do it. Fatty sure. Excited again. A red dress of cold red umbrella. Originally a bit desperate, she also unexpectedly looked at Ing 13. I didn't expect that this silly mage who ran out of nowhere at first actually had some moral skill. Taoist 8 trigrams formation. Thunder Road secret. All of them were effective means of striking against the demon race and the karate race. In particular, thunder technique, like Jichio's fire, was a particularly restraining means against the Zhurong clan. Looking at Ing 13, Red Parasol hoped in his heart, maybe he could use this silly mage to get a shot at survival. But, suddenly, as if the 20 or so black-shadowed soldiers who had just begun the hundreds of black shadow soldiers at this moment suddenly didn't move either. Seeing this scene, 13, I have a bit of a bad feeling about this. Fatty sure. The smile on his face immediately tightened. Just now, the 20 or so men in black stopped, and then when they thought that the men in black had given up, Ji-Chyo over there snapped his fingers. All of a sudden, these hundreds of the same black men now appeared as demons and devils. Now, they stopped again. Not only Fatty sure, but Ing 13 and Red Umbrella were also looking towards the direction of Ji-Chyo over there in disbelief. Then, a scene that made the three people's pupils shrink violently appeared. Crackle pop, only to see that Ji-Chyo had one right hand slightly raised in front of him. Then, in the center of the palm, thunder that seemed like twisted vipers continued to bloom and twist in it. And, that thunder, it was actually black. Ray, untalented, just got this move. What do you think? Ji-Chu, that trademark smirking expression appeared, looked sunny and handsome, harmless as if, of course, if his pupils weren't the ghastly white of a zombie, his mouth didn't have appalling fangs, and his palms didn't have black thunder, it would be better, period. Palm lightning, it's palm lightning. You, how do you, a demon, know my Maoshan proper thunder technique? Ing 13, shocked and disbelieving, looked at Ji-Chyo who had thunder in his palm. Palm thunder, this is the extremely dangerous and powerful Maoshan thunder technique proper that even Ing 13 has yet to learn. Mainly not only was it difficult to learn, it was also too dangerous. After all, this move not only required a large amount of mana in the body to be turned into thunder, but then it also had to be gathered in the palm, in order for them to coalesce into a mass of thunder spells. Once they burst out, probably scarier than even a round of C4. Also for this reason, Ing 13 is also a bit concerned about its danger, has not dared to easily go to learn this move. However, it was not expected that at this moment, Ji-Chyo, a demonic species that looked just like a zombie, actually performed this move. How could Ing 13 believe that? To the side, Red Umbrella's wide-eyed eyes at this time were also looking at Ji-Chyo who was raging with black lightning in his palm. I can't believe it. What's with all the scary stuff he's got going on? The Black Shadow Soldier, the Fire Elemental, and now the Thunder Road secret technique, as well as his own powerful body that still looked like a zombie. What kind of demon or devil is this Ji-Chyo? Red Umbrella, at this moment, was really becoming more and more afraid of this man, Ji-Chyo. Similarly, he also regretted more and more why he had to take action against Shinxiong, so much so that he had provoked this monster, Ji-Chyo, and to the panic of the three of them at this point, Ji-Chyo, holding the black thunder in his palm, didn't say a word. Swish, boom dash, but the next instant, directly fast to the speed of the whole person into a shadow, violently rushed up in the hands of the palm thunder, violently bombarded in the Ing 13 maintenance of the Taiji 8 trigrams above. In an instant, a huge explosion exploded the entire alleyway. Ditto ditto ditto. A few hundred meters away, the vehicles parked on the side of the road were shaken and began to alarm continuously. Chapter 53 Fatty sure, have I lost my function? The next day, inside a hospital ward. But see, there are two men, one thin, one fat, at this moment was having a raw expression on his face. During, the two of them glanced at each other. Then, you can see each other, forehead brow, a bright red, blood seal, brightly imprinted on the same, clearly visible. It's over. It's over. We've actually been planted with the legendary blood spell. We're dead now. Ing Xii's one life of fame. Is it really going to die young? The tall and thin male, who was the first to speak out with a lifeless face. Two more people, indeed, were Ing 13 from last night, as well as Fatty. I just don't know why they showed up in the hospital room. And, at this time, at the center of their forehead brows, the red mark of the blood curse that Ing 13 spoke of in his mouth at this time appeared. No, 13, could this be just a rash with? Is it as scary as you say? Off to the side, the dead fat man, holding a hint of celebration. In response, Ing 13, his eyes were lifeless. I wish it was just a rash, but is it that coincidental that you and I both have it and it just happens to be both on our foreheads at the center of our brows again? Legend has it that the topmost zombie king has a blood spell that is initiated by using zombie blood as a guide. Whenever someone is under the spell, they will never be able to have any offspring in this life. And once the zombie king activates the blood spell, the person who is under the spell will be worse than dead. Setting 13 on the hospital bed with an expression that made him want to cry. What? Unable to produce offspring? The dead fat man, sniffing, immediately became anxious. Ing 13, my parents can only have me as a son. Don't scare me, Ing 13. Who doesn't know you? You just like to scare me. I don't believe it. Fatty, wanting to cry. At this time, who's in the mood to scare you, dead fatso? Ing 13, whose emotions were also a bit out of control, yelled loudly at the fat man. Also, point in the direction of the restroom. If you don't believe me, go to the bathroom and see for yourself if you can still lift it. Ing 13, so indignant. Just go. How can you not get it up? You fat bastard. Fatty, get out of the hospital bed. So limped off in the direction of the restroom. Last night's final blast. Ing 13 and Fatty were both injured. One of Ing Xii's hands was also wrapped in a cast at the moment, and shortly after the fat man went out, he was seen returning disoriented. 13. I'm not lifting. Ing 13, it's all because of you. At this moment, inside a dimly lit shadow space, chibi umbrella, the ghostly reawakening. Then, as soon as she opened her eyes, she was shocked to see himself in a strange, dark space, and, on all sides, are hundreds of the black shadow soldiers that we saw last night. At this moment, hundreds of them existed together in this black domain, and then surrounded her in the center in unison. A pair of scarlet eyes stared at her. Shocked, Akagami tried to stand up for a moment, but halfway through, his body felt incredibly weak and fell back down again. Indeed, too much power was expended last night, and the explosion at the end had injured her as well. At the moment, there wasn't much power in Red Parasol. The black-clad men in this dark place, who were on all sides, numbered in the hundreds. Chibiusa knew that he was really in trouble and planted this time. What does your master want? Red Umbrella, looking at the hundreds of black shadow people in all directions, suddenly asked so. For a moment there was a real look of death, but the black shadow soldiers of the Black Shadow Corps are nonverbal, so no one answered her. However, there was a black shadow soldier that blended into the darkness like ink, as if it had gone to inform its master. The rest, all the black shadow soldiers, all of them one by one, were gazing tightly at her red umbrella in the center, being looked at by hundreds of pairs of scarlet eyes. The Red Parasol couldn't help but feel a little scared in his heart, mainly because she didn't even have the strength to get up right now. The other side. At this moment, Ji Cho had returned to the Star and Moon Hotel, and it was right in the middle of his room. Boss, the soup you asked for. Sounding slow, he brought someone into the room who had indeed come to deliver something to him. At this time, Ji Cho and Shen Qiong were eating at the dining table. Well, give it to her. Ji Cho nodded, then pointed to Shen Qiong across the long dining table. Upon hearing these words, Sheng Shengslo also lightly nodded his white head, and then personally received a bowl of ginseng soup from the hands of one of the other listening slaves at the side. Unhurriedly, he sent it to Shen Qiong on the opposite side. Thank you. After waiting for the ginseng soup to be put down, Shen Qiong in her position looked at the voice and said slowly. Sonic shook his head slightly, at the same time, opening the lid of the soup bowl. The fresh smell of ginseng soup was clearly audible. In this way, Sonic began to serve Shen Qiong soup again. During this time, Shen Qiong, on the other hand, kept her gaze with a slight hint of a smile as she looked across the table at Ji Cho, who was slowly chewing on a piece of foie gras. Looking at his delicate features, his fair and even more womanly skin, Shen Qiong couldn't help but be lost in thought for a moment. Ms. Shen, it's ready to drink. Just then, the sound of a slow voice awakened the slightly disoriented Shen Qiong. Oh, thanks, Shen Qiong, with a hint of an unnatural smile. Then, after taking a sip of the simmered only cause, cordyceps, and ginseng soup with the rising spoons, so bitter. Shen Qiong, a pair of willow eyebrows suddenly tightly frowned. Drink it all. Just then, Jichio on the other side of the table spoke up. Indeed, it is a serious face looking at Shen Qiong's give orders like the road. Seeing this, Shen Qiong couldn't help but skim. Oh, indeed, he did not dare to disobey Jichio, and looking at her little look of being afraid of bitterness and kind of not wanting to drink it. Although the horse charm is magical, it only gets rid of some of the external effects. Your inner self-consumption, such as your mental damage after all that torture last night, still needs these things to help you recuperate a little. So drink up. No sips left. Jichio said faintly. Got it. Shen Qiong, listening to his overbearing gentleness that seemed like he was explaining, but also seemed to be concerned. She was still slightly beaming on the surface, but in her heart she felt an inexplicable twinge of happiness. After that, seeing that Shen Qiong did endure the bitter taste of sip after sip, Ji Fong was satisfied with a faint smile. Shoo hoo. At this moment, suddenly a dark-shadowed soldier surfaced from a shadowy corner to the side. It made the sound, and the several serving listening nuns on the side, all of them couldn't help but be slightly startled. It was only after they saw what it was that they breathed a renewed sigh of relief. I have to say, these black things keep coming out of nowhere like this, and sometimes it's really scary. She's awake? Ji Cho, on the other hand, was telepathically connected to receive the information conveyed by this black shadow soldier after he came out now. Upon hearing this, Shen Qiong's movement of drinking soup also slightly lurched, looking towards the handsome and evil Ji Cho. Chapter 54, Love Brain Shen Qiong, Zhang Chang and Xiao Jiang. Is that the woman in red who took me last night? Shen Qiong's action of drinking soup stopped, and at this moment, she looked at Ji Cho so couldn't help but ask. These things, you don't care. Ji Cho, not answering the question this way, glanced at Shinxiong. Credit STH. Shinxiong pursed her lips and slightly bowed her head out. I didn't have to care. It's just, I knew that woman had to be no ordinary person either. It might work for you. In this way, hearing Shinxiong's words, but Ji Chou couldn't help but look at her again. I didn't realize that she was thinking of things for him at this point. Is it a love brain? He looked at her for several seconds, and at the end, when Shinxiong was all blushing a bit, he came to this. Shinxiong. What the hell? Shinxiong, indignant, couldn't help but glare at Ji Chou across the long dining table. To this, the woman in red, also known as Red Umbrella, tortured you half to death in that hotel, and you don't want her to die? And actually prompted me to reel her in? Why, is it really about me? Ji Chou, with a pair of brown pupils, looked at Shinxiong, who had already regained her temperament and beautiful posture. At this point, Shinxiong, however, didn't want to talk to this hateful guy anymore. Lowering his head, he continued to drink his ginseng only because soup. Ha! Seeing this, Ji Chou gently laughed it off. Then, yes, he, withdrawing his gaze, but looking aside at a dark-shadowed soldier, suddenly so said. What? Shinxiong, slightly beaming, looked up at him across the room. Ji Chou, on the other hand, drew paper to wipe her mouth. Since you don't want her dead, I'll let the woman live. Take your advice for once, seeing as you almost died last night. Here, Shinxiong, however, slowly lowered his head again to continue drinking the soup. During this time, the corners of her slightly soupy mouth, however, could not help but rise long ago. Hearing that he was willing to take his own so-called advice for once, Shinxiong inexplicably felt a sweetness in her heart. The smile at the corners of her mouth had spread out without her realizing it, probably pretending to be indifferent and not caring about him without her knowing it. Ji Chou, on the other hand, at this time glanced at the several listening slaves such as Sound and Sound that were still next to him. You guys go and tell Lieutenant Zhang. Just tell him that I'll start on the 9 great families in a little while. The first one is now the delicate Qi and Li families among the 9 great families. Tell Lieutenant Zhang, if you want to see it, come over and find me later. We can go together. Only, glancing at the raw and slow, Ji Chou suddenly announced this again and said, in response, on the scene, Shenxiong, Sheng Slow and a few other women who heard his words, one by one, all of them were suddenly shaken in their hearts. Is he, so soon, ready to take on the current 9 gates? The first target is the Qi and Li families, now the Star and Moon Hotel. No matter whether listening to the slave, or stick boy, basically no, Ji Chou has how much power, has such incredible itself and bizarre ability. The 9 great families might even join forces. In front of him, Ji Chou was all dirt. What's more, his first target, the Qi and Li families, are now the weakest 2 families among the 9 great families, in addition to the black old 6 that exists in name only. How can you possibly stop Ji Chou? And, how can you hold back those demonic, devil-like black shadow core under Ji Chou's hand? Even, they think, Ji Chou himself is a demon and a zombie. The 9 great families, it's really going to change. At this moment, Shenxiong, Sheng Slow and a few other women couldn't help but think in their hearts in disbelief. The other side, in the ward of a city hospital. It was in the ward of Ing 13, Fatty Sure and their 2 miserable people just now. There were a couple of special visitors. Both of you, how are you? My name is Zhang Chang, Vice Captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment, and this is my disciple Jiang Feng. Only to see, 2 plainclothes pawnbrokers came to the front of Ing 13 and Fatty Sure, of which the older one said to Ing 13 and Fatty Sure, "Oh, hello." Ing 13, at this point in his injury and deep blood spell, was not going to pay attention to anyone, but in the face of someone else being a messenger, he had to respond. Ing 13 also knew there was no way that the explosion last night hadn't been followed by inquiries from the relevant people. No, it did come, and that's when it happened. Brother, uncle, there are zombies, but see, because not lift up the fat sure. This time to see when the man on duty, suddenly anxious to get down from the hospital bed. AI, don't be in a hurry. You can take your time to say what's going on. Zhang Chang stepped forward to support Fatty Sure, who had one leg bandaged and in a cast. At the same time, for the word zombie that came out of the fatty's mouth just now, but he wondered if he had heard it wrong. What age and society are we in now? Zombies? On the side, Xiao Jiang also glanced at Fatty Sure with a frown. To this, uncle, brother, you don't know. What I said is true. Fatty Sure, but between the heart of the misery of the time of not lifting, began to indulge in Zhang Chang and Xiao Jiang too wildly spit, complaining. On the side, Ing 13 sighed deeply. He said, it's useless, they won't believe it. Sure enough, that's it, woohoo, I'm not lifting my fat ass. Fatty Sure, to himself, almost finished the story. The matter of Ji Chou's Black Shadow Core and the zombie lookalike with fangs were told to Zhang Chang and Xiao Jiang, and hear about it almost. You, Fatty, I'm asking you very seriously about the explosion last night. You'd better be honest. Xiao Jiang, completely unable to resist, because what Fatty sure said is ridiculous. Xiao Jiang didn't believe it at all. Hey Xiao Jiang, take it easy. Zheng Chang, stop the impatient Xiao Jiang. Then, he also gazed at Fatty Sure as well as Ing 13 and the two of them with a slightly skeptical and inexplicable look. So, your name is Ing 13, you're a mage, and you know Maoshan magic? The explosion last night, was it you who was subduing the demon? But in the end, you were unable to defeat the zombie demon? Chapter Chang, try to make yourself analyze the current situation as rationally as possible. Right, Fatty Sure, immediately cried and nodded his head. Uncle, I'm all under a spell and not lifting. Look at this red spot on my brow that is. Woo woo. Seeing this, Koto held back his anger. Zheng Chung cried and laughed a little. On the side, Ing 13, however, was sighing continuously, also wanting to cry a little. After all, he's just like Fatty Sure, he's not lifting. Chapter 55 Red Umbrella, bowed head. At this time, in the middle of a dark domain space, Shu Hu, Ji Chou, in the midst of the black-shadowed soldier who had come to inform him of his escort, came into the shadow space that was already familiar to him. Then, seeing the Red Umbrella, who now had very little power left and was still suffering from minor injuries, I have to say, this Carey clan is not bad looking. A red dress, delicate features, fair skin, tall, and with the sickly beauty of a whitish face, it really looks like Shin Xiong from last night. Both women are also beautiful in their own way. But, swish, click, Ji Chou, the heart of the heart without pity, suddenly a flashover, will directly strangle the neck of the Red Umbrella, then, lifted the whole thing up. Red Umbrella, all of a sudden, looked like he couldn't breathe in pain. Having just seen Ji Chou come to this dark realm, before she could ask him what he wanted, Ji Chou actually came straight up with a hand that heavily choked her throat. No, don't kill me, please, Bear Umbrella, grasping Ji Chou's large hand around her throat, prayed so hard. If she wasn't a Carey, Ji Chou's power would have crushed her throat bones long ago, but even if she was a Carey, she wouldn't be able to last another few minutes in her current state. Thanks Shin Xiong who you tortured half to death yesterday. If she hadn't already suggested I spare you after she woke up last night and just mentioned it again. You've been burned to charcoal in my fire long ago after last night's explosion. Do you understand? One hand heavily pinched Red Umbrella's throat. Ji Chou spoke out in such a grim to the extreme tone. Bossy as he was, he wouldn't forgive anything that dared to touch someone close to him. Even death. Wouldn't let it die too fast. Originally, what Ji Chou thought was, how the red parasol tortured Shin Xiong. He would return it tenfold. Only, Ji Chou did not think that Shin Xiong would actually think for his interests, and want him to not kill. This kind of advice for his good was something that Jichu couldn't even refuse. But, just as Akatsuki had just heard that he could not have to die and his eyes were glowing with joy. Rustling, seasonal autumn, with several beetles actually drilling out of the top of his arm in a bizarre and frightening manner. These beetles apparently possessed incredibly sharp claws and teeth that could easily tear through a creature's flesh. Indeed, Jichio summoned the bloodthirsty sacred beetle. One by one, they tore through the skin and burrowed out from amongst Jichio's arms like a blood bag. This frightening scene, looking at the red parasol, who was originally strangled by the throat and was in great pain, his heart was even more shocked and terrified. You, what are going to do? Red Umbrella, fear and dread were all over his eyes. To this, deadly sins can be circumvented, but living sins cannot be escaped. The pain that Shin Xiong endured, you should taste it too. Jichio, with a cold gaze and an almost merciless tone. Then, go on, little ones. Rustling, a saint beetle with extremely sharp claws and teeth suddenly rustled and quickly climbed from Jichio's arm to the red parasol that had been strangled by the throat, then up her body to her white arms. Finally, sacred beetles, terrifying to the extreme, drilled into red parasol's flesh and blood. Jichio, too, let go and loosen the bear umbrella at the right time. Then see the red umbrella began in the space of the black shadow in the middle of the ground, constantly hissing, screaming. Hands are also constantly scratching their arms. Indeed, he wanted to dig out all the sacred beetles that had burrowed into the flesh and blood. However, after seeing the blood, the holy beetle will be deeply drilled into the flesh. How can it be easily scratched out? Let me go, please, please. Bear umbrellas, rolling on the ground, begging for mercy. To this, Shen Xiong, when she was last night, did she beg you to let her go too? Jichio, his face was so indifferent that he couldn't see any expression. More than that, there is no such thing as compassion. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Spare me, make me do anything, please. Red Umbrella, feeling what it means to have your heart torn out and all claws clawing at your heart. With very little of her main power left and severely injured, she was in no position to resist, so thinking she would do anything to be spared. Credit STH. Jichu also felt that she had been taught enough lessons. It's kind of a breath of fresh air for Love Brain Shinshong. So, bared, letting a single sacred beetle redrill out of the flesh and blood among the red parasol's arms. During that time, again, the pain caused Chibiusa to clench his teeth. In the end, a single holy beetle was seen drilling into Jicho's body, turning into the original zombie power. After all, the sacred beetles were originally summoned by Jicho after he transformed the zombie power in his body into dark witch power. As soon as it returned to Jicho's body, the holy beetle could turn into zombie power. Bow down to me, or die, choose. At this moment, Jicho, with his eyes blandly looking at the red umbrella in front of him whose forehead was filled with cold sweat of pain, he so coldly spoke out, having heard what was said. Red umbrella, from the pain, forced to hold back the return of God, looked at Jicho. Subsequently, coming in front of Jicho, he pressed his hands to the ground and nodded his white head. Indeed, bow down to him. I bow my head. Red umbrella, voiced sadness in the middle of a slightly reluctant to Jicho bowed his head and said, swish. Jicho, however, suddenly struck again. Zombie power came out of his body and grabbed a red-clothed red parasol through the air. Then, under her terrified gaze, clank, a drop of zombie blood flowed out from Jicho's fingertips, and was violently driven by him between the eyebrows of Chi Umbrella's white forehead. At once, the zombie blood transformed into a guanine red mole like floating above the red parasol's brow. Indeed, a zombie blood spell. It's called a zombie blood seal. It is the power of a spell that is mediated and unleashed by my blood, and it can be undone by almost no one in this world except me. Remember, whenever you dare to harbor any ill will towards me in your heart, it will cause your heart to strangle with pain. And if you dare to commit any behavior harmful to me, it will even pull and burn your entire life force in an instant. In a moment, you'll be dead. Jicho. At this moment, in for the doubtful red umbrella to carry on the puzzle general so said. Credit STH. Bear umbrella, touching the red marks on his forehead brow. After listening to Jicho's explanation, suddenly the whole person was powerless and sat down on the ground at once. The heart is also desperate, and this bloodstain. In fact, it is still Jicho last night from the red umbrella her body to sign in. The system rewards to come. Anning 13. Fatty Sure and the two of them. Ing exercises the Mashan Thunder Road mythical method, Palm Thunder, that was cast out last night. It was only because zombie power was in, so Jicho's Palm Thunder was an incomparably evil black thunder. As for Fatty Sure, it was just ordinary for Jicho to get another 10 immortal beans. During this time, looking at the red umbrella that was currently hit by a blood mark in his body and despair in his heart, Jicho coldly smiled through. Chapter 56 Desert Xenomorph? Su Nan's decision. On the other side, the desert. Boss, Jicho disappeared for a night. Where do you think he went? A night passed and Jicho didn't even return to the desert. In response, Wang Meng, who was resting in the car, couldn't help but glance at the evil emperor in the passenger seat of the car. To this, he should be back in the city. The evil emperor, on the other hand, was looking at the desert information in his hands while analyzing it. And I'm guessing, these dark shadow people under my feet have incredible spatial mobility. It's possible to do incredible shuttling between shadows. And with the help of these black shadow people, Jicho might be able to do it in a matter of moments by shuttling between the city and the desert, said the evil emperor, glancing at the faint shadow at his feet. Because last night, Jicho gave the evil emperor 10 more black shadow soldiers, plus 10 more before that. The evil emperor was now shadowed by a whole 20 black shadow soldiers. So amazing? Wang Meng, upon hearing the evil emperor's analysis, burst out in awe. Ha! The evil emperor, with a soft chuckle, said, isn't that guy, Jicho, just so amazing? Fantastic to the point of being bizarre. Thinking of Jicho, the evil emperor was somewhat helpless, saying that, the evil emperor, in the next moment, turned back and looked at Pear Cluster in the back seat of the car. Remember what I told you. Forget that girl named Shinshong. As long as she develops even the slightest hint of a relationship with Jicho, she is a woman you absolutely must not covet. Be careful of really offending that zombie Jicho. Credit STH. In the back seat of the car, Pear Cluster bristled in displeasure. Then, taking out the Excalibur behind his back, he began to check if sand had gotten in among the scabbard. At the same time, the one who also pulled out Excalibur began to wipe the blade of Excalibur with a cloth. Slowly, Pear Cluster did remain fond of Excalibur. There was no change in his love for Excalibur because Jicho had robbed Shinshong from his heart. Pear Cluster always believed, in the middle of this dangerous desert. If she was in any danger, Excalibur would definitely save her. Adhering to this point of belief, Pear Cluster's 10,000th love for Excalibur remains unchanged. But, hey, innocent, do you think Jichio is really the zombie from the stories I've heard in the past? Last night, that look on Jichio's face was the legendary scary zombie, wasn't it? But, Jichio doesn't seem to be scary at all. Even though he acts like he's so much more powerful than an ordinary person on top of that, it even looks better and cooler. Just see, Pear Cluster cannot resist the curiosity of the heart. In the period of rubbing the sword, looked at the front vice seat of the evil emperor's ask. To this, well, it's a question that makes you curious and want to figure it out. Can't be sure, though. It's just that this Jichio fellow is definitely not an ordinary person is all. The evil emperor, too, was curious in his mind whether or not Jichio was a dumpling or a zombie. At this point, boss, before, Sunan's henchman Lao Mai has been speaking out against Jichio, and with Jichio's nature and bizarre abilities, do you think that last night's death of Lao Mai will be? Wang Meng suddenly also looked at the evil emperor's guest. It is true that the death of Old Mac last night was so bizarre and horrible. The evil emperor even checked out Old Mac's body last night. Last night, Old Mac's body was full of all sorts of little things that had burrowed into him and then gnawed furiously inside him before killing him. Apparently there was a large swarm of horrible xenomorphs that came out of the sand and attacked Old Mac. The evil emperor, at this time, murmured contemplatively. Old Mac's death was also a surprise to the evil emperor last night. None other, only because the death was so horrible. It was almost like being eaten by a million insects and dying. This damn place is really scary. Pear Cluster silently hugged his Excalibur tightly. The evil emperor, on the other hand, passed by with a faint smile on his face, but then quickly changed back to a contemplative look. Seriously, the evil emperor was skeptical. So could the dozen or so gnawed bones in the white bone pit found yesterday be the work of these alien insects under the sand? Moreover, this matter, it is very likely that it has something to do with Jichio. But, did Jichu come here before this? And why kill those dozen lives in that pit in such a brutal way? Or, is it not the same thing that killed Old Mac, and the same thing that killed the dozen or so people in the white bone pit and ate them into white bones? Aha! The evil emperor figured out a little bit. Last night Old Mac's body was bloody but showed no signs of having been eaten. While it was possible that it was because the crowd had all run out and spooked the snake last night, the evil emperor still had more of a feeling that it wasn't the same thing that had done it. That is to say, it was very likely that there were two kinds of terrifying foreign insects among the sea of sand underneath now. This was also the reason why there was obviously a tent. But at this time, the evil emperor and the three of them stayed in the car. There's a very good chance that there are some horrible bugs hiding underneath the sand. In this case, spending the night inside a tent is definitely not as good as in a car. But, it's also impossible to stay in the car all the time. Not to say that people have three urgencies. Let's just say that they came to this desert originally to do something. Master Guan, it's time to work. As expected, very soon, he saw a red jacket and valiant Sunan, then stepped on the sand and came outside the evil emperor's three people's car. Grand Master Guan, Boss Ma is still in a hurry to enter Gutangjing to get the treasure. Only to see, Sunan gently knocked on the half-swung-down car door at this time and said to the evil emperor inside the car. Sunan had a smiling look on her face, but it was Pear Cluster who looked surprised. Obviously, last night, he was kicked out of the tent by Jichio, who had turned into a zombie, and then his subordinate, Old Mac, died so miserably. At this moment, Sunan actually looked as if nothing had happened. Pear Cluster was genuinely surprised. The evil emperor's gaze was all a bit admiring as he glanced at Sunan at this moment. Good. Afterward, the evil emperor smiled faintly and opened the car doors and got out of the car. During this time, the evil emperor couldn't help but look at the sand under his feet twice more. After all, there might actually be some horrible xenomorphs under the sand. After that, although he was reluctant to get off the bus, Pear Cluster had no choice but to follow along and be driven off the bus. And when the evil emperor, Pear Cluster, and Wang Meng arrived at the place where all the people in the caravan had gathered, and were under the watchful eyes of Boss Ma, the people in the camera crew, and Sunan's men, the evil emperor was ready to continue looking for the entrance to the underground palace. There may be monster xenomorphs under the sand, but if you can get inside the dungeon, you may be able to avoid them. But, nobody move. Suddenly, at that moment, Sunan took the lead and took out a pistol from behind her, aimed at the evil emperor. Then, Sunan's men, the Night Lord, the Pill King, the Northern Drop, and more than a dozen others, all of them escaped from their backs with a white shining dagger. So much for surrounding everyone on the scene. The change in the moment startled the camera crew, including Coco, Attachment May, and a few other females, who exclaimed in shock, "Sunan, what are you doing at this hour?" As the original contributor, Boss Ma, also in the midst of the encirclement, looked at Sunan. Chapter 57, The Divine Sword Exhibit Might. Boss Ma, they killed my man Lao Mai. This matter, I can't just let it go. Sunan, with a cold smile, glanced flirtatiously and coldly at Boss Ma. Hey, that old Mac was probably killed by some kind of bug under the sand. Why blame us? Pear Cluster, looking indignantly at Sunan's, retorted. In fact, Pear Cluster originally wanted to say that it was very likely that Jichio had invited the bugs, and that you should look for and find Jichio to go off. However, come to think of it, it feels like a bit of a backstabbing remark. It's a bit uncharitable. So, Pear Cluster didn't say Jichio's name like that. However, being surrounded by Sunan's group, Pear Cluster was still very upset. But, curse STH, Pear Cluster, glancing darkly at the long strip of cloth tied behind her back, bundled up. That, of course, is Excalibur. With Excalibur in place, Pear Cluster still had confidence in his heart. Just, Sunan, in the next instant, turned the pistol in his hand from the evil emperor to the pearly cluster the instant it made Pear Cluster weak for a moment. There was a moment of silence. The evil emperor, on the other hand, was quietly watching the performance of Sunan and his group of men. Wang Meng saw that his boss, the evil emperor, was not panicking. He even stood behind the evil emperor with his arms folded, with a great fox-like appearance. Sunan, how are we going to find Gutangjing if you mess with them? To find Gutangjing, don't we still have to rely on him? Guan evil emperor? At this time, Boss Ma, disgruntled, looked at Sunan, who had already repointed his pistol at the evil emperor. Being a man, but not capable of being a man, a middle-aged or old man, Boss Ma was very covetous of the legendary treasure pearl that might exist in the middle of Gutangjing. It is even imperative. After all, it wants to be revitalized. So, of course, Boss Ma didn't want the evil emperor to die now. To this, don't worry, Boss Ma, I don't mean to kill him yet. It's just, that kid named Ji Cho, who seems to be a zombie, he could have possibly killed old Mac. So, I thought about whether I could use these three to threaten him, who doesn't know when he'll be back again, only to see that the pistol was still pointing at the evil emperor. Sunan, so smilingly and openly stating that he wanted to capture the evil emperor and the three of them to threaten Jichio, and to hear the name of Jichio. Everyone on the scene, too, couldn't help but think of it all at once. Last night, Jichu was in a zombie state with open, bleary pupils and a fanged mouth. Also, the creepy men in black who run out from among the dark shadows of the night. For the seasonal fall, he or she was curious as to what he really was. Or even, could Jichio really not be a human being, but a legendary horrible zombie, or a vampire? During this time, the photography team of Fruit, Egg Sister, attached to the United States, they also wrote down the account of the season of Autumn v Microit. I was thinking earlier that I'd friend them as soon as I got back to a place with a signal afterward. However, after last night's outburst and seeing Jichio turn into a zombie-like appearance, the three of them were also unsure if they still wanted to add Jichio v Micro. The camera crew's director Wang, Master Sang, and the others were also starting to tell them, try not to get any closer to Jichio. Know what? Your behavior is really stupid. At this time, the evil emperor looked at Sunan, who had been pointing at himself with a pistol, and suddenly said with a smile. In response, Sunan directly opened the pistol's safety and then said, I don't know what kind of demons and devils those black-clothed men that appeared last night were, but I also know that Jichio's kid left those things with you. But since they're gone now, doesn't that mean those things they don't have the means to appear in broad daylight? Am I right? Grand Master Guan, Sunan, so analyzing and guessing, said, Ha! The evil emperor laughed, and just then, kid, give me what's behind you. Bei Lu, among those of Sunan's men, then reached out to Pear Cluster on the side to ask for it. Indeed, Pear Cluster had been carrying a long, cloth-bound thing behind his back. It's always been carried that way. Almost Pear Cluster goes to the bathroom with that bundle of cloth. Bei Lu, Night Lord, and the others had actually long wondered if what was behind the Pear Cluster was something valuable and good. At this moment, it was also directly prepared to forcefully ask for it. What are you doing? This is my stuff. Pear Cluster, subconsciously, shielded what was behind her. That was a spirit sword given by Jichio and rumored to possess life Excalibur. How could he give it to anyone else? Brat, you're looking for death, aren't you? Bring it. At that moment, the Night Lord also held a dagger, pointing it at the Pear Cluster, who was unwilling to give anything. Pear Cluster tried to say something, but just then, Pear Cluster, give them the stuff. The evil emperor suddenly spoke out. At those words, Pear Cluster was anxious. What are you talking about? How can you give it to them? However, the moment he locked eyes with the evil emperor, It was as if Pear Cluster finally understood something. The entire group froze slightly and forgot to continue with the words that followed. Damn it, bring it to me. Northfall couldn't wait. He even came up directly to forcefully rob the long strip of cloth bundled on the back of the Pear Cluster. Because Pear Cluster was acting very reluctant to hand over something, Bei Lu, Night Lord, and all of them felt more and more that it must be something very valuable. So, Northfall was the first one who couldn't resist making a move to grab it. The Night Lord, the Pill King, and the others also looked on curiously. Even the director Wang, Master Sang, Egg Sister, Attachment Beauty, Fruit, and Boss Ma, Lulu, Kai Kai, and everyone else from the camera crew on the sidelines. It's all a bit curious at this point in time. Watching, however, Pear Cluster, who was originally extremely reluctant to hand over the things, when Bei Lu came up to take the things by force, yet he actually showed no resistance, making even the grabbing Northfall look at the quiet Pear Cluster in surprise. But reacting, Northfall said in his heart, count on your kid's sense. But, the moment he gleefully snatched the long strip of cloth bound from Pear Cluster's back and somewhat impatiently untied the bundle. Miso, wow! Under everyone's curious and expectant gazes, when the cloth was only half removed, a white light suddenly appeared. Then, in the midst of all the attention, Northfall began to cover his throat. The top is raging with a constant spurt of blood. At the same time, to the shocked, disbelieving eyes of all, an 8-sided Han sword, already sheathed, was suspended in mid-air. On top of the white, sharp blade, there was still some of Northfall's blood. Nan, Bei Lu, covering his throat that was raging with blood, somewhat unable to speak properly, reached out to look at Su Nan. Indeed, he regretted and was afraid of trying to seek Su Nan's help. But, in the next second, right in front of Su Nan, swish poof dash, the divine sword in the air, this time directly cutting its head. The scene, it left everyone on the scene, looking all wide-eyed and jaw-dropped. One by one, all of them were shocked to the point of a face of disbelief and horror. Chapter 58 Black Shadow Soldier Instant Enemy Control. In the middle of the desert at this very moment, above the sandy ground on the outskirts of the ruins of the ancient city, at the scene, everyone had an expression of open eyes and extreme surprise. Indeed, all of them couldn't believe it, watching the rolling head roll down to the sandy ground. And, in mid-air, that one divine sword, at the moment, was also slowly circling, the end of the sword slowly overlooking everyone around. Looking at this sudden and astonishing scene, everyone at the scene, including Su Nan, she froze in place in amazement for a moment, watching Northfall's head hit the ground. Su Nan, however, had a bit of a disbelieving look on her face, until, the camera crew, including Attachment and Coco, couldn't help but scream as they watched the heads on the ground. The sharp voice finally awakened the stunned Su Nan. Then, boom 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 boom, Su Nan, without hesitation, directly raised his gun to shoot the Excalibur, suspended in midair. The gunshot startled the 3 women on the camera crew into screaming again. But, dang ding 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 dash, the Excalibur, with incredible speed and precision, actually blocked all the bullets shot by Su Nan. Some of the bullets, after shooting at Excalibur, were directly cut in half by Excalibur from the center. In two, indeed, it was precisely chopped in half in an instant. Finally, until Su Nan has shot all the bullets in her pistol, none of the Excalibur had been attacked by even a single bullet, and all of them had been blocked and chopped away. This scene, again, left everyone at the scene looking stunned. Su Nan, looking at the pistol in his hand, then at the Excalibur in midair. For a moment, it was not without falling into deep suspicion. All this, is it true? And just as Su Nan was lost in shock this time, swish 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 swish, 20 black shadow soldiers steeply emerged strangely and quickly from within the shadows of Su Nan, the Night Lord, the Pill King, and a host of other people with swords. Then, all the dark shadow soldiers, almost instantly, pressed their heads from behind them. Immediately afterward, he pressed them all, one by one, on top of the sand. Su Nan is also the same, unable to react. She was suddenly appeared by the black shadow soldiers, seized all the weapons, pressed her head directly let her white forehead mortar and pestle above the sand. And Su Nan, the head, was subdued by 2 dark shadow soldiers. The others like the Night Lord and Pill King were all easily suppressed by a single black shadow soldier directly. In this way, a moment's effort, the black shadowed soldiers subdued all the knife wielders at the scene. Swish, clank. In due course, the Excalibur, too, flew back into the scabbard that had fallen to the side among the sand. Seeing this, Pear Cluster also immediately ran over. then a bit carefully picked up the already sheathed Excalibur from the sand. Looking towards the divine sword in his hand, the smile on Per Cluster's face could no longer be concealed. To the divine sword that had just indirectly saved him, the evil emperor, and everyone else, Per Cluster's heart went straight from fondness to love, beginning the motion gently sweeping the Excalibur in his hand of the sand that had more or less gotten into it when he had just dropped it. During that time, glancing at the head on the ground that had just fallen from the north, Per Cluster couldn't help but wince a little as well. Thinking about this Excalibur is also really ruthless. Not bad for following a guy like Jichu in the beginning. It's just bull. But Per Cluster was no saintly mother, and he knew Excalibur was trying to save him. I really thank you just now, Excalibur. I knew that if something happened to me, you definitely wouldn't leave me alone. It's not in vain that I've been rubbing your sword every day all these days, not letting you get the slightest bit of sand on it. Per Cluster, beaming with joy, looked at the sheathed Excalibur in his hand, talking to Excalibur, chanting. Unexpectedly, Excalibur actually let out a soft sword chant for the first time in Per Cluster's hands, as if responding to something from Per Cluster. This, divine sword, are you responding to me? Per Cluster was also pleasantly surprised. It was because such a divine sword had only been seen by Per Cluster before when Jicho came. After all, Jicho was the true and genuine owner of Excalibur, the divine sword that Per Cluster had previously carried behind his back. Once he saw Jicho, he softly sword chanted non-stop. It's even more exaggerated than this time of year. Per Cloud also knew that he definitely couldn't replace Jichu, but it was nice to get a response from Excalibur for once. Per Cluster would have been very happy. Excalibur is telling you, don't flatter yourself. Right at this moment, on the side, the evil emperor, in due course, said something that spoiled the fun. At those words, Per Cluster instantly rolled his eyes and glanced at the evil emperor as well, then proceeded to go aside and whisper to Excalibur. Seeing this, the evil emperor smiled and stopped paying attention. With that, he looked in front of him. Sunan, 11, Night Lord and the other thugs who had just threatened others with knives were pressed on the sand by each of the 20 Black Shadow soldiers. Who told? They Black Shadow Corps can't come out during the daytime? The evil emperor, at this moment, took 2 steps to Sunan, who was being held down by the 2 Black Shadow soldiers, and then, laughed so softly. Innocent. Sunan, at this time, finally stopped calling the evil emperor Great Master Guan. There's also some showdown going on. You really are from that family. Evil emperor, his gaze began to turn cold. In response, the controlled Sunan struggled as if she wanted to get up and attack the evil emperor, but the black-shadowed soldier had a lot of gas. What's more, Sunan was still being suppressed by 2 Black Shadow soldiers in particular. Sunan couldn't break free at all. Don't waste your breath, and I won't kill you for a while. Wait for Jicho to come back. At that time, whether you're dead or alive, it's up to that boss of mine now. The evil emperor, looking at Sunan and the others on the ground, said so coldly, Boss, this is too cool. At this time, Wang Meng couldn't help but come to laugh in the evil emperor's ear, looking around at the 20 Black Shadow soldiers who had taken down everyone on the other side at once. Wang Meng indeed felt an inexplicable sense of excitement. It's kind of a super rowdy thing to do. Ha! The evil emperor couldn't help but be amused by Wang Meng as well. Also at this time, looks like, I don't need to go up there and get it together, only to see, not far away among a corner of the ancient city, a man wearing sunglasses, emitting a voice with a special magnetic quality. This kid innocent, actually really made that kid named Jicho give those Black Shadow people of his. These Dark Shadow people are also really hard to call for defense, actually possessing the ability to subdue so many knife-wielding thugs in an instant. Among them, the one called Sunan is still from that family. The other side, darkness in the middle of space, looking at the red umbrella that had already kneeled, bowed down, and had been placed under the zombie blood seal by himself. At the same time, seeing that a blood color that had just appeared after he had let the sacred beetle burrow into Shinshon's arm in order to take out his anger for her. Originally, when they smelled blood, the zombies were supposed to get more or less excited, but Jichu has no blood addiction. And, your blood, it still smells bad. Jicho covered his nose for a moment, his expression a little disgusted. At those words, sensing Jicho's dislike, the already somewhat sad Red Umbrella became even sadder. Chapter 59 Excited Red Umbrella Master? Congratulations! Preliminary subjugation of the original drama characters Red Umbrella. Targeted gain, Black Shadow Core X 100. Also, randomly obtain a strange item from the world of the adventures of Uncle Dragon, the Zodiac Charm, Snake Charm. Only to see that because of the Red Umbrella's initial show of submission, Jicho indirectly received another reward similar to signing in. And, on 1, get 2 rewards. That's like the first time it's ever been signed. 100 more Dark Shadow soldiers. In the middle of this dark space, the dark shadowy figure that bowed and saluted to Jichio in the very center, 100 more without realizing it, appeared almost silently. Jichio, glancing at it, didn't care too much about it. Also, snake charm? Jichio couldn't help but have an immodest image in his mind. Then he shook his head. There's no shortage of women for yourself right now. Don't not do that kind of thing. So the snake charm, to Jichio, again, something of little use. If it's a dog charm, it's really useful. After all, the dog charm is truly undead, and it is even more bullish than Jichio's zombie body, almost conceptually immortal. Compared to that, zombies are just better at healing themselves. Hopefully, you can sign up for a bonus to the dog charm later. That's what Jichu is interested in. While Jichu was thinking about things, on the one hand, was Jichio smacked blood-smelly red umbrella? Is indeed sad between, there is some inexplicable inferiority complex in the heart. Because of my evolutionary imperfections, I am red umbrella, the face of unwillingness, the bottom of the eyes among the emergence of a trace of inferiority. Wanted to say something and then stopped. Female phase male body? Jichio, who had returned to his senses, picked up the conversation at the right time. At that moment, Chibi Umbrella looked up at Jichio in front of him in surprise on the ground. How do you know? After saying that, he slightly lowered his head again as if one's most private and shameful secret was known by others. So, you captured Shinchong and demanded the nine-eyed heavenly pearl because you wanted to evolve to perfection? And then, do you want to evolve to become a real woman? Or, Jichio, so looking at the ground Bear Umbrella said, and Jichu wasn't done asking. Woman, of course I want to evolve into a real woman. Red Umbrella, very excited, looked up straight at Jichio in front of him. Seeing her suddenly become so agitated, Jichio couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Seeing this, Chibiusa reacted and realized that he had overreacted. Subsequently, he also collected his emotions at the right time, and his tone became calm again, saying, I've always been a woman at heart. She, suddenly, was actually blushing a little. Looking at Jichio, he couldn't help but laugh it off. Next moment, clang, Jichio suddenly took out the horse talisman, and used the power of the talisman, healing up the red umbrella on the ground. Horse charms work extremely fast. Before Red Parasol could figure out what Jichio was up to, all the injuries on her body and arms were healed completely. This, Red Parasol, looking at his body in surprise. With that, then, he looked up in astonishment at the horse talisman in Jichio's hand. The horse charm has the power to remove all external influences for a person. Jichio, so faintly said. Then, put away the horse charm. Red Umbrella, sniffing, amazed at the magic of the horse's charm. And, at the same time, why, to save me? She was puzzled. Clearly the injuries on her body basically came from the hands of Jichio in front of her. In that case, why did he save her when he hurt her? To this, before, it was to help Shinchong that love brain out, let you suffer a little. But since you have submitted and bowed down to me, you are also mine. I, for one, will not treat everyone who is willing to be loyal to me poorly, provided, of course, that she won't betray me. Jichio, with his hands in his pockets, smiled so faintly. At the same time, as Akasaka looked at him with a bit of complexity. Also, this thing doesn't work on me. Quartermaster turned around and summoned a dark shadow soldier. From its hand, took an object and threw it directly at the red umbrella behind him. In response, the latter subconsciously caught what he threw at him and saw clearly what it was. It's nine-eyed heavenly jewel. This aura, that's right, it's the nine-eyed heavenly jewel. Red Umbrella, surprised and delighted, and very excited, grasped an oval-shaped curiosity in his own hand at the moment. At the same time, it's for Chibi Umbrella, surprised and a little disbelieving, looked toward the cold back of Jichio who had his back to her at that moment. Now that you're mine, I can try to give whatever you want, but remember, later, if you betray me. Jichio, who had his back to her, turned back slightly and looked at the red umbrella behind him. But, in the future, I, Red Umbrella, will serve you as my master, take your words as my orders, and obey all your commands, master, and if I disobey, I will go to the 9 hells and never be born again. Red Umbrella, directly interrupting Jichio behind the words, so raised his right hand 3 fingers of the oath generally out of the voice. Credit STH. Jichio, first slightly stunned, and then reacted with a light smile. Masters and all that don't quite fit in this day and age anymore. From now on, call me boss. Yes, boss. She immediately got up from the ground, then looked at Jichio in front of her with a smile on her face. Aha! Jichio faintly nodded. Then he stretched and proceeded to ask lazily, Then, you are planning to evolve in this shadow space with the power of the nine-eyed heavenly pearl, or are you going out with me? In response, Bear Umbrella, looking around at the dark shadowed soldiers filled with people bowing and bending their heads to Jiyu. Master, boss, I want to use the power of the Nine Eyes Heavenly Pearl right away to evolve into. So, she, wanting to speak, understood, Ji Cho, and nodded. Then you can absorb the power of the Nine-Eyed Heavenly Pearl here to evolve. If there are any accidents, you can have these black shadow soldiers go out and inform me. Yes, Red Parasol, too, nodded with a smile and added, thank you, Master. In response, Ji Cho shook his head slightly. Then, shoo hoo, straight away, he left this shadow space. Soon, just see the lobby of the Star and Moon Hotel, Quartermaster House. Seasonal autumn, ushered by a dark shadowed soldier emerged from the shadows. Jichu, he had just returned to the outside world of the shadow space, and almost the next second he saw a silhouette quietly trotting over from a couch. Off to the side, it is indeed Shen Xiong. Afterwards, Shen Xiong, who was barefoot, trotted to Ji Chio. You're back? That, Ji Chio, that woman, you, Shen Xiong, a little want to ask, but do not know whether to ask the desire to speak. Seeing this, Ji Chio, who had just returned to her own room at the Star and Moon Hotel, couldn't help but pass with a smile. Didn't you suggest that I take her in and use her for my own purposes? As you wish. Yes. When Shen Xiong heard that he was really willing to take in a bit of what he said, her pretty little face couldn't help but display a smile. In response, Ji Cho, on the other hand, suddenly picked her white chin. Chapter 60, Upgrade Blue-Eyed Zombie. Ji Cho picked Shen Xiong's white chin. Almost the next second he was going to carry her into the bedroom. But just then, congratulations, on receiving the Oath of Allegiance from the original show's character, Akatsuki. Targeted reward, Special Evolution Type Black Shadow Cavalry X100. Targeted. Secondary reward, Discordian Zombie Bloodline Upgrade Evolution Opportunity once, only to see, in the void, the prompts of the sign-in system, which only Ji Chio himself could see, suddenly appeared again. And, it's a bonus tip not seen before, because of Bear Umbrella's loyalty oath, and again, 2 rewards are born out of 1 person, and again, it came on Bear Umbrella, clearly just now. She had given 100 Dark Shadow Soldiers, plus Snake Charm, on her. Now, what came out was very obviously more special and precious. At least it's what Jichu needs more than anything else. Especially, Discordian Zombie Bloodline Upgrade and Evolution. Directly, Ji Cho, who saw it, couldn't take her eyes off of it. Period. Shen Xiong, however, was still in the position of having his chin picked up, her face flushed with a halo, a little afraid to look into Ji Cho's eyes at the moment. But, sensing that Ji Cho was slow to take the next step, Shen Xiong's gaze that had just been skimmed away couldn't help but look at him again. Instead, he saw that he was actually lost in thought, looking at a wall of air next to him. Jichu, what's wrong with you? Shen Xiong, unsure, took hold of Ji Chio's large hand that was picking up her chin, then asked in a small voice, Credit STH. Ji Chio Fong woke up as if from a dream. Then, go rest in your bedroom by yourself first. After all, you had an internal mental drain last night that a horse charm won't cure. I need to go run some errands. Ji Chio, withdrawing the hand that had just picked up the jaws of the beautiful person, said so at this time. A hint of impatience was implied in his tone, although there was an evil fire coming up just now. Right now, compared to those things, Ji Chio was more interested in upgrading and evolving his Pango zombie bloodline. Aha! Although she didn't know why Ji Chio's state was a bit strange at this time, Shen Xiong still chose to listen to Ji Chio's words. She also did feel a little tired still and was ready to go back to her bedroom to catch up on some sleep. In addition, although Lieutenant Zhang had also arranged other rooms for Shen Xiong elsewhere in the Star and Moon Hotel, but she knew he wouldn't let her go to another room. But, Shen Xiong, just as she had just turned around and was about to go back to her bedroom to rest, Ji Chio suddenly spoke out and called out to her. Shen Xiong, who couldn't help but turn back to look at the cold boy in the room, asked casually, what else is there to tell me, Ji Chu? In response, Ji Chio, after thinking about it, took 2 steps forward, reached out and pinched Shen Xiong's white tender face. Your strength, it's too weak. It feels like just anyone can bully you, silly girl. So, I'd like to ask, to become like me with powers beyond the norm. Zombies. And hearing such words from Ji Chio at this moment, Shen Xiong couldn't help but cover her small mouth in surprise for a moment. The eyes, too, were a bit stunned and thoughtful as they looked at the man in front of them who was so handsome that he was a bit evil. Can you let me think about it for a few days? Shen Xiong knew that Ji Chio's zombie power was very strong, more so than the woman in red who grabbed her last night when we saw her. If he could obtain that kind of power and become strong, Shen Xiong was certainly willing. But, it is becoming a zombie after all. She couldn't make a decision easily, so she wanted to think about it for a while. Well, it's fine. Ji Chio, too, didn't force the issue. he was just having a moment. After all, after what happened when she was captured last night, Ji-chyo felt that his first woman in this world Shin-shon was too weak. It really did feel like just another random person could bully her. So, if she's willing to, Ji-chyo could bite her and give her a drop of zombie essence blood after upgrading the discordant zombie bloodline again. Make her a Discordian zombie too. At least then, she would have superhuman strength and wouldn't be able to bully anyone who came along anymore. After all, it is his Ji-cho's woman, always letting people casually bully. He also has no face. Right, of course, Ji-chyo wouldn't force it. It was up to her. At this moment, outside the door of Ji-cho's room, Lieutenant Jiang, Luo Chi, they had already been notified by Sang Sang Slow. By now, all had come to wait outside the door of Ji-cho's room. Even, click click click, Yin Nanfeng also stepped on a pair of hate sky-high the whole person valiantly with raw slow walk over. Boss Yoon, seeing Yin Nanfeng, Luo however immediately made a sound with a slightly bowed head. Aha! Yin Nanfeng, after stopping outside the door, lightly nodded his head. You've also come. 100 Years Mountain also smiled as he looked towards the arriving Yin Nanfeng. To this, having nothing to do, I came over to join in the fun. And, I also want to see, in a while, what expression those two pawns, Chi and Li, will have when they see that brat, Ji-chyo. Yin Nanfeng, looking a bit mischievous, said with a slight smile. Ha! Lieutenant Jiang couldn't help but laugh as well. He could also visualize the shocked expressions of those Chi and Li when the time came. That kid, Ji-chyo, has asked you to hire someone? Yin Nanfeng, who also glanced at Lieutenant Jiang, suddenly asked. 100 Years Mountain, on the other hand, shook his head. Didn't Shang Slo say that Ji-chyo was preparing to go out and go to the door to make a visit on his own? Saying that, Lieutenant Jiang couldn't help but glance at the raw and slow behind Yin Nanfeng. Alright, then I'll accompany you guys out for a walk. Yin Nanfeng nodded lightly, and it just happened to be right at that moment. Click, the door to the ancient mahogany room was opened at the right time. Then, amidst the gazes of the crowd outside, Ji-cho's figure slowly walked out from the room. Yo, all in? Appearing in front of the crowd, Ji-cho, smiling, spoke out. Boss, ×2. Seeing Ji-chyo, Luo Yet and Shang slowly, the two of them bowed their heads and saluted first. Boss. Immediately after that, it was Lieutenant Jiang. Aha! Ji-chyo, with a light smile on her face, nodded to the three. Immediately thereafter, looking to the only remaining Yin Nanfeng, Yin Nanfeng, thinking about what happened before, was indignant. Especially the phrase stupid woman conveyed slowly by Shang is what Ji-chyo said about her. Yin Nanfeng. But, Centurion had also told her, if you don't want to suffer, try not to go against Ji-chyo. So, although extremely reluctant in her heart, Yin Nanfeng's delicate figure in the cheongsam slightly curved down and gave a simple salute to Ji-chyo in front of her. Ha! Ji-chyo, looking at the cold Yin Nanfeng in a cheongsam, couldn't help but face a wicked smile past. But it caused Yin Nanfeng to raise a cold eyebrow. Ji-chyo, however, didn't care about this kind of eye attack that didn't have any offensive power. Go, let's go. Ji-chyo, a pair of gleaming eyes, pupils, at this moment all vaguely show a touch of blue light. For generations of blue-eyed pancake zombies, Chapter 61 Chi Dongjali Dongjia. At this moment, in the middle of an ancient desert city in the middle of nowhere, originally, armed with knives and guns, to threaten the evil emperor, Pear Cluster and the rest of the crowd, Su-nan, as well as her henchmen, all of them had now been ordered by the evil emperor to have 20 black shadow soldiers guarding them uninterruptedly. As the evil emperor said, it seems as if he really intends to wait for Ji-chyo to return before he is sentenced. Ji-chyo seems to be unable to return for a while. Good thing, with the constant watch of 20 black shadow soldiers, Su-nan and the others were surrounded by the black shadow soldiers in a corner of an ancient city, and for the time being, they couldn't make any more waves. During the evil emperor, shortly after breakfast, after casually explaining to Wang Meng that alone, he stepped aside into a corner on the other side of the old city and met a man dressed in black, and wearing sunglasses. Indeed, the black blind man. You kid is good. Those weird black shadow people, you really dare to use them. The black blind man, looking at the evil emperor in front of him at the moment, could not help but laugh lightly. At those words, the evil emperor then helplessly let out a bitter smile as well and said, what else? Those black shadow people have the ability to enter people's shadows like demons and monsters, and I can't get rid of them at all. If it is not that I should not have those black shadow soldiers in my shadow now, I am embarrassed to come to see you. After all, also afraid to involve you. Hearing the evil emperor's words at this point, the black blind man nodded. Then, innocent, do you know What happened to the bloody one last night? The one who seems to be called Old Mac? The black blind man, without even a hint of a smile on his face, became serious. Upon hearing this, the evil emperor immediately stopped joking and straightened his face. You really did see what passed in the shadows, about how Old Mac died last night. The evil emperor was also very curious. Subsequently, the sight of them last night makes you feel all queasy just thinking about it. It's a swarm of dark, beetle-like bugs of some sort that are about the size of a human thumb, but their claws and teeth are so obviously sharp to the point of being unbelievable that they can easily tear through a person's skin, then burrow into their flesh and blood in one fell swoop. Besides, they come out of nowhere one by one from under the sand. It's hard for the average person to defend against them. Unlucky. Black Master I also last night is cheap. Have to hear the sound immediately after going over to check. I didn't expect to see a whole bunch of those horrible black worms drilling out of that old Mac's whole body, then drilling into the sand one by one and disappearing without a trace. It was only the black blind man, so telling of the death of old Mac, which he had seen last night. Indeed, it was said that even he, who had seen a lot of things and was known as Master Black, felt a palpitation on his face. Mostly, that black bug was horrible. It could almost be said to come and go without a trace, wandering constantly between the sand and soil, and a large group of action. Claws and teeth so sharp that once cut through the human skin, can instantly take advantage of the momentum directly into the body of a large group of people together. Imagine being accidentally targeted by a bunch of little monsters like that, especially when you're in a desert area like this. This is when it really is an extremely scary thing. And hear what the black blind man said. Sure enough, it's pretty much what I suspected. Some kind of bug did it. The evil emperor, thinking of old Mac's miserable death last night, also couldn't help but nod his head with furrowed brows. At the same time, Blindy, do you think this matter has anything to do with Jichio? Evil emperor, looking to the side of the black blind man suddenly asked this. Looking towards the evil emperor at this moment, the black blind man also pondered for a few seconds after. I actually share the same thoughts as you, innocent, and also feel that those terrifying bugs have something to do with that kid named Jichio. After all, that guy wasn't even human like a demon. To be able to summon something like the Black Shadow Man, then it doesn't seem like it's a big surprise anymore that he can drive some bugs or something. Saying that, the black blind man couldn't help but sigh again. However, if it's him, then this kid is also really vindictive. A moment's verbal dispute only, then that knight will want someone else's life. Even, let the other party die so miserable. Immediately after, the black blind man laughed again, and seems to be slightly flirtatious color glanced at the side of the evil emperor, and then said, Innocent, congratulations, unintentionally, you found yourself such a harmless and good boss. Saying that, the black blind man also reached out and patted the evil emperor's shoulder beside him, like this. In the next moment, the next few words the evil emperor told him instantly caused the smile on the black blind man's face to disappear. See only, that, Blindy, I forgot to tell you, it's that, Jichio. He knew you were following the convoy from start to finish, and, knowing you and saying he wanted to meet you, he asked me to speak to you. Also, he made it clear, he's got his eye on you. Let you hang out with him too and call him boss. The evil emperor also patted the black blind man's shoulder and said with such a smile. Instantly, the original smile on the black blind man's face froze. Evil, don't struggle either. The person that Jichio, the demon and devil, has his eye on can't run away. Be good and prepare to shout boss with me when the time comes. Black, bad luck. At this time, in the middle of the city, which is separated from the desert by 10,000 miles, shack, with a sound of brakes, two sedans stopped in front of a company gate. Then, imprecise STH, Jichio, Lieutenant Zhang, Yin Nanfeng, and Luo Zhua, the four of them, got out of the car from among the two vehicles. During this time, under the warm sunlight, Jichio slightly stretched a lazy waist, and the pupils in a pair of sword-browed starry eyes were constantly flickering with a faint blue aura. Jichio, who had just upgraded, felt the strong power brought about by the fourth-generation Blue Eyes Pango Zombie in his body. When it's really intoxicating, Jichio, taking a deep breath, said to himself with a light smile. The driver of the car had already gone to park the car, while at this moment beside Jichio, Lieutenant Zhang, Yin Nanfeng, and Luo, but the three of them were all looking at Jichio at this moment. Conquer the 10 great families starts here. Jichio, looking up, looked at a company in front of him, and smiled out again as if he were talking to himself. In response, the company before several people, whose name, 8 Sides of the Constant Pass. On the other hand, it was in the upstairs office of the 8 Sides Hungtong Company. This time, our plan to fake the seal of Baosheng and use it as a way to seize Baosheng's power. I think it's feasible anyway. At least it'll dampen Baosheng's unbeatable attitude. Office of the tea table in the middle of the 9 big families among the Qi, Li, 2 big masters at the moment actually just good together to discuss the so-called what plan. At this moment, it was Li Chu Dongjia Li Dongjia, who was saying to Qi Dongjia Qi Dark Mei. To this, well, whether it works or not. Let's try it anyway. There's nothing to lose by trying anyway. My company 8 Sides Hongtone is in a downward spiral of business. She Dark May, agreeing to the nonsense-like idea of Li Dongjia. Chapter 62, signed Zombie Blood. Seeing that Shi Dark May had agreed to her plan to obtain the Baoxing seal, Li Chu Diao couldn't help but smile in amusement. Alright, Master Chi, let's have a good cooperation. Li Chu made a scene, raising a cup of tea on the tea table and honoring Shi Dark May in front of him. Seeing this, the richly built Shi Dark May also showed a faint smile, and then prepared to raise her glass to toast with Li Chu drama. But, suddenly, Li Qiu actually had a big hand holding Shi Dark May's white slender hand that was ready to raise her cup. Shi Dark May immediately furrowed her willow brows, and immediately withdrew her delicate hand. Dong Jiali, we're just a partnership between companies, so, I hope you will respect yourself. Shi Dark May, eyebrows flooded with cold, looked at the Li Chu drama at this moment. Ha ha ha. Li Chu haunted, on the other hand, still had a smile on his face, while saying with a smile on his face, my, Mr. Shi, it was my momentary forgetfulness. You must not be blamed. In his heart, he was thinking, little, pretending to be quite high and mighty. Let's see how you'll be in the future. I don't believe I won't be able to take you down. And just then too, dum 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 dum. Dong Jia, President Zhang, and bossine of the Star and Moon restaurant, came together to find it. Outside the office, one of the employees or henchmen of 8 Sides Hongtone came to the door at this time and knocked on the outer notification of the office door. Words, Zhang Yishan and Yin Nanfeng, ×2. Shi Dark May and Li Chu haunted. After hearing the briefing from the people outside, they all raised their voices in unison in surprise. It should be known that Vice Admiral Zhang, as the president of the current 9 great families, it was usually the other family members in charge who would go to the Porky, or the Star Moon Hotel, to find Vice Admiral Zhang for a meeting. When did he, Lieutenant Zhang, come to him, her by himself? And, the current owner of the Star and Moon Hotel in Nanfeng also came along? Is this something big happening among the 9 great clans? President Zhang and Yin Nanfeng actually came over together to look for you. Li Chu made a scene, still with a bit of surprise and incomprehension on his face, looking at Shi Dark May across the tea table. To this, not really, but we always have to let people in first. Dong Jia Chi, after faintly speaking to Dong Jiali, looked outside, asked President Zhang to come in with Boss Yin. Yes, outside, the henchman immediately answered. Then, Shi Dark May immediately began to pour hot water and make tea again, regardless of whether it was Zhang Yishan or Yin Nanfeng. Neither of them was something Shi Dark May, could underestimate. More than that, he did not dare to offend at all. To the side, Li Dongjia, then both began to sit up a few postures straighter. Very quickly, click, the office door was opened from outside. Immediately after that, Shi Dark May and Li Chu haunted even specialized in getting up in unison to prepare to greet them for a bit. But, what the duo didn't expect was, the first one to come in wasn't Lieutenant Zhang, or Yin Nanfeng, or even Shi Dark May her men. It was, after all, a young boy, a little too fair-skinned and handsome for his own good, was the first to walk into this office from the outside. And, without waiting for Qi and Li's 2 family members to react, immediately after that, he saw Lieutenant Zhang, Yin Nanfeng, and Luo Zhua, whom he had met at the Star and Moon Hotel. All of them followed behind Ji Qiu and slowly stepped into this office together. This scene really looked at the two of them and they couldn't help but faintly stare. Who's this good-looking little freshman who's a little over the top? He actually dared to walk in front of the duo of Lieutenant Zhang and Yin Nanfeng. Even, Lieutenant Zhang and Yin Nanfeng vaguely had the intention of following in his footsteps. This, Shi Dark May, Li Chu haunted. The two of them could not help but feel a sense of uncertainty in their hearts at once. You know, even if you don't mention Yin Nanfeng Star Moon Hotel's weight first, even in terms of Deputy Zhang's seniority, there was almost no one who could go ahead of Deputy Zhang among the current 9 great families. Think it's Buddha? So, what is this now? Ha! What an unexpected pleasure. I didn't realize that both of my targets today were here. Great, I'm saving myself. Ji Qiu, who was walking in front of Lieutenant Zhang, Yin Nanfeng, and Luo, but the 3 of them, at this moment, saw that Li Chu hilarious since he also just happened to be in this 8 Faces Hongtong office. He could not help but look pleasant. At the same time, plot characters detected that can sign in for a long period of time. Mr. Shi and Mr. Li, detecting a signable plot location. Hachimanto Company, will you sign in now? When he came to the office and saw Qi and Li, the check-in system, as expected, came out bubbling at the right time. Sign in, Ji Qiu. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he mumbled a sentence in his heart. Then, congratulations, signing in from a special location. Targeted gain, current own level of Discordian zombie bloodline essence, 3 drops. Note, can be absorbed to strengthen its own power, and can also be used to cultivate zombie descendants. Up to 3-5 generation White Eyes Pangu zombie can be cultivated. Congratulations, signing in from the plot characters Chi Dongjia and Li Dongjia duo. Targeted reward, 100 Black Shadow Soldiers x2. However, the signing system actually rewarded out Ji Chio his zombie essence blood. 3 drops. However, the power within Ji Chio himself, who had just become a 4th generation blue-eyed zombie, had not censored any of it. So, the system this was similar to completely copying and cloning Ji Chio's zombie essence blood and rewarding it again? BTW, the Black Shadow Soldier reward has been daily. In addition to also just this morning that 100 special so-called Black Shadow Cavalry, Ji Chio has not seen yet. Right now, even ordinary Black Shadow Soldiers, Ji Chio possessed more than 1,000, a really unbeatable feeling. However, now is not the time to think about such things. President Jiang, this is, at this time, only Li Feiqi was the first to speak out, pointing at Ji Chio who seemed to be talking to himself, and then, looking at Lieutenant Jiang. At the same time, President Jiang, I've never seen such a good-looking little handsome boy before. Is he one of your new henchmen or a new recruit from Star Moon Hotel? She Dark Mei, with a pair of beautiful eyes, was at this moment looking at Ji Chio in front of her with amazement. Although Ji Chio said some puzzling words as soon as he came up, his current face value after turning into a zombie and optimizing his face was also unbeatable. Makes it completely impossible to ignore. She Dark Mei even thought a little, if Ji Chio is not Lieutenant Jiang or Nanfeng's man, let's see if he can be summoned to his own men. After all, not to mention anything else, just looking so good, and having fairer skin than a woman, all made She Dark Mei feel pleasing to the eye. In the face of such a superb little fresh meat, She Dark Mei wanted to say that her little heart couldn't help but accelerate a bit for a minute or two. To this, hearing questions from Chi and Li, the 2 leaders of the Lieutenant Jiang, as well as Yin Nanfeng and Luo, but the 3 of them, but did not answer anything, only looked at this time Ji Chio. What does he want to do next? Chapter 63 Desert Marching Ants. The desperation of the camp. Desert. The Black Blind Man, hearing the words from the evil emperor's mouth about Ji Chio staring at his black blind man, was feeling helpless and unlucky. Innocent. Over there, Pear Cluster suddenly ran in a panic. Furthermore, the divine sword, for some reason, had actually been sheathed again. What's wrong? The evil emperor, knowing that something must have happened, immediately looked at Pear Cluster, who had already run in front of him, and asked. In response, Pear Cluster, whose Excalibur hovered in mid-air around its circumference, gasped and pointed one finger in the direction of the camp behind it. Ants. So many big ants. Everyone in the camp was trapped, and I escaped to inform you with the help of Excalibur. Innocent, you go and take a look. Pear Cluster, first a puzzled look at the black blind man, and then could not care less about what the black blind man is so tired and panting to tell. Period. The evil emperor had already heard half of it and just pulled his feet up and ran out. At this moment, the black blind man on the side was watching with interest the magical, with life and can fly in mid-air, flying around the Pear Cluster of Excalibur. Hey, kid, that's a pretty good sword you have. Is it for sale? The black blind man, smiling, looked at the Pear Cluster at this time. At those words, Pear Cluster, who had run until he was out of breath and had just regained a bit of energy at this point, couldn't help but glance at the black blind man who had just felt a bit puzzled. Who are you? Why did it appear just like Ji Chio before? Out of nowhere. For the black blind man, Pear Cluster still felt quite curious and strange. After all, it's deep in the desert, in the middle of nowhere, not an urban downtown where one can just show up. Kid, why ask so many questions? Ask if your sword is for sale. Black blind man, the corner of the mouth slightly hooked again, faint smile. In response, Pear Cluster immediately grabbed the divine sword in midair and held it in his arms. Not for sale. The other side, the evil emperor, who just ran back to camp. See you then. Countless red ants the size of a human fingernail, swarming in thousands, surrounded everyone in the camp at the moment. During Sunan 11, the Pill King, the Night Lord, and they also stopped continuing to be guarded by the Dark Shadow Soldiers for the time being, because there are too many red ants. All 20 Black Shadow Soldiers consciously fought against the thousands of red ants around them. Indeed, there was no time to be watching over Sunan and the others. However, although Sunan 11, Night Lord and the others didn't have the Dark Shadow Soldiers to guard them anymore, they couldn't run away either, because, please, a huge sandbag kept coming out from the middle of the sand. Then, the moment it burst open, thousands more large red ants surged out from amongst the sandbags. In the middle of the camp, whether it was Sunan and the others, or Director Wang and his camera crew, or Boss Ma and Lulu, everyone, through and through, was surrounded by swarms and thousands of large red ants. Everyone over there, for the time being, pretty much had to hide inside their cars. Then, namely, see, countless large red ants that crawled all over the vehicles. That scene, if people with intensive phobia look at it, it is estimated that they can directly fainted. See this scene. Desert marching ants. The evil emperor? Surprised out loud. Indeed, he recognized which kind of ants were those big red ants that were still emerging continuously from between the sand and soil. Desert marching ants, or man-eating ants. In a flash, the evil emperor also made sure of it. There were really two kinds of horrible bugs among the sand. One that should have been summoned by Jicho, and very likely has moved away from this side of the world after killing Old Mac. But, earlier, the dozen or so corpses in the white bone pit were definitely the work of these desert marching ants. I should have thought of that. The evil emperor, at this moment, was on the outskirts of the desert marching ant encirclement. Looking at the camp that was crawling with one vehicle, he began to think about what would be the best way to rescue it. Well, any ideas? Just at this time, the black blind man, not knowing whence, has also come to the evil emperor's body. Pair cluster 2 was close behind. Credit STH. The evil emperor glanced at the black blind man who came to his side, then pointed at the swarms of desert marching ants that were crawling all over the vehicles in the camp over there. So said the black blind man, by the looks of it, those vehicles have probably been bitten by ants and damaged all kinds of wiring and stuff, and can't be started for the time being. Otherwise the people in the cars would have already driven away. And now although the car door is temporarily blocking the ants, it won't hold them back for long. We have to find a way to lure the ants away. After all, there are so many of them that it's basically unrealistic for us to try to kill them all without much in the way of tools. Even more, they keep popping up from under the sand. The evil emperor, so said to the black blind man. Just then, swish poof, several of the dark shadow soldiers were actually degraded into ink-like dark energy at this moment due to the nibbling of the desert marching ants. Then back into the shadows it went. For the time being, it is indeed impossible to reappear. The other dark shadow soldiers that were still around continued to be nimble in their ant clearing for the vehicles that were crawling with ants. If it weren't for the dark shadow soldiers, the desert marching ants would have already attacked the car. However, no matter how flexible the black shadow soldiers were, they couldn't stop the terrifying number of desert marching ants. Gradually, the number of black shadow soldiers was decreasing little by little. At the moment, the car, old horse, are we going to die? In Boss Ma's car, Lulu was looking at the swarms of ants outside at this time, panicked, and kept tugging at Boss Ma in the car. Shut up, I haven't gotten the treasure I want yet. I won't just die in vain. Boss Ma shook off Lulu from his body, then angrily and fearfully droned so. But looking at so many ants outside, Ma Tsangnian couldn't do anything at all. The same, Director Wang and Master Zhang, what do we do? In the camera cruise car, Hua Zi, Egg's sister, Attachment Beauty and the girls were also terrified at this time, hiding with the director and the others in the car that could no longer be started. Upon hearing this, Wang Guan, Master Zhang, and a few others, but they wanted to speak. There's nothing they can do about it. With so many scary desert marching ants out there, it's safe to say, whoever goes out, dies. If Jichu was around, would he have any ideas? Suddenly, the fruit couldn't help but murmur in fear. Upon hearing that, the people in the camera crew all instantly recalled Jichu's wildness in summoning the Black Shadow Core, and in a zombie state. The other side, Nan, the cars are all broken and can't be driven, and those creepy Black Shadow people are dying out. What now? The Night Lord, looking to Su Nan, who was among the few people in the same car. In response, Su Nan looked at the densely packed desert marching ants on top of the windshield outside the car and also felt his scalp tingle. Night Lord, where's C4? If there's really no way out in a while, blow up, but also blow out a road. Su Nan, who was wearing a red jacket, suddenly said so with her beautiful eyes glowing fiercely. Chapter 64, a single roar deters 100 insects. Rustling. Suddenly, cannibal ants began to crawl into the many vehicles in the camp's convoy between the wind vents and other gaps in the vehicles. Ah, old horse, ah, there are ants in the car. Inside Boss Ma's car, Lulu started screaming in panic. Kai, do something. Boss Ma, on the other hand, called out to the butler who was also in the car. But there is nothing anyone can do at this moment. There are too many desert marching ants out there, and it keeps coming up from under the sand. Thousands and thousands in hordes. At this point, innocent, what to do? The ants seem to have gotten into their car. Pear Cluster, who was outside the camp looking at the scene in the camp, couldn't help but also look at the evil emperor beside him with a bit of anxiety. After all, the camp at this moment, surrounded by desert marching ants, was dozens of human lives, and the evil emperor found. Over there, the original 20 Black Shadow soldiers had basically almost all disappeared by now. only a measly 2 or 3 remained who still insisted on clearing the campground vehicles of man-eating ants. It could be that the evil emperor had asked the Black Shadow soldiers to guard Sunan and the girls, so the Black Shadow soldiers would indirectly protect the people being guarded as well. Just, in a short while, there were not many of the 20 Black Shadow soldiers left. Pair cluster, let's see if we can lure those ants away with your divine sword. The evil emperor, in turn, said so to the pair cluster beside him. Oh, Excalibur, go! Pair cluster, reacting, also looked to the divine sword in his hand. The next moment is seen. Miso, Excalibur, sheathed, fly to the camp, kill the ants in the middle of the swarm. The harvesting frenzy began, but there were too many ants to kill, even if the divine sword was sharp and fast, and the ants were not attracted to Excalibur at all. They only wanted to eat the people inside the car. This divine sword is indeed magical to the extreme, but it's useless at this moment. The black blind man, in due course, sighed slightly. What about this? Pair cluster, frowning, said, to the side, the evil emperor was already preparing to slit his wrists. Indeed, they want to bleed out. He had once eaten Kirin exhaustion and his blood possessed a certain amount of Kirin blood potency. It also repels insects and detoxifies. In fact, the unicorn exhaustion and effects within the evil emperor's body were already almost non-existent. Even once, the blood in the body sometimes worked and sometimes it didn't. However, at this moment, there was nothing the evil emperor could do. Try it. The other side. Nan, they're helping us. In the car, the Night Lord, glancing at the Excalibur that was constantly harvesting the lives of ants outside, couldn't help but say to Sunan. Sunan, through the dense encirclement of the ant swarm, glanced at the distance between the gaps, and vaguely also saw the evil emperor, pair cluster and their silhouettes. But it's useless, there are too many ants. Sunan shook his head, though it was unexpected that the evil emperor would actually come to their rescue. But Sunan knew that with so many desert marching ants, there was nothing anyone could do. Wait, it doesn't seem to be. Yes, Sunan, in his mind, suddenly and inexplicably recalled a cold figure. Season Fall, with his creepy ways and what seems to be zombie powers. What happens if you face these ants? However, Sunan quickly regained her senses and stopped imagining things. And, Night Lord, can't wait. Use C4, blow a path. Sunan, when the time comes, it was actually a direct plan to use explosives to find a way out. Sister Nan, will it spill over to ourselves? Night Lord, a little hesitant. In this case, the explosives are also just thrown out to the outside. Definitely can't throw it far. This detonation, who's to say it won't end in the same place? Do you have a better way? Sunan, glancing at the Night Lord, then said, just put up a fight. Seeing this, inside the car, the Pill King, 11, and the others all began to fume as well. We listened to Nan, times N. In this way, the Night Lord, too, had a hard look in his eyes. Regardless, just die. From a package off to the side, a large C4 was instantly rummaged through, along with the detonator. Nan, I threw it out. C4 in hand, the Night Lord took one last look at Sunan in the car. Aha! Sunan nodded with a sigh. This time, it's all up to God's will. Let's just hope the vehicle can withstand most of the power of the blast later, mostly blowing up those ants out there. Such STH. The Night Lord, in turn, glanced at 11, Pill King, and the others who were cleaning up the ants that were sporadically crawling in. Turning his head, he tried to open the door of the cars to throw the C4 in his hand out. Asterisk. The Night Lord, with his hand on the car door. And just then, roar, a mournful beastly roar suddenly rose. The explosives almost fell out of the Night Lord's hand in shock. The opening of the door was not interrupted. What's that sound? In the car, the only other girl besides Sunan 11, looked out of the car in disbelief. Sunan, on the other hand, when she heard the roar, she couldn't help but already have a cold figure floating in her mind. But the moment the roar was heard, at the scene, all the desert marching ants, through and through, stopped nibbling on the carapace. Even, one by one, they slowly turned to where the roar had come from. Roar, another mournful beastly roar. This one, rustling. The thing that shocked everyone in the camp happened was that all the desert marching ants, when they heard the mournful roar, began to flee as if they were running for their lives, rustling madly and drilling into the sand, as if some terrifying existence was about to arrive. It makes them start a frenzy of running for their lives. What happened? In the camera cruise car, Director Wang, Egg Sister, Fruit, and Attachment Beauty were also all looking stunned at the moment. Old Ma, we seem to be saved. In Boss Ma's car, Lulu, while looking at the escaping ant colony, made a surprised sound. I hope there isn't something even worse about to happen. Boss Ma, too, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Outside the camp, innocent, that sounds like last night. Pair cluster, thinking of something, glanced at the evil emperor beside him. The evil emperor did not speak, but his gaze kept looking at the distance, the direction where the roar sounded. It's Jichu, on the side, the black blind man, but a rare serious face out. Pair cluster, surprised, glanced at the black blind man. Then, all of them also shared the evil emperor's eyes in the distance, in the direction where the roar had sounded. Soon, as the man-eaters had all run out, the people in the car all got out. In this way, everyone looked into the distance, that direction where the mournful roar had risen at first just now. Then, huff sha, the sound of hooves on sand. Meanwhile, everyone, too, finally saw a figure riding a tall black stallion was slowly coming from behind a sand dune not far away, without any hurry. Chapter 65, Great Qin, Black Armored Iron Cavalry. It's really Jichio. Seeing that handsome figure, Pear Cluster couldn't help but burst out in surprise. Although he didn't know how Jichio could be riding that tall black steed at this moment, Pear Cluster still recognized that it was Jichio. In this regard, the other people at the scene also saw the figure riding a black stallion and slowly coming, and each one of them could not help but show a look of surprise. Sure enough, it's him. Su Nan, with a complex expression, also looked at the handsome figure riding a tall black horse that was slowly coming in front of her. It's Jichio. He's the one who came to save us. At this time, in the middle of the camera crew, Fruity was also after the shock, and at this time became surprised and happy as she looked at the handsome silhouette that was already not far away. On the side, Egg Sister and Attachment Beauty were also surprised and pleasantly surprised as they looked at the handsome boy who came riding a tall steed. He could be a possible legendary zombie, a monster. Suddenly, Wang Yan then made this outburst. So what? Fruity retorted, a sentence that left director Wang speechless. Wait, guys, look, what's that? Right at this moment, Sister Egg, who was on the side, suddenly pointed in the direction of the silhouette that came riding a black handsome horse, showing a look of uncertainty. Seeing this, Wang Guan, Master Sang, Vegetable Head, Fruit, and Attachment of Beauty couldn't help but look over. Immediately afterward, everyone on the scene was then surprised to see it again. Huff sha. First, there was the heavy and very neat sound of iron hoofs treading down the sand, and then, that is to say, the sound of hundreds of black-armored soldiers were riding tall black steeds. So, behind the dunes of the foremost season of autumn, slowly unfolding, it was, in fact, an ancient-style black-armored iron cavalry. Hundreds of them, almost every one of them riding tall black steeds, holding black lances, straddling sharp swords at the waist, carrying bows and arrows on their backs. Such a group of black-armored iron cavalry that could be called the super elite of ancient times. At this moment, just like that, right behind that seasonal fall. So much for appearing in the midst of the vision of every person on the scene. That's, on the scene, among the crowd. Su Nan couldn't help but widen her eyes. Incredulously, he looked at the scene in front of him. Similarly, Pear Cluster, at this moment, was also looking stunned. The evil emperor, frowning. It's really exaggerated. The black blind man, inexplicably, had a bitter smile on his face. Black, me, being targeted by a demon like Jichio? Soon afterward, that is to say, see, Jichio, followed by 100 people of black iron horsemen, and he himself was riding a tall black steed, so much so that it came completely before the crowd on the floor. Hey, haven't seen you guys all night, how's it going? Jichio, on top of the tall black steed, was now smilingly looking at the crowd in front of him who were all in a state of shock and uncertainty. In response, at this moment, Su Nan, 11, Night Lord, Director Wang, Boss Ma, Lulu, Egg Sister, Fruit, all the people in the camp, looking at the ancient-style 100 iron horsemen in front of them, but none of them could laugh. Surprised, for a moment, no one could say anything. Jichio saw that no one answered him because they were overly alarmed, and he didn't care about it as he kept showing a light smile that made people feel like they were in the spring breeze. During that time, Su Nan was the first to react. Then, she couldn't help but look at Jichio, who stood behind her with 100 iron horsemen, with a gaze that was scornful to the extreme. At the same time, and just at this moment, Boss, the evil emperor, too, returned to the middle of the camp, then looked at Jichio on top of the black steed and said with a timely smile on his face, Jichio nodded to the evil emperor. Jichio, you, Pear Cluster, too, came back, and then, looked at the hundreds of groups of ancient human-like black-armored iron riders behind Jichio. Pear Cluster, indeed, was a bit speechless. Jichio, on the other hand, smiled faintly. Finally, you, that's Black Eyes? Above the tall black steed, Jichio looked down at the black blind man who had actually shown up with the evil emperor. In this regard, the black blind man, his eyes looked deeply at Jichio at this moment behind that hundreds of black-armored iron horsemen. The black blind man, from them almost felt a strong aura of solemnity. It was as if a true elite of ancient war riders stood before them. The Black Blind Man and the evil emperor at this time are secretly in doubt. Ji-cho, where did he get this hundreds of? As if really through the sands of the black armored iron horsemen of the battlefield? It's outrageous. And on the surface, the Black Blind Man, wearing sunglasses, looking at this time inquiring about his own Ji-cho, he as if to hide the true inner thoughts of the face of a smile. Then, the Black Blind Man was just about to open his mouth when he saw, to help you heal your eyes, and later, to help me with my work, willing, or unwilling, Ji-cho, smiling with a smile on his face, at this moment, directly so out of breath, interrupting the Black Blind Man who had no idea what he was going to say. Also because of Ji-cho's words at this moment, the Black Blind Man, a pair of eyes behind the sunglasses had been filled with unrest by this time. The entire group froze in place. The evil emperor? All of them were a bit surprised as they glanced at Ji-cho, who was still on top of his tall steed at that moment. Ji-cho, do you have a way to cure the blind man's eyes? The evil emperor, at this moment, couldn't help but ask. Upon hearing this, Ji-cho looked at the evil emperor, his gaze a bit puzzled instead. Didn't you know, or even meet, innocent? I've seen it. The evil emperor froze. Then, with the Black Blind Man still a bit unable to come back to his senses, the evil emperor, all of a sudden, thought, that little rock with the horse print engraved on it? Evil emperor, slightly louder. Indeed, thinking of the horse charm that Ji-cho had previously used to heal the 7-finger chart on Pear Cluster's back, he couldn't help but feel joy in his surprise. To this, that's called the horse charm, one of the 12 zodiacal charms. It has the divine power to rid any object, including dead objects, of all negative external influences. Seasonal Autumn, smiling so lightly, nodded her head. Ji-cho, that thing can really cure blindness? The evil emperor, after understanding, asked again. Of course. Ji-cho, very confidently, also nodded again, and looked at the Black Blind Man again. Well, willing to follow me? The scene, the others on the sidelines, one by one, witnessed it. It's just that, as opposed to curing your eyes or something. Sunan, Boss Ma and the rest of them were even more scared at this moment. Hundreds of black armored iron horsemen behind Ji-cho. The Black Blind Man, on the other hand, reacted from his daze, and in his heart, he was unable to remain calm. He glanced at the evil emperor. In response, the evil emperor, too, after thinking about it, that piece was amazing. Maybe, it's possible. The evil emperor, after thinking about it, nodded to the Black Blind Man. In this way, the Black Blind Man slightly tilted his head's glance at Ji-cho, who was at this time on top of a tall steed. As long as you can really cure my eye disease and guarantee that it won't come back, then I, the blind man, am willing to be at your disposal at any time in the future. Black eyes, and finally, with a solemn face, looked at the condescending Ji-cho in front of him, and he promised so. Very good. Ji-cho smiled in satisfaction. Chapter 66. The Blood Seal spell given to the two Chili leaders. 8 Sides Hungtong Company office. At this moment, upon hearing the inquiries of Qi and Li, the two leaders of the neither 100 Years Mountain nor Yin Nanfeng spoke to answer anything. However, they all looked towards Ji-cho, who looked as if he was just a handsome and evil little fresh meat figure in front of them. CSTH. The two family members, Shi Dark Mei and Li Chu Haunting, couldn't help but glance at each other in slight surprise. The two were not ordinary people, although they were not as capable as the former head of the Old Nine Gates, but the duo still had that most basic ability to read people's minds. And at this moment, Shi Dark Mei, Li Chu Haunted two people, actually saw from Vice Adjutant Zhang, Yin Nanfeng two extremely valuable weight of the people, Lieutenant Zhang and Yin Nanfeng. The two of them were actually both very obviously in a posture that was dominated by the super fresh meat like Ji-cho. It was exactly the same. At this moment, Ji-cho had the last word, and it is the unapologetic kind. This, Shi Dark Mei and Li Chu Haunted instantly glanced at each other in a bit of shock. There was still a hint of disbelief among the two men's gazes. To this, under the watchful eyes of the office, Ji-cho, however, seemed to sense something. The eyes glanced distantly in one direction or another outside of the 8-faced Hungtong. Out of body. Has he reached the ground already? He seems to be running things pretty smoothly too. Ji-cho, at this moment, through the window, eyeballing this company outside of a certain direction in the distance, and then so the heart murmured, immediately, then, I, the main body, can't lose to my own incarnation. Ji-cho, the mouth finally uttered a sound. Instead, he said something that was a bit lost on the crowd at the scene. Both Bai Sushan and Yin Nanfeng didn't know what Ji-cho was muttering at this moment. Are you done with your business? Or do you need me to get Lo Che to come out and help you? On the side, Yin Nanfeng couldn't help but look at Ji-cho in front of her, so slightly pouting. Credit STH. Luo Yet, who was behind the three, also immediately came beside Ji-cho. The eyes were also looking straight at Ji-cho. It was as if as long as Ji-cho gave a word, Luo yet, would immediately strike and take down Chi Dark Mei and Li Chu Haunted who were on the sidelines. But, no, Ji Chou waved his hand slightly, rejected low but out of hand. Then, the next second, but see, Ji Chou's pupils, the steepness actually turned blue. In the mouth, it is even more shocking to see, among the upper row of teeth, two sharp fangs. I do not know when the protrusion between the upper row of teeth. Indeed, it directly turned into the state of fourth generation blue eyes, Discord zombie. The color of your eyes. On the side, Yin Nanfeng, surprised, looked at Ji Chou's change. She had seen Ji Chou's zombie state long ago, so the surprise wasn't his zombie state, but the blue pupils of Ji Chou at this moment, unlike before. Obviously before, it was still grayish-white pupils. How did that change? Yin Nanfeng, so surprised and amazed and uncomprehending, looked at Ji Chou, who was in a zombie state at the moment. During this time, Lieutenant Zhang also noticed the difference in the color of Ji Chou's pupils in a moment of astonishment. Luo, however, was also seeing Ji Chou's zombie state for the first time, even if he knew again that Ji Chou had great powers and strange abilities. Luo, but at this time, he could not help but retreat several steps back in shock. All three of them, not to mention Chi Dark Mei and Li Chu Haunting, all completely stunned at the moment. The two of them looked at the zombie Jikiwat this moment with expressions of disbelief and dumbfoundedness. And seasonal fall. Don't want to waste time slowly gossiping with you guys. So, Zombie Bloodmark, Zombie Jichio, unleashed the curse ability straight away. The same spell that was used on Ing 13, Fatty Sure, and Chibi Umbrella. At once, 2 drops of ordinary zombie blood came out through the body. Steeply, Jichio struck between the eyebrows of Chi Dark Mei and Li Chu Haun, the 2 current family members, when they were almost completely unable to dodge. Then, without realizing it, the zombie blood was immediately incorporated into their bodies. Spells that are reached instantly. You, what did you do to us? Covered a little hot their forehead brow. At this time, Chi Dark Mei, between the eyebrows full of suspicion and uncertainty looking at the mouth protruding fangs of the Jichio. Li Q, is also terrified while covering his forehead, while pointing at Jichio. Kid, you in the end is a person is a ghost? Ha, Jichio, with blue pupils and fangs in his mouth, had been smiling evilly without saying a word. This time, deep in the desert in the middle of nowhere, looking at the black blind man as promised, the out-of-body incarnation Jichio, on top of the tall black steed, passed by with a faint smile of satisfaction, following which, he looked to the people in the middle of this camp, especially looking at the crowd of camera crews, such as, Director Wang, Master Sang, Fruit, Egg Sister, attached to the United States and a host of other camera crews. What comes next is no longer for you to participate in. Go back. Looking towards the Fruit Girls, the out-of-body incarnation Jichio, at this point, did so out loud. Anyway, none of them can provide long-lasting check-ins. It's no use continuing to follow the convoy. Plus, it's really for the good of the camera crew crowd. Why, Jichu, we haven't gotten the shot we wanted. At that moment, the fruit among the camera crew suddenly gathered the courage to step forward and said to Jichio, who had hundreds of black-armored iron horsemen standing around him. Seeing this, Wang Guan immediately rushed forward to pull the impulsive fruit. Are you crazy? Is it that you don't want to die? After reprimanding the fruit, that one guy then looked at Jichio with a smile on his face and said, Sorry, we want to go back too. Just, our car. Saying that, Wang Guan took another look at the group of vehicles in the camp that had already been bitten by the desert marching ants just now to the point that their various lines were in disarray. In response, the out-of-body incarnation Jichio glanced at the fruit that seemed to be looking a bit inexplicably unwilling at the moment. Then, black-armored iron horseman, Jichio, called out faintly. Then see, in, times 100, 100 black-armored iron riders, behind Jichio, answered in unison. Good fellow. On the side, the evil emperor and the black blind man couldn't help but look on with inexplicable smiles of awe. This is too cool. Pair cluster, looking envious to the core. To this, send them back to the world of men. Jichio, in the end, faintly pointed at everyone in the camera crew. Lead the way, times 10. The 10 black-armored iron riders closest to the out-of-body Jichio immediately answered in unison once again. Immediately afterward, they incredibly, actually even human with horses threw into a mass of black power. Then, shoo 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 shoo, in an instant, he swept past, and under the attention of all the people at the scene, it strangely blended into the shadows of Wang Guan and Guazi. Even, in the midst of Coco's and the girls' shouts of disbelief, one by one, all the people in the camera crew were pulled into the black domain that belonged to the black-armored iron horse, alone for transit. In the end, it was just a matter of sending everyone on their camera crew back to the human metropolis. In this way, the camera crew, settle down. Your turn. The out-of-body incarnation Jichio, who had just sent everyone on the camera crew away, looked over to all of her with a smile on her face while Boss Ma, Sunan, the Night Lords, 11, and the rest of the crowd were still looking incredulous and had yet to react. Instantly, everyone felt a deep surge of horror. Chapter 67 Bullying Threats. What do you want? Looking at Jichio, who was riding a tall steed, Sunan stood out. Sister Nan, 11, Night Lord and the others looked at Sunan at this moment. Sunan herself kept looking straight at Jichio. The current her didn't care what happened to the evil emperor anymore. The current her was fully aware. Compared to the evil emperor, Jichio was the truly incredible and most powerful one. As for Jichio, Sunan couldn't even be sure whether he was a human or a ghost at this moment. Especially now, there were hundreds of black-armored iron horsemen standing behind Jichio. One by one, they were armed with sharp black lances. And murderous look is the general ferociousness of the battlefield killings. In this regard, even if he came from the Wang family, Sunan was amazed in his heart. And the way there were 10 black-armored iron riders just now to send away those people from the camera crew was really just demonic and weirdly capable. In this way, Sunan looked at Jichio on top of the tall steed in front of him, and his pair of large eyes were filled with scorn amongst them. Period. On the side, the evil emperor, Pear Cluster, Black Blind Man, and Wang Meng were watching what was happening in front of them as if they were watching from the sidelines. What Jichio was going to do, they could now be sure that no one would obstruct him. After all, with the strength and power that Jichio possessed, what else in this world could he not do? The evil emperor, too, was watching with interest what Jichio wanted to do next. Remember what Jichu said, the Wang family is also one of the objects he wants to conquer, right? So, this Sunan, evil emperor, suddenly cannot help but remember before Jichio has been staring at Sunan's chest that walks when the scene constantly rolling. Inexplicably unable to resist the thought of the previous scene, the evil emperor couldn't help but shake his head and let out a laugh. Also at this time, shoo 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 shoo. Just now, the 10 black-armored iron riders who had sent everyone from the camera crew away returned at this moment. It was indeed like a mass of black ink coalescing and molding from the shadows. And then, one by one, they were all riding the same tall black steeds as those underneath Jichio, slowly returning to Jichio's side. My lord, the matter has been completed. Times 10. Coming to Jichio's side, the 10 black-armored iron riders reported in unison. The voices were in unison, and the formation stood in neat rows. Well, join the team. Jichio looked at them faintly. Promise. The 10 black-armored iron riders, once again in unison, arched their hands and clasped their fists to Jichio with a slightly bowed head. With that, he rejoined the black-armored iron cavalry force behind Jichio. Such a scene, seeing people's hearts inexplicably felt a surge of hot blood. Also surprised, these black-armored iron horsemen were actually so loyal and strictly following Jichio's orders. And this weird ability to disappear and come back. It's incredible. Ghostly. What a bunch of monsters is this? Sunan and the others, at this time, couldn't help but think so in their hearts. And Jichio took one last look at the hundreds of black-armored iron riders. Then, submit, or die. The eyes returned to the group of outlaws led by Sunan. Jichio, directly so in different voice, and hearing the words of Jichio, huff sha, 100 black-armored iron horsemen, in unison, immediately drove their horses and surrounded Sunan, Night Lord, 11, and even everyone including Boss Ma and Lulu in the middle camp. It was only the evil emperor, Pear Cluster, Wang Meng, and the black blind man who were by Jichio's side and were not surrounded. And hundreds of black-armored iron horsemen, after surrounding Sunan, Boss Ma, and everyone else in the very center of the room, they, one by one, slowly raised the black spears in their hands that glowed sharply and coldly under the sunlight, and then pointed them straight at Sunan in the center, as well as Boss Ma and all the others. The meaning of threat and intimidation is brought out to the fullest. You, the Night Lord, 11, Medicine King and the rest of the crowd, looking at the cold spears that surrounded them and raised their cold lights one by one. Each one of them looked at Jichio on the horse in disbelief. It was as if he didn't expect him, a young boy who looked like a harmless fresh meat, to be so domineering and direct. How dare you threaten me with death? Come on, kill. There's no point in me living if I can't find the treasure pearl I want anyway. Come on, kill me. Suddenly, among the surrounded people, Ma Tsangyan suddenly stepped forward and shouted so loudly to the hundreds of black-armored iron horsemen. Old Ma, ah. Lulu was so scared that she hurriedly pulled back Ma Baoyan. Just then, what if I could heal your leg, and so that you could have the ability to be a normal man again? Jichio, on top of the tall black steed, suddenly so faintly laughed out loud. You, what did you say? Ma Baoyan, who had been pulled back by Lulu, at this moment turned back fiercely and looked at Jichio in shock. To this, kneel before me, and work for me and make me money from now on, and after a certain time I will let you have what you want, or send you straight to hell now. Pick one. Ji Chio on top of the tall steed, condescending so coldly looked at the Ma Baoyan in front of him. The latter, on the other hand, had his eyes flickering and his mind pondering in disbelief for more than 10 seconds before. Ma Changyan took a deep breath. I'm willing to do your bidding forever, as long as you get me what I want. Coming to Ji Chio on top of the steed, Ma Rangyan, without saying a word, directly knelt down on both knees. Congratulations, obtaining the kneeling allegiance of the plot character Boss Ma. Targeted reward, genetic enhancement potion made by the system. Note, this potion can enable ordinary people to possess strength, speed, physical ability, and even a certain degree of self-healing enhancement within a short period of time. However, only the first time it is used, the effect is the strongest. The second time it is used, only a small amount of effect, and the third time, the effect is almost zero. Old Ma Lulu, with a complicated gaze, looked at Ma Baoyan at this moment. It was as if he hadn't expected Ma Rongyan to give up all his dignity for the sake of desire. Lulu, come here and kneel down. Ma Changyan, on the other hand, glared back at Lulu. Oh, Lulu glanced at the hundreds of black-armored iron horsemen around her. Also between the fear in her heart couldn't help but listen to the words of Ma Baoyan. Also kneeled down on both knees. At this scene, both the evil emperor and the black blind man on the side could not help but shake their heads. People who deeply felt that they had given up their dignity to this point for their desires were truly pitiful. And the seasonal fall. After just faintly glancing at the system prompts in the middle of the void, and also taking a last look at Ma Tsangyan and Lulu, Ji Chio's gaze once again returned to Su Nan and the other group of outlaws. Seeing his gaze coming, Su Nan, actually the heart cannot help but feel the body of fear a slight tremor. Sister Nan, the Night Lord, 11, and the rest of the crowd all looked at Su Nan at this moment. All around, the hundreds of black-armored iron horsemen, the black cold spears in their hands, but they were all facing her in the middle of the crowd. Su Nan, on the other hand, eyed the surrounding group of murderous black-armored iron horsemen, and finally looked at Ji Chio again. All kneel down. In the end, Su Nan helplessly sighed this way. Chapter 68. Su Nan bends her head. Black Shadow Crossbowman, $1 billion condition. Nan. Hearing Su Nan's words, the Night Lord, 11, and the Pill King could not help but make a surprised sound. To this, if you don't want to die, all kneel down. Su Nan, repeat again. Even. In the next moment, Su Nan was actually seen glancing at Ji Chio on top of the tall steed again. Immediately after that, he directly knelt down on one knee. Nan. The others, at this moment, were even more surprised as they looked at Su Nan, who had already knelt down on one knee to Ji Chio on top of the steed. Ji Chio, looking at Su Nan who was the first to kneel down on one knee to himself, was satisfied with a faint smile. Congratulations, obtaining the kneeling allegiance of the plot character Su Nan. Targeted reward, Black Shadow Crossbowman X100. Note, like the Black Armored Iron Cavalry, this troop type is based on the special evolution of the Qin Rue Shi Black Shadow Soldier. With extremely accurate bow skills, the arrows they shoot can be said to hit 100 times, and with the Black Shadow energy attached, their power is not inferior to modern sniper rifles at all. Interesting. Taking a look at the hints in the void that only he could see, Ji Chio showed a look of interest. It felt like the variety of his Black Shadow soldiers was really getting bigger and stronger. Let's not talk about the regular Dark Shadow soldiers. Even the evolved version of the Great Qin Razor as a prototype is getting more and more popular. Ji Chio suddenly had a feeling that in this world, he was invincible. And behind, seeing that the original big sister of these people of theirs Su Nan had already knelt down. Moreover, on all sides, there were indeed hundreds of black-armored iron horsemen, one by one, pointing their cold and glittering lances at them. In this way, 11, the Pill King, the Night Lord and there. In the end, he was also forced to follow suit and kneel on one knee in front of Ji Chio. It's just that there should be a reason why the chi is too low on them. Even if they kneel down and submit, it's not like there will be any extra system rewards. Ji Chio was also less interested, but, shoo shoo shoo, Ji Chio gently waved his hand, and the Black Shadow Ninjas, which were somewhat similar to the Black Armored Iron Cavalry and clearly not in the same category, emerged one after another from the ground like ink. Then it quickly coalesced into a ninja humanoid again, immediately after. Swish swish swish. However, he saw that a dozen or so Black Shadow Ninja soldiers, all under the movement of Ji Chio's mind, immediately obeyed the order steeply and then have merged into the shadows of Su Nan, Boss Ma, 11, Night Lord and all the others. This, one by one, Su Nan, Boss Ma, the Night Lord, and the others all showed a look of astonishment and uncertainty, until, having knelt in submission, do not betray me, otherwise, these Dark Shadow soldiers who enter your shadows can, at any time, without you realizing it, such as when you are sleeping, cut off your heads. Ji Chu, threatening and intimidating words came out of his mouth. Credit STH. Su Nan, Boss Ma, 11, Night Lord, and everyone else looked at Ji Chio, who was still on top of the tall steed. In shock, Su-nan, all of a sudden, also felt despair in his heart. Into her shadow. This ability is simply unbeatable. It means that she, Su-nan, will be living under the eyes and ears of Ji-chyo from now on, and will not be able to escape from his monitoring of her every move. Once she dared to commit the slightest act of betrayal, the dark shadow soldiers in her shadow could inform Ji-chyo anytime, anywhere. Even, it was possible for the black-shadowed soldier to decapitate her. Su-nan, with a straight face, thinking so, Su-nan really despaired. The others, too, were just as passable in their despair and pale expressions. Seeing this scene, the evil emperor on the side also laughed bitterly with slight empathy. Ji-chyo said on the surface to give him to make use of the current 20 black shadow soldiers. In fact, is not also there to monitor his evil emperor's meaning. Only, when it came to his evil emperor, Ji-chyo could have a slightly better attitude. At least it wasn't like this to Su-nan and the others. A direct threat like this. Our boss, sure is bossy. The black blind man, at this time, also could not help but laugh lightly. This guy, he's always like this. Pear Cluster, too, couldn't help but spit. He still remembers last night. Ji-chyo told him Shin-seong is already his Ji-chyo's woman. Let him Pear Cluster in the future, do not miss. Change a female like words. It's depressing to think about. After all, Shin-seong is actually also his Pear Cluster heart secretly like for many years Hair Smollett. There was even the diehard Su-won, who was also in love with Shin-seong. Over the years, for the sake of Shin-seong, the two brothers have occasionally had a small fight between them. I just didn't expect that in the end. The cabbage made Ji-chyo, the alien pig. No, it's zombie, that's right. The girl who was once the favorite of both himself and his dead friend was arched by the zombie Ji-chyo. Thinking about it made Pear Cluster unhappy. However, looking at the Excalibur in his arms, forget it, for the sake of Excalibur, don't care so much. Saying that, Pear Cluster even didn't bother to continue to look on as he ran to the side by himself, and went to wipe the blade of Excalibur again. Since not long ago, when Excalibur had saved Pai 2 from Su-nan and the others, and since it was also Excalibur who had helped him break through the desert marching ants encirclement, Pai 2 had been able to run out to find the evil emperor all by himself just now. So Pear Cluster, who already loved Excalibur, is now simply love. Women and whatnot, they're all floating clouds. You are my Pear Cluster's true love? Wiping the blade of the sharp Excalibur with a strip of cloth, Pear Cluster smiled so half-jokingly. Disgusting. In due course, the evil emperor on the side came up with such a remark. At those words, Pear Cluster instantly rolled his eyes and glanced at the evil emperor who was not far away next to him. Then, all by himself, he continued to gently wipe Excalibur's blade with a strip of cloth. The other side, Ji-chyo, suddenly got down from the top of the tall black handsome horse, then walked straight up to Ma Baoyan. Clank! He directly took out the horse Talisman, and drove the Talisman's divine power to start healing the dark disease on Ma Tsangyan's body. Very quickly, under the astonished gazes of Ma Baoyan, as well as Lulu beside him, and even everyone at the scene. Shu Hu, divine light, convergence. Ma Rongyan, however, was still a bit unable to come back to his senses. Until, I've cured your limp. As for what you want to restore a man's virility, after you go back, credit me an amount every month. It doesn't matter how much, but I hope that after a year, the total amount from you into my account will not be less than $1 billion. In that case, in a year's time, you'll get what you really want. Only to see that, after using the horse charm to cure Ma Baoyan's lame leg, Ji-chyo, at this moment, said so to Ma Baoyan. Indeed, the conditions for the next use of the horse charm on him were made explicit. Period. The black blind man, with sunglasses eyes, was now looking straight at what was happening to Ma Baoyan's body. He expected beyond hope that Ma Colden's crippled leg was truly cured, because if that little stone with the horse print was really this magical, there might really be hope for his black and blind eyes. To this, my legs, Ma Changyan, in a bit of disbelief, felt his legs at this very moment. Chapter 69 Ji-chyo in Nanfong. Old Ma, how's your leg feeling? Lulu, who was on the side, was also concerned at this time and supported Ma Baoyan, and with Lulu's assistance, Ma Bolden tried to throw away his crutches. Then, ha, well, my leg is healed and I can walk normally. Ha. Horse bold years, began the ecstasy. Just see that at this moment he is alive and well without the aid of crutches. The scene. Looking aside, Su-nan, 11, Night Lord, and the others were stunned one by one. Is this a medical art or an evil art? Make a cripple alive and well in a moment? Evil magic. Definitely evil magic. In response, the black blind man, too, had his pupils slammed. Even while his heart was unsettled, he couldn't control his footsteps to lean forward a little bit. It seemed as if there was a desire to immediately go up and take a closer look at how Ma Rongyan's crippled leg was doing. It's a good thing the black blind man still resisted his urges. However, the black blind man's gaze that next looked at the horse talisman in Jichio's hand became somewhat fiery. Old Ma, you're really well, Lulu, at this moment, was also very happy to look at Ma Baonian, who could already run and jump. And after a moment of excitement, Ma Baonian reacted. Thanks. Again, kneeling before Jichio, who had dismounted his tall steed, he kept saying so. Thank you for saving the old horse. Lulu, this time herself, took the initiative to kneel before Jichio, and together with Ma Baonian, who was kneeling, spoke to Jichio in gratitude. In response, Jichio, with a faint smile on his face, passed by. A year later, $1 billion. Can it be done? Looking at Ma Baonian, who was so excited that he was kneeling and kowtowing to himself, Jichio smilingly asked, Boss, I don't have $1 billion yet, but please believe me, 1 year later, 1 billion, I will definitely be able to raise all of it. Ma Baonian, who was still kneeling on the ground, said loudly at this moment with an unwavering face. Well, very good. Jichio, thoroughly satisfied, smiled. At the same time, in a while, I'll have the Dark Shadow soldiers send you back to the metropolis as well. Then, remember to immediately pay the first month's payment into my account. For account questions, you can always ask the Dark Shadowed soldier in your shadow. Seasonal fall, not forgetting to claim the first month's payment. Yes, no problem, boss. Ma Changyan shouted more and more casually. Ha. This out-of-body Jichio began to laugh softly up in the sky with growing satisfaction. Next moment, guys, will you bow down for me? Opened his hands, Jichio, smilingly suddenly inexplicably so out of breath. And sniff, swish, in all directions, hundreds of black-armored iron horsemen immediately swished and knelt down in unison. And, Lord, times 100, hundreds of black-armored iron cavalrymen shouted in unison. The sound, which made Sunan, the evil emperor, and the black blind man at the scene feel deafening. Originally in the rubbing sword pair cluster are so shocked that cannot help but turn back to look at the back of this suddenly happened what? At this point, Star and Moon Hotel, main entrance, a couple of sedans, just stopped. Then, Jichio, Lieutenant Zhang, Yin Nanfeng, and Luozhua got out of the car one after another. However, just got out of the car and hadn't even walked through the doors of the Star and Moon Hotel. The main body Jichio, as if suddenly sensing something, glanced at the distance again. Ha, that guy, playing awkward? Who did you learn all that from? Jichio, talking to himself as if he were shaking his head and losing his smile. See this, what's wrong with you again? Just now Shi Dongjia's eight-faced Hangtong was talking to himself like this from time to time. Is it hard to believe that zombies all have this problem? Beside Jichio, Yin Nanfeng couldn't help but spit out as he looked at him, who was again muttering something to himself without knowing what. I have to say, women hold grudges. It was estimated that the sentence stupid woman that Jichio had said 2 nights ago, Yin Nanfeng had remembered it in his heart at all times. Catching a chance at this moment, Yin Nanfeng immediately disliked his sentence. Jichio, on the other hand, suddenly laughed and looked at Yin Nanfeng. What are you laughing at? Yin Nanfeng, at once, became weak. She seemed to have forgotten that Lieutenant Zhang had told her before, if you don't want to suffer, don't go against Jichio. It's just, verbalizing him, he should, not that petty, right? Yin Nanfeng, meeting Jichio's gaze with an evil smile at this moment, couldn't help but feel a little less confident in his heart. Boss, Lieutenant Zhang, who was also a bit worried about what Jichio would do to Yin Nanfeng, couldn't help but want to speak out and say something. However, Jichio directly waved his hand, stopping 100 Years Mountain's next words. Then, in a moment, come to my room for a moment. Still wearing a faint smile, Jichio, suddenly so with a Chongsam in front of a beautiful Yin Nanfeng. What? You, Yin Nanfeng, astonished and disbelieving with a pair of beautiful eyes, looked at the handsome Jichio at this moment. The mind had already been floating. On the side, Lieutenant Zhang all had a surprised look on his face. Originally, at 100 years old, he had long ago been almost unfazed by things, but that, try it if you don't come. Jichio, stepping forward, gently caressed Yin Nanfeng's forehead hair. During this time, Yin Nanfeng's large eyes were glaring fiercely at him. He wanted to dodge, but was too intimidated by Jichio's previous tactics to move. After doing so, Jichio laughed lightly and left, into the Star and Moon Hotel. Damn it, bastard, shameless, rascal. Behind him, Yin Nanfeng's back teeth were about to be clenched, and he was constantly cursing Jichio in a low, angry voice. And, old immortal, you've just been watching me being bullied by him, haven't you? Yin Nanfeng, again disgruntled, glared back at 100 Years Mountain. Ahem, Boss Yin, I told you before not to go against Jichio, just now, weren't you asking for it? Lieutenant Zhang, with a dry cough, then said slowly with a reasoned voice. You, Yin Nanfeng, on the verge of crying with anger. Well, I think Jichio asking you to go to him should not be what you think, Lieutenant Zhang added a comforting sentence. At those words, Yin Nanfeng looked at Lieutenant Zhang. Then, it suddenly looked to the side at Luo yet again. Ahem. Luo, however, immediately lowered his head and pretended to cough, with a everything has nothing to do with me appearance. It better be. With a final glare at 100 Years Mountain, Yin Nanfeng angrily whisked his sleeve directly away. Ha! Causing 100 Years Mountain to be alone in place with a helpless bitter smile on his face. But, thinking that among the 9 gates, the Qianli gates had been completely controlled by Jichio, the situation might be about to be completely stabilized. The main thing, Jichu, has this ability to control and stabilize everything. Jichu, I'm looking forward to what you do next, especially, what will be your next move against the Wang family? Chapter 70 Jichio Shinxiong Red Umbrella. Boss, only to see, shuttling through a corridor between the Star and Moon Hotel, Jichio. Every time they encountered Stick Boy and Listening Slave, he or she would first freeze for a moment and then immediately bow down and salute. In this way, amidst the many listening slaves and Stick Boys bending their heads one by one, Jichio, unhindered all the way, quickly returned to the door of his room at the Star and Moon Hotel. Dum 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 dum. Knowing that Shinxiong was in her room, Jichio chose to gently knock on the door of that mahogany room. In response, the person inside was quick to run out and open the door. The moment the door opened, a silhouette immediately appeared in front of Jichio. Just, you're back? Shinxiong, after opening the door, looked at the man in front of her with a smile on her face. Jichio, on the other hand, was slightly stunned looking at Shinxiong's dress at this moment. However, she saw that she was wearing the expensive dress he had bought for her earlier on the outside. But, at this moment, on the outside she was wearing an apron set, an unorthodox look. What are you doing like this? Jichio, while walking into the room, couldn't help but ask. At those words, Shinxiong also just realized that something was wrong with her. Then, with a bit of a naive smile and a slight bow of his head, he said, I was just in the kitchen, trying to make a bowl of soup for when you get back. Saying that, I saw Shinxiong running straight toward the kitchen inside, and while running, said to Jichio behind her, sit down for a minute, it'll be ready in a minute. Seeing this scene, Jichio also couldn't help but smile. You're not going to poison me, are you? Jichio sat down on the soft sofa, and then so jokingly said, yuck. In the direction of the kitchen, there immediately came a quiet spit from Shinxiong, and also retorted in a petulant manner, down with Bacchus, you'll drink more later. Outside, Jichio couldn't help but shake her head and laugh again. Then, looking at the blurry silhouette inside the kitchen, seasonal autumn, for a moment, but a little bored with nothing to do. Can I help you? Shinxiong, no, I can do it myself. Just see, trying to find something to do. Jichio was also rejected by Jiajin. Bored, Jichio turned on the TV and watched some variety shows. But after watching for a while, Jichio put down the remote control, feeling also meaningless. Right, Red Umbrella, have you finished absorbing the power of the nine-eyed heavenly pearl? Seasonal autumn, thinking of the Red Umbrella, decided to go into the shadow space to check it out. Thinking of this, Jichio immediately moved his mind and summoned the Black Shadow Soldiers. Swish-hoo! Very quickly, the Black Shadow Soldiers among the shadow space immediately sensed Jichio's call. Out came several dark shadowed soldiers. Immediately afterward, the idea of the seasonal fall was received. At that moment, they saw several black shadowed soldiers come forward to take Jichio by the arm and shoulder, and bring him into the darkness, until the whole thing disappeared completely into the shadows. The scene shifts. Instantly, Jichio's figure appeared in the middle of the boundless shadow space where the thousands of black shadow soldiers were located. During that time, what had to be said was, the Black Shadow Ninja, and the Black Armored Iron Cavalry that evolved from the Dachin Rueshur as well as the Black Armored Crossbowmen. The shadow space they were in was different. Dark Shadow Ninja, in the same shadow dimension, Black Armored Iron Riders, Black Armored Crossbowmen. They were in another shadow dimension. Therefore, when Jichio came to the shadow space of the Black Shadow Ninja Soldier at this time, he could not see the Black Armored Crossbowman that he had just acquired not long ago. As for the Red Umbrella, it was in the shadow space of this Black Shadow Ninja Soldier before that he said he wanted to absorb the power of the Nine Eyes Heavenly Jewel. Half a day has passed, and I wonder how well it has absorbed it. In response Jichio, who had just re-entered this shadow space, then he saw some red broken clothes appear on the ground. Wei, seeing a silhouette sitting cross-legged not far in front of him. At this moment, it was actually springing to life where it was continuously absorbing the power of the Nine Eyes Heavenly Pearl. The Nine Eyes Heavenly Pearl was suspended above her head, and then a steady stream of energy was absorbed into her body by the red parasol. Their umbrella is constantly changing and evolving itself. Jichio saw it too. She had basically become a real woman through and through. It's no longer a female phase male body. Jichio, however, could not help but be slightly stunned for a moment. I didn't expect that I would come in unintentionally and see such a scene. The clothes on this floor should have been blown up by the overpowering energy of the red parasol when it absorbed the power of the Nine Eyes Heavenly Pearl, right? Watch as she remains on her knees on the ground, still continuing to absorb the power of the Nine-Eyed Heavenly Pearl. Jichio also did not want to disturb her the next moment. Then mind. Shoo-hoo! The black shadow soldiers around him immediately took Jichio out of this shadow space again. Still, Jichu just left. In the next second, the red parasol over there, which continued to absorb the power of the Nine Eyes Heavenly Pearl, suddenly opened a pair of reddish glowing eyes. Then, after looking at his own posture at this moment, his pretty face couldn't help but blush lightly, but quickly, but immediately changed to a slight smile with the corners of his mouth turned up. Jichio, at this time, however, had long since returned to the world outside the shadow space, then, waving a few dark-shadowed soldiers back, in the back of his mind, but he still couldn't control what was coming back to him. I didn't realize that after she became a real woman, her body got better too. Jichio, sitting down on the sofa, stroking his chin self. Jichio. Just then, Shinshion's voice rang out from the living room. When he looked over, he saw the beautiful man walking towards him with a large bowl of steaming soup in both hands. Carefully so. I'll do it. Jichio instantly came back to her senses, and then walked up from the sofa that had gotten up to receive the steaming bowl of soup. It's hot, but for Jichio, who was in the body of a pangu zombie, it was nothing at all. With that, after setting the large bowl of hot soup down on the table in front of the couch, Jichio, try if it's good. Shenxiong again trotted back, took out a spoon of trotting back to hand it to Jichio. Good. Jichio, with a smile on his face, then, lifting up the soup spoon, not afraid of scalding directly into the mouth of a large mouthful of hot soup. Hot. Seeing that Jichio actually drank it directly without blowing on it for a moment, Shinxiong immediately said in an urgent voice, but he had drunk it straight. Fool, I'm a zombie. I'm not afraid of death, but I'm still afraid of heat? Jichio, it feels like Shinxiong is really getting cute and goofy. Couldn't help but reach out and scrape her tiny nose. So, how's the flavor? Shinxiong gently slapped away Jichio's strange hands, then asked out loud with a bit of concern. Well, it's good to drink. It just feels like something is missing. Seasonal autumn, ambiguously. When Shinxiong heard the first sentence, she couldn't help but show a smile on her face, but his later words made her smile stop. Shen, what's missing? Well, Shen, oops, you say it quickly. It's just, if you don't have to do it yourself and someone feeds it, it tastes perfect. Put. Shinxiong directly couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then, lazy as hell. Give me the spoon. Chapter 71, Blood-Sucking Nanfeng again. Back. However, he saw Shinxiong really obeyed took the soup spoons and fed the soup into Jichio's mouth one bite at a time. Well, that makes it too much better to drink. Jichio, enjoying the beauty feeding, leaned one hand on the side of his face with a satisfied expression. Look at you like that. Shenxiong, with a gaze that slightly showed the color of anger, blankly glanced at Jichio. However, the movement of the hands did not stop. Bite after bite of the delicious hot soup was still slowly spoon-fed to the cold boy in front of him. Well, suddenly, Jichio, who had just taken a bite of the soup that was no longer so hot, suddenly kissed the beauty in front of him who had fed herself. Then, well, how's your own soup? Lips parted, and Jichio looked at Shinxiong in front of her with a smile on her face. You, so annoying. Shinxiong wiped the soup stains at the corner of her mouth with her slender hand. Then, unable to resist, she slapped Jichu, who was always teasing her in front of her. To this, Jichio, however, reached out, took the soup spoon from her hand, and threw it into the bowl of soup on the table. Following which, the hand, suddenly, under the gaze of her eyes, which were as clear as mountain springs, was, Jichio, slowly picked Shinxiong's white jade-like chin. Shenxiong, the inside of her tiny heart had already been in a frenzy. Breathing, it was all a few moments more rapid. The next moment, moreover, she duly closed her eyes. Seeing this scene, Jichio couldn't help but face a smile. Immediately after that, he leaned over, ready to kiss the delicate cherry mouth of the beautiful woman in front of him. But, an untimely knock on the door suddenly started. Shinxiong instantly woke up and opened her eyes, and her hands reacted instinctively to push away Jichio who was about to kiss her. Blanche, who the? Jichio, His gaze coldly glanced at the door where the knocking sounded at that moment, and to see him so angry because of, and looking so kind of pissed off, on the side, while Shincheon's face was slightly flushed, she couldn't help but have the corners of her mouth slightly raised and a smile in her heart. Me, Yin Nanfeng, and outside the door, a cold female voice rang out. So it's Yoon Namfeng, credit STH. Ji-cho also just remembered, just back to the Star and Moon Hotel. Outside, he did let her Yin Nanfeng a moment to find him. Lean, pit yourself against yourself. What a time to pick. Come in. Finally, gathering his emotions, Ji-cho said without a trace of anger. In response, Shin-cheong on the side had been smilingly looking at the upset him. Crunch! This time, the door to the room was unlocked, and outside, Yin Nanfeng pushed open the mahogany room door directly. Gee, boss, you called me over. What are your orders? Afterwards, Yin Nanfeng walked into the house with a pair of high-heeled shoes and an extremely slim cheongsam on her body, so beautiful and attractive. And as soon as she saw Ji-cho, Yin Nanfeng almost shouted his name directly. Reacting to this, Fong shouted at him a bit reluctantly, "Boss," and looking at Yin Nanfeng, who appeared tall, plump, and cold in temperament by a cheongsam at this moment. For her part, Ji-cho suddenly respread her smile, but it was an evil smile. You, what are you looking at me for? Standing over there, Yin Nanfeng was filled with uneasiness and emptiness by Ji-cho's blazing gaze as well as his evil smile, suddenly feeling very insecure. Originally, Yin Nanfeng didn't want to come over. Just thinking of Ji-cho's sentence, if you don't come, you try it. Yin Nanfeng ultimately didn't dare not to come. But, looking at Ji-cho, who had an evil smile on his face at this moment, Yin Nanfeng felt that it would have been better not to come already. You're not falling into the wolf's den, are you? Zhang Yishan, that old undead, actually still say it's not what I think. This situation is not. Yin Nanfeng, in just 10 seconds or so, her mind already didn't know how many episodes she had brainstormed. Only, for the time being, Ji-cho just looked at her but didn't say anything. For this scene, on the side, Shin-cheong looked at this time Ji-cho's gaze had been on Yin Nanfeng's body over there. Shin-cheong, the smile she had just had, gradually disappeared, and that's when it happened. Swish and shoo, Ji-cho, so fast that the entire person directly transformed into a residual shadow. Then, almost instantly, he appeared beside Yin Nanfeng at the doorway over there. However, he was so shocked that Yin Nanfeng couldn't help but take 2 or 3 steps back. After Shin-cheong also reacted, her gaze couldn't help but look at him in awe at this moment. It felt like his strength was becoming more and more unfathomable. Shin-cheong was feeling awestruck when she suddenly heard Yin Nanfeng over there let out a cry of pain. When Shin-cheong looked over again, Ji-cho did not know when he had transformed into a zombie state with blue pupils, and at this moment, he was holding Yin Nanfeng tightly, biting through the skin on top of her white neck, and began to swallow Yin Nanfeng's internal blood without stopping. Period. Yin Chi Luck plus 20. Yin Chi Luck plus 20. Current value of Yin Chi Luck possessed, 420. While sucking blood, Ji-cho also indirectly kept devouring the chi from Yin Nanfeng. But, after only 100 chakra absorptions, Ji-cho couldn't absorb any more chi luck even if he continued to suck the blood from Yin Nanfeng's body. Even when Ji-cho secretly drove the horse talisman spell to heal Yin Nanfeng, he was unable to restore the chi in Yin Nanfeng's body in order to urge him to continue sucking. Obviously, something like chi luck needed to be slowly nourished and restored by this side of heaven and earth. The horse charms can't do anything about it. In this way, Ji-cho, in due course, let go of Yin Nanfeng in his arms and put away the fangs in his mouth. The pupils also returned to the pale brown pupils of ordinary people all at once. Yin Nanfeng, although there was a horse charm behind her to heal her, but at this moment when Ji-cho let go of her, she still couldn't help but sit on the ground with her entire body covering her neck. Yin Nanfeng, at this time, had a shocked and angry face as he looked at the cold Ji-cho who was near his eyes. Unexpectedly, Ji-cho, this stinking zombie, actually sucked her blood again. How? Ji-cho, on the other hand, sneered as he looked down at Yin Nanfeng, who was currently sitting paralyzed on the ground. In response, Yin Nanfeng had an annoyed look on her face, but she was unable to do anything about Ji-cho. After all, the entire stick boys and listening slaves of the Star and Moon Hotel combined were not as many as the Black Shadow soldiers that Ji-cho had summoned earlier. And just how much more of that black-shadowed soldier this guy could summon out, Yin Nanfeng was completely unsure. Plus, she still had a few dark shadow soldiers lurking in her shadow even now. Take her any time. Therefore, although he was furious in his heart, Yin Nanfeng could only get up in impotent fury to glare at the cold Ji-cho in front of him. It was as if he wanted to kill Ji-cho with his gaze. The way you're looking at me right now, I don't like it. Ji-cho. But suddenly and unceremoniously one hand directly pinched Yin Nanfeng's mouth in front of him. The pinch made Yin Nanfeng's entire cherry mouth toot up, and it still hurt. Well, Chapter 72, The Healing of the Black Blind Man's Eyes, convening the meeting of the Nine Gates, the surprised Yin Nanfeng. Desert. After basically initially taking in Boss Ma, Su Nan, the black blind man and the rest of the crowd, seasonal fall on this side of the desert. Then, as previously stated, first, the three of them, Ma Baonian, Lulu, and her housekeeper Kai Kai, were sent back to the human city. The three of them continuing to stay in the desert would be of no use to Jichio anyway. Why don't we let Ma Baonian go back to the city and make money for him, Jichio? After all, a year, $1 billion, even if it's Ma Baonian, it's not something that can be taken out casually. But Ma Changyan is not afraid that he will not work hard to earn money in order to regain his manhood. In this way, Jichio can be said to have an additional obedient middle-aged and elderly henchman, working hard to earn money for himself. Although Jichio has already taken control of Nanfang Star Moon Hotel, Vice Officer Shang's Porchi Company. But who can afford to have too much money? After having a few dark-shadowed soldiers send the three Ma Baonian away, Jichio, in the middle of this desert camp, looked at the black blind man on the side at the right time. But see, the black blind man at this moment already looks a little bit can't wait for the appearance. Indeed, the sunglasses wearing gaze had been fixed on the small stone, horse rune, in Jichio's hand at this very moment. Jichio could not help but face a soft smile through. Then, dark glasses, come here, heal your eyes. Jichio, with a bland smile on his face, called out to the black blind man. Credit STH. The black blind man's entire body couldn't help but be stunned, and it seemed as if his heart couldn't help but speed up a point or two. Can one's eyes, really, be cured? Even if he, the black blind man, has seen a lot and lived for more than 100 years, but the mood at this moment is still completely incapable of calming down. Blindy, what are you waiting for? Get over there. Also at this time, seeing that the black blind man was still frozen, the evil emperor could not help but step forward and push the black blind man. The black blind man was momentarily pushed and reacted. After glancing at the evil emperor behind him, then, indeed, he began to walk towards Jichio step by step. In response STH, at the scene, Pair Cluster, the evil emperor, and even Su Nan, as well as the Night Lord, 11, the Pill King, and everyone else looked straight on. Everyone was watching without blinking at the moment. To think that just now, Boss Ma's crippled leg was cured by the so-called horse charm engraved with a horse pattern on Jichio's hand. The crowd had been incredulous. At the moment, although it looks as if there is nothing wrong with the eyes of the black blind man, is to see the road, but it's obvious to the discerning eye. It's not for nothing that the black blind man wears sunglasses. There must be something wrong with the black blind man's eyes. And seasonal autumn, about to cure this problem for the black blind man. So what will the effect be? That piece of horse charm, is it really so magical that it can cure everyone of all their ailments? How could there be such incredible wonders in this world? Soon, the black blind man walked to come in front of Jichio. At this time, under the attention of 10,000 people, clang, Jichio just faintly raised the horse charm, straight to the black blind man's eye position shone a little. The horse charm glowed with a faint white divine light. But it was only a matter of seconds. 2. Innocent, did you find the entrance into the underground palace? If that's not possible, I'll just have the Black Shadow Corps or the Black Armored Iron Cavalry take us in. It was just a matter of raising the horse charm and shining it at the location of the black blind man's eyes for a moment. And just a few seconds of time, Jichio will be horse charm thrown back into the pants pockets of the turn his head to look at the evil emperor at this time so out of the blue asked. Words, boss, blind him. The evil emperor, somewhat puzzled, looked at Jichio at this moment. I'm curious to ask if the blind black man's eyes were cured or not, but I'm going to take a 10-minute break, and I hope that after 10 minutes, you've found the entrance to the dungeon. Jichio, however, said the last words so to himself, immediately afterward, turn around and walk away. The scene, looking at the evil emperor, Wang Meng, Pair Cluster, as well as Su Nan and the rest of the crowd, their brows furrowed. How the hell is it going? Innocent. Just then, the voice of the black blind man sounded from the sidelines. The evil emperor, sniffing, looked at him. In the next second, he saw the evil emperor's pupils shake first. Immediately afterward, however, a smile spreads. Congratulations, blind. Indeed, see at this moment the black blind man, the original seemed like cataracts like pupils, at this moment has returned to become a normal person that bright brown pupils. Moreover, the black blind man had removed the sunglasses above his eyes at this moment. On the side, Su Nan and the others watched and thought that the black blind man's eyes had always been so normal looking. In fact, it was indeed the horse charm that successfully cured the black blind man's eyes, and the black blind man smiled at the evil emperor at this moment. Then, glancing in the direction where Jichio had just left and entered the tent, that's a big favor, and it looks like it's going to have to be repaid by working for him for free for the rest of his life. The black blind man, at this moment, said with a smile. At those words, the evil emperor could not help but display a smile. On the side, Pear Cluster did not know what was wrong with the black blind man's eyes in front of him, so he did not feel much, but at this time, Wang Meng is up to look at the eyes of the black blind man that has removed the sunglasses, and then said, Master Black, this is the first time I've seen your eyes. Congratulations, Master Black. Ha! The black blind man, too, passed by with a faint smile. Thank you. The scene. Next to her, Su Nan watched with thoughts running through her mind. Looking towards the tent where Ji Chio was, Su Nan's gaze became more and more complicated and scornful. This Ji Chio guy, there are really all kinds of demonic and monster-like evil spells coming out all the time. What the hell is he from? It will take on the appearance of a zombie or a dumpling and change back to a normal human. Definitely not those blood corpses, ordinary dumplings and the like that she, Su Nan, had seen in the ancient tombs in the past. Thinking so, Su Nan really couldn't control her curiosity about Ji Chio, wanted to explore everything about him, period. Sullen soul loss. Ji Chu's horse charms, isn't it also possible? The evil emperor, too, began to look in the direction of Ji Chio's tent. It was as if he saw some kind of hope. Star and Moon Hotel. Tell Lieutenant Zhang that I can't wait. Have him use tomorrow as a reason to hold a meeting of the 9 gates. Call all of the other 9 sex leaders that you can. Over to me. I'm going to take it all in one fell swoop. Ji Chio, at this time, loosened the big hand that was pinching Yin Nanfeng's delicate face. Then, so said to her. In response, Yin Nanfeng was covering her pinched face and cursing the man in front of her when she suddenly heard Ji Chio's words. Yin Nanfeng couldn't help but look at Ji Chio in surprise. Are you that eager to become the head of the 9 gates? Ji Chio, however, glanced at Yin Nanfeng, who was wearing a cheongsam, with a faint smile, because after completely controlling the 9 gates, I'm going to start taking on the 10th family and the Wang family. Upon hearing this, Yin Nanfeng couldn't help but be shaken. The evil man in front of him, who looked better than a woman, really wasn't just saying what he said before. His ambition, really, is so great. Did he really want to become the co-patriarch of the 10 great clans? Chapter 73, Shen Xiong's sudden confession. After that, Yin Nanfeng left in shock, anger and rage. For his part, Ji Chio rejoined inside the lobby. At a long dining table, Shen Xiong, at this point, is still around. Seeing Ji Chio and Yin Nanfeng return from their conversation, Shen Xiong got up from her seat at the dining table. You tomorrow, are you going to take control of the entire 9 sect by force? Looking at the returning Ji Chio, Shen Xiong at the moment looked a bit complicated and couldn't help but ask him. Aha, seasonal autumn, nodded, while coming to her side of a casual rhetorical question. What's wrong? To this, you should know. I was in that family before. Shen Xiong, with a slightly bowed voice said quietly. Seeing this, Ji Chio also knew what she was thinking. The next moment, he saw Ji Chio once again gently picking up the fair chin of the pretty little beauty in front of him, just as he had done earlier. And you said that was before. Now, you're mine. Ji Chio, smiling, looked at the person in front of her. Upon hearing this, the corners of Shen Xiong's mouth couldn't help but float into a smile, and her face was also slightly flushed with a faint blush. But, Shen Xiong, again, thought of something, and his face was a little tangled. There was even a hint of a struggle. In response, Ji Chio, however, seemed to be able to completely read what Shen Xiong was thinking at this moment. Don't worry, I won't force you to do anything against the Wang family. After all, that was the so-called family you were in until then, and asking you to help me deal with it might indeed be a bit of a stretch for you. I can understand that. So, Shen Xiong, you don't need to dwell on those things. Just see. Ji Chio, as if he was talking to himself. However, what Ji Chio said at this moment was exactly what Shen Xiong was entangled and struggling with in her heart. Shen Xiong's heart for Ji Chio. At the moment last night when she was captured and tortured by Chiba, and then he came to her rescue. Shen Xiong to Ji Chiobian. However, the Wang family is the so-called home that she has stayed in for nearly 100 years. Although this family is usually a bit ruthless, but it had always been a place where she had been for nearly a century, and with some of her people for a long time. It's really more or less emotional. So, between Ji Chio and the family is what Shen Xiong is torn between at this moment. And seasonal autumn, seeing through what she was now tangled up in. But Ji Chio didn't see the point in dwelling on it at all. Because of his current power, he didn't need Shen Xiong to tell him about the Wang family. He could quickly find out where the Wang family was. Then, take control of the entire Wang family as much as possible. Therefore, in Ji Chio's opinion, at this time, Shen Xiong was tangling and struggling with something useless. Ji Chio, seeing that Ji Chio, who had been so domineering but careless before, was actually able to read his own mind at this moment, Shen Xiong also looked at him in front of her in surprise. As a girl, Shen Xiong was also emotional. Therefore, at this moment inexplicably felt moved to look at the Ji Chio in front of him. And he, by the way, as I said before, as my woman, you're too weak and you'll disgrace me, since you don't want to become a zombie. Then, Ji Chio, on the other hand, took it upon himself to extract 3 things from the check-in system and place them on the dining table, next to the bowl of soup just now. Shen Qiong, having been interrupted from the self-movement in his heart, looking towards what Ji Qiu had taken out at that moment. Instead, it was 2 small stones, plus a syringe reagent that seemed to be filled with a blue potion-like liquid. That syringe reagent is unknown, but those 2 little rocks, it seemed to be very similar to the horse charms that Ji Qiu had taken out before, both of which were small, angular stones, only, the horse charm has a horse pattern engraved on it, and these 2 pieces, the ones engraved on them, on the other hand, snake plus dragon. Ji Qiu, these are, Shen Qiong, looking at what he took out, showed a puzzled expression. To this, these 2 small stones, called Snake Talisman and Dragon Talisman, are the only 2 zodiac talismans I currently have besides the Horse Talisman. Among other things, the divine power of the Serpent Charm can make you invisible. The Dragon Rune spell even gives you access to the power of a powerful fiery blast that could explode with more power than C4. As for this potion, it's a human gene evolution potion. It allows you to gain strength beyond the limits of the human body. Only to see, Ji Qiu, looking at the 3 things on the table at the moment, so introduced to Shen Qiong. After listening to Ji Qiu's introduction, Shen Qiong couldn't help but look surprised. Such a magical thing. Where did you get it, Ji Qiu? It's too incredible. Ji Qiu, on the other hand, reached out and rubbed her little head. Don't ask so many questions. Anyway, these things are for you now. They're basically useless to me anyway. All for me? Shen Qiong, once again, looked at the handsome Ji Qiu in front of her in disbelief. In response, Ji Qiu again could not help but pinch Shen Qiong's fair and delicate pretty face and faintly laughed. I told you, I will not treat my men who are willing to be loyal to me poorly. What's more, you're my woman, Shen Qiong. At this moment, as a woman, the nature of sensual creatures, let her already do not know when the red eyes. She lived for nearly a century, almost 100 years. It felt like at this point it was the first time in her life that someone cared so much about her and treated her so well. Next moment, what's more, Shen Qiong suddenly couldn't help but throw herself into the arms of Ji Qiu who was right beside her. The suddenness of it almost startled Ji Qiu. Then, looking at the person with a pair of small, delicate hands clinging to his tiger's back, her forehead resting against the top of his chest, Ji Qiu, reacting, couldn't help but laugh again, and just when he wanted to make a snide remark about the little ninny, Ji Qiu, I like you, Shen Qiong in the arms of the small head against his chest, but buried in the head of the suddenly so voice very small sentence. The voice was so small that Ji Qiu almost couldn't hear it, but the zombie's hearing still heard it clearly, but it made the others all baffled at once. And when it comes back again, ha, you know what? I'm a philandering scumbag. Ji Qiu backhandedly wrapped his arms around the person in his arms, then lowered his head in her ear so said in a deep voice, Ran, Ji Qiu, I've thought about it, and I'm willing to let you bite me and turn me into a zombie just like you. Shen Qiong, answering the question, suddenly came again so, once again, Ji Qiu's face was stunned. This chick. In the next second, Ji Qiu had a bright smile on his face. Immediately after that, he directly picked up the person in his arms, then, headed for the bedroom. Shen, you, no more horse charms this time. Ji, I know. I don't have the horse charm for a while. Shen, so where is it? Ji, what? Want it? I can get it back soon. Shen, bah, you're the one thinking about it. Ji, I do want to. Shen, scoundrel. Chapter 74 gives you the power to live forever and go to heaven. Do you want it? Desert. Among the tents, this Ji Qiu, at this time, leaned on a quilt in the middle of the tent, resting with his eyes closed. As an out-of-body incarnation, his zombie power had been depleting a little bit, especially when moving the power. It depletes even faster, and generally, he can't recover his zombie power on his own. It is necessary for the main body to continuously provide zombie power to the split in order to maintain the existence of the split. At this moment, resting in the middle of the tent, the power of this season's fall can try to ease the loss of strength. During this time, outside the tent, hundreds of black-armored iron horsemen, standing in unison outside the tent at this very moment, at the beck and call of Ji Qiu, also, guarding the tent. Just then, the evil emperor, the black blind man, Wang Meng, Pear Cluster and the others came over. Even, there was Su Nan, she came along, the Night Lord, 1 billion, and the Pill King fell back on the campsite that was still on the other side. In response, seeing the evil emperor's people approaching, the many black-armored iron horsemen immediately held black iron spears, pointing at their 4 men and 1 woman. Come on man, stop. Among them, a black-armored iron rider spoke out to stop the evil emperor's few people. Big Boss G, it's us, the evil emperor, outside, shouted at the inside of the tent. Very quickly, let them in. In the tent, Jichio's voice rang faintly. Nuwa. The crowd of black-armored iron riders all bent their heads and arched their hands in the direction of the tent. Immediately after that, they began to make way for the evil emperor, the Black Blind Man, and Sunan. Ha! What a strict military discipline. The Black Blind Man, smiling, couldn't help but lament a sentence. Let's go. The evil emperor, too, said with a faint smile. With that, they were seen skimming past the group of black-armored iron riders and towards the tents. Behind her, Sunan, with a somewhat complicated gaze, glanced at the tent in front of her. Finally, after clenching his fists a bit, he stepped out of the way and went over. Quickly, too, a few people completely walked into Jichio's tent, and then saw the people in the tent, only to see him bending his legs and leaning on top of the soft cotton quilt, with a stunning posture and features so exquisite that he looked better than countless girls. Such a Jichio. At this moment, just like the slightly lethargic leaning there, his eyes faintly looking at the evil emperor and others who walked in. Boss. Looking at Jichio in front of him, the evil emperor was the first to speak out. Aha! Jichio relied on the soft sheets and nodded faintly. At the same time, the entrance to the underground palace, found. Looking towards the evil emperor, Jichio asked. Found it. Feel free to go down anytime. The evil emperor, too, nodded with a smile. Very good. Jichio, satisfied, said, though, the black-armored iron cavalry and black shadow soldiers could all enter the dungeon through their shadows. But this doppelganger, Jichio, wasn't in that much of a hurry. It's time to let the evil emperor play a role, isn't it? Subsequently, after the evil emperor finished his words, beside him, the black blind man suddenly took a step forward and looked at Jichio in front of him. Your promise is honored. Then, from this day forward, I, Black Eyes, will also keep my previous promise. I will follow your orders from now on. Saying that, the black blind man solemnly bowed his head slightly to the Jichio in front of him. Aha! Jichio, more satisfied, nodded. At the same time, since the entrance has been found, then innocent, go ahead and open it directly. We'll go straight down later. Looking towards the evil emperor, Jichio so commanded. Underground Palace, also known as Fake Gutangjing. Even though it's fake, the dungeon is still a basic check-in once as a plot location in the early part of the original show, right? So, even if you know that what's down there is not the real Gutangjing, Jichu is also going down to check it out. Good. The evil emperor, looking at Jichio in front of him, was a bit eager to speak, but in the end, he nodded and walked out. And seeing the evil emperor leave, the black blind man, Wang Meng, and Pear Cluster followed along and went out of this tent. Finally, but Sunan was left as a female, sharing a tent with Jichio, a lone man and a woman. You, again? Jichio, feeling spared a laugh, looking at the eyes standing in front of him, still a red jacket, valiant Sunan. To this, I want to know, what do you know about me, and what is your purpose? Sunan, looking at Jichio, who was sitting on the soft collapse with his knees bent and looked better than many women, suddenly asked directly so. At those words, Jichio also couldn't help but look at the female assassin in front of him a little more. Of course I know, you're from that family, the Wangs. Jichio, who then looked at Sunan in front of him, also said so bluntly. You, Sunan, who had learned that she had been exposed, also couldn't help but change her face a bit while. Did Innocent tell you? Jichio, however, shook his head. He should have only been guessing and suspecting your identity, but right now he shouldn't be completely sure of your identity yet either. Then why do you know? Sunan couldn't help but continue to ask. It felt like seasonal autumn was really too mysterious. Not only was it powerful and of unknown origin, it even looked like it knew a lot of things. But, that, you don't need to know. Jichio, however, had no intention of continuing to answer. Instead, my goal is to take control of the 10 great families including the 9 sects and the Wang family. Sunan, care to come and help me? Jichio suddenly gazed straight at the mature beauty in front of him, so a little forced to ask. You, Sunan, both looked incredulously at Jichio at this moment. It was the same as Deputy Zhang, Yin Nanfeng, the evil emperor, and the others before him. Can't even believe how ambitious he is, big enough to feel like he's daydreaming. If someone else had said such things to her, Sunan, like this, she turned right around and walked away. I don't even care. But, now this person who said that was Jichu. Although Sunan was shocked and incredulous, she didn't dare to turn around and leave at all. None other. Just because, the strength of Jichio, zombie power, black armor, black shadow core, there was even the evil emperor, the black blind man, and they were helping him Jichio, the Jichio who now possessed transcendent powers. Sunan really wouldn't bother to doubt his strength. At this moment, Sunan was in shock just because she didn't know if what he said was true or not. Did he really want to take control of the 10 great families? I couldn't possibly betray the family. Sunan, struggling for a while, finally, so gritted his teeth back. Seeing this, Jichio, however, was not at all annoyed, but, on the contrary, inexplicably face a natural smile, immediately after. What if I could make you a zombie with the same ability as me to live forever, and with powers beyond the pale? Jichio, all of a sudden, was actually so vocal. What did you say, Sunan? Immediately his pupils quake. Jichu, on the other hand, strikes while the iron is hot and gets right up, approaches her. I said, to give you strength that surpasses countless ordinary people, an everlasting lifespan, and even the means to fly through the sky, change in 1,000 ways, as if you were an immortal god. You, on the other hand, need only sincerely submit to me alone. In that case, will you, or will you not? Chapter 75 Ancient God Heavenly Authorization King of the Karate Clan. Roar. Suddenly, a beast roar rang out from amongst Jichio's tent. Alarmed by the camp, Pair Cluster, Black Blind Man, Evil Emperor, Night Lord, 11 and the rest of the crowd couldn't help but look up one by one. The last second is still sitting on the ground to rest. At this moment is also violently from the ground, and then looked at the not far away that belongs to the tent of the season autumn. What's going on? Pair Cluster, unable to resist, glanced at the evil emperor by his side and inquired. After we left, apart from Jichio herself, only Sunan was left there. The evil emperor frowned slightly. Boss, she wouldn't have been bloodsucked by Jichio, would she? Suddenly, Wang Meng whispered from the side. Who knows? The black blind man, on the contrary, was a little less concerned with a faint smile. The other side, Sister Nan, went to talk to that Jichio. How come she hasn't come out yet? And what was that roar just now? Something's not going to happen to Nan, is it? Only to see that the Night Lord, 11, and Sunan's group of henchmen on the Pilking's side were looking a bit anxious at the moment. Let's go over and take a look. Otherwise, what if something really happens to Sister Nan? Girl 11 proposed. In response, the Night Lord sniffed but shook his head first. It's useless. With so many black armored cavalrymen, they won't let us get close. Indeed, outside of Jichio's tent, the black armored iron cavalry in the number of 100 people had been one by one holding black lances escorting the tent on all sides. It simply wouldn't let anyone who didn't have Jichio's permission get half a step closer. Anyone who dared to casually pass by would probably get a direct shot from these black armored iron riders. Then what to do? Just now that roar. The Pill King felt chills just thinking about that roar just now. But just then, Lord, times 100, over there, all of the 100 black armored iron riders suddenly dropped to one knee and saluted. It was indeed Jichio who came out from among the tents. Just, the only person who came out was him. Sunan, on the other hand, didn't show up. Where's Nan? Seeing Jichio's figure alone, the girl in the middle of the group 11 murmured out loud. The other side, boss. Jichio came to the evil emperor and the black blind man before them, and the evil emperor and the black blind man called out, "Aha!" Jichio nodded to them, at the same time, looking toward the evil emperor. Innocent, how is it going? Upon hearing this, the evil emperor knew what Jichio was asking and couldn't help but point to a location in the ruins of the ancient city and said, "The entrance is right there, and the outside mechanism has just been cleared by me and the blind man. Now there's only the last stone door left. Open it and you can go in." Hearing this Jichio nodded again in satisfaction. Well done. Well, then, just open it. With that, he glanced at the evil emperor again. Good. The evil emperor nodded his head in response, and, in the next instant, it turned right around. Boss, I'll go over and take a look too. The black blind man voiced out. Yes, seasonal autumn, agreed. So much so that the black blind man went over right behind him. Behind them, even the two of them, Pair Cluster and Wang Mang, ran over to watch the evil emperor launch the organ. And wait until there's only seasonal autumn left over here. Where's our sister Nan? The Night Lord, 11, Pill King, and the rest of the group seemed to have a hard time mustering up the courage to approach Jichio at this time. Indeed, he inquired about Sunan's well-being. In response, Jichio turned slightly and glanced at the only girl among these people at the moment 11. Then, he glanced at the Night Lord, the Pill King, and several other males. Finally, she's evolving, don't bother her. In this way, Jichio said something that left them puzzled. Also, you guys should call me boss when you see me, from now on. Let's forget about it this time. And the next time you see me, you'll still be so rude. It won't do. Ji-Cho, looking at 11, the Night Lords and others, so that the face of a cold smile passed. At the same moment, behind Ji-Cho, hundreds of black-armored iron horsemen, each with reddish glowing eyes, were also staring at them. In an instant, the Night Lord, 11 and the others felt that the air was inexplicably a few degrees colder. One after another, they couldn't help but take a step back. Click, 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 click. At that moment, a sudden boom was seen. Indeed, as the evil emperor launched the entrance of the underground palace organs, that wall above the layer of walls in the organs of the push, is a little bit of automatic move away. The sound boomed. Ji-Cho, seeing this scene, could not help but step out and walk over. The crowd of black-armored iron riders also followed Ji-Cho, and seeing Ji-Cho walk away, 11 among the few, however, kind of wanted to go over to the Ji-Cho tent and look for Sunan. But, go over to the tent and watch the tents and don't allow anyone to come near. Ji-Cho suddenly vocalized. No, times 10. There were 10 black-armored iron riders who were the first to arch their hands and receive orders. Then, mounting the tall black steed at his side, he galloped back to the tent he had just been in and began to man the four sides of the tent. But it was a direct way to kill 11's idea of going over there to find someone. You, 11, all of a sudden, also couldn't help but look at Ji-Cho's cold back with some indignation. I don't know why on earth he wouldn't let her go over there. What the hell did he do with their Nan? And to that, Ji-Cho, who was in front of him, smiled gently in a slightly mysterious manner and then continued to walk towards the already opened entrance of the underground palace. Big Boss G, the entrance has been. The evil emperor, who had just opened the entrance's mechanism, was saying to Ji-Cho, who had walked up to him, next to the open gate. But the evil emperor hadn't finished his words. Hissing, a huge figure suddenly surged out from the entrance of the underground palace. To the side, the black blind man pulled the evil emperors out of the way in time. At the same time, the black blind man pushed the evil emperor, Wang Meng, Pear Cluster and the three of them backward in a hurry. By the time they stood and looked up again, it was actually seen that a huge, black ball of meat was madly surging towards Ji-Cho over there. Over here. Ji-Cho frowned. Behind them, the black-armored iron horsemen immediately swept past Ji-Cho, and one by one, with black lances in their hands, began to rush up to block that huge ball of meat for Ji-Cho. But, gollum, a dozen black-armored iron horsemen rushed at the front, but they were directly swallowed in 4 or 5. This black meatball-like weird thing actually swallows people. And, gollum, it didn't stop and continued to swallow another black-armored iron rider. The black-armored iron cavalry that was swallowed up, living or dead, was unknown. This meatball, on the other hand, although it was devouring several black-armored iron riders, kept rushing towards Ji-Cho, who was behind a group of black-armored iron riders. Obviously, it's really aimed at the seasonal fall. The strange presence of this world is detected, part of Ru, part of the ancient gods, part of the divine mandate, part of the king of the Kara. Did you sign in? Only then, and at that moment, the sign-in system suddenly prompted, Ancient God, Heaven's Mandate, and the King of the Karate Clan? Ji-Cho, at this moment, couldn't help but look at the huge black meatball in front of him with surprise in his heart. Chapter 76, a battle with the King of the Karate Clan. Pear Cluster loses control. Akagasker appears to protect Ji-Cho. At this moment, Ji-Cho was all a bit shocked in his heart as he looked at the huge black mass of flesh in front of him that was being blocked by a group of black-armored iron horsemen. This thing, it's the Lu, the ancient god, and the source of heaven's mandate from the thief's pen? Nope, that's just part of the real it. But, what's with the Karate Clan king? The source of the Karate kings, ancient gods, Ru, and heavenly mandates. They are, at this moment, becoming the same being? Ji-Cho, in his heart, were all thinking in disbelief. Release the arrows. Just as Ji-Cho was surprised and pondering in his mind, a black-armored iron rider from the rear spoke out. In front of them, the 80 to 90 black-armored iron horsemen immediately retreated and moved away from the huge mass of flesh that would swallow people. Then, open your bow and arrow. And quickly, crop. A black sharp arrow was immediately shot at the huge black meat mass that was constantly trying to get closer to Ji-Cho. Hiss, roar, roar, roar. After that, the sharp arrow stuck its body, and the huge mass of flesh let out a hiss of pain. At this time, seeing that something had happened on Ji-Cho's side, the 10 black-armored iron horsemen who were originally guarding the tent also came back to open their bows and arrows to shoot at the huge meatball. Howl, howl, howl. The huge mass of flesh that kept getting hit by arrows became more and more agonized and howled incessantly. You know, the arrows shot by the black-armored iron horsemen are no less powerful than the bullets of modern sniper rifles. But when it hit the meatball, it was actually only slightly embedded a few inches. You can see how skinny that meatball is. My God, what is that? On the side, Pear Cluster was stunned as he looked at the huge mass of flesh as big as the building. The black blind man, on the other hand, had already darted in with a quick, athletic slash at the meatball's back. Dang, a knife slashed through, actually making the sound of soldiers and iron clashing. This meatball is surprisingly hard. My knife can't melt its skin at all. The black blind man returned to the evil emperor's several people and said to the evil emperor, Boss G, the blind man's knife can't even melt the skin of this meatball. It's too hard. The evil emperor turned his head and shouted to Jichio in front of him. Just then, clang, pear cluster. Suddenly the pupils of both eyes and the whites of the eyes have all turned pitch black. Drink! The black-eyed pear cluster, out of control like, angrily bellowed. Then, turning his head, he actually launched himself at the black blind man who had just hacked through the meatball. For a moment, the black blind man was almost hit by Pear Cluster. Luckily, Pear Cluster roared, allowing the black blind man to avoid Pear Cluster's fist in time. Pear Cluster, you kid is crazy. The evil emperor, on the sidelines, all looked at Pear Cluster in surprise. Pear Cluster, however, had gone completely out of control and continued to attack the black blind man. Swish, the black blind man, with a strong hand, a flying body over to take down the pear tufts, and pressed its hands on the sand above. But, drink! Kurori Cluster once again erupted with a roar, his body seemingly possessing infinite power, directly shocked away the black blind man who had bound himself. Where did this kid get that much strength? The black blind man was shaken back several steps, looking at the pear cluster in front of him in a bit of disbelief. Master Black, boss, look at Pear Cluster's eyes, Wang Meng, suddenly reminded from the side. Then, the evil emperor, the black blind man, the two saw. At this moment, Pear Cluster's eyes were filled with pitch black, not even a trace of eye white was left. This is, see a lot of knowledge of the evil emperor, the black blind man. The two of them are momentarily confused about what happened to the Pear Cluster. The only thing in front of it is the seasonal fall. Pear Cluster has a low-grade carry render on it, and at this moment is it being remotely controlled by the Flesh Cluster or part of the Carry King's body? Looking at the Pear Cluster over there, Jichio, so speculatively murmured. And the meatball. It was retreating a little bit under the sharp arrow fire of a group of black-armored iron horsemen. Can't get close enough to seasonal autumn. On the contrary, it was the black blind man and the evil emperor's side. Pear Cluster is now very powerful. For a moment's time, making the black blind man and the evil emperor are a bit helpless. Mainly because the black blind man and the evil emperor both didn't want to hurt Pear Cluster's life, so they fought with their hands tied. Season. Right at this moment, the huge mass of flesh actually stared at Jichio's and let out a strange sound, until Jichio, meatball, filled with indignation, roared out these two words. Indeed, it is the name of Jichu. It actually knows about the seasonal fall. Moreover, the voice actually carried an endless amount of resentment. It was as if he had once met Jichio, or even had a deep grudge against Jichio. It's definitely not as strange as when two people just meet. Jichio. At this time, all had their pupils condensed, looking at the huge meatball in front of them with a puzzled and suspicious expression. Not only did it speak, but it called out the name of his season, autumn. Even, the voice was filled with hatred and resentment, as if he wanted to eat Jichio alive kind of. In response, the black blind man over there, the evil emperor, Wang Meng, and the Night Lord, 11, and Pill King on the side were all shocked as the meatball monster spoke. Shoo 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 shoo. Countless white vines suddenly bypassed the group of black-armored iron riders and scurried directly out of the sand from one of Jichio's side. Then, a white vine, as if it was a sharp blade, stabbed in unison at the cold-faced Jichio in the center. CSTH. Jichio was all ready to transform into a fourth-generation Blue Eyes, Discordian zombie. But, swish 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 swish, suddenly, also countless tough red giant mycelium suddenly erupted out from amongst the shadows underneath Jichio's feet. Immediately after that, he blocked all of the white vine surge for Jichio. At the same time, shoo-hoo, the shadows underneath Jichio surged, and a silhouette with a coat of red hair suddenly appeared. Master, a silhouette with red hair. As soon as she came out, she revealed a beaming smile to Jichio in front of her. To this, red umbrella? Jichio couldn't help but have a hint of surprise. Red parasol? Meet the master. A red-haired beauty was directly kneeling on one knee at Jichio's at this moment. Indeed, bare umbrellas. You finished evolving? Looking at Akatsuki, whose hair had turned red, Jichio also revealed a smile. Yes, it's all because of a nine-eyed heavenly pearl bestowed upon Red Umbrella by its master that Red Umbrella has had this great creation. The red parasol, now a striking redhead, looked grateful and respectful as he bent his head to Jichio. Congratulations on reaching your heart's desire. Jichio, with a faint smile, blessed her as she knelt on one knee. This world, what the hell is going on? On the other side, the Night Lord, 11, the Pill King, and every one of them were stunned at this moment. It feels like the worldview has collapsed. And, again, at this point, shoo 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 shoo, almost thousands of black shadow soldiers were constantly emerging from among the shadows of the dunes in all directions at this moment. Then, one by one, they quickly flew to Jichio's side. One by one, Thousands of black shadow soldiers protected Jichio in the middle of the group. 1,000 men protecting one man. The scene, not to mention the exaggeration, there's nowhere to land in the whole camp. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Wang Meng, looking at the blackness, all confused. Similarly, the evil emperor avoided the harassment of black-eyed pair clusters fists at the moment, and then also looked at the image of thousands of black shadow soldiers protecting Jichio alone in amazement. No, he has a lot of dark shadows, people, but isn't that a bit much? The black blind man, all a bit inexplicably weepy. Chapter 77, Female Voices Within Flesh Groups. Suddenly, the huge waving countless white vines began to roar. Master, Red Parasol, immediately joined the thousands of black shadow soldiers and nearly 100 black armored iron cavalry to protect Jichio. But, well, Bear Umbrella felt a moment of dizziness. It was actually disturbed by the roar of the Carry Clan King. Chibi Umbrella, what's wrong? Jichio, seeing her strangeness, couldn't help but ask out loud. Not really, Master, but I feel that the creature's roar has some effect on me. A bit of a headache. Bear Umbrella, covering his forehead, returned to Jichio. It seems that it can only control the lowly Carry kind for a bit. Jichio, suddenly, gave a valiant smile. Kindred? Red Umbrella, a bit puzzled, glanced at the handsome Jichio beside him. I'll talk to you in detail later. Now first. Jichio shook his head. Then, just when he wanted to say that he would first settle this monster in front of him, ho ho ho, suddenly, another beastly roar resounded throughout the entire dune field. The people at the scene, such as 11, Night Lord, and Wang Meng, couldn't help but feel their hearts jumping in fear. Instead, its quarterback, looks like she's gotten evolved, glanced in the direction of what had been his tent. Very quickly, swish hoo. Then he saw a figure running at super speed, almost like a stump rushing in. Boo-hoo! Immediately after, under the extremely fast speed, that huge mass of meat was kicked out 7 or 8 meters. Roar! The figure, after stabilizing its form, let out another beastly roar at the huge mass of flesh, and the crowd saw clearly who that figure was. Nav, 11, the Night Lord, the Pill King, and the others, one by one at this moment, all looked at the figure that was crying out to the sky with disbelief on their faces, and the figure that suddenly appeared again and kicked the meatballs away was indeed Sunan, or rather, Sunan, who has become a 5th-generation white eyes pancake zombie. At this moment, the zombie Sunan, whose mouth bore fangs and whose pupils were ghastly white, looked back at 11, the Night Lords, and the rest of them. Then, a soft smile from the zombie woman was revealed. The zombie gesture that was displayed, however, made even 11, who was closest to Sunan, couldn't even laugh when looking at her at this time. Their Nan, who actually turned out to be. Congratulations to you, too, Sunan. Evolution successful. At this time, amidst the protection of hundreds of black shadow soldiers as well as the black armored iron cavalrymen, Jichio suddenly spoke out and laughed to Sunan at this time. Words, Big Boss Jichio, do you need my help? Zombie Sunan, with a pair of miserable white pupils, was currently looking at Jichio over here with a smile on his face. In response, Jichio looked at himself, who was at this moment being guarded by hundreds of black shadow soldiers and black armored iron cavalrymen in the middle of the group. I'm not really sure right now. Jichio, somewhat feeling helpless and amused, so said. First, there were nearly 100 black armored iron horsemen, and then there's Bear Umbrella. Then there were thousands more dark shadow soldiers. Now, Sunan, who had successfully evolved into a 5th-generation white eyes Discordian zombie, also came over. The enemy, just a giant ball of meat. What's the need for all this fuss? Jichio thought, I'd like to go out and have some fun. You guys are so screwed up, you're embarrassed to rob yourselves anymore. Let's see who's faster. Suddenly, Akatsuki, who had now become a redhead, glanced provocatively at the zombie state Sunan. Indeed, he looked as if he wanted to compete with Sunan to see who would tackle the huge meatball in front of him first. Sunan couldn't help but laugh at his words. Good. Next moment, swish hoo. Suddenly, she saw the red parasol strike first, countless red mycelium being continuously released by her from amongst the red light erupting from her palm. Indeed, he wanted to bind that huge mass of flesh. Now that the red parasol had been strengthened by the Nine Eyes Heavenly Jewel, its power had indeed gone further than before in comparison. The released mycelium is almost as thick as twine. Constantly, snap snort, many equally tough and powerful white vines extended out from within the fleshy group, chopping up all of the red umbrella's countless mycelium with a single swing. What? Red parasol? Face astonished. Obviously, hadn't he blocked its white vines for Jichio just now? How is it that your own mycelium is now no match for its white vines? Swish swish swish. However, while Red Parasol was in a state of shock and uncertainty, the meatball was manipulating the white vines to counterattack Red Parasol. Less complacent, Red Parasol, utilizing the carry energy in his body, directly released a barrier. Directly, the two of them, himself and Ji Chou, were protected within the barrier from the white vines. But, outside, the dark shadow soldiers were miserable, being whipped so much that many of them turned into dark shadows and retreated into the shadows. The black armored iron cavalry was, on the contrary, stronger and could resist slightly. Useless trash. At that moment, he saw the zombie state Sunan, glancing at the red umbrella with a disdainful face. Red parasol, was instantly annoyed. Ji Chou, eating melon from the side. He also didn't understand, how could these two women somehow look at each other for the first time they met? Shaking his head, Ji Chou then didn't care about that much. Keep watching the show, because, Sunan, hissing, also struck out. She was seen constantly prancing from side to side with the super speed of a zombie. Then, with the sharp zombie claws that grew from the tops of his hands, he continuously chopped the white vines swung by the meatball. In the end, there were actually many white vines that were chopped from one section after another by Sunan with his sharp zombie claws. I won't lose to you either. Red parasol, a face of defiance. After glancing at Ji Chou beside him, the red umbrella put away the energy barrier, and indeed also went out to re-release even more powerful mycelium, and then continuously smacked the white vines of the meatballs. Crop. The black armored iron cavalry, the black shadow soldiers, they were also throwing and shooting sharp arrows, bituminous, hand swords, and whatnot constantly, such STH. Under a succession of numerous attacks, the giant meatball began to be beaten into a constant succession of retreats. Ji Chou, it, with its mouth still filled with resentment, roared Ji Chou's name in anger. I say, Boss Ji Chou, what tragic things did you do to it in the past? Make people hate you that much? At this time, he saw Sunan waving her claws while she couldn't help but flirt with Ji Chou. At those words, Ji Chou couldn't help but shake his head and laugh bitterly. Don't be rude to your master. Red Umbrella, however, faithfully protected his master by gazing coldly at Sunan. Of course, the hand striking the meatball didn't stop at all. So defending him, you like Big Boss Jia? Sunan, in turn, suddenly flirted with Chibi Umbrella again. I was expecting Chibi to blush, but I didn't. So what if it is? With a red hair, Chibi Umbrella, however, actually tilted her head proudly and said, seeing this scene, Sunan froze. Why don't you follow the rules? And suddenly again at this point, Ji Chou, is it really you? Inside the body of the huge meatball, a low murmuring voice of a woman as gentle as water unexpectedly resounded. Chapter 78, The Sword Comes. What's going on? Hearing a soft female voice from within the flesh group, Sunan, the Red Parasol, the Evil Emperor, the Night Lord, 11, and the rest of the crowd all once again looked astonished and uncertain. That giant mass of flesh is a woman? Nope, it was clearly a male kind of growl just now. Just one thing is certain, the meatball does possess some intelligence and speaks human language, but this sudden female voice is, this is confusing me now. Seasonal Autumn, a bit irritated with the current plot that has left herself feeling uncertain. Between the heartbreaks, crackle dash, one hand, slowly raised. In his hand, Black Thunder exploded into the center of his palm. Indeed, Palm Thunder had been activated. Then, get out of the way, all of you. Looking at the thousands of black shadow soldiers, nearly 100 black armored iron cavalrymen, as well as the Red Umbrella and Sunan girls who were all still attacking the huge meatballs in front of him, Ji Chou suddenly shouted loudly, "Credit STH." The crowd turned back. Fong just saw that at this moment, a black flower of thunder erupted from Ji Chou's hand. The movements of the black shadows, as well as Red Umbrella and Sunan, couldn't help but stop and back up. To this, swish who, Ji Chou, with his pupils turning blue and his mouth bearing fangs, also directly transformed into a zombie state, and the whole person was more than 10 times faster than Sunan just now. The whole thing just disappeared as it were. Clang! When Ji Chou reappeared, his entire body was already hovering above the huge meatball. Zombie powers, flying and hiding, and zzz crackle. In his hands, black thunder bloomed as if they were colorful flowers. Whatever you are, I just want to say, it's over. Ji Chou, the entire person was above the heights, in the midst of all the attention, so coldly out of breath, and the next instant, it was direct. Boom! The black palm thunderbolt fell with a blast through the air. It was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. The black light flashing out from the black thunder covered up the original light of this side of heaven and earth. A surging blow struck the huge mass of flesh below. Hissing, the huge mass of flesh let out a miserable scream and hiss. To this, Ma Shanzheng Fa, Thunder Road wonderful art. How does it taste? It's not over yet. And look, seasonal autumn, looking up to the sky. Then, increasing the output of zombie power. In an instant, the Black Thunder, which was originally as huge as a bull, instantly skyrocketed as thick as a banana tree. So many thunderbolts kept on bombarding the huge mass of flesh below from above and below. In a matter of moments, even if the meatball was as leathery as it was immediately skinned under the thunder. Jichio, on the other hand, is actually not done yet. Sword come, swish whoo. Not far from there, Pear Cluster had already been restrained by the Black Blind Man. Then, the divine sword behind Pear Cluster's back suddenly automatically sheathed itself at this moment, and flew towards the zombie state of Jichio high in the air with speed as fast as lightning at breakneck speed. In response, Jichio steadily held the flying Excalibur, and then, the zombie power immediately attached itself to the Excalibur. Clang! In an instant, the divine sword also exploded with infinite black-purple light. Chop! In the next second, Jichio was seen holding the divine sword and slamming it down from the sky. Swish! Just see, a black light flashes between this piece of heaven and earth. Even in the middle of the day, it was like a light under the dark night. Shine a light on everything, causing the red umbrella, Sunan, Black Blind Man, Evil Emperor, Wang Meng, 11, Night Lord, Pill King, and the others at the scene to look mesmerized one by one, and the seasonal fall. However, he didn't know when he had already chopped down a sword from the middle of the sky, and was now holding the divine sword that was still blooming with black light. Then, standing before the crowd, also at this time, Pulis, that huge mass of flesh was directly chopped in half, black entrails and whatnot, dripping all over the place. Boom! Immediately afterward, the huge mass of flesh lost its vitality and fell to the ground with a loud crash. Same moment, shoo-hoo, Pear Clusters, black eyes receding back to the brown pupils of a normal person. Then, with a confused look, he looked at himself, who was pressed down on top of the sand by the Black Blind Man. What happened? Master Black, why are you holding me down? Trying his best to look back to the Black Blind Man who was stepping on his back, Pear Cluster couldn't help but grumble at this time between unknown reasons. Ha, it seems like your kid has regained his senses. The Black Blind Man faintly laughed it off. Then, in due course, he also let go of the Pear Cluster. What the hell is going on? Pear Cluster, feeling like she was aching all over at the moment. It's as if they'd been beaten up hard. Ha! The Evil Emperor, at this time, also glanced at Pear Cluster. Then between mysterious smiles, he stepped aside. It made Pear Cluster see it at once, the huge mass of flesh that had been chopped in half, fallen to the ground, and had all sorts of internal organs dripping out all over the place. I go to, Pear Cluster, all at once, opened his mouth wide. To this, not bad for a master, Red Umbrella, with a face of awe and appearing to be extremely esteemed, looked at Jichio, who was holding the divine sword at this moment, with glittering eyes. Luckily, the one who got zombie power didn't take a shot at him just now. Sunan, over here, inexplicably had a trace of fear, although Jichio said, get his zombie essence blood, even with the zombie's superpower, but also will be completely controlled by him for life. However, the moment I became a 5th-generation White-Eyes Panga zombie, I felt the power within my body that was unrivaled. Sunan actually thought about rebelling against Jichio. It was only the huge mass of flesh that prevented Sunan from putting it into action, but in hindsight, it's a good thing I didn't go out of my way. Otherwise, it's really asking for trouble. He was strong and overpowering. It seemed that, in the future, one would really have to drive and serve him for the rest of one's life. But to be able to follow such a powerful and invincible man who is as immortal as a god, seems pretty good too. As for the woofers, he himself had already attained the longevity, even immortality, that the Wang family members could only dream of. Why do we have to go back? Sunan, right now, was more interested in what Jichio said about conquering the 10 great families and becoming the 10 great families joint family head. At this moment, Jichio held the divine sword and slowly collected the zombie power in his body. The black radiance on the divine sword suddenly faded slowly as well. At the same time, search the body. Let's see if we can save the other black-armored iron warriors that were just swallowed. Jichio, who had also retreated from his zombie state and changed back to his normal stance, glanced at the group of black-armored iron horsemen behind him as well as the black shadow soldiers. Indeed, they were prepared to let them search the bodies of the huge meatballs. Several black-armored iron riders had just been devoured, and it was a good idea to save one of them. Nah! The crowd of black shadow soldiers and black-armored iron cavalrymen also immediately bowed down and arched their hands in response. Then, dozens of those black shadow soldiers and black-armored iron riders all went over to search the inner organs of that huge mass of flesh. More of them continued to protect Jichio's body on all sides. Swish swish swish. However, right at this moment, countless white vines suddenly erupted amongst the entrails of the huge meatball, knocking away a number of black shadow soldiers and black-armored iron cavalrymen who had gone over to search for the meatball's corpse. Ha! The crowd, at once, was startled. It's still alive? Chapter 79, Call me, serve the vine. Master, be careful. Seeing that the giant meatball didn't seem to be dead, Red Umbrella was the first to react, and then shielded himself in front of Jiqiu. Now it had to be said, it was also as if she was completely submissive to Jiqiu. Similarly, the crowd of Black Shadow soldiers and Black Armored Iron Cavalry also reacted all at once by leaning closely over, protecting Jiqiu with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Ha! Well, there's no need to be so nervous, it's dead. Jiqiu, however, shook his head a little tearfully. However, he was also curious to look at the scene of countless white vines erupting from amongst the innards of that meatball's corpse. It can't be, it really is what I think it is, isn't it? Jiqiu muttered to himself. If that's true, the plot of this world is really a bit messed up. Jiqiu, guessing something, just can't be sure. But, pop, after a certain internal organ of the huge meatball was cut through by the white vine and a silhouette came out of it, Jiqiu would have to trust his judgment. CSTH. At this moment, a stunningly beautiful woman wearing a voluptuous cheongsam crawled out from among the broken open monster's innards. During that time, of course, it was unavoidable to get a lot of guts and black blood from filthy monsters. The entire person, despite being as beautiful as a fairy, was slightly in a sorry state at the moment, and the moment you see her face clearly, Kingfield, big sweet, and earthly rich flowers. No, in this world then, it should be, waiting for the vine, only then. Jiqiu, the corner of his mouth surfaced a faint smile, while his heart was so and so secretly. At this point in time, one by one, the Red Umbrella, Sunan, the Black Blind Man, the Evil Emperor, Pear Cluster, and the others, at this time, were all looking at the woman wearing a white cheongsam with a plump figure with an unbelievable expression. Unbelievable, inside the monster, a super pretty girl in a cheongsam actually came out. How did she get inside the monster? Swallowed too? How long has she been swallowed up? I can't believe I'm still alive. And, at this moment, but see, the countless tough white vines in all directions were actually all growing out of her. Unbelievable. She is definitely not ordinary. Everyone thought so as they looked at the stunningly beautiful woman in the white cheongsam. Jiqiu, boil hot water for me, I need to bathe. She, at this moment, in the midst of all the attention, but ignored the gazes of all the others, with only one Jiqiu in her eyes. And, as soon as he opened his mouth, he said Jiqiu's name, even so self-consciously as if talking to himself to talk to Jiqiu. Speaking of which, this way of speaking of hers, as if it was similar to the domineering Jiqiu who was now doing what she wanted, there were really a few similarities. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at this stunningly beautiful woman in surprise. She actually knew Jiqiu? And, actually dare to talk to Jiqiu like this? Where did you get the nerve? But, Jiqiu, however, suddenly faced a valiant smile. Then, glancing at the group of dark shadow soldiers around him, go for it. Several black-shadowed soldiers immediately respectfully stooped and arched their hands, then quickly blended into the shadows. Indeed, it was a quick departure to find wood, a fire, or even build a makeshift tub or something. And just at this moment, but then, across the room, she suddenly took a step by step, straight towards Jiqiu. Stop, Bear Umbrella. When the first to protect in front of Jiqiu chided step by step close to come to the woman, the crowd of Black Shadow soldiers and Black Armored Iron Cavalrymen were also tightly blocking in front of Jiqiu. Even Sunan, who was still in a zombie state, rubbed a pair of zombie sharp claws and blocked the way. Get out of the way, all of you. Jiqiu, however, suddenly spoke out so, Master, she is. Red Umbrella, too, had already known the identity of the good-looking woman in front of her. However, he was well aware of the strength and danger of the other party, so he didn't want to get out of the way of trying to protect Jiqiu. It's okay, get out of the way. Jiqiu nodded to Chibi Umbrella. Seeing this, Red Umbrella had no choice but to slowly back away, and seeing that the Red Umbrellas had all retreated, Sunan and the crowd of Black Shadow soldiers and Black Armored Iron Cavalrymen also made way in due course. In this way, the stunning beauty in a white cheongsam continued to walk towards Jiqiu step by step. During that time, both Chibi Umbrella and Sunan were ready to strike once the situation was not right at any time. Similarly, the countless Dark Shadow soldiers and Black Armored Iron Cavalrymen were also so eyeing the woman's every move. Thus, in the midst of all the attention, she came in front of Jiqiu, waiting for the vine. Is it? Looking at the woman in front of him who had a stunningly beautiful posture but possessed the monster's tainted blood on her body, Jiqiu voiced out a question, like this, the next second. But suddenly, I saw it. She, suddenly, flung herself into his arms. This sudden move of hers caused the Red Umbrella, Sunan, and the Black Shadow Legion on the side to almost think that she was going to attack Jiqiu. Almost couldn't help but strike. Luckily, Jiqiu gently waved his hand to stop the impulsive crowd. At the same time, hey, there's blood all over me. Jiqiu, with a bitter smile on his face, looked at her on the body at the moment. At this point, 100 years, time flies, and what once was, seems like yesterday. Jiqiu, you know what? I almost forgot about you, she, leaning on top of his broad chest, murmured out so dreamily. Ji-cho, listening but not understanding in her mind. You, why do you recognize and know me? Your chest, still so broad and warm. Obviously, it's gloomy and cold zombies. She, continuing to lean against Ji-cho's body, continued to talk to herself, voices that sounded as if they were tired. What do I call you? Ji-cho smiled helplessly, then asked once again. It was only then that he saw her tilt her head up from above his chest and meet his sword-browed, starry eyes. Call me, Serve the Vine, Star and Moon Hotel, a room, lobby, on the couch, this season of fall, suddenly feel, look away, again at this point, click, the door to the bathroom room, suddenly opened slowly. Immediately, a delicate and beautiful figure clad in a white bathrobe walked out from it, and walks over to seasonal autumn on the lobby couch. Exactly, Shin-cheong. Washed up? Ji-cho, on the sofa, with a smile on his face, looked at Shin-cheong, who was draped in a bathrobe and came in style at this moment. Aha! Shin-cheong, at this moment, came trotting in with a sweet smile. It even came directly into Ji-cho's arms at the moment. Ha! Ji-cho faintly laughed it off while saying, your hair hasn't dried yet. Don't make it wet on me. Whatever, unless you help me blow dry. Shin-cheong in his arms, a pair of slender hands embraced his neck, so pouting and laughing. At those words, Ji-cho once again couldn't help but gently laugh it off. Then, clang, slightly releasing the heat of the fire element, it quickly vaporized Shin-cheong's wet hair. In due course, Shin-cheong Yang rose up, her eyes meeting his. However, he saw that Shin-cheong did not know when, but his pupils were already gray and his fangs were sharp in his mouth. Such a wild look. Indeed, it had turned out to be the same as Sunan over in the desert, a fifth-generation white-eyed pancake zombie. In response, Ji-cho slowly picked up her white jaw. Want some more blood packets? Chapter 80, the red umbrella that begged Ji-cho to suck his own blood. Desert. In the middle of a dungeon. Congratulations, you've signed in from the plot location Jigaku and randomly received a demon sword from the world of Inuyasha, Born Tooth. Congratulations on signing in on the oddities part of Ru, part of the ancient gods, and part of the king of the Carry clan. Targeted reward, Black Shadow Core Evolution, Dichin Infantry Sharpshooter X500. Targeted reward, one of the 12 Zodiac Charms, Tiger Charm. Congratulations, signing in from Serving Vine, the main plot character in Serving Vine. Randomness reward from the game world Kingdom of Falling Krypton's VIP pet, Royal Griffin, Juvenile X3. Targeted reward, Black Shadow Soldier X1000. Targeted reward, Black Shadow Soldier Evolution. Great Chin Black Armored Iron Horse X500. Standing in the middle of the desert, in the middle of the underground palace whose entrance had been opened. At this moment, Ji-cho was checking the series of sign-in rewards just now. Have to say, 3 major check-ins and multiple rewards. In particular, the wait for the vine. 3 rewards are given directly. Unprecedented. Should I say it really deserves to be the absolute heroine among the original Waiting for the Vine drama? And the sign-on rewards on Servo are not only an unprecedented 3 rewards, even the 3 things rewarded are heavyweights. Although the Black Shadow Soldiers and Black Armored Iron Cavalry, Ji-cho had them all in front of him, but this rewarding amount out on Servo is really tops. 1,000 Black Shadow Soldiers, 500 Black Armored Iron Horsemen, Coward, and Royal Griffins, all out. Among the games, the once super popular pet, 666. Subsequently, at this time, Ji-cho was alone in the middle of the underground palace. Clang! Extract an object from among the sign-in system. It's a knife, born with teeth. Looking at the knife in his hand at this moment, Ji-cho couldn't help but shake his head and lose his smile. I can kind of understand how Killmonger felt in the middle of the original show. What's the point of giving me a demon sword that saves lives? Want me to save suffering from now on? Ji-cho, helpless and amused, so shook his head. Also at this time, Master, behind him, the red-clothed red parasol suddenly entered the middle of the underground palace as well. Seasonal Autumn, glancing back at the people behind her. However, after the evolution of the Nine Eyes Heavenly Jewel, the red parasol had not only become completely female, but her long hair had also turned red. She was dressed in red again, and almost the whole thing was a red vista of beauty. And it was beautiful. Shibi, what's wrong? Looking back at the red umbrella that came into the underground palace, Ji-cho faintly asked. In response, the red parasol bowed her head slightly and said, Master, Servo she washed up and is looking for you. Oh, is she bathed yet? Seasonal Autumn muttered casually with a nod. Take me to her. Ji-cho, followed by a faint smile, said, yes. Red Umbrella lightly nodded her white head, and made way for Ji-cho. In response, Ji-chyo walked slowly, and waited until he reached Chibi Umbrella's side. Chibiusa, you did a great job just now when you were facing that huge mass of flesh. Ji-chyo, remembering the scene just now where the red parasol appeared right after completing his evolution from the shadow space and took the initiative to fend off the gigantic mass of flesh for him, he couldn't help but smile at the red parasol at this moment, and hearing Ji-chyo's words of praise, and seeing the smile that appeared on the handsome jade-like man's face, Red Umbrella could not control a touch of joy in her heart, and immediately she clasped her hands and said with a dimpled smile, Master has done me a great favor. Red Umbrella, I am willing to give everything to my master in return. Upon hearing this, Ji-chyo couldn't help but shake his head once again. Didn't I say before that I'd let you just call the boss? I like to be called master. The red parasol is willing to serve master forever in this life. She, however, looked at Ji-chyo in front of her with both eyes and said so. Getting Ji-chyo could not help but shake his head again, sighing in his heart. It seems that the matter of becoming a real woman was an incomparably huge obsession in the heart of the once Red Umbrella. He helped her realize her obsession, and even indirectly increased the power of the Carry in her. Red Umbrella, in his heart, he was grateful to Ji-chyo. This, you keep. Suddenly, Ji-chyo flipped his palm. However, he saw that 5 small GRE beans had appeared in the center of his palm at some unknown time. Indeed, fairy beans. Master, this is. Red Umbrella, face puzzled. Ji-chyo, timely puzzle, this is called Immortal Beans, which has a strong energy. The key moment to serve, can instantly restore people's physical vitality, and even heal serious injuries can be. Credit STH. Red Umbrella's eyes instantly flashed with a flash of surprise as she looked anew at the object in Ji-chyo's hand at the moment. Master, keep such a good spirit for yourself. Hesitating for a few seconds, Chibi Umbrella actually refused. I have more. Just let you keep and accept it. Ji-chyo directly poured 5 immortal beans in front of the red parasol. Chi Umbrella subconsciously then rushed to open his hand to grab the 5 immortal beans that Ji-chyo had poured in his hand, then reacted to the party. Red Umbrella thanks master. She, suddenly, clasped her hands and dropped to one knee. Well, get up. Ji-chyo shook her head and reached out to help her up. After this, Ji-chyo then planned to go out of the underground palace and look for the serving vine. About waiting for vine, Ji-kudo had a lot in his mind that he wanted to ask. The main thing was, why did she, Waito, know about him? Ji-chyo? Obviously it was the first time he'd seen her. What is the reason for this? Ji-chyo wanted to ask for clarification. Right at this moment, Ji-chyo had just taken a step, but the red parasol beside him suddenly grabbed his sleeve with both hands. Ji-chyo, slightly stunned, and then turned around and re-looked at this red-colored beauty beside him. Chibi Umbrella, what's wrong? In response, however, seeing the red parasol at this moment, a faint blush of shame inexplicably rose above her fair and pretty face. Then, Master, do you want to drink blood? Red Umbrella suddenly pulled up the sleeves, revealing a tender as white onion slender arm. It actually looked like she wanted Ji-chyo to suck the blood from her arm. Suddenly seeing her like this, Ji-chyo looked uncertain. Master, red parasol's blood now doesn't smell bad anymore. She, in a slightly bowed whisper, credit STH. Ji-chyo suddenly remembered, before, in the shadow space, when she hadn't evolved to perfection, he had said that her blood smelled bad. Didn't realize. She remembered? A woman's memory, it's true, always comes to remember odd things. Ji-chyo, after figuring out the original reason, was also a bit teary-eyed at the moment. Also couldn't help but think, Red Umbrella was really lonely and cold on the surface, but in fact had always had an inferiority complex inside. Yes, then Master I, just come and taste what you taste now. Ji-chyo, not going to reject her, even. The tone took on a hint of teasing as he said to her who held out her white wrist. Sure enough, a smile resurfaced on Chiku's face while herself brought her white tender wrist close to Ji-chyo's mouth. Ji-chyo also did not polite, directly grabbed immediately appear zombie teeth, and bite down. Aha! Red Umbrella, a hint of pain appeared on his face, but was followed by a happy smile, looking at the owner who was sucking the blood from his wrist. Ji-chyo. Chapter 81, Ji-chyo, Serving Vines. Red Umbrella. In a few moments, Ji-chyo, in a flash, walked out from the middle of the underground palace. Behind him, Chibi Umbrella's pretty face was flushed and smiling like a flower as she followed him. Boss Ji-chyo, is there anything inside the underground palace? The evil emperor, Su-nan and the rest of the crowd, had already been waiting outside the underground palace. As soon as they saw Ji-chyo and the red parasol duo come out, Su-nan was the first one who couldn't help but voice out a question. Go in and see for yourselves. Ji-chyo lightly glanced at the crowd outside the door. Then, turning to look behind him, he glanced at the red-haired, red-coated Akatsuki, waiting for me in my tent, Saito? And upon hearing Ji-chyo's question, the red parasol immediately lightly nodded its white head. Yes, master. Good. Ji-chyo, nodded, then turned around and left. Chibiusa hurriedly followed suit. Need me, boss Ji-Cho? Sunan, at this time, asked again. In response, Ji-Cho walked, while waving his hand lightly, signaling, there is no need to follow too many people. In response STH, at this moment, Sunan, the evil emperor, and the black blind man were a few people, but they all noticed a knife held in the hands of Ji-Cho at this moment. First Excalibur, now a sword. Obviously, it wasn't an ordinary knife. The black blind man, looking at the gradually walking away from Ji-Cho, this time meaningfully couldn't help but say, none of the things he took out are mortal. The evil emperor, too, slowly laughed it off. At the same time, he glanced at Pear Cluster, who was still carrying Excalibur on his back next to him. Kid, feeling alright? Upon hearing this, Pear Cluster, who was on the side, twisted his aching back, and then complained, it hurts, Master Black. Your hand is also too dark, right? Ha! The black blind man laughed softly and said, after your kid's eyes turned black and went out of control just now, you're just like a mad cow. If I don't get tough, I won't even be able to subdue you. Pear Cluster, you were really fierce when you lost control just now. Master Black almost couldn't even hold you. Wang Meng, in a coaxing-like manner, gave Pear Cluster a thumbs up. Come less. Pear Cluster, on the other hand, cried out in his heart for bad luck. Master Guan, going down to the underground palace to take a look? At this time, however, he saw Sunan bring the Night Lord, 11, and the others, and glanced at the evil emperor. In response STH, the evil emperor hesitated for a moment, then, glancing at the shadows at his feet. Instead, he saw a pair of reddish glowing eyes in the shadows flickering on and on. The whole 20 pairs. It was true that the black shadow soldiers that were lost in the midst of the desert marching ants incident had all recovered automatically. Yes, I'm quite interested too. The evil emperor, seeing that the dark shadow soldiers in the shadow had recovered, was also 2 points more in his bottom. Furthermore, while Sunan is quite clearly a Wang family member, but now that she's with Ji-Cho, she's considered one of us. It shouldn't be so bad as to harm him in the underground palace, right? Count me in too. The black blind man revealed a smirk. Okay, together. Sunan, a soft smile passed over her mature and charming pretty face as well. This way, Bear Umbrella followed Ji-Cho. En route. Master, that's serving mine. Bear Umbrella, wanting to say something. You're afraid that she'll make a move against me? Ji-Cho, glancing at the red-clothed, red-haired beauty beside him, asked, aha. Chibiusa immediately nodded and continued, serving vines, the strongest amongst almost all of my fellow Carry clansmen that I know of. Master, she's dangerous. Bear Umbrella, looking also worried about Ji-Cho. But, while she was speaking at this moment, her mind was constantly recalling the scene just now, the scene of serving vine in Ji-Cho's arms. Red Umbrella, thinking of the pretty face, cannot help but appear a touch of coldness. Don't worry, she means me no harm. I can feel it. Ji-Cho, however, didn't know what Red Umbrella really cared about. But, Chibiusa, trying to continue to persuade. But, Ji-Cho waved her hand slightly, stopping her from continuing. Yes, Chibi Umbrella could only slowly close her small mouth and no longer say more as she followed Ji-Cho as she continued to walk towards the direction of the tent. Soon, that is, the two came outside the tent and, instead, he saw a beautiful silhouette, wrapped in a men's trench coat standing just outside the tent, as if looking at the many dark shadow soldiers stationed in the tent as well as the black-armored iron horseman. Indeed, Serve the Vine. And the trenchcoat that Servo was wearing at the moment was the same clothing that Ji-Cho had placed in his tent. Credit STH. She had just taken his clothes to wear after bathing in his tent because she didn't have anything to change into. Ha! She really doesn't think of herself as an outsider at all. My lord, times N. At that moment, seeing Ji-Cho arrive, a group of black-armored iron riders immediately dismounted and knelt and saluted Ji-Cho. During that time, the Black Shadow Ninja Soldier was also kneeling on one knee. Only the Black Shadow Ninja Soldier could not speak, but the kneeling is still to Ji-Cho. All rise and continue in your respective positions. Ji-Cho commanded with a nod to them. Promise. The group of black-armored iron riders answered first. The Dark Shadow Ninjas also bent their heads and nodded. Then, one by one, they returned to their guard positions and continued to secure the tents, and the camp as a whole. There you are, serving the vine, a pair of watery beautiful eyes. At this time, also looked towards Ji-Cho with a smiling face. Aha! Ji-Cho nodded at her. At the same time, do you need me to send the Dark Shadow Soldiers to get you some more women's clothes? Ji-Cho asked to Waito, who was wearing his long trench coat. At those words, but she saw Waito reach up and tighten the collar of her trench coat around her neck. Her voice soft, we'll talk about it afterward. For the time being, I want to dress like this. Ha! Ji-Cho, unable to help but laugh, nodded. As you wish. I don't like these clothes anyway. Ji-Cho. It didn't matter. But, behind him, the red umbrella, at this moment, looked at Servant Vine, who was wearing Jichio's clothes, and his gaze was on the verge of spewing out fire. I've never liked to have any outsiders around me when I'm talking to Jichio, but at that moment, Waito duly glanced at the red umbrella that was full of hostility towards him. Why too? What do you mean? Chibiusa, at once, immediately questioned with a cold little face, because it was clear that Servo meant to kick her out of Akatsuki. I'm really curious as to why you know me. I think we met for the first time today, right? At this moment, Jichio, on the other hand, couldn't help but voice the doubts in his heart. How in the world did she know about him? Jichio? To this, born with teeth. It's been a long time. However, Waito suddenly came to himself and took the born tooth from Jichio's hands. There was a real look of long time no see as he looked at Demon Bladeborn tooth. And, you actually know about natural teeth? Jichio, his face could no longer be calm. You know, the Born Tooth is an otherworldly demon sword that the sign-up system just rewarded out. The original was not even a being of this world. How could she possibly know the existence as well as the name of the Born Tooth? Saito? And even looked at the demon sword that was in her hand at the moment with a look of having not seen it for a long time. This is impossible. Chapter 82,000 years ago, Divine Rigid King. You actually know about Born Tooth. At this moment, after looking at Servo, who had taken the demon sword from his hand and showed a nostalgic expression, Jichio couldn't help but be surprised. Returned the sword to the master. The red umbrella, moreover, released red Carry Mycelium. So much for threatening the Servant Vine holding the Born Tooth. However, Servant Vine was ignoring the red umbrella and only glanced at Jichio. Not only do I know about the Born Tooth, I also know the surrounding black-armored warriors who swore allegiance to you, called the Black-Armored Iron Cavalry, and the Black Shadow Soldiers. Serving Vine, looking at Jichio, said so. And, the gods can be slaughtered at the top, and the devils can be subdued at the bottom. Black-armored, loyal to the end. That's the unified opinion of all who ever knew about them. It was only that Servo looked at all those black-armored iron riders as well as the Black Shadow Soldiers in all directions who were holding on to their posts, watching over the tents and even the entire camp. She so slowly whispered out, "What the hell are you?" Looking at the Serving Vine at this moment, Jichio couldn't even keep a bland expression on his face. On the side, the red-clothed, red-haired Akatsuki, at this time, were all surprised as they looked at the Servant Vine in front of them. Obviously she knew Jichio even later than she did, right? How is it that she knows so much about things related to Jichio? Chibiusa couldn't figure it out. Not to mention that Red Umbrella couldn't figure it out. At this point, Jichio himself couldn't figure it out. What's going on with the woman in front of me? Why do you know so much about him? To this, I know there's a lot you want to ask, but I can't give all the answers right now. Why too? Looking back at the demon sword Born Tooth in his hand, then continued in this manner. Why? Seasonal Autumn immediately asked. At this point, he was genuinely surprised and curious in his mind, trying to figure out what's going on. But I can only remind you of two things right now. 1. Strive to evolve your zombie powers to become a red-eyed pancake god soon. 2. Our current greatest enemy is the ultimate inside the Bronze Gate. Only to see that Servant Vine once again looked at Jichio, and then said with such a solemn look, "Credit STH. Jichio's pupil snapped. Serving Vine, she actually mentioned Red Eyes, Discordian God, and ultimate inside the Bronze Gate. Jichio, looking at the Serving Vine in front of her, and before he could completely ease up, Servo, once again, spoke out. Jichio, always remember, before reaching Green Eyes or even Red Eyes, never enter the Bronze Gate, because you're not like all the others. At this moment, wait for the Vine face is very serious. Looking closely at him, Jichio so said to him, "Credit STH. In the gaze of the two women beside him, Jichio took a deep breath, and then but turned around, ready to leave. Going to your own body? However, just as he had turned his back to Waito and had not yet taken a step, Waito suddenly came back with another sentence. At that moment, Jichio's entire body was slightly stunned and couldn't help but turn back to look at her again. Servant Vine, on the other hand, had his eyes locked with his. "I can feel that you don't have much zombie power left in your body. It should be the power that was consumed when you chopped up part of that ancient god's flesh mass just now." Saying that, Servant Vine smiled with a flourish. "Now, you should need the real Jichio to replenish your strength. At the same time, you must also let him know everything that happened here." Saying that, in the next second, he also saw Servant Vine return the Born Tooth in his hand to Jichio and walked inside the tent. "When you meet your essence, tell him, 'Come here to me. I want to see him.'" Waiting for the Vine, so much for leaving the last two words. Then he went in completely among the tents, leaving Jichio and the Red Umbrella. Two people in the outside are all eyes showing suspicion. Master, Red Parasol, glanced at Jichio at the moment. Because of what Waito just said, the heart also can't help but think, Could it be that the master in front of us really isn't the original body? Obviously. The power that erupted just now when he was holding the divine sword and cutting down the huge mass of flesh was that powerful. That's not even the real seasonal autumn? Then how strong must the real Jichio's original body be? Keep an eye on everything here. I'll be right back. This season of autumn, the heart cannot be calm. Glanced at the side of the red umbrella of the command. Yes, master. Red Parasol immediately nodded in response. She didn't care which quarter fall it was, as long as it was a quarter fall. It was her master anyway. At this moment, Jichio was moving his mind and began to summon the existence in the shadow space. Shoo hoo! In the next second, several crossbowmen, also wearing black armor and carrying bows and arrows, emerged from Jichio's shadow and pulled him into the darkness, so disappeared in the middle of this desert. Red Parasol kept her head bent in respect until Jichio was completely in the darkness, and only then did she turn to leave after giving the tent a fierce glare. In response, inside the tent, Jichu, Y2, who was draped in the men's trench coat of the seasonal autumn, had a reminiscent look in his eyes, compared to the Ju who was called the Divine Stiff King thousands of years ago. The current you is far too juvenile. Is this, then, the wrong time? The past can be the future, and relatively speaking, the present time may instead be the past. Saito, alone in his tent, so in remembrance could not help murmuring. Suddenly, snap, a gentle tap on the shoulder from behind her. The sudden pause startled Waito all out of sorts, violently backed up sharply in the tent. Who, taking several sharp steps back, he looked back. Why you? Aren't you gone? Waiting for the vine, he looked at the person in front of him with a disgruntled face. It was, after all, Jichu, who had just left. Why do you keep asking me to meet you? To see the main body. You come with me. This Jichio, at this point, reached out to her Waito and said. Seeing this scene, Waito let out an exasperated sigh, then couldn't help but say, compared to the person you once were, the person you are now is like a childish child fooling around. Oh, Jichio, however, shrugged indifferently and asked, so are you coming? He continued to reach out to her. In response, Servant Vine couldn't help but give him another blank look, showing all the delicate colors in a flash. It made even Jichio feel a hint of amazement in his heart. And the next moment, when Waito really placed her slender hand in the middle of his palm, Jichio a grip, more feel warm fragrant soft jade in their palms. That said, Divine Stiff King, what the hell? Jichio, suddenly and playfully, came up at Y2. See, wanna know? Season, see, beg me. Gee, hey, you just said I was childish. Look at you now, you're mature like a grown-up like this? SZ, you taught me. Who's to blame? G, no. Who taught you that? SC, nothing to do with you. G, so is it me, or not me? Chapter 83, Evil Fire, Star and Moon Hotel. In the middle of Jichio's room, at this point, Jichio was carrying Shinshongs together on the living room sofa watching entertainment programs on TV. During that time, Shinshong was leaning on Jichio. Then, Gollum, Shinshong held a large bag of blood in his hand, and after biting through the bag with fangs in his mouth, he kept swallowing the sweet and delicious blood inside that contained essence, and there were a dozen bags of blood packets lined up along the couch. Gollum, swallowing the last bite, the blood packet in his hand saw empty. Hiccup, Shinshong, looking satisfied, burped. Beside him, Jichio reached out and rubbed Shinshong's white head, smiling, full. In response, Shinshong turned to look at him, only for Jichio to see a stain of blood left on the corner of his mouth. It made him reach down and wipe the blood stain left on the corner of her mouth again. Then, stretching his fingers, which were sticky with blood stains, in front of Shinshong. At that moment, Shinshong's pretty face, who had realized the meaning, could not help but blush. But, however, he still sucked the blood stain on Jichio's finger into his mouth and swallowed it. Immediately afterward, under Jichio's teasing smile, Shinshong's small face was flushed and she couldn't help but lower her white head. Looking at Jichio, he couldn't help but facepalm and laugh it off. Then, turning back, rewatching the variety show on TV, and the original thought was that he went on to the next step. I didn't realize that he wouldn't take responsibility after flirting with someone. Shinshong secretly beamed for a moment. Jichio, I just now always feel that my stomach will soon be hungry and want to drink blood. Will it all be like this in the future? He does not continue to the next step, but Shinshong is now his own pair of slender jade hands holding Jichio's arm, so actively looking for him to speak. To this, you have just been transformed into a zombie, and your body temporarily needs a large amount of blood to stabilize your power. In a few days you won't be this hungry for blood all the time without a moment's notice. Jichio, gently caressing the body Shinshong's forehead hair, so for her to solve the confusion said, oh, so, feeling his movements of stroking her hair, Shinshong inexplicably felt sweet in her heart. The smile on his little face, too, reared its natural head. However, Ji-Chyo again as if to only tease, not eat, ready to withdraw the hand that caresses the beauty's hair. Ta! Suddenly, Shin-Seong took the initiative to grab his hand that he wanted to retract. What's wrong? Ji-Chyo, slightly stunned, looked at Shin-Seong, who grabbed his hand. I want to. However, she saw that at this moment, Shin-Seong had a blushing face but insisted on wanting to say it. It amused Ji-Chyo. Little she-cat, whimpering, picking up the person's fair chin. Ji-Chyo teased. Bah, you're the one who's flirting. Shin-Seong, furious, pushed him away, but her face was as red as an apple. That's good. Don't bother me watching TV. Ji-Chyo, estimated evil smile. Then, continued to watch the program on TV with the remote control in hand. However, although Ji-Chyo looked as if he was watching TV at the moment, in fact, the corner of his eye was secretly focusing on Shin-Seong, who was secretly watching with a hidden smile. Sure enough, seeing Ji-Chyo's attitude, Shin-Seong's angry zombie teeth, which had just retracted, sprang back up all of a sudden. Hiss, Ji-Chyo suddenly felt a pain on his arm. Actually, this little ninny suddenly came up and opened her zombie fangs on his arm and bit down. Good thing she didn't bite deep, just out of breath like a bite, but it also made Ji-Chyo react by pinching her mouth. Yet at that moment, Shin-Seong, with her cherry mouth pinched up, she suddenly muttered at this moment. At those words, Ji-Chyo froze, but then smiled. Hair what? Ji-Chyo continued to pinch her little mouth's forced question. In response, Shin-Seong, however, broke away from his big hand. Then, her little head hit into Ji-Chyo's chest. Fever. Snort. Ji-Chyo almost burst out laughing. This chick, she actually said it? She is really getting bolder and different now than she was in the beginning. What then? Ji-Chyo, once again, picked Shin-Seong's white and tender chin. Shin-Seong, angry, annoyed and ashamed, couldn't help but reach out and gently twist him on his waist. Don't tease me again. Ha ha. Ji-Chyo joyfully laughed. Then, picking up the already blushing little beauty in his arms in a princess hug, then he was ready to go into the bedroom. In response, Shin-Seong had a shy smile on her face and her arms, and then she wrapped her hands around Ji-Chyo's neck. Just, knock knock. Just then, there was a knock on the door of the room. Ji-Chyo had only gotten up and hadn't even walked into the bedroom when her thoughts were interrupted. In Ji-Chyo's arms, Shin-Seong also couldn't help but glare at the door with a bit of exasperated eyes all of a sudden. What's wrong? Sighing helplessly, Ji-Chyo continued to hold Shin-Seong's in his arms and asked outside. Then, boss, it's me, Zhang Yishan. There are some things that need to be reported to you about the meeting of the 9 gates that you said was going to take place tomorrow. Outside the door, the voice of Centurion Mountain rang out. Credit STH. If it was a normal thing, Ji-Chyo would have directly kicked people out at this time. But what's at stake is tomorrow's meeting of the 9 gates. The complete control of the entire 9 gates. Ji-Chyo was a bit hesitant. It's okay, it's important for you to do your business. Shin-Seong, although a little lost, still understood and got down from his arms. Ran. The 9 gates. Ji-Chyo directly put Shin-Seong back into his arms. Shin-Seong was first startled, then but couldn't help but gently hammer his chest with her smiling little fist and pouted in a small voice. Dimwit. Ji-Chyo, however, smiled evilly and passed by, and the next moment he was even prepared to have Lieutenant Zhang come back 2 hours later. It's just a shame. Shoo-hoo. As several figures emerged from among the shadows in the corner of the room, Ji-Chyo, whose beauty was in her arms, was suddenly mute again. Indeed, it was several black-armored crossbowmen with their out-of-body avatars. Ji-Chyo, as well as Waito, who wore a man's trenchcoat, who had appeared out of thin air from the shadows in this room at this very moment. And one to come. Yo, so sexual. Serving the vine, he then clasped his hands on his chest and looked at the Ji-Chyo and Shin-Seong duo in the room in front of him with a smiling face. At this time, Ji-Chyo was still in the position of wrapping his arms around Shin-Seong's small waist. Blanche, Ji-Chyo, in due time, loosened his hands holding Shin-Seong's thin waist, and couldn't help but burst thunder in his mouth. Hi! The main body, the out-of-body incarnation Ji-Chyo, at this moment, was still greeting the main body with a smiling face. Hey you yards, seasonal autumn, in a direct sentence. Ji-Chyo, how could? At this time, Shin-Seong had been stunned as she looked at the two identical Ji-Chyo. Ugh. Ji-Chyo, on the other hand, let out a helpless sigh once again. Then, Lieutenant Zhang at the door, come in and talk. Ji-Chyo, at this time, was forcibly suppressing the raging mass of evil fire in his heart. Chapter 84, Time? No. It's dimensions. Click. Outside the door, Lieutenant Zhang heard Ji Chio's permission and pushed his way in. The door was open anyway. Then, before he had time to open his mouth to report anything, Lieutenant Zhang was surprised by the extra pair of Weito and out-of-body Ji Chio in the room. After a few black-armored crossbowmen delivered the man and bowed their heads a bit to Ji Chio, they went back to the shadow space early. Right now it's mostly out-of-body quarterfall. The hell is really exactly the same as Ji Chio. The two identical Ji Chio were in front of Lieutenant Zhang at the moment, making him look silly. Like Shin Xiong, she was also looking at the two identical Ji Chio with surprise. Don't be surprised. It's just my incarnation, Ji Chio explained to the duo of Shin Xiong and Lieutenant Zhang. And, come back. Looking towards the out-of-body incarnation, Ji Chio once again spoke out. Clang. In the next instant, he saw his incarnation turn into a ball of purple and black zombie power, flying towards Ji Chio and integrating into his body. In a flash, everything that the out-of-body avatar had experienced, Ji Chio knew and received all of it. Although the main body and the out-of-body incarnation could be mentally connected, no matter how much they were mentally connected, it was impossible to do so all the time. Now that the two were united, Ji Chio Fong realized everything that had happened on the bilocation side. Also, in a moment, waiting for the vine. Seasonal autumn, looking over its serving vine. Indeed, the situation on the desert side was all known to Ji Chio's main body at this time. To this, knowing what's going on over there in the desert, or, really know everything? Serving tongue, who had just looked at Ji Chio, who was holding Shin Xiong with a smile on his face. At this moment, his eyes showed a hint of hope as he looked at the cold Ji Chio, as if, really hoping that he really did know everything. In particular, remember her serving vine. But, I've basically been informed about what's going on over there in the desert. Ji Chio answered with a faint outburst. Indeed, it is an indirect way of saying that she does not know what is related to her serving of the vine other than the desert. But, seasonal autumn, serving vine had just shown a touch of disappointment on his face when he saw him change the subject again. Thousands of years ago, God Stiff King, meaning me? So you didn't just meet me now, but 1,000 years ago? Moreover, the past is the future. The future present is instead the past in relative terms. The words that mean, me. Or you have traveled across time and space to be here, right? At this moment, did see Ji Chio, a pair of sword eyebrow star eyes gleaming, gazed at the front wearing a men's trench coat, is still absolutely beautiful, such as fairies wait for the vine. This kind of heated voice. However, he heard the two of them, Shin Xiong and Lieutenant Zhang, who were on the sidelines, with a look of astonishment, especially Adjutant Zhang. He had just come in. How did he come across and hear such an information-exploding scene of conversation? What's going on here? At this time, however, Servo suddenly looked at the two of them, Lieutenant Zhang and Shin Xiong, who were on the side. Zhang Yushan, one of the Divine Stiff King Ji Chio's subordinate war gods. It has been constantly fighting against the Divine Stiffness King Ji Chio and the other war gods against the ultimate in the middle of the Bronze Gate. Shan Xiong, sister, one of the female war gods beside the God Stiff King, just like the other war gods, accompanying Ji Chio in his lifelong battle against the various monsters on the ultimate side. One of the female war gods loved by countless people, only to see that Servo looked at Lieutenant Zhang and Shin Xiong, and then so self-consciously kept telling. Those who didn't know thought she was telling a commentary. Moreover, it seems that Weito called Shin Xiong sister? Female war god? Shin Xiong ignored Servo's address to her, but instead listened to Servo's description of her as some kind of female war god. Lieutenant Zhang, gazing straight at the picturesque Servo in front of him, his face solemn, and did not know what he was thinking. What Servant Vine said about the Divine Stiff King, the god of war, or whatever, Lieutenant Zhang could listen to it as fun. But, Weito mentioned the Bronze Gate, ultimate. So, I was right? At this time, Ji Chio then once again spoke to Y2. Serving Vine, he nodded slightly, but then shook his head. Yes, yet no. What do you mean? Seasonal autumn, puzzled. To this, it does have something to do with time, but not just time, but dimensions, realms, parallel world lines. Serving Vine, her answered so. What? Ji Chio couldn't help but face a hint of incredulity. It actually has something to do with dimensions? On the side, Lieutenant Zhang and Shin Xiong were also unaware of the situation, and they were all looking at the serving vine at this moment with unbelievable faces. Any more than that, I really can't say. Otherwise, waiting for the vine, the beautiful face appeared thick scorn. Scruples? Seasonal autumn, guessed. Upon hearing this, Serving Vine's face showed a pouring smile. Although you are a bit more juvenile than the one who was called the Divine Rigid King, the you of the present body is still much smarter than that out-of-body body just now. Out of body, how presumptuous of you. Hearing words like compliments from Servo, Ji Chio however shook his head with a bitter smile. Then, so can you answer me this question? How do I how do I get to the other dimension? Seasonal Autumn, looking at Serving Vine, asked the key question. About this, all I know, in fact, is what you once told me. Waiting for the vine, looking at the handsome face of Ji Chio, and fell into a trace of memory. You told me, there are 2 ways to cross dimensions. 1, enter the ancient god, also known as Ru. 2, enter the Bronze Gate. But then you told me, it could actually be a way out, because Ru's dimensional abilities were actually given by it in the Bronze Door. So the most direct method of dimension traversal is to enter the Bronze Gate. But, I know, Ji Chio suddenly interrupted Servo's words, and snatched an answer. Do not enter the Bronze Gate to meet the ultimate until you have become a red-eyed Discordian god or a green-eyed one. Seeing this, Servo faced a knowing smile. Then, in the next second, he suddenly saw Servo's face turn white, and even made a move to fall down. Hissing, a quick figure immediately went over and held her up. It is indeed the seasonal fall. What's wrong? Seasonal Autumn, a little worried, asked. In response, the suddenly weakened Wado struggled to open his eyes and looked at the cold man in front of him. Entering Ru's body doesn't come without a price. Jichu, I'm so tired. Saying that, serving the vine, he stretched out his slender jade-like hand and gently stroked over Jichio's good-looking face. In response, Jichio didn't reject her movements and, clang, a small object appeared in a flash in his hand. It is indeed a fairy bean. Eat it. Seasonal Autumn passed the fairy beans to Serving Vine's mouth. Fairy beans? Serve the vine, voice weak. This, you know. Jichio couldn't help but smile. That's for sure. Why too? Even though her face was very pale and weak, she still had to look so proud in front of him. At the same time, she didn't have a single ounce of defense against Jichio. She directly ate the immortal bean given by Jichio. Chapter 85, Shin Xiong wants to help Jichio fix the Border Chen family? After a while, at this moment, in the middle of the Star and Moon Hotel, or in Jichio's room, in the bedroom, Jichio, carrying the frail servo, into the bedroom and onto the bed. The situation on your body is a bit special. The fairy beans couldn't even cure it, and in the end it was only by relying on the power of the horse charm that you could be said to have saved a life. But even then, you'll need to rest for a long time to recover from the internal drain. Jichio, after releasing Y2 to his original own bed, said with such a frown, and at the moment. Instead, Wado sniffed the room. Then, your room with Sister Shinxiong? Cough. Jichio suddenly coughed dryly. Then, I just didn't think twice about it and subconsciously carried you to the master bedroom. I can help you to the guest room if you don't like it. Servo then smiled gently at his words. No need. The room smells like you and Sister Shinxiong. I'll sleep more comfortably. Ahem. Good. Jichio, once again, nodded with a dry smile as he coughed dryly. Mind, the room smells like Shinxiong and I. Why does that sound so? Shaking his head, Jichio then looked back to the bed serving vines to her. You rest then. I'm going out on an errand. Saying that, Jichio then turned around, intending to go out. But, waiting for the vine, the slender hand clutched him at once. Don't go. Serve the vine and look at him. Suddenly it was as if she had removed all her pride and revealed her true self to him. See this. Don't worry, even if I'm not around. I'll arrange for the Dark Shadow soldiers to guard the sleeping you. It's going to be okay. Jichu, however, put her delicate hand back on the bed, and cover up Wado. Get some rest. I have a lot of questions I might want to ask you once you've recovered some. Flashing a smile at the serving vine on the bed, Jichio turned around the next second. Black Shadow Core, Black Armored Crossbowman. He, out of the blue, droned. Clang. At once, in the shadows, many pairs of red eyes sprang up and bowed to him on their knees in the shadows. There were probably too many people to stand in the room, so they floated among the shadows. Watch her. Don't let there be a second time for something like Shinxiong before. Jichu ordered them. The other day, the Dark Shadow soldiers did see Shinxiong lost, though that's because Chibiusa isn't an ordinary person. Nuwa. In the shadows, a group of black armored crossbowmen immediately answered. The Dark Shadow ninja soldiers also bowed their heads deeply. Seeing this scene, Jichio took one more look at Serving Vine behind him before walking away. Jichu, behind her, Servo's pair of beautiful eyes looked at Jichio's back as she walked out of this master bedroom a little bit. The other side, Jichio walked out of the master bedroom and into the lobby outside. Shinxiong and Lieutenant Zhang, the two of them had been waiting for a long time. Jichu, is she? Shinxiong, wanting to speak, asked, Boss, can what that woman said be believed? Lieutenant Zhang, on the other hand, was more concerned about the veracity of what Servo had just said. At this moment, Jichio first looked at Shinxiong and said, her name is Serving Vine, and she is considered to be of the same clan as the Red Umbrella that captured you before. Both are of the Carry clan. Carry clan? Shinxiong murmured. Aha! Jichio, nodded. As for what she just said, Ji Chou glanced at Lieutenant Zhang again. My thinking is that it's better to believe it than not to believe it. Also, Lieutenant Zhang, do you have any impression of what's inside the bronze door? Ji Chou, who said that, suddenly asked Lieutenant Zhang rhetorically. Lieutenant Zhang, however, shook his head and said, although the Zhang family has been guarding the Bronze Gate for generations, the current Zhang family can be said to exist in name only. Moreover, the Bronze Gate is not something that someone like me, who left the family at an early age, can come into close contact with. So, boss, for that, I can't answer your query. Sorry, Lieutenant Zhang, with a slightly bowed head, said, well, forget it, it doesn't matter. Ji Chou, a slight sigh, and waved his hand indifferently. At the same time, Xinxiong and Lieutenant Zhang, I don't want any other people to know about what just happened. Ji Chou, his eyes looked toward Xinxiong and Lieutenant Zhang at this moment. Boss, I understand. Adjutant Zhang bent his head and responded. Xinxiong also lightly nodded her white head in agreement. In this way, Ji Qiufeng was relieved. And that's when, boss, regarding the matter that you asked Nan Feng to tell me about the meeting of the 9 gates to be held tomorrow, I basically notified the dangling family members. It's just that the Border Chen family is afraid that they won't be able to make it back tomorrow because of the distance. Lieutenant Zhang finally remembered what he had come over to find Ji Chou for in the first place. The Chen family? Ji Chou nodded, then said, it doesn't matter, the meeting will be held as usual. Take care of the other current family members first. The 9 great families, and even the 10 great families, must be unified. In the future, the enemy we're going to face might be the so-called Bronze Gate Ultimate. Right now, I'm not in much of a mood to play games anymore. I have to raise my strength quickly. Ji Chou, with cold eyes, what had been a hangdog mentality now had a hint of nervousness because of the information brought by Weidou. It's kinda exciting. Ji Chou. Just then, Xinxiong suddenly spoke out. What's wrong? Ji Chou looked at the little beauty beside him. If you trust me, I'm willing to help you to take care of the Borderchen family. Xinxiong said so. Oh, Ji Chou. A hint of interest appeared on his face. Lieutenant Zhang also unexpectedly glanced at Xinxiong, the Wang family girl who looked as if she was young. Yes, and the next moment, that is, he saw Ji Chou directly agree. At those words, Xinxiong looked at him with a bit of surprise. You're willing to believe me? Idiot. Ji Chou gently knocked the little ninny's little head. At the same time, ask, I can give you a team of dark shadow soldiers. How many do you need? Seeing this scene, Xinxiong, who was already pleasantly surprised, smiled even more. 30, that's enough. The Dark Shadow soldiers have a bizarre ability, and 30 of them, used properly, are enough to fight off 1,000 armies. Not to mention, when she, Xinxiong, is still that soft and weak little girl of the Wang family, people are now 5th-generation white-eyes pango zombie, even if one person is facing 1,000 armies. So what? Let's give you 100 Black Shadow soldiers, plus 30 newly emerged black-armored crossbowmen. Ji Chou, on the other hand, adjusted the number of Black Shadows upwards by a few times. Listen to you. Xinxiong smilingly nodded her head. Idiot. Ji Chou once again gently knocked Nasan's forehead. Xinxiong, on the other hand, was still smilingly looking at Ji Chou in front of her. On the side, Lieutenant Zhang, do I have to be more respectful to Xinxiong from now on? Ji Chou, on the other hand, glanced behind him, in the direction of the master bedroom where Serving Vine was, with a complicated heart. Servo's arrival completely disrupted Ji Chou's original plan. Also, the ultimate. What the hell is that? Chapter 86. Goodbye Liang Bend. Hospital. In the middle of a consulting room, Liang bent. At this time there is no patient to find, but a person in a piece of paper above the scribbling up. She finished painting. Instead, it was a boy with a fanged mouth and gray pupils and an otherwise handsome face. Indeed, the zombie state of seasonal fall, and it's the seasonal autumn during the White Ice period of the 5 dynasties. Back then, is it a dream, or is there really that person called Ji Chou an innocent? Liang Bend, looking at the portrait of Ji Chou on the paper he drew so much like, so murmured, it doesn't seem to matter if he's a zombie when he's so handsome. Bored and lying on the table, Liang Ben's eyes were flooded with peach blossoms. If everything I saw that day wasn't a dream, then why hasn't anything happened again after a few days have passed? Liang bent, continuing to mumble to himself all by himself. In his heart, he couldn't help but want to see Ji Chou again, though, it seems like he really is the dreaded zombie of legend. But, it's real pretty. Looking at Ji Chou on the paper she drew, Liang Bang felt more and more satisfied the more she looked at it. And just then, is it that good looking? Behind her, a male voice rose abruptly. Shocked, Liang Bang was instantly startled from his slumped position on the table and stood up as a whole. Then, in shock and disbelief, she immediately turned back to look behind her to where the voice had sounded. how could it be you? Liang bent and saw someone who couldn't believe it. Ji Chuo. Liang Bang, surprised at the sudden appearance of the person in front of him, his mouth is subconsciously called out his name. At this moment, the one who appeared in the hospital clinic was none other than Ji Chuo. To this, why can't it be me? You were just, thinking about me? Ji Chuo, with a smile on her face, looked at Liang Bang in front of her. Who misses you? I was just talking about someone else. Liang Bang, suddenly a little red-faced, cannot care to dwell on how he suddenly appeared in the back of his own Ji Chuo. Oh, Ji Chuo, however, still had a flirtatious smile on his face. In the next second, he took 2 steps forward, picked up the drawing paper on the table, and looked at the portrait he had drawn so well on it. So it's painted by someone else too? At that moment, Liang Bang blushed even more and covered her face, but quickly but still sophomoric. Of course, it's someone else. Aha! Ji Chuo actually nodded while, this person looks so much like me. Put, Liang Bend, really couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then, Ji Chuo turned her heads, also still looking at her with a warm smile on her face. See this scene? You've heard and seen it all, so why ask me so much? Liang bending, the pretty face is still reddened, at this time directly disguised recognition. Seeing this, the smile on Ji Chuo's face grew 1 point thicker and, you, like me, seasonal fall. Single-handedly. Looking at Ji Chuo, who was so direct, Liang Bang also froze, at the same time, thinking, would it make him feel casual if he admitted it again? No way. You misunderstand. I'm just interested in the legendary zombies. Liang Bend thought about it, and at this point shook his head at Ji Chuo. So, seasonal autumn, nodded, then suddenly said, so do you want me to show you more zombies? The extremely scary-looking kind. He couldn't resist the urge to tease Liang Bang. As expected, at those words, Liang Ben's face was embarrassed. Where is she interested in zombies? She was interested in a good-looking zombie like Ji Chuo. Scary-looking, or extremely so to a degree. Let's just forget about it. Ha ha. The beam bent and laughed dryly. Ha. But it made Ji Chuo crack a smile. You're deliberately teasing me? Watching him laugh, Liang Bend instantly said indignantly. Ji Chuo, however, smiled without saying anything. Liang bent and glared at him. Then, after thinking about it, couldn't help but ask. I almost forgot to ask you, how did you get in here? But I didn't see Ji Chuo come into this clinic just now. Why did he appear all of a sudden? Even came directly behind her. For this, the other day's child, what those dark shadow soldiers were capable of. Have you forgotten? Snap. What Ji Chuo said, suddenly gently snapped his fingers. Immediately, several dark shadows of soldiers were slowly emerging from the shadows in the corners of the room. Looking at Liang Bend in shock, he couldn't help but take several steps back, and even hid next to Ji Chuo. Seeing this, Ji Chuo shook his head, then waved his hand lightly. Straight away, the few dark-shadowed soldiers went back into the dark shadows. What happened that day really wasn't a dream, it was real. Watching the black-shadowed soldiers come and go freely, Liang Bend couldn't help but lament with a flabbergasted look of awe. At the same time, and what is it that you've come to me for all of a sudden? Liang Bend, at this moment, his eyes looked straight at Ji Chuo, who was close at hand. Suck your blood. Ji Chuo was even more so direct. Liang Bang, confused. No, you, Liang Bend, with an expression of I didn't expect you to be like this, also pointed one finger at Ji Chuo at this moment. To this, don't worry, it's only sucking part of your blood, it won't kill you. Quarterback, explaining, really? Liang bent, a little disbelieving. Ji Chuo, when you are alive, I can suck blood for a long time. When you die, I can only suck blood once. You still don't know how to calculate this deal? Liang Bang sniffed and subconsciously nodded. Seems right, but in the next second, she reacted. What? You mean you'll be looking for me to suck blood from now on? Liang bent, with a shocked face, and pointed at the handsome man in front of him again. Aha! Ji Chuo nodded as if it was a matter of course. You, Liang bend, feeling exasperated. Help me, okay? Suddenly, Ji Chuo stepped forward with a look of deep affection, green tea, and suddenly held Liang Bang's small hand. At the same time, a pair of sword-broad starry eyes were also looking at Liang Bang's pair of big eyes full of sincerity, deception, at this moment. How could the nymphomaniac Liang Ben stand this? Straight away, he was slurring his words and his little heart was poofing rapidly. Chapter 87, Ji Chuo Liang Bang Yin Nan Feng. Looking at Ji Chuo's handsome face and eyes full of sincerity, as well as the large hand in which he held her small hand. Finally, Liang Ben sighed helplessly. Well, I'm just so out of it. You bite. Only to see that Liang Bang suddenly had a look of death on his face. Indeed, the eyes were closed, waiting for Ji Chuo to bite her and suck her blood. And seeing this scene, Ji Chuo felt that Liang Bang was a really interesting woman. At the same time, he was really touched for an inexplicable reason, and he didn't know what was going on. After all, Who in their right mind would voluntarily let someone suck their blood like that? Is it because the current Jichu is handsome? Well, if it was an ugly monster who wanted her Liang Bang to help him, I guess Liang Bang would resist the other party from getting really close even if she had the heart to help. However, Ji Chio didn't want to think about that much at the moment, seeing that Liang Bang had already closed her eyes. Ji Chio directly transformed into a blue-eyed zombie state in the next second, and sharp fangs were already born in his mouth. Immediately afterward, lean forward, hugging Liang Bang, and with a bite on her white neck, he bit right through the delicate skin and began to swallow the sweet blood under Liang Bang's soft cry of pain. Gollum, Gollum. In Chi Luck plus 20. In Chi Luck plus 20. In Chi Luck plus 20. Liang Ben's level of Chi could actually be on the same level as In Nanfeng's. Each bite could provide 20 In chakra of seasonal autumn. In this way, Ji Chio continuously swallowed blood and devoured the Chi from Liang Bang's body. It wasn't until after a dozen or so bites that the party couldn't devour any more Chi. Indeed, the Chi luck on Liang Bang had bottomed out. Total current negative chakra, 760. Ji Chio was one step closer to upgrading his Pango zombie bloodline. I have to say one more thing here. Although Ji Chio had already upgraded his blue eyes from white eyes, he had to use his Chi to upgrade again. The required chakra is still the same as usual, 10,000. It didn't increase the amount of Chi just because Ji Chio was now blue-eyed. Subsequently, when Ji Chio exited the zombie state and retrieved his zombie fangs, he saw that Liang Bang had fainted at some point. I don't know if it's from the pain or the blood loss. Clang. At this time, Ji Chio directly moved his mind, and a black shadow soldier in the shadow space sent a piece of horse charm to Ji Chio. Ji Chio took the horse charm in the hands of the black shadowed soldier and then came straight at the unconscious Liang Bend on his body. The horse charm left to bloom with divine light, restoring Liang Ben's state. After seeing Liang Ben quickly recover his Chi and blood, Ji Chio directly threw the horse charm back into the hands of that black shadow soldier. At the same time, a slight wave of the hand let the dark shadow soldier with the charm back into the shadow space. In this way, the shadow space of the black shadow soldiers was indirectly used as a storage room. The black shadow soldiers were more than ready to act as cargo movers. Afterward, looking at Liang Ben who hadn't woken up yet, let's go back to the Star and Moon Hotel first. What Jichu said. The next second his mind flooded again. Immediately, several pairs of black hands appeared among the shadows beneath his feet, pulling Ji Chio and the unconscious Liang Bang on top of him into the darkness. So much so, this clinic room became empty. By the time the people in the hospital at the back realized it, they couldn't find where Liang Bangren was in the whole hospital. The other side, Ji Chio had already returned to the Star Moon Hotel unnoticed and unknowingly with the help of the Dark Shadow soldiers. Instead, he appeared in the middle of an old-fashioned style corridor of the Star and Moon Hotel. At the same time, a black-shadowed soldier emerged from the shadows at the right time, and then stepped forward to try to help Ji Chio to walk away from Liang Bang. In response, Ji Chio didn't refuse and let the black-shadowed soldier hold the unconscious Liang Bang. Then, go make. Ji Chio just wanted to open his mouth and say something. However, he saw that at the corner of the corridor in front of him, In Nanfeng was leading a few listening slaves such as Sonic Slowly, who happened to be heading this way at the moment. It made the words that came out of Ji Chio's mouth lurch. On the opposite side, In Nanfeng couldn't help but freeze for a moment when he saw Ji Chio, who had suddenly appeared in front of him, especially when he saw the model woman Liang Bang. In Nanfeng couldn't help but frown slightly. However, after freezing for a moment, In Nanfeng continued to walk this way with the sound slow girls, very quickly. Boss. After the several listening slaves, led by Sonic Slowly, came before Ji Chio, they all bowed their heads to Ji Chio at this time. Aha! Ji Chio faintly smiled past him at the same time. You have come just in time. She has fainted. You find her a room and rest her. Tell me when she wakes up. Ji Chio glanced at Liang Bend, who was being held by the black-shadowed soldier next to him, and then said to the Sound Slowly girls, Yes. Sound slowly nodded his head and responded first, then waved his hand for the two listening slaves beside him to go up and help Liang Bend away from the hands of the black shadow soldiers. For this small matter, Sound and Slow knew that they didn't need to look at In Nanfeng's intentions again, just follow Ji Chio's orders directly. Otherwise, it would really be indirectly provoking Ji Chio. Boss, I'll go down first then. Sounding slow, he then glanced at Ji Chio and In Nanfeng. In response, both Ji Chio and In Nanfeng nodded in agreement. In this way, Sound and Slow only then took a group of listening slaves as well as the unconscious Liang Bend, and together they left first. Then, who is she? Leaving himself and Ji Chio alone, In Nanfeng looked at the man in front of him at this time and began to inquire. Indeed, it was also a bit of a heartbreaker. After all, Ji Chio had casually brought people into her Star Moon Hotel without even asking her. In Nanfeng for her opinion. And knowing that Yin Nanfeng was asking about Liang Bend, Ji Chio smiled faintly before casually saying, Liang Bend, how can I put it? Her blood, like yours, pleases me. Saying that, Ji Chio suddenly took a step forward in a stoop. It seemed like he was ready to bite Yin Nanfeng's neck to suck blood. Yin Nanfeng was so shocked that she couldn't help but lose her face and take several steps back. Ha ha ha. Ji Chio laughed out. You, humph, knowing that he was teasing her. Yin Nanfeng was so angry that her cold and pretty face reddened. Mainly, she really had no idea what to do with Jichu. Listen to the old undead. You let that little girl from the Wang family Shinshon to clean up the border Chen family? Yin Nanfeng, holding back the anger of biting Jichu to death, asked at this time and suddenly changed the topic. Yin Nanfeng does not dwell on the fact that Jichu casually brought a woman, Liang Bend, back to the Star and Moon Hotel, and he has a thick skin anyway. Yin Nanfeng really couldn't do anything with him. In this regard, when he heard Yin Nanfeng talk about Shinshon going to the Chen family at the border, Jichu was also a bit curious as to why Yin Nanfeng was asking about this. There is indeed this matter. It was Shinshon herself who took the initiative to ask for it, and I have agreed to it. What's wrong? Jichu first nodded in acknowledgement, then asked rhetorically, she has this power? It's you who arranged a lot of those demonic ghost-like black shadow people for her, isn't it? Yin Nanfeng, his face showing contempt. Seeing this, Jichu suddenly looked at Yin Nanfeng in front of him at this moment with a bit of interest. Chapter 88, Jichu, Serving the Vine. Looking at Yin Nanfeng's behavior at this moment, Jichu couldn't help but smile on his face before speaking out. Looking down on people like that? Yin Nanfeng didn't know that Shinshon was already a fifth-generation White Eyes Panga zombie. Learning from Adjutant Zhang that he, Jichu, had asked Shinshon to go to the Chen family's side of the border, he thought that Jichu must have sent a lot of Black Shadow soldiers. In response, Yin Nanfeng did guess half right. Jichu had arranged for many Dark Shadow soldiers to travel with Shinshon, and, not long ago, Shinshon had already left the Star Moon Hotel and set off to the border to take care of the Chen family. However, being from the Wang family and having an everlasting physique, Shinshon was originally not an ordinary person. Now, she was even more of a Discordian zombie, the absolute number one under the strength of Jichu. Because, not only did Shinshon become a Pango zombie, Jichu also continued to give Shinshon, Jichu his only current woman, the dragon charm, snake charm, that he had taken out earlier, such as the power of 2 great runes plus Pango zombie power. Even Su Nan, who was now on the desert side and was also the same white-eyed zombie, could not be a match against the current Shinshon. So, for Yin Nanfeng's prejudice and arrogance, Jichu just laughed it off lightly. Did I say it wrong? Yin Nanfeng smiled coldly. Seeing this, Jichu's heart became more and more interested. Even, should we follow it? Suddenly, Jichu so out of breath. Me, Yin Nanfeng, slightly stunned. Aha! Jichu nodded, and continued out loud. Since you don't think Shinshon can do it, then, you go over and help her? How about this? If you can help Shinshon in some way, I'll give you something when you come back. Only to see. Looking at Yin Nanfeng, who was a cold and delicate young lady in front of her, Jichu said with this light smile, Humph, who wants your stuff? Yin Nanfeng sniffed, but she pouted in mock disdain. Then pretend I didn't say it. Jichu immediately shrugged his shoulders, then prepared to skim over Yin Nanfeng's departure in front of him. Wait. Suddenly, she called out to Jichu again, and asked again, what can you give me? Ha! Jichu laughed and turned around. Yo, didn't Miss Yin not want anything from me? Why are you asking about me now? You, Yin Nanfeng, unable to control her pretty face, slightly flushed. This little look made Jichu couldn't help but look twice more. Subsequently, so what do you want? Seasonal Autumn asked rhetorically. In this way, the next moment, however, he saw the corners of Yin Nanfeng's mouth vaguely surfacing with a smirk. The little stone in your hand with horse prints and magical powers. Yin Nanfeng looked at Jichu in front of him and said what he wanted. Upon hearing this, Jichu couldn't help but shake his head. You really dare to mention that you actually looked at my horse charm? But that's impossible. The horse charm is more special. Shinshon, I don't even dare to give it to her easily for fear that she'll lose it or something. So how can I give it to you? In response to Yin Nanfeng's request, Jichu refused so. Credit STH. Yin Nanfeng had a bit of regret on his face. Then after thinking about it, then I want your Excalibur. You have several of them, so if you give me one, you're not going to be heartbroken and not give it to me. 2, are you? Only. Yin Nanfeng lowered the condition to Excalibur. After all, who can't love a spirit sword that has life in it? Just ask the Pear Clusters on the other side of the desert about that. Pear Cluster says, I love it so much I sleep with my arms around it. To this, Excalibur? I do have a couple of them. Okay, just a handful. Jichu remembered that he still had 4 Excalibur swords, so he rather seemed a bit indifferent. After all, the divine sword was actually connected to his Jichio's mind at all times. If there was really a need, even if it was at the ends of the earth, as long as Jichio gives the word sword, they will all return to Jichio's side. Therefore, even if the Excalibur was given out, people like Pearcluster were actually just temporarily helping Jichio maintain the Excalibur. Did not see the desert, Jichio a sword to come. Pearcluster behind the divine sword immediately flew to Jichio, so, Nanfeng wanted Excalibur, and Jichio agreed. However, this is on the premise that you can really effectively help Shinshong subdue the Borderchin family. Otherwise, it can be nothing, Jichu reminded. Of course, Nanfeng, at this moment, actually showed a smile to Jichio. Seeing this, Jichio also smiled faintly and passed on. Well then, good luck. Saying that, stepping out, Jichio began to walk unhurriedly towards his room in the Star and Moon Hotel. Hey, how do I find her? In the back, Nanfeng shouted at Jichio, and Jichio continued onward waving his hand as he said, when you're ready, you can always call out to the dark shadow soldiers in your shadow. They can lead you to Shinshong. Looking at Jichio's slowly departing back at this moment, Nanfeng's face was filled with confidence. The other side, Jichio went back to his room, originally thought that after Shinshong left and went to the border, there would be no one in the room to wait for him when he returned. But see, a silhouette at this moment is sitting on the sofa next to the tea table in the lobby, holding up a handle of hot tea slowly drinking, waiting for the vine? Looking at the silhouette in the lobby, Jichio couldn't help but sound a little surprised. It wasn't that he'd forgotten about Waito's existence, but he hadn't expected her to be awake. And, looking at what she was wearing, it wasn't the same men's trench coat he'd had in the desert. Instead, she wore a long white dress and a white knit sweater draped over her shoulders, making her look like a white snow lotus. Tumble down. Dainty, you're back? At this time, Waito was also looking towards Jichio, who was at the doorway at this moment with a teacup in his hand. At those words, the reactive Jichio first nodded, then approached closer to speak. Why don't you get some more sleep? You weren't in the best of spirits before. Saying that, Jichio also settled down on the sofa aside. Sleeping too long would be tedious instead, Waito said in a soft tone. At the same time, one of her slender hands began to pour steaming tea into a nearby teacup that had been set out earlier as well. Drink it, the teacups have just been washed. Serving the vine, he handed the teacup raised up to Jichio. Thanks. Jichio smiled faintly, then reached out to take the teacup. Immediately after that, Jichio took a sip of the tea in his cup. Then, well, good. Such a sentence. At those words, the Y2 on the side couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. You, whether you were, or still are, you don't know how to taste tea. Even the best tea leaves are all in vain in your mouth. With her slender hand gently resting on her jaw at this moment, Servo just looked at Jichio beside her with a smile on her face. In response, Jichio, however, did not want to dwell on any tea or no tea. Waiting vine, I still want to know more about the ultimate inside the bronze gate. Jichio, his eyes were now looking straight at the beautiful fairy-like serving vine in front of him. Chapter 89, The Serving Vine v. Other Dimensions. Hearing Jichio mention the bronze door again, the ultimate, Waito put down the teacup in his hand, then his eyes looked at him beside him. Didn't I tell you about this? I can't say much. Why? Jichio was a bit confused. In response, Waito sighed slightly, then said, Seasonal autumn, there are actually many more people who have entered the bronze gate and seen it, but none of them can say what it is. It's not that they don't want to talk about it, it's that they simply can't. That's why the word ultimate was substituted. Only, Servo explained so, but listening to Jichio felt even more complicated and incomprehensible. But, are you saying that there is a force in the underworld that is preventing you from saying what the ultimate is? Seasonal autumn, still hearing a little bit of information. How can? Then, at this point, even Jichio was a bit incredulous. Enter the bronze door and you will be able to say what it is. But, if you really go in, you can even see it for yourself. And why do you need others to tell you? Waiting for the vine, once again raised the teacup, slowly sipped a mouthful of warm green tea. You can say what it is when you enter inside the bronze gate, and you can't after you exit it. What the hell is the reason for this? Jichio stroked his chin in his thoughts. Mention as soon as possible that your zombie power reaches a green-eyed or even red-eyed Discordian god. That way, you can enter the bronze door by yourself to see what you want to know. Serving the vine, he repoured tea into the cup of Jichu beside him. Thank you. Jichio politely thanked him while sipping the tea from the cup. It looks like this issue will have to be put on hold for now. In the end, Jichio shook his head helplessly. Since he couldn't ask, Jichio stretched his back and stopped dwelling on it. Soldiers will come. Water will come to cover the earth. Next moment, however, he saw Jiqiu. He suddenly looked at the serving vine at this moment. These clothes of yours, are you wearing Shinxiong's? Looking at the white dress and an equally white jersey draped over the shoulders of Weito at the moment, Jiqiu suddenly asked. In his mind, the scene where he had just gotten the unlimited black gold card from Lieutenant Zhang and brought Shinxiong to go on a crazy shopping spree floated in his mind. At that time, he bought over $1.5 million worth of clothes and shoes for himself and Shinxiong, too, which, it seemed, included the set on servo at the moment. To this, I just woke up and had nothing to change into, so I found this one in my room locker. It feels pretty good. Serving the vine, he faintly voiced out. Saying that, thinking of something, Servo's gaze glanced at Jiqiu beside him again. There are a lot of clothes in the cupboard, in this era, and they are all new. Did you buy them for Sister Shinxiong? Looking at Jiqiu beside him, Servo suddenly asked so. In response, for some reason, Jiqiu actually saw the meaning of pressing in the eyes of Servo at this moment. You could say that. Jiqiu nodded with a soft chuckle. Upon hearing that, Servo began to continue looking straight at the current Jiqiu with a very particular gaze again. It made Jiqiu look puzzled. At the same time, by the way, why did you call Shinxiong his sister? Although Shinxiong has a long-lived physique, truly speaking, you shouldn't be too far behind her in age. Jiqiu looked to the serving vine who had been looking at himself at the moment, forcing his scalp to numb with embarrassment. In changing the subject, in response, it seemed as if Servo was also really pulled up certain memories by Jiqiu's words, because, in another dimension of the past, it was Shinxiong and you who found me, then caged by Qiu Shan and only a few years old. At the same time, it was also Sister Shinxiong who she immediately broke the cage and released me at that time, so that I was no longer like a cat or a dog, locked in a cage, waiting for the vine. The tone of voice bland in the hidden complex emotions, so murmured. Credit STH. Jiqiu Fong realized why she called Shinxiong as her sister, and after that, Jiqiu couldn't help but continue to ask. After that you taught Qiu Shan a lesson and took me away. You almost killed Qiu Shan, and I was the one who stopped you. Serving the vine, a pair of beautiful eyes looked at Jiqiu at the moment and slowly spoke out. Jiqiu listened and nodded lightly. He wouldn't ask anything about why did he stop that Jiqiu from killing Qiu Shan. To this, and then after that, after you and Sister Shinxiong left with me, you began to slowly raise me up. Though most of the time it was Sister Shinxiong as well as a few other female war goddesses taking care of me as a child. And even sometimes Sister Shinxiong she needed to go out of the city to fight against the non-human hordes that were summoned by Ultimate. But no matter what, I'm still very grateful to you and Sister Shinxiong. Servo looked at Jiqiu, whose temperament was naturally very cold beside him, and then spoke with such a true display of emotion. Yeah, Jiqiu, at this moment, couldn't help but smile. But, you mentioned non-human armies, meaning there are armies on the ultimate side of your dimension? Jiqiu, grasping the point of Servo's words, instantly made a confirming question. Aha! Y2 nodded lightly and continued. The power of the ultimate control dimension can summon non-humans from other dimensions and form an army. In other dimensions, it is possible that another you, who has been called the God Stiff King, is fighting the ultimate non-human army on the ancient battlefield right now. Ancient? Jiqiu couldn't help but shake her head and lose her smile as she listened. It feels like things are a little complicated. There's one more thing I want to ask you. Divine Stiff King, is that? Jiqiu, scratching his head, smiled lightly at the desire to speak. Seeing this, Weito also showed a very gentle smile at the right time. The unknown number of times you traveled through dimensions behind you, you would have saved a fallen princess from an ancient time of chaos in another dimension. Her name is Tianxi. Not only did you save her, but you also gave her the massive Black Shadow Corps to use as an army and to help her take back her country. Later, she became an empress, and at the same time, in appreciation of you, she had the entire country call you the Divine Stiff King, a status that could almost be said to be equal to her, the Empress. Also, she is the one who raised the nation's forces and helped us fight the ultimate non-human army. She is, to put it mildly, one of the female warriors on your side. Only to see that Servo suddenly exploded again. It made Jiqiu, who was listening on the side, couldn't help but look sideways and even sigh. It feels, the other dimensions are really buzzing. Is becoming a second-generation green-eyed zombie just enough to enter the Bronze Gate? It's just that I'm still only a fourth-generation blue-eyed too. Reaching a green-eyed second generation. It's not easy. Upon hearing this, Servant Vine, however, suddenly smiled and said, the you of another dimension told me a few words, saying that I should tell you after meeting the you of this dimension. It said it was a secret that would allow you to accelerate the evolution of your own power. On the side, Jiqiu suddenly brightened up. Chapter 90 Bus Cycle. The next day, in the middle of a guest room at the Star and Moon Hotel, with a murmur, Liang Bang slowly opened his eyes on the bed. then namely surprised to realize that he did not know when he passed out. Even at this moment in a strange room bed, how did I get here? What is this place? The Bean Benton couldn't help but be a little nervous. After observing her surroundings and looking at the room that was different from the modern, ancient room, she couldn't help but suspect that she had traveled. Am I not in the middle of getting my blood sucked by Jichu? Where's that boy Jichu? Liang Ben didn't know at the moment that it was already last night that she was sucked blood. It's early the next morning. After that, casually washing her face in the restroom, Liang Ben wanted to leave, but, having just carefully opened the door of the room, just saw two women who looked a bit like hotel attendants standing outside the room at some point. You guys, who is it? Looking at the two females who were outside the room, Liang Ben asked in a quiet voice. To this, hello, MS. Liang Ben, may I help you? Those two women, at this time, looked at the room in unison to probe out the head of Liang Ben, so asked. No, where am I? How did I get here? Liang Ben froze and asked. And here the question of beam bending. You don't have to be afraid, MS. Liang Ben, this is not a kidnapping. It's actually because you fainted last night, so our boss brought you back to Star Moon Hotel to rest. The two listening slaves, who were both smiling at the moment, answered Liang Bang. Your boss. Liang Ben muttered out. We have two bosses, Yin Nanfeng and Jichio. Hearing slave continued to answer. Jichio? Hearing the name, Liang Bang instantly brightened up. Where is he? Tell him to come here. I want to see him. Like this. The two listening slaves, however, smiled apologetically and said, I'm sorry, MS. Liang Ben, boss Jichio just left early in the morning. Even our other boss, Yin Nanfeng, left the hotel temporarily last night. But, boss Jichio instructed before he left that you should eat and drink here when you wake up, and that he would come to you when he finished his business. In this way, the two listening slaves finished explaining to Liang Bang very politely. This way, Liang Ben also basically figured out what was going on. At the very least, know that you didn't cross over or get kidnapped or anything. But the two of them actually called Jichio boss? Can't see Jichio, this kid is young. The boss? But, thinking about what he's meant to do, it seems like being the boss, and it really isn't that hard. In the next second, Liang Ben's entire body directly relaxed. Even, time to eat and drink? Meaning, I spend the money and he pays for it? Eyes smiling, Liang Bang looked at the two listening slaves in front of her with a smile. Upon hearing this, the two listening slaves couldn't help but gently laugh it off. Yes, MS. Liang Ben, whatever you need, you can order us to do it. The boss has explained. Good, then I'm hungry. Please have someone send me some good food and drinks over. Liang Wan was also not polite. Thought to myself, I might even be a long-term blood provider for Jichio in the future. What's wrong with eating a little bit of him? Okay, MS. Liang Ben, please wait, we'll get right on it. ×2. At this moment, Ningjiang Road, where the 45 buses pass through, Jichio has appeared here this early in the morning without knowing why. Condensed River Road, bus number 45. Waito, I hope you're telling the truth. At the moment, Jichio stood on the side of the road, watching a bus slowly approaching vaguely in the distance. He was alone on the side of the road, so talking to himself. It was indeed what Servo called the words that the other dimensions him, Ju, was going to convey to this dimensions him, that brought this times Ju to this place. Ningjiang Road A must stop for the No. 45 bus. Just, right now. Jichio didn't know the meaning of that sentence. I also wonder, what was the original reason for the next so-called, that would allow him to rapidly evolve zombie power? In this way, Jichio eyed the bus in the distance as it slowly traveled towards him. That is, until he held his trust and saw the bus at this stop off to the side. There, slow to a stop. And that's when, detected plot characters that can be signed in for a long period of time. The male and female protagonists of Cycle, Li Xiqing and Xiao Yun, detected signalable plot characters, bus driver Wang Xinda, Tao Yinghong, Ludi, plot locations detected for signing in, Njikiang Road, bus no. 45. Will you sign in now? Ha ha. So, at this moment, Jichio looked at the side of the bus that stops to let passersby get on the bus, cannot help but the evil smile over. Indeed, he had already seen the hint of the sign-in system in the void that only he could see. Sign in. Under his breath, he whispered so. At the same time, Jichu had already stepped out and walked toward the bus that had stopped and opened its doors. Congratulations, signing in from a special location. Targeted gain, current own level of Discordian zombie bloodline essence, 10 drops. Targeted acquisition, Black Shadow Soldiers, 2,000. Congratulations, signing off from the main characters of the plot, Xiao and Li. Targeted reward, 1,000. Dark Shadow Soldiers X2. Targeted reward, Black Armor Iron Horseman, 500. Targeted reward, The World of Stalemate Covenant, Blood of the Demon Star, 10 pack. Congratulations, signing off from a number of bus riders, including Cindy Wang, Inghong Tao, and Ludi. Targeted reward, 300 bags of blood packs x5. Targeted reward, 10 black armored crossbowmen x3. Seasonal fall, the moment you step onto the bus. The sign-in system at this point in time had begun to distribute various sign-in rewards continuously. Seasonal fall can now be withdrawn at any time. Only, he's in no hurry now, but he saw that at this moment. After Jichio got on the bus, he was staring at someone with a smirk on his face. A girl who seems to have fallen asleep on the bus. Lissy Love, the heroine of the original series. She hadn't woken up yet, and Jichio didn't know if the so-called cycle has it started yet. Well, there's no rush. Let's see. With this in mind, Jichio walked past Li Xiqing and Xiao Haiyun's position and came to sit at an empty seat at the back. Then, the gaze continued to look with a smile at Li Xiqing, who was 2 body lengths away in front of him. I don't know. Your blood. What does it taste like? Jichio, with an evil gaze, murmured under his own breath. And that's when it happened. Ha! Ha! Up ahead, Li Xiqing finally woke up and was gasping for air, and the look on his face was one of disbelief, panic, and even pallor. If you didn't know better, you might think she's having a heart attack or something at the moment, but Jichu understood. It seems the cycle started long ago. Has time started over? I can't believe I didn't feel anything before this. Chapter 91 Jichio, Li Xiqing, Xiao Haiyun. Looking at Li Xiqing, who was already awake, 2 car lengths away in front of him. Seasonal fall has determined that the cycle has begun, but it didn't seem to concern him. The check-in has been completed and the rewards can be withdrawn at any time. Now, Jichio only wanted to suck the blood of Li Xiqing once, then walk away. What does the cycle or whatever have to do with him? Jichio? He doesn't care. It's actually kind of interesting. After all, the constant cycle of time is still amazing. At this moment, just as Jichio was thinking about it. But see over there, pervert. This man is a pervert. Just like the scene in the original play, Li Xiqing grabbed Xiao Haiyun. It is true that he was falsely accused of being a pervert so that he could get out of the car. No, how can you talk nonsense about others being perverts? How did you? Xiao Haiyun, with an innocent face. Then the whole car was captivated. The bus driver Wang Xinda, Auntie Pa Tao Inghong, and the couple also glanced at Li Xiqing and Xiao Haiyun at this moment. Period. Ha! Watching a scene from the original play out directly in front of him at the moment, Jichio couldn't help but feel an amused chuckle in the background. Uncle, open the door quickly. I want to send this pervert to the police station. Li Xiqing pulled Xiao Haiyun and came to the driver Wang Xinda's side. On the side, a tall and thin male, seems to be an anchor, has been on the air with the people in the live broadcast talking, and then at this moment after seeing this scene, look everyone, this is really lawless in broad daylight. Everyone should pay more attention and be careful when they go out in the future. Only to see that the tall and thin male anchor pointed the camera at Xiao Haiyun. I'm really not a pervert. At this moment, Xiao Haiyun was really helpless and depressed in his heart. Glancing at Li Xiqing who was tightly gripping herself, Xiao Haiyun didn't understand what was wrong with her all of a sudden just now. Why are you accusing yourself of being a pervert for no reason? Uncle driver, open the door. I want to get off. At this time, Li Xiqing could not care about other things. She is now under the fear in the heart only want to get off immediately. In response the driver, Cinda Wang, fell into a few seconds of hesitation. He was now actually preparing to pull this cart with Tao Inghong to die. However, looking at Liz Yu, who was the same age as the daughter she once was, the driver's big brother still saved the last trace of goodwill in his heart. And then, he really stopped the car temporarily, letting Li Xiqing and Xiao Haiyun go down. The bus. It stopped. Li Xiqing immediately couldn't help but pull Xiao Haiyun and got out of the car. Watching the duo get out of the car, Wang Xinda then prepares to close the door and continue traveling towards his final destination, the bridge. But, suddenly, almost at the last second when the car door was about to close completely, a quick figure jumped out of the car door like a fish in a very oily way. Exactly, seasonal fall. In the car, the crowd was stunned for a moment. Hey, don't you know it's dangerous? In the car, that male anchor was a bit of a talker. While Wang Xinda and Tao Inghong couple looked twice more at Jichio who had already gotten off the bus together, they didn't say anything more. Wang Xinda continued to drive, letting the bus in front of him quickly drive away in front of the 3 people, Jichio, Li Xiqing, and Xiao Haiyun, who were on the sidelines. Hello, may I ask why you got out of the car with me? Li Xiqing, at this time, trotted to the side of Jichio. Then her gaze vaguely looked at Jichio in front of her with a hint of inexplicable hope and expectation. It's the same as in the original drama when Li Xiqing knew that Xiao Haiyun also entered the cycle and then she couldn't help but feel happy. At this moment, Li Xiqing couldn't help but very much wish for a companion who was the same as herself and who was facing this kind of strange encounter in her heart. Hey, Didn't you say you were going to the police station? Let's go. I'm not afraid of shadows when I'm upright. On the side, Xiao Hiyun was still dwelling on the matter of the colorful wolf, without realizing that it was just a random way for Li Xiqing to get out of the car when she had no way out. In response, Ji Qiu, whose features were delicate and somewhat excessive, and whose skin was fairer than many women, even more exaggerated. Then her gaze first glanced at Xiao Hiyun at this moment. Then he looked again at Li Xiqing, who came to his side. When Ji Qiu got on the bus just now, Li Xiqing hadn't woken up yet, so she didn't see Ji Qiu. At this moment, Ji Qiu turned around, and Li Xiqing Fong saw Ji Qiu's appearance, but all of a sudden, his eyes couldn't help but be flooded with a burst of amazement. This is too good looking, isn't it? And this skin of his, sure it's something a man can have? Looking at the extremely handsome Ji Qiu in front of her, Li Xiqing froze and couldn't help but think this way in her heart. Ji Qiu didn't know what Li Xiqing was thinking at the moment, but for the question she had just asked, and the look of anticipation she just couldn't control. Ji Qiu, however, knew, deep down in her heart, she actually wanted someone else to go through the same cycle she had just gone through. To this, know what? Even if you get out of the car, the time loop on you won't stop. Ji Qiu, indirectly admitting the same so out loud, said something somewhat inexplicable. Loop. Upon hearing this, Li Xiqing was only able to react from the temptation of Ji Qiu's beauty. Loop. Yes, it's a loop. You really are the same as me, aren't you? Then, Li Xiqing couldn't control her face of surprise. Even a pair of slender hands were so excited that they went up to hold Ji Qiu's big hand. Did you just keep repeating it over and over in the car too? It was just above the bus, and I don't know why, but it seemed like I kept dying and then kept coming back to life. So are you, aren't you? Only to see. Li Xiqing at the moment grabbed Ji Qiu's hand, and then so couldn't help but ask with some excitement. CSTH. Ji Qiu could actually understand how Li Xiqing felt at this time. What are you talking about? Aren't you going to the police station? On the side, Xiao Hiyun, however, could not understand a single word of what the duo of Ji Qiu and Li Xiqing were actually saying. And seasonal fall. What you say doesn't matter to me at all. He, suddenly, wore an evil smile on his face, and his gaze was fixed on the youthful and beautiful Li Xiqing, who was near his eyes. Ji Qiu's sudden change actually caused Li Xiqing to feel a shock of chills. She unconsciously took 2 steps back, but, late, roar. Suddenly, with a low growl that seemed like a wild animal, seasonal autumn, the pupils turned blue, and 2 sharp fangs grew out of the upper row of teeth in his mouth. It has indeed entered the state of Discordian zombie. Li Xiqing fell to the ground in shock. On the side, Xiao Hiyun was also shocked as he looked at Ji Qiu, who was in the state of a Discordian zombie at this moment. Both of them couldn't believe it. How could the Ji Qiu in front of them suddenly turn into such a monster-like appearance? Roar! A beast-like low growl came out of his mouth, and in the next second, Ji Qiu directly beckoned to Li Xiqing on the ground. Swish! The power of the zombie instantly out of thin air will be on the ground. Li Xiqing control, and even directly let her fly to the hands of Ji Qiu by his grip. Then, Ji Qiu opened his fangs to Li Xiqing's delicate white neck directly under the mouth. Gollum, blood, sweet in the mouth. Chapter 92, you're in for a rude awakening when you meet me. In Chi luck plus 50, in Chi luck plus 50, in Chi luck plus 50. Holy, not bad for a female lead in a show that can keep getting blown up and resurrected. This chakra level is truly heaven-defying. A mouthful of blood actually provided Ji Qiu with 50 chi. It's a great deal of money. At this moment, Ji Qiu was ecstatic in his heart. Then, while the chi on Li Xiqing had not yet bottomed out, he continued to swallow the blood from Li Xiqing's neck constantly and rapidly. In this way, the chi on Li Xiqing was constantly being devoured by Ji Qiu. Period. Xiao Hiyun looked at Ji Qiu, who was holding Li Xiqing and sucking blood after biting through her neck, and for a moment, he was dumbfounded between uncertainty and astonishment. Afterwards, Xiao Hiyun turned around and ran. He had just run out not 10 meters when he stopped again. Turning back, he glanced at the scene of the persistent hugging of Li Xiqing and the bloodsucking while she couldn't push Ji Qiu in any way. It. Just die. Xiao Hiyun. Inexplicably hot blood came up in his heart. In the next moment, he copied a stone from a pile of weeds on the side, and even bravely smashed it towards Ji Qiu. But, hissing, several dark shadowed figures emerged from Ji Qiu's shadow. Exactly, black shadow soldiers. This bizarre scene once again caused Xiao Hiyun to be stunned in place all of a sudden. To this, boo! One of the several dark shadow soldiers went straight up and kicked. Give the nosy Xiao Hiyun a direct kick out. It ended up flying magnificently for several meters and fainting on the ground. Period. In Chi luck plus 50. In Chi luck plus 50. Seasonal autumn, on the other hand, is doing the right thing. Sucking blood. Don't. You let go of Li Xiqing. The blood on her body was getting less and less, and her strength to push Ji Qiu became less and less. The face even became pale, a little bit more visible to the naked eye. Ji Qiu, however, was surprised as he continued to swallow the blood from her neck and devour her qi. He had already sucked more than 24 mouthfuls of Li Xiqing's blood and devoured more than 1,000 qi. But, grunt, in qi luck plus 50, from Li Xiqing, Ji Qiu could continue to devour qi. Obviously, the previous Yin Nanfeng, Shen Qiong, and Liang Ben girls seemed to have bottomed out on their 13th mouthful of blood at most. Li Xiqing, now that this is almost 30 mouthfuls of blood, it actually continues to provide qi, and every time it's still a huge, 50, amount of chakra. It's unbelievable. Could it be that, because of the cycle, the restoration of qi on Li Xiqing's body was instant? Good. It's so good and great. Ha ha ha. Ji Qiu was ecstatic in his heart. Finally understood why his other dimensional self had bothered to wait for the vine to tell this dimensions him about Ji Qiu, the heroine who has unlimited qi in a short period of time, Li Xiqing. This really is a chance for a further explosion of his Ji Qiu's strength. Gollum. With ecstasy in his heart, Ji Qiu's movements to swallow the blood from Li Xiqing's neck did not slow down at all, even swallowed faster, until it was over 50 mouthfuls of blood and more than 2,500 chakra credits. Boo-hoo! Suddenly, Ji Qiu felt himself being knocked out by whoever gave him the blow. At the same time, explosive boom dash, a violent explosion rang out in the distance, supposedly the same as the original show. The bus exploded. The same goes for this moment. Clang, a powerful force that wrapped heaven and earth and turned back time. Ji Qiu, open your eyes, realizing that I had somehow made it back to just now, before getting on the bus. Apparently, he has entered the loop. Asterisk. What asshole kicked me in that last one? Being at the roadside station, Ji Qiu was furious at this time. He was sucking blood just now. At the end of the day, it was actually kicked out by who knows who. And, at the moment of the eventual bus explosion, time to cycle up. And he, after all, was in the middle of the cycle. And, it's a time loop at this roadside station. Could it have been Xiao Hiyun just now? Impossible. He fainted. What's more, he couldn't possibly have that strength. Ji Qiu, still struggling with who had just ended up attacking him, there was a big sense of find out the other side and then destroy it for ya. Just in time. 2. Front. The bus, after the loop, came back down the front. Ha! Ji Qiu instantly saw the displeasure disappear from his face and resurfaced with a smile. Forget it, devouring the qi first is important. Other than that, let's talk about it afterward. Muttering to himself, Ji Qiu checked the qi luck value he currently possessed. 3,670. That's good. The qi that had just been devoured from Li Xiqing did not disappear because of the cycle. Qi luck, almost 4,000. Ji Qiu couldn't help but feel surprised at this point. Having drawn blood from Shen Xiong, Yin Nanfeng, Liang Ben and several other women several times before, since none of them were as much as the one-time one on Li Xiqing. Li Xiqing, the heroine, is still really special among specials, an infinite chirography heroine under the cycle and for a short period of time. Coward. He. My. Meet me. This is going to be a real pain in the ass for you. Looking at the bus that had already stopped and opened its doors once again, Ji Qiu's handsome and very handsome face was smiling a bit obscenely at the moment. It even kind of scares Silver. Very quickly, Ji Qiu got on the bus once more. Then, it also saw Li Xiqing, who was already circulating on the bus, and Xiao Hiyun. Only these two haven't woken up yet. Seeing this scene, Ji Qiu walked towards these two protagonists of the original drama sitting together with a smirk on his face, mainly, Lissy Love. In response, however, he saw just as Ji Qiu walked to the place in front of Li Xiqing. She's awake, opening her eyes. Lizhu first did what she had done before, wondered and panicked. And this time, she frequently checked her neck with her hand. It was indeed the place that had just been bitten by the zombie state Ji Qiu. Ha! Only, she was so shocked that she kept panting, and the moment she looked up, at that moment, she was even more surprised to see that the devil of a moment ago, Ji Qiu, was also in the car at that moment, even standing in front of her. You, looking at Ji Qiu who was close to her eyes, Li Xiqing's mind kept recalling the last moment, the scene where she was held in the arms of him who had turned into a demon and then sucked blood. Just now, he himself was almost directly sucked to death by his blood-sucking. You're a demon? Looking at Ji Qiu who was near her eyes, Li Xiqing said in a timid voice. She seems to be on the verge of tears, even less expected. Aha, I'm a zombie. Ji Qiu, straight away, smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Li Xiqing's eyes were bubbling with tears. Can you not? Can't. Before she could even finish her words, Ji Qiu directly shook his head and smiled. Li Xiqing, Wu x Julie x Wu. Chapter 93, Did you kick me just now? Li Xiqing was really crying in her heart at the moment. I had just met Ji Qiu, first marveling at his handsome looks and skin, and then I couldn't help but feel happy to learn that he was part of the cycle, just like myself. Just now there was really inexplicably a feeling similar to meeting a friend in another country. But, what happened back there? Let Li Xiqing understand, this is not what old acquaintance it's Ya's demons and devils. It is the devil and the blood-sucking zombie. She really wanted to cry too. How can there really be blood-sucking zombies in this world? However, think about it. Time loops are available. Why not zombies? So, again, can you stop biting my neck? It hurts too much. Li Xiqing, with teary eyes, looked at Jiqiu in front of her, a face of supplication. At the same time, it was also stretching out a delicate hand. Obviously, she hoped that if Jiqiu really had to suck blood, could she just bite her hand and suck the blood from her hand? After all, it's better than biting your neck, right? The main neck-biting position is still a bit too ambiguous. In response, Jiqiu stroked his chin, quickly. Okay, as long as you behave yourself next, I can drink the blood from your hands. He did nod in agreement. After all, she devouring only asked for blood to be sucked. It didn't ask for blood to be sucked from anywhere, so of course blood on the hands is fine. Then, although Jiqiu agreed, Li Xiqing was relieved yet still a bit resistant. Bite your hand. It hurts too, okay? Besides, who really wants someone else sucking their blood? Snap. Jiqiu, however, didn't care about that much and directly reached out and grabbed that white, slender hand of Li Xiqing. At this moment, Jiqiu couldn't wait to continue devouring Qi-Luck. What's going on here? Little girl, is he bullying you? Just then, the tall and skinny male anchor from before, who was holding up a cell phone at the moment, came over again. Hey, you, what are you doing holding someone else's girl's hand like that? The tall and thin that male anchor, looking at Li Xiqing with a look of wanting to cry, immediately questioned Jiqiu who was pulling Li Xiqing's small hand. Among his live broadcast, there seemed to be a succession of people condemning Jiqiu's bullying of Li Xiqing. Little girl, is he bullying you? He looked at Li Xiqing again. Li Xiqing wanted to say, and after looking at Jiqiu, she didn't dare to say it. After all, he's a zombie. Say what? Is there anyone else in this car who can beat a zombie? So, Li Xiqing really had a hard time. At this moment, noisy, Jiqiu had already felt impatient coldly said. In the next second, it was even more obvious that Jiqiu directly swung over with a punch. Boo! Right in the other guy's head. Instantly, the tall and thin male anchor felt a wave of dizziness. This was followed by a gorgeous collapse into unconsciousness as well, and as a result, the car was chaotic. The bus driver, Wang Xinda, and Auntie Pot, the couple also took a look at Jiqiu and Li Xiqing's side of the situation. During that time, Wang Xinda had mixed feelings. Auntie Pot, however, had a cold face. Don't look at me. You guys keep driving and then blowing up the car. It's fine. Let's leave each other alone. Jiqiu, looking towards the couple. Then this human and harmless smirk. Credit STH. But she saw Auntie Pot first, surprised for a moment as to why Jiqiu knew about her having a bomb. Immediately after that, Auntie Pot actually pulled the hidden explosives under her feet directly. At once, amidst the shocked gazes of the bus's passengers such as Li Xiqing, Ludi, and Xiao Hiyun who had just woken up. Boom dash, dynamite, boom, but, swish, clank. Also at this moment, an incredibly fast figure instantly dodged and appeared beside Auntie Pot, even at the moment when the explosives had just erupted. With a wave of purple and black energy, it enveloped the explosives. Immediately all the explosive power of the dynamite is contracted into a sphere. It was Jiqiu, who had already appeared as a zombie, who covered the explosive power of the explosion with the power of the zombie in front of the public. With that, a casual strike, breaking the roof of the bus, and then throwing the exploding sphere of energy in his hand high into the air. Finally, boom, the explosives, barely harming anyone, exploded high above the city. But the commotion of the explosion shocked the entire city, especially within a few hundred meters. A lot of vehicles have stopped between the alarmed many people looking at the sky that violent explosion of fire. Bear dash, Wang Xinda, at this moment also shocked as well as incredulous, stopped the bus. You, want to go against me? In the car. At this moment, Jiqiu saw in front of him also a face of incredulous Pot Ant. He so cold eyes questioning. Because of Jiqiu's strength, even Auntie Pot, who was closest to the explosives, was barely harmed by the blast. And looking at Jiqiu, who had blue pupils and sharp fangs protruding from her mouth, Aunt Pot was too surprised to speak. And one by one, Ludi, Uncle Watermelon, Li Xiqing and the others in the car were too shocked to come back to their senses at this moment. Especially Li Xiqing. At this moment she realizes what she died of in the middle of the cycle. I really can't believe there was a bomb in the car. She's been blown up on several previous cycles? Jiqiu, on the other hand, was cold at this time, even reaching out to Auntie Pot's throat in front of her. You want to die? I can fulfill you now. Jiqiu looked like she was ready to strangle Auntie Pot. During that time, looking at Jiqiu's manifestation behavior just now, his powerful strength, and the green-eyed and fanged appearance of this zombie of his at this moment. Almost everyone in the car was too stunned to make a sound. Wang Xinda got up instead, but Li Xiqing was faster than him. Trotting over, a slender hand reached out to the green-eyed and fanged Jiqiu. "Weren't you going to drink my blood?" "Drink!" Straight away, Li Xiqing automatically ran over to let Jiqiu bite her in order to save the day. "Ha! Rotten good guy." Jiqiu, smiling, glanced at Li Xiqing. Thereupon, and without ceremony, directly grabbing her small hand, pulling up the sleeves revealing the white jade-like arm. Then, Jiqiu opened his mouth that had fangs at this time, ready to bite down. But then, the special situation reappears. Boo-hoo! A raging fist suddenly flew and blasted over. However, Jiqiu directly shot out and grabbed the attacking fist without even looking at it. You think you can attack me a second time? Make me suffer twice?" Jiqiu. At this moment a pair of zombie blue pupils sneered at the person in front of him. "Those who steal the heavenly Dao's fortune kill." Xiao He-yun. His pupils and the whites of his eyes all turned golden. The whole person inexplicably filled with a sense of holiness at this time, gazing at Jiqiu, who grabbed his fist. "Don't know about you, but you had to be the one who kicked me at the end of the last cycle?" Jiqiu, smiling, looked at the golden-eyed Xiao He-yun in front of him. Then, underneath the smile, murderous intent was revealed. On the side, Li Xiqing, who had originally planned to let Jiqiu bite herself, was at a loss at this point. Everyone else in the car was stunned as well. Chapter 94, Good and Evil. Who can tell? At the moment, the bus, looking at Xiao He-yun, who had a fist in front of him that he had grabbed. Jiqiu was also a bit surprised in his heart. It's even a little unbelievable. However, he saw that the pupils and whites of Xiao He-yun's eyes were golden at this moment, similar to Pear Cluster's blackened eyes, only the Pear Cluster was black, while Xiao He-yun was completely golden at this point. "It looks and has a sense of sanctity like an immortal god." And Xiao He-yun's voice had changed now. "You steal the heavenly Dao's qi. You must be executed." Only to see the golden-eyed holy Xiao He-yun, coldly gazing at the zombie state of Jiqiu in front of him, uttered so. The voice was unmistakably ethereal, divine, yet seemingly unbearably cold and unfeeling. Obviously, he was no longer that Xiao He-yun at this moment. For such a change in him, apart from Jiqiu, the most beside Li Xiqing was also looking at Xiao He-yun's eyes, surprised at this time. "I can't believe that Xiao He-yun has also changed. How is it that nothing that happened today was normal?" It seemed as if all the gods and demons had come to her, Li Xiqing, in one day. However, compared to Jiqiu's scary zombie look, Xiao He-yun's golden eyes seemed to indeed appear as if they were immortal gods, with a sense of sanctity. However, what Xiao He-yun did next made Li Xiqing feel fearful. Boo-hoo! Suddenly, there was another burst of power. It was actually the two of them, Jiqiu and Xiao He-yun, who had exchanged punches. Under the powerful outburst of force, it instantly shook the entire bus, causing all the windows to burst. Li Xiqing, Ludi, Uncle Watermelon, and all the other passengers were so panicked that they couldn't help but all crouch down with their heads in their hands. Under the heavenly mandate, all beings are required to worship. You, on the other hand, dare to jump outside of the 3 realms and 6 paths without authorization, and even steal the heavenly Dao's fortune in vain. Unlivable. Golden-eyed Xiao He-yun, after he and Jiqiu had exchanged punches and almost exploded the entire bus. At this time, a pair of golden eyes stared coldly at Jiqiu in front of him. In response, Jiqiu, on the other hand, was surprised in his heart that the guy in front of him could actually fight against his zombie state self. The golden-eyed. What the hell? Heavenly authorization? Golden-eyed Xiao He-yun's words had allowed Jiqiu to grasp the point. So you are now in the midst of the divine authorization and have received from it the power to fight against me? So tell me, what dark corner of the rat is the guy who haven't authorized you? Seasonal autumn, calendar drank out. At the same time, lashing out his leg, he kicked at Goldeneye in front of him. Clang! Goldeneye Xiao also immediately threw out his leg against Jiqiu. But, boo-hoo! Golden-eyed Xiao, not powerful enough to truly resist the blue-eyed Discordian zombies. Jiqiu, the one that got kicked out, went straight through the bus and flew out of it. It made the pedestrians on the road outside look on in awe. Just by you want to kill me? Looking at the golden-eyed Xiao that flew out, Jiqiu showed disdain. Then, followed by flying out of the bus. Immediately, the traveling passers-by outside, just shocked, because it was seen that Jiqiu was flying out. In an instant, some of the people who reacted to the situation had already pulled out their cell phones and shot up at Jiqiu. But at this moment Jiqiu didn't care about that. Anyway, no one will remember this after the cycle. At this moment, in the car, Wang Xinda and An Pot were both confused. How is it that by taking a caravan of people to their deaths, you've invited the gods and demons to fight? Indeed, directly substituting the golden-eyed and sacred Xiao He-yun as a god. Substitute Jiqiu, the zombie, as a demon or or devil. Even Lissy felt the same way. But, brakes. GoldenEye Xiao Heian fell in the middle of the road after flying out of the bus. It immediately caused a car on the road to brake hastily. It was a good thing that it finally settled down and stopped less than 2 meters in front of GoldenEye Xiao. However, the next moment, a scene that shocked everyone in the neighborhood happened. Drink! GoldenEye Xiao came to the side of the sedan and then actually kicked the sedan. Inside the sedan was a family of 3, now screaming in terror in a car in midair. And the car, flying towards none other than Ji Chio, who had just flown out of the bus. Clang! Ji Chio, releasing the purple and black, zombie power, steadily controlled the flying sedan. Then, park it smoothly to the side of the road a short distance away. So much so that the family of 3 inside the limousine still felt a thrilling afterthought very much. However, he also subconsciously glanced at Ji Chio, who had saved their family of 3, but did not expect Ji Chio at this moment green-faced fawn appearance. On the contrary, GoldenEye Xiao is golden-eyed and holy, both sides possessed inhuman strength. But with such a contrast, it seemed as if Ji Chio was an absolute demon or devil. But, at this time, this family of 3, however, thought that Ji Chio was not necessarily a demon. That golden-eyed holy man, who had just nearly killed their family of 3, was even less likely to be an immortal god. How could he do that? Li Siqing, at this moment also in the car window beside the look a little disbelieving look at the GoldenEye Xiao just now. It's a good thing he, then, seeing Ji Chio, who saved the family of 3 in the middle of the limousine, and seeing his scary zombie look. Lissy, but then all at once she wanted to speak again. Which is good and which is evil? Is that all you've got? After picking up the sedan, Ji Chio levitated 5 or 6 meters in midair and looked at GoldenEye Xiao, who was not far away on the opposite side. Kill, golden-eyed Xiao, with an ethereal voice. Still good and holy, but more than that, it's infinitely cooler. It was what happened next that really made Li Siqing feel completely terrified of GoldenEye Xiao Heiyun. Swish, however, they saw that Wang Xinda and Auntie Pot, both husband and wife, were suddenly moved by GoldenEye Xiao with a hand. At once the couple walked straight toward GoldenEye in a daze as if they were under control. In response, Ji Chio frowned slightly but didn't stop it, trying to see what the other side is trying to pull. And what happened afterward amazed even Jichu. Wang Xinda, Aunt Pot and his wife were controlled to come in front of and turn their backs to GoldenEye Xiao. And then, that is to say, GoldenEye glanced at Ji Chio with a cold face. Next, the grievances in you can be used for me. Be thankful. Reach out suddenly. Pusha. Wang Xinda, and Pot. The couple's back spine directly accompanied by a large amount of blood spray was drawn out. The scene. Shocked. The pedestrians who were still filming around one by one all backed up in succession. Then, all of them looked at GoldenEye Xiao with a face of horror and disbelief. However, he saw that at this moment, GoldenEye Xiao no longer looked so holy because he was holding 2 blood-filled spines as weapons while looking at the opposite side of Ji Chio with a cold and unfeeling face. On the bus, Li Siqing had covered her mouth with both hands at this time, and there was disbelief, panic, and even more sadness among her large eyes, so much so that tears flowed involuntarily. Looking at Wang Xinda, who had his spine taken away and fell to the ground in a spray of blood, Lissy was sad and emotional. She doesn't realize that Cindy Wong is also Auntie Pot's accomplice and the one who is going to drag a busload of innocents to their deaths with her. In the heart of Li Siqing, Wang Xinda has always been the honest uncle who once helped her retrieve the pass from the hands of the thief in the car. Therefore, looking at Wang Xinda's miserable death, Li Siqing couldn't help the tears falling straight down in her eyes from the sadness in her heart. At the same time, for the golden-eyed Xiao Yiyun, Li Siqing no longer thought that he was an immortal god. Compared to Ji Chio, who just wanted to suck her blood, this kind of behavior from GoldenEye Xiao is really the scary devil. In response, looking at GoldenEye Xiao, who drew out a man's spine and then held it in his hand as a weapon, Ji Chio couldn't help but feel a twinge of horror. But, sword come, a soft drink came out of his mouth. Swish, a black 8-sided Han sword instantly shot out from the shadow space, and was held in Ji Chio's hand in the next second. The fight that should be fought. Fight as it is. Chapter 95, Demons and Angels, Excalibur. Looking at the divine sword in Ji Chio's hand at the moment, the golden-eyed Xiao Hiyun, who was holding 2 bloody spines, actually knew the name of the sword. At those words, Ji Chio's heart stirred. The other party actually knew about the divine sword. However, this is not the time to talk about it, only to see that at this moment that opposite golden-eyed Xiao Hiyun looked at a glance at the 2 bloody spines in his hands. Shack. Suddenly, as if he were self-mutilating, his 2 spines interlocked and actually each came at his own arm. Instantly, blood flowed out, and it was actually golden blood. At the moment this golden blood was flowing down both arms and to both spines, until both spines were covered with golden blood, which appeared to shine brightly under the sun. However, the feeling given to everyone around was that those 2 spines were incomparably terrifying at this moment. The passers-by around them still don't know what's going on. Just looking at Ji Chio, who was suspended 5 or 6 meters in midair, and Xiao He-yun, who had golden glowing eyes. Obviously, on the other hand, it's a battle between two people who are beyond ordinary people and have similar superpowers. This kind of scene that broke their perception and common sense could be considered a blessing to encounter. At this moment, Jiqiu looked at the now golden two spines in the hands of the golden-eyed Xiao, and passed by with a faint smile on his face. Immediately, clang! The purple-black zombie power immediately attached itself to the divine sword as well. At that moment, the divine sword in Jiqiu's hand that was emitting a purple-black light at the moment, and the human spine in the golden-eyed Zhao's hand that was glittering with golden light, they formed a very direct opposition. Jiqiu is more zombie state opposing the golden-eyed sacred posture of Xiao He-yun at this time. A fight between the divine and the demonic? Clang! Very quickly, it was seen that Jiqiu and Gold-Eye Xiao directly began a head-on clash. The weapons in their hands clashed with each other. Boom! Instantaneous eruptions of strong airwaves impacted in all directions, even violently and directly blow down the roadside countless pedestrians watchers. Sha bared. In the next second, however, they saw Jiqiu and Golden-Eye Xiao each instantly chopping back again. Both only attacked and hit each other. The enchanted Excalibur in Jiqiu's hand chopped the golden-eyed Xiao in the abdomen. Golden-eyed Xiao's two golden human spines chopped into Jiqiu's arm. Fizzle, glancing at his arm at the moment, black breath bubbled from the wound on it. It was actually the golden blood attached to the top of the spine that was eroding Jiqiu's zombie body. However, the body of the 4th generation Pango zombie was still strong after all, and after a few seconds, it automatically dispelled the golden blood and restored Jiqiu's wounds. On the other side, Golden Eyes Xiao He-yun, his abdomen was directly chopped by the enchanted Excalibur. By now it was already bleeding profusely. All that comes out is golden blood. Bared click. At the same time, it was only seen that after exchanging blows with the Excalibur after the zombie power enchantment, in the hands of golden-eyed Xiao, the golden human spine cracked at this moment in response. Immediately after that, it was even more straightforward for both spines to break from the center in unison. Such STH, looking at the blood pouring from his abdomen, and at the human bone weapon broken in his hand, the golden-eyed Xiao He-yun finally looked at Jiqiu with a hint of shock and anger amongst his cold gaze. You can't kill me, but I can kill you. Jiqiu, holding the enchanted Excalibur, pointed directly at the golden-eyed Xiao He-yun in front of him. Golden-eye Xiao, rampant, a calendar drink. In the next instant, he actually saw the golden-eyed Xiao He-yun throw away the spine in his hand. Swish who, with a grab of his hands, he actually controlled the two passers-by watching the show around him with some kind of supernatural power through the air. Then, before the terrified passerby could resist, they were then unbelievably turned into two balls of dust by Golden-Eye Xiao, who didn't know what ability he used. As if the life force was absorbed away by Golden-Eye Xiao. Clang! After absorbing the lives of the two people, the wound on Gold-Eye Xiao's abdomen instantly recovered as well, and such as his. However, it made the countless passers-by in all directions look shocked, and they retreated back and forth. Golden-Eye Xiao acting in such a manner is simply frightening and chilling. This is no immortal god, it's simply a real demon. Li Siqing, looking at such a golden-eyed Xiao He-yun, felt deeply afraid. On the contrary, looking at Jiqiu at this moment, Li Siqing couldn't help but have the thought of fortunately, there are still people who can resist such a golden demon. And as he watched Golden-Eye Xiao's movements, Jiqiu was surprised at the other party's ability, and the ruthlessness of his methods. What the hell is a guy like that? Swish! At this time, he even saw Golden-Eye Xiao continue to try to control the two passers-by after recovering. It could be that it wanted to continue absorbing their life force to strengthen itself, or it could be that it was going to draw someone's spine again to use as a weapon to continue dueling with Jiqiu. Sword go! Jiqiu would not let the other party do as he wished, directly offering the divine sword in his hand with a soft shout. Crop! The divine sword immediately darted and stabbed like a bullet out of a bore. Seeing this, Golden-Eyed Xiao was afraid of the divine sword and immediately gave up on continuing to control people over. Then, back away at breakneck speed. Excalibur, on the other hand, has a sharp blade and is in hot pursuit. So much so, it seemed to the countless passers-by around them, such as Li Siqing and Ludi, the immortal godlike Golden-Eye Xiao is killing people, while the green-faced and fanged zombie, Jiqiu, is saving people. White devils laugh wildly, black angels weep. Next to Li Siqing, Ludi couldn't help but murmur this as he watched the scene unfolding in front of him. Upon hearing this, Li Siqing glanced at Ludi beside her, recognizing that he seemed to be one of the passengers on top of the bus that circulated just now. Also golden demons and blue angels, right? Subsequently, Li Siqing turned back to look at the blue-eyed Jiqiu and gold-eyed Xiao over there, and also couldn't help but utter a voice to follow and murmur. On the other side, at this moment, the golden-eyed Xiao He-yun is still in the midst of a rapid retreat under the compulsion of the divine sword. Suddenly, he dodged Excalibur's sudden thrust with a sideways turn, and at the same time, one hand grabbed Excalibur's hilt. But Excalibur is not for everyone. Swish hoo! In its hand, the blade of Excalibur steeply made a bend back to stab GoldenEye Zhao's wrist. The opponent was forced to throw away Excalibur as a last resort. Jichu, use Born Tooth. Just then, Jichio suddenly heard Serving Vine's voice. Thinking of something, he couldn't help but glance at a rattan silk bracelet above his wrist. This was the rattan bracelet that last night Serving Vine had personally compiled for Jichio with the rattan silk from her body. Unexpectedly, possessing the ability to transmit sound through space, and she could also know the condition of Jichio here at this moment. In response, swish 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 swish. Suddenly, a number of black-shadowed soldiers surged out incredibly from the shadow of the golden-eyed Xiao Hiyun. At the same time, unexpectedly came up together and each grabbed the golden-eyed Xiao Hiyun's hands and feet, controlling him. Crop call. Right after that, Jichio instantly appeared in front of the golden-eyed Xiao Hiyun at the moment with the super speed of a zombie, and wielding the demon sword born with teeth. Game over. Swish. At the end of a sentence, Jichio's hand rose and fell. Chop. Chapter 96, Black Shadow Army. A shocked Li Siqing. Swish. As Jichio's hand rose and fell, born with teeth, instantly chopping through the golden-eyed Xiao Hiyun's head to his body. The knife mark of the natural teeth is even more immediately in the golden-eyed Xiao Hiyun body erupted white knife light. Originally, the Born Tooth was supposed to be unable to kill the living beings in the human realm, because the Born Tooth is also known as the demon sword of the underworld. The most obvious ability to do so is kill the messengers of the underworld and raise the dead. And just now, Serving the Vine, he actually transmitted a voice to Jichio, allowing him to use the Born Tooth to deal with Xiao Hiyun, who was in a mysterious golden-eyed state at the moment. Jichio even chose to believe in Serving Vine outright. The moment, clank, a miraculous scene occurred. As Born Tooth chopped away, the golden light in Xiao Hiyun's eyes overflowed and even rose to the sky. In the end, the whole thing just collapsed to the ground. It's amazing that the power of Born Tooth has such a direct effect on golden eyes. Is it because of Born Tooth's decapitation of the underworld messenger trait? At this point, looking at Xiao Hiyun, who had fallen to the ground and recovered the normal whites of his eyes and brown pupils, Jichio slowly put away the Born Tooth in its sheath. He even slowly let go of his hand to let Born Tooth go back into the shadow space in a smooth manner. Jichio was now really treating the shadow space where the black shadow soldiers were as a storage room. Period. In all directions, countless pedestrians and passers-by were all looking at Jichio on the field in disbelief at this moment. So much for the seasonal fall and all the attention. There are still a lot of people holding up their cell phones, constantly photographing Jichio, who was now in the limelight. Dude, did you win? Suddenly, a relatively bold man holding up a cell phone to shoot Jichio at the same time. At this time so out of the voice to ask Jichio. At those words, the blue-pupiled Jichio faced a faint smile and passed on. Well, it should be. Dude, what's the deal with you guys? Also, can you fly? Are you a fairy cultivator from a novel? One after another, other people asked Jichio boldly and stepped forward. Immortal? Jichio, however, shook his head and said, no, I'm just a zombie. To say immortal god, his golden-eye divine appearance just now was more like a legendary god, right? Saying that, Jichio glanced at Xiao Hiyun who had fallen to the ground at the moment. No, what he did just now is the real devil. Suddenly, Ludi, who was beside Li Siqing, stepped forward and spoke out at this moment. Jichio glanced at him, and then he shook his head indifferently. But she noticed that Li Siqing was currently staring at him with eyes lost in thought. Suddenly, a police siren appeared steeply. Apparently, the situation here has attracted the attention of the police department. Sure enough, Jichio took a look. Several police cars were traveling not far away. Even the person who came down from the car at the end was someone that Jichio recognized at a glance. It's the same police masters and disciples from the original cycle show, Zhang Chang and Zhang Feng. Zhang Chang, in particular, is impressive in his thoughtfulness and composure among the original drama. Them, Jichu murmured. The mind, however, had no intention of dealing with the police department. Next moment, that is to say, in the midst of all the attention, Jichio walked to Li Siqing by himself. Follow me. In a situation where Li Siqing was a bit surprised and a bit inexplicably nervous, Jichio reached out to her and spoke out in a tone that was a bit undeniable. Looking around at the gazes of so many people gazing at her, Li Siqing did look nervous, but, looking at Jichio, who kept his hand outstretched as if he couldn't allow her to refuse, Li Siqing finally held onto Jichio's hand before a group of police officers came over. In response, Jichio couldn't help but once again face a faint smile. At the same time, swish hoo, Suddenly, two black-shadowed soldiers' hands steeply emerged from the shadows of Ji Qiu as well as Li Xiqing's duo. Then, he grabbed both of them and pulled them into the shadow under the public's attention. Li Xiqing only had time to cry out in shock, but she could not resist the black shadow soldiers before she was directly pulled inside the black shadow. In a flash, the duo just disappeared in front of everyone around them. The onlookers were all shocked and incredulous. During this time, Zhang Chang and Zhang Feng, the master and disciple who had just gotten down from the police car, also saw the scene of Ji Qiu and Li Xiqing being pulled into the shadow together and then disappearing at this moment. At once, the master and disciple, as well as all the police officers beside them, all stared in disbelief, all with a look of "I can't believe what I'm seeing at this moment is real." Even Zhang Chang, who had said in the original drama that he had been a police officer for more than 20 years, what had he not seen before? At this moment, his eyes were dilated with an incredulous face. In response, Ji Qiu didn't care how these people over here were doing. After he mentally communicated with the Black Shadow soldiers and had the two Black Shadow soldiers pull him and Li Xiqing into the Black Shadow space. As soon as she entered the Black Shadow space, Li Xiqing was dumbfounded, for before him lay a boundless space of dim, faint afterglow. In this space, in front of Li Xiqing, a neat row of figures appeared. They all had scarlet glowing oozing eyes. Couldn't see exactly how many there were. Very many seemed to be in the thousands. Indeed, Black Shadow soldiers, Great Qin Black Armor Iron Cavalry, Great Qin Black Armor Crossbowmen, Great Qin Infantry Sharpshooters, the Special Black Shadow Ninja soldiers, numbering densely over 6,000. The fewest were the Black Shadow soldiers, modeled after the Great Qin Black Armored Crossbowmen, with only 130, and they stood densely together, numbering more than 7,000. Now it's the complete and utter Black Shadow Corps. And that's a lot. It's got to be a reinforced regiment. Even travel, such a scene, so that suddenly pulled into this dark space and was originally uncertainly Xiqing. At this moment, even more surprise to the eyes are incredible color. Lord, times N. Suddenly, they only saw all the Black Shadow army in front of them all kneeling on one knee in unison, saluting Ji Qiu beside Li Xiqing. Even the Black Shadow ninja soldiers who couldn't speak were all through the same one knee in front of Ji Qiu. At that moment, Li Xiqing's heart, shocked on top of shock. What the hell are you? Looking at the very tall and handsome Ji Qiu beside her, Li Xiqing froze and was a bit speechless at the moment. The mind is incredibly curious. What kind of person is he? Chapter 97, Video Streaming Internet Sensation. Confidant? An hour later. The shocker. Zombies vs. Immortals on the street. The unbelievable. Zombies are saving the day. I can't believe there are really superpowered people in the world. A certain sound, a certain blog, B-Station and so on major video platforms as well as online information platforms above. Suddenly there were many videos of the shoot on Ji River Road. In the middle of the video was exactly that, a battle between the zombie state Ji Qiu and the Goldenite Shou Hyun. Now, an hour of this has been posted online by many filmmakers. Instantly, it caused a huge stir on the internet. Is this video really fake? Nonsense. Of course it's fake. Where in the real world would you find immortalists and zombies? Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. There are so many videos, and they're all very clear, with different angles, and there's even a surveillance video. It feels a bit credible. What's happening in the world? The aura has finally revived? That said, the zombie in this video is the good one, and the one with the golden eyes is the bad one, right? I'm sure of it. Didn't you see that man with the golden eyes kill several people? It's horrible. This zombie in the video is so cool. The sword in his hand actually moves and even flies on its own. Is this the legendary spirit sword? Holy, he's too damn cool. He's a spirit stiff, immortal stiff. Angels are actually evil-faced because they need to terrorize and expel demons. On the contrary, demons are the ones who look beautiful and shiny on the outside because they have to compel humans. So, on the internet, the whole country saw the video and then discussed it intensely. Because there are so many eyewitnesses and online videos that people with an axe to grind can't even try to suppress them. In response, a company among others, it's him, eight-faced Hung Tong, Chi Dongjiachi Dark Mei, looked at the familiar figure amongst the video in his cell phone and couldn't help but make a surprised sound. Ji Chu, Chi Dark Mei, reached out and touched his forehead at the brow. A bright red zombie blood seal is so brightly imprinted on it. It was the zombie blood seal that Ji Qiu had placed on the two of them not long ago when he had forcefully conquered her and also Li Dongjia Li Chu haunted. At the same time, in their own company, Chi Dark Mei as well as Li Chu Hustle at this time both separately could not help but look at the shadows under their feet. At that moment, the next second, he saw several pairs of scarlet eyes, faintly floating amongst the duo's respective shadows. It made Chi Dark Mei and Li Chu Haunted all look desperate, waiting for the meeting of the Nine Gates in a while. If I'm not mistaken, it should be that he wants to subdue all the current family members among the Nine Gates in one go. In his own eight-sided Hungtong company, Chi Dark Mei looked at the zombie state of Ji Chio in his cell phone and murmured so out loud to himself in general. On the other hand, Li Chu Hustle, from Li Kai Company, had already departed for the Star and Moon Hotel. Same moment, the Xia family Xia Yuchen, at this moment, was also looking at a certain audio video on his cell phone with a frown on his face. And, Patchouli family, Patchouli embroidery, at this time the same saw the video on the network. And then, hey, brother Little Flower, did you see the video on the internet? Patchouli dialed Xia Yuchen's number. See, on the other side, Xia Yuchen picked up the phone and nodded in response. The photo that one gave us, the person on it seems to be. Over here, Patchouli was about to say something. It's the blue-eyed zombie in the video, the one that Lieutenant Zhang told us about in advance, the real initiator of the Nine Gates meeting at noon today. Xia Yuchen, rising from his seat, so he said, Patchouli, so, shall we go later? Xia, it's better to go. If he's really as powerful as Lieutenant Zhang said, we can't hide from him. Patchouli, but I'm not even considered the head of the Patchouli family now, so I don't know if I should go. Shay, go check it out. Maybe this is a chance for you too, maybe. Io, yes. Star and Moon Hotel. Shu Hu, Ji Chio, embracing a youthful and beautiful little beauty, emerged at the moment in the middle of the hotel among the shadows of one of his own rooms. In his arms, the one he was holding was none other than Li Xiqing. Same as yesterday's bean bending, Li Xiqing was sucked by his blood until her chi was exhausted and she fainted. Current total value of chi, 7,760. It seems that although the chi in her is extremely large, it is not infinite. Looking at the sleeping Li Xiqing in his arms, Ji Chio faintly spoke out. Originally, it was thought that the chi on Li Xiqing was that it was replenished and infinite, but having just sucked in an amount of just 7,000, Li Xiqing was unable to provide him with any more chi. Even during this period, even with the assistance of the horse rune spell, Li Xiqing fainted due to the depletion of her chi. Ji Chio also then brought her the Star and Moon Hotel as well. However, even though it wasn't unlimited chi, the chi on Li Xiqing's body was extremely large. The whole thing provided Ji Chio with 7,000 chi values. It was important to know that the three of them, Yin Nanfeng, Shen Qiong, and Liang Bend, were unable to provide Ji Chio with an amount of 1,000 before. Lissy, alone, provided 7,000. That's a big difference in comparison. This is supposed to be because not only is Li Xiqing the heroine, but also because she is in the middle of the cycle of extreme specificity. Back, just then, not far from the bedroom door, a soft female voice rang out. Ji Chio looked over. Immediately, that is to see the city of absolute beauty to wait for the vine. Gently leaning against the wall at the moment is a pair of watery beautiful eyes looking at him, and he was still holding the sleeping Li Xiqing on his body. Well, back. Ji Chio, with the girl in his arms, was inexplicably a bit embarrassed at this point. To this, congratulations, another confidant by your side, waiting for the vine, walked in style, and then after coming to Ji Chio's side, glanced at Li Xiqing in his arms. At those words, Ji Chio couldn't help but face a smiling smile. Nor is it. Ji Chio wants to say something, but Li Xiqing, soft on the outside and strong on the inside, fought against the ultimate non-human army on the battlefield and performed valiantly. One of the female war gods that countless people among the kingdom admire, and one of the best connected female war gods beside the divine stiff king, waiting for the vine, a pair of big eyes, so quietly looking at the season before the autumn. Mouth is more so directly out of Li Si love. It even seemed like he was introducing Li Xiqing for Ji Chio, hearing the corners of Ji Chio's eyes twitching constantly. Nice guy, this woman. She knows more about what's going to happen around me after myself than I do chant. Ji Chio secretly smiled bitterly in his heart. Give it to me. After Servo finished speaking at this time, he suddenly extended his hands again to Ji Chio in front of him. Indeed, she gestured for Ji Chio to give her the Lizi on her body. Aha! Ji Chio was not unavoidable, and immediately gave the Li Xiqing on her body to the serving vine to carry to. Then he saw Weito carrying Li Xiqing to the bedroom inside the room. But instead of the master bedroom in Ji Chio where she slept last night, she hugged to the guest room off to the side. Chapter 98: A Gift for Weito. Very quickly, Gato came out of the guest room. Li Xishir should have been put to rest on the guest room bed by her. By the way, just now someone came to inform, saying that Miss Liang Bend, who you carried back last night, is awake. Saito suddenly spoke out again as he sat on the soft couch in the lobby after coming out of the guest room. Ahem. Yeah. Jicho kind of stifled a dry cough all of a sudden. I don't know why. It's getting embarrassing. What's going on? Divine Rigid King. A real flirt. Raising his teacup from the table, Waito quietly looked at Jicho in front of him while drinking tea. At those words, Jicho couldn't help but shake her head and lose her smile again. The Vine. The old yin-yang man. Afterward, Jicho also came to sit on the sofa next to him. Including you? At this time, his pair of sword eyebrows and starry eyes looked at the serving vine beside him, and suddenly asked so out loud, "What?" Waito froze for a moment, then surprisingly glared at him. In response, Jicho wasn't afraid at all. "Let me ask, just now, when you said one of the best connected female war goddesses beside the divine stiff king, does that also include you?" Immediately thereafter, however, he saw Waito holding a cup of tea in his hand, but he didn't drink it and just looked straight at him. Jicho actually also did not back down at all as she stared straight at him, until Jicho raises his right hand. On it was none other than a vine silk bracelet that Serving Vine had given him that morning. Is this the other dimension? Me, too, only to see. Jicho held up the vine silk bracelet on his right hand at this time and asked the Serving Vine beside him, "Give it back." Suddenly, Serving Vine was actually trying to snatch back the rattan silk bracelet in Jicho's hand. Jicho, on the other hand, dodged it with a backward glance. How can you ask for a gift that's been given out back? At the same time, looks like I guessed correctly. You're also one of those so-called female war gods, aren't you? Jicho looked with a light smile on her face at Servant Vine, who seemed a bit indignant at the moment. Waito seemed to be really a bit angry, but he sat up straight again and picked up his teacup to continue drinking his tea. It looked like he didn't want to pay attention to Jicho anymore. It's not really angry, is it? Jicho scratched his head, a little amused in his heart. The divine stiff king is so flirtatious and has a constant stream of confidants around him. How do I serve the vine? Why should the divine stiff king care? Serving Vine slowly sipped the warm tea, and this came out of his mouth. Instead, Jicho heard a very clear sour taste. Seem Liang Ben and Li Xiqing's affairs have made this vine heart unhappy. At the same time, Jicho was also certain this woman, too, was one of the so-called female war gods in the middle of another dimensional world. Even with that dimension's self, it's not a normal relationship. Sending you. Suddenly, Jicho took out a purple advanced golem ball from among the shadow space, then handed it to the disgruntled Waito. Sort of thank you for your voice transmission earlier, prompting me to use Born Tooth to deal with that golden-eyed Shohei-yun. Jicho continued softly. Advanced golem ball. Unexpectedly, Servo again even knew about golem balls. You know this too? Jicho laughed bitterly. But the thought of another dimensional world can be simply understood. The future. Just release it. Yes, advanced golem balls. For you. Afterwards, Jicho nodded and proceeded to hand the purple goo ball in his hand to the Serving Vine in front of him. However, he saw Servant Vine's face show his disdain. In the other world, every female god of war has more than one king's orb in her hand. With that, she continued to raise her teacup. Having heard what was said, Jicho wore a helpless, bitter smile. Immediately afterward, he couldn't help but ask, "So you have it on you now?" Servant Vine, however, shook his head. "It can't be brought over to this dimension. Then this is all that's left now. Want it?" Jicho once again handed over the advanced golem ball in his hand and said at the same time, "There's an elf pets inside this golem ball. Since you said that the future war girls even have king's balls, surely you must know about elf pets as well?" Hearing this, Servo took another look at the golem ball in Jicho's hand at this time. "What kind of elf pets do you have on you at this time? You won't know if you open it up and take a look." Jicho passed it off with a faint smile. At those words, Servo gave him a slight blank look without any good humor, as if to say, "Still selling out to me? Don't pull back." Jicho also came to temper, ready to not send it. Right at this moment, a slender jade hand, however, grabbed Jicho's wrist at the right time. "Why not?" Waito pouted out a bit as she put down her teacup. Also convinced, Jicho shook her head. Then, "Nah, here you go." Laughing, he still resumed handing the advanced goo ball in his hand to the haughty queen beside him. "You begged for it." Only then did Servo take the advanced golem ball. Jicho sniffed and instantly couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the one in front of her with her eyes closed. Closing her eyes was because Jicho couldn't help but roll her eyes. Period. Clang. The moment Waito took the golem ball, the core of the golem ball flashed with a vague glow. Indeed, it was Jicho who gave Serving Vine control over the golem ball. Servant Vine was indeed very familiar with golem orbs, and after receiving it, he opened this one high-level golem orb directly. Then all of a sudden, he saw a light fly out of the middle of the golem ball with a swish. Quickly, the light dissolved into a life again extremely quickly. It was actually a young griffin with the head of a bird of prey, the body and tail of a small lion, and a pair of small wings. A baby griffin? The moment he saw the young griffin, Servo actually looked a bit surprised. "What? You recognize this juvenile royal griffin?" On the side, Jiqiu asked with a light smile on her face. Well, at that time, it was also you who gave it to me. Servo wore an absolutely beautiful smile and nodded to Jiqiu. Then, looking back to the little griffin that had come out of the middle of the golem ball at that moment, and then landed on the table. At that time you gave me him who had grown up, but I still call him Little Griffin. I just didn't realize that you had actually sent him through me at this time. Wado was a little happy to reach out and pet the little griffin's tiny head. But, crop. Instead, the little griffin rose up in the air all of a sudden and flew towards Jiqiu. It even ended up flying into Jiqiu's arms. This was because all the beings or items rewarded by the signing system that possessed a spirit were directly recognized by Jiqiu. Therefore, as soon as the little griffin saw Jiqiu, he was now happy in Jiqiu's arms with his head constantly arching over Jiqiu's hand. Jiqiu had just reacted instinctively and hugged the flying little griffin as well. Over here, however, Servant Vine couldn't help but glare at Jiqiu, who was stroking the little griffin's tiny head, a bit unkindly and grumble-like. Chapter 99 Waiting for a flower to happen to the head? At that moment, Jiqiu also noticed the expression on Wado's face. Can't help but facepalm. At the same time, here, look at the sultry female in front of you. In the future, she is also your master. Remember to listen to her. Holding the juvenile Royal Griffin in his hand, Jiqiu handed it to Wado in front of him, and hearing his words, Wado couldn't help but give him another blank look. The moment is as flavorful as it gets. For her part, Jiqiu had a smirking expression on her face. Subsequently, Servo looked at the little griffin in Jiqiu's hand in front of him, and couldn't help but reach out to stroke the little griffin's little head as well. In response to that, because Jiqiu had said that the Y2 in front of him would be the master from now on as well. So, Servo's reaching out to caress. The little griffin didn't dodge, but it was still less joyful than the happiness and enjoyment that Jiqiu had felt when he had touched him just now. Ugh, I miss you back then, the moment you saw me, but you were just as jubilant as you were just now. Waiting for the vine, it suddenly seemed a bit emotional and despondent. Ha! Jiqiu, who was on the side, let out a light laugh before saying, after all, if you really want to count timelines, at this point you two are really meeting for the first time. Nah, cultivate a good relationship. Jiqiu directly shoved the small griffin in his hand into Servant Vine's hand. In response, Servo did not refuse and took the young royal griffin from Jiqiu's hand. Similarly, because of what Jiqiu had just said, the little griffin didn't overly resist. Although the current him was not yet acquainted with the serving vine. You just have little griffins now. Ha! Stroking the tiny head of the little griffin in his arms, Servo asked casually. Yeah. Jiqiu also answered casually, and then subconsciously asked the next second. What? Is it possible that I, in another dimension, have a lot of elf pets? Jiqiu was still really a bit curious. Of course, Y2 directly nodded his head with great certainty, and it goes on, that you, who had a lot of elf pets around you as well as a lot of golem balls including the king's ball, even, the pets and golem balls that you ended up giving to the female war goddesses on your side as well as some warriors with meritorious deeds were very numerous. Let's say, me, before I entered Rue's body and came to this dimension in degrees, I was surrounded by the little griffin, meow meow, water spirit, snow elf, and many other elf pets you gave me. He also helped the kingdom in the midst of the great battle against the ultimate non-human hordes, made a great contribution, only to see Servo stroking the little griffin's tiny head while explaining so to Jiqiu. And after listening, holy, I'm going to be so awesome from now on? Jiqiu couldn't help but look surprised and inexplicably a little surprised. It felt like the future, that otherworldly dimension of myself, was mixing it up. Hearing Jiqiu's words at this point, Wado but a pair of beautiful eyes suddenly looked straight at him again. Then, that's right, after all, is the Ding Ding's divine stiff king. It's just that compared to his strength, it's the number of beautiful red faces around the divine rigid king that really makes the world of the other world gasp in admiration. See Yin and Yang Vine, it's online, look at you, here we go again. Jiqiu couldn't help but face a bitter smile. Jiqiu was helpless in his heart for serving Vine's acidic yin and yang like this. Why do you have the feeling that your future self has sinned and your present self is being victimized? But then again, how many women do I have around me in another dimension? Anyway, keeps you hanging around like that making snide remarks about me. Jiqiu, suddenly, was still a little curious. Credit STH. Serving the vine, the original petting of the little griffin stopped. Then a pair of big eyes just looked straight at him at the moment. Ahem. Forget I asked. Jiqiu was instantly tiled. Nima, not just curious to ask? If you don't answer, you don't answer. How the eyes were suddenly as broad and fearful as a murderer's. Humph. Y2 then grunted. Then holding the little griffin in his arms on a side couch he sat on began to tease the little guy. Seeing the somewhat cozy picture, Jiqiu couldn't help but face a smile. Subsequently, I may need to go out for a bit, so let me know if the Lissy in the room wakes up. Anyway, you can reach me through the vine silk bracelet I wear on my hand. Ji-chyo looked at the servant vine in front of him who was teasing the little griffin, so he laughed out loud with a light smile. Credit STH. Servant Vine, who was originally teasing the young griffin with a light smile on his face, moved with a lurch. The smile at the corner of his mouth froze, even a little bit until it fades away and disappears. The little griffin next to him, who was originally fighting and playing with Servo's delicate hands, all of a sudden seemed to have noticed Servo's change as well. Unable to help but tilt his head a bit, he looked at the serving vine in front of him. Instead, she quickly regained her smile as if to hide it, and continued to tease the young griffin with her fingertips. But the little griffin could feel the changes in the serving vine. Could it be that Ji-chyo would still not notice it at all? Ji-chyo couldn't help but remember at this moment the scene the night before when the frail Waitu told him don't go. Thinking, the next moment, however, he saw that Ji-chyo suddenly actually took a step forward and held Serving Vine's delicate hand. It's the 9-sect meeting. Do you know the 9 great families? I'm now preparing to take in the major pawns. Want to, tag along for the ride? Only to see, suddenly holding Waito's delicate hand. Under her expression of surprise, Ji-chyo asked her with a light smile. In response STH, Waito, however, was incredibly frozen for several seconds before responding. Then, just go. What's the point of dragging me? Waiting for the vine pretty face at this time flooded with a faint sense of redness, and then will be their own small hand from the Ji-chyo big hand in the middle of the drawback. But halfway through, Ji-chyo once again overbearingly gripped the beauty's delicate hand. Go-ah? Seeing this, Waito couldn't help the blush on her face from reddening 1 point more. Aha! Finally seeing that there was really no way to draw back her small hand, Servo's beautiful eyes glared at Ji-chyo without any good reason and nodded her head. Then go. Ji-chyo, however, was a bit thunderous the next moment, pulling up the person next to her and heading directly outside. You, let go, I'll walk on my own, Saito said. In response, Ji-chyo pretended to be dumb and deaf, and continued to pull the delicate hand of the beautiful person to the outside straight away. Squeak! Behind him, the little griffin struggled to flutter his tiny wings, flying up to Ji-chyo's shoulder. Indeed, they are going to follow it out as well. Looking at the back of Ji-chyo, who had been walking forward by pulling his own hand. Gradually, the corners of Waito's uncontrollable mouth had clearly begun to slowly rise, showing off a dainty good-looking smile. At the same time, without Servo himself even realizing it, above the bunch of smooth and bright hair on her head, a white flower was actually slowly blooming at this moment. Chapter 100. Waiting for the vine. The beam bends, and there seems to be a beacon of wolf smoke. The star and moon is closed to the public today, because, today, almost all the family members of the contemporary 9 great families would be present in person, except for the more unusual 1 or 2 that couldn't come. For example, the Border-chan family, Blackback Old 6. 1 is farther away. 1 is already in name only, but other than that, the Chi family, the Lee family, the Xia family, the Pulley family, and even the Wu family's old lady were all accompanied by Wu or Bai at this moment. They've come to the Star and Moon Hotel. 9 doors when the family can gather together. At this moment all gathered over. Then, at this time, all the major family members were waiting at a table in the middle of the lobby downstairs for Lieutenant Zhang as well as Ji-chyo's arrival. Same time. Where's Ji-chu? Didn't he say he'd be here soon? Why has a morning gone by and I haven't seen him? In a certain room of the Star and Moon Hotel, Liang Ben looked at the 2 listening slaves in front of him and questioned so. It was originally said that Ji-chu would come to see her soon after she woke up. Rang. ing morning passed. Ji-chu's ghosts have not seen a single one. Liang Ben had an angry face at this time. The 2 listening slaves at the doorway were also a bit helpless. Liang Ben, you can wait a little longer. The boss should be quick. The 2 listening slaves want to talk some more. However, Liang Ben directly waved her hand to stop their next polite conversation. Alright, I don't want to wait any longer anyway. He can come if he likes. This girl is leaving. Liang Ben directly tried to squeeze away the 2 listening slaves to go outside the room. Miss Liang Ben. The 2 listening slaves chased after them. After all, Ji-chyo hadn't come over yet, and their mission hadn't been completed. Soon enough, however, they met. Liang Ben walked out not long after. Just stop. It was actually outside that he met the belatedly arriving Ji-chyo. And, at this moment, beside Ji-chyo, there was also a beautiful woman with a stunningly beautiful posture. It's the waiting vine. Sorry boss, At this time, the 2 listening slaves also trotted over, then bowed their heads in front of Ji-chyo in a state of desire. It's okay, I'm here. You guys go and get busy, Ji-chyo said indifferently. Boss. Seeing that Ji-chyo didn't take it into account, the 2 listening slaves were secretly relieved in their hearts. After all, with Ji-chyo's power and status, who could say anything if he killed them at will? It's a good thing that although Ji-chyo is domineering and super powerful, it seems like he's actually quite warm and welcoming. The 2 listening slaves also left with gratitude in their hearts. Subsequently, awake, looking at the front to see their own but a little frozen Liang Bend. Ji Chou, his face at the moment said with a faint smile. In response, at this moment, Liang Bang did not immediately answer Ji Chou, but it was an inexplicable exchange of glances with the serving vine beside Ji Chou. In an instant it was as if an unseen beacon of smoke exploded in the air between the two women. Who is she? ×2. In the next second, suddenly, the two women spoke out at the same time. Ji Chou sniffed but glanced sideways at the serving vine beside her with a bit of surprise. You don't know her? Li Xiqing, Shin Xiong and the others, don't you know them all? Only to see, as if preconceived ideas had been made. Ji Chou subconsciously felt that Servo should know Liang Bend, but it didn't occur to him that Servo would have to ask him. In response, Weito couldn't help but give a you still say that look and blankly glanced at the man beside him. During that time, Liang Bang but a little concerned to hear the names of Li Xiqing and Shin Xiong. These two names, they sound like women's names all right. Liang Bend instantly became even more resentful in his heart. Having waited for you in that room myself for the whole ing morning, you're here to pick up girls? And the other two named Shin Xiong and Li Xiqing? You ing asshole. Dead Ji Chou. Ahem. At that moment, Ji Chou clearly felt the rushing resentment from Liang Bend. He couldn't help but cough dryly, then said with a smile on his face, sorry, there was a bit of a delay. At those words, Liang Bang's pair of eyes intentionally or unintentionally glanced at the absolutely beautiful serving vine beside Ji Chou. Seriously, Weito's beauty and the kind of aura it has. It made even Liang Bend feel incredibly stunning. It's beautiful. No wonder it came so late. Understandable. Liang Bend looked at Ji Chou who was in front of him at this time, so out loud. Gotta. Another one of the old Yinzers now. Ji Chou was amused in his heart. At the same time, her name is Weito. Seasonal autumn. Introduce serving vine for Liang Bend. Liang Bend. Servo was introduced to Liang Bend again, immediately thereafter. Then, I saw serving vine first face a pouring smile and said to Liang Bend in front of her, thank you for the compliment. MS. Liang. Miss Liang. The essence is good. After being sucked so much blood by him, how can there be any essence left? Liang Bend smiled skinlessly. For some reason, Ji Chou felt like the air was exploding with murderous rage again. Ahem. In due course, Ji Chou eased the atmosphere like a dry cough. Then, you're leaving? Looking at the beam bending in front of him. Of course, because I don't want to continue to stay here and be treated like a monkey by others. Liang Bend continued to look at Ji Chou with a leathery smile. Ji Chou, women, most of all, hold grudges. Liang Bend, on the other hand, took a fresh look at Ji Chou's stunningly poised serving vine beside him before continuing to speak to Ji Chou. At the same time, I don't want to get in the way of you pursuing such a good-looking girl. Good luck. Bye. With that, Liang Bend was ready to swipe away from Ji Chou and serving vine. Haven't you had lunch yet? Want to stay for a lunch and, in the meantime, see a big show? Suddenly, Ji Chou but so out loud. The Liang Bend who heard the words couldn't help but have a footstep. Sometimes, women want a man's attitude. Your treat? Subsequently, it was to see Liang Bang displaying a playful smile and looking sideways at the handsome jade like Ji Chou in front of her. Ha! Ji Chou also couldn't help but laugh softly before nodding. Right, my treat. Well, after you sucked so much blood out of me and made me wait all morning for nothing, you have to let me have a good meal as compensation. Liang Bang smiled like a flower. It should. Ji Chou seconded. On the side, Servo then looked at the two people who were singing in unison in front of him, and his eyes suddenly turned cold. Then, hiss, in the next second, Ji Chou suddenly covered the soft ribs at the back of a large mouthful of cool air. At the same time, he looked at the servant vine at this moment with an expression of disbelief. Ji Chou, she this time, almost gave me old life dry lost. The other side, the first floor lobby of the Star and Moon Hotel, the Chi family, Xia family, Io family, Wu family's old lady, and many other family members of the 9 great families, such as the 9 sects' current family members, were already sitting around the largest table at this moment. And in the main seat, there were several seats left vacant. That used to be the seat of the current president of the 9 Great Families Association, Vice Officer Zhang. But wait a minute, it's not certain who's going to get that biggest of the main seats. Chapter 101, Patchouli Embroidery, Patchouli Yushua. Inside the Star and Moon Hotel, in the middle of a corridor, Ji Chou was surrounded by 2 women with different appearances. Then, all the way down to the downstairs lobby. After all, most of the heads of the 9 great clans who could be in charge were waiting downstairs at the moment. Period. Actually, I was just going to ask, what's that on your shoulder? Liang Bend couldn't help but point to the thing standing on Ji Chou's shoulder, so he asked Ji Chou, who was walking beside him, in a loud voice. At those words, Ji-cho paused for a moment, and seeing him stop, the two women on either side of him, Waiting Vine and Liang Bend, could not help but stop. Then he saw Ji-cho glancing over his shoulder, the juvenile Royal Griffin, elf pet that had been standing on his shoulder since he left the room. Ji-cho couldn't help but gently laugh it off. It seemed that it was the appearance of the little griffin that made Liang Bend curious in his mind. After all, this bird head, kitten-like body, lion-like tail, and a tiny pair of wings. Who wouldn't be surprised and curious to see that? The griffin from the Western story. At this moment, Ji-cho looked at Liang Bend by his side and spoke out so faintly. Griffin? Liang Bend, who had heard the words, instantly showed surprise on his face. However, on Ji-cho's shoulder, the little griffin was at the moment yawning a bit lethargically. Next to him, Servo couldn't help but smile as he watched the little griffins. It really does look exactly like the griffins they talk about in Western stories. It's so cute. Where did you get it? Liang Bend asked to Ji-cho in surprise and growing curiosity. Even tried to reach out and pet the little griffin. But how could the little griffin currently be touched by anyone other than Ji-cho and Servant Vine? At once, he stirred his tiny wings and flew away, avoiding Liang Bend's hand that wanted to touch him. Hey, Liang Bend, who couldn't touch the little griffin, couldn't help but beep a bit slightly, and the little griffin actually flew to land on Servo's shoulder the next moment. Liang Bend looked at Y2 in surprise. In response, Servant Vine smiled faintly at Liang Bend before reaching out and stroking the little griffin's tiny head. In response to Waito's touch, the little griffin stopped avoiding and let her caress her little head. Seeing this scene, Liang Bend was envious and jealous, mouth so pouty you could hang a bucket of water. In the next second, Liang Bend's gaze looked slyly at Ji-cho next to her. Cough. At that moment, Ji-cho coughed dryly, then said, "Don't ask so many questions. Keep walking. There are a lot of people ahead who should be waiting for us for a long time." With that, Ji-cho turned around and continued to walk towards the front. In response, the two women, Servant Vine and Liang Bend, glanced at each other. However, they looked at each other without words, and soon each took a step and followed Ji-cho with a slight humph. After walking down several long corridors, he turned the last corner of the corridor and was about to go downstairs. Right here and now, Ji-cho, who was followed by the two women at his side, turned the corner and instantly saw Deputy Zhang, who was followed by Sonic slowly, waiting for Ji-cho here. It looks like it's been waiting for a while. In this regard, Servo was aware of Lieutenant Zhang, and simply withdrew his gaze after a faint glance. Liang Beng did look at Lieutenant Zhang unexpectedly and felt that the other party was quite handsome. However, looking around again at Jichu, I have to say, it's still a little better looking and younger looking this philanderer, although he may not even know how many years this zombie has been alive, but just look good. Therefore, Liang Ben also took a slight glance at Lieutenant Zhang, and then quickly withdrew his gaze as well. During this time, Lieutenant Zhang, on the other hand, kept his gaze on the arriving Jicho alone. Boss, ×2. Subsequently, Lieutenant Zhang and Sound slowly both came up together and bowed slightly to Jicho's in front of them and said, "Aha." Jicho nodded faintly while casually asking, "Are all the people here?" In response, Adjutant Zhang nodded his head first. Aside from the Borderchin family who really couldn't make it over due to the distance, most of the other family members in charge of the 9 great families have all arrived. Saying that, Lieutenant Zhang paused before continuing to add, "Even the Wu family's old lady, all together with the Wu family Zerbai, have appeared in the Star Moon Hotel's first floor lobby at this very moment." Oh, Jichio sniffed a bit surprised. The Wu family's old lady and Wu Erbai were there as well. This is a bit surprising to me. Originally, I thought the breakthrough for the Wu family was with the evil emperor, but now it seems you can just get it over with today. Okay, let's go over there. Jichio then facepalmed with a smile and spoke out, "Yes, boss, please." The duo of Lieutenant Zhang and Sonic slowly conceded their seats at the same time. In this way, Jichio was the first to step out and walk out, and then came the 2 women, Waiting Vine and Liang Bend. It was only at the end that the 2 of them, Lieutenant Zhang and Sonic, followed. Xiao. Today Lieutenant Zhang is convening a meeting of the heads of the 9 great clans amongst themselves. What are you doing here? On the first floor lobby, many family members are in the largest table, a group of seated family members. Patchouli have Snow at the moment eyes cold smile at the opposite side of Xieyuchen beside the patchouli embroidery. In response, under the gaze of the crowd, "I'm the one grandma named as the head of the Patchouli family. Why can't I come?" Patchouli Xiaoxiao looked straight at the opposite side of Patchouli Yoshue, the so-called aunt, without being condescending. "Ha, Patchouli family member in charge. Now it's me Patchouli Yusetsu. You'd better leave." Looking at Patchouli embroidery, Patchouli Yoshua still showed a cold smile and disdain. "What if I say no?" Patchouli's gaze was firm. "Then I can have my men escort you out of the Star Moon Hotel." Patchouli Yoshua's words fell. Behind them, a group of patchouli women immediately planned to forcefully send Patchouli Show away from the Star Moon Hotel. But the owner of Star Moon Restaurant seems to be Nanfeng, not someone else. Suddenly, Xia Yuchen suddenly made a sound and looked at Patchouli Yushue on the opposite side. The implication is that you, Patchouli Yusetsu, don't go too wild at the Star and Moon Hotel. Seeing Xia Yuchen intervene, Patchouli Yoshue's group of female henchmen all subconsciously stopped to glance at their boss, Patchouli Yoshue. In response, Patchouli Yoshue looked towards Xia Yuchen with a gaze that was vaguely dissatisfied. On the side, Shi Dark Mei, Li Chu Haunting, Wu family's old lady, Wu Erbai, and a host of other dangling family members were quietly sipping tea on the side. Obviously didn't want to get involved at this point, especially Chi Dark Mei and Li Chu Hustle. They were aware of this. Today might be a hangmen banquet targeting the entire 9-sex current family members. At a time like this, the Patchouli family was still in the mood to bicker. Yo, so lively? It was also just at this time that Chi Dark Mei and Li Chu Haunting, the two of them heard a male voice that was somewhat familiar and made them feel a hint of fear. At the table, the rest of the group of current family members looked in the direction of the sound. Everyone then saw. The first thing that caught his eye was a man who was not very old, but was extremely handsome, and was now slowly walking down the stairs from the second floor. During that time, he was followed by 3 women and a man. Precisely, the 5 of them, Ji Qiu, Waiting Vine, Liang Bend, Deputy Zhang, and Sound and Sound. Chapter 102, No Nonsense Then. The Black Shadow Corps. Period. Looking at Deputy Zhang, he could only follow behind Ji Qiu. Even if they had expected it, Xia Yuchen, Io Xiu, the Wu family's old lady, Wu Erbai, and the rest of the crowd at the scene were still surprised one by one. Sure enough, it's him, Patchouli Yoshue, who had a previous meeting and even a little skirmish with Ji Qiu, was also looking at Ji Qiu, who was walking in front of Lieutenant Zhang, with surprise at the moment. The ones in those videos on the internet this morning are also, Patchouli has snow, and at this moment, his heart is a little bit shocked, and Ji Qiu led Serving Vine, Liang Bend, as well as Lieutenant Zhang. Sound and Slow several people quickly walked down the stairs and came to the front of the group of 9-sex current family members at the moment. Welcome, everyone. Coming to the table, Ji Qiu showed a grinning expression. It looks human and harmless, but, to the side, Chi Dark Mei and Li Chu Haunting touched the zombie blood mark on their foreheads, and then, unanimously, it was decided, Ji Qiu, this is the devil's smile, boss, ×2. In the next second, he even saw Chi Dark Mei and Li Chu Haunted, the 2 family members, get up first and bow down to Ji Qiu. Aha! Ji Qiu smiled and nodded. To this, Master Chi and Master Li, what are you doing? Patchouli Yoshue, on the other hand, was at that moment looking with a surprised and incredulous face at Chi Dark Mei and Li Chu Drama, who were bowing down to Ji Qiu in front of her. On the side, the Wu family's old lady, Wu Erbai, Xia Yuchen, and Io Xiu. Several people were also surprised at this moment as they looked at the 2 Chili family members in charge at this moment. Mind, I didn't expect that Ji Qiu would have already started and fixed the current family members of 2 of the 9 great families so soon. And look at the posture of Chi Dark Mei and Li Chu Haunted at this moment. It feels like it is really in their hearts because they are afraid of Ji Qiu and have completely submitted to him. Mr. Ji, hello, I'm the Xia family Xia Yuchen. At this time, Xia Yuchen suddenly got up and greeted Ji Qiu. I know you. You're good. The appreciation inside Ji Qiu's gaze was undisguised as he looked at Xia Yuchen at this moment. This original play in the so-called Flower Master with courage and resourcefulness. Ji Qiu's appreciation of it, almost no less than the Black Blind Man. They were a black and white duo that Ji Qiu wanted to take in as his own, and the Black Blind Man is already considered on his side. The black and white combination is just short of him Xia Yuchen. In response, Xia Yuchen looked at Servo and Liang Bend by Ji Qiu's side, during which Servo's appearance and temperament caused even he, Xia Yuchen, to pause his gaze for a moment, but quickly responded. Then, Mr. Ji Qiu, I want to know, after subjugating the 9 sect, or even that family, what is your ultimate goal? Looking at the even more handsome-looking Ji Qiu in front of him, Xia Yuchen asked such a question at this time, and the family that Xia Yuchen was referring to was actually the Wang family. Taking in the 9 gates? On the side, hearing what Xia Yuchen said, Patchouli Yoshue couldn't help it. What exactly are you? Patchouli Yoshue, at this moment, got up in shock and looked at Ji Qiu. At the same time, she glared at Lieutenant Zhang. Zhang Yisheng, what do you mean? Using the name of convening a meeting of the 9 gates, plotting against us, the people of the 9 gates? And at this moment the Wu family's old lady and Wu Erbai mother and son are sitting on the sidelines quietly watching the form on the field. There was no rush to speak. Lieutenant Zhang, Sound and Slow 2 people also temporarily stood aside as if watching the show. Xia Yuchen's eyes then gleamed as he looked at Ji Qiu in front of him. Io Shio Shio, on the other hand, was looking at Ji Chio, who was even more handsome than Xie Yuchen, and then thinking about the zombie video that had gone viral on the internet this morning on all the major video platforms. The evil blue-eyed zombie in the middle of the video was clearly the Ji Chio in front of him at the moment. Now the netizens are talking about immortal stiffs and spirit stiffs. Patchouli was also curious as to what his ultimate goal was. Therefore, Io Shio Shio's pair of beautiful eyes couldn't help but focus on Ji Chio at this moment. Until, the ultimate goal? Looks like you guys already have a minimal understanding of me. Ji Chio murmured a few sentences as if he was talking to himself, and then, sitting on the mahogany chair, he looked towards the Wu family's old lady as well as Wu Bai on the side seat. You, mother and son, should already have some information about me as well, right? Nothing you want to say? Or, willing to submit directly? Or, choose to die? With both eyes looking at the Wu family's old lady and Wu Bai, Ji Chio at this moment seemed to speak directly in his showdown. You, Patchouli Yoshua looked at Ji Chio, who said he wanted others to submit or choose to die. In surprise, I didn't realize that he was really going to go after the head of the 9 great families. It is even clear that Qi and Li, the 2 leading officials, have already compromised long ago. Ji Chio. Behind her, Liang Bang at this time was looking at Ji Chio, who was so domineering and cold at this moment, with a somewhat complicated gaze. But it was a bit unbelievable, the Ji Chio who had just talked and laughed with her, at this moment wanted others to submit to him if they didn't want to die. This kind of discrepancy made Liang Bang feel that the Ji Chio in front of her seemed to have changed into a different person as if she was a bit of a stranger. He needs to go and do things that you can't understand. At this time, Y2 spoke out so opportunely beside Liang Bend. It made Liang Bend couldn't help but look at her when Servo, on the other hand, was holding a spirit pet little griffin in his hands that made everyone at the scene couldn't help but look at it sideways again, and then took a step forward to sit beside Ji Chio. What's the point? Can't you be more direct? Only to see, after sitting beside Ji Chio, Serving Vine's eyes looked at Ji Chio above the main seat. So out of the blue, ha ha, the sniffing Ji Chio couldn't help but shake his head and lose his laughter. But, it does seem like too much crap. Should have been more direct. Ji Chio faced an evil cold smile. Snap, the next second, a soft snap of the fingers, between thoughts, shoo 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 shoo, hundreds of black shadow soldiers, Great Qin infantry sharpshooters, and Great Qin black armor crossbow soldiers. They kept emerging from the shadows of the various parts of the lobby in the middle of the first floor of the Star and Moon Hotel. Then, the Black Shadow ninja soldiers, one by one, surrounded them with weapons such as bittersweet and shuriken. The infantry warriors, one by one, were armed with swords, guns, swords and sticks, and were equally aggressive as they moved forward to encircle them. The black-armored crossbowmen, on the other hand, all drew their bows and arrows, aiming at the scene's crowd of 9 great families' dignitaries as well as every single one of their men that they had brought here. Only the black-armored Iron Riders were less appropriate to appear in the hotel because of the high horses they rode, but even so, there were 3 major troop types and several hundred black shadows, all surrounding the entire first-floor lobby of the Star Moon Hotel. Even for the spacious Star Moon Hotel, the appearance of several hundred black shadow soldiers together instantly couldn't help but become incredibly crowded. At this moment, Patchouli Yoshua looked at the hundreds, 3 major types of soldiers, black shadow soldiers, in all directions, and she was stunned. The group of female henchmen that Patchouli Yoshua had brought over, one by one, were also staring with jaws agape at the hundreds of black shadow people in all directions. In the end, Xia Yuchen, Io Shio Shio, the Wu family's old lady, Wu Bai and the others were all looking at the hundreds of black shadow soldiers that had appeared in disbelief. Ran, not enough, more. Waito suddenly came to this. All. Chapter 103 again. A word from Saito. It instantly made the entire first-floor lobby of the Star Moon Hotel, which was already silent, even more silent. Everyone was probably cursing in their hearts as they were in disbelief. Nima, isn't it enough that so many of these hundreds of demonic, monster-like, out-of-the-shadows monsters have come out? You want us to die? Just say it. Ran. Good. Then some more. Ji Chio was very spoiled serving vines. Direct consent. Immediately after. Snap. Another ringer. Shoo 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 shoo. In an instant, more black shadow ninja soldiers kept emerging from the shadows in all directions. In the end, nearly 800 black shadow soldiers stood the entire first-floor lobby of the Star and Moon Hotel to the brim. An exaggeration. Now come a mosquito on the ground without a place to land. Oh my god. On the second floor, a lot of listening slaves and stickmen, looking at the rows of black shadow soldiers downstairs, one by one, they couldn't help but cover their mouths and their expressions were all dumbfounded. Before, the listening slaves and stick boys had seen Ji Chio summon about 200 black shadow soldiers. Originally, I thought that would be it at best. Unexpectedly, never in a million years. At this moment, the number of black shadow soldiers was nearly 1,000. Filled the entire first-floor lobby of the Star and Moon Hotel. There really isn't even a place for a fly to land. so much so, it surrounded the group of heads of the 9 great clans in the very center, as well as the men they had brought with them. This, Patchouli Yoshue, at this moment, was completely stunned, looking at the fact that so many weird black shadow people surrounded those of them, and each of them was holding a sharp weapon. Patchouli Yoshue was truly shocked at this point. Look at Jichu. Io Yoshue couldn't believe it in her heart. She didn't think that he, who had once had a one-sided relationship, was so mysterious and unbelievable. The internet is now calling him the immortal stiff and the spiritual stiff. Io have Snowmorning also seen the video circulated on the internet. Recognized the video, and the powerful blue-eyed zombie is once seen thought to be under the Lieutenant Zhang Jicho. Originally, Patchouli had guessed that this meeting of the 9 gates might be a hangman banquet, but still shocked by the scene in front of him. What one sees at this point in time, who'd dare to believe it? What kind of demons and devils are these black shadow people? That's a lot of them. At this moment, in fact, it's not just Patchouli who's horrified. On the scene, at the dinner table, Xia Yuchen, Patchouli Xiao, Shi Dark Mei, Li Chu Haunted, and the rest of the family members were all incredulous and in disbelief at this moment. Even the Wu family's old lady and Wu Erbai's mother and son. At this moment, their pupils were dilated as they looked at the nearly 1,000 black shadow soldiers in all directions. At this time on the dining table, a group of the 9 sex family members couldn't sit still one by one. All of them got up in disbelief, looking at the surrounding so many bizarre black shadow people. How about now? At this time, on the seat of the dining table, Jichio looked at the serving vine on the seat beside him and asked with such a light smile. In response, Servo held the little griffin in his arms, and then his eyes glanced at the so many dark shadow soldiers that had basically completely filled the entire first floor lobby. Well, that's a bit of a pie in the face, only to see, looking around at so many black shadow soldiers. Servo also nodded with a light smile. Having heard what was said, the hearts of the group of family members on the sidelines were truly shocked and angry. Nima, this woman is so good at pretending. Ran, just a little? That's just not enough. Jichio, however, was actually so out of breath. Presently, snap, another ringer. Next to them, Patchouli Yoshue, Shi Dark Mei, Li Chu Haunting, and the rest of the family members were on the verge of tears. It doesn't even stand up here. What do you expect? Shoo 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 shoo. Sure enough, the next second, countless more ghostly shadows emerged. Only, this time they no longer appeared in full body. Instead, the upper body comes out and the lower body continues to lurk in the shadows. So much so, that all at once several hundred more dark shadow soldiers were hanging upside down above the ceiling like this. At the same time, the crowd of listening slaves and stick boys who were originally standing on the second floor watching the show twisted their heads to see. To his horror, he realized that the second floor had been filled with black shadow ninja soldiers at an unknown time. They were all holding bittersweet and shuriken, and all of them were gazing intently at the group of 9 great families in the middle of the lobby on the first floor below. Such was the scene that the crowd of listening slaves and stick boys were shocked to leave the scene in a hurry. And under this, only to see that the 3 major types of black shadow soldiers that appeared in the middle of this Star and Moon Hotel at this very moment, added together, the number of people had been no less than 1,500. Dense, dark row after row, really up and down, because there were black shadow soldiers with only the upper half of their bodies floating out above the ceiling, staring upside down at every single one of the 9 gates below, compared to those whose entire bodies were out. These dark shadowed soldiers whose lower bodies were still inside the darkness were really spooky to look at, weren't they? It was truly as if he was a terrifying messenger from hell, his pupils glowing scarlet as he stared down at each and every one of the 9 great families below. Hana, Io Shio, at this time, could not help but grab Xia Yuchen's arm beside him with fear in their hearts. Xia Yuchen's brows were also furrowed at this time, his face astonished as he looked at the black-shadowed soldiers that were so up and down, even though he had a little knowledge of Ji Chio beforehand and knew how extraordinary he was. At this moment, Xia Yuchen was still shocked. It's really not humanly possible to fight it. What the hell do you want? At this point, Patchouli Yoshue was in a state of shock and doubt in his heart, but he was still a bit undeterred. Don't push people too far, or else. Swish! Before Patchouli Yusetsu could finish those hard-mouthed words, he suddenly saw a white light flash by. With that, he saw a strand of hair on Patchouli's forehead slowly fall. Meanwhile, a sharp blade, at this very moment, is suspended in the cold light glittering in front of her Patchouli Yusetsu's face. Exactly, Excalibur. At this moment, the divine sword that had just cut off a strand of Patchouli Yusetsu's bangs, the tip of the sword was less than 2 inches from Patchouli Yusetsu's eyes, so much so, suspended straight in midair and at her, or else. How's that? Right at this moment, Ji Chio just looked at Patchouli Yoshue with a smiling, seemingly harmless face. In response, Patchouli could not say anything, because just now for a moment, she felt the threat of death. Although only a strand of her bangs fell in the end, she knew, just now, if this incredible black sword in front of her had wanted to, she would have had her throat cut at this moment. You, what do you want? Patula's voice trembled. Didn't he just say that? Die, or submit. Choose one. Servant Vine suddenly answered for Ji Chou. It's a simple multiple choice question, isn't it? Ji Chou, already smiling with an affable look on her face, looked at the crowd of family members standing in front of her, especially the Wu family's old lady and wore by. Chapter 104, you have 10 seconds. Die, or bow down. At this moment, Ji Chou's gaze focused on the Wu family's old lady and wore by. After all, at this time, among the 9 great families, these 2 were definitely the most important. The second is Xia Yuchen. These 3 people were perhaps the ones that Ji Chou really had in his sights right now. The rest, even the current so-called Patchouli family's current family member Patchouli Yoshue, Ji Chou was only there to sign up for the mission. Otherwise, the first time we met before, Ji Chou could then arrange for the Dark Shadow soldiers to attack and kill her that night. Keeping her until now is all about signing up for the mission. Ha! At this time, Lieutenant Zhang also couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, he couldn't help but laugh while looking at the 1,500 or more number of Black Shadow soldiers that were up and down. In his heart, he sighed that Ji Chou's power over others was really to the extreme. Was it necessary to put so many Black Shadow Corps out? Moreover, Adjutant Zhan was also amazed in his heart that Ji Chou actually possessed so many Black Shadow soldiers. It's almost like an army. And soldiers like the Black Shadow Corps are the scariest army of all, not to mention his ability to travel through shadows. Maybe 100 Dark Shadow soldiers would be able to hold back 1,000 armies. Even a modern army would have to suffer a great loss if they encountered such a bizarre Black Shadow soldier. And such Dark Shadow soldiers, Ji Chou now easily called out more than 500 of them. And looking at Ji Chou, it seemed like 15,000 was not the limit. Terrible, terrible. Lieutenant Zhan was curious and amazed by Ji Chou's underpinnings at this moment. At the same time, it was also deeply felt. Such a Ji Chou really wasn't something that the current 9 sect people could fight against. Not even, at one time, the older generation, because Ji Chou's power was simply not humanly possible. If it wasn't for this, Deputy Zhang wouldn't have helped Ji Chou convene the meeting of the 9 great clans. It's knowing that it's impossible to resist Ji Chou. Boss, aren't we all your people already? At this time, Chi Dark Mei warily raised her hand to look at Ji Chou, looking at so many eerie Black Shadow soldiers in all directions, up and down. She was truly terrified. Right, boss, we are all your people now. Look at this. Li Chu Haunted also hastily chimed in with his voice. Indeed, he didn't want to continue to be so surrounded and closely watched by so many weird Black Shadow soldiers. That pair of scarlet gazes was too oozing. Ji Chu, behind Ji Chou, Liang Bang looked at so many Black Shadow Corps appearing in all directions, and she couldn't help but look shocked and disbelieving. Although he had seen the Black Shadow soldiers before and knew how weird and unbelievable they were, but she really couldn't believe that Ji Chou could call out that many. Is this a takedown? It's too much of a stretch. And at the moment, looking towards Chi Dark Mei and Li Chu Haunted, get behind me, Ji Chou said faintly. Yes, okay boss. Chi Dark Mei and Li Chu Haunted immediately revealed joyful colors with a sigh of relief. Then he hurriedly left his original seat and came to stand behind Ji Chou. So much for being in the face of the rest of the family in charge, surface attitude and standing. Well, it's a role model, too. In response, the Black Shadow soldiers in all directions were really no longer gazing at Chili and the 2 of them with murderous gazes at this time. It instantly made Chi Dark Mei and Li Chu Haunting, who were already standing behind Ji Chou, feel lighter all over. Brother Little Flower, what do we do now? Io Shoshio looked at Seiyuchen by her side at this time, her pretty willow brows slightly frowning. I can cooperate with you. Suddenly, Patchouli Yoshue, who was still being pointed at by the divine sword next to him, spoke out in such a way. During that time, looking at the divine sword that possessed life and could fly in midair, it also caused the crowd of 9 sects on the scene to look at it with amazement in their hearts. It felt like there wasn't a single normal human thing around Ji Chou. It's all demons and ghosts. And hearing Patchoula's words, I don't need any cooperation. What I want is your submission. Or, you can choose to die. There is no third choice beyond that. The smile on Ji Chou's face stopped and became a hint of coldness. At the same time, the divine sword began to move a little closer, the tip of the sword aiming at Patchouli Yoshue's throat. Io Yuki tries to back away. Ran. Shoo shoo shoo. Several dark-shadowed soldiers, suddenly emerging from her shadow. It was indeed the same dark shadow soldiers that had stayed in Patchoula's shadow a few days ago. In response, Patchouli had a look of horror. When had there been such a demonic spirit in his shadow? Instead, the Black Shadow soldiers moved extremely fast, and as soon as they appeared, they directly controlled Patchouli Yusetsu. The only thing that wouldn't let her continue to retreat was to face Excalibur. Next to them, Patchouli Snow's group of female henchmen were still trying to come forward to rescue their boss. But, with the Black Shadow soldiers on all sides, how can they act rashly? In an instant, several Dichin infantry warriors moved faster to block in front of them. Just like that, under Patchouli Yuki's horrified expression, Excalibur, the tip of the sword that shimmered with cold light, kept slowly approaching her white throat amidst the air. Closer and closer, until it was about to completely pierce Patchouli's throat. Submit. I submit. Finally, Patchouli was so out of fear. It was only after this that the divine sword came to a halt. Also at this moment, I don't want any more bull ********. Bow down to me, or die. I'll give you 10 seconds. Looking at the Wu family's old lady in Wu Bai, who had been watching the drama without making a sound, Ji Chio completely ran out of patience. And hearing what Jichu said, a few Black Shadow soldiers couldn't help but let go of Patchouli Yusetsu, who had already said she would submit just now. In response, Patchouli Yoshua looked at Jichio, who was so domineering and cold at this moment, and finally shook her head with a slightly lost and self-deprecating smile. Boss. Very quickly, Patchouli Yoshua was considered to be the first person other than Chili and the two others to bow their heads to Jichio at this moment. Congrats and get a bow down from Patchouli Snow. Targeted reward, genetic enhancement potion made by the System X10. Note, this potion can enable ordinary people to possess strength, speed, physical ability, and even a certain degree of self-healing enhancement beyond normal people within a short period of time. Jichio just lightly glanced at the system prompt in the void. The mind wondered why there was no hint that the Patchouli family had been collected. Isn't Patchouli Yusetsu the head of the Patchouli family? But that will come later. There are more important ones at the moment. Immediately after, he saw Jichio's gaze continue to look at the Wu family's old lady in Wu Bai on the side. To this, Boss G is so bold and tactful. I, the Wu family, am willing to do Boss G's bidding from now on. Old Mrs. Wu bowed her head slightly to Jichio. Wu Bai glanced at Jichio, and then bowed his head to Jichio, who was seated on the main seat in front of him, in the same way as his old mother. And seeing that both of them were so, and at the same time, such a huge number of weird Black Shadow soldiers were eyeing them on all sides. Ugh, Xia Yuchen finally sighed, followed by a similar bow and prostration. At the same time, the signing system's hint about rewards began to appear continuously in the middle of the void. Chapter 105, letting Patchouli become a family member. Patchouli Yusetsu gets hit in the face by Y2. Congratulations, signing in from the 4 plot characters Xieyuchen, Patchouli Xiao, Wu's old lady, and Wu Bai. Targeted reward, 100 Black Shadow Soldiers X2. Targeted reward, 500 Black Armored Iron Riders. 5 drops of own-level Discordian Zombie Essence Blood. Congratulations, gaining the prostrations of Xieyuchen, Io Xiao, the Wu family's old lady, Wu Bai, and others. Targeted reward, 1,000 Special Evolved Dark Shadow Soldiers, Great Qin Foot Soldiers. Targeted reward, 500 Special Evolved Dark Shadow Soldiers, Black Armored Crossbowmen. Targeted reward, 10,000 blood bags containing essence. Targeted reward, 10 bottles, Genetic Enhancement Potion. Congratulations, because of the bowing down of Qi Dark Mei, Li Chu Haunting, Xia Yuchen, Patchouli Embroidery, and the old lady of the Wu family, the host has successfully taken over the 5 families of the 9 gates of Qi, Li, Xia, Patchouli, and Wu. Targeted bonus, Monkey Charm of the Zodiac. Targeted bonus, Rabbit Charms. Targeted bonus, Passive Ability Loyalty Binding. The system automatically binds the loyalty of all those who have expressed their submission to the host for eternity, and although it does not directly raise anyone's loyalty, the loyalty of those who are under their command from now on will only rise and not fall. Targeting bonus, the ability to fuse all runes. Note, it is recommended that it is best to choose to fuse rune powers when you have the balancing power of the Tiger Rune spell. Targeted reward, Sheep Charms. See only, in the middle of the void, the rewards of the signing system continuously surfaced and rang out. Jichu could see and hear. This series of them made Jicho's entire body feel refreshed after hearing them. Comfortable. What a great harvest. Amongst, now his Black Shadow core must have a strength of over 9,000, right? It's infinitely close to 10,000. That's a superbly reinforced group of people. Also, it actually rewards out the absorption ability of the charm, the powers of the Holy Lord in the adventures of Uncle Dragon. Bull Batch. It was just as well that the Tiger Charm spell, which represented the balancing ability before, was already there. After going back to his room in a while, Jichio planned to fuse all the Zodiac talismans he currently possessed. Also, loyalty passively bound? I didn't realize that the sign-up system rewarded you with a targeted one of these. It does seem to be very much needed for the current season of fall. Although it was impossible to directly raise the loyalty of Patchouli Yoshue, Patchouli Xiuxiu, and Xiaoyuchen to 100%, from now on, their loyalty to Jiqiu would only go up and could not go down. All of them will never betray as long as their loyalty tips to a certain level. Nice, really nice. It feels like everything that comes out as a reward at the moment is good. Great. Afterward, looking at the crowd that bowed down before him, Jiqiu revealed a smile. At the same time, Lieutenant Zhang, you may have the food served. Glancing at the 100 Years Mountain behind him, Jiqiu continued to say with a smile on his face, "Okay boss." Lieutenant Zhang nodded his head. Then, with another wink to Sonic at his side, instead, he let the sound go down and make arrangements. Very quickly, that is to say, a plate of dishes was immediately brought up by one of the listening slaves. It felt as if it had been memorized and waited for. However, looking at the table of dishes, Xiaoyuchen, Patchouli Yoshue, the Wu family's old lady, and the rest of the family members in charge did not have the appetite to eat at this moment. See this. Why don't you sit down and eat something with Weidou? Jiqiu glanced behind her at Liang Bang and knew that she should be hungry. Oh, good. Liang Bang, with a complicated gaze, looked at Jiqiu in front of her, then nodded in a frozen manner. At the same time, he did immediately go up and sit down next to Gato and raised his chopsticks to eat. At this point, Jiqiu looked at the group of 9 great families' current family members in front of him. Then, Patchouli. Suddenly, Jiqiu spoke out. At those words, everyone was shocked, especially Patchouli, who looked a little bit in disbelief at the Jiqiu in front of her who looked countless times better than a woman. I wonder why he suddenly called her Patchouli by her name alone. Boss, what are your orders? Although her heart was alarmed, Patchouli still stepped forward and said to Jiqiu as if nothing had happened on the surface. During this time, Xiaoyuchen looked at the situation in front of him with a bit of worry. Over the years, Xiaoyuchen had almost treated Patchouli Xiuxiu as if she were his own sister. So at the moment, he was very worried that Jiqiu was making things difficult for Patchouli Embroidery. Ran. From now on, you are the head of the Patchouli family. I said it. What no one at the scene had ever expected was, Jiqiu actually said this to Patchouli at this moment. Ha! Patchouli, who had heard the words, was instantly baffled herself. Jiqiu, what do you mean by this? On the side, Patchouli Yoshue became anxious. To this, snap, Jiqiu hadn't responded to anything yet, but he saw that the serving vine on the seat beside Jiqiu was the first one to make a sudden move. Directly a wave of the hand, a cane instantly from the weight for the vine hand appeared, and then at this time Patchouli have Snow's face to come a bit, instantly leaving a red mark on Patchouli Yusetsu's face in a fiery blaze. Patchouli Yuko covered her hot and sore cheeks and looked at Y2 with a look of surprise. At the same time, the crowd at the scene were all looking at the serving vine that had grown vines on their hands with surprise and astonishment. In the next moment, the serving vine was even seen in the limelight. It recycled the vines that had just grown into the flesh and blood between its fingers and disappeared. Looking at the crowd, he couldn't help but feel a gasp of amazement in his heart. Gata! Another demonic monster. It was just like they thought before. None of the people and things around Jiqiu were normal. All of them were demons and devils. At this moment, Liang Ben looked at the serving vine beside him. Then, he saw Liang Ben silently move his body, trying to move away from Weidou. I'll go. She's also a demonic spirit. I actually fought with her just now over Jiqiu. Am I not playing with a light in the outhouse, shining, looking for death? Liang Bang, in his heart at this moment is broken. At the same time, he couldn't help but cursing Jiqiu. How come he was surrounded by all demons and ghosts? Now that you've bowed down to him, remember to call out to the boss from now on, and whatever he commands, you'll do it without the right to refute. Remember that well. Otherwise, next time it won't be as simple as a little punch in the face, only to see. After serving Vine retrieved the rattan at this time, his face was full of bashful glances at Patchouli Yusetsu's so out of the blue. In response, Patchouli Yoshue's eyes glared fiercely at the servant Vine at this time, but she dared not speak in anger. At this point, I said that from now on, you, Patchouli, are the head of the Patchouli family. You, do you hear me? Jiqiu, on the other hand, kept looking at Patchouli and spoke out again. Upon hearing this, Patchouli Xiuxiu, who was sure that she hadn't misheard, took a deep breath before displaying a pretty smile. I hear you. Thank you, boss. Io Xiuxiu once again bowed to the lowered head of Jiqiu in front of her. At the same time, Patchouli Embroidery's loyalty was rising uncontrollably, and it couldn't go down because of the binding of the system. Aha! Jiqiu nodded. Immediately afterward, he twisted his head to look at Patchouli Arisu, who had just been slapped with a rattan by Y2. What about you? Did you hear that? Heard. Patchouli Yoshue, gritting her teeth without realizing it, couldn't help her eyes from reddening. Chapter 106 Patchouli Yuko's surprise after being disgruntled. Thank you, Boss G. At this moment, Xia Yuchen, who was on the side, suddenly bowed to Jiqiu as well. Indeed, I am happy for Patchouli. After all, it was clearly old Mrs. Patchouli who had personally named Patchouli Shosho to become the Patchouli family's head of household before. However, his aunt, Patchouli Yusetsu, forcibly occupies the position of the head of the family. Patchouli has always been powerful as well. Before that, it was also difficult for Xia Yuchen to help Patchouli Shosho get back the position of the family member. The main reason was that he, Xia Yuchen, was not a member of the Patchouli family and it was not good for him to step in. But I didn't expect that at this moment. Because of Ji Qiu, it was directly overbearingly declared. And let Patchouli have snow completely dare not resist. Indeed, after all, Ji Qiu's ability, Patchouli Yushua dared to say a no word. I'm afraid that the next second may be Ephelis. And at the moment, Ji Qiu, only after seeing Patchouli Yoshua obediently nod his head did he pass with a faint smile of satisfaction. Following which, with a faint wave of his hand, his mind moved. Shoo 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 shoo. 50 black shadow ninja soldiers quickly moved and came behind Patchouli. Boss G. Xia Yuchen didn't know what was going on and was a bit anxious. Io Xiao also looked at the group of black shadow people behind him for a moment of a little bit of amazement. The heart is even more marveled at the stance of these black shadow people as well as the weird way of moving. On the side, the Wu family's old lady, Wu Erbai, and Lieutenant Zhang were all quietly watching at this time. Patchoula's eyes gazed in anticipation of something. But, the next moment, you don't seem to have anyone under your hand to use at the moment, so these 50 dark shadow soldiers will be given to you to use and help you control the Patchouli family. Ji Qiu looked towards Patchouli, who was a bit stunned at the moment, and then actually said so. At those words, the crowd at the scene all looked at Ji Qiu with surprise and surprise. Io Xiao was also a bit unsure whether to be surprised or delighted. But still, after reacting, Patchouli embroidery, thank you again, Boss G. She leaned and bowed deeply to Jiqiu, although it felt like Ji Qiu's move had the intention of letting the Dark Shadow Man spy on her. Patchouli embroidery. But if Ji Qiu really wanted to, people had these creepy black shadow people secretly spying on you, so why would you? So, to be able to have the Dark Shadow Soldier so explicitly used as a henchman for himself, following him around, Io Xiao all knew that this was already someone else's Ji Qiu giving face. Moreover, Patchouli felt as if Ji Qiu wasn't that kind of person. Furthermore, to be able to follow her grandmother's last orders and take over the position of the Patcho family's head of the family, Patcho Shosho still has a trace of genuine gratitude in her heart for Ji Qiu at this moment. On the side, although Xia Yuchen wanted to speak, he finally chose not to say anything. After all, Ji Qiu's strength, power, and dominance, neither of which allowed others to rebel against his decisions. So even if he felt that Ji Qiu's move to have 50 black-shadowed men follow Patchouli had the intention of monitoring Patchouli, Xia Yuchen ultimately chose to remain silent. In any case, it's actually good enough for today to be like this. At least Xiao should be able to take over the Patchouli family next without any problems. There were also these black shadow people with weird abilities. If embroidery used them properly, they might actually be of great use. In this way, Xia Yuchen thought in finding the good in the bad. On the side, Patchouli Yoshua looked at Patchouli Shosho, who was followed by a group of black shadow soldiers at the moment and inexplicably had an aura. Patchouli Yoshua was very indignant in his heart. Just then, I've heard that although the Nine Sect is still called the Nine Sect now, the old Blackback Sixth, who actually used to be the Nine Sect, has long since ceased to exist in name only. So would you be willing to become the new Sixth Gate in charge of the Nine Gates now? Suddenly, only to see Ji Qiu looking again at Patchouli Yoshua in the midst of the indignation. So out loud, me, Patchouli Yuki sniffed, still a bit reactive. Right, seasonal autumn, nodded, then continued, even though your last name is Patchouli, it's not as if you can't be a pawn other than the Patchouli family. Isn't that right? Anyway, once upon a time the position of Blackback's oldest six was vacant. So, want it? Ji Qiu finished and looked at Patchouli Yoshua at the moment. On the side, the Wu family's old lady, Wu Erbai, Xia Yuchen, Io Xiao, Shi Dark Mei, and the others also did not expect that Ji Qiu would be so sudden. But, there really doesn't seem to be anything wrong with it. I want. Patchouli Yuki finally nodded. Although the sixth family simply existed in name only and had no real benefits, it was ultimately hanging on to the title of Nine Sects Pawn Family. This is not just an identity, but also a way to enjoy the many facilities brought by the Nine Gates Association. Very good. Ji Qiu laughed meaningfully, then pointed at Patchouli Yoshua. Then from this moment on, you, Patchouli Yusetsu, are the current sixth sect's head of the nine sects. Only, he declared so directly. At the same time, looked to the surrounding group of other pawns. You guys, agree? In response, Shi Dark Mei, Li Chu Haunting, Xia Yuchen, and Io Xiao glanced at each other. In the end, however, they both glanced at the Wu family's old lady and Wu Erbai. Congratulations to the 6th sect of the 9 sects on their ascendancy. In the next second, she saw that the Wu family's old lady had already cupped her fists and congratulated Patchouli Yoshua with a bemused smile on her face. Seeing this scene, a happy smile finally appeared on Patchouli Yoshua's face for the first time. Yoshua thanks old Mrs. Wu. In this way, she Dark Mei, Li Chu Haunting, and even Xiaoyu Chen, Wu or Bai, and Patchouli Xiao several people also said to Patchouli Yoshua with clasped fists, "Congratulations." In this way, all the family members are considered to have taken over Ji Chio's appointments, transfers, and supreme rights among the 9 gates at this moment. Thank you all. Patchouli Yoshua smiled and returned the salute, during which she also took one more look at Patchouli Xiao, who had just snatched away her own Patchouli family's pawn. Patcho Yoshua thanks the boss. Finally, Patcho Yoshua looked at Jichio with a smile on her face. The eyes were slightly teasing. However, looking at the side of the Liang Bend cannot help but disdainfully skimming his lips. Wait for the vine is even coldly looked at this moment Patchouli have snow. Aha! And Jichio nodded lightly without feeling anything. And, with another flick of the hand from Jichu, the next second, around the 50 black shadow soldiers into the shadows. And soon again from the Patchouli have snow behind the emergence of a standing at this time behind the Patchouli have snow. Exactly the same situation as Patchouli across the street in general. All of a sudden behind both women were standing 50 black shadow soldiers. They can help you. After all, the 6th sect doesn't have much industry now, so you'll have to rely on yourself in the future. In Patchouli have snow a little surprised look. Jichio this moment is more directly let her determine the surprise. Thank you boss. Patchouli Yoshua looked at the 50 black shadow soldiers behind him, and then he was even more smiling and rich as he also bowed deeply to Jichio who was on the main seat in front of him. Aha! Jichio nodded faintly once again, and then theirs. Jichu wanted to go on and say something, but, Jichio be careful. Suddenly, an urgent reminder came from Waito. At the same time, Jichio's sensitive hearing also heard the strong air-braking sound coming from behind him at the moment. Ta! Spinning around, Jichio caught a booming fist. Ka! A powerful force came from the seat behind Jichio, and the seat behind him instantly cracked. Chapter 107, Jichio and Serving Vine Silent Match. Looking at Jichio's hit a stick and then give a candy approach to Patchouli Yusetsu's imperialism. Adjutant Zhang was also a bit convinced in his heart at the side. Finally seeing Patchouli Yoshua so happily bowing down to him Jichio, Lieutenant Zhang even couldn't help but admire Jichio in his heart by 2 points. It's just not a way that can be imitated by the average person. After all, other than Jichio, who had so many dark shadow soldiers that could be used to buy people's hearts. So much so, Lieutenant Zhang just thought so from the sidelines. But see, suddenly, an urgent reminder from Waito rang out. In the next instant, he even saw Jichio violently turn around and block one of the fists attacking him with both hands. That powerful inertial force directly cracked a mahogany seat underneath Jichio. And finally, the person who appeared in front of everyone and suddenly attacked Jichio. Lissy Love? Looking at the person in front of him who had been caught in his own fist, Jichio was a bit surprised out of the blue. At this moment, the person who suddenly attacked Jichio from behind was none other than Li Siqing, who had just been brought back to Star Moon Hotel by Jichio himself not long ago. But, no, you're not Liz Yu right now. Looking at the other party's golden eyes that were completely golden at the moment, Jichio again denied so. Indeed, at this time, Li Siqing had already been controlled by some kind of dark golden power just like Xiao Heyan before. Jichio. At that moment, the servant Vine on the side suddenly spoke out again and inexplicably. Give me a drop of your zombie blood. Hurry. Having heard what was said, Jichio was a bit puzzled in his mind. Shouldn't he be reminded to use born teeth again? But, boo. Jichio did not stop moving. At this moment, after blocking the opponent's fist, directly kicked at the opponent, Golden Eyes Li Siqing's hands also grasped in front of her body. However, the powerful force of Jichio's foot still kicked her out, crashing several tables and chairs. Then, shoo, Jichio's mind moved, and a drop of his own ordinary zombie blood, not essence blood, instantly floated above his palm. Immediately after that, it was flung by Jichio towards the serving vine that was begging for zombie blood. In response, the serving vine next to him immediately caught the drop of zombie blood thrown by Jichio. Even, the next second directly swallowed it without hesitation. See this scene. If you become a zombie, you need my essence blood to do so. This drop of ordinary zombie blood, there's no way. Seasonal Autumn thought Waito wanted to be a zombie too. But, before he could finish his words, he saw, behind them, the original crowd of the 9 Great Clan's family members, such as Xia Yuchen, Patchouli Yoshua, Shi Dark Mei, and the rest of the crowd, had actually all turned into golden eyes. It was actually all controlled. Even Lieutenant Zhang was the last one to turn into golden eyes. Then, one by one, they all looked at Jichio, killing aura on display. Ha! Jichio couldn't help but laugh. As a zombie, you have jumped out of the 3 realms and 6 paths, not to mention being in the 5 elements. Indirectly, your zombie blood magically possesses the ability to counteract the heavenly mandate. On the side, Serving Vine, who had just swallowed a drop of Jichio's zombie blood, spoke out in time to explain. So it is. It was only then that Jichio understood the reason why Waito had asked for zombie blood. I think if he hadn't swallowed a drop of his Jichio's zombie blood in time, I'm afraid that at this moment, the Serving Vine would have turned into golden eyes and shown its killing aura to him, right? Suddenly, there was a pair of hands controlling Jichio's arm at the nearest point of his side. Liang Bend? Indeed, Liang Bend had also had his eyes golden and was under control, and at that moment twisted Jichio's arm. The golden eyes of the beam bent. The power was really also strengthened by an instant to a great extent. At the moment Jichio felt as if a pair of iron pincers controlled his arm. If an ordinary person were to come, at this moment, he would definitely be directly twisted off his arm in an instant by the golden-eyed Liang Bend. That is, Jichio as a zombie, even without the zombie state, is also thick-skinned. However, when they saw that Liang Bend, who was closest to Jichio, had won the battle, and that Vice Adjutant Zhang, Xia Yuchen, Io Xiao, and the rest of the controlled group of 9 Great Family's family members, who were already all golden-eyed, wanted to step forward, but, swish who dash, Servant Vine flicked his hand, and countless white vines instantly erupted, sending them flying. At the same time, the surrounding Black Shadow ninjas, Black Shadow Great Chin Foot Warrior Sharpshooters, Black Shadow Great Chin Crossbowmen, and the others numerous Black Shadow soldiers also reacted by immediately stepping forward. A portion of the Black Shadow soldiers surrounded Lieutenant Zhang, Xia Yuchen, and the rest of the 9 Great Family's family members who had already turned golden-eyed. There was also a portion that went to siege the golden-eyed Li Xiqing who appeared at the very beginning. The last part of it was going up and getting ready to help Jichio get out of Liang Bang's grip. Roar! However, with a low beastly roar, Jichio directly showed up in a zombie stance himself, then instantly backhanded and twisted the golden-eyed Liang Ben's arm. Waiting Vine, will it hurt them to use the born tooth to cut away the golden stuff on their bodies? After the zombie-style Jichio backhandedly controlled Liang Ben, he glanced at the Serving Vine next to him who was using the white vine to deal with Lieutenant Zhang and their many golden eyes. At the same time, Born Tooth had emerged from amongst the shadow space. It was held in the hands of Jichio. No, Born Tooth won't hurt the living. Don't worry about chopping. Only to see. Servo looked towards Jichio, then replied in this manner with a slight smile passing over his face. Then, I'm welcome. Jichio burst out laughing. Then, swish, without hesitation, the hand of the demon sword-born Tooth was directly drawn. Indeed, the blade cut through Liang Ben's body. The golden-eyed Liang Ben immediately showed a look of pain. It was very quick to see that the golden power in her body began to dissipate continuously, until it fades into the heavens and the earth. In the end, Liang Beng fainted as well. Serve the vine. In the next moment, Jichio suddenly let out a shout. At the same time, the demon sword-born Tooth in his hand came out and was thrown towards Waito. In response, Servo caught the born tooth, thrown by Jichio as soon as he could, and understood what he meant. Immediately after that, he saw Serving Vine interfering with the golden-eyed Lieutenant Zhang, Xia Yuchen, Patchouli, and the rest of the crowd with a large amount of white vines. Then he found the right opportunity to bind and then pull the nearest golden eyes Chi Dark May with white vines. Swish! In the end, Servant Vine was also valiantly holding the born tooth, and slashing down directly at the golden-eyed Chi Dark May, who had been pulled over by Shiratu. At once, it was the same as Liang Ben a dozen seconds ago. The golden power in Chi Dark May's body began to dissipate, her eyes began to turn back to normal, and she finally fainted. Jichio, zombie blood. With that, then he saw Servant Vine voice out, shoo 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 shoo. Jichio directly summoned a dozen drops of zombie blood and flung it at Serving Vine. Anyway, it was just ordinary zombie blood, not essence blood. Jichio said as much as he wanted. Servant Vine caught the many zombie bloods thrown by Jichio, and tacitly did not need to ask why so many were given. She directly fed a drop of zombie blood to the fainted Chi Dark May first. In this way, the two of them actually worked well together. Chapter 108, Returning to the Heart. After feeding Chi Dark May the zombie blood, Waito was ready to continue pulling the controlled Lieutenant Zhang over with the help of the Dark Shadow soldiers around him. Then one by one, they chopped off their bodies, the golden power that controlled them. Servant Vine knew that this was what Jichio meant when he gave her a dozen drops of zombie blood, to ask her to help take care of this side. Li Xiqing. It must have been Jichio who dealt with it all by himself. Crop call. Suddenly, a strong wind sprang up. It actually blew the controlled Li Chuhao and Patchouli Yoshue together in front of Serving Vine. In response, Waito couldn't help but freeze slightly. However, it quickly reacted and made 2 direct cuts. In an instant, he chopped through 2 people at the same time. The golden power that made Patchouli Yoshua and Li Chu haunting immediately dissipated as well. Immediately after that, Servant Vine then proceeded to use the white vine to break open the mouths of the 2 and each gave a drop of Jichio's zombie blood. After doing so, Waito looked up. Fang just saw that it was the little griffin that was just casting a skill to help her serve the vine. Good job, little griffin, Servant Vine complimented with a smile at the right time. Squeak squeak, in midair, the little griffin happily danced and chirped as if responding to Waiting Vine. Little fool, Waito couldn't help but shake his head. Again at this point, boo, the Black Shadow soldiers are also timely to build up into the last of Lieutenant Zhang, Patchouli, Sound Slow, Xieyuchen and all of their shadows. Followed by another steeply take advantage of the enemy's defenselessness sprung up, kicking them all together to wait for the vine. In this way, wait for the vine to follow the gourd, one by one, all of them to reward them with a knife, chop off the golden power from each of them, then feed them the zombie blood of Jichio. During that time, the gold-eyed and eyed Lieutenant Zhang struggled a few more times, but in the end, he was still held down by a group of Black Shadow soldiers. In the end, he immediately took a slash from Born Tooth in Waito's hand, and the other side, Jichio had just fed Liang Ben a drop of zombie blood as well. When he looked up, he saw that the golden-eyed Li Xiqing was already kneeling on the ground, pressed down in unison by a group of Black Shadow soldiers. Ha! Jichio passed by with a cold smile on his face. Then, walk up to her. Can you tell me? What are you? What Jichio was asking about was of course not Li Xiqing, but this golden, heavenly ordained power. What the hell is that? The god who is authorized by heaven and dominates all beings. Li Xiqing raised her golden eyes and looked at Jichio in front of her, and actually answered so. Ha! The sniffing Jichio couldn't help but laugh. Jichio. At the same moment, Servant Vine's side solved the trouble, and at that moment shouted out while throwing the Born Tooth back to Jichio. Without turning his head back, Jichio directly took one hand behind him and directly held the hilt of the flying Born Tooth steadily. Next, asterisk 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 you god. Swish, Jichio, chopping down directly. Clang. At once, the golden power that erupted from Li Xiqing's body was the most intense. And, season, autumn, she can still fight back. The roar of the as if back to the light of the general outburst of enormous strength, away from the suppression of a group of Black Shadow soldiers, and then rushed up to Jichio. To this, swish, Jichio was not in a hurry and went straight for another slash. Wow! Instantly, it caused the golden color on Li Xiqing's body to completely collapse, and in the end, it all dissipated between heaven and earth. Those who jump out of the 3 realms and 6 paths without authorization shall not live. The last ethereal sound so uttered before the gold color faded completely, fading away until it disappeared completely. Ha! Jichio. The corner of his mouth hooked slightly. Afraid of you? When he finished, he wiped his nose. Then he squatted down and summoned another drop of zombie blood and fed it into the mouth of the unconscious Li Xiqing. Waitu also walked over to Jichio at this moment. What the hell was that? Jichio reared up, then looked to the Serving Vine beside him. At this time, Serving Vine, however, looked at Jichio's and slowly shook his head. Seeing this, Jichio frowned. There's no way to say it either? All I can say is, it has a definite connection to the ultimate. Servo replied thus, ultimate. Again, Jichio couldn't help but clench a pair of fists after sniffing, especially after seeing the ground filled with fainted people. A hint of fire came out of Jichio's eyes. Got me in trouble twice now. Better not let me know what the hell you are and what dark corner you're cowering in. Otherwise, the account of touching my mold twice will be settled with you. Squeak squeak. At this time, the little griffin flew to Jichio's shoulder and squeaked a few times at him, as if to express or say, echoing what Jichu said, but it made Jichio couldn't help but shake his head and lose his laughter all at once. On the side, Servant Vine was also smiling as he reached out and stroked the little griffin's tiny head. No matter what, the little griffin just now had helped. Speaking of which, I didn't expect this little guy to have the power to drive strong winds when he was still a juvenile. After that, although Servo had said that nothing would happen to Lieutenant Zhang and the others, Jichio, the boss, was also nice enough to take out the horse charm, healed the unconscious Lieutenant Zhang and the others. So much for letting all of them wake up one by one as family members. At this moment, after Io Shio woke up, she could vaguely remember everything that had just happened. Apparently, despite being controlled, what had happened could still be known by the person being controlled. Therefore, the awakened Patchouli, Chi Dark Mei, Lieutenant Zhang, Xiaoyu Chen, Patchouli Yoshue, and the rest of the crowd quickly realized that they had just been controlled by something, even tried to make a move on Jichio because of it, only to be rescued in the end. Except that rescue was also incredible. I can't believe I took a knife and chopped at them and they went back to normal. I think that knife is called Born Tooth. It's amazing and mind-boggling. Sorry boss, just, at this time, after waking up, Lieutenant Zhang came to bow low in front of Jichio. Sorry, boss. Shi Dark Mei, Patchouli Yoshue, and Li Chu Haunted followed suit and came before Jichio. Immediately after that, Xia Yuchen, Piao Xiuxiu, and even the Wu family's old lady and Wu Bai and all the other people came to bow down in front of Jichio. To this, it's okay, you're just being controlled and I'm not going to hold you accountable for it. Also, I gave each of you a drop of zombie blood. Servo said that this would help you counteract the control that the rat in the dark corner might take at any moment. Of course, you can think that I am deliberately controlling you by means of this, or you can even think that the loss of control you had just now was also directed by me. I don't care. Jichio at this moment so shrugged his shoulders and laughed lightly. Boss G, would we be so ungrateful? Anyway, my old self would like to thank Boss G here. The Wu family's old lady was the first to bend down and bow to Jichio once again with a smile on her face. Thanks. It seemed like this was the first time that Wu Bai spoke to Jichio, yet he only said the word thank you. Boss CA. Afterwards, Patchouli Yoshue, Patchouli Xiuxiu, Xia Yuchen, Shi Dark Mei, Li Chu Haunted, and all the others bowed to Jichio in front of him once again in unison. In this way, without realizing it, their loyalty rose a little, and it could never fall due to the system binding. Aha! Jichio, with a faint light smile on her face, nodded. On the side, looking at the crowd's revered Jichio, Servant Vine's heart seemed to be with honor as well as showing a touch of pouring smile. Chapter 109, Serving Vine's hand produces white flowers in front of Jichio. At this moment, the Star and Moon Hotel, amongst Jichio's own room, Jichio, at this moment, looked at the rabbit, monkey, tiger, horse, goat, ox, 6 Chinese zodiac charms on the table in front of him. He was ready to absorb them. In addition, because Patchouli Yoshue had nominally become the new 6th sex head of the 9 sects, Patchouli Yoshue provided Jichio with another, Ox Talisman, reward. At this moment, Jichio was indeed prepared to use the Zodiac Talisman absorption ability that he just possessed to absorb the 6 talismans in front of him first. Anyway, with the Tiger Rune spell, used for balancing, there was no need to worry about the stability of the rune power. To this, do you already have so many charms at this time? On the side, Servo, who was also in the living room of the room, slowly sipped his tea at this time glanced at the situation of Jichio next to him. At those words, Jichio also looked towards the stunningly beautiful Servo, then couldn't help but ask a rhetorical question. Does the one in the future dimension, me, already have all 12 runes? Servo, however, shook his head with a light smile and said, more than 12 pieces, although there are only 12 zodiac signs, that you god stiff king of the future dimension, he has more than one of each type of talisman. I've read that the charm you use to reward the most warriors and wargirls under your hand seems like it should be the chicken charm, the cow charm, and the dragon charm, all of which are more than 30 pieces. Saying that, Servo continued to slowly drink the hot tea in his cup. So many? Next to him, Jichio was shocked. There are dozens of each. Nima, this 12 zodiac spells in the future dimension are ing flooded ah. Ha! Jichio couldn't help but shake his head and laugh bitterly. That future dimensional self is so rich, now he seems like a pauper in comparison. The 12 Chinese zodiac charms have not even been collected in one set yet. What are you going to use some of these zodiac charms for when you take them out? At that moment, the servant Vine on the side asked again with a pleasant voice and a soft question. I'm going to absorb their power and give myself direct possession of their divine power. Jichio returned with a faint smile. What? You don't have one now? Weito was confused instead. Indeed, she had subconsciously assumed that Jichio had possessed the power of the 12 zodiac charms long ago, because that divine stiff king of the future dimension Jichio was the one who always had the divine power of all the runes. Come on, I haven't even collected all the zodiac charms yet. Jichio laughed bitterly. Can I ask? Served Vine, wanting to say something. In response, Jichio guessed that she might want to ask him where the zodiac charm came from. To this, Weito, there's something about you that you don't have the words to say. I'm actually the same, so I hope you understand. Only to see, Jichio at this time looked at a pair of beautiful eyes on the sofa beside her serving the vine, and then said so to her. I see, I can understand that, and it's not a big deal. I was just curious for a moment anyway. Waiting for the vine, face pouring a smile like this. At those words, Ji-cho couldn't help but look at this good person beside him a little more gratefully. Then, just now, Lieutenant Zhang and the others were controlled by the heavenly mandate thanks to you. And last time, the golden-eyed Shou He-yun. It was also you who told me through the rattan silk bracelet from across the sky to use my natural teeth to deal with the heavenly mandate. Just now, I was told again, my zombie blood can withstand the heavenly mandate. Both times, I'm grateful for both. Ji-cho, of course, would not forget the help Servo had given him. Born with teeth that can decapitate the heavenly authorities, Ji-cho's zombie blood can still resist the heavenly mandate. These two pieces of information are very important. However, it was Servo who told him, so Ji-cho was grateful to Servo in his heart. No need to thank me. Anyway, what I know, it was actually all told to me by that future you. Now it's at most a way to pay you back. Only to see that Servant Vine appeared bashful at the moment as he continued to sip his fragrant tea. Still, her eyes couldn't help a flash of remembrance as she looked down, and the next moment, just as Waito put down his teacup, suddenly, she felt a large hand on top of her hand holding her hand. It is indeed the seasonal fall. You, what are you doing? Servo's absolutely beautiful pretty face immediately flushed a faint blush above, and then wanted to move away from his own delicate hand. However, Ji-cho was a rogue who slightly exerted force and grabbed the delicate little hand that wanted to escape. You, Servo instantly couldn't help but feel a hint of nervousness in his heart inexplicably. While on the surface, he looked as if he was a bit huffy as he glared at Ji-cho beside him. In response, Ji-cho was not at all afraid. Then, Ji-cho opened his mouth to say something, and suddenly just then, a tiny white flower, on top of the green fingers of the slender hand that was being held, a slow blossoming flower bloomed. It instantly caught the gazes of Ji-cho and Waito. This, how did my hand? Waito looked surprised and puzzled. Apparently this was the first time she'd seen herself in this situation and had no idea what it meant. But Ji-yu was aware of this. This was the reason why Waito had moved. As such, Ji-cho couldn't help but have a wide smile on her face. What are you laughing at? Is something wrong with my body since I came to this dimension? Why too? Looking at Ji-cho, who was still laughing at this time, looked a bit disgruntled. Of course not. Ji-cho shook her head. Then, with a smile in his eyes, he continued to hold her delicate hand that blossomed into a small flower without letting go. And then he even suddenly said, "Carry move their hearts and their bodies will react. If you're a fungus mowing clan, you should grow a few small mushrooms. And if you're a mowed clan of vines, you'll blossom when you move. In this regard, wait for the vine in his side to listen to the pupil earthquake." Pretty face more and more become red. Even, no way, I think you're the one who's babbling and making fun of me. Waito, the whole man suddenly stood up in retort. But then Ji-cho suddenly pulled hard. In a moment of disbelief, Waito was pulled into his arms, and as waiting Vine raised his head over him, the two were even instantly looking at each other in all directions. The atmosphere can be described as momentary. Very good. You, looking at Ji-cho's cold and very cool face that was close to his eyes, Servo was actually a bit lost in thought at this moment. Serving Vine, you are so beautiful. Looking at the person in his arms, Ji-cho said with an evil smile on his face, "Credit STH. Waiting for the vine instantly, not only the fingers above the white flowers, even hair above the birth of a white flower. Seeing this, the smile on Ji-cho's face grew even wider, and even, in the next second, looking at the beautiful person in his arms, Ji-cho began to gradually lower his head over. The target was none other than Waito's white cherry mouth. During this period, Waito felt that his heart rate was confused as if it was uncontrollable, and even at this moment, his body was uncontrollable as if it was fixed. Until Ji-cho touched the side of his mouth lightly. She squared up with a startled push away from Ji-cho. "I'm tired and want to rest." When he finished speaking, he saw Waito-jin fleeing from the scene. The ones that went into the bedroom didn't forget to close the door. Ha ha. Looking at Ji-cho, he couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, in the bedroom, Waito heard the sound of Ji-cho's laughter outside, but couldn't help but kick the door of the room. Chapter 110, Motivation. Waiting for the vine. After falling away, Ji-cho was alone in the middle of the living room of the room outside, and then he began what he had just intended to do. Absorb the zodiac runes. Very quickly, then he saw Ji-cho unleash his ability. Clang. On the table, the divine power of the 6 talismans transformed into 6 divine lights and began to continuously converge towards Ji-cho. The moment filled the entirety of Ji-cho with a white glow. During this period, the Tiger Charm spell plays the biggest role. for balancing the divine conflict between all the runes, allows seasonal autumn to be safely absorbed. Otherwise, with the divine power of so many runes, even if Jiqiu was in the body of a 4th-generation Pango zombie, he might have been burst by the massive divine power. There's even the danger of dying. Therefore, at this moment, with the help of the balancing power of the Tiger Rune Mantra, Jiqiu Fang began to constantly and rapidly converge the 6 runic divine powers into his own body. Jiqiu could feel it. An incomparably large amount of magical power was constantly rushing into his internal organs and even all over his body. At the same time, his Discordian zombie body, indirectly, was receiving reinforcement. Congratulations, your discarnate zombie body has awakened new zombie powers due to being stimulated by the soul spirit power of the goat rune, illusionary hypnosis, mind control, and memory manipulation. Congratulations, your Pango zombie body, stimulated by the divine power of the monkey rune, has awakened a new zombie ability, 1000 changes. Congratulations too. In this way, Jiqiu's zombie powers awakened a lot at once. Of these, the most powers were awakened by the influence of the goat rune. Very quickly, without realizing it, more than an hour had passed. When Jiqiu reopened his eyes, it was found that the 6 zodiac charms that were originally on the table had disappeared. It was obviously completely absorbed by Jiqiu. At the same time, Jiqiu saw Servo had come out of the bedroom at some point, and was currently looking at him from the side. Maybe, just now she kept watch over Jiqiu. Protect him. Seeing this, Jiqiu couldn't help but smile on her face. Didn't you say you were tired and went back to the bedroom to rest? Rest enough and come out for tea. Servo returned indifferently. Then he saw her actually start pouring tea from the table and drinking it. Only, Jiqiu knew with one look at the teapot, the tea was from just now, and had long since gotten cold. This woman was simply worried about him, afraid that he would have an accident, and yet she was still being so tough at the moment. And Wado quickly realized the flaw in his language and was ready to pour out the cold tea and reboil the hot water. I'll do it, Jiqiu suddenly spoke out. Then, after taking the teapot in Wado's hand and pouring in fresh water and good tea leaves from the Star and Moon Hotel, swish hiss, spontaneous combustion actually occurred on Jiqiu's hands. Exactly, the power of the fire element. Serving Vine said softly from the sidelines. Aha. Jiqiu smiled and nodded. Very quickly. Alright, Jiqiu boiled the tea in the teapot in a few clicks with the fire elemental in her hand. Then he was ready to pour a little tea for Wado, who had been guarding himself here just now. Ran, you really don't know anything about tea. You don't even know that you have to pour out the water for the first brew. Saito pressed his hand that was going to pour himself some tea, and then looked at him with such a soft smile. Is that so? Jiqiu instantly scratched his head in a bit of embarrassment. He really doesn't know anything about tea. But, if you don't know tea, you know people, right? Jiqiu suddenly looked straight at the stunningly beautiful serving vine in front of him and said so, sniffing, looking at Jiqiu's somewhat blazing eyes at the moment. There was once again some confusion in the heart rate in Wado's mind. It's better if I do it. Changing the topic as it were, Wado took the teapot from Jiu's hands again. Ran. Jiqiu, however, as if more than an hour ago, suddenly pulled Wado into his arms, so that Wado could not help but let out a slight gasp of surprise. You guy, what the hell are you doing? Serving the vine ruthlessly slapped Jiqiu's shoulder, at this time so pouting reproach. To this, trying to use a horse charm on you. Approaching her fair ears, Jiqiu said with such an evil smile at the moment. At once, Servo remembered what Shinxiong from another dimension had told herself, something ridiculous about what Jiqiu had once done. In particular, his use of the horse charm is sometimes described as nothing short of a scoundrel, a rogue, and a stinking asshole. Don't you dare. Do you believe I'll tell Sister Shinxiong at this time? In his arms, Wado really panicked a bit, even pinning his hopes on someone else. But, I don't know what your Shinxiong was like back then, but the Shinxiong I have here now is probably the most obedient and well-behaved one now. Jiqiu picked up Wado's fair chin, the meaning in his words expressed very clearly. Wado is still trying to struggle. Jiqiu, however, had already stopped giving her a chance and kissed her directly. At this moment, deep in the uninhabited desert, in the middle of the camp outside the ancient city of Fake Gutangjing, Sunan, who was now a 5th-generation White Eyes Discordian zombie, just came out of the underground palace. In the middle of the underground palace, she also saw it. It wasn't any Gutangjing at all. It's fake. During that time, although the Night Lord and the Medicine King, they triggered the organs for a bit of gold and silver treasure under the underground palace. However, The current Sunan is not the mortal flesh of the original drama, but a zombie body with great power and can be called undead. Therefore, the organs in the underground palace not only can't hurt Sunan a bit, even in the present Sunan's help, her men are not only alright, but also took out a lot of gold and silver treasures from the underground palace. During that time, the evil emperor, the black blind man, and the rest of them followed along. Then the organ was triggered. Although Sunan had no particular intention of saving the evil emperor and the others, the evil emperor had 20 black shadow ninja soldiers in his shadow that Jichio had arranged for him. Evil emperor, black blind several people in the black shadow soldiers with the help of the black shadow soldiers, also easily enter the underground palace, then easily come out. It was just that the evil emperor wasn't interested in the so-called gold and silver treasures inside. But as with Sunan, as soon as I went down there, I quickly learned that it wasn't really Gutong gold. Grand Master Guan, it looks like this isn't real Gutangjing. Well, what did the boss say? Sunan at this time took this bag of blood packets, drank the scarlet blood in it, so strutted to the evil emperor's side of so out of the blue and asked. The boss she was talking about was Jichio. The current Sunan could already be said to have betrayed the Wang family and become Jichio's person. And looking at Sunan in front of him, who had become white-pupiled, had fangs in his mouth, and was drinking blood, the evil emperor couldn't help but smile. It's almost exactly like that Jichu guy, the zombie. Pear Cluster, on the other hand, looked on with a grimace. Little brother, blood actually tastes really delicious. Want to taste it? As if Sunan was deliberately teasing Pear Cluster, he handed the blood packet in his hand, which he had drunk a large portion of, to Pear Cluster at this moment. Ha ha, thanks, but no thanks. Pear Cluster gave a dry laugh, then clutched the Excalibur tightly in his arms and slipped away. Chapter 111, Convincing Herself of Sunan. Watching Pear Cluster escape, with white pupils and a zombie stance, Sunan couldn't help but look a little mischievous as he smiled. On the side, the evil emperor looked at the white-eyed zombie posture of Sunan at this moment. Jichio can actually really turn a human into an incredibly powerful zombie. Looking at Sunan, who continued to drink blood from the blood bag, the evil emperor did murmur so at this moment. In response, everlasting life, immortality, and feeling completely different, the zombie posture of Sunan, with two fangs exposed in his mouth, now showed a face of enjoyment as he swallowed the blood. She was enjoying her current zombie body, which was full of superhuman strength. Well, Grand Master Guan, want to join the zombie queue as well? I can help you. Oh, mouth-borne sharp fangs. Sunan at this time threw away the hand finished drinking a bag of blood package, and then this kind of evil smile to the side of the evil emperor. How can I help? The evil emperor asked casually. The truth is that you want to explore a little more about zombies. Bite you. Sunan, her cold white fingers gently stroking over the sharp teeth in her own mouth, laughed so coldly. Ha! The evil emperor shook his head and said, I'd better think about it. Saying that, the evil emperor paused, then continued, moreover, if one really wants to have this kind of power, it seems like it's better to look for Jichio, right? Grand Master Guan is smart. Sunan looked indifferent with a faint smile. At the same time, he retreated from his zombie stance and changed back to his normal human form. However, compared to before, the current Sunan became more delicate features, taller, and her skin became very tight. Even the skin color was the same as Jichio's, a little too white. This is all incidental optimization after becoming a zombie. Ha! You all know who I really am, right? There's no need to call me any more Grand Master Guan, the evil emperor said. Innocent, Sunan smiled faintly. In response, the evil emperor nodded his head while saying, You're from the Wang family. Sunan also nodded in acknowledgement. Boss, let me become an immortal undead zombie on the condition that I help him subdue the Wang family. So, innocent, we can be considered our own people now. Sunan at this moment looked at the evil emperors in front of him suddenly so out of breath. You betrayed the Wang family just like that? The evil emperor, however, asked after smiling. To this, I don't see this as betrayal. On the contrary, I see it as the well-being of the entire Wang family. Because Jichio might also make the rest of the Wang family the same as I am now, become zombies, and then have powers and lifespans beyond everyone else's. Immortality and immortality. Isn't that the goal of every one of them who joined the Wang family? I'm helping them realize their goals, only to see. Sunan answered the evil emperor like this. Upon hearing this, the evil emperor realized that this was how Sunan had convinced himself. It had to be said, he couldn't argue with such a Sunan. Everlasting life, immortality, and superhuman strength. Really, the temptation is too great. The Wang family had spent their lives seeking immortality and could definitely not resist such a condition. The most obvious is the Sunan in front of his evil emperor at this moment. Is not it has become a zombie? Such a living column. The evil emperor could already foresee it. In the future, there was a scene of countless Wang family members prostrating and kneeling in front of Jiqiu, showing him their submission. In that case, was it really necessary for him, innocent, to realize that plan? After all, Jiqiu can easily gather the entire Wang family and make the Wang family the 10th family in addition to the 9 great families. At that time, as long as Jiqiu was in good command, it was entirely possible that the 10 great clans could live in harmony. After all, Jiqiu had the strength to control and suppress everyone and make them obedient. In that case, it seemed like that plan he, innocent, had originally had was really no longer worthwhile. At least the original plan of no break, no stand for the 9 great clans has basically been scrapped because of Jiqiu's existence. Even the evil emperor guessed. Jiqiu had already in the meantime taken in the current 9 big families in charge through the shadow shuttling ability of those weird black shadow soldiers. Going back to the city, because just now he went to Jiqiu's tent to look for someone and couldn't see Jiqiu's person. For a moment, the evil emperor actually couldn't help but feel a bit hesitant and confused. Until a figure came this way at that moment. Exactly, the black blind man. Big Boss G-Man disappeared into thin air since last night, and by now it's almost dark again, and he hasn't returned. Only to see, the black blind man came to this side of the evil emperor and Sunan 2 people's side, and then so tell the current situation. Boss hasn't come back yet? Sunan wiped the bloodstains on the corner of his mouth while looking at the black blind man. No, there's no sign of Jiqiu in the tent. Other than that weird woman called Red Umbrella, there's only those black armored iron riders around. In short, there's no sign of Jiqiu. The black blind man said with a shake of his head. He should really have gone back to the city through that incredible ability of the dark shadow soldiers to move through shadows. Back to the city. The target is most likely the 9 great families. The evil emperor said so at this time. Upon hearing this, Sunan clasped his hands on his chest. If that's really the case, I guess. The 9 sect estimates that most of the current family members have become Jiqiu's people. After all, with his strength and means, dealing with the current 9 great families will definitely not waste much effort. Sunan had a confident look on her face. Indeed, he appeared to be extremely confident in Jiqiu's abilities. Alas, there's going to be a change in the sky. The black blind man couldn't help but lament. The current him no longer needed sunglasses now because Jiqiu had used the horse rune spell to help heal his eyes. So the current Master Black no longer needed sunglasses. You can show off your bright eyes. I hope everything is moving in a good direction. The evil emperor murmured with a complicated gaze at this time. Faced with the current situation, the evil emperor had to stop his original plan. There's no way around it. This Jiqiu guy can't be looked at with common sense. The evil emperor's plan just couldn't be executed, because to continue would be to make an enemy of Jiqiu. Looking at the 20 black-shadowed soldiers lurking at his feet, the evil emperor stated that he would rather fight against 10 Wang clans than face an enemy like Jiqiu. On the other hand, in the Star and Moon Hotel in the city, in the middle of a bedroom, softly collapsed, Jiqiu looked at Serving Vine, who was already in his arms with a tired face and sound asleep. Jiqiu faced a light smile. Then with a gentle movement he removed his arm and got off the couch, at the side of the bed to help the soundly sleeping woman recover herself, looking at Waito's stunningly beautiful face underneath her hair, which was a bit messy at the moment. The future me, I can't believe I never touched you. Finally, kissing the corners of Waita's white mouth, Jiqiu turned around and exited this bedroom. Chapter 112, Li Xiqing came looking. Keep an eye on her and don't let anything happen. With a sentence that fell like so much self-talk to the air, Jiqiu then went out of the bedroom, leaving Waito to continue sleeping soundly on the soft couch. Only, Jiqiu had just closed the bedroom door. Shoo shoo shoo. Countless pairs of gazes emitting scarlet light instantly appeared in the various shadows in the bedroom. Indeed, there were many dark-shadowed soldiers. That so-called Heaven's Mandate had been watching intently from the shadows, and Saito probably didn't even have the ability to defend himself at this point. After all, he had slept a little too deeply. Therefore, Jiqiu uneasily arranged for many black shadow soldiers to stand firm beside Waitu at this time. Sort of protection. Also just now, Jiqiu wanted it a bit hard. Although it was helped by the horse charm, it was the same as Shinxiong before. Mental energy still has to be made up for by sleeping. Actually, the sheep charm can help, or even if supplemented with the horse charm, maybe it really is possible to achieve eternal rapture. It was just that Jiqiu had just obtained as well as fused the sheep talisman not long ago, and had actually not thought of this yet. Later, when he learns this, they will have to suffer. This way, Jiqiu had gone out of the bedroom, then came to the living rooms, glanced at the time. It was found to be nearing 5 o'clock in the evening. No wonder the sky was starting to look a little dim. Jiqiu turned on the lights, making the entire lobby bright and open again. I don't know, How is Shin Xiong on her end? Sitting down on the sofa, Ji Chio poured down a cup of cool tea and drank it, and then his own soul mumbled out loud. Shin Xiong himself offered to help him with the border Chen family yesterday. Later, after Yin Nanfeng made a bet with Ji Chio because of something, he also went there. That said, the whole day did not see Luo yet inside the Star and Moon Hotel. Was it by Yin Nanfeng together with the lead to find Shin Xiong? Both of their shadows had more or less some black shadow soldiers in them. Using the black shadow soldiers' shuttling ability, the two women should be able to meet up very quickly. I just don't know how well they'll work together after the rendezvous. I don't know how the matter of the Chen family at the border has been resolved. Ji Chio was not convinced that the Chen family's strength could resist Shin Xiong, who had turned into a 5th-generation white-eyed pancake zombie. Not to mention that she still had the snake charm and dragon charm that Ji Chio had given her. There were even more than 100 black shadow ninja soldiers and 30 black armor crossbowmen. In that case, not to mention one Chen family, even 10 Chen families would have to kneel. But it's been almost a day and a night. Why haven't they come back yet? It's been a bit long. And the desert side. What about the situation now? Ji Chio then thought about the situation on the evil emperors and their side of the desert. He said, drinking another cup of the cool tea. Dum 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 dum. Just then, a soft knock suddenly sounded on the door of the room outside. Come in, the door is unlocked, Ji Chio said directly without looking. After the door was pushed open, Sonic brought several waitresses with him, as if they had come to bring him his supper. Boss, dinner is ready. Since I don't know what you want to eat, both Chinese and Western meals are prepared. Only to see that the Soundshang, who came into the room slowly walked up to Ji Chio's side, and then he bowed down to Ji Chio on the sofa and saluted. Good, hard work. Ji Chio nodded. That's what I should do. Sonic facepalmed with a light smile. I have to say, the voice is wearing an apricot yellow cheongsam and has a great temperament. It's just a little bit inferior to Yin Nanfeng's words, and there's even less of a comparison if it's Weito in a cheongsam. Slowly, he was already waving his hand, letting the waitresses behind him place their meals on a long table not far away. By the way, boss, MS, Liang Ben left. Suddenly, the voice came out again to tell the no. Liang Ben? Ji Chio couldn't help but murmur at his words as well. She said she apologized for being controlled and then attacking you, boss. Then, Miss Liang Ben went straight out of the hotel. We didn't dare to force Miss Liang Ben to stay. Sonic Slow continued. In response, Ji Chio shook his head and laughed. Maybe I'm the one who needs to say sorry to her, but never mind, it doesn't matter. After saying that, and looking at Sound slowly in front of her, Ji Chio began to ask, where's your boss Yin? Hasn't come back yet? Ji Chio was still a bit concerned about the fact that Shin Xiong and Yin Nanfeng hadn't returned for so long. Not yet. Sonic shook his head slowly. Like this? Ji Chio muttered, a thoughtful gaze in his eyes. And just then, may I come in? Suddenly, a timid voice rang out from outside the room where the door was left open. Ji Chio sniffed and looked away. Found out that it turned out to be Li Xiqing. Liang Ben left, but Li Xiqing is still here. I thought you'd left too. Come in. Afterward, he saw Ji Chio say to Li Xiqing outside with a soft smile passing over his face. In this way, outside, Li Xiqing thought about it and finally chose to come into the room. I'm sorry, when I attacked you over 2 hours ago, as it turns out, Li Xiqing is trying to apologize to Ji Chio for being controlled by the heavenly mandate. It's okay, you were in control then too. I didn't blame you. Ji Chio, on the other hand, smiled faintly. Thanks, thank you. Li Xiqing lightly nodded her head in a somewhat embarrassed manner. I don't think you've eaten yet either, have you? Let's eat something together. At that moment, Ji Chio then got up and said to himself. When he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Li Xiqing's reply, and walked directly to the table over there. Seeing this scene, Li Xiqing's mouth opened as if she wanted to say something. In the end, he chose to follow Ji Chio and walk towards the dining table without saying anything first. Soon, coming to the table, Ji Chio found that the dishes on the table were just as the voice had said, both Chinese and Western food. While Ji Chio looked at the dishes for a moment, the sight of the Sound of Slow is already letting people on the Chinese food should have white rice, as well as seems to have already woken up a good red wine, as well as wine glasses. Even Sonic then personally came up to pour wine for Ji Chio. Sit down. At this time, seeing that Li Xiqing was still standing next to her, Ji Chio couldn't help but say with a light smile, oh, okay, thanks. Li Xiqing looked polite as she said thank you again. Then the party settled into the seat at the dining room table, across from Ji Chio. Drink? Ji Chio raised the red wine that Sonic slowly had poured for himself, then gestured to Li Xiqing across the table. I'm still a student. Li Xiqing held up a bowl of white rice as lightly shook her white head. Ji Chio had already tasted a mouthful of red wine, and when she heard Li Xiqing's words at this time, she couldn't help but laugh again. Aren't you a college student? I heard that some college students are getting married and having kids now. You still can't drink? Li Xiqing took a bite of rice, then muttered, it wasn't me anyway. Seeing this, Ji Chio once again echoed with a light smile. It's also quite good. Then, after a pause, Ji Chio suddenly spoke out again. Did you have something else to tell me? Chapter 113 Li Xiqing Xinxiong Yin Nanfeng. Looking across the dining table at Li Xiqing, Ji Chio's sudden words caused Li Xi's action of picking up her rice to pause. To this, it's about the cycle, isn't it? Ji Chio didn't wait for her to answer, and directly poked the riddle like a voice again. Right. Li Xiqing also nodded heavily as she immediately put down her chopsticks. I wonder why I'm looping, and why me and not someone else. Can you give me an answer? Li Xiqing looked so straight across the room at Ji Chio, whose features were as delicate as jade and whose skin was even whiter than a woman's. Her eyes were full of hope and expectation at the moment. Indeed, she was expecting Ji Chio, who had always been so powerful and mysterious, to unravel all her doubts. For this, Ji Chio, who had seen that show, really knew why. You could say you're the chosen one. The reason for the cycle, on the other hand, is because of a tragedy that happened. Ji Chio also put down the red wine in his hands at this moment, and then this slowly came out. A former tragedy? Liz Yu was a bit puzzled. Can you tell me more? Especially, can you tell me, how do I get out of this cycle? Actually, am I out of the loop now? Li Xiqing's eyes looked at Ji Chio with anticipation again, as if she wanted very much to hear it from Ji Chio. She had indeed gotten out of the loop. But, to be honest, I'm not really sure. Ji Chio, however, shook his head, then continued, let's see how it goes when we get to 12 in the morning. If the cycle continues, you'll be back to square one by 12 o'clock late at night. Actually, Ji Chio was also surprisingly a little less hopeful that the cycle would continue, because then, was everything he'd done today all for nothing? However, the chi on Li Xiqing would be the richest if it was circulated. It would allow him to gather the chi value that could evolve the Pango zombie bloodline as soon as possible. Forget it, just let it go. The big deal is to do it all over again. Ji Chio thought so secretly. 12 o'clock? At this time, Li Xiqing then had a trace of a smile appear on her face, and then she laughed. Okay, then I'll wait until 12. Then, she suddenly glanced at Ji Chio, who was so handsome in front of her that it was a bit unreal, again with a bit of embarrassment. Can I stay here until then? I'm not trying to pester you, it's just that right now online, you and I are famous, and I'm kinda scared to go out there right now. Li Xiqing revealed a somewhat pitiful appearance in this manner, and her pair of large eyes were also watery as she looked at Ji Chio in front of her. Ji Chio couldn't help but laugh. Then he nodded his head lightly. It's fine, it's not like it's a big deal, because the video of his battle with the Goldenite Xiao Hiyun is now exploding all over the internet. Along with this, Li Xiqing, who was taken away by him at the end of the seasonal autumn, is also on fire online. There were even some rather unethical people who had spilled some of Li Xiqing's personal information on the internet. In particular, where the university where Li Xiqing was from and even what major she was studying was stormed out by people in the know. Li Xiqing just came before, in the cell phone to see, now their own school door. A large number of reporters ready to catch her. It even seems that someone from Liz Yu's family has gone to interview her parents. Liz Yu had a headache just thinking about it. That was also why she was requesting Ji Chio to let her stay for the time being at this moment. Fortunately, Ji Chio-jin, who was domineering on the outside but gentle on the inside, didn't reject her request. Thank you. You're actually quite nice. Li Xiqing once again blossomed a beautiful smile at this time and looked at the opposite side of Ji Chio Dao. At those words, Ji Chio smiled, immediately after. Actually, I for one am not afraid of good-looking girls pestering me. Holding his chin, Ji Chio at the moment looked at Li Xiqing in front of him and suddenly said so. And hearing what Ji Chio said, Li Xiqing suddenly had a stunned expression. Don't know what you're talking about. In the next moment, she saw Li Xiqing blankly glance at Ji Chio, then lowered her head and continued to eat as she picked up her bowls and chopsticks again. Ha ha. Ji Chio laughed it off with a bright smile, and just then, clank, an incredibly magical ripple steeply rose among the shadows of the corner. Soon enough, 4 figures slowly emerged up from below and from within the shadows and the corners even more incredibly slowly. Indeed, Shen Qiong, Yin Nanfeng, Luo Zhua, and a man wearing glasses and a black suit. 4 people, so suddenly appeared in this room. During this period, Li Xiqing, who had originally continued to pick up her meal, couldn't help but stop eating again with a face of uncertainty as she watched the scene. It's okay, it's one of our own. Ji Chio spoke out at the right time to calm the nervous Li Xiqing. Oh, Li Xiqing then relaxed a little. Many strange things had happened today, and Liz Yu's nerves were on edge. And at this moment, Ji Chio looked towards the 2 women amongst the 4 that had suddenly appeared, and then when they saw that they were carrying a number of bags of designer clothes in their hands, even Luo, who was on the sidelines, and another male were helping to carry a lot of what were obviously various bags of clothes, shoes, designer bags, and the like. Seeing this scene, Ji Chio knew why Shen Qiong and Yin Nanfeng and the 2 of them had delayed so long before returning. Yo, why are you back so soon? It's the end of October. I thought you guys weren't supposed to be back until after New Year's. Just to see. Ji Chio from serving the vine well seems to have learned the yin and yang. At this time, he was indeed leaning against the seat, looking at Shin Xiong and Yin Nanfeng over there with a smile on his face. Ji Chio, Shin Xiong, who had just returned, looked at Ji Chio, who seemed to be disgruntled, and her pretty face flushed with a touch of apology, wanting to speak. What for? It's shady. Sister Shin Xiong and I had a hard time making the trip to the border. Can't we just stroll around there, buy some things and come back? At this time, however, he saw Yin Nanfeng step forward to block Shin Xiong's rebuttal to Ji Chio. Shan Xiong, sister? The corner of Ji Chio's mouth twitched. Gotta. He sort of saw it. It should be that these two women have accidentally gotten mixed up after this trip out. Then it was also clear that Yin Nanfeng had been delayed at the border with Shin Xiong until now. They were able to become friends, and Ji Chio actually felt like it was kind of nice. Anyway, it's good to have it all back safely. But, Sister Shin Xiong, you shouldn't know that Shin Xiong possesses an everlasting physique and is now old enough to be your grandma. Ji Chio returned Yin Nanfeng's sentence. Oh, then you mean you dislike Shin Xiong's age? Suddenly, Yin Nanfeng looked at Ji Chio. Indeed, he looked like he was going to dig a hole for Ji Chio. Sure enough, Shin Xiong all of a sudden looked a bit concerned as her eyes intentionally or unintentionally began to glance at Ji Chio. Age, she never cared before, but at this moment, how do you know I haven't been hundreds or thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years old? Don't forget, I'm an immortal zombie. However, Ji Chio began to ask Yin Nanfeng rhetorically without answering. Almost forgot. Yin Nanfeng looked a bit regretful for not pitting Ji Chio. On the side, Shin Xiong had already revealed a beautiful smile. Chapter 114 Dog Charm, The Power of Immortality. At the moment, seeing his previous boss, Yin Nanfeng, and his current second boss, Ji Chio, the two men's fight ended with Yin Nanfeng losing. Off to the side, Ro, however, snickered a little. Subsequently, boss, waiting for the two people to finish their fight, Luo but Fong came forward with two hands of things and said, "These are some clothes and stuff that Bossine bought for Miss Shin Xiong. May I ask where to put them?" "Give it to me." Shin Xiong, on the other hand, duly stepped forward to receive the many garment bags that Luo but helped to hold. Then, well, I'll go to my room first. Shin Xiong glanced at Ji Chio, so smiled and said, "Aha." Ji Chio nodded with a smile as well. However, watching Shin Xiong walk towards the master bedroom, Ji Chio instantly remembered something. Wait, Shin Xiong, put the clothes in the guest room next to you. It won't fit in the bedroom's closet. Only to see. Ji Chio suddenly shouted at Shin Xiong's so-do. Oh, Shin Xiong was a bit puzzled, but still nodded her head and walked towards the guest room. Ji Chio secretly couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in his heart. Mind you, Waito is still asleep in the bedroom at this point. At this time, if Shin Xiong goes in and sees it, although Ji Chio wasn't worried about what would happen, it's still better to have less things to do if you can. Right, what a pleasant life. Got another little girlfriend here? Having Sister Shin Xiong isn't enough. Suddenly, but he saw Yin Nanfeng glancing at Li Xiqing next to him, then said so, that, I'm not, with him. Before Ji Chio could say anything, Li Xiqing hurriedly got up of trying to explain. Ha! Ji Chio, however, was thick-skinned enough to gently laugh it off. Then, well, want to join? Scoundrel! Yin Nanfeng, who had heard the words, immediately looked indignant and annoyed as she scolded in a petulant manner. You! Li Xiqing also blared a bit angrily at the bull ting Ji Chio. To this, well, the joke's over. Get down to business. How did things go this time you guys went? Did the Chen family submit? And, saying that, Ji Chio glanced at the man wearing a suit and glasses who had been watching the show from the side since just now. Who is he? During that time, looking at the other party, Ji Chio felt familiar. Until, you are the boss Ji who really wants to control the Chun family as well as the 9 gates that Miss Shin and Bossine and the others are talking about, right? Hello, my name is Patchouli Tofu, the new head of the Chen family now. At the same time, I am also a pawn who is willing to serve you in the future. Opposite, introduce yourself. In this way, Ji Chio Fong's face dawned on him. Turns out it's the same Patchouli Tofu from the original show. It really does look like that actor from the original show. No wonder Ji Chio felt familiar just now. Boss. And at this moment, Patchouli Tofu finished his speech and directly bowed deeply to Ji Chio in front of him. At once, congrats on getting the new head of the Chen family. Patchouli to the husbands bowing down. Targeted bonus, dog charm, undead power. Just see. The moment Patchouli bent his head, the reward prompt from the signing system appeared immediately. A dog charm? Ji Chio looked at the system interface that only he could see in the void, and couldn't help but feel surprised in his heart. At last, the dog rune, which represents the power of immortality, was finally obtained. It is important to realize that the immortality of the dog rune is even more incredible than the effects of the Discordian zombie body. Almost truly immortal, even conceptual levels of power. Great, temporarily suppressing the urge to immediately absorb the power of the talisman. Jichio nodded with a satisfied face to the bowed-down patchouli tofu in front of him. The head of the Chen family in the original drama was supposed to be Chen Jinxue, but since it's now become patchouli Jifu, then the reason is simple. Should Chen Jinxue was not convinced at that time, and then Shin Xiong and Yin Nanfeng they gave each other crap, and then, patchouli to the top. These, Jichio didn't care too much about. Anyway, as long as the family member in charge submits. As for who's in charge? Whoever submits can be the one in charge. Yu and Shin Xiong did a good job on this one. At this time, Jichio glanced at Yin Nanfeng with a light smile on her face. Then, sword come, swish, with Jichio's soft shout. An 8-sided Han sword with a black hilt and scabbard immediately flew out from amongst the shadow space where the black shadow core was located. Indeed, Excalibur. Jichio held the flying Excalibur, but in the next moment, he threw it at Yin Nanfeng. According to the bet, it's yours. Seeing Yin Nanfeng who caught the divine sword, Jichio smiled faintly. To this, I actually didn't really manage to get to Sister Shin Xiong. You even turned her into a zombie just like you. At that time, the entire Chen family couldn't help Sister Shin Xiong alone. Looking at the Excalibur that was in his hands at this moment, Yin Nanfeng liked it in his heart, but he was also truthful. It doesn't matter how the process goes. I don't really care at all. Jichio is so meh. And you, who have come and brought me good news, this is what you deserve. In the next moment, he also saw Jichio summon a blue bottle that looked like a potion from amongst the shadow space, and then threw it at patchouli tofu. During this time, patchouli tofu's constant use of the black shadow space on Jichio, and the appearance of the Excalibur, patchouli to the husband looked jaw-dropped. Heart feel incomparable incredible. It wasn't until this time that he saw Jichio throw something to himself, and patchouli tofu only reacted by rushing forward to catch the potion bottle. Boss, is this? After Io Tofu caught the potion bottle, looking at the liquid that was filled with what seemed to be some kind of blue potion, he couldn't help but ask quietly with curiosity and inexplicably some expectations in his heart. Something given by such an incredible existence as Jichio. Patchouli tofu didn't even need to think about it to know that it was definitely not a mortal item. Definitely worth a lot of money. Genetically enhanced potions. Taking it will give you an instant increase in strength, speed, reflexes, and even self-healing and longevity beyond that of normal people. In short, it's strengthening your human genes, and it's the kind that has no side effects. In response to patchouli tofu's anticipation, Jichio so casually puzzled him. Credit STH. Patchouli Tof instantly looked at the potion bottle in his hand at this moment with a very surprised face. He even started to clasp his hands together as if he was afraid of falling next. Patchouli Tofu. Thank you boss for the award. From this moment on, Patchouli Tof is willing to go through fire for the boss. The next moment, that is, I saw Patchouli Tofu break look incomparably solemn, so kneeling down again bowed his head to show his loyalty. Good. Jichio had little interest in this kind of scene in his heart, but on the surface, he still nodded in satisfaction with a faint smile. At the same time, he could no longer resist absorbing the undead power of the dog rune. I'm going to go to the guest room to retreat for a while. Talk to Shin Xiong. Don't even bother me next. Very quickly, only to see Jichio turn around and enter inside the room after he finished speaking. Finally, among the many guest rooms, he chose an unoccupied one to go in and absorb the power of the rune. In response, Patchouli Tof was looking at the gene enhancement potion in his hand in surprise. Yin Nanfeng, on the other hand, looked at a divine sword in his hand, his gaze somewhat lost in thought. Li Xiqing looked at Jichio's back for a moment, lost in thought, and after reacting, she couldn't help but start worrying about whether she would really enter the cycle again when it was 12 o'clock in a while. Chapter 115 Immortal Body Upgrade 3rd Generation Yellow Ice Pangastiff. At this point, in the middle of the guest room, Jichio sat cross-legged on top of the soft bed. Then, looking at a small diamond-shaped stone in front of her, his eyes flared with anticipation and a hint of excitement. And this small stone is among the 12 zodiac charms. The dog charm, representing the power of immortality, and its truly undead, conceptual level of power, an even more incredible existence to come than the immortality brought about by the body of the Discordian zombie. After absorbing you, I will completely and utterly achieve an immortal body. Jichio picked up the dog charm in the palm of his hand, and the excitement on his face grew more and more intense. The next moment was even more directly compelling. Clang! The ability to start absorbing the undead power of the dog rune was activated. In an instant, the dog rune erupted with endless white divine light, and in the end, all of this divine light was absorbed into Jichio's body. Boom! At that moment, even the body of the enhanced 4th generation Blue Eyes Discordant zombie. At this moment, in the moment when the divine light of the dog rune was absorbed into the body, the Both produced great reactions. It was as if all the blood veins in his body, and even every cell in his body, were trembling with excitement. Very quickly. Congratulations, your Discordian zombie body has awakened new zombie powers due to being stimulated by the undead divine power of the dog rune, healing, life force manipulation. About 2 hours later, the door to the guest room was opened. Ji-cho walked out from the middle of the room. He closed his eyes stretched out comfortably, in a languid state. However, the moment he reopened his eyes, a pair of deep yellow zombie pupils appeared in both eyes. It was actually Ji-cho who had just become a blue-eyed 4th-generation pancake zombie not long ago, and had upgraded to become a 3rd-generation yellow-eyed pancake zombie. At this very moment, the power of various runes, that, along with the blood of the demon star, allowed me to successfully upgrade from 4th-generation blue eyes to 3rd-generation yellow eyes. Looking at his body, Ji-cho murmured so. It is true that the Ji-cho who was in the room just now not only absorbed the power of the dog's talisman, also swallowed the reward he got for signing in among the bus cycle incident. 10 packs of blood from the world of Stalemate Covenant's Demon Star. In this way, he forcibly broke the shackles of the zombie bloodline. Then, drawing on the strong power of the major zodiac charms in his body, eventually, it was successfully upgraded to become a 3rd-generation pangostiff. In response, feeling the raging power that was now constantly emerging within his body, Ji-cho couldn't help but show a hint of intoxication on his face. This feeling of growing power was really so comfortable. But, it's time to get some business done. The Huang family should have gotten some information about me as well. It just so happens that it's about time to take care of this so-called 10th family. I wonder what this 10th house will be able to give me some surprises? Seasonal Autumn, laughing so softly to herself. The next second he stepped out of the room and headed outside to the living room. Quickly, come outside to the living room. Ji-cho saw the two silhouettes sitting together on the living room sofa at this moment. Joan-shin. There was also Wado, who had woken up at some point. The two women seemed to be talking about something, only for Ji-cho's appearance to interrupt the conversation between the two women. Ji-cho, only to see that when she saw Ji-cho's figure appear, Shin-xiong was the first to rise from the sofa with a smile on her face to welcome her. In response, looking at Shin-xiong trotting to his side, and watched as Wado also stood up from the couch. Ji-cho, however, had a slightly puzzled face. You guys, what were you talking about? Looking at the two women, Shin-xiong and Wado beside him, Ji-cho couldn't help but ask, what would be said about the two of them being together now? Ji-cho was actually inexplicably a bit curious. Chapter 116 Ji-cho, Shin-xiong, Serving Vines. In response to Ji-cho's inquiry, Shin-xiong subconsciously tried to answer out loud. But, what's it to you what we say? Waiting for the vine, but suddenly preempted so said. At those words, Ji-cho glanced a bit blankly at the serving vine at the moment. This woman, taking the wrong medication? To this, Sister Shin-xiong, it's already late. Let's go to bed. Tonight, I want to sleep with you like I once did. Y2, however, had already come up and pulled Shin-xiong away from Ji-cho. So much so, Shin-xiong was also a bit froze just like this was pulled away towards the bedroom. During this time, Shin-xiong turned back, gave Ji-cho an apologetic smile, and up sth, watching the two women go into the bedroom and close the door behind them. Ji-cho was left standing by himself in the middle of the hall and couldn't help but shake his head and lose his smile. Good for you, Servo. With a final chuckle, Ji-cho then went back to the bedroom door and gently knocked on it. Serve the vine. Stop fooling around. I have something to find Shin-xiong now. What is it? Inside, however, Wado immediately asked back. At those words, Ji-cho outside couldn't help but lose another laugh. But, waiting for the vine, Ji-cho must really have something urgent to find me. You sleep first. I'll go out and take a look. The good thing is, Shin-xiong is still the most understanding and obedient. He couldn't help but jog over from the bedroom to open the door. Soon after, he saw the door of the room being opened and Shin-xiong's silhouette appeared in front of Ji-cho. Ji-cho, is there something you want me to do? Looking at Ji-cho in front of him, Shin-xiong asked so after opening the door to the room. Seeing this, still my Shin-xiong is the best behaved. Ji-cho at this time smilingly reached out and rubbed Shin-xiong's white head. The latter cannot help the pretty face flooded with a touch of light red, and lowered the head of the corners of the mouth unconsciously slightly upward. Humph. I really don't know how you tricked Sister Shin-xiong, whether it was once or now, are all bullied by you like this. At this time, but see wait for the vine also walked to the bedroom door to come up so glared at Ji-cho's road. Hearing this, Ji-cho looked at Shin-xiong in front of him and couldn't help but love this beauty even more in his heart. Not bad for his first woman, either. Good. However, Ji-cho quickly restrained his playfulness. Just looking at Shin-xiong, who was among the two women in front of him, Ji-cho still hesitated slightly for a second or two before speaking. Shin-xiong, can you take me to the Huang family? Just see. Suddenly, Ji-cho looked at Shin-xiong and spoke out so. The Huang family. At those words, the smile on Shin-xiong's face froze. Huang family? On the side, Servo suddenly also froze for a moment before saying, the Wolf family, renamed the Stiff family in the future. In the future, among the non-human armies fighting against the ultimate, there are also quite a few war gods among the Wang clan who have been courageous and refined on the battlefield. It is said that after it was once subjugated by the divine Stiff King Jiqiu, because they worshipped the powerful and godlike divine Stiff Jiqiu, the people of that clan changed Wang to Stiff, and after that, all the clansmen adopted the name Stiff as their surname. To the divine Stiff King Jiqiu, they also showed loyalty. So much for that. On the sidelines, Weito began another lecture-like introduction of the future woofers. In response STH, Shin Xiong listened in a bit of disbelief. Not to mention Shin Xiong, Jiqiu looked at the commentating Weito with a surprised face. The woofers, who in the future will be renamed the Stiffs because they worship themselves. I'll go. Really? However, reacting, Jiqiu couldn't help but be a little thankful for that. Serving vines come from the future dimension, so I guess you already know that, right? Now that she said that, don't you believe it? Looking at Shin Xiong, Jiqiu said to her with such a smile on his face at the moment. Jiqiu knew that Shin Xiong still had a trace of emotion towards the Wang family. After all, it was the place where she had lived for almost a century. Home. Therefore, Jiqiu knew that Shin Xiong was having in her mind that she was worried whether Jiqiu would destroy the entire Wang family and kill all the Wang family members. Although, Jiqiu had said it was to be subdued, not slaughtered. But, Jiqiu can be a bit cynical and temperamental at times. Shin Xiong couldn't guarantee it either. So, just now, Jiqiu offered her to lead the way to the Wang family. Shin Xiong's smile froze. However, at this time, hearing Servo talk about the future status of the Wang family, Shin Xiong always felt slightly more at ease in her heart. Still a little worried though, but it's always good to hear good news from the mouth of a waiter. Forget it. The Wang family member over there in the desert Sunan has now been bitten by me into a 5th-generation Discordian zombie just like you. Since you're in trouble, I can go over to the desert and find Sunan. At this time, seeing that Shin Xiong seemed to be really embarrassed, Jiqiu faintly smiled through. Indeed, it is not tangled either. Anyway, there was another Sunan who could show him the way. To Shin Xiong and the Y2 girls, Jiqiu could care a little about their feelings. With the others, Jiqiu was anything but polite. In a moment, he might directly order and command Sunan to lead the way to the Wang family. But, Jiqiu finished speaking and just turned around, ready to leave. However, he saw Shin Xiong but suddenly reached out and pulled his arm. I take you. The woofers. Pulling Jiqiu's arm, Shin Xiong murmured in such a very soft voice at this time. To actually say in front of sister Shin Xiong that she's going to find another woman, truly worthy of being Lord God Stiff King. Next to him, Servant Vine then didn't forget to dislike Jiqiu. Indeed, the heart is disgruntled. It's supposed to be. Talking about going to another woman for help in front of 2 women who have already done that with you. Who wouldn't be angry? Ha! At this moment, Jiqiu also couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. It's not like I meant that. Saying that, his gaze went back to Shin Xiong, then asked, there was no reluctance? I believe you now. Shin Xiong, on the other hand, reappeared with a pretty smile on her face. It made Jiqiu look at it and laugh it off. Sister Shin Xiong, why are you always like this? Servo looked at Shin Xiong from the side with a bit of hatred. Upon hearing this, Shin Xiong was a bit embarrassed and slightly lowered her little head again. Only the corners of her mouth were always slightly upturned. In response, Jiqiu, on the other hand, suddenly wrapped the nearby Y2 into his arms. So what do you want? Looking at the somewhat shocked Servo in his arms, Jiqiu so looked at the beauty's question in front of his eyes. You let go of me. Servo's pretty face instantly turned red as she tried to push away Jiqiu's pair of large hands that were wrapped around her waist. But, yikes, not only did Jiqiu not let go of Serving Vine, instead, he suddenly pulled Shin Xiong over again as well. Then, looking at the 2 women in his arms, Jiqiu had a smug smile on his face. What more can one ask for in life? 2 beauties. Would you like to sleep with me in a big bed with the Lord who? Shin Xiong, Jiqiu, Saito, scoundrels, nonsense. Thinking. Chapter 117, Cycle no more, Seeching in Jiqiu? Late night, early morning. Knock knock. A somewhat urgent knock sounded outside the Star and Moon Hotel in Jiqiu's room. In the room, Jiqiu and Shin Xiong were preparing to leave and head to the Wang family base. Suddenly hearing a knock on the door, Jiqiu, Shin Xiong, and Servo couldn't help but all glance at the door. The door is open. Come in. Soon after, he saw Jiqiu faintly speak out. Crunch! The next second, the door to the room was pushed open. Jiqiu had thought that it was Deputy Zhang or Sonic Slow who had something to report, but the door to the room was opened. Surprisingly, it's Li Seeching. Jiqiu, It's 12 o'clock. It's 12 o'clock. Only to see. At this moment, Li Xiqing looked very happy and pleased. Pointing to a watch on his hands run into Jiqiu laughed. Indeed, once 12 o'clock had passed, the cycle did not happen again. According to what Jiqiu had just said, by 12 o'clock, she should have re-entered the cycle. Since there is now no Jiqiu, am I out of the loop? Looking at Jiqiu, the happy look on Li Xiqing's face could not be concealed. After all, she'd been blown up too many times in the middle of the bus cycle, and her mind desperately wanted to get out of that death cycle. It does seem as if it does, Jiqiu also said with a smile. Although it's a bit of a shame that probably the next Qian Li Xiqing will not be as rich as it was when it was so cyclic, but since this was already the case, Jiqiu was indifferent. Just because this road doesn't work doesn't mean all roads are gone. Anyway, right now his Qi value was up to more than 7,000, almost 8,000, and he was close to reaching 10,000 already. Then it would be time to upgrade the Pangu zombie bloodline again. Now that he was a third-generation Yellow Eyes, if he came back again, Jiqiu would be a second-generation Green Eyes. Above the second generation if it could go further. It could be a Red Eye. Red Eye is no longer a zombie, but rather, a Discordian god. Just, now the second-generation Green Eyes are a ways off. The red-eyed Discordian god, for the time being, could only think about it. Well, the loop seems to be gone. The total amount of Qi on Li Xiqing's body might plummet. After all, the previous one-time total had reached the terrifying index of 7,000. Now that the cycle is gone, it may not be possible to be able to offer that huge portion to seasonal again. But, the original, 50, one-time chakra on her should still be there, right? After absorbing it a few more times in the future, Jiqiu felt that he would soon be able to gather 10,000 Qi and then upgrade 2-generation Green Eyes. In this way, Jiqiu was still in an optimistic frame of mind. At this point, a glance at one of the clocks on the wall showed that it really was past 12. The cycle is literally no longer continuing. Not sure exactly why, though, but, so, what's next? Jiqiu looked at Li Xiqing in front of him, and with a faint smile suddenly asked so. Having heard what was said, reeling from the joy and surprise of the, Li Xiqing's expression suddenly went a little silent again. It did occur to me that both myself and Jiqiu are now on fire on the internet. She, Li Xiqing, was in a situation where she was taken away for a day and a night by Jiqiu, who is now known as Immortal Rigid, on the internet. It was expected that as soon as she appeared in the public eye now, she would instantly be surrounded by a large group of news media people and given an interview. Even Li Xiqing felt that the people above her were coming to find her in the past for a series of questioning and understanding. It really gives me a headache just thinking about it. With things the way they are now, it feels as if it would be better to go through the cycle again. At this time, Li Xiqing actually couldn't help but so some frustrated and helplessly lowered her head and murmured out loud. Jiqiu couldn't help but sniff and faintly laugh it off once again. During this time, Shenxiong somewhat did not quite understand what happened to Li Xiqing, so she did not say anything while standing beside Jiqiu. Ha! Instead, Y2 suddenly let out a laugh. Meanwhile, while Li Xiyo was looking at her, Y2 spoke without haste. One of the valiant female war gods under the divine rigid King Li Xiqing. So now she's still a tender little girl. I can't believe I'm bothering over something so insignificant. In response, Li Xiqing was a bit confused by the words coming out of Servo's mouth. What are you talking about? What female god of war? Y2, she is also Shenxiong. At this time, then glanced at Servo beside her with an inquiring gaze, wanting to be sure. Shenxiong, however, already knew that Servo came from the so-called incredible future dimension. Even having heard something about the future dimension from Serving Vine, Shenxiong knew the future Jiqiu was in ancient times and was called the God Stiff King by the world. At that time, there were many war gods among his men, and there were quite a few strong female war gods among them. Shenxiong also knew that she was one of the powerful female war gods beside Jiqiu in the future. Just, Shenxiong didn't expect it, the Li Xiqing in front of him too? And to Shenxiong's inquiry, yes, Sister Shenxiong, this little girl in front of us Li Xiqing is also one of the female warlords beside Jiqiu in the future, and it's the same as you and I. It's the type of female war god that is more powerful and can kill more non-human hordes on the battlefield. Waiting for the vine, also looked at Shenxiong so replied, is that so? Shenxiong re-looked at Li Xiqing in front of her, and her gaze became a little different. On the side, Jiqiu also couldn't help but shake her head and lose her smile as she listened. What are you guys talking about? What does the future mean? Li Xiqing, on the other hand, was listening with a growing face of uncertainty. The future? And dimensions? What about talking about sci-fi? Jiqiu looked at Li Xiqing and then thought of the original drama Li Xiqing's softness and somewhat excessive kindness. Jiqiu was a bit skeptical. Such a Li Xiqing, Such would be a female god of war who fought bravely on the battlefield. The contrast is so great. Regarding Li Xiqing's doubts at this moment, Servant Vine did not answer anything for her. But, if you're afraid to go back to the world of ordinary people right now, I'd suggest that you could follow him around for a while longer, and then you could go back after things have calmed down. Servant Vine looked at Li Xiqing and suddenly said so. It was actually suggesting that Li Xiqing continue to follow Jiqiu. Jiqiu was all surprised and astonished at the moment as she looked at Serving Vine among the two women beside her. This Fuji, who likes to be jealous and shade him, actually let another woman follow him by herself? Unable to help himself, Jiqiu wondered if this tour had some kind of conspiracy. She's that good? Jiqiu didn't believe it. What is the meaning of your gaze? Servant Vine noticed the meaning in the midst of Jiqiu's gaze and instantly crossed his eyes coldly. Ahem. Jiqiu immediately turned his head in defeat and gave a dry cough. Li Xiqing, at this point, after hearing Servo's suggestion, actually really looked at Jiqiu's as if she was considering it. Mainly Li Xiqing thought about it and felt that Servant Vine's words still had some truth to them. Who knows if the previous type of unknown demonic thing that would heavenly grant others would come back to haunt them. In the afternoon, she, Li Xiqing, was the one who was authorized and controlled by heaven to become golden-eyed. Lizhu was really a bit afraid that she would be controlled by that kind of thing again. And if one continues to follow Jiqiu first, he's so powerful. It seems that his safety can be guaranteed, right? So, alright then. In the end, Li Xiqing actually nodded her head. At those words, Jiqiu all looked at the Li Xiqing in front of her with a bit of surprise. You're actually agreeing to Shikito's conspiracy proposal? Chapter 118 Reassembling the Nine Gates Families, Conquest of the Wang Family. Above. After that, though it felt like Lissy had been crippled by Servo's neglect, but since two voluntarily followed him, Jiqiu didn't care, didn't reject, and wasn't responsible. We're getting ready to go out and do some errands. Want to come along? Seeing Li Xiqing being served, Vine lulled nodding. Jiqiu finally faintly smiled past so looked to Li Xiqing's casual question. Can I ask where I'm going? And what for? Li Xiqing nodded, then couldn't help but ask in a quiet voice again. To this, go expand our ranks. Jiqiu hands respectively on both sides of the side of the Shinxiong. Wait for the Vine two women Jade shoulders on a ride. This shallow smile out, looking at Jiqiu who so well seemed to treat himself like a brother. Shinxiong wore a good-natured smile. But, serving Vines on the other hand, hiss, it made Jiqiu steeply suck in a breath of cold air, then cover her soft spot once again. Wait-oh, you really keep coming down on me? Again. About 10 minutes later, the second floor of the Star and Moon Hotel, the conference lobby, Jiqiu called in Lieutenant Zhang, Yin Nanfeng, and Luo Zhua. Then, Zhang Yishan, thank you again for saving the boss this afternoon. Lieutenant Zhang bowed his head to Jiqiu, who was in the main seat in front of him. He was thanking Jiqiu again for the drop of zombie blood that he had given him this afternoon when he was under the control of the heavenly authorization. Aha! Jiqiu nodded faintly. It's so late now, what's the point of calling us? At this time, Yin Nanfeng, who was on the side, looked a bit disgruntled and snapped. During that time, looking at Jiqiu's side beside Shinxiong there were also two women, waiting Vine and Li Xiqing. Playboy. At those words, Jiqiu then glanced at Yin Nanfeng with a faint smile. Then, what? Envious of them or jealous? You, humph. Yin Nanfeng glared at Jiqiu looking a little bit ashamed, then looked as if she didn't want to pay attention to him anymore. But it made Jiqiu look and laugh it off. Boss, calling us over this late, you must have something to order, right? Adjutant Zhang stepped forward at this moment to inquire at the right time. Aha! Jiqiu nodded once more, and then huffed out. Ask if you want to go see how I took in that 10th family. And hearing the words of Jiqiu at this moment, the two people on the scene, Lieutenant Zhang and Yin Nanfeng, were suddenly jolted. Are you really going to take in that family? At this moment, Yin Nanfeng couldn't help but look at Jiqiu in front of him with a bit of surprise. Isn't that what I've been saying all along? Jiqiu asked rhetorically with a smile. At those words, Yin Nanfeng was speechless. Can saying it be the same as actually going through with it? The 10th. A family that had caused headaches and confusion to the 9 great families for 100 years. Even though many people in the current 9 sect did not believe that this family existed, Yin Nanfeng knew they did. At this moment, Yin Nanfeng couldn't help but glance at Shinxiong, who was now becoming on good terms with himself. Wasn't she, before that, a Wang? Though it's now Jiqiu's. Boss, do you need us to do anything? At this moment, Lieutenant Zhang looked at Jiqiu in front of him with his eyes gleaming. Look at the kind of depravity of the 9 gates not too long ago. Zhang Yishan dreamed of destroying that 10th house, though what Jiqiu wanted was to subdue, not kill, their 10th family. But as long as it could really make that family no longer an enemy of the 9 great families, of course it was fine. For this reason, Deputy Zhang is willing to provide all the help and help Jiqiu to succeed. Everyone in the Star and Moon Hotel, including me, are at your disposal at this moment. At this moment, In Nanfeng is also a step forward. A pair of good-looking peach blossom eyes looked at the front of Jiqiu So Road. On the side, Luo, but there was also the sound slow duo, who at the moment similarly went up to Jiqiu and bent their heads to make a statement. Ha! Jiqiu, however, laughed lightly before speaking. There's no need for you to do anything, just follow and watch if you want. Saying that, Jiqiu snapped her fingers the next second. Shoo 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 shoo. Several black shadow ninja soldiers quickly emerged from amongst the shadows at the feet of each of them. Then one by one, the ones beside Shin Xiong, Serving Vine, Li Siqing, Lieutenant Jiang, In Nanfeng and the rest of the crowd, but all of them bowed on one knee to Jiqiu alone in the very center. Get up all of them, Jiqiu said blandly. With a swish, all the black shadow ninja soldiers squared off one by one and all regained their entire body. Again, one by one, they began to stand still and wait for Jiqiu's command. So, going to witness a historic moment? Finally, Jiqiu had a warm smile on his face as he looked at the four people in front of him, namely Lieutenant Jiang, In Nanfeng, Luo Zhuo, and Sound. To this, besides it's getting light out, why don't you go? Among the three women beside Jiqiu, Y2 looked a bit impatient at this time. Thank you, boss. Seeing this, Adjutant Zhang stopped nagging and slightly bowed and cupped his fists to Jiqiu. Anyway, I can't sleep anymore, so I'm going to go join in the fun. In Nanfeng glanced at Jiqiu with a bit of arrogance, while Luo but in Sound and Slow did not speak. They maintained their posture of bowing to Jiqiu, obviously trying to follow along as well. So, yes, let's go. It's just that before that, we have to make a trip to the desert. Jiqiu snapped his fingers again, kind of to himself. On the other hand, several of the black shadow ninja soldiers on the side were picking up on Jiqiu's thoughts and began to get on and hitched to their respective side of Lieutenant Zhang, Luo Zhuo, In Nanfeng, and the others. Self was ready to pull them into shadow space. Similarly, Jiqiu himself, as well as Servo, and Shin Xiong and Li Siqing each had a black shadow ninja soldier on their shoulders. So little bit of incredible sinking into the dark shadows. Period. Innocent? Adjutant Zhang heard Jiqiu's last words just now and instantly guessed what the trip to the desert was for. In response, before sinking completely into darkness, Jiqiu smiled evilly. It's not just innocent. The next instant, everyone in the second-floor conference room of the Star and Moon Hotel all disappeared under the shadow. The conference room became eerily empty, and the first time you enter shadow space. This is Lieutenant Jiang, In Nanfeng, Luo Zhuo, and Sonic Slow. The four of them saw a shocking scene. Indeed, it was the various types of black shadow soldiers that had been hiding in the shadow space that could be called an army of 1,000. All of them were displayed in front of the four of them at this moment. Black shadow ninja soldiers, Great Qin black armor iron cavalry, Great Qin black armor crossbowmen, and Great Qin infantry sharpshooters. The four major legions, at this moment together numbered infinitely close to 10,000, right in the middle of this magical shadow space, in front of the four of them. Lord, times N. Upon seeing Jiqiu's appearance, all the black-armored iron cavalrymen, black-armored crossbowmen, and infantry warrior sharpshooters in this space, all of them bowed down on one knee and said, even the black shadow ninja soldiers who couldn't speak were all the same, kneeling on one knee to salute Jiqiu at this moment. Chapter 119 Reassembling the Nine Gates Families, Conquest of the Wang Family. Medium, all rise. Looking at the nearly 10,000 black shadow soldiers kneeling and saluting before him, Jiqiu nodded and spoke out. Thank you, Lord. The Great Qin black-armored iron cavalry and black-armored crossbowmen who could speak and other generals all arched their hands to Jiqiu once again before rising at the same time. To this, looking at so many dark shadow warriors in front of him in the middle of this magical dark space, Lieutenant Jiang, In Nanfeng, Luo Zhuo, Sonic Slow, and even Shin Xiong, all five of them felt very shocked, for no other reason than because the number of these thousands of black shadow warriors in front of them was truly too huge. Previously, he had summoned about 2,000 black shadow soldiers at the Star and Moon Hotel though, just because he had surprised Lieutenant Zhang. But at this moment, Adjutant Zhang and the others just realized, there were actually nearly tens of thousands of such weird black shadow soldiers under Jiqiu's hand. Considering the characteristics of these black shadow soldiers of theirs, it was estimated that 10,000 black shadow soldiers could easily annihilate 1,000,000 modern armies. What kind of concept is that? This was equal to Jiqiu's military combat power alone. He could now do so without fear of any modern nation. With 10,000 black shadow soldiers in hand, Lieutenant Jiang, In Nanfeng, and the others didn't hesitate. If Jiqiu wanted to, he could definitely destroy a modern-day country in a day. Really, it's scary to think about. The main reason was the weirdness of the black shadow soldiers, which allowed them to execute people without them knowing or realizing it. And now the army, and then a country, even out of weapons of peace. As soon as they dark shadow soldiers enter the shadows and then leave in the shadows moving quickly. Your weapons of peace, what can you do about it? Unsolved. In this way, Lieutenant Jiang, Yin Nanfeng, and the others realized what such a large number of Black Shadow soldiers really meant. During this period, Xin Xiong was also seeing Jiqiu's current nearly 10,000. Such a huge number of Black Shadow Legion for the first time at this moment. Although she had come to Shadow Space before, there were only 2 to 3,000 Black Shadow soldiers under Jiqiu's hand back then, right? Though that was when Xin Xiong had been shot. But at this moment, looking at this real army like thousands of horses, Xin Xiong Feng was in disbelief. So many Dark Shadow warriors, even if she, Shen Xiong, is now a 5th-generation White Eyes Panga zombie, there is absolutely no chance of winning if she is up against it. It's a good thing I didn't choose to make an enemy of you horrible guy at first before. At this moment, looking at the 1,000 army-like legions of black shadows in front of him, Yin Nanfeng couldn't help but glance at Jiqiu, who was in the very center of the crowd. With astonished eyes, Yin Nanfeng feels that she had listened to Zhang Yishan, the old man, and hadn't fought with Jiqiu, the man who was going to take over her Star and Moon Hotel, to the end. Failing that, just look at the regiment of black shadows like thousands of troops in front of you, enough to kill her Yin Nanfeng a million times. Hearing Yin Nanfeng's exclamation, Jiqiu couldn't help but smile. On the side, Lieutenant Jiang, Sonic slowly, and Luo yet all expressed their deep agreement with Yin Nanfeng's words at this moment. You have such a weak army at this time of year? Suddenly, the serving vine on Jiqiu's left-hand side spoke up. It was actually disliking the number of troops of the Black Shadow Legion that had shocked Adjutant Zhang, Yin Nanfeng, and all of them, Shen Qiong. At the moment, credit STH, Lieutenant Jiang, Yin Nanfeng, sound slow and the others instantly couldn't help but gaze at all of them with more or less the meaning of "Are you alright?" all looking towards Servo at this moment. So many black shadows are capable of destroying any country in the world in a day. So, you're telling me that the army is weak? Are you sure? In response STH, even Jiqiu and Shin Xiong, who knew that Servo came from the future dimension, as well as the three of them, Lieutenant Jiang, all looked at the Servo at this moment with a bit of skepticism. However, while everyone was questioning Servo's intelligence and perception at this moment, the number of you in the middle of that ancient dimension of the future, even the least kind of black shadow warrior, is no less than 10,000, only to see that Servo so eyes looked at Jiqiu beside him, and then this eloquent talk. Moreover, what Servo said slowly reached out and pointed at the largest number of black shadow ninja soldiers, and continued to speak in a light tone, that you, under your hand, have the most of these black shadow ninjas, numbering over 50,000. Having said that, Servo clasped his hands in front of him with a smile on his face, supporting the figure above him prominently, and after hearing what Shiroto said, a few people on the sidelines were confused. Jiqiu couldn't even help but shake his head and lose his smile at this point, feeling the most hopeless thing in life is comparing yourself to your future self. However, before the crowd at the scene could say anything, they suddenly saw, shoo 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 shoo, several figures, constantly being pulled into this shadow space together by the black shadow soldiers from the outside world. During that time, the people who came out of nowhere, other than those dark shadow soldiers, some of them seemed to have just been pulled steeply into the shadow space while having a late night snack, because someone still had a posture of holding up chopsticks ready to clip the food. So appearing in this shadow space, what is this place? Suddenly pulled into the shadows, a somewhat startled female voice rang out from amongst the line of people suddenly arriving at the moment. Then, Patchouli Yuki? Master Chi? Mr. Lee, embroidery, little flower brother? Only to see that all these people who came out of nowhere were now looking at the familiar people around them with astonished and very surprised faces on the sidelines. These people are indeed the current heads of the 9 great families, Patchouli Yoshue, Patchouli Xiuxiu, Xia Yuchen, Li Chu Haunting, Chi Dark Mei, even Innocent's grandmother old Mrs. Wu, and Innocent's second uncle Wu Bai. At this moment, all appeared in this shadow space to come. Indeed they were all pulled in by the dark shadow soldiers, Jiqiu, but when they left during the day today, they had already left several black shadow soldiers each in each of their shadows. Just now, Jiqiu's mind moved. Even at the end of the world, the black shadow soldiers could receive Jiqiu's orders. Then, the current head family members of the 9 great families came to this shadow space. It's the head of each family, Yin Nanfeng, at this moment, was also a bit surprised as he looked at Patchouli Yoshue and Chi Dark Mei, Xia Yuchen and the others who had suddenly appeared. To this, Boss Yun, and President Jiang, Patchouli Yoshue, Patchouli Xiuxiu, Chi Dark Mei, the later pawn family members, quickly saw Yin Nanfeng and Zhang Yishang as well. Even at the end, Boss, Patchouli Yoshue, Patchouli Xiuxiu, Chi Dark Mei, Xia Yuchen, and the crowd of the Wu family's old lady as well as Wu Bai saw Jiqiu. They were first stunned, and then one by one, they immediately bent down and saluted with a respectful attitude and a step forward. Even the Wu family's old lady and Wu Erbai's mother and son were at this moment bending down to bow to Jiqiu in a respectful manner. During that time, the one who was suddenly pulled into the shadow space by the dark shadow soldiers while having a snack was Li Chu Hustle Li Dongjia. At this moment, he hurriedly threw away the chopsticks in his hand, wiped the grease stains on his mouth with his sleeve, and then followed the others to bow down to Jiqiu. Chapter 120, All Want to Have Zombie Power? Desert. Around the ruins of the ancient city, in the middle of the caravan camp, Nan. At this time, when Sunan had just finished drinking a bag of blood packets and rested on an SUV with her arms folded over her chest after filling her stomach, she suddenly saw the only girl under her hand, 11, walking over. Behind him, the Night Lord, Pill King, and the others followed. What's wrong? Glancing at 11 as well as the Night Lord, Pill King, and a host of his own men behind her, Sunan casually asked with a faint smile. In response, the Night Lord and the Pill King were not in a good position to speak. It was still the girl in the midst of the crowd 11 who stepped forward and took Sunan's slender arm. Nan, are you really a zombie now? So sniffing, Sunan's heart moved, and he was also aware of what these few people were thinking. So, click clang clang, the corner of Sunan's mouth rose slightly at this time, then suddenly stretched out a hand whose skin had become incomparably white, and actually directly twisted and bent the alloy frame of the buggy leaning behind her with one hand easily. The scene, looking at 11, the Night Lord, and the Pill King, one by one, they were instantly filled with shock, dumbfounded, and jaw-dropped. To this, a body that can live forever and be almost immortal, and a great power that no mortal has. This is the power that I have after being bitten by Boss G. Want it? Easily twisting and bending the alloy frame of the buggy, Sunan at this moment retracted an incomparably cold white hand and said so to the 11 several people. At that moment, behind 11, the Night Lord, the Pill King, and a few other unknown male henchmen, they could no longer hold back at this moment. The next second they were seen crossing over 11 and coming in front of Sunan. Nan, I want to, Nan, let me become a zombie too. Nan, isn't it true that if you bite us, we'll be fine? Only to see that all of them looked straight at Sunan, the zombie in front of them who had now become snow-white skinned and with stunningly beautiful features, with incomparable eagerness. Thinking about the incredible transcendent power Sunan displayed against that huge meatball after he turned into a zombie earlier. Even after turning into a zombie, Sunan's skin and features became more youthful and absolutely beautiful. Such a zombie body, every one of them at this time was incomparably eager to possess. Plus, immortality and undeath. Who could not love it? Nan, I also want to. Behind Night Lord and the others, 11 also squeezed up at this time, and looked at Sunan in front of her with the same expectant gaze. Such a scene, those who didn't know thought they were a bunch of demented men who were going to do something to Sunan. At this point, I would have no problem with that. It's just that it's still necessary to ask our current boss Jiqiu, who says it's okay, before I can bite you and make you into powerful zombies. Sunan smiled slightly, and then didn't reject the pleas of 11, Night Lord and the others. It was just that the words needed a nod from Jiqiu before they were allowed. Thanks Nan. In any case, Sunan didn't refuse their request. As for the seasonal fall, they were going to beg people when Jiqiu came back again, and at the moment, longevity is already tempting in the first place. Add to that the possibility of instant access to supernatural powers that surpass all mortals, and how could they possibly endure such a temptation? The same in the middle of the caravan's camp, the evil emperor's side, only to see the black blind man at this moment at the entrance of the tent looking at Sunan's side of the situation, and then so could not help but voice out his feelings. Isn't that normal? Inside the tent, Pear Cluster was lying down holding Excalibur. Don't say. I can't help but want to beg Jiqiu to turn me into a zombie. Wang Meng, who was restoring the photos of those cameras on the computer, couldn't help but utter a sentence at this moment. What? You want to drink blood for a living in your life? Ha! The evil emperor, who was writing and drawing on the side, knocked Wang Meng's head at this time. The latter touched his head a little innocently. Isn't Jiqiu allowed to eat normal people's food? Didn't that fruit guy give Jiqiu a bottle of orange juice and let him drink it? Pear Cluster had been holding the divine sword in her arms, and at this moment, she said so as she stood up. Even if we really have to drink blood for a living, it is estimated that there are countless people who would voluntarily become zombies like Jiqiu. There's no way. With immortality and great power, ordinary people are simply powerless to resist such temptations. The black blind man, is also timely this voice echoed. Saying that, the black blind man then glanced meaningfully at the evil emperor next to him. Innocent, haven't you ever thought of going over and begging Jiqiu to turn you into a zombie too? Credit STH. The evil emperor's movement that was writing and drawing on the paper lurched. Then, looking up at the blind man at the entrance to the tent, the evil emperor suddenly asked rhetorically, "What about you? Have you thought about it?" Ha! The black blind man laughed softly. Then, longevity. My interest is relatively small. However, the kind of power that zombies have, especially the kind of supernatural power that Ji Chio himself has that can almost be described as heavenly. I have to say, I'm also a little ticked off at Master Black. So saying, the black blind man looked a little self-deprecating and scratched the back of his head. It was indeed the scene from earlier when dealing with the huge mass of flesh, when Ji Chio flew up into the air, and then, after attaching the divine sword, he chopped open the huge hardened mass of flesh with a single sword. Deeply imprinted in the black blind man's mind, the black blind man also has a long-lived body, living more than 100 years, so he is actually not very interested in immortality. But, it must be admitted, the black blind man was moved by the kind of supernatural power of zombies that Ji Chio possessed. How about, when Ji Chio comes back, let's go beg him as well. Suddenly, Pear Cluster, who was holding Excalibur on the side, so spoke out. Upon hearing this, the evil emperor and the black blind man couldn't help but laugh at first. While they were just thinking about it, Pear Cluster was already ready to put it into action. As expected, a young man like Pear Cluster had an even lower resistance to a power like Ji Chio's. But normal. Boys, which one has not fantasized about having the power to go up to the sky and down to the earth? And at the moment, they all have one such opportunity. Su Nan is one of the best columns. Thinking about her power now, it was probably enough to instantly kill the few of them at this moment. But will Ji Chio agree? Wang Meng said in a quiet voice. To this, wasn't that Su Nan turned into a zombie by Ji Chio? Our friendship with Ji Chio is surely no worse than that Su Nan. If she can, why can't we? Pear Cluster, looking a little impatient. In response, both the evil emperor and the black blind man were making a final hesitation. And just then, Master, outside the tent, a voice that sounded as if it was very surprised rang out. Listening to the voice, the evil emperor and the others guessed that it was the voice of the woman who also possessed transcendent powers and was called Red Umbrella. Chapter 121 Desert Gathering. Destination Wang Family. Below, listen to the sound of the bare umbrellas outside. That red-clad, red-haired woman who also possesses superpowers seems to be known only as Master Seasonal Autumn. Pear Cluster clutched Excalibur in his arms and said at the right time, Ji Chio should be back. The evil emperor also started to get up and said, really? Then we. Wang Meng was suddenly a bit excited. Obviously, Wang Meng's heart for the power of the zombie, but also has long been unable to resist the temptation. Not should, did come back, on the side of the tent door, but the black blind man has seen the situation outside. Just see the sand in the middle of the camp at the moment. It is indeed Ji Chio, Shen Qiong, Waiting Vine, Li Siqing, and the 9 great families of Puli Yoshue, Li Chu Haunting, and other great family members. At this moment, under the support of the Black Shadow soldiers, they emerged from the shadows and appeared on top of this piece of sand. During that time, I don't know whether it was a glimpse of Ji Chio, or sensing Ji Chio's aura. Their umbrella ran out of the tent that had originally been Quartermaster's tent at this camp, then ran straight to Ji Chio. Master, you're back? Only to see that at this moment, the red-clothed, red-haired delicate red umbrella had only one Ji Chio in her eyes, treating all of the servant vines, Shen Qiong, Li Siqing, and the rest of the 9 great families' current family members on the side as if they were air. Aha! At this moment, when Ji Chio, who had returned to the desert, saw how excited Red Umbrella was, he couldn't help but nod with a smiling smile, at the same time, casually asking, how's it going over here? Is everything alright? There's nothing going on here. I'm bored to death. Master, why didn't you call me when you left before? Chibi Umbrella has always wanted to serve her master. However, he saw that Chibi Umbrella's large pair of eyes, which were a bit whiny and a bit like she was pampered, looked at Ji Chio, who was close at hand. Ha! ×2. Suddenly, before Ji Chio could respond to anything from Red Umbrella, he heard 2 cold laughs ring out from the side. Yes, waiting for Fuji and Yun Namfeng. In response, when Servo and Yin Nanfeng heard someone among the crowd who, like themselves, let out a sneer at the right time after hearing Chibi Umbrella's words, the 2 women couldn't help but glance at each other. What do you mean, Waito? And who are you? At that moment, Akatsuki, who felt offended, all of a sudden turned an indignant gaze horizontally towards Waito and Yin Nanfeng. Chibiusa would not allow anyone to make her look bad in front of Jiyu. Preferring to wait for the vine at this moment, there are 2 women who do not know Yin Nanfeng deliberately sneered and provoked. Ha, what's it to you if I laugh or not? Servo retorted out with another sneer. That's right, isn't it our freedom to laugh or not to laugh? Need you to care? Yin Nanfeng wasn't a good person either. You guys. Red Parasol instantly tried to strike. On the sidelines, Patchouli Yoshue, Li Tsuhao, Chi Dark Mei, Patchouli Xiuxiu, Xia Yuchen, Wu Erbai, Wu Clan's old lady, and the rest of the 9 great families' current family members were watching the show from the sidelines. Seriously, this visit is so hilarious? Yin Nanfeng had actually been holding a long, black cloth-wrapped bar in his negative hand. There it is, Excalibur. From Jichu. At this moment, seeing that Red Umbrella was about to make a move, Yin Nanfeng didn't move and raised the divine sword wrapped in black cloth behind him to his body. It is also unafraid of the Red Umbrella. The Serving Vine and the Red Parasol were of the same Carry clan, and they were even more unafraid of the Red Parasol. Although the Red Umbrella had completed its evolution, the Serving Vine's battle power was actually still greater than that of the Red Umbrella. And now that Wado had been recuperating for a few days, she was pretty much back in shape. It's more like almost ignoring the Red Umbrella. But, in the end, it was Jiqiu who spoke up to stop the farce. Don't make a scene the moment you get here. We have business to attend to. Yes, master. Seeing Jiqiu come out to speak, the Red Parasol Fong, who had just wanted to make a move, slowly lowered his hands that were raised and ready to activate his mycelium ability. Philanderer. At this time, Li Siki, who was on the side, watched the three of them, Red Umbrella, Serving Vine, and Yin Nanfeng, going toe-to-toe over a single Jiqiu, and she couldn't help but secretly curse in a low voice after glancing at someone. Jiqiu's ears wouldn't be able to hear Li Siqing's voice, and he instantly looked at her. Li Sixer, who are you sneaking around cursing? Next, seeing Jiqiu's words, it instantly caused Servo, Shen Qiong, Yin Nanfeng, as well as the group of current family members of the 9 great families to subconsciously focus their gazes on Li Siqing at this moment. Li Siqing, a college student, was suddenly looked straight at by so many 9 sex current family members at this moment, and was instantly deflated. I didn't scold you. In response, Jiqiu laughed. Did I say it was me you were scolding? Also, as a university student, isn't it not good to lie? Li Siqing was directly speechless, unable to say anything else. There's dumb enough, Jiqiu added. You, being counted down by Jiqiu in this manner in front of so many 9 sex current family members. Li Siki suddenly had a face full of shame and annoyance. Jiqiu, however, stopped caring about her. He was just returning the favor anyway. Wasn't the phrase philanderer in Li Siqing's mouth just now about Jiqiu? Wouldn't he be able to hear it? Well, although it seems like Li Sixer didn't curse wrongly, but that doesn't mean you can curse, boss. Soon after, the evil emperor, the black blind man, Wang Meng, Pear Cluster and the others also came out of the tent and ran over to Jiqiu's side. Similarly, there was also Sunan. She also brought 11, the Night Lord, the Medicine King, and theirs over to Jiqiu's side at the moment. During that time, when the evil emperor saw that many of the familiar current family members among the 9 great families, such as Xiaoyuchen and Io Xiao, were present, the evil emperor was then completely certain in his mind, Jiqiu had already taken care of almost all the current family members of the 9 great clans. Just, grandma, uncle too? What the evil emperor didn't expect was, his own grandmother and second uncle had also come to this desert at this time. Wuxi, when the Wu family's old lady saw her grandson, she was instantly happy and excited as she stepped forward to pull the evil emperor before joyfully saying, "It's good that you're safe and fine. Grandma, I have a hard life. The king of hell won't accept me." In front of the Wu family's old lady, the evil Emperor Fong smiled a little bit of what he once looked like. Innocent. It's good to be safe. It's good to be safe. The Wu family's old lady couldn't help her eyes from reddening. Brat. Wu Bai also stepped forward at this time, and then looked at the evil emperors, so uttered a sentence. Second uncle. You guys are. Now, the evil emperor quickly regained his mindset. Looking at so many people in front of him, he began to think, boss, this is Sunan, who was on the side, brought a group of his men to Jiqiu, first bending down and saluting him, then looking at the fact that so many of the 9 great families' current family members were here. Sunan couldn't help but start guessing in her heart. In this regard, Jiqiu was suddenly a hand over the side of the Xinxiong, and then rested on the shoulders of the good people. In Xinxiong's face began to blush when, don't ask anything, everyone set off following Xinxiong's lead. Destination, the Wang family. Chapter 122. New ability. Zodiac charms can split into subbodies. A forest in the middle of a large castle wall, about 3 kilometers away. That's the Woofer's home base? Looking at a fortress that seemed like a castle converted from a factory 3 kilometers away in front of him, the evil emperor spoke out at this moment. Aside STH, Jiqiu, Shen Qiong, Serving Vine, Li Siqing, Red Umbrella, and Patchouli Embroidery and Xiaoyuchen, Shi Dark Mei, Patchouli Yoshue, and the rest of the 9 sects' current family members were all in this forest at this very moment. Everyone was looking at that distant fortress at the moment. During this period, the evil emperor was calm on the surface, but his heart was agitated. The original plan was for this moment, though the evil emperor his plans couldn't be carried out properly anymore because of Jiqiu. But, Jiqiu brought him ahead to the final step of this plan, and even, soon, the moment of completion of the plan for total finality, the destruction of the Woofers. Though it wasn't the killing of all the Wangs that Jichu wanted. But the Wang family that was taken in by Jichu would certainly no longer be the Wang family that it once was. It was also considered to have destroyed the original Wang family. The evil emperor felt that it was enough as well. As for being able to do it, the evil emperor never doubted Jichu's ability and strength. I didn't realize that that family actually did exist. At this time, among the people who came here under Shinshon's guidance and the support of the Black Shadow soldiers, Puli Yoshua looked at the distant fortress and couldn't help but sigh out loud. It's been this family's people who have been targeting our 9 great families' people. I thought they were simply someone else talking nonsense. Li Chu Haunted said with surprise as well. Their base is really secretive. To be in a place so close to the desert, Io Tofu lamented while looking at the surroundings. Innocent, your original plan would have been to find this place of our Wang family members, right? To the side, Sunan suddenly glanced at the evil emperor with a voice. That's right. The evil emperor directly nodded his head in acknowledgement, then glanced at Jichu, who was standing beside him with the 4 women, Serving Vine, Shen Qiong, Li Siqing, and Red Umbrella. The evil emperor couldn't help but show a bitter smile on his face again. But because of our boss Ji, there's no way for me to execute my plan. The good thing is, it turned out great in the end. Well, any thoughts on the fact that your original family is about to have one of its greatest disasters? Saying that, the evil emperor glanced provocatively at Sunan. Ha! Sunan gave a meaningful laugh before also looking at Jichu's delicate smile and said, I'm Boss Ji's man now. What's more, how do you, innocent, know that this is a disaster for the Wang family and not an opportunity for the Wang family? At those words, the evil emperor suddenly applauded Sunan. Jichu, Shen Qiong, with a somewhat complicated look at Jichu, who was pulling her small hand by her side. In response, Jichu reached out and pinched Shen Qiong's white cheeks. Alright, I know what you're worried about. I promise you, as long as they are willing to submit, I won't kill them. Even, like Sunan said, as long as they submit, I will then get what the Wang family has always dreamed of, eternal life. And the moment Jichu finished, almost everyone on the sidelines jolted. Tong Tong looked at Jichu at this moment. Everlasting. Nagisa? Boss, is it the one I understand to be the everlasting? Only to see. Li Q, Shi Dark Mei, and Patchouli Yoshua were the first ones to look at Jichu with a suspicious and hopeful face. Roar. To the crowd's astonishment, Sunan actually answered them directly for Jichu. However, after a low roar, Sunan directly displayed the state of 5th-generation white-eyed zombie. At the same time, Sha hiss, Sonan came a little hard on one of her coming hands with her 5 claws that had become sharp. Sharp zombie fingers and claws immediately cut through the skin. However, before the blood flowed out, the wound directly recovered and healed. Looking at the scene, Shi Dark Mei, Li Chu Haunted, Patchouli Yoshua, Patchouli Shosho and the others couldn't help but have their pupils shrink. Not only will you live forever, but by becoming a zombie, you can instantly have power beyond that of normal people. How's that? Not bad, right? Sunan. At this moment, small mouth with fangs, the whole person full of wild beauty of a pair of white pupils looked at this moment of the 9 big families of the crowd. Among the crowd, Li Siqing was also surprised to find that the Sunan at this moment really seemed to be like the Jichu at the time when he turned into a zombie and then fought with the golden-eyed Shohyun. Only, the color of the eye pupils is different. Jichu. Thank you. At this time, Shen Qiong, however, displayed a beautiful smile as she looked at Jichu who was close by. Fool. Jichu once again reached out and rubbed Shen Qiong's hair. It felt like this girl was really simple and a bit stupid despite having lived for almost a century. It feels like the kind of girl who can be sold and still happily count the money for others. No wonder she willingly died for Li Tu in the original drama, knowing that Li Tu lied to her. Thankfully, in this life, she, Shen Qiong, is his Jichu's woman. Next moment, Jichu turned back and looked behind him at a group of dozens of people, including the 9 big families' current family members, Yin Nanfeng, Sound and Sound, Luo Chao, Patchouli Tofu, Wang Meng, Pear Cluster, and a group of Sunan's henchmen. Don't worry, since you have already submitted to me, something like immortality, I can give it to you now. Jichu, a light smile suddenly so said. The next second, even more so, clang clang clang, a big hand, countless white lights flashed out. Then, shoo 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 shoo, Li Siqing, Yin Nanfeng, including Shen Qiong, Serving Vine and Red Umbrella, as well as the heads of the 9 great clans on the scene, as well as Patchouli Tofu, Wang Meng, the evil emperor, Pear Cluster and so on in front of almost everyone. There were suddenly 2 8-sided diamond-shaped small stones suspended in front of them. On the front of the 2 small stones, the runes of dog and horse were inscribed. After all, dog charms and horse charms. Just, when did Jichu possess so many dog charms and horse charms? Sub-rune spells. After absorbing the main body of those runes, you now have this ability? Waito, in due course, spoke out, paraphrasing as it were. Aha! Jichu, with a light smile, nodded her head at Y2. Then, listen, their names are Dog Charm and Horse Charm. The ability of the Dog Charm is very straightforward. It allows you to live forever from now on, and the ability of the Horse Charm is to reject all negative external forces. To put it simply, it allows you to never be injured, never be poisoned, never be subjected to illusions, and even to live your entire life without illness or disaster. Now they are yours. Just see. At this moment, Jiqiu gently waved his big hand. The two talismans, the Dog Talisman and the Horse Talisman, in front of each of them, were suspended blooms of faint white divine light. They were all sub-body runes condensed out of some of the divine power separated by Jiqiu after he had absorbed the main body of the rune. The main subject is seasonal autumn. Under the authority granted by Jiqiu, all the people at this moment holding rune substrates could utilize the divine power of the substrates. Although it was not as powerful as the divine power of the main talisman, it should be enough for the 9 great clans' current family members, as well as the evil emperor, Yin Nanfeng, Li Xiqing, Wang Meng, Pear Cluster, and the rest of the crowd at this moment. Then, all the people on the scene couldn't help but hold the 2 talismanic substrates that were suspended in front of each of them with both hands. Almost every face was uncontrollably full of surprise at this point. Even the evil emperor couldn't help but look surprised amongst his gaze. Innocent, get rid of all external forces. Ma Charms, stuffed oil bottle, your amnesia. There's a cure. Lieutenant Zhang, eternal life, Dog Charm. If Master Buddha's wife had this back then, Master Buddha wouldn't have. Yin Nanfeng, legendary immortality and eternal youth. Is this how I get it? Patchouli to Hideo, everlasting life. I'm actually everlasting life. Nope, keep following the boss. I'll definitely get more. Chi Dark Mei, immortality. No disease, no disaster. Is this true? Chapter 123, Jiqiu crowd vs Wang family crowd. Above. At this moment, the group of the 9 great families' current family members had been completely mesmerized by the 2 sub-body talismans, Dog Talisman, Horse Talisman, in front of them, the divine power of immortality and freedom from disease. At this point, the scene is within reach of everyone. In response, every single person at this moment feels incredibly surreal. Doubt the effect of the charm? No. They knew there was no need for Jiqiu to deceive them, because with Jiqiu's personal strength and the power of the Black Shadow Core, which was like 1,000 armies, he could easily kill anyone here if he wanted to. Therefore, Jiqiu had no reason to deceive them. In this way, everyone at this point would not doubt the truth of the words coming out of Jiqiu's mouth. The almost ultimate dream of mankind was just laid out in front of each and every one of them at this time, making the surprise of this time so great that it just didn't feel real. To this, Shen Qiong, Waiting Vine, Su Nan, and Chibi Umbrella, even though some of you are already zombies, and some of you are carry and possess supernatural powers, you should still accept the talisman. Although it's only a sub-body charm, as usual, it can still be helpful to you. Only to see. Jiqiu glanced at the several women around him at this time and said so softly, "Yes, Red Umbrella, thanks master." Quickly, Red Umbrella was the first to respond. Then with a sweet smile she glanced at Jiqiu in front of her, immediately following, seeing the Red Umbrella as if the first person to eat crabs, in the midst of all the attention, reached out and touched the sub-body of the 2 incantations suspended in midair. Clang! However, he saw the 2 talismanic sub-bodies directly transform into 2 balls of white divine light, which merged into her body from between the red parasol's hands. At the same time, Red Umbrella's entire body was also glowing with a faint white fluorescence. This amazing scene made the crowd on the sidelines look on in awe. And then it is seen, Shen Qiong, Serving Vine, and Sunan. Several women also all followed suit and fused their rune substrates. It was also the same with all the bodies glowing with a faint white fluorescence. At this time, also in the position closest to Jiqiu's side, Li Xiqing looked at him with a bit of inexplicable urgency. "Don't think so much, take it," Jiqiu said with a warm smile to Li Xiqing, not at all like when he had just undermined her. A little tender. After making Li Xiqing, who was originally a little embarrassed to accept the zodiac charm, look at it, she even suddenly blushed a little inexplicably on her face. Thanks. In the back, Li Xiqing somewhat inexplicably blushed and bowed her head to say thank you. With that, the same contact was made with the 2 sub-body charms, Dog and Horse, suspended in front of him. At once another person's body emitted a white magical luminescence. It's amazing. The whole person suddenly becomes a very relaxed and comfortable feeling, only to see that after Li Xiqing had also absorbed the 2 sub-body talismans. At the moment, her entire body was fluorescent and glittering, so with a face of surprise as she looked at her glowing body. At this point, where else could the people in charge of the 9 great families, such as Li Chu Hustle, Chi Dark Mei, and Patchouli Yoshue, hold back? Thanks boss. A few flew out and bowed to Jiqiu. Then, clang, both gripped the 2 sub-body talismans suspended in front of each of them, and both bodies immediately emitted infinite white fluorescence. This feeling. Then, he saw Chi Dark Mei, Patchouli Yoshue, and Li Chu Xiaoxing, who were all feeling very comfortable and couldn't help but look mesmerized in the midst of the light. Thank you, Boss G. At this moment, Patchouli Embroidery, who had now become the Patchouli family's family member, couldn't help but seductively slightly salute Ji Chou. Subsequently, the same grabbed the two sub-body talismans floating in front of the air, and instantly also the whole person became incomparably enjoyable and relaxed. Thank you. Immediately after that, it was Yin Nanfeng who put down the divine sword in his hand, and then also received the talismanic sub-body in mid-air. Immortality, youthfulness, and a life free of disease. As long as it's not a little cutie, it's impossible for anyone to resist such happiness coming their way. For girls, an eternal youth alone is irresistible. Thank you, boss. Adjutant Zhang didn't refuse either. Thank you, boss. Luo But, Sound slowly similarly bowed to Ji Chou, then both grabbed the floating rune substrate. Thank you, Big Boss G. In the end, it was the evil emperor who brought along Pair Cluster, Wang Meng, the old lady of the Wu family, Wu Erbai, and the Black Blind Man, among many others, to give a word of thanks to Ji Chou. Ji Chou all responded to the crowd with a faint smile and a nod. Grandma, yours. Afterwards, the evil emperor helped the Wu family's old lady remove the floating two sub-body talismans and handed them to his grandmother. Good. The Wu family's old lady took it with a smile. It's just a pity, if the old dog is still around. The old lady of the Wu family felt some regret just like Lieutenant Zhang, and the charm quickly began to blend into the old woman's body. Instantly, feeling as if her aging body had all of a sudden regained the vitality of her youth, the old lady of the Wu family couldn't help but feel a surge of incredulity in her eyes. Thank you, boss. Finally, it was 11, Night Lord, Pill King, and a host of other original Sunan's men, who at this moment also thankfully bowed in curtsy to Ji Chou after the pass looked all too eager to grab the two sub-body talismans floating in front of them. Clang clang clang. Very quickly, it was seen that apart from Ji Chou himself, a faint white fluorescence bloomed on everyone in the middle of this forest at this moment. Each one is elevated at this moment. In response, Ji Chou had been quietly watching from the sidelines with a smile on her face, until, zombie hearing, heard 3 kilometers away, the huge fortress of the Wang family. The gate suddenly opened slowly. Ji Chou showed a hint of doubt on his face. He was still thinking that after these people had fully accepted the talismanic sub-body in a while, he would bring him, Ji Chou, along with all the others through the black-shadowed soldiers to blend into the middle of the fortress unnoticed. How come the people inside suddenly opened the fortress gates at this time? Ji Chou felt a little surprised. Did the Wangs have some kind of mission to send out? Subsequently, Ji Chou then dismissed his speculation as a large group of Wang family members came out from the middle of the fortress. Moreover, they were all golden-eyed Wangs who possessed a pair of pupils in the whites of their eyes that were filled with a sense of sanctity and were completely golden in color. It's the divine authorization. On the side, Serving Vine seemed to have fully received the sub-body rune, and at this time came to Ji Chou's side to come together to look at the scene 3 kilometers ahead. Indeed, every Wang family member coming out of the distant fortress at this very moment is in the golden-eyed, already heaven-ordained state, shady, perpetually hiding in dark corners to get things done rats, looking at each of them with golden eyes. They were even already actively walking towards all the golden-eyed Wang family members in this forest. Ji Chou kind of couldn't help but feel indignant. This heavenly mandate really had been looking for trouble from him. Ji Chou, it seems that there is going to be a fight. Servo, at this moment, looked sideways with a smile at the cold Ji Chou beside him. Chapter 124 9 Great Families versus hundreds of golden-eyed Wangs. That's all woofers? They have the same eyes as they did yesterday when we were at the Star and Moon, all controlled by that weird heavenly authorization? What in the world is this heavenly authorization? Why is it so entangled? And the thing is just like a demon or devil. Just see, at this moment, looking at the countless golden-eyed Wang family members that kept coming out from amongst the Wang family's fortress, Patchouli Yoshue, Xia Yuchen, Shi Dark Mei, and the other crowd of the 9 great families' current family members who had already finished absorbing the 2 talismanic sub-bodies in the forest, could not help but to see the astonished outcry that followed. Also at this time, those of you who have absorbed the rune sub-body and have just gotten the benefit of it, it's time for you to make your contribution now. However, Servo suddenly turned to look at the crowd behind him, then pointing out of the forest, Weito continued, as you can see, the heavenly authorization has taken control of the Wang family and is actively seeking them out. Just in time, let's let you guys try out how you've changed yourselves after absorbing the rune sub-body. Servo does want them to hit the head. In response, Ji Chou didn't say anything as if acquiescing to Weito's decision. Master, I'll go first. The red parasol, on the other hand, directly flew out after glancing at Ji Chou. Having just absorbed the rune sub-body, Red Parasol felt like he had gotten a little stronger again. Full of life, dog charms, horse charms, really amazing. Ha! On the side, Su Nan, who had also just finished absorbing the sub-body talisman and was feeling soothed and refreshed, gently laughed it off at this moment. Then fight. It's good to wake up a few. Looking at the Wang family members who were all golden-eyed at that moment and were all controlled by the heavenly mandate in the dark, as a former fellow family member, Su Nan felt that he had the obligation to wake them up. Roar! Saying that, Su Nan directly transformed into a White Eyes 5th generation Discordian zombie in the next second, and then performed a super speeds to rush out as well. Sister Nan went up. We'll go up too. Behind them, as soon as 11, Night Lord, Pill King and the others saw that Su Nan had rushed out, they instantly wanted to go up recklessly as well. After all, at this moment they had just absorbed the dog rune and the horse rune, although there was no significant progress above their strength. But the thrill of being full of life in their body makes them feel soothed and confident, and they feel different. The heart was even more grateful to Jichio. At this moment, 11, the Night Lord, the Pill King and the others were also starting to fight for Jichio somewhat sincerely. Innocent, I'll go first. The black blind man on the side drew out his saber at this time. Then after glancing at the evil emperor he ran out as well. Jichio had cured his black eye before, and now granting him the immortality of the dog charm, and the invulnerability to injury and disease of the horse charm. The black blind man had become more and more willing to be the minion of Jichio at this moment. What's more, what Jichio was doing now was a great thing for the entire 9 sects. It's not like it's bad or evil. In this way, the black blind man was more than willing to draw his sword for the sake of Jichio to fight for the boss. Afterwards, it was only seen that Patchouli Yoshua's somewhat flavorful eyes glanced at Jichio next to her with a smile, and then suddenly said so. Then, looking at the hundreds of golden-eyed Wang family members who were constantly approaching in the distance, Patchouli Yoshua mouthed the phrase mongrels again, and then stepped out with an icy cold face. Fight for the boss. Li Chu hilarious echoed out. Then although a little afraid of so many golden-eyed Wangs across the street, he finally walked out. For the boss. Followed by Chi Dark Mei who was full of young woman's plumpness. Yards, just die. Master Black, wait for me. Pear Cluster glanced at the evil emperor, then ran out ahead of himself. And after, with Excalibur in my hands, it seems like it hasn't seen blood yet. It was Yin Nanfeng who drew the divine sword that she carried behind her back, and then with such a cold smile on her face, she glanced at Jichio who was next to her. It was immediately followed by a sword as well. The same divine sword as Pear Cluster? The evil emperor was a bit surprised when he saw the fellow in Yin Nanfeng's hand. Excalibur, there's actually more than one? Afterwards, looking over at Jichio, the evil emperor couldn't resist another helpless smile on his face. The evil emperor didn't feel the need to be surprised anymore by any more strange things happening to this Jichio fellow. Grandma, you just don't go on. In the next second, the evil emperor smiled as he spoke to the old lady of the Wu family beside him. Immediately after, Wang Mang, we're in. Pulling out his blade named Big White Legs, the evil emperor then tried to get on. The final step in his original plan was right here and now. Now, it's about to be a step like skipping right to the middle, the last step that can complete the whole program. Would the evil emperor not hold back on this moment? Suddenly, Wu Bai, however, pulled on the evil emperor. Then under the evil emperor's puzzled expression, Wu Bai suddenly pulled him behind himself again, immediately afterward, but he saw Wu Bai himself step out first. The meaning is clear, I haven't made a move yet. Your second uncle. What's your hurry? Go to the back. Ha! The evil emperor couldn't help but show a bitter smile on his face behind him. The next second, was trying to continue on. Another hand, resting on his evil emperor's shoulder, but it's Adjutant Zhang Yishan, Taraway. Suddenly, only Lieutenant Zhang ripped open his blouse. A tiger-eyed, poor chi tattoo, instantly surfaced on his upper body. Then he saw that Lieutenant Zhang rushed out with great speed. Asterisk. Even the evil emperor was a bit speechless at this point. This one's generation is higher than his own. Boss, are we still on? Wang Meng made a timely addition. In the end, the evil emperor and Wang Meng duo were the last to come up. During this period, Red Umbrella, Black Blind Man, Deputy Zhang, and Su Nan were the ones who rushed to the front. It was quickly matched up with the golden-eyed woofers who were also at the forefront. Almost all of the golden-eyed woofers had come out from amongst the fortress, numbering in the hundreds. However, one-on-one, Su Nan and Chibi Umbrella then simultaneously blasted away dozens of golden-eyed Wangs with their supernatural zombies as well as the power of the Carry clan. Then, it began to continue dealing with the gold-eyed golem-like Wangs that kept piling up behind it. During this period, Zhang Yishan and the Black Blind Man were also not bad in battle. Against the puppet-like golden-eyed men, they almost put one down with a kick as well. It's just that the woofers who were heavenly ordained did seem a bit much. And, poof, stab. Lieutenant Zhan was suddenly stabbed in the abdomen by a golden-eyed Wang family member who clearly possessed extraordinary powers. Using his hand as a sword, the opponent's speed was extremely fast, and even Lieutenant Zhan was hit without reacting. Swish-oo. However, it was fortunate that Yin Nanfeng from the back arrived in time and threw out the divine sword in his hands to force back the golden-eyed Wang family member with special strength. Old undead, how are you? Yin Nanfeng came to Lieutenant Zhang's side and asked with a bit of worry, but yet see, clang. There wasn't even any blood coming out of Lieutenant Zhang's abdomen, just a flash of white light. Direct recovery is complete. Yin Nanfeng's pupils shrunk as he watched. Dogs don't die. Horse woundless. I can't believe that's true. Lieutenant Zhang was so surprised and happy that he couldn't even help but look back in Ji Chou's direction. Look at Vice President Zhang. Are we really not going to die? To the side, Li Qiu surprised and even excitedly pointed at Vice President Zhang at this moment. Do you still dare to doubt the boss? Patchouli Tofu kicked away a common golden-eyed Wang family member at this time, then lightly glanced at Li Qiu drama. Chapter 125, Kill Again and It's Gone. Who said I was skeptical? Can I be surprised? Being watched by Patchoula's husband, Li Chu was a bit of a mumble. At the same time, several golden-eyed woofers suddenly attacked the Li Chu hilarious at this time. Fortunately, as one of the 9 great families, Li Dongjia, Li Qiu is still a good hand, and it had also just absorbed the dog rune and horse rune of the sub-body rune, and was full of life force. Li Chu Haunted responded well to the attacks of some ordinary golden-eyed woofers. Ha! Patchouli Toph laughed it off coldly. Then he kicked one of the woofers who rushed at him. At this moment, all of the 9 great families had taken on all of the Wang family members of GoldenEye. The scene hit the ground running. Confusion reigned. It was just that, despite being one of the 9 sect's current family members and having just absorbed 2 sub-body talismans, Chi Dark Mei appeared to be weaker. In the next second, it was even more evident that Chi Dark Mei was stabbed in the abdomen by an ordinary golden-eyed wanderer holding a dagger. She subconsciously cried out, but, how come it doesn't seem to hurt at all? Chi Dark Mei couldn't help but murmur out loud with doubt in her heart. In front of him, the golden-eyed Wang family member seemed to be a bit puzzled. How come the woman in front of him hadn't fallen down yet? Then, however, he saw the place where Chi Dark Mei had been stabbed by the dagger bloom with white hoarfrost. At the same time, with Chi Dark Mei tentatively pulling out her dagger. Clang! The wound disappeared instantly, even the outrageous. Her clothes are all woundless. It was true that the sub-body dog rune and sub-body horse rune within her were all running on divine power at the moment. It made Chi Dark Mei, as well as everyone on the scene who had absorbed the sub-body charm, invulnerable to injury, pain, death, exhaustion, and energy for almost eternity. I really won't be killed. Also at this time, the original Su Nan's henchmen Night Lords, at this time, surprised and shouted. Indeed, he also had a knife in his back at this time, but the Night Lord felt no pain at all, not even a drop of blood. The Night Lord didn't even bother to pull out the knife in his back, letting it remain stuck in his back as he continued to tangle with the golden-eye woofers around him. This scene, looking over here, Chi Dark Mei couldn't help but be amazed in her heart. It then reacted, but it was full of surprise to the core. Longevity and youth. Did you really just get it yourself? Q. In the next moment, Chi Dark Mei was seen thrusting the dagger in her hand at the somewhat stunned golden-eyed Wang family member in front of her, and then a kick to the other side. After doing so, Chi Dark Mei turned back to glance at Ji Chou, who was not far behind her. The eyes became reverent and admiring. Men like this are truly amazing, incredible, and powerful. Even Chi Dark Mei, who was one of the family members of the 9 great families, needed to look up to his back. And on the other side at the moment, swish swish swish, Yin Nanfeng was holding the divine sword, and she actually cut the throats of all the golden-eyed Wang family members who rushed towards her in a harsh and continuous manner. Yin Nanfeng let the divine sword leave his hand several times and then continuously reaped the lives of the golden-eyed Wang family. End up getting Yin Nanfeng to be the one who actually kills the most people. The main thing was that Su Nan and Chibi Umbrella were countless times stronger than Yin Nanfeng though. But not to mention that Su Nan was originally a Wang family member and would show mercy. Red Umbrella was also aware that what Ji Chou wanted was to subdue these people, so he also tried his best to bind the ordinary golden-eyed Wang family members around him with red mycelium. Only Yin Nanfeng, with her divine sword in hand, would directly kill the Golden Eyes Wang family members once they got close to her. She ended up killing the most Golden Eyes. This woman, Yin Nanfeng, is actually so ruthless. Still in the middle of the forest in the back, Ji Chou, with his arms wrapped around him, looked at Yin Nanfeng's gesture on the battlefield in front of him, who was constantly harvesting lives with his divine sword in hand, and couldn't help but sigh in amazement. To this, and then you had one of the female war heroes by your side. What did you think she was supposed to do? Y2 gave a somewhat delicate blank look at Ji Chou. Servo's heart had been dissatisfied with the matter of so many confidants around him in the future. Proof break. While the two were talking, Yin Nanfeng over there slit the throat of an ordinary golden-eyed Wang family member with another divine sword in hand. It's really a real female god of war, killing without mercy. Ji Chou couldn't help but smack his lips a bit, feeling Yin Nanfeng had killed more people than he. Ji Chou. That said, Has he, Ji-Cho, killed anyone since crossing over? There doesn't really seem to be one. Ji-Chu, didn't you say? While Ji-Cho was pondering in his mind, Shin-Xiong on the side was a bit anxious. After all, at this moment, Im Nanfeng was killing people who were once of the same clan as her. Shin-Xiong, now they're just being controlled by the divine authorization. Go! Ji-Cho understood Shin-Xiong, so after reaching out and touching Shin-Xiong's white head, he smiled so. He was also worried that in a while, Im Nanfeng and those of them would kill all the Wang family members. Because Im Nanfeng had killed the most, it didn't mean the others hadn't. Looking at the evil emperor, the black blind man, and Lieutenant Zhang, they were in excellent condition having just absorbed the sub-body talisman, and the woofers were all more or less slowed down in their movements by the heavenly authorizations control. Therefore, the evil emperor and the others were merciless in their actions. It was just that he hadn't killed as many people as Im Nanfeng, who had the divine sword in his hand. At this rate, the Wang family will be lost. Therefore, Ji-Cho's intention was for Shin-Xiong to also go up and properly stop Im Nanfeng and the evil emperor and Lieutenant Zhang in their hot and ruthless hands. Yes, Shin-Xiong immediately displayed a smile. Roar! In the next second, only Shin-Xiong directly transformed into a White Eyes 5th generation Pango zombie, and her body was immediately permeated with a wild and delicate beauty. Immediately after that, he saw Shin-Xiong dodging out with the super speed and flash of a zombie. Sister Shin-Xiong is still like this. Emotions will always be her greatest weakness. At this time, the sight of the wait for the vine to look at the rapid out of Shin-Xiong. Suddenly this outburst of emotion. Ji-Cho couldn't help but glance at the stunningly beautiful servant vine beside him whose posture was overwhelmingly beautiful. Why do you say that? To this, because in the other dimension, the ultimate had used the false news of you, Ji-Cho, may fall in danger to lure Sister Shin-Xiong into the trap it had laid out in advance. At that time, if it wasn't for that you in the future at the end going in time, Sister Shin-Xiong would have been in great danger. In fact, the many of us female war goddesses at that time warned her. But whenever it's about you, Sister Shin-Xiong will always be emotional. Only to see. Servant Vine so helplessly shook his white head lightly and muttered. Hearing this, Ji-Cho understood. At the same time there was no doubt at all about what Weito was saying. It was Shin-Xiong in the original drama who was such a girl. Think about the finale of Sand, where she died for pear cluster like that. To say she likes to get emotional is putting it mildly. She is simply love brain. But, is it because of me? Then it can't be helped. From now on, I'll just be more protective. In the end, however, he saw Ji-Cho with a look of my woman. I will protect her and slowly passed by with a smile. Let the sight of the wait for the vine cannot help but have no good breath of white again. Suddenly all show absolutely beautiful and charming state. Chapter 126 Shin-Xiong Su-Nan joins forces to fight against Mr. GoldenEye Wang. Over here, Servo said there was nothing he could do about Ji-Cho's cheekiness. The other side, the Shin-Xiong that Ji-Cho and Weito were talking about. At the moment it had entered the battlefield in front of it. She did listen to Ji-Cho's words and came to stopping Nanfeng, as well as Lieutenant Zhang, the evil emperor and the others from killing too many of those controlled golden-eyed Wang family members. Ji-Cho is because he wants to take in these talents from the Wang family. Shin-Xiong, on the other hand, was there because she had once lived in the Wang family for almost an entire century. She felt almost like family to all of the Wang family, and in her heart, she was unwilling to see her former fellow clansmen letting the now immortal evil emperor and the others keep slaughtering them. In fact, even if the Wang family members were controlled and their movements were slightly slowed down a lot, but they also still possessed very good hands. Moreover, with a large number of people, the golden-eyed woofers could kill the crowd of 9 great families' family members on the field, as well as the evil emperor, Im Nanfeng, and the others many times over. Just, whether it's the evil emperor or the black blind man, as well as all the people of the 9 great clans in charge, such as Patchouli Yushue, Shi Dark Mei, Li Chu Haunted, Patchouli Jifu and so on, both possess the divine power of Dog Rune Immortality, Horse Rune Immortality. Therefore, it would be useless for the Wang family to even have the chance to injure or even kill the evil emperor and Lieutenant Zhang and his group of 9 sect members. The evil emperor and every one of them now possessed almost the same immortal divine power because of the rune sub-body given by Ji-Cho. Woofers, constant rout. What had been a large crowd began to rapidly become a thin one. By the time Shin-Xiong arrived at the battlefield, there were estimated to be less than 100 Wang family members alive on the field. However, when Shin-Xiong was the first to prepare to block Im Nanfeng, who had killed the most people. Roar! Stop! Su-Nan, who was also in the white-eyed Pango zombie stance, took the first step to block Im Nanfeng's face. Why are you obstructing me? Im Nanfeng held the divine sword and pointed it straight at Su-Nan who was blocking the way in front of her, then questioned with a cold face, do you want to betray Ji-Cho? To this, boss means to take in the Wang family, not to decimate them all. The fangs in the mouth of the zombie-style Su-Nan were sharp, and his eyes fearlessly looked straight at Im Nanfeng, who was holding the divine sword in front of him. Originally, she, Su-Nan, was also a member of the Wang family, And even if she was now working with Ji Chio, Sunan couldn't just watch as Yin Nanfeng continued to massacre her former kinsman. And hearing Sunan's reminder at this time, Miso dash, the divine sword that Yin Nanfeng had originally been holding suddenly flew out of his hand without control. Finally, it was automatically resheathed behind Yin Nanfeng's back. It was indeed because Sunan's words had reminded Excalibur. Just now, Excalibur was also killing Yin Nanfeng's hand as if it was red-eyed. And at this moment, once reminded by Sunan, Excalibur was also thinking that what Ji Chio wanted was not to kill the Wang family, but to have everyone submit, so it goes back into the scabbard and doesn't come out. Excalibur. Yin Nanfeng was instantly a bit angry, but no matter how much she called out, Excalibur was no longer sheathed. Humph. Finally, Yin Nanfeng glanced at Sunan with his eyes glowing with displeasure. In the next second, the one who directly turned around was ready to leave the battlefield. Boo-hoo! However, at that moment, a figure as fast as lightning suddenly appeared at Yin Nanfeng's side and sent her flying with a punch. Sister Nanfeng. At this moment, Shen Xiong, who had just reacted with the super speed of a zombie, rushed up to catch Yin Nanfeng, who had flown out backwards. Sister Nanfeng, how are you? Shen Xiong hugged Yin Nanfeng, then asked worriedly, Sister Shen Xiong? Yin Nanfeng frowned, originally thinking that it would be extremely painful. But, I don't seem to be in any pain at all. Yin Nanfeng was very surprised. Upon hearing this, Shen Xiong also reacted instantly. It was Ji Chio's sub-body talisman, the dog talisman and the horse talisman that saved you inside your body. Sub-body charm, Yin Nanfeng muttered. Then his eyes couldn't help but glance back in the direction of Ji Chio in the distance behind him. Soon saw the usual cold and lean figure of an already familiar figure. The next moment, he saw Yin Nanfeng being helped up by Shen Xiong after withdrawing his gaze. Who is it? Immediately afterward, Yin Nanfeng tried to take revenge. To this, Mr. Wang, ×2, Shen Xiong, Sunan and their two girls suddenly looked at the person who had just attacked Yin Nanfeng, so surprised out loud. Mr. Wang? Yin Nanfeng looked at Shen Xiong beside him. He was the leader of all of us Wang family members before. We all call him Mr. Wang. Shen Xiong spoke up at the right time to answer Yin Nanfeng's doubts. But, he is also now already golden-eyed and controlled by the heavenly mandate that Boss Ji just told us about. It even possesses a relatively strong power. At this time, but Si Sunan is also at this moment vigilantly looking at the front of Mr. Golden-eyed Wang's this faint voice. Sister Nan, let's take him down together. Shen Xiong, who came to Sunan's side, said, in response, glancing at Shen Xiong, who was already a white-eyed pancake zombie like himself. Sunan could not help but smile gently. Good. Together. The next second, Sunan directly launched the zombie's super speed, rushed up a long leg directly kicked to the golden-eyed Mr. Wang. Block. However, Mr. Golden-eyed Wolf blocked the white-eyed zombie state Sunan's strike with one hand. What? Sunan was in a bit of disbelief. Sunan himself knew best how powerful he was now. After being bitten by Ji Chio into a white-eyed fifth-generation zombie, Sunan's strength could do the job of easily twisting the steel frame above the buggy. This kick just now, even if there was a 10-centimeter thick steel plate in front of him, Sunan had the certainty to give a kick to drive through it. However, the golden-eyed Mr. Wang actually blocked, even. The next instant, that is to see Mr. Golden-eyed Wang directly slapped over Sunan's legs and feet, and then in turn kicked Sunan in front of him. Sunan Zombie's reflexes were also instantly used as a defensive stance of hands blocking in front of his body. But, boom dash, suddenly, a violent fiery dragon's breath rushed in and directly blasted the golden-eyed Wang family out. Sunan all but froze. Turn around and look. After all, Shen Xiong holding a dragon talisman of this moment appeared beside her Sunan. The dragon charm among the 12 zodiac signs possesses the power of fiery blasting. Ji Chio, he gave it to me. Looking at Sunan's astonished gaze, Shen Xiong explained with a slight smile. Dragon rune spell? Sunan couldn't help but murmur out loud as he looked at the small diamond-shaped stone engraved with a dragon pattern in Shen Xiong's hand at this moment. It seems that Boss Ji is still treating you really well. There was suddenly a hint of tastiness among Sunan's tone. Shen Xiong, however, did not think much of it, just smiled a few points sweeter. Those who jump out of the 3 realms and 6 paths of reincarnation without authorization die. In front of him, he saw that Mr. Golden-eyed Wang, who had been blown away by the dragon's breath from the dragon talisman, was now getting up from the ground, and he was actually still alive. A layer of golden energy on its body surrounded Mr. Golden-eyed Wang at this moment, as if it was repairing the injuries on his body that had been blown out by the dragon rune spell. Chapter 127. Take it down. Shoo shoo shoo. Not only did Mr. Golden-Eyed Huang not die after taking the dragon rune curse blow, at this moment, the last dozen or so special Golden-Eyed Huang family members all quickly retreated behind Mr. Golden-Eyed Huang. Indeed, those other ordinary Golden-Eyed Huang family members at the scene had already been either killed by the evil emperor, Lieutenant Zhang and the others, or bound by the red umbrella with mycelium. But the last dozen or so special Golden-Eyed Huangs, their strength had been superb. Their umbrellas can't even bind them a bit. Let the last dozen or so special Golden-Eye Woofers at this point all come behind Mr. Golden-Eye Woof. Unauthorized separation from the 3 realms in 6 paths. Death. Golden-Eyed Mr. Huang, on the other hand, continued to point at the white-eyed zombie posture of Xinxiong, Su Nan, and then so hissed out with a voice so hoarse that it seemed to come from hell. Ha! Who do you think you are? Suddenly, Yin Nanfeng, who had just been attacked by Mr. Golden-Eyed Huang and flew out backwards, stepped forward at this time with a disdainful face. At the same time, Excalibur, go, kill him. Yin Nanfeng wanted to return the favor for being knocked out by his opponent just now. Although he had the horse and dog of the sub-body talisman in his body and was almost immortal, but he was sent flying out of the wolf. Yin Nanfeng still could not tolerate Mr. Golden-Eyed Woof. But, in response to her command at this moment, the Excalibur, in the middle of the scabbard behind her back was motionless. Indeed, Su Nan's words just now had already reminded Excalibur, it couldn't kill anymore. What Jiqiu wanted was to subdue the Wang family, not slaughter them. Excalibur. Yin Nanfeng instantly blushed with some depression and helplessness. Xinxiong and Su Nan on the side couldn't help but shake their heads and snicker. At the same time, the surrounding Lieutenant Zhang, Evil Emperor, Wang Meng, Pear Cluster, Shi Dark Mei, Patchouli Yoshue, Wu or Bai, they also because quickly took care of their own in charge of those ordinary Golden-Eyed Wang family members. Then, at this time, he leaned over to Yin Nanfeng, Xinxiong, and Su Nan's side of the girls. In this way, if he couldn't drive the divine sword again, Yin Nanfeng felt that he would lose a lot of face. Then, Yin Nanfeng thought of something. Excalibur, capture the thief before the king. Do you understand this principle? If we don't kill this Mr. Huang, how can Jiqiu take in the entire Wang family? Glancing at the divine sword that refused to come out from amongst the scabbard behind him, Yin Nanfeng said this at this moment. Miso dash. Finally, Yin Nanfeng, who had moved all of Jiqiu out, finally coaxed the Excalibur out of its sheath. In the next instant, the divine sword was seen as if it was a black lightning bolt. With endless killing intent, he charged straight at Mr. Golden-Eyed Huang, who was surrounded by a dozen Golden-Eyed Huang family members. Sister Nan, let's. Xinxiong held the dragon talisman and glanced at Su Nan's beside her, wanting to strike at the same time. Don't rush. Want to see. Su Nan still didn't want to contribute too much in dealing with the Wang family. After all, Jiqiu was trying to subdue the Wang family, not destroy it. That is to say, these current kinsmen may have to serve under the hand of Jiqiu in the future. Just like her, it means we'll have to meet again later. Therefore, Su Nan did not want to go too far, lest it would be bad to meet in the future. After all, no matter what, they were all of the same clan before this. Xinxiong glanced at Su Nan. Although she didn't think about it as much as Su Nan, Xinxiong felt that in the end, there were only a dozen or so of Mr. Wang and his men left, so there was no need to be in such a hurry. Solely, he also listened to Su Nan. First, he watched from the side. Period. However, he saw that Excalibur had already killed a group of Golden-Eyed Wang family members. Those last dozen or so Gold-Eyed Woofers tried to protect the Gold-Eyed Mr. Woof. Just swish swish swish, although the divine sword no longer killed them, but a few flips between, cut through their tendons and hamstrings so that even if they had extraordinary self-healing ability at the moment, for a moment they could not help but fall down. After easily resolving the last dozen or so Golden-Eyed Wangs, the tip of Excalibur's sword flashed with a cold light, charging straight at the last person. That is, Mr. Golden-Eyed Wang. Soon enough, they saw Lieutenant Zhang, the evil emperor, Pear Cluster, Patchouli Yoshue, Patchouli Zifu, Patchouli Xiuqiu, Xia Yuchen, and all the others come to Yin Nanfeng and Xinxiong and the girl's side. So much for watching the final showdown between Excalibur and Mr. Golden-Eye Wolf on the field. The result was that Mr. Golden-Eye couldn't even keep up with Excalibur's flexibility and versatility, being forced back constantly by the divine sword. Under the constant and swift stabbing blows of the divine sword, the wounds on Mr. Golden-Eyed Wan's body grew more and more numerous. Golden blood was also constantly flowing down from amongst Mr. Golden-Eyed Wolf's wounds. In addition, when Red Parasol came over to this side, he immediately waved his slender hand. Shivering, a dozen or so bundles of tough red mycelium instantly bound those last dozen or so Golden-Eyed Wangs whose hands and feet tendons had been slashed by the divine sword. In this way, the hundreds of Golden-Eye Woofers that had originally come out on the scene were really only Mr. Golden-Eye Wolf alone at this moment, and Mr. Golden-Eyed Wan was only holding back under the swift assault of Excalibur, until, Clang, divine sword. The tip of the sword steadily stopped at the current face of Mr. Golden-eyed Wang. The tip of the sword was so sharp that the cold light pierced the eyes, so that Mr. Golden-eyed Wang could not help but also the whole person stopped down in disbelief looking at the divine sword in front of him. Yes, on the side, Li Qiu couldn't help but to be the first to clench his fists and applaud. Divine sword, kill him. Yin Nanfeng even directly spoke out coldly. She's really killing it. Should I say that it was worthy of being one of the powerful female war gods by Ji Qiu's side in the future? Alright, that's fine. However, suddenly, Ji Qiu's voice could be heard ringing out from behind the crowd, before the crowd could turn around and look behind themselves, i.e., swish, a figure so fast that everyone's naked eyes could hardly see it, instantly swept to the front of Mr. Golden-eyed Wang. Clang. Then, it suddenly struck again, releasing the divine light's illumination of Mr. Golden-eyed Wang. Ah! Under the illumination of the divine light, Mr. Golden-eyed Wang let out a hiss of pain. At the same time, the golden power in Mr. Wang's body began to be dispersed. Slowly, Mr. Wang, who originally had golden eyes, also began to change back to the normal whites of his eyes and brown pupils. After all, Ji Qiu can now use the horse charm to get rid of all negative external traits and get rid of the controlling influence of heavenly mandate. It seemed like Ji Qiu couldn't do it before. Now that Ji Qiu had completely absorbed the horse rune mantra, not only could he split into countless subbodies, even his utilization of the divine power of the horse rune mantra had become even more pure. Very quickly, that is to say, the restored Mr. Wang knelt on the ground and took a big breath of free air. It's really too hard when you're controlled by heavenly authorization. Thanks, Mr. Wang then looked at Ji Qiu in front of him and wanted to say something, but looking at Ji Qiu's cold face, and so many people from the 9 sect behind him, for a moment, Mr. Wang was speechless again. Kill him. Until Yin Nanfeng couldn't help but step forward to Ji Qiu's side and looked at Mr. Wang so softly and delicately. No, don't kill me. Mr. Wang was instantly afraid. Although he had just been controlled by heaven's mandate, Mr. Wang had a memory of what had just happened. Just now these 9 big families of all when the family people, one by one actually have the ability to not die and not hurt like the ability to kill not die, even if he was controlled. Mr. Wang's soul was filled with greed to possess such divine power. At this point, before he had obtained such great divine power, Yin Nanfeng actually said that he wanted to kill him? Chapter 128 Heavenly Authorization's Deathbed Rebellion? Ji Qiu traveled through dimensions for the first time. Above, for Mr. Wang's fears, Ji Qiu looked in her eyes and smiled faintly. During this time, Ji Qiu could also see that at this moment, Mr. Wang's heart was filled with greed for immortality in both life and death. But it's normal. After all, it was immortality, and how many people would give up when they could really get it? What's more, the ultimate dream of the Wang family is to live forever. What I want is not to kill, but for them to kneel. In the end, Ji Qiu still didn't agree with Yin Nanfeng's words to kill Mr. Wang. Thank you, I'd like to kneel. Mr. Wang was also extremely sensible and immediately knelt down for Ji Qiu. Now the situation is pressing. If you don't kneel, you'll die. Mr. Wang is also a man who can bend the rules. Humph. Yin Nanfeng then glared fiercely at Mr. Wang in front of him with somewhat indignant eyes who at the moment looked like he was groveling to Ji Qiu. Looking at Mr. Wang's heart was so weak that he was afraid that she would let the divine sword in mid-air aside to stab at him again. Behind this time, Lieutenant Zhang, the evil emperor, the Wu family's old lady, Wu Erbai, Patchouli Yoshue, Xia Yuchen, and the others were all watching quietly and silently at the moment. The crowd knew, at this moment, the life and death of these still living members of the Wang family were all at the whim of Ji Qiu. At this moment, Ji Qiu was also unwilling to talk too much nonsense. Submit at my feet and I will give you the eternal life that the Wang family has always dreamed of. You may also choose to die on behalf of all the woofers now living. So, death, or submission. You can choose one, only to see. Looking at Mr. Wang in front of him, Ji Qiu so faintly out of breath. During this time, Mr. Wang's eyes lit up when he heard the word eternal life. Swish, as if he was impatient that Mr. Wang did not answer Ji Qiu. The divine sword in mid-air on the side suddenly flew automatically to Mr. Wang's face in front of him, so that the cold light above the tip of the sword flickered and pointed directly at Mr. Wang's eyes. It was as if as long as Mr. Wang dared to say the word no, Excalibur would immediately cut his head off. At once, submission. I can submit to you on behalf of everyone in the entire Wang family. The next moment, that is to see the original on his knees. Mr. Wang directly bowed his head and bent his head out. Even the head of the Wang family had to bow down in front of Ji Qiu. In response, the surrounding evil emperor, Lieutenant Zhang, Xia Yuchen, and Patchouli Embroidery were not surprised. After all, now that the Wang family can't even control their own life and death, what other choice do they have but to kneel down? Is it hard to really choose to die? Very good. In the end, Ji Cho also revealed a satisfied smile. At the same time, Red Umbrella, Ji Cho's sudden voice called out, "Master, I'm here." Behind him, the red-clothed, red-haired Red Parasol immediately stepped forward with a delicate smile on her face and answered, "How many Wang family members are still alive? Capture them all," Ji Cho commanded. At those words, Chibiusa couldn't help but glance at the group of Wangs not far away who were still golden-eyed and bound by her mycelium. Then, a rough count. "Master, there are over 100 more." With that said, Akatsuki unleashed the supernatural power of the carry. Countless red hyphae erupted. In a matter of moments, a group of GoldenEye family members who were bound by mycelium were brought under control not far away. Finally all of them fell one by one on top of the open space next to Jichio, and looking at the supernatural power of the red umbrella, Mr. Wang was amazed and surprised. Following Jichio's words, this power, will he be able to have it in the future? Jichio took a look at this ground at this point and then glanced elsewhere. It was found that on all sides, there must be 200 or 300 Wang family members dead. Basically, they were all killed by the evil emperor, Lieutenant Zhang, the Black Blind Man, and Xia Yuchen. Relying on the dog charms and horse charms given by his Jichio, the evil emperor and his family had unlimited energy and were not dead or injured. And within such a short period of time, the evil emperor and a group of the 9 great families' current family members had actually killed so many of the Wang family members who had been controlled by the heavenly mandate. Nima, Jichio wouldn't even believe it if he had to say that there wasn't an element of personal vendetta in this. The Wang family had just come out from inside the fortress, nearly like 500 people. Now, it's just the 100 or so that are alive. You guys, you seem to be killing quite happily. Ha! Unable to help himself, Jichio glanced a bit helplessly at the evil emperor. Lieutenant Zhang, Patchouli Yoshue, Patchouli Embroidery, Xia Yuchen, and the rest of the crowd behind him, especially Yin Nanfeng. She killed the most people this time. It's really hard to tell. This woman is so mean. Ahem. Seeing Jichio's gaze glancing at him, the evil emperor, the Black Blind Man, Lieutenant Zhang and the others pretended to be very busy with a dry cough, then their gazes darted around. Looking at Jichio, he was speechless. On the side, Li Xiqing, who was originally just an ordinary college student, was looking at so many corpses around at this time. She really kind of regretted following Jichio over here. At the same time, Li Xiqing was still a bit scared as she stole a glance at the evil emperor, Lieutenant Zhang, and the others. I can't believe I killed so many people. Vomit. In the next moment, he saw Li Xiqing unable to hold back and ran to the side to vomit. It made everyone subconsciously look away. Ha ha, little girl who hasn't seen the world. Li Chu hilarious gloated a bit. The evil emperor, Lieutenant Zhang, Xia Yuchen, and the others smiled faintly as they passed by. Horse charms really aren't everything. Jichio, on the other hand, saw details from small things. The horse charm possesses a super healing power that is said to dispel all negative forces. However, it was unable to spare Li Xiqing from the discomfort of wanting to vomit at this moment. It's still the same thing. Horse charms are only responsible for getting rid of external forces. You are responsible for your own internal spiritual drain. On the contrary, Pear Cluster, after coming over to the desert and experiencing some things he hadn't seen before, Pear Cluster was now much more calm. Though after seeing Lissy throw up, he kind of wanted to throw up too. Is it alright? At this time, the delicate and incomparable serving vine walked behind Li Xiqing, who was bent over and vomiting faintly uttered what appeared to be a condolence. For her part, Jichio had withdrawn her gaze and, then, looking to the 100 or so woofers who were still golden-eyed and bound by the mycelium of the red umbrella, controlled by the heavenly mandate, clang. In the next second, he suddenly saw Jichio vigorously explode the divine power of the horse rune spell in his body. Infinite white luxurious light overflowed in all directions, shining down on this battlefield. More than 100 GoldenEye family members began to roar low in pain. However, in the midst of the white divine power hoarfrost, the golden power on their bodies began to be dispelled little by little, until, like Mr. Wang, the brown pupils of a normal person are restored, back to normal. Phew. In the end, more than 100 Wang family members were lying on the ground, all sweating profusely and sucking in large gulps of air. Seeing this scene, Xinxiong and Su Nan on the side couldn't help but smile. But, what just happened? And what I just told Mr. Wang, you all should have seen and now have memories of, right? So tell me, die, or kneel to me? Jichio looked at them with a smirk on her face and said with such a light smile. Chapter 129, Signing Reward for Conquering the Wang Family. And for Jichio's undisguised threatening words at this moment, the group of Wang family members who had recovered, one by one, had a lot of thoughts in their minds. They naturally still have the memory of what they just did, knowing that Mr. Wang had just made his choice. Also, The memories from just now in the middle of the battle with the evil emperor, Lieutenant Zhang, and the Black Blind Man were indeed incredibly known to all the Wang family members at this moment. The evil emperor, Lieutenant Zhang, the Black Blind Man, and the rest of their group of the 9 great clans, each and every one of them almost possessed the magical ability of immortality. Ji Qiu just even promised Mr. Wang the power of immortality. Can they all have it if they are willing to submit? If you want to get immortality, all kneel down. At this time, Mr. Wang also very knowingly spoke out from the sidelines and shouted to the remaining 100 or so Wang family members, "Everlasting life, we can have it too?" One of the many woofers who were still bound by the mycelium of the red umbrella was clearly heartened at this point, so looking to Jichu's outgoing question, "Of course, as long as you kneel before me, any one of you can have the same power of immortality as Innocent and Zhang Yishuan and the rest of them," Ji Qiu said with a faint smile, at the same time, giving a glare to Akasaka at his side. Red Umbrella also understood what Ji Qiu meant at once. In the next second, he saw Red Parasol's slender hand wave. The red mycelium that had bound all the woofers at the scene all came off. All the woofers were set free, yet no one escaped for a while. All of the Wang family members were now looking at Ji Qiu, who was clearly the biggest dominant player on the scene. I'm willing to kneel." Very quickly, the Wang family member who had just raised his voice to inquire was now kneeling in front of Ji Qiu. Everlasting. Originally, it was the ultimate dream pursued by all the woofers. What's more, it was the temptation of eternal life, plus immortality. How could he refuse? Plus, isn't Mr. Wang the same? I also. Me too. In the end, that is to say, one by one of the Wang family members on the scene was seen continuously rising from the ground and kneeling down again, until over 100 Wang family members all submitted. No exceptions. Seem immortality, a fatal temptation for the woofers. Moreover, in the duel just now, Lieutenant Zhang, the Black Blind Man, and the others had actually shown them the reality of immortality. Every single person from the 9 great families just now was unkillable by them, the Wang family members who were controlled by the heavenly mandate. The impact on the 3 views and the psychological level above came too strong, causing them to eventually submit to Jichu. Actually, it would be more accurate to say, they submitted to the feat of desire, the desire to live forever. Of course, there was one more thing. It was that they were also clear. Not submitting is definitely death. Look at the power of the Red Parasol and the Sunan girls. They couldn't even run if they wanted to, so kneel, unwillingly and willingly. It was complicated, but they decided to all do it quickly. After all, there was no other choice. If one could really obtain the power of immortality, perhaps it would be a blessing among misfortunes? Ha ha. At this moment, Ji Qiu also couldn't help but gently laugh and said, "Very good." Also at this time, "Congrats on getting Mr. Woof and the many woofers bending over backwards." Targeted rewards, Pig Charms, Dragon Charms. Targeted reward, Dark Shadow Ninja Soldier X3000. Targeted reward, Black Shadow Soldier Evolution, Dachin Black Armored Iron Horse X500. System, bubbling up at the right time. In response, Ji Qiu looked at it, and his originally pleasant mood became even more pleasant. But a dragon charm? Didn't realize there was another one? The previous one, which Ji Qiu hadn't absorbed, was given to Shin Xiong. Now he actually got the dragon rune spell. It's pretty good, too. Ji Qiu didn't want to take back what was given to Shin Xiong anyway. Now it was just the right time to make up for it. And now the army of dark shadows. Come on. 15,000 troops, right? It's so fierce. This is about conquering the world, isn't it? In this way, under the joy in Ji Qiu's heart, the next second suddenly saw, clang clang clang, with the slow opening of one of Ji Qiu's large hands, suddenly countless rays of light appeared from the center of Ji Qiu's palm, and it kept flying to every Wang family member on the scene, including Mr. Wang. Finally, 2 small, angular, stone-like sub-body talismans hovered in front of each of the woofers. It was indeed the same as what the evil emperor of the 9 great families and Lieutenant Zhang had just absorbed in the forest, a horse charm and a dog charm. Moreover, the number of sub-body runes that split off this time was even more massive. There were over 100 Wang family members, each with 2 sub-body talismans suspended in front of them. Dogs and horses. Together that's over 200, almost 300 pieces. The scene in front of him looked very surprised on the faces of everyone at the scene. Even Servant Vine was a bit surprised that the current Ji Qiu actually possessed the ability to split so many sub-body runes at once right now. Ji Qiu, don't push yourself too hard. On the side, Wado finally couldn't help but raise his voice in warning. At this moment more than 100 astonished Wang family members, each of them had 2 sub-body talismans suspended in front of them. Each of the sub-body runes was constantly glowing. It was a really powerful scene. Wado is also worried about Jichu overloading. Don't worry, I'm okay. However, Ji Qiu did appear to still be swimming. Seeing this, Wado sighed helplessly, and at the same time, seeing that he was indeed unharmed. She couldn't help but let go of her heart. Mr. This is, at this moment, Mr. Wang looked at the two small stones magically suspended in midair in front of him, and although he had already made some guesses, Mr. Wang still looked at Jiqiu with a bit of uncertainty. To this, they represent invulnerability and immortality. Hold those two small stones and you will receive the power of immortality. Jiqiu, looking a bit bored, craned his neck and then this out. Having heard what was said, Mr. Wang is not concerned about whether there is danger. First let the next person first test the water directly forward to grab the two sub-body spells in front of him. Clang! At once, the two sub-body talismans merged into Mr. Wang's body. Mr. Wang began to do the same as the group of pawns from the 9 great families just now. A white luminescence emanated from his body. Indeed, it was in the process of fusing the two sub-body runes. Such a miraculous scene. Watching all the other Wang family members on the sidelines, one by one, could no longer wait. Soon all the remaining Wang family members went forward and grabbed the two sub-body talismans in front of each of them. In the end, the scene was so blooming with white hoarfrost that it could have overshadowed the sunlight that had just recently risen. And everyone who receives the sub-body charm, although possessing the power of immortality, yet, they would also indirectly be eternally subject to Jiqiu. This was because Jiqiu could always activate the sub-body talisman in their bodies, triggering all sorts of effects that Jiqiu wanted. Chapter 130 Heavenly Authorization's Deathbed Rebellion? Jiqiu's first time crossing dimensions. Medium, Mr. Shay. Afterwards, having finished absorbing and reacting from the wonderfulness of the sublimation of his own life level, Mr. Wang was the first one to bend down to Jiqiu again to thank him. Aha! Jiqiu nodded faintly, and the next second, Excalibur. Jiqiu suddenly let out a light gulp. With a movement of his mind, he immediately communicated with the divine sword, allowing the divine sword that had originally been given to Yin Nanfeng to understand Jiqiu's meaning in an instant. Moment. Swish 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 swish. Excalibur's speed was as fast as lightning. Suddenly it went through the chests of almost every Wang family member on the scene. All the Wang family members either couldn't react or reacted but couldn't dodge. All were killed as if they had been run through the body. But, I'm actually okay? Why can't I feel any pain? Everlasting life. I really am immortal. Immediately afterward, every single Wang family member who was unharmed was so excited that they went crazy. Ha 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 ha. All the Wang family members were almost laughing maniacally. Subsequently, Mr. Shay, times N. In the next moment, more than 100 members of the Wang family all followed Mr. Wang and knelt down to Jiqiu once again. If it was forced just now, this time, there was a hint of true submission from all the Wang family members. In addition, every person who knelt down to Jiqiu, all of their loyalties would be bound by the system and could only go up, not down. So no matter if it was someone from the Wang family or the 9 great families, as long as there was an increase in loyalty to Jiqiu, even by 1/10,000%, the system would bind it directly. No longer can it fall. Therefore, the loyalty of all the Wang family members at this moment to Jiqiu and their excitement was all bound by the system. Loyalty is eternal. This immediate image of all the Wang family kneeling to worship Jiqiu alone. On the side, the evil emperor, Lieutenant Zhang, the black blind man, Xia Yuchen, Patchouli Yoshue, Patchouli Xiuxiu, and the crowd of people from the 9 great families, one by one, all looked on with complicated hearts. Their biggest enemy, the Wang family, will just become colleagues under Jiqiu's hand together in the future? Why does this feel so dreamy? In particular, the evil emperor, who had originally formulated a plan to slaughter the entire Wang family, was laughing helplessly and bitterly in his heart. This Jiqiu guy actually did what he once said, conquering the 10 families. Get up, and call me boss from now on. Looking at the group of Wang family members kneeling in front of him, Jiqiu faintly laughed. Yes, boss. All the Wang family members responded in unison. Then the party rose one by one on command. In response, Jiqiu looked at Mr. Wang, then Sunan and Shinshong. In the future, Mr. Wang, Sunan, and Shinshong, the 3 of you will work together to help me control the Wang family. Any objections? Jiqiu looked at the trios and suddenly said this. Having heard what was said, Shinshong and Sunan both glanced at Jiqiu with a bit of surprise. Instead, Mr. Wang seems to have expected it. After all, just now, Sunan and Shinshong's zombie stance and the zombies' power. Mr. Wang saw it all. He didn't dare to think that he could order the current Shinshong and Sunan anymore. Moreover, since he had submitted to Jiqiu, Mr. Wang would not think that he could continue to monopolize all of the Wang family's power, so it's also mentally prepared. Anyway, one has already obtained the dream of immortality. Even more perfect, immortality. Mr. Wang was very content in his heart. Besides, what Jiqiu said, 3 people helping to run the Wang family together isn't kicking him. Mr. Wang, out of the picture. For Mr. Wang, this is actually good enough. At a time like this, Mr. Wang wouldn't dare ask for anything more. Yes, boss. Therefore, Mr. Wang responded by bowing to Ji Chio when he reacted first. Thank you, boss. Sunan quickly reacted as well by displaying a flirtatious smile to Ji Chio, and Shin Xiong and Ji Chio's relationship no longer needs any more thanks. However, Shin Xiong directly clasped her hands around Ji Chio's arm at the moment and showed him a playful flash of a smile. Ha! Ji Chio also laughed it off as he reached out and gently scraped Shin Xiong's white nose. Seeing this scene, Sunan's smile froze. On the side, however, Servo couldn't help but shake his head slightly and lose his smile. Humph. Yin Nanfeng was a bit disgruntled. Liz Yu averted her gaze. The only people who looked at Shin Xiong a few more times were the crowd of the 9 great families' current family members at the scene. He said, this Shin Xiong is the one who has profited the most. In the future, he must not be offended. Finally, the scene of all the Wang family is also surprised a moment after the reaction is also rushed to avoid the line of sight. The same thought in the heart of the future cannot be Shin Xiong as the previous ordinary female clansman of their Wang family. This status can almost be said to be their main mother from now on. Swish and boom. Suddenly, while the crowd was thinking, a large golden energy mass emerged in midair. Stunned, the crowd looked into the air. Ji Chio, it's those heavenly ordained forces that you just used the horse charm to drive away. They are now concentrated. Servant Vine looked at the golden collection of power that had emerged in the air and rushed towards him at great speed, and immediately looked towards Ji Chio's so reminded. Damn stinker in the dark corner. Ji Chio eyed that gold color and couldn't help but look angry. At the same time, he could see that the golden power in the air was rapidly rushing towards him at this moment. So, Ji Chio pushed Shin Xiong away. Roar! Raising his head to the sky, Ji Chio displayed his third-generation Yellow Eyes Pango Zombie stance in front of everyone. Yellow Eyes? Servant Vine saw the color of Ji Chio's current zombie pupils and couldn't help but voice out in surprise. I didn't expect Ji Chio to become stronger so quickly. It's unbelievable. She was aware of how difficult it was for the Discordian zombie to upgrade, and with an upgrade speed like Ji Chio's, even the future dimension, those male and female war gods under the hands of that affluent Ji Chio who had been rewarded by Ji Chio countless times, would have a hard time breaking through the shackles. Ji Chio, however, felt like eating and drinking water. Ji Chio, Shin Xiong's worried voice. Master, Red Umbrella likewise. All back off. Ji Chio, on the other hand, waved his hand backward, preventing anyone from approaching. Don't go get in his way. Only Servant Vine knew the current strength of Ji Chio, and others going up might be hindering him instead. Roar! In the next second, it was Ji Chio who roared once again. Then he performed the zombie ability of flying and hiding, and directly took the initiative to meet up with it, and finally rushed into that mass of golden power collection. Boom boom boom. The crowd below then all heard in disbelief the incredible super punch in the sky as if it were thunder. It was as if there were 2 great powerhouses constantly engaging in sharp punches in the middle of the high altitude. Chapter 131, Ji Chio's first time traveling through dimensions. Next, boom dash, high in the air, the golden collection of power suddenly exploded after a burst of punches. Swish hoo. Ji Chio's figure was then seen coming out of it and flying back down to the ground from high in the air, just not back in the middle of a crowd, but alone in front. Clang. Also at that moment, that golden power collectively gathered to become a humanoid. At the same time, it also came all the way down and straight at Ji Chio from a high altitude. Heavenly Mandate, Stage 2. Servant Vine couldn't help but look at the human-sized golden collection of power and say in astonishment, it is true that now that the divine authorization no longer relies on possessing someone else. Rather, it is a multitude of forces rolled into one, and can be self-sufficient in general. During this time, watching the other person remain entangled, Ji Chio was also unafraid, while his hands operated the fire elemental power that he had possessed long before. With a swish and huff, Ji Chio's hands burst into flames. Finally, boom, boom, Ji Chio, whose hands were burning with flames, fought the golden humanoid collection of energy again. Boom dash. At this time, Ji Chio took out the dragon rune spell that he hadn't yet had time to absorb. The blow struck the chest of the humanoid heavenly authorization and blasted the opponent out. But, boo-hoo! The opponent also duly blasted out a golden energy cannon like impact. It also sent Ji Chio flying backwards a long way. Ji Chio, on the side, Shen Xiong, Serving Vine, Red Umbrella, and the rest of the crowd all had worried looks on their faces. However, Ji Chio was already an immortal zombie body and had absorbed the horse charm and the dog charm. This little bit of trauma didn't hurt at all for Ji Chio, except that the humanoid heavenly authorization seemed to be the same, not much of a hit. Boom dash. In the next second, the two continued to erupt in a fierce battle. Powerful chi energy shook the 4 directions. Watching the 9 great clans with all the Wang family members in the distance beside them was jaw-dropping. Is that the power of Chi-Chu? Watching the fist that then flies high into the air again and sparring rings as clear as thunder. Seeing this scene, The crowd was shocked. Are these two still human beings? Can humans really have such power? Boo-hoo! High up in the air, the two men punching each other caused a white cloud in the sky to be instantly shaken apart. Gradually, it can be said that there are no clouds in the sky. Roar! At that moment, Jichio let out a zombie's beastly roar, then opened his mouth and bit the arm of the humanoid Skygrant. It was actually trying to suck the other party's blood as if it was starting to swallow continuously. In response, the humanoid Skygrant tried hard to shake off Jichio, but by Jichio as if the dogskin plaster as hard as biting his arm, constantly swallowing hard refused to let go of his mouth. Gollum. Jichu didn't even know what to swallow. It feels a little weird in my stomach. One wouldn't have swallowed the golden energy of the heavenly mandate, would one? Jichio said in his heart. Whatever. Jichio bit down hard on the constant swallowing of the power within the other party. Until, clang, the humanoid Skygrant took it upon himself to reify the golden energy he was dispersing from his human form at the moment. So much for getting out of the dog's paw that is Jichio. But, shoo-hoo! Jichio struck out with a palm strike. A ball of zombie power turned into a confining barrier, trapping all the golden power that seemed to be trying to escape. Immediately after, roar! With a beastly roar, Jichio unleashed the zombie's sucking power across the air, sucking all of the countless golden powers that were free among the barrier. Swallow as much as you can again. Jichio, you're still yellow-eyed. You can't devour too much heavenly awarded power. You won't be able to stand it. Below, Waito eagerly reminded Jichio high in the air. Indeed, he was worried that the Jichio in the sky, who was constantly sucking in the power of the heavenly mandate, would not be able to withstand the power of the heavenly mandate. However, despite hearing the voice of Waito, Jichio, however, still had no intention of stopping sucking in the power of the heavenly mandate, and continued to open his zombie's bloody mouth, swallowing all the golden power in the barrier. In the end, it actually did swallow the heavenly mandate without a single bit left. Then, Jichio, who was alone in the sky, suddenly covered his stomach and became a very uncomfortable expression. Jichio, master, Shinxiong and Red Parasol exclaimed in worry. Idiot! Waito scolded with a helpless rant. Then he directly operated the power of the Carry clan and flew towards Jichio, who was high in the air. When Waiting Vine came to Jichio's side, one could only see that at this moment, Jichio was already covered in a golden glow. It was as if the power of heaven's mandate was on the verge of bursting through his body. Well, in the next second, he suddenly saw Servo actually kissing Jichio. Instantly, a portion of the golden power began to cross over from Jichio's mouth to Serving Vine. It was clear that Servo wanted to help share the burden for Jichio, because he looked like he was bursting at the seams. But, Serving Vine paled after absorbing just a little bit of golden power. This was followed by even more severe bleeding from the corners of the mouth. It seems that Servo's carry body is no match for a zombie body. It simply couldn't withstand the energy of the heavenly grant. And the powerful force seemed to make Jichio lose control a bit for a moment. A piercing golden light erupted all over his body. It was like a small golden sun high in the sky. Jichio, master, Shinxiong and Chibi Umbrella below couldn't help but both leap up. But, not yet they came to Jichu's side. In the sky, the figures of both Jichio and Servant Vine disappeared into this side of the world. Jichio, master, the two women, Shinxiong and Red Umbrella, were a bit stunned. During this time, the evil emperor, Lieutenant Zhang, Black Blind Man, Xia Yuchen, Yin Nanfeng, Patchouli Yoshue, Mr. Wang, and many other people from the 10 great families at the scene looked dumbfounded. Is that in the sky or something? Chapter 132 Jelmut Sanatorium. The Ultimate Pen Stealer Opening. Another dimension of the Tomb Raider. German nursing home. Shu, accompanied by a burst of golden light. The figures of the two of them, Jichio, appeared in a corridor in the middle of the sanatorium. Vomit poof. Waiting for the vine. The sudden vomiting of blood beside Jichio. Waiting for the vine. Jichio didn't even have time to figure out where he was currently at before he rushed forward to support Y2. Jichio, it's okay, not hurt, right? Servo but so not worried about himself instead asked Jichio with concern first. I'm fine. Jichio hugged Servo, who had blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, while apologizing. I'm sorry, Servo, I didn't listen to you at the time. Just now, he insisted on eating the power granted that day. I just didn't expect such a violent reaction to the power of the divine mandate in his stomach. And, it was clear that Jichio had absorbed the horse rune, but he was actually almost revolted by the power of the heavenly mandate. It seems that the power of this heavenly authorization is really not trivial. I really don't know what kind of stuff it was. Even the divine power of the rune plus Jichio's own zombie body could barely withstand all that golden power that was devoured. At this time, although Jichio had a lot of thoughts in his mind, the movements of his hands didn't stop, but he immediately activated the horse rune spell in his body to heal Serving Vine's injuries. Clang! the White Horse Rune divine power immediately blossomed, healing the injuries on Servant Vine's body. Servant Vine, on the other hand, was leaning against Ji Chio and resting with his eyes closed. But soon enough, he saw the injuries on Servo's body quickly heal. Even the bloodstains on the corners of his mouth were gone. Serving Vine, how do you feel? Ji Chio immediately inquired. At those words, Servo slowly unfolded a pair of beautiful eyes and glanced at Ji Chio in front of him. See him very nervous about his appearance. Wait for the Vine heart cannot help but heart a hint of sweetness. The next moment is unable to resist reaching out to gently caress the light smile on the cheeks of Ji Chio said, much better. Silly. In this way, Ji Chio Fong spread a smile with relief. How about you? How are you doing after sucking up so much of the power of the divine grant? Waito asked with renewed concern. Credit STH. It was only then that Ji Chio remembered that the heaven's mandate power he had just sucked in was extremely large. Even if the serving vine shared a portion of it, the heavenly mandate power within Ji Chio's body was still the largest. It seems, it's not that uncomfortable anymore. Ji Chio touched his stomach, and the uncomfortable feeling that seemed like it was going to explode on itself just now was gone. It seems that, although the power of the heavenly mandate was strong, the horse rune quickly suppressed it. There should also be a relationship between the strength of Ji Chio's zombie body. Fool, you're really reckless this time. Servo's eyes smiled as he looked at Ji Chio's cold face that was near his eyes, then continued, even the future one of you, the green-eyed discordant god of you, wouldn't dare to easily swallow the power of the heavenly mandate. Did you just realize how dangerous it was? Waito got up from Ji Chio, then looked at him with a somewhat doting gaze. In response, Ji Chio also smiled with a bit of regret. Then, Servo, I feel like my body seems a bit strange now after sucking in so much power from the heavenly authorization, but it doesn't feel bad. And at this moment, the wait for the vine a little want to stand up. Ji Chio see this as also rare show of gentlemanly manners to help the side of the wait for the vine a little. Although the power of the heavenly mandate is dangerous, the benefits are of course extremely great after absorbing and stabilizing it. It can even help you break through the shackles of the Pangu zombie bloodline. Being Ji Chio holding the slender jade hand-serving vine. At this moment the eyes look at Ji Chio's this kind of said, breaking through the shackles of the Pangu zombie bloodline? Really? Ji Chio instantly showed surprise in his eyes. Well, anyway, it was the other you who told me, and whether it's true or not, you'll have to ask the future you yourself later. Only to see that Servo suddenly so jokingly flirted with Ji Chio. It made Ji Chio sniff and couldn't help but shake her head and lose her smile. Then, waiting for the vine. Suddenly, Ji Chio embraced the slender waist of the serving vine in front of him with a deep expression. You, what for? Servant Vine, who had just flirted with Ji Chio while wearing a flirtatious smile, instantly panicked a little. I can't even help but blush a little. Waito, just now. Thank you, Ji Chio said, suddenly lowered his head and kissed Servo's lips. Well, after a long time, the lips parted. Servo instantly glared at the smug Ji Chio in front of him without any good reason. You're in the mood for this when you don't even know where we are yet. Servant Vine twisted Ji Chio's ribs and only let him go after seeing Ji Chio suffer pain. And after being immodest for a while just now, Ji Chio finally began to seriously check out the surroundings at this moment. Look at what you've inexplicably come to with Waito. What is this place? Eerie, haunted house-like. Afterwards, looking around at this sanatorium that was very dilapidated, Ji Chio couldn't help but frown. We may have come to another dimension. Suddenly, Waito said, what did you say, Waito? Jichu froze. In response, Waito looked at the eerie sanatorium and then explained to Jiu, the heavenly authorization is very close to the ultimate inside the Bronze Gate, as well as to the ancient gods and their relationship. Both possess the ability to influence dimensions. You couldn't control yourself the first time you inhaled the power of the heavenly mandate. Unintentionally it should have taken me to other dimensions with you, only to see that Servo slowly explained so and so. Ji Chio was a bit confused for a moment. Meaning, we crossed over? Looking at Serving Vine, Ji Chio asked again with a stunned surprise, and the mind is saying, I've crossed over again? Ka chow. Just then, a soft sound was suddenly heard from the side. It seemed like the sound of some person or some animal stepping on a branch. Both Jichu and Waito heard it. Quickly, the two looked at each other and both nodded. In the next second, they saw the two of them walk towards the place where the voice sounded in the middle of this corridor at the same time. Indeed, they were ready to go over and take a look. Until, you guys are. Ji Chio and Waiting Vine came down from the second floor and immediately saw a young, clean-cut man on the first floor. He looked at Ji Chio and Y2, who suddenly appeared in front of him and were both extremely good-looking, and couldn't help but inquire with such a ghostly voice. With that, seeing that neither Ji Chio nor Servo responded to him, he couldn't help but speak again as if introducing himself. Hello guys, my name is Innocent. Chapter 133, A Charm for Innocence during the final Thief Pen period. Innocent? At this moment, hearing the words of the clean-cut young man in front of him, Jiqiu was a bit slightly surprised. Is your name really Innocent? Subsequently, Jiqiu stepped forward a bit questioning out. During this time, Servant Vine was also a bit curious to look at the evil emperor of this period. To this, my name was originally Innocent. What's the problem? The Innocent of this period replied and asked a rhetorical question to Jiqiu. Interesting. Listening to the innocent admission of the period in front of him, a rakish smile spread across Jiqiu's face. It seems, we've come to another dimension in the past. At that moment, Servant Vine duly said with a slight smile as well. Between the faint smiles of such stunningly beautiful Wado, on the side, Innocent, who was still tender and very innocent during this period, could not help but give a succession of sideways glances, and Jiqiu, who had heard the words, understood a little, but then again, he didn't understand a little. Past dimensions, I understand, but why add the word another to it? Just a glance back at the stunningly poised Servant Vine, period. Innocent said, what in the world are these two good-looking people in front of us, and what are they saying? Why can't I understand what they are saying? Innocent felt as if the two people in front of him were talking about science fiction. At this moment, Servo then looked at Jiqiu with both eyes, and then spoke out in explanation. Didn't I tell you before? Dimensions are also known as parallel worlds, and there are countless of them. What we've come to now, it's probably just one of the branches. Unless an outsider forcibly crosses between these dimensions, each of them are virtually undisturbed by each other. Therefore, to put it simply, if we kill the Innocent at this time now, that innocent war god of the future isn't going to be affected in any way. In this way, after listening to Servo's succinct explanation, Jiqiu seemed to understand a bit. I see. Subsequently, then why don't serve the vine? Let's try slaughtering this kid? Suddenly, Jiqiu began to commit a peeve. It also seems to know that Jiqiu is guilty of skinning his pants. Though, great, just as well. You should need some blood too. Waiting for the vine is also lightly nodded white head of this kind of said. Instantly, the young evil emperor at this time suddenly felt a bit of a chill on his body. You, what do you want? I'm telling you, don't mess around. I'm recording it here. At this time the young Innocent, immediately alert and inexplicably nervous, raised a camera in his hand. Ha! Jiqiu, on the other hand, laughed it off lightly. Next, swish hu, Jiqiu's entire body transformed into a residual shadow. Then in an instant, he came before Jiqiu. Wow! The young evil emperor of this period was so shocked that he immediately subconsciously tried to retreat. But Jiqiu suddenly struck out. One hand directly grabbed Innocent's forehead as if it were a giant pincer. What are you doing? Let go of me. Innocent couldn't help but be shocked and anxious. Jiqiu had actually moved instantly just now. Innocent couldn't believe it. Was the person in front of him a human or a ghost? In response, for her part, Jiqiu ignored Innocent's squealing at the moment. Clang! However, he saw the hand that Jiqiu had hooped around Innocent's forehead suddenly bloom with a faint white light. You, Innocent was even more alarmed. It feels like I've really seen a ghost. Although he had always been an atheist, the situation in front of him was really, but Wado had been watching somewhat leisurely from the sidelines, knowing that Jiqiu wasn't some kind of homicidal maniac. I just don't know what he wants to do at the moment. Until the next moment, Innocence, who was being held in the head by someone else. It was as if many other people's memories seemed to have somehow popped up in his head. In these memories, young Innocents of this period even see what very well may be their future. Even alternate dimensional selves from the perspective of others. Innocence in middle age. Then, this time Innocence saw that future evil emperor calling someone boss. And then, that person seems to have unified the 9 great families, which are a bit of a chaotic mess in the future. No, it's not right. It's the 10 families. That it turns out, is the Wolf family. Surprisingly, he ended up being taken in by the powerful man in front of him as well. Moreover, in the future, many people from the 9 great families and also the Wang family possessed the power of immortality. Horse charms, dog charms, dragon charms. It's the zodiac. Boom. In the next second, Innocent woke up with a start. Indeed, by this time Jiqiu had let go of him. Just now, it was also Jiqiu who used his zombie psychic abilities, memory manipulation, hypnosis, and other abilities that he had awakened after absorbing the sheep talisman, to directly copy a copy of what had happened in the other dimension into the mind of this Innocent now. Instantly, without the need for Jiqiu himself to explain so much, let the young evil emperor at this time understand everything. You, at this moment, the young evil emperor was a bit in disbelief of the truth. Because it's incredible. Seeing this scene, the serving vine next to him also finally knew what Jiqiu had done. It's not bad. It saves a lot of trouble. Ultimate and divine authorization. Is that true? Also, you guys can really travel to other world dimensions? How is that possible? Just to see. There was still too much that Innocent wanted to ask. One could even say that the question seemed more problematic than when they knew nothing just now. It was worthy of the notoriously curious Wu Tianjin. Ultimate, divine mandate. Currently, we all know very little. Jiqiu looked at Wu Tianjin at this time in front of him, then shook his head lightly. Jiqiu, give him a drop of zombie blood. Otherwise, when Heaven's Mandate learns that we've come to this dimension, it will Heaven's Mandate the innocent war god at this time, only to see. Step forward to hold Jiqiu's arm. Wait for the vine. A pair of beautiful eyes looked at the side of Jiqiu's timely reminder. In this regard, Innocent already knew what heavenly mandate to control others was from his memories just now, and he also knew the Jiqiu in front of him was a legendary zombie, and his zombie blood possessed the effect of resisting heavenly mandate to control him. So, if what the memory sees is true, isn't it possible that all of the 9 great families at this time will be controlled by the divine authorization in the future? Unless, seasonal autumn's zombie blood. But, don't bother. Jiqiu, on the other hand, clasped one hand around the serving vine's thin waist beside him, then suddenly opened the palm of his other hand. Clang! In the next second, 2 sub-body charms immediately appeared in his hands, the very same ones that had just been given to the 9 families congregation in the other dimension, the dog charm and the horse charm. The horse charm renounces all external forces and is free from future injury and disease, and the dog charm gives you the power of immortality straight away, only to see. Jiqiu handed the 2 sub-body talismans that had been separated in his hands to the innocent in his youth before him, and having read the memories about the other dimension, the young Wu Tianjin knew at this point, accepting the 2 magical talismans meant submitting to Jiqiu. Chapter 134 Patchouli, little brother. These are the 2 things I want, but, to do things on your orders. Can you let me think about it for a few more days? Just see. In the end, the evil emperor of this period who wanted 2 sub-body talismans in his heart and didn't quite want to submit to Jiqiu, actually said so somewhat cheekily to Jiqiu in front of him. Think beautifully. Jiqiu didn't say anything, but the absolutely beautiful servant vine on the side couldn't help but pout out first. This time the young evil emperor was also embarrassed. Ha ha. At this time, Jiqiu then suddenly laughed. That's fine too. Jiqiu was in no hurry to subdue the naivety of this world, so in the end, Jiqiu actually nodded and agreed to Innocent's request. Really? Innocent's eyes lit up. Jiqiu, how did you? Servant Vine felt that Jiqiu was at a disadvantage. Well, it's okay. Jiqiu reached out and gently patted Waito's fragrant shoulder and said gently, Innocent can't run away in this world anyway, so what's the hurry? Jiqiu is now most interested in figuring out which period of stolen pencil this time is. Other than that, want to put it on the back burner. No rush. Whatever. Seeing that Jiqiu had his own plans, Servo didn't say much. Looking back, but see the young innocent has already grabbed the 2 sub-body spells, at this moment are glowing in the absorption. Cheap. Servo's beautiful eyes glared at the young Wu Tianjin who was glowing all over and was absorbing the sub-body talisman, and Jiqiu had stepped aside, releasing his senses. Nursing home. So it's this time of the plot world. Jiqiu's perception saw the entire sanatorium. So he understood at once that he was now in the time period of the stolen pen. Remember the stolen pen series? The hottest would be the ultimate stolen pen, the old 9, the sand. Right now, Jiqiu just happened to be in the world of the ultimate pen thief. Jiqiu, what did you find out? Servo couldn't help but ask as he walked up to Jiqiu at this time. Sort of. Jiqiu smiled faintly and pulled over Servant Vine's delicate hand, and that's when, swish-hoo, a ghostly figure suddenly appeared at a corner not far away, and violently pounced towards Jiqiu and Waito. Movements and speed are too fast for normal humans. To this, swish and swish, Serving Vine was the first to strike, and several white vines shot out. Quickly the lunging opponent was bound in layers in front of him. Pouncing on the other side is kind of like throwing yourself at the mercy of the enemy. And that thing, as if ugly female ghosts, at this moment by the white vine bound in midair also to Jiqiu and wait for the vine duo teeth and claws. The forbidden woman in the original drama? Jiqiu, on the other hand, thought of something at this moment and murmured somewhat speculatively, "What is this?" On the side, Wu Tianjin seemed to have just finished absorbing the sub-body talisman, then also looked at the forbidden woman in midair at this moment in surprise. To this, I should be able to say that it's Patchoula's aunt. Jiqiu glanced at Wu Tianjin next to him with a faint smile. What? Xiuxiu's aunt? Wu Tianjin was astonished and confused. And then look at this female ghost-like weird and ugly humanoid monster in front of me. How could Wu Tianjin not believe that the thing in front of him was the so-called aunt of that pure and beautiful patchouli embroidery? But, Patchoula spirit? Your Patchoula spirit? Soon after, Wu Tianjin thought of something and then looked at the humanoid monster in front of him that was bound in midair by the white vines with a shocked and somewhat disbelieving face. During this time, Servant Vine had been binding the female ghost-like forbidden woman in midair with white vines, not saying a word. It shouldn't be wrong. It was Jiqiu who nodded slightly. Swish! Suddenly, at this time, a figure flew in and stabbed Jiqiu directly with a black and gold ancient sword in his hand. However, Jiqiu waved his hand indifferently. Clang! An invisible force instantly took control of the person who had suddenly attacked him. Little brother? On the side, Wu Tianjin was even more shocked. This guy, shouldn't it be inside the bronze door? When did it come out? The person who suddenly attacked Jiqiu was none other than Xiao Xiao. Only, Jiqiu glanced at the other side. Discovery, this little brother's pupils are the color of a normal human being, not controlled by heaven's mandate. What's the point of attacking me for nothing? Subsequently, after skimming and spitting, Jiqiu let go of the control anyway. This power that Jiqiu had at the moment was actually Nianli. After absorbing multiple pieces of the Zodiac Talisman, Jiqiu awakened many zombie powers. This includes this psychic ability, regaining his freedom. Little brother looked at Jiqiu in front of him with a bit of surprise and caution. Indeed, he was amazed at the superpowers of Jiqiu. Little brother, those two aren't bad people. On the side, Wu Tianjin also rushed over to block little brother, lest little brother take another ungrateful shot at the two living daddies. Jiqiu and serving mine. Tianjin knew that Xiao should have just arrived here and then mistakenly thought that Jiqiu was giving him a hard time. That's why he took a shot at Jiqiu. Thinking about it, Wu Tianjin couldn't help but laugh it off in his heart. But it can't let little brother take another shot at Jiqiu, or little brother really might have to be beaten to death alive. A patula spirit. At that moment, Xiao glanced at the forbidden woman who was bound in midair by the white vines and uttered a sentence like this. During this time, a great deal of caution was again raised in little brother's mind about Weidou. Indeed, Weidou's ability to release white vines between his fingers and easily bind the forbidden woman was also a surprise to little brother him. It felt like both Jiqiu and Weidou were not ordinary people. Patula spirit? Is she really embroidery's Aunt Ho Ling? Hearing little brother's words, Wu Tianjin could no longer hold back his exclamation of surprise. How did she get like this? Turning his head, Wu Tianjin was currently looking at the female ghost-like ghastly humanoid monster in midair in front of him with an incredulous expression. Took the eldritch pill with side effects. It was fed to her when she was unconscious. Jiqiu suddenly said with a faint smile. Credit STH. Xiao Xiao and Wu Tianjin all looked at Jiqiu in surprise. Even Servo looked at Jiqiu with a bit of surprise. How did you know? Then Wu Tianjin was the first to ask. Little brother and Weidou were also wondering, how did Jiqiu know? Especially little brother, who also knew what happened, was surprised and puzzled. How did the man in front of him know what happened back then? This is the kind of thing that doesn't just come from a random person. To this, don't ask about that. It's better for me to change her back to her normal self first. She's too ugly like this now. However, he saw that Jiqiu had his hands wrapped around his body at the moment, with a smirk on his face as he spoke out in this manner. Impossible. On the side, in the next instant after Jiqiu's words had just fallen, little brother immediately looked at Jiqiu so said, Indeed, I don't believe that anyone can reverse the corpse pill. Jiqiu, you can really save Patula's spirit? Wu Tianjin, however, had a face of surprise and amazement. Chapter 135, Healing Patula's Spirit. Try it. Looking at the young Wu Tianjin of this period looking at himself with a surprised face, Jiqiu faintly said, You must be able to do it. You should quickly save embroideries and Patula's spirit. The young Wu Tianjin, however, decided that Jiqiu could after knowing how powerful he was. On the side, Xiao was puzzled as he watched Wu Tianjin feel so confident that Jiqiu could. Because of the corpse turtle Dan turning into the monster it is now, Patula's spirit is simply hopeless. At least that's what little brother thinks. But, thinking about Jiqiu's Nianli superpower just now, and the fact that Wu Tianjin was so confident at this moment, instead, little brother subconsciously couldn't help but doubt himself. Is it true that you know less? Next moment, an even more shocking scene occurred for the little brother. Clang! Only to see that Jiqiu's hand glowed. The white light was brilliantly very bright. A steady stream of them emerged and was channeled to the monster like patchouli. It was the horse rune and dog rune that came together. Even Jiqiu felt that Patula's spirit soul might have been harmed as well. So that sheep rune spell, all would along with the several types of runes used to power up together. Start saving patchouli constantly. This is amazing, Wu Tianjin said excitedly from the side. The little brother looked stunned. It was so nifty that he, who had seen a lot of unrealistic things, couldn't help but think at the moment, this is unrealistic. And soon after, when patchouli miraculously regained her normal, ugly appearance and became beautiful and youthful again, Xiao Xiao's pupils even shrunk. Great, it really works. Wu Tianjin, unable to help himself, surprised again. During that time, Weidou was a bit bored looking around this sanatorium from the side. Click! Just then, there seemed to be the sound of something crashing to the ground. Wu Tianjin and Xiao Xiao immediately looked in the direction of the sound. But see, corner of the corridor in front. This period of the black blind man, at this time is also looking at the hands of the glowing cure Patchouli Ling's Jiqiu. Look at the black blind man on this side of the face of the confusion. Next moment, I'll go. The gods are manifesting themselves? Finally, the black blind man of this period couldn't help but marvel out. Ha! The servant Vine who heard the words was the first to face a light smile. Who are you? Wu Tianjin didn't recognize the black blind man at this time. This is not important. What is important is that this is. The black blind man did not answer Wu Tianjin, but pointed at Ji Qiu, who finally withdrew the power of the talisman. Patchouli seems to. It's been cured. Ji Qiu, is it ready? Wu Tianjin didn't care about the black blind man, and looked at Ji Qiu with the anticipation of turning back. Well, there should be no problem. Ji Qiu nodded and smiled lightly. Really? Thanks Ji Qiu. Wu Tianjin laughed happily. No matter what, Patchouli Spirit was the real aunt of Patchouli Shoushou that he, Wu Tianjin, knew. Aunt Patchouli, in the back, coming to the side of Patchouli Spirit, who was already unconscious on the ground. Wu Tianjin didn't know how to address Patchouli Spirit for a moment. Embroidery's aunt. At this age, he should at least be called an aunt or something, right? But, looking at Patchouli Spirit, who was dressed in rags but had a pretty young face, this auntie, Wu Tianjin shouted a bit inexplicably awkward. Off to the side, little brother, also a bit skeptical, came up and reached out to nudge Patchouli, still not convinced that Patchouli can really be saved. But, by the time Patchouli murmured on the floor, or even opened his eyes, when he saw the other party's pair of clear, no different from normal pupils, Xiao was shocked very much in his heart, but he had to believe it. You can really save the person who turned into a monster. Little brother. All of them couldn't help but look at the current Ji Qiu in surprise. During this time, Ji Qiu had just withdrawn the power of the talisman, then pulled on one of Serving Vine's delicate hands, hearing little brother's words. More than that, your amnesia, I can cure that too, or counteract it. Ji Qiu, like throwing a bomb, said words that made little brother's pupils shrink even more violently. You say it's true? Little brother stood up directly from the ground. Couldn't even care less what happened to Patchouli on the ground. Hang out with me in the future, and I guarantee you won't lose any more memories. Ji Qiu smiled confidently. At that, Xiao was silent for a few seconds. Let me think about it. Finally, 4 words were uttered. Yes, having just arrived in this dimension, Ji Qiu was in no hurry. During that time, Wu Tianjin glanced at the little brother at the moment. Then, Patchouli, auntie, you're awake? Wu Tianjin was again happy to see that Patchouli Spirit on the ground had completely opened his eyes and even sat up from the ground. Patchouli Spirit, who turned into a monster, was really cured by Ji Qiu. Who are you guys, and what am I? Now, Patchouli was a little unsure of what was going on right now, yet he had just awakened, and many things were still unclear. But, didn't Patchouli remember that he had already turned into a monster a little bit, and even ended up becoming a monster completely? Thinking that, the next second, he saw Patchouli fearful and nervous to the core as he began to check his body, and smell your body to see if you still have that scent that scares you. Chapter 136, First Meeting Aning, Playful Serving Vine. Don't worry, you won't turn into a monster again, and that scent, no more. Just as Patchouli Ling was nervously sniffing the smell of her own body, Ji Qiu, who was pulling on Weita's slender hand, suddenly spoke out to Patchouli Ling. You, who is it? Patchouli Ling looked over at Ji Qiu. At the same time, Patchouli was pleasantly surprised. The scent of the forbidden woman on her own body had indeed disappeared almost completely. There was no additional scent emanating from her body, except for some lingering dots of residual scent. Better on your own? Patchouli was really surprised and happy at this moment. Again, a bit of disbelief. Auntie Patchouli, you're really okay. It was him, Ji Qiu, who saved you. At this time, Wu Tianjin helped Ji Qiu speak to Patchouli Spirit. He saved me? Patchouli Ling glanced at Ji Qiu in surprise before looking at Wu Tianjin beside her. And who are you? Auntie Patchouli Ling. I'm also a member of the Wu family among the 9 great families. Patchouli, you should know that I am friends with Patchouli, Wu Tianjin explained. Patchouli? It was only then that a glimmer of light flooded into Patchouli's eyes. Then, you actually can save people who have turned into monsters. Patchouli Ling looked over at Ji Qiu, her gaze still looking so incredulous. To this, indeed. How did your hands just glow? It was so awesome. Simply a miracle. The black blind man of this period, at this time ran to the front of Ji Qiu, and then said with a smile on his face, So, can you teach me that move you just did? I can pay. Saying that, the black blind man pulled out a bundle of bills. Seeing this, both Ji Qiu and Servant Vine could not help but face a slight smile past them. Will Ji Qiu be short of money? You learn and then try to cure your own eyes? Suddenly, Ji Qiu asked the black blind man a rhetorical question without answering. Credit STH. The black blind man's body jerked. At the scene, Wu Tianjin, little brother, and Patchouli Spirit, who had just regained his human appearance, all looked curiously at the trio of Ji Qiu, Serving Vine, and Black Blind Man in front of them, especially the seasonal fall. To Wu Tianjin, little brother, and Patula's spirit, Jiqiu, was really too mysterious. Wu Tianjin might have gotten some of the memories transmitted by Jiqiu and know some information about Jiqiu, but little brother and Patula's spirit would know almost nothing. It was only known that Jiqiu's means were incomparably magical and unpredictable. It's almost comparable. The Avatar, all curious as to what kind of person he is, Jiqiu, and the black blind man at the moment heard the words of Jiqiu. The whole person has been fixed like, stand in place, to this, Zhang Qilin's memory loss, your eyes, and Patula's spirit who I just cured. From now on do what I tell you to do and I can fulfill your wishes, so that you will no longer lose your memory. Your eyes will regain their health, and you will never become monsters. How? Jiqiu, with one arm around the slender waist of the serving vine beside him, said so to the three before him. Hey, there's still me, Wu Tianjin duly vocalized for himself. Fine, add you one. Jiqiu laughed indifferently. Consider. Little brother still didn't immediately agree. Same, the black blind man, agreed. Patchouli didn't want to become a monster again, so, anything to keep me from becoming that monster again. Patchouli is willing to obey. Aha! Jiqiu nodded. Your purpose, or two. Wu Tianjin knew that the 9 great families in the other world had basically returned to Jiqiu. I just don't know. Are the 2 Jiqiu now in his world going to subjugate another 9 great families as well? Jiqiu, I'm tired. Just then, Servant Vine suddenly said to Jiqiu beside him, interrupting Wu Tianjin's question. Good, then let's leave here first and find a better place to rest. Jiqiu reached out and rubbed Servant Vine's hair, smiling gently. After the absorbing heaven's mandate energy and almost exploding incident just now, Jiqiu and the Servant Vine duo became even closer to each other. Anyway, Jiqiu had already completely regarded the Serving Vine, who was willing to help himself withstand the heaven's mandate energy that had nearly exploded his body, as his own woman. For Serving Vine, Jiqiu now had a deep possessive desire. Saying that, the next moment he saw Jiqiu pulling Servo, and the two of them walked towards the outside of the sanatorium on their own. Seeing this, Wu Tianjin sighed a bit helplessly. Off to the side, Patchouli hesitated for a few seconds. In the end, he chose to keep up with Seasonal Autumn and Serving Vine. Whether it's true or not, it seems like I should follow him and check out the situation first. The black blind man, followed closely behind, followed suit. Go, Xiao, glanced at Wu Tianjin, then, follow along. Wu Tianjin, froze for a moment. You guys here seem to have listened to him, Jiqiu? Wu Tianjin couldn't help but spit. But again, understanding little brother. On the contrary, the black blind man. Now Wu Tianjin said, not familiar. A line of 6. I had just stepped out of the nursing home when I saw a van parked outside. Indeed, it's Ning, who came to pick up little brother and his men in the original drama. In a car? Or do I carry you and just fly? Glancing at the several people who had gotten down from the van, Ning, Jiqiu asked softly to Weidou, who was pulling her slender hand by her side. Wouldn't it be cheaper to let you fly away in your arms? Why too? Gazing delicately at the cold man beside her. Period. Who were those 3 men? Ning, as well as his men, were a bit puzzled when they saw Jiqiu and the 3 of them, Servo and Patchoula's spirit. Even, Ning saw that the 4 people, little brother, black blind man, Wu Tianjin, and Patchoula's spirit, actually all had a hidden posture of having Jiqiu and Serving Vine as their leaders. It was because all 4 were standing a little bit back from Jiqiu. This is, Ning's good-looking willow eyebrows slightly furrowed, and at this moment, Jiqiu couldn't help but shake her head and let out a laugh when she heard Servo's flirtation. Well then, we'll take the car too. Taking Weidou's delicate little hand, he prepared to take Nin's car with Wu Tianjin, Xiao and the others to go. But, suddenly, Weidou pulled back Jiqiu, who had all but taken a step, immediately afterward, for the doubt in the middle of Jiqiu's gaze. It's not like I said I wouldn't let you take advantage of me, only to see that Servo looked at the man in front of him with a smile. Ha! Jiqiu really lost to her. Teasing me, are you? Don't think that you can rest immediately after arriving at the place in a while. Jiqiu directly picked up the beauty beside him in a princess hug. Chapter 137, Sudden Accident, Little Brother Controlled. What can you do? But see, the original princess hug pick up wait for the vine. Jiqiu thought she would be the usual blush and nervous, but did not think that she was in the arms was so eyes provocative look at him. Instead, Jiqiu couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Seem.sth. After this one incident, Weidou mentally let go a lot. Even in front of multiple outsiders, she dared to flirt and provoke Jiqiu like this. Ha! Jiqiu couldn't help but laugh, then slightly looked down at the beauty in his arms. In a while, don't regret it. In response, the serving vine in his arms showed a faint smile, and her pretty face finally blushed a faint reddish color. On the side, this world's Wu Tianjin, the black blind man, little brother, and the opposite side of the world's Ning couldn't help but twitch the corners of their eyes as they watched the 2 people who were showing their love. What a lack of eyes. But, Miso. Suddenly, little brother lost control. Drawing the black and gold ancient sword behind him, he then steeply stabbed at Jiqiu. And while both Jiqiu and Weidou also felt it, Jiqiu even kicked his foot sideways, kicking away from Zhao's sudden sword attack. Likewise, boo! Jiqiu followed up with a kick to Zhao's heart, to which Zhao blocked with both hands though. However, he was still shaken by Jiqiu's powerful force and took many steps back. Little brother, what are you doing? Wu Tianjin then looked at little brother in surprise and confusion. He's being controlled. Servant Vine spoke out at the right time from Jiqiu's arms. Jiqiu also chose to first put down the serving vine in her arms that she herself was princess holding, and then looked towards her little brother who was 10 paces away. Sure enough, in the next second, it meant that the little brother's eyes were all glittering with gold. The pupils and whites of the eyes were all gold. This is heaven's mandate? Wu Tianjin, who was next to him, couldn't help but exclaim in shock even after seeing little brother's eyes at this moment. Indeed, among the memories that Jiqiu had conveyed to Wu Tianjin inside the sanatorium just a short while ago, there was some information about the heavenly mandate. Therefore, seeing the little brother with golden eyes, at this moment, Wu Tianjin knew, little is indeed being controlled. Ultimate. The black blind man, also suddenly at this time looked at the little brother's shocked voice. It's as if he also knows that the ultimate or divine authorization exists. You know that too? Wu Tianjin couldn't help but glance at the black blind man beside him in surprise again. It's it. Patula's spirit suddenly became even more fearful. Then, as if looking for a sense of security, he ran to Jiqiu's back and clutched the clothes on his back with both hands. Hello? Jiqiu glanced at Patula's spirit behind him a bit breathlessly. Don't you know that people's necks are strangled like that? Help me. Please help me. Patchouli was so caught up in some kind of fear that he might not even hear Jiu at all. Swish swish swish. On the contrary, it was Serving Vine, who at this moment waved her hand. Countless tough white vines kept emerging between her fingers, then quickly bundled up to the golden-eyed little brother. Quickly, after Xiao resisted a few times, he was still trapped by the sheer number of white vines. That's not far away. Next to the van, Ning and his group of men, one by one, were shocked after seeing Servo's ability. A demon? Or a female ghost? Or is it superpowers? Aining all but looked at Weidou in disbelief. While his mind was amazed at Servo's ability, he also wondered at what happened to that guy over there all of a sudden. Why did his eyes turn golden? In response, Servant Vine, on the other hand, didn't care about the minds of the onlookers. After she bound golden-eyed little brother, she realized that she seemed to possess the ability to devour heavenly mandate's power as well. Was it because of some kind of heavenly awakened ability that was accidentally awakened by enduring the golden power that almost made people explode together with Jiqiu in the last moments of the last world? Weidou was a bit surprised at the moment, but in a quick reaction, the Serving Vine instantly began to drive its devouring ability, constantly devouring the golden power that was now in little brother's body. Jiqiu, since you've come to this dimension, let's duel in the Snake Kingdom. Golden-eyed little brother let out a harsh roar like one from hell. The voice was almost entirely no longer that of the original little brother, and hearing its voice, the black blind man couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Patula's spirit was even more fearful as she tightly hugged Jiqiu's tiger-like waist. Jiqiu, on the other hand, was looking at the golden-eyed little brother at this moment with a cold gaze. Snake Country? A duel? Watching the golden power on the other party's body being quickly swallowed up by the Serving Vine, until little brother's eyes return to their normal brown pupils and he falls to the ground unconscious. Little brother. Wu Tianjin immediately ran to check how little brother was doing. The black blind man heaved a sigh of relief as he stepped aside. Also surprised, he glanced at Servo as well as Jiqiu. These two, they actually do have the ability to fight against the ultimate. The black blind man, his eyes looking at the Servant Vine and Jiqiu at this moment in disbelief. Not far away, Ning with her group of men, one by one, looked dumbfounded. What's going on there? Have you hugged me enough? Spread out. On this side, Weidou returned to Jiqiu's side, and then pulled away Patula's hand, which was still hiding behind Jiqiu and holding him tightly. Sorry, Patchouli, still looking stunned. To this, you've also seen the heavenly authorization, or ultimate. Jiqiu turned back to Patchouli. As he asked, he glanced at the black blind man next to him. Just now the black blind man's mouth ultimate. Jiqiu but heard clearly. In response, Patchoula's spirit and the black blind man both nodded with complex expressions. My eyes, it's because of it, the ultimate, that they are what they are. The black blind man, his fingers propped up his sunglasses, his voice low. It controls everything, including me. Patchoula's face was still filled with a look of fear, clutching her shoulders and slowly crouching down to speak with her voice shaking a little with fear. Seeing this, Jiqiu wrapped her hands around her body and smiled lightly. Put it down. I just left a piece of the horse charm and the dog charm substrate when I changed the monster like you back into a human, and it won't be able to control you anymore. Oh, the so-called runes. You can understand it as a divine object, capable of fighting against the ultimate, heaven's mandate. Saying that, Jicho also slowly opened the palm of his right hand. Two angular, small stone-like horse charms and dog charms shimmered and floated in Jicho's hands. This, Patula Spirit, the Black Blind Man, and even Ning and his party who were not far away, all gazed straight at the so-called divine object in Jicho's hands at this moment. Chapter 138, the Black Shadow Core that appeared for the first time in other dimensions, shocked crowd. At this moment, all the people on the scene were looking at the two angular, small stone-like, horse charms, dog charms, in the middle of Jicho's right palm. Without it, little brother, and you, the Black Blind Man, are at risk of being controlled by the divine authorization. It's ultimate. Your eyes, too, can be healed and left alone. Well, how's that for consideration? Want to work for me? Jicho, holding the horse charm and dog charm, began to tempt the Black Blind Man. Little brother has fainted, so let's ignore it for now. Wu Tianjin, who had just given him the rune subbody, and the other party said he wanted to consider. Jicho was just as temporarily unconcerned. In response, the Black Blind Man thought about the scene just now when the mute man opened his eyes golden and was controlled, and couldn't help but have a touch of chills in his heart. Alas, all right, blame myself for my bitter fate, hanging out with you. In the end, the Black Blind Man of this world, compromised. No way, the eyes heal, resist the ultimate divine mandate. These two, for the Black Blind Man, the temptation is too great. There's no way to say no. Very good. Jicho directly threw the two sub-body talismans to the Black Blind Man. The latter caught it gladly. Shoo-hoo. However, the moment the Black Blind Man caught the two sub-body talismans, the talismans immediately merged into his body. Hey this, the Black Blind Man was startled. I was just about to ask what was going on, yet the next moment it felt like there were more explanations of charms and the ability to use them in his head. So that's it. The Black Blind Man understood something. Dogs don't die. Horses don't get hurt. This charm is so powerful. I just got the legendary eternal life? The Black Blind Man, kind of in disbelief. If it's fake, you can find me to return it. Jicho half-joked. Let's go, boss. The Black Blind Man happily changed his words. I. At that moment, Patchouli, who was a bit timid on the sidelines, raised her hand. Indeed, they also want to talk to Jicho and get the talisman. Didn't Jicho say just now that you have two rune substrates in your body? What else do you want? Jicho hadn't said anything yet, and the serving vine beside him was the first to look at Patchoula's spirit in this way and said, "Oh, sorry, I forgot." Patchouli lowered her small hand in a bit of embarrassment. At the same time, the mind was pleasantly surprised. You have the charm yourself, so you won't be controlled by it anymore? That's great. Jicho smiled at this point. Then, looking to the side, Wu Tianjin, who was holding up Xiao Xiao. You said you'd let me think about it for a few days. There's no need to rush, is there? Seeing Jicho's gaze towards himself, the Wu Tianjin of this world immediately said, "Okay." Jicho nodded indifferently while pointing at little brother and said, "When he wakes up, tell him to come to me if he wants to stop losing his memory and having his fate manipulated by the divine mandate." Got it. The young Wu Tianjin of this period nodded in response. Jicho, I'm really a little tired. Servo took Jicho's big hand. Good, we'll leave now. Jicho gently smiled. Wait, please wait. At this moment, he suddenly saw Ning over there running over with a group of men. Sir, is what you just said true? Is it true that getting one of those little stones and charms you just had on you will give you eternal life? Only to see that a group of people ran up to the duo of Jicho and Y2, and Aining asked in a sharp voice with an expectant face. Seeing this, Waito frowned slightly with a bit of unhappiness. Rather, it was Jicho who felt a bit amused as she glanced at Aining. Then, Jude Cow, seasonal autumn, utter 3 words. Instantly, the crowd at the scene was stunned. The Black Blind Man, Patchoula Spirit, and Aining felt that the Jicho in front of them was as mysterious as if he was omniscient, and that his strength was also very strong. It's really high up. Sir is right. Jude Cow is my boss. He, too, is really interested in the legendary so-called immortality. Aining was currently speaking to Jicho with a polite and respectful face. What happened just now? Aining had seen it all. Knowing that both Jicho and Servo were existences with superhuman powers, although Aining was high and cold in nature, she wouldn't dare to show the slightest bit of disrespect in front of the duo of Jicho and Serving Vine. What's more, that magical so-called talisman just now, Aining still wants to get it for Chio DKO. So, at this moment, Ning put her attitude down. As for the group of henchmen on the side, when they saw that Aining was like this, they were also all in an attitude of awe. After all, what happened just now? They could have all seen it. It's unbelievable. At this moment, in front of the Jicho and Serving Vine duo, how could they dare to be rude? Jichu, Y2, however, didn't want to stay in this place much longer. Okay, just a few last words and then we'll go. Jiqiu smiled gently and pulled up Servant Vine's delicate hand, touching it as if it was soothing. Then, seeing Waito's pretty face slightly flushed as if in agreement, it was only then that Jiqiu turned around and looked at Ning. Is the power of the runes real? Have your boss come over and talk to me? Jiqiu said faintly. Yes. Ning didn't dare to refute anything and could only nod her head, but also immediately added, it's just that, I don't know how I can find you, sir. In response, Black Shadow Corps, Jiqiu, called out faintly, shoo 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 shoo. 5 Black Shadow Ninja soldiers immediately emerged from Jiqiu's shadow. Whoa go! Immediately, the Black Blind Man, as well as Ning's group of henchmen all immediately retreated in shock. Patula Spirit, and even Wu Tianjin, who was holding little brother, were so shocked that they took several steps back. On the contrary, it was Wu Tianjin who recalled the memory information that Jiqiu had transmitted to him just now. Black Shadow Corps? Only then did Wu Tianjin speak out, his tone still filled with uncertainty. This incredible thing that actually exists? Unbelievable. Go! At this moment, Jiqiu gave another gentle wave of his hand. Shoo 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 shoo. 5 regiments of black shadows entered the shadows of the 5 of them. Ning, Wu Tianjin, the Black Blind Man, Patula Spirit, and little brother who was in a coma. And then, as if disappearing, they completely merged with the shadows of the 5 of them. Regarding this extremely supernatural scene, Ning, Patula Spirit, and even the Black Blind Man were all in a state of disbelief. They are called the Black Shadow Corps. In the future, when I look for you, or you want to look for me, you can call out their names. Chapter 139, Playful Serving Vine? At this moment, looking at the Dark Shadows soldiers that entered their shadows respectively, the Black Blind Man, Patula Spirit, Ning, Wu Tianjin, and Ning's group of men on the scene, one by one, all of them had a face of astonishment at this moment, and hearing Jiqiu's explanation, instead of being relieved, Ning and the rest of the crowd became more and more shocked and incredulous. Black Shadow Corps? What kind of demons and ghosts? This Jiqiu in front of me, is he a human or a ghost? Even if Wu Tianjin possessed some of the memory information transmitted by Jiqiu, he couldn't help but feel shocked when he looked at the black-shadowed soldier that entered his shadow at this moment. This kind of thing, does it actually exist? Although it seemed like it was nothing for Jiqiu, but for him, Wu Tianjin, this was really too magical. Remember, if you need to see me for something, shout a Black Shadow Corps, or Black Shadow Soldier to your own shadow. They will show up immediately, take you to me as fast as they can. At this point, Jiqiu gave a final reminder to Ning, Wu Tianjin, the Black Blind Man, and Patuli Ling. Okay, sir, we got it. With a face so serious that it was even a bit gruff, Ning nodded heavily to Jiqiu. I didn't expect to come out tonight and actually encounter such an existence as Jiqiu, whether he's a human or a ghost. In short, Jiqiu has what her Aining's boss, Jude Cao, needs in her hands. That's what's important. Aining was going to immediately head to where his boss was in a while and report to him all the incredible things that had just happened here, especially the so-called talisman in Jiqiu's hand that seemed to make people realize eternal life. I will also tell my little brother when he wakes up, Wu Tianjin also said at the right time. Aha! Jiqiu nodded in satisfaction. So boss, I'll follow Nin and the girls to do their job first? Collected the money. The Black Blind Man, on the contrary, looked a little embarrassed and said. At the same time, Patula Spirit on the side timidly glanced at Jiqiu and Serving Vine before saying, that, I would like to go back to the Patuli family, and then, I will definitely come back to follow the 2 of you around and at your command. Well, whatever, Jiqiu all but agreed. Anyway, the Dark Shadow soldiers had gone into their shadows. In that case, where else could the few of them run? Servo, let's go. With the matter finished, Jiqiu was about to turn back and find Y2 to leave with him. But see, the beauty herself was trying to walk out a long distance. Ha! Looking at the playful Servo, Jiqiu felt a bit amused. Immediately, swish, with a gentle leap, Jiqiu flew directly over. In a flash, the Black Blind Man, Ning, Patula Spirit, Wu Tianjin, and Ning's group of henchmen, all of them, one by one, were even more dumbfounded in a split second. He just flew out? The Black Blind Man, all surprised, stuttered a little. It's true, Wu Tianjin had to believe that the memories that Jiqiu had transmitted to him were all real. This is crazy. The world is really going crazy. On the side, the 2 female ones, Ning and Puli Ling, looked at Jiqiu who flew out. Their jaws dropped in shock, and for a moment they couldn't speak. And Seasonal Fall quickly flew to the side of Waito, who was wearing a blue cheongsam and stepping on a pair of high heels as she kept walking. Then, immediately, he took the beautiful person into his arms. I thought you said you were willing to let me take advantage. So, run for what? Wrapping his arms around the person in his arms and smelling the faint fragrance of her body, Jichio wrapped his hands around Waito's waist and hugged her tightly, as if she was afraid she would run away. Our divine stiff king has a lot of work to do, so how dare I disturb Lord God Stiff King? Waitu struggled a few times, and realizing that he couldn't break free, he let him hold him, but, with his cherry mouth, he spoke words that were a bit sharp. At those words, Jichio couldn't help but reach out and pick up her fair jaw before smiling. Saito, sure is sharp-tongued, so you don't like it and are kicking me out? Servo's gaze was again slightly provocative as he looked at Jichio who was close by. Nima, where's the bed? A burst of evil fire in Jichio's heart was going to be overwhelming. Next, that is to say, I saw Jichio directly a princess hug. We'll wait for the vine to stop waist pickup, and then, swish hoo, the zombies, fly away, psychic ability erupted. Straight up in the sky. Fly again. Ning's group of henchmen, one by one, were all completely stunned at this moment as they pointed at the figure flying into the distance. Indeed, a high-level person, the black blind man, gave a thumbs up, worthy of being my black master's boss. From now on, I don't know whether it's a blessing or a curse. The young Wu Tianjin of this world glanced at the still unconscious little brother on his body and murmured so somewhat sentimental. And Aining, everyone, go back to the boss. Looking behind him to a group of men, he ordered so, blind black man, I'll come back for you afterward. At this moment, Ning again looked to the black blind man so said, okay, the black blind man, gently laughed it off. At the same time, removed the sunglasses from his face. A pair of very bright eyes appeared in front of the crowd. Indeed, the eyes that had been healed by the horse rune after getting the rune sub-body just now, no longer needed sunglasses. Tonight's moon, it's very full. Looking at the bright moon in the sky at night, the black blind man said with a smile on display at this moment. The black blind man, at this moment in the heart of the incomparable ease, yourself and never have to worry about the day you go blind again. Blind black man, congratulations. Ning suppressed the surprise in her heart and congratulated. The blind black man's eyes were cured. This was further proof of just how amazing the power of the rune really was. Thanks. The black blind man, who was in a lighter mood, smiled and waved. A few hours later, in the middle of a secluded, dense forest, on top of a bed mat woven from many canes, Jichio and Waiting Vine, the two of them embraced each other as they admired the bright full moon in the sky at night. Seasonal autumn. In the quiet forest, the serving vine in Jichio's arms suddenly called out, what's up? Jichio also answered a casual question. Did you not like it when I was like that just now? Waito kind of had a double entendre. Which do you mean? Jichu asked with a smile. Just, tired of waiting and playing the woman's game. Waito's pretty face flushed slightly. No, because when you play with your temper, I inexplicably feel a little affectionate. And, who let my waiter vine born this kind of appearance beautiful temperament, play sex time or that kind of let people feel pleasing to the eye? Jicho, spitting out his heart, said, are you serious? Servo asked again after hearing it in Jichio's arms, immediately raising a pair of watery beautiful eyes and looking at his. Really? Jichio smiled and nodded. Next moment, that is to say, I saw Waito initiate the kiss, waiting for the vine. Chapter 140 Fatty Wang Meng. The next day, inside Wu Tianjin's store, boss, who are these two guys? Wang Meng looked at the man and woman who appeared inside the store early this morning to come to their boss, and then at this moment couldn't help but ask Wu Tianjin. Period. The man and woman who appeared in front of Wang Meng at the moment were also Jichio and Serving Vine. Watching the two, Wang Meng was alarmed. Indeed, it was Jichio and Serving Vine, and the two's face value and temperament made Wang Meng feel extremely stunning. Jichio's facial features. It was so long that Wang Meng couldn't help but feel a bit of envy and jealousy, especially when he saw such an absolutely beautiful Servo holding hands with Jichio in the store at the moment. Wang Meng really wished that the one who was with Servo was himself. And to Wang Meng's question, there are some things that you, are better off not knowing. Wu Tianjin reached out and patted Wang Meng's shoulder and said in a somewhat pretentious manner, Wang Meng looked unsure. In response, Wu Tianjin walked towards Jichio and Waitu without paying any attention to him. Gentlemen, you've come to see me out of the blue. What's the matter? Just see. Arriving in front of the Jichio and Serving Vine duo who were absolutely wonderful no matter their appearance or temperament, Wu Tianjin smiled forcefully. The two. Wu Tianjin said she had trouble evaluating it, wanting to get away from them, yet wanting to get closer out of curiosity. People, indeed, are complicated. During the period, Jichio pulling weight for the vine's delicate jade hand, is in this world's Wu Tianjin store inside the so-called antiques. These things, they're so fake. At this time, looking at these goods inside Wu Tianjin's store, Servo ended up saying so. Upon hearing this, Wu Tianjin immediately blushed in embarrassment. Jiqiu couldn't help but shake his head and laugh as well. I didn't realize Gota knew anything about antiques. Thinking about it, after all, Servo was in the future dimension, but he was in an ancient battlefield. In ancient times, what antiques were not available? It's hard to believe that the future Jiqiu will treat her badly. The zodiac charms are all randomly sent to her. Aside, hearing Servo's words, Wang Mang wanted to speak. In the end, I couldn't say anything because it was indeed all false. Looks like these two who came early this morning are no ordinary people. After we're here, we don't really have much to do. Basically, we're just idling around, and we want to know how little brother is considering it. Jiqiu, looking towards the young Wu Tianjin of this world, asked this faintly. Isn't it just after one night? Wu Tianjin's face showed surprise. At the same time, it was explained, and little brother isn't even here with me right now. He's in the hospital. Fatty is also in the hospital right now looking after little brother. So, Jiqiu nodded. Are you that eager to have little brother work for you? Wu Tianjin couldn't help but ask. In response, Jiqiu shook his head. The heavenly mandate controlled little brother last night to say that he would fight me in the snake country. I don't want any more chaos to occur within this period of time. And if little brother doesn't have the talisman now, he could be controlled and transformed into a puppet by the heavenly mandate again at any time. Could it be that you wish little brother to become a puppet of the heavenly authorization? Jiqiu rhetorically asked Wu Tianjin. Of course I don't want it. Wu Tianjin immediately shook his head. That's good. Jiqiu then said, then we'll go to the hospital in a little while. I hope you can convince little brother. Me? Wu Tianjin pointed at himself. Jiqiu smiled, then prepared to say something else when he did. No need. I promise. Suddenly, that is, Xiao came in from outside. Period. You can see that the duo of Jiqiu and Weito are not surprised at all. Obviously, the two had already sensed little brother's arrival. They just didn't say so explicitly. Little brother, you just agreed? Wu Tianjin couldn't help but voice out in surprise when he heard little brother's words at this moment. Little brother came to the crowd, nodded to Wu Tianjin, and said, I don't want to lose my memory again, much less want to be controlled by the ultimate again. So, while Xiao Xiao wanted to speak, Wu Tianjin understood what he meant. Very good. At this moment, Jiqiu directly threw two sub-body talismans at little brother. Ta! The moment Xiao caught it, the two sub-body charms immediately turned into two rays of light, into the middle of little brother's body. But look aside Wang Mang wide-eyed face of shock and disbelief. And what came next was even more shocking to Wang Mang. Swish! However, after seeing little brother incorporate the horse rune, dog rune, two sub-body runes and receive a piece of information, he suddenly drew out the black and gold ancient sword behind his back, and then, actually gave himself a cut in the arm. Little brother, what are you doing? Wu Tianjin exclaimed out in shock. Wang Mang looked confused. Also at this time, what are you doing? What are you doing? Fatty Wang, also here. But then he saw a chubby figure, trotting in from outside. Then, I'll go. Little brother you want to bleed again? Fatty Wang couldn't help but be surprised when he saw a large avenue of mouths on little brother's arm and said, like this. Then all of a sudden everyone saw, shoo, before the unicorn blood could flow, the wound on Zhao's arm was back as good as new. Ha! All of a sudden, Wu Tianjin, Wang Fatty, and Wang Mang, the three of them stared in unison. Especially Wang Mang, just stared at the eyes. At this moment even more stared like a copper bell. However, it made the serving vine on the side look at it and couldn't help but cover her mouth with a smile. Chapter 141 The Final Showdown. After that, Jiqiu smoothly took in this dimension's little brother. I didn't think so, not having had a chance to meet little brother in the last dimension of the sand. Instead, he meets in this dimension of the ultimate pen thief, and ends up successfully making little brother one of his handlers. Same with the black blind man. I'll do the same. Then, from now on, it's all at your command, to fight against the heavenly mandate. At this time, the Wu Tianjin of this period looked at Jiqiu and Y2, and finally said to Jiqiu, good. Jiqiu was even more satisfied. Tianjin, he's the one you said after you came back last night. At this moment, Fatty Wang, who was on the side, looked at the duo of Jiqiu and Servant Vine, and then asked Wu Tianjin with a desire to speak. Aha! Wu Tianjin nodded. To this, these two do look like people in a painting, but are they as mysterious as you said last night? Fatty Wan looked skeptical. At those words, Wu Tian really wanted to continue saying something, but just then, shoo shoo shoo, in the middle of the open space next to him, several dark and weird shadows suddenly emerged from the middle of the land. I'll go. What the hell? Fatty Wang and Wang Mang, the two of them exclaimed in shock. Instead, It made Servo look more and more interesting to these two. Xiao Zhao's face changed slightly, but he didn't say anything. Black Shadow Corps? Wu Tianjin did recognize the creepy shadows that suddenly emerged. Sure enough, very quickly, several Black Shadow soldiers were seen emerging from between the lands and kneeling down to Jiqiu. Meanwhile, telepathically, reporting back to Jiqiu about what's going on. Bring them on. After Jiqiu received the telepathic report from the Black Shadow soldiers, he then spoke out with a faint smile. At the same time, several Black Shadow soldiers respectfully bowed their heads to Jiqiu. Immediately afterward, it surged back into the land and away. I'll go. What kind of demon is this? Fatty Wang, on the sidelines, looked on in disbelief. But not before Fatty Wang calmed down. Shoo shoo shoo, the Dark Shadow soldiers, they are back, and this time with someone else in tow. Yet again, it scared Fatty Wang into a good defensive position. Roll your eyes. Aining? Fatty Wang saw a recognizable one among the comers. Beyond that, among the visitors were an elderly foreigner and an equally elderly woman. There were several other young men and women. You are Mr. G. At this moment, Chiu Dko, Old Lady Hua, Pulley Ling, the Black Blind Man, as well as this dimension's Xie Yuchen, Pulley Xiu Xiu, and the rest of the crowd all looked at the duo of Jiqiu and Serving Vine. In the end, they all looked primarily at Jiqiu. To this, 3 days later, we're in the land of the snakes, having a showdown with the ultimate. Jiqiu, looking at the crowd on the scene, he spoke thus. 3 days later, the crowd bent their heads, and Jiqiu also had the ultimate task of subjugating all of the 9 great families, because he had put together all of them in this world. From there, you get the ultimate reward. Roar. In the Snake Kingdom, a roar from the Zombie King resounded. Indeed, Jiqiu had become the Red-Eye Zombie King. Meanwhile, he was given the ultimate mission reward, the ability to fuse his future and present selves. Jiqiu unleashed her ability, and in an instant, the future Jiqiu and the present Jiqiu merged into one. The power surpasses all other zombie kings. At the same time, people from other dimensions are summoned. For example, Red Umbrella, Shen Qiong, Zhang Yishan, and a host of other powerful war gods in the future dimension. He came to the current time and space, and fought the ultimate together with the people of the 9 great families of the original dimension. At this point in time, one could only see hundreds of thousands of Black Shadow soldiers standing in the middle of the huge snake country, because the future was merged with the present Jiqiu. What they had and their forces were integrated. In this way, various types of Black Shadow warriors had gathered together, reaching hundreds of thousands of troops. However, on the opposite side of the room, there were countless strange people, blood corpses, corpse cripples, and so on, whose bodies were bubbling with the golden power granted by the heavens. It was clear that what was to follow would be a vicious battle, and the battle between the two sides lasted 3 days and 3 nights after that. Various terrifying monsters on the ultimate side, and hundreds of thousands of Black Shadow warriors, fighting chaotically. Shen Qiong, Servant Vine, and Zhang Yishuan, the war gods, were dueling with some high-level humanoids that possessed the golden power granted by heaven. End up STH, the strongest quarter of the fall. Yet a person moved through space and arrived outside the giant bronze door. In an instant, a golden heavenly mandate humanoid rushed to attack Jiqiu. Jiqiu directly grabbed it and then absorbed its golden heavenly mandate power. Finally, Boo, Jiqiu, who was in the state of the Zombie King, blasted open the giant bronze door with a single punch. Being in the midst of the most massive golden power, he was not afraid of the crazy attacks of those golden powers. However, it has been continuously absorbing, and its own strength has become more and more powerful, until Seasonal Autumn came to ultimate. It being a book. Jiqiu grabbed it, saw the name of it, the Royal Extreme Book of Awesomeness, the Book of Heaven. Looking at it, which was in his hands at this very moment, Jiqiu murmured out in surprise, "So it is." The next moment, Jiqiu then understood everything. Then, grunt, Seasonal Autumn, swallowed the Book of Heaven. Clang. In the next instant, Jiqiu's red pupils turned golden. With that, he raised the sky and let out an earth-shattering zombie god's roar. Finish.